reincarnated into the world of Naruto, has one become the initial leader of the Akatsuki, who met his demise at the hands of a thrown kunai. Fortunately, upon traversing into this realm, I was bestowed with a village building system, allowing me to establish Akatsuki Hidden Village right from the outset. I shall ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Nagato, at the break of dawn, the first light pierces through the clouds. As long as our generation breathes, we shall not permit those aristocratic overlords to enslave the common folk. Yahiko, you are a cloud basking in sunlight, while I am the murky water beneath the soil, evaporating to shield you. The fervent ideology spread throughout the 5 great nations. Uchiha Itachi remarked, "On that day, not a single clan member was willing to follow me." It is widely acknowledged that 2 predominant philosophies prevail in the shinobi world, the ideology of Yahiko and that of Madara. Have you encountered the wise Juzo of the Uchiha clan? Itachi had the fortune of meeting him on the day he first arrived at Akatsuki Hidden Village. Chapter 1. Nagato's mother's second uncle. The sunlight gleams brightly. The rooster crows thrice. An endless expanse of land stretches before the eye, bustling with industrious men, and beneath the gaze of the clouds, the lower-ranking shinobi toil in the rice fields, rolling up their pant legs. The flames of the Second Shinobi World War seem not to have reached this place. The villagers and shinobi are united in purpose, each face radiating the hopeful anticipation of a brighter tomorrow. Labor is most honorable, and the village chief has penned an exquisite song. The taste of sama fish, the cat wishes to understand it with you. Amidst the fields, a delightful little girl with purplish-blue hair hums a tune, carrying snacks to visit someone. The busy villagers, upon seeing her, quickly gesture in a direction, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles. At this hour each day, Kona makes her way to visit Chief Yahiko, undeterred by rain or shine. "Yahiko, I have come to see you." A young boy with orange hair, dust smudged on his face, is sweating profusely in the fields. Upon hearing her voice, he looks up. "Why have you come? Did I not say to wait for me at the cafeteria?" Yahiko immediately sets aside his sickle and rushes over. "Yes, yes," Conan replies, a hint of exasperation mingled with affection. "Today, the cafeteria serves your favorite sweet and sour ribs." She raises the lunchbox and smiles gently at Yahiko. "The cafeteria has meat today. Is life truly so generous?" Yahiko's eyes sparkle as he quietly swallows, clearly having gone a long time without meat. A quick calculation reveals. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of my arrival in the Naruto world. 3 years ago, I opened my eyes to find Conan crying. While I had become Yahiko, the one who bore the face of a protagonist yet met his end with a mere kunai. It turns out my predecessor was so famished that while attempting to borrow fish, he was caught and severely beaten, leading to my soul's transmigration. Still nursing his wounds, he had helplessly relied on Conan's support for several days. True to the original storyline, he and Conan discovered Nagato, who had fainted from hunger while accompanied by a dog. The 3 of them, along with the dog, sought out Jiraiya and successfully became his apprentices. Just a year ago, my system was activated, the nation-building and village-strengthening system. The stronger the village, the stronger I, Yahiko, will become. The system will enhance my physical talents to a certain extent based on the overall strength of the ninjas in the village. For instance, should an ordinary Uchiha join the village, I would acquire a 1 probability of awakening a Sharingan. If a Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha were to join, the probability would be 100 for awakening a Sharingan. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, when multiplied, it becomes formidable, allowing me, Yahiko, to ascend to the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. Mother need not worry about me being pierced by kunai any longer. Thus, I bid farewell to Conan and Nagato and established a village at the confluence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Rain, and the Land of Grass. The village was named Akatsuki Hidden Village, symbolizing the dawn breaking and bringing hope and peace to the shinobi world. While the village has been established, I soon realized my haste was ill-advised. Being the leader of a village is no simple task. We lack funds, manpower, and knowledge. Indeed, we lack everything. However, overall, life remains relatively stable. Even with the Second Shinobi World War reaching its climax, with flames raging and chaos reigning, our fragile Akatsuki Hidden Village has yet to be discovered. Perhaps some benevolent observer, recognizing Nagato's eyes, has shielded us from harm? After a year of steady development, we have welcomed numerous homeless refugees. We have amassed a fixed population of over 700, including 17 lower-ranked ninjas and 4 middle-ranked ones. Additionally, both Nagato and I possess combat abilities equivalent to Jonin, despite our tender age of 10. We can fend off some wandering samurai and rogue ninjas without issue. However, even the neighboring and fragmented grass-hidden village could easily erase Akatsuki hidden village from existence should they desire. Conan gently brushed away the furrow in Yahiko's brow and admonished, "Do not let your thoughts wander while eating. By the way, Nagato has returned. He even found his mother's second uncle outside." Conan opened the lunchbox, revealing the delectable sweet and sour ribs and rib soup within. The portion is meager, barely sufficient for one. Alas, Akatsuki hidden village is impoverished. During harvest season, even the village chief must lead by example. Nagato still has relatives alive. Indeed, during the fall of the land of whirlpools, Nagato's mother became separated while fleeing to the hidden rain village. According to his mother's second uncle, the refugees from a land of whirlpools were deceived by the hidden grass village. Yahiko took a few bites, exchanged greetings with the villagers collecting crops, and then departed. With the village newly established, there is an abundance of tasks to attend to. Like a gentle wife, Conan tidied up the remnants and followed Yahiko away. The men in the fields, upon witnessing this, could only lament their inability to share Yahiko's burdens. At present, the third generation of Wind Shadows still thrives, and Luo Sha has temporarily refrained from seeking fortune in the desert. In the eyes of the villagers, the 10-year-old Yahiko is regarded as a paragon of diligence within the ninja world. With unwavering determination, he personally recruits refugees, cultivates the land, and constructs irrigation systems. Each of these accomplishments attests to his unparalleled prowess that surpasses the leaders of the 5 great villages, akin to the legendary figures of the neighboring realms. Alas, the village of Akatsuki lacks the profound foundation of the 5 great nations, rendering its circumstances rather dire. You all carry on. It seems I too must attend a meeting. Yaobi, let us go together. Do hurry along, lest you delay the matters of village Chief Yahiko. At that moment, several lower-ranking ninjas bid farewell to the villagers, setting off to attend the village meeting. In Akarigakure, only the elite jonin are entitled to partake in village meetings. However, in Akatsuki, the humble and open-minded Yahiko proclaims that regardless of who you are, if you possess strategy and courage, you are welcome to join. Within the earthen-walled conference room, Yahiko cleanses his body with water release techniques and dries himself with wind release before hastily making his way with Conan. At that moment, another prominent figure of Akatsuki, Nagato, awaited in the conference room alongside an elderly man with red hair. Having spent considerable time executing covert missions, Nagato's formerly fair complexion had now tanned to a wheat-like hue. He occupied the deputy position and greeted Yahiko with a smile and a nod as he entered towards the main seat. Observing this, Yahiko felt a surge of joy. What should one do when their village is deprived of talent? Steal, oh, rather borrow. Just days prior, Yahiko had instructed Nagato to venture out in his capacity as the newly appointed leader of the Uzumaki clan to recruit individuals. Following the Second Great Ninja War, the land of whirlpools was besieged by nations wary of its formidable sealing techniques, leading to its downfall and the scattering of its people. Could the population of the Uzumaki clan, capable of establishing a nation, truly dwindle? Although it remained unclear why Konoha had only brought back Kushina, Nagato's slightly upturned lips indicated a good mood, suggesting he had uncovered several surviving clansmen during his travels. May I inquire who you are? Please do not hesitate. Take a seat and share your thoughts. Yahiko gestured for the elderly man behind Nagato to sit down. The old gentleman appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. My word, one must wonder what treasures lie within. Lord Yahiko. The elderly man behind Nagato spoke with some reserve, uncertain of the character of this 10-year-old village chief of Akatsuki. However, on the way, he had heard Nagato praise Yahiko's remarkable qualities. I share a bed with Nagato. We are his brothers. You may simply refer to me as Yahiko. Yahiko offered a warm smile to the elder of the Uzumaki clan. His humble demeanor and graciousness eased the elder's initial anxiety. He had been brought from Akatsuki by Nagato. There, the Uzumaki clan had endured immense humiliation. Many members of the Uzumaki clan possess unique physical traits. A mere bite from one of their kin can heal external and internal injuries. In the past, Akatsuki summoned them at will, treating them as mere tools, and they had no choice but to endure their subjugation. Now, they were subjected to even harsher exploitation. Even the slightest injury required them to offer a bite for healing. They were entirely disregarded as human beings, with no consideration for the substantial life force consumed in the process. As Yahiko's heartfelt sincerity resonated, tears welled in the murky eyes of the elder from the Uzumaki clan. Although Yahiko merely offered a simple smile, it was as if the elder, who had not encountered kindness from outsiders since the annihilation of his clan, beheld an angel. I am the old man Uzumaki Joshien. Chapter 2 Shoin Village is a place where faith dwells in the hearts of all its inhabitants. That scoundrel, Chowamang, is a beast, indeed, a vile creature. For the next half an hour, Elder Xianyuan poured forth an unending stream of grievances. The assembly in the conference room clenched their jaws in silent fury. How dare that diminutive Chowin village act with such audacity? Xiaonan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, tugged at Mihiko's sleeve emotionally. Mihiko nodded solemnly, pondering. Hashirama, look at what you have chosen to protect. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a fierce intensity in the village chief's gaze. After so many days, this was the first time he saw the chief so unraveled. The last time had been during the famine crisis. Mihiko's lips twitched slightly. Let them have it, chief, he urged. The clansmen supporting Nagato are suffering terribly outside. We can no longer stand by idly. Those cowards in Konoha should relinquish the Hokage position for you to occupy. Mihiko shot a pained glance at the speaker, gathering the ninjas of the village. Although the total number of ninjas in the village barely reached 30, he managed to summon a spirit more potent than Sarutobi Hiruzen's when he declared war on the Rain Village. If we do not avenge our brothers, what value is there in a village that stretches for thousands of miles? Laughter erupted from the audience, as if the small Chowin village were nothing of consequence. Mihiko, the village chief, had once proclaimed his aspiration to bring hope to the entire ninja world. If you fear death, and I too fear death, what hope remains for this ninja world? They believed that even if they fell, as long as their deeds were remembered, countless souls akin to theirs would rise again. Each time they recalled Mihiko's heartfelt words shared around the campfire, tears of inspiration would brim in their eyes. Despite Mihiko having withheld their salaries and military funds for a year, they willingly toiled toward the ideal of a world where all are equal and at peace. Such is the power of belief. Nagato gazed intently at the assertive Mihiko, thinking, it is this very essence that compels me to submit to you. A mysterious smile crept upon his lips. Behind him, Elder Xianyuan was already in tears, driven to rally troops for vengeance based solely on Mihiko's impassioned words. Is this the romance that exists between men? Though the gathered individuals, aside from Mihiko and Nagato, were unlikely to match even the elder's strength, and several lacked chakra altogether. Xianyuan, weary of the world's disdain, did not view Mihiko's ambition as folly. Rather, he felt deeply moved. In this world, genuine affection resides, and true sentiment warms the heart. He vowed that as long as he, Xianyuan, drew breath, no harm would befall his chief or his fellow villagers. Chief, we Xianyuan long to discuss matters further. The combined might of over 1,000 ninjas from Chowin village should not be underestimated. Your determination is commendable. Yet, he found that the words of refusal weighed heavily upon his tongue. He wished for the chief to rescue their kin, but equally dreaded the thought of these naive youths sacrificing themselves for relatives they had never even met. His emotions were tumultuous. Nagato's kin are my kin. Mihiko's succinct words struck deep into Xuanyuan's soul. I understand, Xianyuan murmured, tears staining his garments as he made a significant decision. He would employ a technique known as the corpse demon seal. Should misfortune befall them, he would stake his life to take down 3 formidable foes. Subsequently, Nagato shared the intelligence he had gathered. During the First Ninja World War, Chowin village survived by selling information. If all were true, it would be one thing. However, the majority of what they sold was false, igniting the flames of war. They informed the 4 great nations that Senju Tobarama of Konoha only wielded water techniques, and that the Nine Tails was the weakest of the tailed beasts. With Senju Hashirama's demise, the alliance forged by Konoha, Iwagakure, and Amigakure, who had temporarily set aside their grievances, sought to annihilate the village. Now, the warlords of Chowin village had splintered into dozens of factions, each vying for control over a minuscule expanse of land. The members of the Uzumaki clan were imprisoned by a man named Chowamang, who commanded over 300 ninjas. Coincidentally, Elder Xianyuan had been away when he was apprehended, while a desperate Nagato returned with him. After much deliberation, Mihiko ultimately chose to fight. It was not that he was reckless. Rather, he possessed a certain confidence. Whose eyes does Nagato possess? The owner of those eyes still lives. Could he simply watch as he led Nagato to his doom and lose those precious eyes? Kemui Bridge lies within Chowin village, and the esteemed master resides beneath it. Chief, everyone is gathered. At that moment, a ninja reported that those assisting the villagers in rebuilding their homes had assembled outside. All right, everyone, let us launch our first battle. Mihiko cast a fervent gaze over the crowd. Xianyuan, grateful, glanced at Mihiko, and then sensed the presence of Shaolin Village's ninjas. What did he perceive? Including the blue-haired girl, there were only 23 ninjas in total. Wait, I have a plan. Xianyuan sighed, recognizing the youthful fervor of the young man before him, which he found hard to resent. Yet, lacking experience, he felt compelled to impart some wisdom. Xianyuan borrowed Mihiko's forehead protector from Shaolin Village. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the onlookers, he invoked his formidable transformation technique. With a resounding bang, an abstract leaf materialized upon the forehead protector. Mihiko paused, bewildered, questioning Xianyuan's reasoning for transforming the Konoha forehead protector. Oh, indeed. It seems age brings wisdom. Without waiting for Xianyuan to elaborate, Mihiko grasped the concept. Please, Grandfather Xianyuan, take your place. Clearing his throat, he continued, look at this photo. The man with hair nearly as golden as mine. Next to him a woman with red hair, right? Nagato and I cannot manage a transformation as convincing as yours, one that even the three-tomo Sharingan might struggle to discern. Is this Nanako? The youth, quick to learn, even extrapolated from the information. Chowamang's stronghold lay within a filthy refugee district, where the pale-faced members of the Uzumaki clan sat despondently against the walls. A small portion of them crouched on the ground, weeping silently. Their innocence had betrayed them when they had first listened to Chowamang's deceitful words. Both the land of grass and the land of whirlpools had established amicable relations, claiming kinship without distinction. They believed that as long as they could heal the injured in their village, proving their good intentions, they could join the community. Starving, they accepted the fragrant bread offered by Shaolin Village, trusting in its promise. Only after exhausting their strength did the scoundrel reveal his true colors, capturing the clan's elite for execution, leaving behind only the weak and frail as mere blood bags. The second elder had likely fallen victim to that scoundrel's treachery as well, lamented a gaunt elder of the Uzumaki clan, tears of regret streaming down his face. Cursed be it, just a few years ago, we were all part of the land of grass. Was it not merely a temporary division? How could they wield such cruelty? At that moment, a dirt-streaked jonin entered, accompanied by several chunin, clutching their wounds. One by one, they seized a disheartened Uzumaki clansman by the arm, biting into it with a savage glee before shaking off the discomfort. They forcefully dragged several others along, intent on feeding their injured comrades. The silence was palpable. These red-haired individuals treated as mere commodities. Among those taken were both men and women, all devoid of combat prowess. Even those who might have had strength were rendered powerless after enduring such inhumane torment. The elder who had wept moments ago bore an expression of defiance, thinking, oh, first Hokage, open your eyes and witness what you have chosen to protect. No, it's bad news. Konoha-s here. A flustered genin rushed in, disregarding his lowly status as he hurriedly swatted away the hand of the leading jonin that clutched the Uzumaki clansman's arm. The jonin shot him a fierce glare, growling. What do you think you're doing? Konoha has sent someone to demand the return of these individuals. What did you say? At this moment, at the front gate of the Grass Village stronghold, Minato, with tears streaming down Kushina's face, impatiently shook his leg. Behind him stood a line of over 20 individuals clad in Konoha's chunin vests, adorned with the village's forehead protectors. Their imposing presence suggested a readiness to trample the stronghold. The leader of the Grass Village, Asama, along with his subordinates, hurried over in response to the commotion. The two groups stood in a standoff, with Asama's numbers still overwhelming. Yet they were woefully outmatched in terms of the superior equipment wielded by the Konoha ninjas. Asama's underlings appeared utterly destitute, clad in coarse cloth that could scarcely withstand a few shurikens. Minato regarded the rugged man at the forefront with disdain, eyeing the lackeys beside him, who could easily be dispatched by a single strike from a skilled warrior like Wang, shouting, "Return my kin at once." Nagato exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Asama. This at once was a phrase taught to him by Yahiko, who claimed it was Kushina's catchphrase. How did Yahiko know that? Nagato pondered in confusion. To the onlookers, the young girl's flushed cheeks and sudden silence indicated she was simmering with rage. Chapter 3. Killing and Arson in Konoha, the village of healing and salvation, the Akatsuki hideout. Asama feigned ignorance, perplexedly asking, "Little girl, how could your kin possibly be in our grass village?" "Enough of your nonsense. Do you think you can speak to me like this? I am Namake's Minato. If you wish to avoid conflict with Konoha, I suggest you release them immediately. Just so you know, the request to retrieve the Uzumaki clan members comes from Lord Shimura Danzo." Minato nonchalantly tapped his ear with his pinky while grabbing a handful of his blonde hair, staring down Asama with an air of superiority. Beside him, Kushina was so embarrassed she could practically dig a hole to hide in. Nagato swore that he would never again pretend to be in a relationship with Yahiko. Conan had originally intended to play the role of Kushina, but was relieved she hadn't, feeling fortunate now. Minato, transformed almost to perfection by the Uzumaki clan's transformation technique, bore no trace of flaw that could be detected by Yahiko. He was truly in his element. With a group of Akatsuki ninjas similarly prepared, how dare this insignificant grass village imprison our ally from Konoha? You scoundrel, do you wish to perish? The atmosphere was charged, and the Konoha ninjas' reputation bolstered their confidence. The effect was palpable. Asama was genuinely intimidated. Yahiko privately resolved that in the future, Konoha would be a place of destruction and chaos, while the grass village would be a haven for healing and salvation. Aside from Nagato and Conan, who was hiding in the back of the group, the others bared their teeth like a pack of feral beasts. What a remarkable village Konoha is. Uzumaki's demeanor was one of satisfaction. As expected of his leadership, he was quick to assert dominance. Look, the leader and his lackeys are too frightened to speak. Asama's mouth twitched. You Konoha are indeed impressive. Is this how you speak to me? By the way, who sent you? The Dark Ninja. Shimura Danzo. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Let us talk this over calmly. I am quite close with your esteemed Lord Hiruzen. Our grass village and Konoha have been good brothers for many years. Asama said with a face full of flattery, though internally he was deeply troubled. He had no doubt that should he refuse this time, the next visit might be from Danzo himself. The grass village was in disarray, and Danzo might be seeking an excuse to attack, sending this brash little blonde to demand their return. If in a fit of rage he chased away this little blonde without returning the Uzumaki clan members, it would be a testament to the ruthless nature of Konoha's Dark Ninja. However, Asama was no fool. He quickly discerned the enemy's scheme and would not fall into their trap. Submission was necessary. Speaking of Hiruzen, that man had previously demanded he gather information on bloodline limits, and was currently conducting human experiments here. Very well, I will summon Lord Hiruzen for a discussion. Asama murmured to his trusted aide. Just as the aide departed, another perceptive subordinate returned with remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Observing the Konoha ninjas, the Uzumaki people exhibited a range of expressions, some numb, others hostile, and some bewildered. Why? In the past, we fought against the Uchiha, and we Uzumaki contributed greatly. It was only upon noticing the elder Uzumaki standing there with a smile that a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. The gathered Uzumaki were unaware of the exchange between Asama and his aide, their hearts aching as they gazed at their ragged kin. Yahiko and Nagato still held hands, and Nagato choked out, I may not know my kin well, but we share the same blood. If it weren't for Yahiko saving me back then, would I be like these people? Immersed in this realization, Nagato found himself more reliant on Yahiko. Sigh, Yahiko sighed softly, patting Nagato's hand in a gesture of comfort. At the back of the group, Conan was oblivious to Yahiko's thoughts, sulking with puffed cheeks, as from her perspective, Nagato was Kushina, and their intimate display was simply intolerable. Uzumaki watched the two with a maternal smile, pleased to see the Uzumaki clan's legacy continue. Wait a moment. Isn't Nagato a boy? Uzumaki gazed at the two whispering together with a complex expression. Asama was oblivious to the love and hate unfolding before him, placing his hopes on Hiruzen's influence. The unification of the grass village was within reach. He did not wish to provide Danzo with a righteous pretext for an invasion. Currently, Uzumaki had gathered his clan, and in his nervousness, wished to depart swiftly. However, Asama refused to let them leave. Do you wish for war? Yahiko shouted in fury. Do you want to die, you scoundrel? Knowing it wasn't his face at stake, Nagato's facade crumbled. No, Lord Minato, wait, just wait. Asama feigned a smile, but inwardly he seethed with frustration. He deeply despised Minato. Are we still acting? This despicable man. Truly, Danzo's intent to destroy me knows no bounds. Just wait. Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo. He bore a demeanor that belied his position as a significant lord of the grass village, appearing more like a sycophant. Were it not for Kushina being beside Yahiko, he might have willingly offered her up on a silver platter. In a weak nation struggling to survive, such was the extent of their moral compromise. After a prolonged silence, Yahiko finally grew impatient, and Asama's envoy for negotiation arrived. Hiruzen, draped in a flowing white robe with silver hair tied back, unfortunately, was a man. He had developed a technique known as Oniyara, capable of merging with both beast and bloodline limits. With a hand in the realm of In release, he could absorb chakra from ninjutsu. What is going on? Hiruzen, brought by his aide, was displeased to have his experiment interrupted. However, without Asama's explanation, he narrowed his eyes. Namikaze and the Jinchuriki. Yahiko echoed the sentiment. Grass is a type of plant. The counterfeit Konoha had encountered the true mainstay of the village, and the two sides were momentarily lost in confusion. Hiruzen's actions had drawn the ire of Danzo. Would Konoha dare to publicize such matters? Moreover, he was known for his discretion. Asama, oblivious to the underlying tension, chuckled nervously. Ah, Lord Minato, what a coincidence. Lord Hiruzen is here as well. We are all part of Konoha, so why not sit down for a chat and enjoy the unique scenery of our grass village? Nagato, Konan, and the rest were left speechless. Those familiar with the situation knew that if Hiruzen was cautious enough, their discussion could expose them. They exchanged solemn glances. What should they do? Flee. Given the speed of our group, it's one thing to intimidate, but how can we possibly escape? The subordinates of Chao Mang, attracted by the commotion, have already gathered in numbers. As long as we can hold them off, the 200 troops stationed in the camp will be able to rush to our aid at the sound of battle. If we're not careful, the other factions of grass ninjas might unite against us, enraged by the intrusion. We could be facing thousands of grass ninjas, and with our current state of the weak and the wounded, it's a dire situation. Vortex Yuanjuan observed his clan members and the naive children accompanying him with a sense of resignation. So be it. The unknown figures already discerned that this was the reanimation jutsu. As long as he could take Chao Mang and Bailuhu away amidst the chaos, Yahiko would surely lead everyone to safety. Watergate. Ah, Yahiko, I entrust the others to you. Chapter 4. 500,000 Ryo. This is truly all I possess. Yet, there are those faster than him. With a snap of his thumb, Yahiko produced a crisp sound akin to biting into an apple. Blood smeared across his palm as he began forming hand seals. As long as he could prove his allegiance, all would be well. The summoning technique. Bang. Oh, is that Yahiko, Watergate's little brother? What brings you here? Before the frog's image could be discerned, a cheeky voice echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the familiar voice, Bailuhu took flight, knowing that the Jinchuriki and Gamabunta were there to end him. The grass ninja Mang, witnessing the sudden burst of speed, was left utterly bewildered. At that moment, as the smoke cleared, an enormous red frog, imposing like a mountain, appeared before them, smoking a pipe. Its bulging eyes surveyed the scene, fully aware of the circumstances. After a puff, before Yahiko could speak, it leapt high, raising a massive hand that crashed down with the force of a gale onto the fleeing Bailu. Knowing this was a friend of Jiraiya, Gamabunta held back slightly. When he lifted his hand, only Bailuhu remained unconscious, sprawled on the ground in a position reminiscent of the infamous Yamucha, barely clinging to life. Gamabunta said little, exhaling a smoke ring, and gave Watergate a casual thumbs up. Bang! Another puff of smoke, and Gamabunta vanished from sight, likely hurrying home for a meal. I am Chao Mang. I find myself utterly helpless and terrified. Today, a group from Konoha arrived, led by a little blonde who summoned a terrifying giant frog. Though I had heard of the formidable reputation of those frogs from Mayaboka Mountain in the battlefield of Akatsuki, I still underestimated their temperament and strength. When they get serious, they don't even spare their allies. I know Bailuhu's prowess, and yet he was knocked out with a single blow. Certainly, there may have been circumstances leading to Bailuhu's failure to resist. However, that red-haired old ghost is even more frightening. Upon forming a few seals, I thought I saw the Grim Reaper coming to claim me. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion. Watergate, here is 500,000 Ryo. Please convey my apologies to the Vortex clan brothers and Lord Danzo. While Yahiko was busy with Vortex Yuanjuan and several sealing technique practitioners from the clan to bolster Bailu, Chao Mang feared that his subordinates might also fall victim to the giant frog. After much contemplation, he made an unprecedented decision against his ancestors' will. Today, Chao Mang has forsaken his dignity and honor. He retrieved funds from the treasury, bowed low, and presented 500,000 Ryo to Yahiko. Yahiko scratched his head, momentarily forgetting to respond as he realized that apart from the Vortex clan, he had unexpectedly gained something valuable this time. Seeing that the little blonde seemed displeased, Mang sighed and added another 500,000 Ryo. Again, Yahiko did not respond, as the Vortex clansmen had erupted in gold. An elder Yuanjuan quietly explained to the clansmen that their saviors were from Akatsuki, not Konoha. Although Chao Mang smiled throughout, now devoid of any shred of dignity. It was Yahiko's wisdom that allowed him to navigate this. Anyone else showing cowardice would have been immediately exposed. Gamabunta's summoning, if it were one of their own from the Vortex clan, would not have been a big deal. However, upon witnessing Yahiko's summoning, he felt his legs weaken. This was a life-or-death gamble. The simple-minded Vortex clansman, upon hearing this, felt a sense of loyalty rekindle. Abandoned by Konoha and left without kin, they felt a deep sense of gratitude towards someone who had braved the dangers to rescue them from their plight. How could they not be moved? The smile on Nanako's face was one of pure happiness. It seemed that Yahiko had taken excellent care of her. Now, the Vortex clansmen were overcome with excitement, eagerly shipping Yahiko and Nagato as a couple. The Vortex clan has joined the village, strengthening the host's physique. The system prompt flashed briefly. Yahiko calculated that the loyal Vortex clansman had brought him at least 10 cards worth of chakra. Could he unleash 44 Reikins in a single day? Sob sob. He was no longer an ordinary person. From now on, ordinary people would have to fend for themselves. He might not know Raichin, but he had developed the Rasengan before Watergate. First, he would practice it in his hand. Chao Meng watched Yahiko roll a cool breeze-inducing blue orb in his palm, instinctively swallowing. I'll add another 500,000. Seeing Yahiko still playing with the orb, Amang steeled his resolve. 5 million. This is truly all I have. On their way back, Yahiko continued to smile joyfully as he walked, rolling the orb in his hand, reveling in the immense chakra flowing through him. Like a simpleton from a wealthy family. In the group, Nagato had resumed his usual demeanor, shaking his head helplessly at Yahiko. He noticed Yahiko's chakra was surging significantly. Perhaps it had nearly reached 2/3 of his own chakra capacity. Nagato, I'll be able to protect you better now, as well as Conan. Yahiko beamed at Nagato, who nodded earnestly. Then, Yahiko turned to Conan, who wore a complex expression. Conan, what's wrong? Yahiko inquired, puzzled. You and Nagato. Conan hesitated, shaking her head. It's nothing. Yahiko and Nagato had been together since childhood. Though Nagato was currently lying beside Yahiko, they were still young and unaware of romantic feelings. In a few years, things would be different. The precocious Conan smiled at this thought, realizing that she had been caught up in her own inner turmoil for no reason. The group returned to the village. The head of the dining hall and etiquette officer, Uncle Jin, was already waiting at the village gate, adorned with a red banner reading, "Welcome the Vortex clan to the big family of Akatsuki." Yahiko had long criticized such ostentatious displays and formalism, even though he had initially led the welcome for the refugees. However, seeing the Vortex clansmen, each shedding tears as if they had found a home, he wondered if Uncle Jin deserved a raise. The village entrance was filled with villagers coming to witness the event. The adults greeted the bewildered newcomers with warm smiles, while the children eyed the unfamiliar red-haired strangers with curiosity. Unlike Kushina, who had nearly been driven to seclusion due to her stunning red locks. The village children hailed from all corners of the world, completely unaware of the concept of exclusion. Your hair is just like Uncle Nagato's, exclaimed Uncle Jen's daughter, who had found a young boy from the Vortex clan. Nagato, upon hearing this, was nearly pushed to the brink of evolution in his Rinnegan. He was only 10 years old. 10. Wasn't he that just the age of becoming more introverted? Conan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. What are you getting upset about with a child? Put away your kunai. Yahiko patted Nagato on the shoulder. The young Vortex boy, a little shy, hesitated to respond. Why aren't you talking to him? You silly, he's just trying to talk to you. This was a child enamored with Uncle Jen's daughter. Small. I apologize. He.S. my friend. He.S. a good person. Would you like some candy? This is the milk candy made by Brother Yahiko for Sister Conan. A delicacy unique to our village. Baka, why don't you take it? Ijing, I want to have some too. Thank you, thank you. Yahiko, unable to bear the familiar feeling, glanced away. I wonder how Kenji is faring. Is he currently under the watchful eye of Lord Obito? Meanwhile, in another village. Idiot Kakashi. Rin is talking to you. Rin, don't pay attention to that masked, aloof lecher. Let us go? What did you say? Ah, Toby, are you conversing with me? A mere genin of Konoha? A certain bespectacled boy and a certain white-haired boy clashed once more. In the dining hall, the members of the Uzumaki clan were all hungry. Lunchtime was moved half an hour earlier. Following the guidelines, the Uzumaki clan lined up modestly at the window to receive their meals. Does the village chief eat the same as we do? They glanced into Yahiko's bowl, which contained the same stewed cabbage and vermicelli, no special treatment at all. Is this what Nagato meant about equality for everyone in the Akatsuki village? It was all grown by villagers themselves. Everyone eats. Yahiko stood up and called out, "Eat up, everyone." What should have been an ordinary dish of stewed cabbage and vermicelli made them feel as though they were indulging in a feast fit for royalty. Fufufu. As they ate, tears involuntarily fell into their bowls. The village chief's kindness was a debt that could not be repaid. Chapter 5. The Century Plan of the Village. Days later, the Uzumaki clan officially joined the Akatsuki hidden village, contributing a substantial amount of sealing techniques. Moreover, the clan's elders possessed a secret technique to locate their kin, successfully finding many of their members who had been hiding. With Nagato, there were now 67 members, settled on the western side of the village. Nagato was appointed as the clan leader, while the elder, Jiyuan, became the Grand Elder. The Akatsuki hidden village, not being exclusive, coexisted harmoniously with the Uzumaki clan. Even during formal village meetings, the Uzumaki clan could send representatives such as Nagato and Jiyuan. I wonder if the neighboring Uchiha would feel envious upon witnessing this. In another small conference room, high-level meeting room. Here, decisions were made regarding the policies of the Akatsuki village, and the discussions were confidential, attended only by the upper echelons. Yahiko sat at the head of the table, lazily resting his chin on his hand, observing the clamor around him. He mused inwardly, if you are a solid wall, how could the bench beneath me remain stable? Let them argue. It would be best if they ended up in a brawl. The above thoughts were purely Yahiko's idle musings. Born from boredom, yawning, he found the simple meeting filled with such tumult that it resembled a brewing storm. He truly did not understand. Foolish mortals, do not conspire with me. Damn it, Jiyuan, don't think that because of your age, I, Yuenji, am afraid of you. I have tasted more salt than you have walked roads. Enough with the noise. I have something to say. Even Nagato, who usually refrained from speaking, took the floor. Finally, Yahiko, incensed by the cacophony, banged the table, exclaiming, "What a mess! Do you all treat this place like a marketplace? What kind of behavior is this? Clear your minds before entering the meeting room." He glared at them. "I dare not. Village chief, we were wrong." The above was also a figment of Yahiko's imagination. In reality, when Yahiko slammed the table, everyone stared at him in confusion, as if to ask, "Who are you, and what do you want? Damn it, I am the village chief. Do you dare challenge me? Are you itching for a beating?" However, at that moment, when everyone glared at him, Yahiko seemed to see the red-haired old ghost of the corpse demon seal, the red-haired boy with the Rinnegan glaring fiercely. The demon who would add a hefty amount of dried chili to sweet and sour ribs, and the squinting figure intent on squeezing him dry. Cough, cough, that cannot be insulted. In any case, the adversaries were formidable. None were individuals that this old village chief could provoke. Perhaps we should hold this meeting another time? You all draft a proposal, and I will review it diligently. I assure you, I will do my utmost to satisfy each of your suggestions. Following that, silence fell over the meeting room, leaving only the sound of scribbling. After everyone dispersed, Yahiko gazed at the proposals on the table, helplessly pinching the bridge of his nose. The village was in dire need of funds. The 5 million ryo given by Asuma and what little remained in the treasury were hardly sufficient for the famished Akatsuki hidden village. Merely establishing homes for the Uzumaki clan and the newly recruited refugees had already consumed half of the budget. His subordinates had their military salaries delayed for a year. Yet they were generous enough to express that they were not in a hurry, urging him to spend money on developing the village. However, Yahiko felt embarrassed and flushed. He truly wished he could bind Orochimaru and have him cultivate a few Yamato to engage in real estate. Yahiko picked up a proposal with crooked handwriting. "Uncle Yuan, I request the village to allocate funds to improve the meals for the ninjas and workers." Yahiko felt a surge of interest. If they eat well, they can perform better, right? He was tempted to discard the other proposals, but decided to read on. Uzumaki Jiyuan, a century plan. Whether a village is strong depends on its children. Children, if you Haven T faced the destruction of your nation, the depths of the treasury are unfathomable. You cannot grasp it. Yahiko directly ignored the lengthy sermon from Elder Jiyuan and focused on the proposal. Building schools for the children to receive education. The elder's foresight resonated with his own beliefs. He naturally understood the principle that a nation's wisdom is reflected in its youth. Yahiko's interest was piqued. He had been attentive earlier. Yet it turned out that amidst all the arguing, there were indeed valuable insights. Oh, Nagato's proposal was also commendable, spending money on international publicity to raise the village's profile, thereby attracting employers to issue missions. Unexpectedly, the Nagato who quietly developed in the Rain Village in the original story suggested that they step out into the world. Flipping through the proposals, the subsequent suggestions dazzled him. Some recommendations, though naive, were still noteworthy. Finally, the last one read, "I believe that the village needs to acquire a large quantity of explosive tags. The power of governance lies within the explosive tags. Yahiko, do you remember? This is what you told me when you were telling stories at the age of 7. Despite the gentle and soft handwriting, Yahiko felt a chill run down his spine after merely glancing at it, and cold sweat broke out. Surely, he must have misread it. Fire release. Well then, let us take a closer look. Where did Conan's proposal go? Why can't I find it? After several meetings, the Akatsuki hidden village ultimately decided on several significant matters. Schools must be built. The dining hall's food must be improved. Every suggestion raised during that meeting was agreed upon by Yahiko, provided he had seen it. Moreover, He even refined some of the more immature ideas. The result was a budget that severely exceeded expectations. With a slight misstep, the great ship of the Akatsuki hidden village could sink into oblivion in an instant. Yahiko surveyed the meeting room, noting the expectant faces of everyone except for the sullen Conan. As for the financial matters, I shall find a way. In the flickering candlelight of his study, Yahiko locked the door, preventing anyone from entering. On the papers scattered across the table, the title of a book was faintly visible, Nangetsuan. This is an epic work depicting the decades-long transformation of the Uchiha clan. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan engaged in relentless struggles over the patriarchal position of Nangetsuan. The opening line reads, Uchiha Tatsumi, who later took pride in having married 7 women. She cried out not in pain, but in obsession. The first chapter was already controversial. This was also the reason Yahiko locked the door. Of course, this book was not merely a work of sensationalism. The original White Deer Plain had won the 4th Maudun Literature Prize in his previous life. Through meticulous emotional portrayals and a unique narrative style, it expressed profound reflections on human nature, surpassing Jiraiya Sensei's superficial, exaggerated novels that focused solely on sensationalism by a considerable margin. The plot had also undergone substantial alterations, with additional content woven in by Yahiko. Ahem. It seems that I must maintain a distance from the Uchiha clan in the future. Wait, this book is authored by Pain. What does it have to do with Yahiko? Pain, Yahiko's pen name. The fans may also refer to him as Super Brother in the future. Yahiko has even envisioned the charming interactions he will have with his readers down the line. This illustrates just how astute this gentleman is, and how deeply he cherishes his fans. The earnings from a single book are surely insufficient, thus a second volume is in order. Yahiko intends to penetrate the market with 2 books. If these 2 tomes generate ample revenue, a third and even a 4th may follow. An unceasing stream of updates. Never a day off. This is Yahiko's ninja way. Chapter 6, The Refugee District. 3 days later, within the Land of Fire, 2 books have suddenly ignited interest. One is titled Nangetsuan, and the other, The Female Lower Ninja by Jia. According to whispers from the most prominent bookseller on Short Book Street, both works originate from the same author. The writer is a young lad with tousled blonde hair, whose smile radiates warmth akin to that of a small sun. It is said that his inspiration for writing stems from his revered mentor. Truly, a prodigy in his youth. The news of these books spread through Konoha, causing throngs of people to flock to bookstores and street corners, all in pursuit of these volumes. In a world where culture is scarce and entertainment is rather limited within the ninja realm, a book that delves into the internal machinations of the esteemed Uchiha clan, while also unraveling the mysteries of human origins, is sure to tantalize the appetites of these bloodthirsty ninjas. Outside a bookstore, the author, Pain, a man with white hair and peculiar paint adorning the corners of his eyes, leaned against the wall, having finished reading Nangetsuan. He couldn't recall the intricate power struggles of the Uchiha clan, but distinctly remembered the humor. Well written, albeit slow. What the hell? Is this a plot to snatch away my business? Jiraiya, having completed the read, clenched his teeth in frustration. His own work, an account of perseverance inspired by Nagato, had garnered only a lukewarm response. He had been contemplating writing a book that would pique the interest of those old perverts, hoping to earn a tidy sum. Yet, here appeared a novel that utterly eclipsed his ideas and writing style. He still had another book, The Female Lower Ninja by Jia. With a critical heart, Jiraiya disdainfully opened this volume. Shikamaru was a notorious lecher, previously serving as the director at the Ninja Academy. Gasp. Upon reading, he was utterly captivated, even more so than with Nangetsuan. If only he could meet this super brother, to nudge him for a manuscript, to share a conversation, Jiraiya would have no regrets. Ultimately, feeling unsatisfied after finishing, Jiraiya resolutely penned a farewell letter to his 3 disciples in Konoha before embarking on a quest to find Super Brother. As for the Super Brother Jiraiya mentioned, he managed to sell books across the 5 great nations, and his initial royalty amounted to over 1 million ryo. After negotiating with the merchants, Yahiko converted the entire sum into grain and a batch of construction materials. Mr. Minato, you are a true genius, several booksellers exclaimed, shaking Minato's hand enthusiastically. Please, don't call me Mr. Minato. If you like me, call me Super Brother. Yahiko feared that one day, his senior, Minato, might choke him for this. After concluding the transaction, he and Conan ventured to the Land of Rain to gather refugees. While Nagato had other plans in the Land of Lightning, this land, ravaged by years of warfare, lay in tatters. The villagers resembled the living dead, their faces devoid of color. Yahiko and Conan returned to their quaint little house, now overgrown with weeds. a place they had inhabited after becoming Jiraiya's disciples in the land of Rain. Here, the four of them, alongside a dog, had once shared joyous times. The pair flipped the white sign, adorned with frogs and inscribed with Yahiko and Konan's names, to reveal its red backside. The red side indicated their presence at home, while the original frog side meant they were out on an errand, soon to return. As the gentle rain fell outside, the weary duo felt a pang of hunger and began preparing a meal in the kitchen. Occasionally, Konan would use a small spoon to scoop up the egg custard that Yahiko had prepared, garnished with green onions, and take a bite, closing her eyes in bliss. Why does even a simple egg taste so exquisite when prepared by Yahiko? During her growth, she thought she would indulge a bit more in such delightful fare. In the kitchen stood a small table where Yahiko served the cooked dishes, encouraging Konan to eat her fill. Truth be told, Yahiko would rather go without than deprive Konan of the nourishment she needed to make up for the years of deprivation during their wanderings. As Konan ate, Yahiko gazed at her tenderly from across the table. She was still the adorable child she used to be. However, the grown-up Konan, dressed in a swimsuit or a cheongsam, was rather unsettling. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed. Konan paused with her chopsticks, her cheeks slightly flushed. Why was Yahiko swallowing? Had he finally come to his senses? At that moment, Yahiko too was bewildered. It was Konan eating, and he was not the one swallowing. So, noticing Yahiko's expression, Konan, disregarding her annoyance, exchanged a serious glance with him, quickly forming hand seals. No, Yahiko closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, signaling Konan to hold on. He rose to open the kitchen window, peering out to scan the area. Finally, his gaze settled on a group of children crouching on the ground, covering their mouths with fear in their eyes. Their big eyes met several small ones. We've been discovered. Is he going to kill us? Run. The children scampered away, wishing their parents had gifted them with a couple more legs. Konan approached Yahiko, raising an eyebrow with a playful expression, as if to say, "My dear Yahiko, the children are quite afraid of you." Yahiko watched the fleeing figures of the children, not wishing to say much. These little rascals were far too timid. Back when he snatched cookies from Orochimaru, he didn't flinch at all. Was he more fearsome than Orochimaru? Yahiko and Konan followed the muddy footprints, pursuing them. Moments later, they arrived at the refugee district. To be precise, this place bore no name. Hanzo had long since abandoned these people's fates, allowing them to fend for themselves. Once, the confident Rain Village had waged war against the 5 great nations. Just like a freshly graduated university student, Hanzo plunged headfirst into reality, quickly comprehending the harshness of life. Except for the Land of Iron, Rain Village had suffered relentless defeats in the war, never even catching a glimpse of their enemies. The domestic economy was in shambles. Before the Second War, Rain Village aspired to unify the ninja world, even minting their own currency. Now, their self-minted currency was rejected by other nations, leading to inflation. A single loaf of bread sold for an exorbitant 50,000 ryo, enough to consume 70 Asuma-sized meals. The land was deemed unworthy by the 5 great nations. The defeated Rain Village ultimately faced bankruptcy, wiping out their treasury. From then on, Hanzo, the salamander, shut himself away, deploying the most elite ninjas to the capital for his protection. Fearful that one day the 5 great nations would come to settle old scores. Detached from worldly affairs, it was colloquially known as a shattered heart. As long as his rule was not threatened, or some rogue ninja did not stir up trouble, Hanzo turned a blind eye to all external actions. Yahiko pondered whether he and Konan had been discovered by Hanzo's summoning beast, acting as a surveillance camera, upon their return to Rain Village. Since Hanzo disregarded these refugees, Yahiko felt compelled to give back to the elders and compatriots of his hometown. Traversing the dilapidated, rain-soaked encampment of refugees, the duo, clad in raincoats, arrived at an unplanned open space. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlooking refugees, they established a temporary shelter from the rain. Chapter 7. The Little Hashirama Yahiko. Beneath the plastic canopy, Konan summoned a large pot and some grain with a sealing scroll. Yahiko then ignited a fire and released water into the pot. The refugees quickly understood that these kind-hearted individuals intended to serve porridge, hastily spreading the word to their relatives and friends. Of course, there were also those who felt uneasy about Yahiko's use of water release, unable to eat. Yahiko found himself disinclined to concern himself with those individuals. His water release technique was purer than even the cleanest water, devoid of any bacteria. This group of arrogant onlookers, who were far too prideful to partake, soon dwindled, only to be replaced by another batch. The other predecessors among the time travelers seemed to believe that a charitable act required some form of offering. Yahiko, utilizing his chakra, dried a handful of sand and stones from the ground and directly sprinkled them into the pot. Conan, perplexed, chose not to inquire, trusting that Yahiko had his reasons. He stirred the porridge with a stick to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. Aren't you cooking porridge for us? Why are you adding dirt? Do you look down on us, seeking to humiliate us? I demand you start over. Yes, let that little girl make another pot. Within the ranks of the displaced, some inept individuals pointed and whispered at Yahiko and his companion. Meanwhile, those truly starving rolled their eyes at their antics and distanced themselves. You lot. Fine, fine. I shall prepare another pot for you. Upon hearing this commotion, Conan, in a fit of anger, unleashed her paper jutsu. A spear adorned with several explosive tags shot forth like lightning, swiftly embedding itself into the ground beneath the feet of the offenders. Just as they were about to flee, an explosive bang erupted, sending a cloud of earth and debris into the air. Earth style, earth wall. In an instant, Yahiko formed hand seals to create an earth wall devoid of any canine motifs, shielding all onlookers, including the troublemakers, from the shockwave. Conan, our village of Akatsuki prides itself on winning hearts through virtue. Yahiko cleared his throat and remarked. The previously boastful rascals were now pale-faced, utterly flustered and at a loss for what to do. Begone, and do not let me see you again. The group could only glimpse Yahiko's cold profile before they stumbled away, trembling. Water droplets fell at their feet, the source unknown, rain or something less savory. Yahiko, you are far too kind, too naive. Yet for some reason, Conan felt her heart race as she gazed at Yahiko's frosty visage. What is the philosophy of our Akatsuki? Yahiko tousled Conan's light blue hair with one hand while subtly forming seals with the other. Ashamed, Conan lowered her head, knowing that they would neither exploit the common folk nor resort to brutal slaughter. Suddenly, a loud bang startled her. She looked around, but nothing had occurred to Yahiko. Had she misheard? Yahiko remained so benevolent, yet she seemed to prefer the innocent and kind-hearted Yahiko over the merciless one. After all, what ill intentions could Yahiko possibly harbor? He shifted the conversation. Now, tell me, where did you acquire those explosive tags? I distinctly remember severing your means of obtaining them. The explosive tags are of my own making. Yes, indeed, I crafted them myself, Conan declared assertively, meeting Yahiko's gaze. Among the crowd, perhaps spurred by fear from Conan's explosive tags, another group departed. The remaining individuals, without a word of complaint, waited patiently, their bony hands resting on their empty stomachs. Eagerly anticipating their meal, they gazed at the pot of porridge mixed with sand and stones without disdain, for they understood the pain of hunger. Those brave enough to remain, undeterred by the threat of explosive tags, proved their mettle. These small details warmed her throughout the day, effortlessly filtering out the resilient and industrious from the crowd. Such individuals were precisely what Yahiko sought for the residents of Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, a young girl pondered where to procure explosive tags, feeling a chill run down her spine. By the way, who are you? Do we have any blondes in our group? Who am I? Remember this. The one who struck you is the Wave Country's Minato Namikaze. Konoha. Konoha dares to bully us, the defenseless citizens? Simultaneously, numerous blonde youths in the alleys of Akatsuki apprehended those who had harassed Conan earlier. It was true. Before the confrontation, the blonde youth had thrown a nail at each of them. They picked up the nails, their sharp heads turning towards the blonde. Yamabuka. Yamaro. A flurry of street fighting ensued, with the blonde youth pummeling the group into submission, leaving them with no escape. Returning to the makeshift shelter, the porridge distribution line had formed an extensive queue. Yahiko earned the nickname Little Hashirama, passed down by the village elders. It was said that years ago, a fearless individual from Takigakure had thrown a shuriken at the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, from 800 miles away. Senju Tobarama had been furious, ready to end him. Hashirama, however, chose mercy, teaching Tobarama to win hearts through virtue. Yahiko's actions today mirrored those of Hashirama in the past. Little Hashirama? Truthfully, I prefer my forebear Tobarama. Is there really anyone who wouldn't laugh at the concept of the impure world reincarnation? The kind-hearted god of shinobi, indeed, elicited a smile from Conan, her dimples appearing as her eyes sparkled with mirth, her tone teasing. It's but a hollow title. This act is not of my choosing. May the seas remain calm. Yahiko sighed, suddenly struck by a moment of blankness. The shadow clones returned, bringing with them those who were barely clinging to life and others searching the ground for lost teeth. Perhaps he was indeed quite kind. After distributing a full pot of porridge, Yahiko proposed to escort these displaced individuals back to the village, touched by their gratitude for his benevolence. All were willing to accompany Yahiko back to Akatsuki. This was the love-starved world of shinobi, where even a small act of kindness could elicit unwavering loyalty. Yahiko, ever the pragmatist, feared that the children of his village might also be swayed away. Schools had to be established. The best resources for teachers and students were imperative, and the ideology must stem from the advanced thoughts of his previous life. For several consecutive days, Yahiko and Conan traversed the land of rain, only deciding to return to the village once the food they had procured was nearly depleted. Those willing to follow them to Akatsuki had swelled to over 1,000. Yahiko accepted anyone who wished to join, regardless of age or gender. Concurrently, a young man claiming to be a chunin from Konoha, Minato Namake's brother, began making his presence felt in the lawless streets, leaving his mark throughout the land of rain. He even gathered a small following. The two boys, around 12 or 13 years old, had nearly attained chunin-level prowess. Interestingly, in the original story, these two seemed to be influenced by their own convictions. They knew better than to tread on Hanzo's territory. Though youth may have strength, Hanzo was far from senile. As Yahiko and his companions departed, Hanzo learned of the developments. His lips twitched slightly. Fine, I cannot support these people anyway. Take them if you wish. The least valued currency in the shinobi world was, after all, the common folk. 10 commoners could not compare to the productivity of a single genin. Chapter 8. Akatsuki welcomes you, opening the heavens for you. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, a loud bang echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open. The newcomer, his eyes bandaged, wore a grim expression. Sarutobi, what brings you here? He barked as he stepped inside, taking the offensive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed, tucked away a forbidden book into his drawer. Ah, you've arrived. Next time, remember to knock. Before Shimura Danzo entered, he cast a glance at the title. Nanhekwan? Even monkeys can appreciate it? I too find this book quite well written and realistic. My teacher once remarked that the Uchiha clan is inherently prone to infighting. He did not speak idly. It was Sensei Tobarama who said so. During the Warring States period, there existed a technique known as izanagi, which allowed one to forfeit an eye to alter reality. Relying on this ocular technique, the Uchiha clan gradually grew arrogant. Within the clan, everyone possessed such extraordinary abilities, leading to a lack of humility, resulting in internal conflict. The defeated would utilize izanagi to rewrite the reality of the victor, while the victor, upon being rewritten as the loser, would similarly revert it back. My teacher was right. The Uchiha clan is filled with wicked, scheming, and tyrannical beings. You too have read Nanhekwan. This book has been prohibited by the Uchiha clan, has it not? Danzo skillfully approached and opened the drawer of his desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing that Danzo was actually reading Nanhekwan, completely forgot to intervene. He also forgot that he had summoned Danzo because there was a certain Kusa Amang in the grass village who feared Danzo might target him and sought peace. Danzo picked up the first volume of Nanhekwan, revealing another book beneath it, The Umbu Captain and the Elder. Danzo wore a complex expression, while Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared quite embarrassed. How ironic, for his eldest daughter-in-law was indeed the Umbu Captain, and she was his eldest son's right hand. Nonsense. Who placed this book in my drawer? Who? It must have been Jiraiya. Danzo, you are well aware of my character. I am merely curious as to why the elite shinobi of our village have become infatuated with Brother Pain's works. Brother Pain? I have heard that only devoted fans would refer to Pain as Brother Pain. Wouldn't they? Be quiet, Danzo. Look at the mischief you've caused. What have you been up to in the land of grass? Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively changed the subject, puffing his cheeks and glaring as he threw forth Kusa Amang's peace letter. Danzo paused for a moment, pondering whether any of his actions were related. If they were, he could never admit it. He coldly replied, I have never sent anyone to the land of grass. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging, well done this time. It is sufficient to pressure the enemy into seeking peace. There is no need for total annihilation. That 5 million can serve as your foundational funding. 5 million? What 5 million? I truly do not have any. Enough. Let us proceed this way next time. Yahiko dares to claim that no one in the shinobi world values the common people more than he does. He firmly believes that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. At the village gate, Uncle Genji was still hosting the welcoming ceremony. This time, there were not only banners, but also music. The gates of Akatsuki village remain wide open, embracing you with open arms. Once embraced, you will find a connection and fall in love with this place. The vastness of the world is filled with friends. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Composed by Yahiko. The welcoming song of Akatsuki village echoed through the mouths of children. Leading the song was none other than Uncle Genji's daughter. Traditionally, children were gifted little white rabbit candies, and this time, the representative delivering the candies was little Kyo. This scene brought tears of joy to the weary souls. After so many years, they finally found the warmth of home again. The Uzumaki clan, deeply moved, wiped their eyes, not minding the muddy bodies of these people. They stepped forward to embrace them, offering warmth. "Do not cry, children, this is your new home." A 40-year-old man, upon hearing this, wiped away his tears, feeling a bit bashful, for he was called a child at his age. When he looked up, he saw none other than the nearly 70-year-old Uzumaki Kushina, a living relic from the Warring States period. Yahiko had heard that this elder had once escorted Mido to marry Hashirama, and had even crossed paths with Madara during his mischief. "Oh, how beautiful this is. The little white rabbit candies are delightful too." Juzo, an orphan since childhood, pressed his face against the chest of the elder while sobbing. Just as Yahiko and his group returned to the village, they were met by the arrival of Kaze Kimen. In his left hand, he carried a chicken, and in his right, a duck, followed by Akatsuki village ninjas leading a herd of black calves. Yahiko was taken aback. "Has the main character come knocking?" Kaze Kimen grinned. "It's me, Nagato." "Oh." The two exchanged sly smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them, albeit with a hint of unease. This group quickly settled down. The men joined the village's construction team, while the women, under Conan's guidance, engaged in handicrafts or animal husbandry. The village began to establish a small-scale ranch. Remarkably, it cost not a single penny. All were provided by Nagato, who had taken a detour to the Land of Lightning, where the gifts had come from. Nagato himself was puzzled, having merely called out to Wang Xiaoding, and the chickens and cows had arrived on their own. The lower-ranking ninjas of Akatsuki village could not stop them. Thus, Akatsuki village graciously accepted these gifts from the Land of Lightning, renowned for their robust chickens and cattle. Raised by muscle-bound workers for years, the quality of the meat was exceptional. In the market, a single black calf could fetch as much as 630,000 ryo. When Nagato and his team were herding these animals, they nearly lost them. They ran faster than ordinary lower ninjas. And even the umbu sent by the third rakeage to capture Nagato could not catch up to him, burdened with cattle and chickens. On the day of slaughter, the firm legs were to be reserved for Nagato, the great benefactor. Our cattle, each one, comes from the careful nurturing of the ranch workers in the Land of Lightning. They are fed on the pure, natural, organic grass rich in zinc and magnesium from the Land of Grass. They drink from the sacred springs of the Land of Rainbow, the very waters that were utilized by the Sage of Six Paths and the first Hokage a millennium ago. Not every cow bears the name of Akatsuki village. The village gradually began to find its footing. With the honest demeanor of the Rain village, the Second Shinobi World War was nearing its end. Konoha White Fang slaughtered Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law at the Sunagakure front. The morale of the Sunagakure forces was crumbling. It appeared that the tide had turned against them. The third Kazekage was in negotiations with Konoha for peace talks. However, it was rumored that within Konoha, the pro-war faction led by Danzo was clashing irreconcilably with the peace-seeking third Hokage. It seemed that there would still be a prolonged struggle ahead. Consequently, Akatsuki village was poised to stabilize and develop, bracing for the third Shinobi World War that would inevitably arise due to the disappearance of the third Kazekage in a few years. Given the current number of ninjas in the village, Yahiko felt a sense of urgency. The third war was infamous as a meat grinder for shinobi. Even a village shadow could find themselves unable to survive the battlefield. Terrified, Yahiko hastily pinned the umbu captain and the elder to calm his nerves. This book inexplicably resonated with the appetites of the older generation in the shinobi world. The bookstore owner, eager to curry favor with this prodigy, offered him benefits usually reserved for S-rank authors. For a single book, the signing fee and initial profit share amounted to nearly 3 million ryo for Yahiko. It was as easy as collecting money in a snakeskin bag. He continued to exchange the profits with merchants for the supplies needed by Akatsuki village. At this moment, vigilant Yahiko, with several senior members of the village, sought out locations for the construction of a ninja school. They needed to consider both not disturbing the residents and ensuring that the children could remain close to home, allowing for a good night's sleep. Having circled the village several times, they failed to find a suitable location. "Why not establish it in the village center?" suggested Conan, tying back her hair as she turned to Yahiko. After contemplating, Yahiko agreed with her. The children indeed represented the heart of Akatsuki village. Nurturing future generations relies on the wisdom passed down through the ages. Placing the school near the village leader's office would allow him to see the children daily, providing a sense of reassurance. "All right." Yahiko waved his hand decisively. The construction crew immediately began to requisition the residential buildings adjacent to the office. The primary structures to be demolished belonged to Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. What a scandal! Once their yards were cleared, it would be enough to build not only a school, but even a retirement home. Reflecting on this, Yahiko pondered when he had begun to become the very person he despised. The 5 great nations were at war. And the land of grass was embroiled in conflict as well. One could say the world outside was fraught with instability. Yet, none of this concerned Akatsuki village, which was not even marked on the general maps of the shinobi world. Under Yahiko's direct supervision, Akatsuki village embarked on a grand civil engineering project. Starting from the village center, the village leader's office formed the innermost ring, followed by the second and third rings. Yahiko decided that the core industries of the village would be placed within the second ring, accessible only to the villagers. The village was filled with the clatter of construction and the spirited cries of a certain earth-style ninja chanting their techniques. United in purpose, the villagers and shinobi worked harmoniously, their development proceeding in an orderly fashion. Today, Yahiko donned a hard hat, overseeing the construction site. The foundation must be solid. If anyone dares to jest with the elderly or children, I shall toss them into the rain village to feed the mountain fish. Yahiko, it's time for lunch. Conan returned with meals, accompanied by the women of the village to deliver food to the hard-working men on site. At last, the men no longer had to envy Yahiko, the village leader. Conan also refrained from eating, finding a patch of open ground beside Yahiko, laying out paper with care and arranging the utensils thoughtfully. Miyako, do taste this shredded potato. I prepared it myself. Ah, it's delectable. This rib soup, too, is my handiwork. Fufufu, it's quite delightful. This dish is, The flavor is simply exquisite. Ah, this is for the little one. Despite the fierce winds and sand of the construction site, the two of them are enjoying their meal with great joy. Little do they know, beneath the site of the Ninja Academy and the nursing home in Shaoin Village, an elderly man harbors great displeasure. In the dimly lit cavern, an exceptionally sharp scythe rests beside a broad stone seat, upon which an aged figure sits. What is all the commotion outside? Chapter 9. The Phantom Thief Miyako and the Advancement of Shaoin Village. Lord Madara, tell me what it feels like to relieve oneself, and I shall share it with you. The whirlpool-faced white Zetsu was squatting on the ground, earnestly trying to grasp the sensation of needing to defecate. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's inquiry, he dashed towards him, brimming with enthusiasm. Madara's lips curled slightly as he nonchalantly uttered a single word, excrement. It has been a year. Madara raised his gaze towards the source of the voice. A year ago, he had taken refuge beneath the Kanabi Bridge, utilizing white Zetsu to seek out loving Uchiha clansmen to execute the grand plan of the Eye of the Moon, until his ocular vessel, Nagato, and a boy named Miyako dared to establish a ninja village in the Land of Rain. At the tender age of 9, he was set to face Hanzo of the Salamander in combat. In that moment, Madara was utterly dumbfounded. Even 10 Hanzos would not suffice against him at his peak. Were they not overly confident? Fortunately, the vessel was foolish, not the Madara he had chosen. To prevent his Rinnegan from being squandered by these two naive youths, he instructed White Zetsu to disguise himself as a refugee, guiding the two youngsters to build their village here, allowing him to watch over them with a sense of reassurance. Over the past year, the two fools had indeed performed admirably, with certain aspects surpassing even Hashirama. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Madara's plan entailed his Rinnegan experiencing the utmost evil of the world, assisting the chosen heir in capturing the 9-tailed beasts. Yet, after only a brief respite, what transpired outside? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. Could it be that the enemies of these two fools had come to confront them? Miyako must not perish. It is far too early. White Zetsu, go investigate. Lord Madara, do you truly not know what it feels like to relieve oneself? Uchiha Madara clenched his fist, casting a cold glare at the whirlpool-faced White Zetsu. White Zetsu stared blankly at Madara, their eyes locked in a silly standoff, causing Black Zetsu, hidden in Madara's shadow, to scowl even more. What are these two doing? Can they not focus? With such antics, how am I to rescue my mother? Ultimately, under Madara's threat of force, White Zetsu ascended. As a solitary spirit from a bygone era, Uchiha Madara often observed the world outside through White Zetsu's perspective, akin to a bored elder passing time in an empty nest by watching television. At this moment, Madara's vision intertwined with that of the whirlpool-faced White Zetsu. What he beheld was a cloud of dust. Men wearing yellow hard hats, having satisfied their appetites, were diligently adding bricks to the school as construction. Eugene, our village is finally getting a school. Yoshi, I, Nobi Sho, shall surely become a great ninja. You foolish Sho, I fear the school may not even accept you. Eugene, do not heed Kung Fu's nonsense. He is the one who will never gain admission. Some children, perhaps unaware of the hardships of school life, excitedly pointed and chattered from the periphery. Madara, struck with nostalgia, found himself reminiscing. His eyes, rare and gentle, glimmered with warmth. Was it not similar during the early days of Akarigakure? Back then, He and Hashirama took turns overseeing the construction site, ultimately resulting in his victory. The houses he supervised were robust and sturdy, whereas those under Hashirama's watch were, as flimsy as tofu. The burdens of age render one more loquacious. With a self-deprecating smile, Madara's brow soon furrowed. Where's White Zetsu headed? Lord Madara, are you going to relieve yourself? A woman cupped her hand over her mouth, speaking softly to herself. As Genji turned around, bewildered from the urinal, an oddly behaving woman dashed into the makeshift male restroom. And she asked if he needed to relieve himself. You are in the wrong place. This is the men's restroom. Is there excrement here? The woman inquired, her finger resting on her lips. Come back. Uchiha Madara covered his face, his aged visage flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, he should never have utilized Hashirama's foolish cells to cultivate White Zetsu. White Zetsu fled, leaving the bewildered Genji rubbing his eyes in confusion. Am I under a genjutsu? But he was merely a cook, of little consequence. And why would an enemy cast an illusion upon him? The day swiftly passed. Not only Genji was befuddled. Nearly a third of the workers at the construction site reported strange occurrences. While relieving themselves, eerie, sinister laughter echoed in the air. Moreover, some claimed they were startled mid-relief. Only to have a cold, white hand snatch them away, leaving them frightened and abruptly halting their actions. Wah wah wah, village chief, he touched my bottom. Are you worse off than I? He had excrement on his hand and smeared it on my leg. That scoundrel, he stole the paper I left on the ground. Other villagers shared their grievances. According to Nagato's investigation, 2 individuals had been squatting when they caught sight of the female ninja, Hakuju. They were so frightened that they could not stand up even to this day. What? Scoundrels. If officials neglect their duties, they might as well return home to farm sweet potatoes. Rest assured, I, Miyako, shall uncover the identity of that little white hand. The enraged village chief commanded a thorough investigation into the matter. Naturally, being well-versed in the events of Naruto, he understood who was responsible. However, without clarity on Madara's exact whereabouts, how could he capture White Zetsu, who was as slippery as an eel? Furthermore, White Zetsu's master was Madara himself. Wah. He has connections. What could a humble village chief do to apprehend him? Miyako had no choice but to round up a few notorious mountain bandits as scapegoats to suppress the incident. After these bandits were punished, the sinister laughter would still occasionally echo from the restroom, causing panic among the more timid villagers who would rather hold it in. At that moment, a member of the Whirlpool clan, possessing formidable sensory abilities, boldly stepped forward, vowing to bring the master of the evil White Hand to justice. Fellow villagers, rest assured I, Whirlpool Yuzin, shall unearth the perpetrator behind this mischief. He resolutely declared, forming a security team with the Whirlpool clansmen to ensure the village's safety. Today, by mere chance, Uchiha Madara spotted a familiar old man among the crowd of red-haired individuals. In a fit of fury, he tore away the outer shell of the Outer Path statue. Though he considered himself to still have the strength to consume 3 large bowls of rice, he proceeded to give the whirlpool-faced White Zetsu a thorough beating. At last, the villagers could finally enjoy the freedom to relieve themselves as they pleased. Village Chief Miyako, we're out of money again. What shall we do? Should we expedite the construction? I will find a solution. Days turned into weeks. Suddenly, 2 major incidents rocked the ninja world. One involved the inexplicable White Hand reaching out from the restroom, a tale of little notoriety confined to Shaoin Village. The other, however, sent ripples of alarm through the noble class of the ninja world. In a brightly lit noble household within the Land of Fire, the head of the family gazed at a foreboding letter in his hand. The Twilight Lion until the Maiden of Dawn. A clock without a second hand reaches the 12th word. Message, Phantom Thief Kaido Kid. The letter concluded with a small graffiti of a figure wearing a top hat. What does this mean? He inquired of his steward. The steward merely shook his head in uncertainty. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the candles in the mansion. When the steward and his men rekindled the lights, a servant dashed in, panic-stricken. Master, it's terrible. The legendary egg of the Land of Fire gifted to us by the daimyo has vanished. What? My grand egg made of jade has disappeared? Nonsense. What good are you guards? This egg was worth quite a fortune. The silhouette of Yahiko flitted through the land of wind, having just exchanged a jade egg for a staggering 20 million ryo from a nobleman. Nagato, on to the next. As the head of the intelligence division in Akatsuki, Nagato had already meticulously prepared his next move. The target was a princess from the land of wind, who possessed a renowned red gem known as the Tear of Blood, claimed to be the largest ruby in the ninja world. Meanwhile, the impoverished Sunagakure was struggling to survive, while the princess resided in one of the grandest palaces amidst an oasis. Lord Kid is coming to my house. Quick, enhance security. I must see Lord Kid with my own eyes. Perhaps it was admiration for Ace, as she clasped her hands in prayer upon receiving Yahiko's notification letter. This woman, Yahiko, with a furrowed brow, left with Nagato, having stolen nothing. That damned egg, this woman is utterly deranged. Hiring Rasha to set up an impenetrable net with 3 jonin and 9 chunin. Does wealth allow for such extravagance? The next day, Yahiko and Nagato executed a clever plan, successfully stealing the tear of blood. Even thieves have principles. They only entered a noble's residence once. Of course, if the nobles continue to be callous, the next time Yahiko and Nagato return, it won't be merely for a few trinkets. They had traversed all 5 great nations. The pain was palpable. While Yahiko subsisted on cabbage and vermicelli, these nobles discarded uneaten poultry and fish into the sewers. I must strive harder. Yahiko vowed to ensure equality for all in the ninja world. When Yahiko first established Akatsuki, the villagers were gaunt, lacking food and education. With the entire village unable to muster even 10 pounds of grain, and few could read. My little village lacks even a name. Who am I to ask for help? Nagato remarked, do you think my eyes hold value? If they do, trade them. Akatsuki was in dire straits back then. Had Yahiko not stumbled upon 10 million ryo to purchase grain one day, the village might have perished. Through Yahiko's relentless efforts, within a year, Akatsuki flourished, boasting food, schools, and even a nursing home. The ninja school and nursing home had been completed and were enrolling students and elderly residents. The 2 buildings that pleased Yahiko the most were set to open tomorrow, September 1st. That night, Yahiko ventured alone to the prison, whimsically naming it Push City. Located in the latter half of Akatsuki. Outside Push City, 2 chunin from Akatsuki took turns on guard duty daily. Furthermore, the prisoners inside were sealed with layers of complex seals by the Uzumaki clan, rendering them nearly impossible to decode. Even the esteemed Professor Sarutobi Hiruzen would be left in the dark, spending considerable time deciphering them. The village chief's 2 chunin saluted Yahiko respectfully. Yahiko nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. With a creak, the door hinge emitted a faint sound. Inside, the prisoners paused their knitting, eagerly pressing against the bars to greet him. Though we are prisoners, we too deserve the rights of Akatsuki's residents. Salute. Indeed, they too had the right to salute. Not recognizing the visitor, some even asked Yahiko to convey their greetings to the village chief, expressing gratitude for the chance to reform. Fortunately, their offenses were minor, and they would soon be released after serving their time. Yahiko ignored them. He was seeking assistance for his own cravings. Typically, he would remind the inmates to reflect on their actions during their confinement, warning them not to return to their thieving ways upon release. However, he had sneaked out without the knowledge of Conan, who was always wary of him losing focus and kept a close watch. Moments later, Yahiko reached the innermost part of Push City, where the most heinous criminals were meant to be incarcerated. Yet currently, only one person was held captive, a former comrade of the Sannin, a rogue ninja named Odoheim, who had been secretly pursued by Konoha. This man, with a white ponytail, had been knocked unconscious by Gamabunta's palm. Upon opening the cell, the 2 engaged in a profound exchange. Initially intense, Odoheim showed no signs of submission, but ultimately, Yahiko's imposing presence subdued him. After several negotiations, Odoheim agreed to Yahiko's request for the sake of freedom, though he could not guarantee success. That was sufficient. As a renowned researcher in the ninja world, second only to Tobarama and Orochimaru, Yahiko held considerable faith in him. Chapter 10. The first day of the ninja school and nursing home. In the ninja world, only children with innate ninja talent could attend ninja school. By the age of 12, they must taste the edge of a blade and even step onto the battlefield. Yahiko disapproved. Akatsuki offered 6 years of compulsory education, allowing parents to pay a modest fee for books and meals to enroll their children. By the time this cohort graduated from elementary school, the funds for a middle school would likely be in place. After 9 years of schooling, they would be 16, which, by ninja world standards, marked adulthood. Yahiko hoped that only upon reaching adulthood would they consider serving the village. He even planned to skip high school and proceed directly to university. Only those who met certain standards of strength or academic achievement would qualify for further education. Naturally, these were merely guidelines established after meetings with the higher-ups. On September 1st, the sky was clear and bright. Today marked the opening day of Akatsuki's newly established ninja school. As it was the first day, the enrolled children, having learned of their school attendance the night before, were filled with exuberance, rising without the need for parental prompting. Yahiko, the village chief, had once demonstrated a series of impressive jutsu, water style, wind style, fire style, that had captivated the children. They had heard that the ninja school was dedicated to teaching such skills. Genki was a first-grade student, clutching a small bag from the prison and holding hands with his father, Yuji, as they set off from their home. Along the way, his large, watery eyes scanned the surroundings. He spotted a familiar face, another first-grader donning glasses, who was also heading to school. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sho's previously sullen expression instantly brightened. "You idiot. Where are you going?" The Nara boy, who had been sulking, playfully tugged at Sho's ear. "I'm going to see Genki." "Dad, let me go?" Yuji approached with a smile, greeting Sho's father. "Oh, you're here to send your child off to?" "Yes. Shall we go together?" Together. The four of them proceeded towards the school. Throughout the journey, Sho hopped and skipped, tripping and nearly falling, but was caught just in time by Yahiko. "Thank you." Sho, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head while glancing at Genki. Yahiko, at this moment, felt a pang of concern for Akatsuki's future. After reminding Yuji to prepare ample food for the cafeteria at noon, Yahiko vanished in an instant into the ninja school. Sho stood agape, muttering, "All right. Aim for the village chief. Go for it, Sho. You can do it." Adjusting his glasses, he filled with determination. Of course, I can do it, Sho. Are you here to be the last in class?" "Haha, you fool. How did you end up at school?" His arrival drew mockery from two other children passing by, named Jian and Kofu. "You two miscreants, just wait and see." At the school, children gradually gathered, and parents paused their work to accompany their children for the enrollment ceremony. As the nominal principal, Yahiko was expected to give a speech on the first day of school. "My name is Yahiko, and I am your principal." How should I put it? On this crisp autumn day, seeing all of you brimming with vitality fills me with anticipation. Everyone must strive for freedom. Let us bring pride to Akatsuki. Yahiko proclaimed passionately from the stage. Hooray! Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The hands of children and parents alike nearly aching from clapping. Among the children, two stood out, towering over the rest, Kujuru and Daibutsu. Despite their impressive jutsu skills, could you believe they were illiterate due to their tumultuous childhoods? Directly thrown into the first grade, Yahiko found himself immersed in the study of letters and new ideas. Alongside him stood several older children, surpassing the age of first graders, yet sharing a similar predicament. They had already become the leaders of this group of children. The older brother, Jusuk, looked helplessly at Yahiko delivering a speech on stage. Despite his amiable disposition, Daibutsu felt a tinge of awkwardness. At that moment, a bespectacled little boy approached, his height barely reaching Daibutsu's belly. This young lad appeared to be a classmate of theirs. "Hello, big brothers. We'll be classmates from now on. My name is Xiaoxiong. I've heard you can use ninjutsu, even more powerful than my father's. Could you teach me?" "Of course," Daibutsu responded, squatting down with difficulty. What a calamity! Jusuk covered his face, as a group of children, all about Xiaoxiong's height, gathered around them. All of them are our classmates. As they embarked on their 6-year journey together, they hoped for amicable relations among everyone. The development of the school hinges on the efforts of each individual. Let us walk hand in hand, for I believe that as long as we work together, we can create a brighter future. Yahiko's enthusiasm grew as he spoke, and for reasons unknown, he found himself with an unending stream of words as he grasped the rudimentary microphone. Perhaps annoyed by his verbosity, someone threw a paper dart at his feet. Enraged, Yahiko thought it outrageous that these students dared to challenge the principal in the first grade. Picking it up, he recognized the dart. "Now, let us invite Director Nan to the stage," he announced after clearing his throat, feeling he had said all that needed to be said. "Hello, students." Next, it was Director Nan's turn to take the stage. "Recently, I've inexplicably found several proposals on my desk regarding the affordable explosive tags. In an effort to divert her attention, Yahiko assigned Director Nan to oversee a class. With the village established for over a year, he dared not let her handle any finances. We cannot let her remain idle, as we might find ourselves overwhelmed by the 600 billion explosive tags appearing from nowhere. After all, it's all about money. Thank you. I'll conclude my remarks here. As long as we abide by the law, we are all good children in Director Nan's heart." The resounding applause interrupted Yahiko's thoughts, as the audience erupted in cheers. Nan's speech also garnered admiration, truly deserving of the title of the Angel of the Rain Village in the original work. Even among the children in the audience, some older than him and Nan, none dared to underestimate the girl who had just stepped down from the stage. After all, she was the one who had once soared through the air using paper jutsu, chasing down ferocious mountain bandits. In the first class, Yahiko attended as an observer. There were 3 classes in total, comprising over 100 students. He chose to visit class 2 of the first grade, the one led by Nan. "Repeat after me. A. Nan instructed from the front, while the students echoed her from below. Yahiko, unusually obedient, maintained his gaze on the lovely face of teacher Nan, not even daring to make a small movement. This only deepened Xiaoxiong's admiration for the village chief. Is this what it means to have an insatiable thirst for knowledge? A true master always possesses a heart eager to learn. Meanwhile, the nearby nursing home opened its doors today. In contrast to the first grader's focus on phonetics and literacy, Uchiha Madara found himself intrigued by the concept of a nursing home. During the times of war, some small families neglected these seemingly useless elderly people. The Uchiha clan, known for their compassionate hearts, had historically supported and comforted countless injured seniors. They did not see the elderly as burdens, but gathered them together, with the village providing for their care. Wasn't this an alternative form of an orphanage? It was a rare sight indeed. What are they discussing? Madara instructed White Zetsu to mingle with the crowd, curiosity piqued. Inside the nursing home, some elderly men and women gathered around a chessboard, listening intently as a red-haired elder played and narrated. Do you know who the other great rival of the god of ninjas, Hashirama, was? Uchiha Madara? An elderly man with historical knowledge replied. To be precise, everyone present has heard of that esteemed name. It seems he later defected and had a fierce battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Truly remarkable. To be renowned alongside the god of ninjas who overshadowed an entire era. The red-haired elder chuckled softly, his increasingly bright eyes lost in reminiscence as he began. That was one morning when Tobarama, the second head of the Senju clan, came to my Uzumaki clan to propose a marriage. Indeed, the bride was my cousin, Uzumaki Mito. The elderly listeners were puzzled, wondering how this related to the infamous ninja, Madara, their curiosity mounting. Meanwhile, deep underground, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened ominously. Uzumaki Tobarama. That old fool. That year, his father had sent him to sabotage the union between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, a task he had not desired. That cunning old man had used an exquisite transformation jutsu to impersonate Hashirama and tricked him. Upon their first meeting, the disguised elder had rushed forth, weeping, claiming he did not wish for the union, but was forced by his parents. Believing he was Hashirama, Madara had refrained from resisting, even feeling compelled to listen to Hashirama's grievances and offer some comfort. Yet, the old trickster had held a sealing technique in his hand. Madara instinctively grasped the handle of the scythe beside him, struggling to suppress the urge to crawl out and slay the old man as he continued to watch. Despite the old man's nonsensical ramblings, he found the game of chess genuinely intriguing. The horse moves. It's been so long since I've played, Madara sighed, feeling restless after such solitude. But for the peace of the ninja world, for its future, someone must bear the burden. Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Ha, General. Elder Tobarama, how did your vehicle end up in my parking spot? Additionally, wasn't your vehicle consumed by me? What? When did you eat it? Uchiha gritted his teeth, realizing that the old man had resorted to such lowly tricks as transformation jutsu. White Zetsu, gentlemen, could you please tell me what it feels like to? Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Tobarama. A chorus of elderly voices echoed in confusion. Chapter 11. A minor indulgence can disrupt grand schemes. White Zetsu had fled once more. The elderly residents of the nursing home dreamt of the old man, disguised as White Zetsu, demanding excrement. This left Yahiko, upon hearing the news, utterly exasperated. He had intended to develop quietly for a while, dazzling Madara in the Fourth Great Ninja War, only to find himself under Madara's scrutiny. Fortunately, a barrier had been cast over the village. Any unfamiliar chakra entering would be immediately detected by Elder Tobarama. This brought Yahiko some relief, knowing the Uzumaki brothers had not been saved in vain. Thankfully, Madara resided beneath the Kimui Bridge, and likely would not dare to probe for information during this time. As Yahiko processed documents in his office, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Madara being left in the dark, envisioning the scene of him stumbling blindly. Yes, the village must develop secretly, quietly astonishing everyone. Meanwhile, deep underground, White Zetsu was lying sideways on the ground, having had his legs broken by Madara. Tracing circles with his finger, the situation was quite complicated. He, Uchiha Madara, could not escape. Elder Tobarama had encased the village in a barrier, ensuring a 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots. Even the faintest chakra fluctuations could be sensed underground. Anyone touching the barrier would be instantly detected by the elder, who might have a contingency plan, marking the intruder for detection. Unfortunately, his temporary base lay within this very barrier, in the depths of the Akatsuki village. Although he was old, he was not yet incapacitated, and defeating an old man was no challenge. However, he feared the sealing technique known as the Shiki Fujin. If his soul were devoured by the Shinigami, how could he resurrect and complete his Moon Eye plan? Damn it! Uchiha Madara kicked White Zetsu in frustration. At present, they find themselves unable to escape. Beneath the ground, apart from Akatsuki's Tobi, there exists a contingent of White Zetsu, all created by Uchiha Madara to gather intelligence on the ninja world. Now, however, the situation has spiraled out of control. Terrified of being silenced by Madara, Tobi remains mute, even refraining from discussing his bodily needs. Lord Madara, what shall we do now? Inquired one of the White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara remained silent. How could he possibly know? In the shadows, Black Zetsu was on the verge of tears, desperately wanting to leap forth and suggest that Madara send White Zetsu to disguise themselves as Yahiko or the vessel to ambush that old man. Yet, Madara despised the use of underhanded tactics. He was, in essence, the embodiment of Madara's will. Lacking a valid reason to emerge, he could only continue to lie in wait. This Madara is so foolish. He feels utterly exhausted. Mother, I miss you so much. Uchiha Madara suspected that the ground above might also be under the influence of the old man's barrier, so he instructed the White Zetsu to remain still for a while. In the darkness, the solitary elder on guard could only sit upon the stone seat, closing his eyes to replay the chess match in his mind. Time slipped by, and after an indiscernible duration, a rough sound resembling coarse snowflakes filled the air. Hey, hey, hey! A familiar youthful voice emanated from the loudspeaker, resonating throughout the village, including the depths where Madara resided. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. What had transpired during his days of slumber? Once his legs healed, Akatsuki's Tobi, crouched on the ground feeling the urge to relieve himself, turned his attention alongside the bored White Zetsu. The speaker in the school's broadcasting room, unaware of the multitude of resentful gazes converging in his direction, began, "Dear classmates and esteemed teachers, good morning. I am Yahiko, the village head of Akatsuki Hidden Village. The moon descends, the crows cry, and frost blankets the sky. The river fog and fishing lights weigh heavy on my heart as I struggle to sleep. Oh dear, autumn has arrived, and your principal Yahiko is quite delighted. You must be curious as to why my voice is so amplified, right? Well, it's a sound system, invented by a ninja from the former Leaf Village, and naturally, the idea was mine. Today marks a significant day. How should I put it? Just last night I Nagato. How did you get in here? Hey, what are you doing? In an instant, the entire village and Madara underground heard Yahiko's voice of struggle and resistance. Shortly thereafter, he ceased his struggles, and a feminine voice emerged from the loudspeaker. Good morning, students. I am Teacher Conan. Yesterday, the village's high-ranking officials decided to designate today as Teacher's Day. Please do not be alarmed. Assemble orderly on the school playground. Madara's eyelid twitched. He had an ominous premonition. Instinctively, he wanted to send White Zetsu to investigate the situation. But considering the potential barriers, he helplessly shook his head. After cracking his knuckles, he stood up, smiling at the silent, contemplative Akatsuki's Tobi, who was crouched on the ground. Uchiha Tobi kick. He led the White Zetsu in a collective assault on the incompetents preventing their escape. Time slipped away, and eventually, Uchiha Madara, fatigued from his exertions, returned to his stone seat, preparing to take a nap. Once again, the piercing cacophony erupted. Happiness is one of the most discussed topics among people today, so as students. What does happiness mean to you? Let us invite student Yuan Yijing from Class 2 of Year 1 to the stage to share her thoughts. Let us applaud her. The sound of applause echoed through the loudspeakers, causing Uchiha Madara's face to darken. Your happiness is a farce. In the dimness, a glimmer of red flashed in Madara's eyes. After some contemplation, he managed to suppress his irritation. Patience is paramount. He could not reveal that he was still alive, for the consequences would be disastrous, facing the entire ninja world's opposition. He covered his ears, striving to ignore the sounds emanating from above. Esteemed teachers, dear classmates, today, I will present my essay titled Being a Happy Elementary Student. The high-pitched voice of a little girl pierced through, resonating powerfully. Uchiha Madara felt veins throb painfully upon his forehead. I am Chimishin from Class 2 of Year 1. Principal Yahiko often teaches us the importance of respecting our teachers. I deeply resonate with this notion. What kind of child would harm their own teacher? Following this, the sound of music chimed for the flower presentation ceremony, culminating in the tearful reactions of the teachers. All right, students, Yahiko once again raised the microphone. What the hell? Is this never ending? Lord Madara, please, remain calm. Tobi hurriedly clung to one of Madara's legs, while a White Zetsu grasped the other. With a series of cracking sounds, Madara clenched his fists, enduring the noise for what felt like an eternity. Yahiko and Conan, splendid, Wonderful, exceptionally good. At last, the children would eat lunch, granting a moment of peace. In the afternoon, during the large recess, the children experienced their first opportunity to enjoy a break from classes, relishing the rare 20 minutes of playtime. From this day forth, every morning and afternoon, teachers and students alike would gather on the playground for exercises. The first set of village-wide elementary school broadcast exercises, Hope Sales, shall commence now. After Konan finished speaking, she set down the microphone and followed Yahiko onto the stage to learn the exercises. The sounds of seagulls and waves emanated from the loudspeakers, and Madara found himself less resistant to it. Compared to the piercing voices of the girls, it seemed relatively tolerable. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What exercises would follow Hope Sales? Step mat exercise. Step forward, then bounce backward to strengthen your leg muscles. Not just the students were participating, the elderly residents of the nursing home with decent mobility, along with various adults with nothing else to do, gathered to join in. 1,800 individuals simultaneously bounced backward. No one realized the torment endured by Uchiha Madara, both physically and mentally, beneath their feet. Chapter 12. With the Leaf Village unscathed. What is home? In the office of Akatsuki Hidden Village, Yahiko slumped in his chair, feeling utterly drained. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with compiling books, his mind constantly working. To prevent the emergence of more Orochimaru-like figures and the likes of Obito among the villagers was no easy task. He had to balance not overburdening the children while also nurturing their kind, yet discerning hearts. Thus, the revised and edited disciple rules made its way into the curriculum, alongside a series of heartwarming tales of teacher-student relationships included in the Year 1 second semester textbooks. Even the offenders advancing towards the city had to reform and learn. He was left racking his brain for suitable teaching materials. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in. Yahiko turned to face the visitor. The newcomer wore a delicate blue paper flower atop her head, her light orange eyes sparkling, with a hint of soot from cooking smudged across her charming face. In her hands, she held a gray ceramic pot emanating delicious aromas. Initially moved, Yahiko soon noticed a glimmer of mischief in the woman's amber eyes. And unease settled within him. Are you looking for the real body? The real body is out negotiating business. Out negotiating business? Konan, lacking the Sharingan, had to take her word for it, regretting the chicken soup she had painstakingly prepared. Since you are his shadow clone, why don't you feed him? Konan placed the pot on the table. Oh, all right. Yahiko, feeling famished, reached out to lift the lid. So shadow clones also need to eat? Konan chuckled, and Yahiko joined her in laughter. After a moment, Konan's smile faded, and with a touch of nostalgia, she spoke to Yahiko. It's just that now that the village is on the right track, everyone is busy with work. Last night, I reminisced about the times when we relied on each other, and today I had the sudden idea to invite you and Nagato for a meal. Since you're unavailable, we can plan for next time. Konan was not a rough woman. On the contrary, she was very gentle. Her heartfelt words, tinged with melancholy, stirred guilt within Yahiko. He had sworn to protect Konan since childhood. How had he allowed her to feel neglected during this time? Was he unable to even attend to her feelings? No. I'm free. That guy Nagato is busy, but we can disregard him. How about we go out for a stroll? Yahiko looked at the ceiling, feigning casualness as he inquired. All right, Konan replied, her smile radiant. It has been a few days since I last saw my good brother, Yahiko, and I find myself missing him quite a bit. Accompanied by Konan, I ventured to the residence of the Uzumaki clan for a leisurely visit. The village is still in its infancy, with only a school and a nursing home established, two buildings that Yahiko painstakingly constructed. Outside the first ring, the rest of the structures, such as houses, can only boast the advantage of being habitable. Encouraged by Yahiko, the members of the Uzumaki clan have begun to flourish, multiplying and prospering. The more children they have, the less they need to pay in taxes, and they even receive financial support. Consequently, many clansmen have started to explore marital alliances with the villagers of Akatsuki. The elder, who once oversaw matters, has stepped back, and now Nagato leads the Uzumaki clan. Nagato has become a bridge between the Uzumaki women and outsiders, a development that has been met with approval, as he often encourages both the males and females within the clan to venture out more frequently. However, today, a little girl with red hair has attached herself to Nagato. This small, lonely figure trails a few steps behind them. The girl, named Kushina, clings to Nagato like a shadow, with her square-framed glasses and an adorable demeanor. She appears to be a year or two younger than him. To Yahiko, she seems oddly familiar. Yahiko, Konan, you've arrived. Nagato greets with a hint of exasperation. He is clearly uninterested in any romantic entanglement, as his thoughts are consumed by the survival of Konoha. Yahiko and Konan stifle their laughter. It is their first time witnessing Nagato in such a flustered state. Kushina, stop following me. Go home. Nagato feigns irritation, glaring at her. No. Kushina persists. Utilizing her innate ability, the Kagura Shingon, a sensory technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. Through the Kagura Shingon, she can perceive whether someone harbors ill intentions towards her and discern their character as warm or cold. In her eyes, Nagato radiates a comforting red glow, indicating that he is not angry. She inches closer to him, her wide eyes inspecting Yahiko and Konan. I apologize, Yahiko, Konan. Nagato chuckles awkwardly. He is at a loss, unable to resist the affections of this little girl who has taken a liking to his handsome visage. Previously, it was Yahiko who attracted attention due to his looks during their days of wandering. Today, the tables have turned, and he feels a strange thrill at this newfound attention. Don't worry, Konan and I want to be your third wheels. Yahiko jests, nudging Nagato with his elbow playfully. By the way, you both are still quite young. The image of a lean Nagato in the future lingers in Yahiko's mind. Get lost. Nagato rolls his eyes in annoyance. After bidding farewell to Nagato, Yahiko and Konan meander through the streets, aimlessly wandering. Workers are diligently constructing a commercial street according to Yahiko's blueprint, the sound of clanging tools resonating in the air. The little girl truly elicits pity. Yahiko squats on the ground, observing the dusty street, and salutes from passers-by. Konan nods slightly. The sunset casts a warm glow over the tranquil street. Yahiko and Konan's gazes meet, and they share a silent moment, the world around them gradually fading into obscurity, leaving only the reflection of each other in their eyes. A subtle, ambiguous atmosphere envelopes the air. This time, Nagato is not present outside. Konan, feeling anxious, closes her eyes. Yahiko, unwilling to remain passive, seizes the moment, summoning all his courage to utter, Konan, open your eyes and look at me. I refuse to believe you are devoid of sight. The following day, in an effort to conserve land in the village, Konan moves into Yahiko's home. Despite their young age, they maintain separate rooms. Yahiko, it's time to wake up. At 6:30, Konan arrives punctually at Yahiko's room, drawing open the curtains and opening the window for fresh air. She nudges the slumbering Yahiko gently. With drowsy eyes, Yahiko drags out a long what? Sounding slightly petulant. Konan smiles. So cute. It's time for breakfast. You need to visit the village soon and check on the villagers' needs. She pinches Yahiko's nose playfully. Awakened at 6:30, Yahiko laments his impulsive decision from the previous afternoon. Initially, Konan had merely offered him casual advice, but now she seems to have taken the role of an authoritative figure. The morning routine is filled with rules. The bedding must be aired out. Snacks are forbidden in the room, and the toilet must be flushed after each use, among others. The series of regulations leaves Yahiko feeling quite uncomfortable. Joy shared is joy multiplied. The next day, Yahiko employs his authority as village chief and principal to integrate these rules into the school regulations. I learned from Hanzo's use of mountain pepper fish as a camera, Yahiko muses. Xiaoxiong, Kung Fu, John, you three are giving me quite the headache. Yahiko admonishes the trio of first-year students, who tremble in fear as they gaze at him, a 10-year-old with a fatherly air, sipping tea. You are so mischievous and yet fail to take your studies seriously. How can you expect to win the affection of girls when you're clamoring to join the Second Shinobi World War? In the village chief's office, the three boys silently nod in response, fearful of their parents' wrath. All right, the principal also fears for your safety. Keep these little frogs close. They are not to be neglected. Make sure to catch small insects to feed them daily. Understood? With that, Yahiko sets down his teacup, and the trio eagerly nods. For the particularly unruly students, he assigns a small frog to each. There are no objections from Mayobo-Kuzan, as Yahiko provides valuable experience for the frog's employment growth. They wouldn't dare voice dissent. Word has it that the esteemed Jiraiya recently had a quarrel with the leader of the Uchiha clan, Wanta. Jiraiya claims that Baruho was taken away by his master, Minato, while Wanta insists otherwise, bewildered by Jiraiya's assertion. That day, Elder Jiraiya, with torn clothes and 3 broken ribs, continues his arduous search for Pain. Pain, I will unearth your true identity. He declares earnestly. It is Pain, after all, who has rendered his magnum opus, Make Out Paradise, a commercial failure. He can barely scrape together enough money for his return to Konoha. The instigator behind this misfortune is none other than Pain. Thus, he is determined to apprentice under Pain to gain insight into his plans, subsequently completing a sequel. Let us call the sequel Make Out Paradise. Chapter 13. The roaming dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. The Second Shinobi World War has finally come to a close, with no clear victor emerging. Lives have been lost and injuries sustained, leaving all parties at a disadvantage. Jiraiya has searched long and hard, but has found no trace of Pain. Today, he intended to visit the bookstore to procure Pain's latest work, only to learn it is unavailable. Thus, he makes his way to the largest publishing house in the Land of Fire, seeking the owner. The publisher wears a gloomy expression, explaining, "It's not that I refuse to sell, but Mr. Pain came here 3 days ago and declared he would no longer write." "Look into my eyes, why? Why?" Jiraiya demands, gripping the publisher's shirt. Feeling as if his feet are leaving the ground, the publisher, caught off guard, responds sadly, "His girlfriend 1T let him write." Jiraiya falls silent, gently releasing the publisher. He feels as though he has lost his purpose in life, his hope extinguished. No, there is still a goal, to seek the prophetic child for the peace of the shinobi world. Damn it, what is so great about a girlfriend? If she says don't write, then don't write. Tsunade 1T let me peek at her while she bathes, yet I still managed to do it. Jiraiya turned away from his boss after offering a heartfelt apology, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "Lord Jiraiya, I implore you, for the sake of peace in the ninja world and for all of us, please awaken Mr. Pain." Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a tug at his sleeve. His publisher was grasping him with desperation. The publisher lamented, not even mentioning the profits Mr. Pain's books had brought to the publishing house. The narrative within those pages, steeped in moral ambiguity, ensnared him like an illusion, rendering him oblivious as he devoured every word. Feeling as if he were the very leader himself, Jiraiya could relate. Upon his first reading, he had exclaimed in shock, hastily disrupting his chakra. Convinced he too had fallen under a genjutsu. "Where is that good-for-nothing brat, Pain?" "Perhaps he was in the Akatsuki hidden village. I possess the coordinates to it." The hidden village had lost a significant source of income. Yahiko was left with no choice but to seek alternative ventures, compelling him to toil harder, producing soap operas and films to extract coin from the audience. Before the production concluded, Yahiko erected a guardhouse outside the village, personally overseeing the entrance. The Uzumaki clan dispatched members to form barrier and sealing teams, each expertly suited for their roles. It wasn't Yahiko boasting. If Madara could dispatch Black Zetsu to infiltrate the village, he would eat his words. Speaking of which, what brings the most profit? Yahiko pondered in the guardhouse. "Yijings. Let us play Eagle Catches Chicks." Eureka! Today was Sunday, and observing the children at play nearby, Yahiko clenched his right fist against his left palm. "Xiaoxiong, come here." Yahiko beckoned the children. Among them were Xiaoxiong, Yijings, Chumishin, Kungfu, Jian, and several children from the Uzumaki clan, who scampered over. Indeed, the names of these children were all his creations. Yahiko, much like his senior brother, possessed a remarkable talent for naming. He hoped these children would become the pillars of the Akatsuki, resolutely tackling crises in the hidden village from the unseen corners. After venturing outside, Yahiko returned with several paper cards he had acquired from Conan. "Can you play with these?" He set a simple card on the ground. One side was blank. The other was also blank. Yet, one side was smooth, while the other retained a similar quality. Coughing, he flipped the card, one side embossed with Ya, the other with Iko. Placing the Ya side down, he grew serious, raising one hand high. This is the culmination of 20 years of effort. With a swift motion, he overturned the side marked Ya. "As country won," exclaimed the children in awe. Come, everyone gets 2 cards, and there will be a reward for the winner." The children brimmed with enthusiasm. Ah, how invigorating it is to witness such spirited youth. It certainly wasn't Yahiko's mere whimsy. As noon passed, several children, including Chumishin, wore expressions of grievance. "Wah, the principal is bullying us." Again, Yahiko, still a mere 10-year-old himself, immersed in card games, thought, "Is it wrong to indulge in play?" Not at all. 20 for each, saying, "Hello, handsome village chief." Yahiko, disliking the sight of children in tears, emptied his pockets. "Hello, handsome village chief." The children finally broke into smiles. "No more card games. The principal is bullying us." Xiaoxiong wept and laughed simultaneously, leaving Yahiko bemused. "Does that sound strange to anyone else? Then let us play marbles." Just then, Yahiko remembered he had an entire box of marbles. In less than half an hour, the children fled in tears. Conan approached, speechless, with a few children seeking to report their grievances, while Yahiko's expression darkened. "What is going on here?" Fine, I shall play differently." Yahiko raised his hands in surrender. "You are such a troublemaker," Conan admonished, casting a glance at Yahiko as she departed. "Principal, let us play with this." Xiaoxiong held up a bamboo dragonfly. Yahiko had been smirking, but suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hastily snatched it from Xiaoxiong's hands. Isn't this just an ordinary bamboo dragonfly? Go away. Go away." The children looked forlorn once more. With no other recourse, Yahiko fashioned a slingshot and led the children to hunt birds. Pong. Glass shattered. What happened? Xiao Xiong. How did you break the glass of a villager's home? This is not good. Conan, please do not be angry. Xiao Xiong surely did not mean to. I didn't. Director Conan, listen to me. I truly did not. Lying is unbecoming of a good child, Xiao Xiong. Shumishin and the others chose silence when it was prudent and bravery when it was necessary. Over a month later, some merchants arrived, and under Yahiko's guidance, the hidden village opened a toy factory that stood proud among the ninja world. The tin frogs endorsed by Mito, marbles crafted from the sands of the land of wind, and bamboo dragonflies and slingshots emblazoned with the images of famous ninjas, their attack and defense stats fully maximized on circular cards. Though Yahiko was uncertain of the utility of attack and defense values, he was met with enthusiasm from the village's children, especially Xiao Xiong. If Jian and Kung Fu managed to win cards with higher stats, his wailing would surely echo through the streets. Capitalizing on affordability and the children's affection for playthings, Yahiko successfully opened new avenues for sales. Observing the procession of merchants arriving to procure toys, the security captain Yahiko beamed with joy. Children's money was indeed easier to earn than that of adults. The toy factory brought Yahiko a modest fortune, enabling many village plans to gain momentum. A substantial sum was allocated to construction teams to enhance the commercial street. Village chief, someone has infiltrated the village. The squad leader reports that this individual's chakra is exceptionally potent. A member of the barrier team from the Uzumaki clan reported. Yahiko furrowed his brow. Isn't it better to enter openly? What business do they have sneaking into our village? This can't be good. It must be a scheme. It could even be Uchiha Madara. Yahiko ordered the organization of personnel to ensure everyone's safety while he rushed back to protect the village. He had single-handedly built this village. None held a deeper affection for it than he. He was prepared to sacrifice for its sake. As the leaves danced in the wind. For the benefit of the nation, life and death are of no concern. Should one shun danger for safety? To give oneself for the nation's hardship. To regard death as a return home. A small frog bounced on the ground, sensing the presence of its kin within the village. How curious. Suddenly, the little frog opened its mouth wide, and a hand emerged from within. Gradually, a body began to extricate itself from the frog's mouth, first a shoulder, then a chest, an abdomen. It appeared the infiltration had been successful. Jiraiya mused as he disguised himself as a grass ninja. If news of him confronting pain to seek a sequel were to spread, how would the ninja world perceive him? How would Tsunade view him? Thus, he had no choice but to infiltrate and let the grass ninja take the fall. However, as Jiraiya emerged, he found himself momentarily stunned. A multitude of paper darts, mingled with 2 paper spears, were launched in a sweeping barrage towards him. Who would have thought he could be recognized by the ninjas of such a small village? Unable to evade in time, he was pierced by the 2 paper spears in his chest. Following that, a sapphire-like water dragon surged towards him. Jiraiya leaped like a frog to evade it, but upon turning back, a wave of dread washed over him. The water dragon, having soared past, did not cease, crashing into the ground behind him and forming a small pond. Jiraiya, momentarily overwhelmed, looked up, his hand's sealing gestures gradually halting. Why are they here? Is this a misunderstanding? History tends to repeat itself in astonishing ways. Hey, it's me. In the next moment, an invisible yet powerful repulsion surged forth, sending Jiraiya flying like a puppet with severed strings, landing squarely in the small pond formed by the water dragon. Struggling to keep his head above water, Jiraiya exclaimed, I told you it was me. Why are you attacking? Surely not. Could it be that these 3 disciples wish for my demise? The trio swiftly appeared beside Jiraiya, their expressions devoid of emotion as they gazed at him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yahiko, observing the presence of the grass village leader before him, was utterly astonished that the chief of the hidden grass village had come to their doorstep. He must not be allowed to remain. As he began forming hand seals, the first ninja to be incinerated by the great fireball technique in the ninja world was about to emerge. Apostate. It is indeed I? Young Mizuki. Yahiko was taken aback. Was that really his teacher Jiraiya? He hastily suppressed the flames. No, he quickly formed the seals. Grass. That year, Jiraiya had ventured to an inappropriate establishment and had not returned for several days. He had gone to find him, only to be embraced and kissed by a girl named Mizuki who had indulged a bit too much. Jiraiya had teasingly asked Mizuki if she would wait for him to grow up. How shameless. Fireball. Young Hikari. Technique. Young Momoka. Yahiko. He loathed his inability to unleash fire release without hand seals, which allowed Jiraiya to evade. Jiraiya slapped his forehead. He could simply lift the transformation technique. Couldn't he? He gasped, realizing that in the years since their last meeting, Conan had grown stronger, nearly impaling him with a paper spear. He removed the 2 paper spears lodged in his chest. Seeing this, Conan felt somewhat awkward and approached Jiraiya to perform a healing technique. Sensei, why did you disguise yourself as a grass ninja? If it had been a ninja from another village, they would have conversed before engaging in battle. Yet, it was such a coincidence that he chose to impersonate a grass ninja. Chapter 14. Everything is for the village. How should I put this? The reason for your visit is. Jiraiya gazed intently at the faces of his 3 long-lost disciples, growing increasingly flushed as he spoke. Could he confess that he had come to urge them to continue their training? But let us not speak of the teacher. Let us discuss you. Yahiko, you see. Conan is. Jiraiya decisively shifted the topic, his hands kneading Nagato and Yahiko's heads. They have grown stronger and taller. Jiraiya initially thought that after such a long time apart, once misunderstandings were cleared, the 4 of them would find a tavern to share drinks and stories. He would inquire about their progress in ninjutsu and whether they missed him. They would ask about his recent whereabouts and what he had been doing, expressing how much they missed him. Yet, everything unfolded differently than he had envisioned. Sensei, I cannot comprehend your words. Please accompany us for a moment. Yahiko declared as he removed the handcuffs from his waist and solemnly secured them around Jiraiya's wrists. Jiraiya, where are you taking your teacher? I have important tasks at hand. With his hands shackled, Jiraiya had no choice but to follow the trio. As they walked, they explained to the timid villagers and alarmed merchants that it was all a misunderstanding, that there were no enemies. This white-haired man was their imprudent teacher, who had chosen to infiltrate the village without understanding the consequences. So, he is the teacher of village chief Yahiko? The villagers began to piece together that Yahiko's mentor was none other than Lord Jiraiya of Konoha. If he is indeed the chief's teacher, then he must be a good person, meaning Lord Jiraiya has come to lend support to Chief Yahiko? The construction crew continued their work, having overheard the discussions. The villagers and merchants engaged in lively conversation, realizing that their village had ties to Konoha. Truly, it was a promising time, a time of prosperity. Moments later, they proceeded into the depths of the village. Sealed with a sealing technique that restrained his chakra, Jiraiya was imprisoned by Yahiko in the innermost chamber. If it threatens the village, even my friends, brothers, or teachers shall not be spared. Jiraiya observed the inexplicably domineering Yahiko outside the cell. At that moment, should he speak into a microphone, his voice would resonate throughout the entire village. No, even to the furthest corners of the prison. In that instant, he understood. Through his observations along the way, he astutely noticed that Yahiko was indeed pursuing the path of peace he had envisioned for him. A village was established at the intersection of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. It was quite commendable. Yahiko was held in high esteem by the people here. However, every household has its rules, and every village has its regulations. His infiltration into the village had caused significant panic and economic loss among the citizens. He had violated the laws of the village. And even Yahiko could not turn a blind eye. By setting an example, he had imprisoned his own teacher in the deepest part of the village, intending to intimidate those with dark hearts. It seemed this little brat was using his teacher Jiraiya as a lesson to the villagers. Most likely, he would treat him leniently. Alas, he understood. Just like the old man indulging Danzo. Yahiko exchanged a knowing wink with Jiraiya. I'm sorry, sensei, Yahiko murmured. Recently, the village had been progressing rapidly. Yet some individuals within had begun to exhibit tendencies of corruption and greed. Yahiko had already apprehended and reprimanded a number of them. It was a time of strict enforcement. And as the village chief, Yahiko could not show favoritism. It might require Jiraiya to remain imprisoned for an extended period. Sensei, your treatment will certainly be of the highest standard. Everything is for the village, Conan said with a hint of guilt. She regarded Jiraiya as a father figure, and sending him to prison caused her great heartache. Sensei, I shall bring you what you desire, Yahiko teased. Reflecting on the time he had sealed his pen, Jiraiya turned to the village. With a hint of mischief, Yahiko guessed what Jiraiya was planning. He wanted to come directly to him, didn't he? Why not just come straight away? If he did, he would surely comply. Jiraiya watched the retreating figures of the 3 children, filled with a sense of comfort. If the 3 children were to show favoritism because of his status as their teacher, turning a blind eye to his transgressions, he might indeed feel disappointed. What was it that Yahiko claimed he would bring him? Jiraiya casually sat on the ground, feeling a tinge of anticipation. Could it be Pain's grand creation? Surely not. It couldn't be true. Ha ha. The sound of Jiraiya's mischievous laughter echoed through the deepest recesses of the cell. The following morning, on a grass mat, Jiraiya, clad in prison garb, was fast asleep. The continuous ringing of bells resounded. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Jiraiya blinked his bleary eyes. somewhat dazed as he gazed at the two guards entering the room. What is this? They lock me up for a night, and then let me go? That little brat Yahiko is just like the old man, indulging those three elders. Jiraiya sat on the floor, sporting dark circles under his eyes as he looked at the two. Very well, since my disciple is so filial, I cannot disappoint him. Jiraiya rose and brushed off the bits of grass clinging to his backside. Will you be providing meals? Jiraiya casually asked as he draped an arm around the two guards. Yes. The two guards exchanged glances and led Jiraiya to the prison cafeteria. The cafeteria was modest, but it was more than sufficient to accommodate the inmates. Today's meal was quite decent. They placed the food warmers down, reminding everyone that prisoners are also human beings, and upon their release, they are citizens of the Hidden Rain village, deserving of a hearty meal. Uncle Jin, also known as Genji, directed the staff as they brought the food in, casting a curious glance at the village chief's teacher before departing. Inside the cafeteria, Jiraiya observed the iron tray in his hands and the long line waiting to be served. Are there really this many guards in the Hidden Rain village prison? He curiously asked the two who had brought him. Aside from those serving food, there are only about 10 guards, they replied, eager to answer since they recognized him as the chief's teacher. Only about 10? Then who are all the individuals patiently waiting in line for food over there? Jiraiya pointed at the serving window, perplexed. Oh, those are the prisoners in our facility. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at the two. Prisoners can be so obedient. Which prisoners thank the staff after receiving their meals. I love this dish. Could you please give me a little extra? That's enough. The people behind still need to eat. Thank you. At that moment, a burly man was at the window receiving his meal. Behind him was a continuous stream of men. Given the poor security in the ninja world, one could easily be apprehended on the street. After finishing breakfast, the man contentedly took his tray and found a seat, ready to feast. As long as they turn over a new leaf, they can become residents of the Hidden Rain village after serving their time. To contribute to the village of Shaoyin and enjoy the supportive policies it offers is a privilege. Who would willingly resort to banditry and face societal scorn if not compelled by circumstance? Here, labor is rewarded with wages, truth be told. The inhabitants are not particularly eager to leave. Jiraiya draws a comparison between the inmates of Shaoyin village's prison and those of Konoha's. It can only be said that the prisoners in Konoha are merely individuals. With a sense of curiosity, they line up. After the meal, Jiraiya finds an unoccupied seat, clutching a plate brimming with food. The prisoners observe a commendable decorum during mealtime, adhering perfectly to the principle of silence while eating. Chapter 15, A Day in Prison. The silence proves a challenge for the loquacious Jiraiya, causing him considerable discomfort. At long last, the meal concludes, following the prisoners to wash their plates. They gather outside for exercises, subsequently jogging around the playground. Before long, it is 8 o'clock. Today marks the monthly examination for the prisoners, and those who perform well may have their sentences reduced. At this moment, Jiraiya sits at a table, confronted with an examination paper. Prisoners must take exams. The accompanying guards explain. Mr. Jiraiya, prisoners who fail to meet the standards of thought and character cannot be released. Indeed, your charges may not be overly severe. Yet passing this exam could grant you a lenient eye from the village chief, allowing for your release. Subsequently, the two prepare a cheat sheet for Jiraiya. Without any directive from Yahiko, they took the initiative. It's all just a matter of human relations. Take it away. Who do you look down upon? I, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, require a cheat sheet. Away with you. Jiraiya dismissively waves his hand. Though he may be at the bottom, he is still the bottom of Konoha. Yahiko was once a little fellow whom he taught to read, letter by letter. Even if Yahiko has grown, how could he possibly surpass his mentor in terms of ideological maturity? The two guards feel conflicted, yet upon witnessing Jiraiya's steadfastness, the other prisoners cast puzzled glances and relent. The village has a policy. When encountering fellow villagers in distress outside the village, everyone should help within their means. Those who assist may be rewarded with a Shaoyin cow or a Shaoyin chicken or duck after verification. What would you choose? Jiraiya responds without hesitation. What do you mean? Absolutely not. I perform good deeds without seeking recognition. I am not motivated by rewards. As he speaks, he writes. One day, when a child at home cries on the street, the wife comforts him with the promise of slaughtering a sheep upon their return. Little did the child know this was merely a lie, for how could their impoverished household afford such luxury? When faced with a child seeking an explanation, what would you do? The lamb must grow to fetch a good price. Of course, one must educate the child that hardship precedes sweetness, at worst. The lamb's leg can be saved for the child to gnaw on later. Encountering an elderly beggar by the roadside, the old man claims to be starving, having gone 3 days without food. With 200 ryo in hand, what would you do? Is that even a question? Naturally, I would give the entire 200 ryo to the elderly man. Jiraiya writes swiftly, completing the entire paper in merely 5 minutes. Observing the deep contemplation of those around him, Jiraiya shakes his head inwardly. Indeed, his time as the bottom of the class was solely due to the fact that he was in Konoha. After the exam, the invigilating teacher collects the papers. At 8:30, the prisoners attend class. Jiraiya promptly rests his head on the desk to catch some sleep, and no one dares to reprimand him. At 9 o'clock, Jiraiya and his companions enter the workshop. Making toys? How intriguing. Jiraiya runs his fingers over a piece of wood known as Hashirama's wood. It is likely a boast. Ever since the death of the first Hokage, even the little that remained at the Valley of the End was taken by the old man to support the village. The overseer here claims they have 3 warehouses filled with Hashirama's wood. Why did he not remember Yahiko being so unscrupulous? Speaking of which, he seems to have spotted a familiar face on the way, Uzumaki Kyusuk. Could it be that old rascal has corrupted Yahiko? At noon, work concludes, and it is time for a meal. After hastily finishing, there remains half an hour for activities. Jiraiya joins his cellmates for a game of poker. Oh, these fellows are full of risque jokes. Their banter is indeed entertaining. Jiraiya revels in it. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire village gathers for exercises once more. Fortunately, Jiraiya learned the routine in the morning, and during the afternoon session, he realizes that these exercises enhance physical fitness, balance, and flexibility. He discovers little else, as he spends most of his time sneaking amused glances at his fellow inmates, while the female prisoners next door perform splendidly. By 3 o'clock, Jiraiya feels quite stuffed. Even in prison, there are snacks. Plates of eggs lie before him, leaving no room for disbelief. As the teacher of the village chief, he enjoys certain privileges, allowing him to indulge in an extra egg compared to others. At 6 o'clock, after completing some sewing work, it is time for another meal. Jiraiya finally understands why his fellow inmates are reluctant to leave. Reflecting, he wonders how long it has been since he enjoyed 3 proper meals a day. Considering a balanced diet? After dinner, there are 10 minutes to write letters. Some inmates come from families of bandits, with grandfathers and fathers also imprisoned, leaving little to write about. Jiraiya ponders and decides to write a letter to Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan each. At 7 o'clock, the exam papers are returned. Suddenly, Jiraiya feels a pang of anxiety. If he scores full marks on his first attempt, how will his fellow inmates revere him? He does not conceal the smug grin on his face. However, upon receiving the paper, Jiraiya feels as though the sky has fallen. 2 points. How could he possibly score only 2 points? Jiraiya glances at the bottom of the paper, where the evaluator has left a comment suggesting that he should remain imprisoned for another 2 years to receive proper education, labeling him a hypocritical man devoid of integrity and foolishness. The grading is done anonymously, eliminating any malicious intent against him. Furthermore, as Yahiko's teacher, who is akin to a father figure, no one would dare to mistreat him. Staring at the evaluator's remarks, Jiraiya is quite indignant. Which part of that assessment pertains to him? Yet he displays no outward reaction, leaning back with his legs crossed as he gazes at the instructor explaining the answers. The teacher appears equally helpless. Had he known Jiraiya was Yahiko's teacher, he would have been gentler in his grading. Well, everyone has made progress, and we have one individual who scored full marks. Come up and let everyone see your paper. Upon glancing at the student, Jiraiya recognizes him as the one who had been sneaking glances at the female prisoners during exercises in the afternoon. How did he score full marks? The man shyly scratches his head and, encouraged by the applause of the teacher and his peers, explains how he arrived at his answers. When faced with the choice of a cow or a chicken or duck, he chose the cow. Isn't it more noble to refuse? Is that wrong? Jiraiya mutters instinctively. The crowd hears him clearly, yet no one laughs, for they too had initially thought the same, eager to present their best selves. The man on stage recalls slowly. That is what the village chief said. If you refuse, and he refuses, how can everyone in the village feel justified in doing good deeds and then seeking rewards? If everyone chooses to forego rewards, will those who choose to seek them not face condemnation? Clearly, he did a good deed and should receive what is rightfully his. If there are no rewards, will everyone truly dare to risk their lives to save their companions in distress outside? Jiraiya falls into a contemplative silence, opening his mouth to speak, yet faltering. Wouldn't this render him a cold-hearted individual like Orochimaru? Yet, he inexplicably feels that Yahiko's perspective is the correct one. As for the second question, is it truly wise to indulge a child so? Why not reveal to the child that it is merely a benevolent lie, using it to teach that hardship precedes sweetness, and that the lamb, when grown, yields greater rewards, does it not? Jiraiya anxiously watches the man on stage who had boasted to him in the afternoon, his mind fleetingly grasping the point at which he erred in the second question, only for it to slip away. Integrity. The village chief imparted to us the importance of fulfilling promises made to others. Parents are undoubtedly the finest educators for their children. If it were I would opt to take on an additional job, ensuring a better life for my offspring. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes glistened with emotion, exclaiming how beautifully articulated that sentiment was. This must be the philosophy and commendable virtues that Yahiko has gleaned from me. How splendid. At 7:30, it was time for reading. Jiraiya hurried over, thrilled to hear that Yahiko had dispatched someone to deliver books. Truly, he is the beloved disciple of his master. A complete anthology of fairy tales by Yahiko. What on earth is this? What I wish to read are the works authored by Pain and Conan. The first story, The Little Match Girl? It appears rather intriguing. Jiraiya couldn't help but become engrossed. At 9 o'clock, it was bedtime. After settling into bed, Jiraiya reflected on the day, which had been both orderly and fulfilling. Should he pay close attention to tomorrow's early class? Lost in thought, he drifted into slumber, dreaming of a blissful life with Tsunade. Chapter 16. Greetings, teacher. Jiraiya only scored 2 points? That night, Yahiko and the others gathered around Jiraiya's test paper, along with 3 letters that Jiraiya had penned for each of them. Within, he expressed concern for their hardships over the past year for the village, lamenting that he could not be by their side to fight for peace due to the ongoing conflicts in the village. Upon reading this, the 3 were deeply moved. Yahiko nearly wielded his authority to release Jiraiya. Yet, at the last moment, rationality triumphed over emotion. Scoring 2 points, did he have a frog write this for him? Conan asked, what should we do? Yahiko pinched the bridge of his nose. Let us keep him locked up for a while longer. Jiraiya-sensei has clearly lost touch with the people. How is the organization you established, Nagato? Yahiko inquired. The village still lacked shinobi, and the organization was currently staffed by ordinary folk gathering intelligence for me. Fog, murky smoke. Yahiko acknowledged the plagiarism from the neighboring root. Of course, Yahiko could not be as foolish as the third Hokage and Danzo. Speaking honestly, Yahiko believed that Root's concept was brilliant. It was unfortunate that their leader lacked intelligence. Danzo should focus on his role at Root, raiding other villages for talent, recruiting people, and brainwashing them into becoming weapons for Konoha. Even if the methods were cruel and abhorrent, the fans of Hokage could understand. Where there is light, there is darkness. All is for the village. As a result, this shadowy Root was merely plucking the green leaves from its own trees, and it was no surprise, considering it was Shimura Danzo. However, ordinary people had their own advantages, as they could remain hidden without drawing attention. Recently, a piece of news had spread through Konoha. Nagato recalled this news with a look of surprise. What? Yahiko and Conan queried in confusion. The renowned Konoha White Fang had apparently failed a mission. Nagato, I believe your original intention in establishing the organization was to recruit geniuses from the ninja world for the village. There's no need to waste time on the trivialities of a failed mission, right? Yahiko couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Truly a case of having long hair, but short sight. You did very well this time. Yahiko encouraged. What did you say? Conan looked at Yahiko incredulously. I am going out of my way to help you. And this is how you repay me? Are you siding with Nagato? How infuriating. Nagato chuckled lightly. All is for the village. All right, you should head home and get some rest. I have matters to attend to outside the village with Nagato. Yahiko donned his outerwear, picked up the book he had been secretly writing over the past few days, and prepared to leave with Nagato. While he could be lighthearted most of the time, during critical moments, he needed to exhibit the gravitas of a man. Understood, be safe on the way, and return early. Conan helped Yahiko smooth out the creases in his clothing and whispered coldly in his ear, when you come back, there will be consequences for you. No need for that. Conan, I don't care for chicken soup. Nagato was unaware of what Conan was saying to Yahiko. Perhaps she was suggesting she would prepare chicken soup for him to replenish his strength? Seeing their affectionate demeanor made him somewhat envious. After losing his family to Konoha shinobi, he had longed for a gentle woman to accompany him. As for Kyubi, Nagato had already come to regard her as a younger sister. He was still not quite accustomed to a little girl clinging to him every day. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Conan were utterly perplexed. What was Nagato thinking? Why was he suddenly laughing like a fool? After Yahiko departed, the various affairs of the village would naturally be entrusted to Conan. Any issues that could not be resolved would await his return. In the original narrative, she was revered by the residents of Akatsuki as an angel. Her adeptness in handling governmental affairs was evident, and Yahiko found her suggestions refreshing. In Konoha, at the Hokage office, on the 33rd day since the closure of his pen, he thought of him. The speaker was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He never anticipated that one day, A person in the ninja world could allow him to refer to them casually as bro. This term signified acknowledgement, a mark of respect for Pain's minor contributions to improving the impoverished lives in the ninja world. Holding a pipe in his hand, he took a melancholic drag. Half of the smoke he inhaled, the other half carried away by the wind. Perhaps the wind had its own troubles. There came a knock at the door. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen skillfully tucked away several books stacked on his desk into a drawer. Hokage-sama, the leader of Akatsuki wishes to meet with you. The chunin responsible for receiving foreign guests knelt before him. Akatsuki? Sarutobi pondered for a moment. Where did this little village spring from? I've never heard of it. The chunin, noticing the Hokage's confusion, explained, their village is situated at the junction of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. The leader is a 10-year-old child. At this, the chunin appeared somewhat astonished. What kind of person can now self-proclaim as a leader? The leaders of the 5 great villages are referred to as kage. The heads of other villages with certain strengths are called leaders. Akatsuki. They had certainly not heard of it. A 10-year-old child? Sarutobi mused, then remarked. To establish a village at the intersection of our lands and the land of rain and the land of grass is quite an accomplishment. Have Yamato go and meet with him. Understood. After the chunin departed, Sarutobi randomly pulled a book from the drawer, shaking his head with a wry smile. As he had memorized its plot, I suppose I shall read it again. Moments later, there was another knock at the door. What is it? The leader of Akatsuki insists on meeting you. Nonsense. Just tell him that I am busy with official duties. That Yamato is willing to meet him is already quite a favor considering how far this child has traveled to Konoha. Under ordinary circumstances, Sarutobi might have personally received and encouraged the child to showcase his stature. But today, that was not an option. He needed to read. He can say nothing. But he claims to possess the latest work by Choji. The chunin suddenly exclaimed with excitement. From the title, it seemed this chunin was also a longtime fan. Oh, Choji's latest work. At this, Sarutobi leapt from his chair, his eyes sparkling with joy, his breathing quickening. Soon after, he realized he had lost his composure, sat back down, and cleared his throat before stating seriously, let him in. I am most curious to see what this young lad wishes to discuss with me, the 3rd Hokage. Yes. The chunin's face quivered with excitement. Is this it for Hokage-sama? Is it my turn now? I was in line first. During the interval of the chunin's departure, Sarutobi felt as though time crawled at an agonizing pace. Every minute and second felt interminably long and torturous. Hurry, hurry. Oh dear. Can't they just use the flying thunder god technique to get here faster? Hokage-sama, they have arrived. They were not yet present, but their voices had already reached him. No need to knock, just come right in. In the next moment, a boy with orange hair and another with red hair were dragged in by the chunin. Their hair billowing as they entered, looking bewildered. Is the Konoha chunin's body flicker technique really that impressive? Ahem, I am the 3rd Hokage you wish to see. Oh, greetings, teacher. Chapter 17, Shikamaru. You are trampling on my beliefs. Teacher. The faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konan displayed a perplexing expression upon the arrival of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Yahiko. My master Jiraiya, Yahiko remarked with an innocent smile. Beside him, Nagato, under the watchful gaze of an elder, quickly lowered his head, leaving ambiguous whether his embarrassment was genuine or veiled in resentment. Are you the 3 disciples that Jiraiya took in at Akatsuki? Indeed, I am Yahiko, and this is Nagato. We are all pupils of Master Jiraiya, Yahiko replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Recalling the time during the Second Shinobi World War when Jiraiya discovered 3 unfortunate children in Akatsuki and chose to care for them for 2 years. Upon reflection, he realized these 3 children were indeed part of his lineage as Hokage. So it is you too. What brings you here, little ones? Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a kindly demeanor. He was generally astute in reading people, yet he was unsure of their intentions. Well, I brought Nagato here to pay respects to our elder and to observe the thriving Akarigakure, seeking to learn from Hokage grandfather, Yahiko said. Suppressing his distaste for the childish tone he adopted, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, noticing how Yahiko, with a furtive demeanor, crept closer. One must always be wary. He discreetly readied himself for any potential conflict. I hail from Akatsuki, under the tutelage of Master Jiraiya, who in turn was a disciple of Hokage grandfather. Ultimately, we are all part of the same family, Yahiko proclaimed. Grandfather? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of emotions, almost teetering on the brink of despair at the realization of his age. Whether by design or accident, Yahiko approached the table, inadvertently dropping a book from his arms. He hastily picked it up, and Sarutobi Hiruzen caught a glimpse of the cover. Call me your majesty, he exclaimed. Little Yahiko, little Nagato. Come and chat with Hokage grandfather, he said, chuckling heartily, as if he had just been tickled by the wind. His gaze towards Yahiko and Nagato resembled that of a relative. After a brief conversation, Yahiko and Nagato, displaying remarkable awareness, took their leave. In the afternoon, a report concerning Akatsuki arrived on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. His complexion pale, he slowly spoke. Indeed, they are Jiraiya's disciples. We need not concern ourselves with them. But should they make any moves, we must be informed without delay. Outside the Hitaki residence, Yahiko and Nagato crouched nearby, awaiting the moment when Itachi Tsukumo would take his own life, ready to intervene. Nagato placed his trust in Yahiko, and Yahiko in Danzo. As they waited, a small boy wearing goggles suddenly slipped and fell to his knees before them. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances. I didn't bring a red envelope, Yahiko stammered. Nagato, do you have one to spare? Nagato shook his head. Damn it, where did that rock come from to trip me, Uchiha Obito? The boy exclaimed. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What are you talking about? You're Obito? Yahiko scrutinized the clumsy boy who had rushed to retrieve a stone to prove his identity. This very boy had stirred turmoil within the shinobi world, igniting the fourth great ninja war. How was he any different from Madara, lurking within his ring? You know me? Obito dropped the stone, excitement lighting his face as he grasped Yahiko's hand. I suppose we do know each other, Yahiko nodded, inwardly cursing, recalling how this boy had haunted his dreams in another life. Without Obito, where would the yellow flash have emerged from? Without him, where would the stagnant waters have flowed? Indeed, I am the illustrious Uchiha Obito, the second-place winner of last year's Akarigakure Young Ninjas competition. Obito stepped back, proudly pointing a thumb at himself. Nagato, confused, asked, is there such an event in Konoha? Yahiko, when we return, we should host one ourselves. So you were second? Who was first? The first was. Obito's face paled, dark lines appearing as desolation washed over him. Yahiko burst into laughter. Huh? I will surely surpass that smug Kakashi. Obito crossed his arms and turned away, ignoring Nagato. Observing the youthful Obito, Yahiko felt a strange desire to bring him home. A white-haired boy with lifeless eyes watched the two unfamiliar youths before him. The other boy, donned in goggles, squatted nearby. Hey, what are you two doing? It's been 3 days. Why have you been lurking at my doorstep? At 6 years old, Kakashi, a prodigy who graduated as a genin at 5, had been observing Yahiko and Nagato's daily vigil for some time. Had they not exuded a sense of benignity, Kakashi would have alerted the Konoha guard to apprehend them. Hey, you okay, dumb Kakashi? Obito asked, standing with a bamboo helicopter in one hand and a wooden slingshot in the other. Although his words were concerned, his demeanor was that of a tsundere, feigning indifference. Who are they? Kakashi refrained from answering, merely gazing coolly at the two boys next to Obito. They? Humph. Listen well, Kakashi. The one with orange hair is my older brother, Yahiko, and the one with red hair is my older brother, Nagato, Obito declared proudly, introducing his two older brothers who had brought him toys. Hey, Yahiko greeted Kakashi but paid him no further heed. His visit was not intended for Kakashi but rather for his father. Recently, unfounded rumors had begun circulating, disparaging Itachi Tsukumo for abandoning his mission to save his comrades, leading to significant losses for Konoha. Yahiko dared not speculate on the origins of these rumors, as they were matters concerning prominent figures. Nevertheless, the gossip had intensified over the past few days. The village's higher-ranking officials had remained silent, perhaps due to Tsukumo's interference with their chosen successors. Were they attempting to suppress him? Yet, this had nothing to do with Yahiko. With a greedy desire for White Fang's strength, Yahiko and Nagato remained steadfast outside the Hitaki residence for 3 days. After all, wasn't he reminiscent of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Whatever, Kakashi thought, uninterested, as he had to return home to care for his father. TCH. Obito scoffed, Big Brother is the best. He gives me delicious rabbit milk candy. Inside the Hitaki residence, Itachi Tsukumo sat calmly on the tatami, sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the insults hurled from outside. You're back? He greeted Kakashi, who had just returned from a mission, with a warm smile. Father. Kakashi replied respectfully. He nodded slightly, hesitating to speak. Tsukumo did not inquire further, but merely patted Kakashi on the shoulder, glancing at the floor-to-ceiling window stained by the remnants of rotten eggs left by unknown villagers. If he were to express regret, perhaps he would, for as a ninja, failing to complete a mission was a dereliction of duty. However, time and again, if he had to choose between completing a mission and saving a comrade, he would still choose the latter. Life is priceless. Protecting comrades, family, and children was the very essence of the first Hokage's founding of Konoha. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether safeguarding comrades was indeed his father's conviction. even if it meant breaking certain rules. But what of the disdain from others? The more he pondered, the more lost he felt. Hitaki Tsukumo, why must you forsake your mission for my sake? He felt anger rising. Stop with your pretentious facade. Do you think I would be grateful? For the village, I am fully prepared to make sacrifices, Hitaki Tsukumo. You tread upon my convictions for your own reputation. Outside, two voices echoed with insults. Belonging to the very comrades Tsukumo had rescued by abandoning his mission, along with the scattered murmurs of ignorant villagers. With a sudden crash, the teacup that Tsukumo had been holding tightly slipped from his grasp, shattering into countless pieces on the floor. He heard every word from outside, his heart constricting as if gripped by a powerful hand, drowning in an ocean of uncertainty. Was he truly wrong, or was he right? Father. Kakashi's face flushed red as he seized his sword, white-fanged, ready to defend Tsukumo's honor. Stay where you are, Kakashi. Tsukumo's weary expression bore a bitter smile. Chapter 18. Forgive me, Kakashi. You lot. Silence yourselves at once. Do not mock Kakashi and his father. A rare expression of anger appeared on Obito's youthful face. These individuals before him had the audacity to belittle Kakashi's father's actions in the rescue of his comrades. So they were from the Uchiha clan? Humph. This is a matter of Konoha, and does not concern your Uchiha clan. Two impetuous young genin, freshly graduated from the ninja academy, sneered at Obito. However, my brother Obito still held some prestige in Konoha, as the two genin were swiftly dragged away by their grandmother, who admonished them that Obito was Obito, and the Uchiha were the Uchiha. The infamous failure of the Konoha White Fang's mission had left the client utterly disillusioned with Konoha, and I could hardly secure even a D-rank mission, while at home, I had two hungry children to support. What was I to do? A sobbing genin lamented. Bystanders, confused by the commotion, empathized with the genin. Some went to console him, while others gathered at the Hitaki residence to hurl insults. Yahiko and Nagato stood by, speechless, silently observing several elderly women urging young Obito to return home. It could be said that foolishness is more terrifying than malice. In the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha emerged victorious. Could it truly be short of missions? In these times, the likes of Ino Shikicho, Minato Namikaze, and Fugaku Uchiha were like the sun rising at dawn. Their prominence undeniable. If he were a daimyo, he would, with all fairness, prefer to assign missions to Konoha over the Akatsuki village. The foundation of Konoha was extraordinarily robust, with various Kekkei Genkai and the forbidden techniques left behind by Hashirama Senju. It seemed that the Akatsuki village still had a long way to go before it could aspire to rise above the five great villages. Thus, he and Nagato, representatives of the Akatsuki village, wielded their small hoes. Today, they would dig one, and tomorrow, a pair. Through this ebb and flow, the advantage would tilt in their favor. It is no wonder that Kakashi later held Obito in such fond remembrance. Do not be like this. At this moment, under Obito's playful charm, several elderly women could no longer resist, organizing a retreat to spare Obito some dignity. As they departed, they murmured to one another, "Shall we return tomorrow when Obito is off to school?" The Obito before his descent into darkness was the ideal child envisioned by the Akatsuki village. Emerging from the people and returning to the people, he was self-taught. "Obito, would you like to join brother Yahiko's Akatsuki village?" Yahiko declared, placing his hands on Obito's shoulders. Locking eyes with him earnestly, he had already forged a bond with Nagato. With so many debts, what was one more Obito? If Madara had the capability, he would personally emerge to deal with him using Susanoo. Obito felt a flicker of excitement. His wisdom surged from a mere 3 to an impressive level. Was brother implying that I should inherit his village after his demise? Over the past few days, brother had showered him with toys and sweets, even praising him for his potential to defeat half of the Uchiha clan's might. The water dragon jutsu performed with 3 hand seals left him awestruck. Its power was indeed formidable, suggesting he had attained the strength of a chunin. If I were to join, wouldn't I be able to stride about with confidence? But wait, the Akatsuki village had no Rin. Brother Yahiko, I have my reasons for needing to stay. Obito scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Yahiko, somewhat disappointed, conceded the matter. Shortly thereafter, Obito returned home for dinner. Kakashi filled a bucket with water and emerged with a cloth to clean the spittle of the villagers, displaying a hint of impatience. "Why are you still here? Have you come to trouble my father?" Nagato frowned. "You would do well to adjust your attitude. He is not as accommodating as Yahiko." "Apologies." Kakashi, in a state of confusion, set down the cleaning tools and approached the two, nervously inquiring, "What do you think of my father? Lacking confidence? Once you're done, I'll let you know." The life coach Yahiko had arrived, producing a test paper, reminiscent of the one Jiraiya had handed out that day. Kakashi, with a sense of resignation, gazed at the individual presenting him with the test, alongside the menacingly glaring red-haired companion. Evidently, he would not be allowed to leave until he completed it. He begrudgingly spent 5 minutes filling out the test. With a hint of pride, Kakashi handed the completed paper to Yahiko, confident it would receive a perfect score, thus requiring no further grading. Yahiko and Nagato huddled together, scrutinizing the test paper in their hands. A genin prodigy who graduated at 5 years old might indeed have achieved a perfect score. Glancing over it, they regarded Kakashi with mixed expressions. 0 points. 2 points less than even Jiraiya-sensei. While Jiraiya's answers were somewhat understandable, Kakashi's responses were perplexing. For instance, when asked whether to save a cow or a chicken, he chose not to save either. In another instance, regarding whether a child should slaughter a lamb, he wrote to simply buy another one. What happened? It's nothing, you can go back. Your father is a competent warrior. This was utterly baffling. Kakashi rolled his eyes and departed. Nagato, the education of children is of utmost importance. We must establish a department to allow children to experience society early on. You need not look at me like that. I assure you this is not exploitation, but for their own good. Very well. In the deep of night, Shiboku stood alone in his residence, gazing toward the Hokage rock of Konoha, feeling the cool night breeze. Forgive me, Kakashi. His lifelong commitment to protecting his comrades shattered abruptly after the reproach from those two companions. This was what one might call a broken heart. Shiboku began to question what the will of fire he had upheld for half his life truly meant. No, he was not at fault. The fault lay with this shinobi world. He had not betrayed his ninja way, nor had he abandoned his comrades in their time of need. A smile of relief graced Shiboku's face, just as he was about to return inside. Intending to end his life with the trusty short blade that had accompanied him through countless battles, he overheard a conversation outside. Kakashi, you bastard. Today, you nearly killed both me and the enemy. Oh, don't you have anything to say? The mission was completed, wasn't it? A flicker of surprise crossed Shiboku's eyes. Wasn't Kakashi supposed to be sleeping? In the next moment, Shiboku's figure appeared on the roof, looking outside the residence. A white-haired Umbu wearing a mask walked ahead, his tone chillingly cold. Behind him were his companions. It seemed that during the mission, this Umbu, sharing a name with Kakashi, had chosen to attack alongside the enemy, putting both his comrades and the opponent at risk. No. With years of Umbu experience, Shiboku realized that both were merely shadow clones in disguise. Before he could ponder further, the sight of two figures approaching from afar left him even more perplexed. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, appearing as they would at 12 or 13 years of age. Obito, Nagato, furiously exclaimed, Kakashi, why didn't you save her? Surely you possess the ability to rescue your comrades. Kakashi, Yahiko, coldly retorted. Indulging in personal feelings led to the failure of a crucial mission. You will undoubtedly regret it in the future. A ninja must extinguish his emotions. Those who break the rules are nothing but worthless. The two seemed to notice Shiboku, who was watching the unfolding drama. Yahiko asked, Father, what are your thoughts? Huh? Shiboku was momentarily taken aback. Was my opinion even relevant? The white-haired Umbu in front also removed his mask, and Shiboku was momentarily dazed. It resembled Kakashi. Chapter 19. Today, I must clear the name of Hitachi Shiboku. Father, you were criticized by the villagers for abandoning the mission in favor of your comrades. While I was criticized for abandoning my comrades for the mission. Why is that? The shadow clone of Yahiko, disguised as Kakashi, gazed at Shiboku in confusion. Hitachi Shiboku fell silent, deep in thought. It seemed to be true. If he had abandoned his comrades for the mission, he too might face scorn. Father, come with me. Let us seek the truth. The two Kakashis, one large and one small, extended their hands toward Hitachi Shiboku. Who are you really? Hitachi Shiboku reacted, raising his weapon in a defensive stance, calmly inquiring. Father, it's me. Don't you want Kakashi anymore? He cried, tears welling in his eyes. Hitachi Shiboku fell silent. Just moments ago, he had contemplated abandoning Kakashi, preparing to cowardly meet his end. Bang! Yahiko and Nagato dispelled their shadow clones and transformation jutsu, with tears glistening in the corners of Yahiko's eyes. They had become engrossed in their roles. You are disciples of Jiraiya from the Hidden Rain village? The news of these two was well known to Kakashi Hitachi, especially since they had been lingering at his doorstep for days, making it impossible to remain oblivious. A true man, born between heaven and earth, should wield a sword and achieve unparalleled feats. Are you content to languish in mediocrity? Kakashi pondered. Has he fallen under a genjutsu? What on earth is this child talking about? Yahiko faced his own struggles, having to persuade the villagers of the belief in their Hidden Rain village through reason and emotion. Despite Yahiko's peculiar demeanor, Kakashi sensed the child's intent to guide him. Devoid of malice, Are you speculating on how Kakashi's character will evolve after my demise? Indeed, a warm current surged through Kakashi's heart, realizing that these attentive youngsters had discerned the shifting winds and kept watch at his door. They had come 3 times over the past 3 days. Although they were strangers, if only the villagers of Konoha could be so warm-hearted, he would not feel so desolate. He instantly appeared before the two, gazing at the Hokage rock, adorned with the visages of the 3 Hokage. I must provide an explanation to the feudal lord and the client. As a ninja, it is only fitting to accept punishment for voluntarily abandoning a mission. Kakashi refrained from sharing his thoughts on the collapse of faith with the 2 children, fearing that their young hearts might shatter. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, astonished by Kakashi's earnestness. To abandon a mission to save a comrade. Why not say the mission changed, leading to failure, while the White Fang of Konoha bravely sacrificed himself to protect others? Yet, 2 teammates were still captured by the enemy. Reflecting on the will of fire, the White Fang resolutely chose to stay behind to rescue his comrades, ultimately saving them through sheer willpower. Wouldn't that sound far more compelling? Furthermore, one could even turn the tables on the employer, questioning why the mission unfolded differently than described. Is the enemy truly of such caliber? If so, how could even I, the White Fang of Konoha, be unable to handle them? I have reason to suspect that you are concealing some details regarding the mission. He recalled the time the Hokage guard had escorted Tobarama to the hidden cloud village for negotiations. Hey, guess what? The Hokage guard. Once the Hokage is gone, what purpose does the guard serve? Given Kakashi's current predicament, which of them wouldn't he deserve to be reprimanded? Kakashi's sincerity inadvertently solidified the resolve of the 2. In these times, honest individuals are indeed a rarity. Nagato bellowed at Kakashi. Do you truly wish to witness Kakashi transform into a cold-hearted man? Can you bear to see Kakashi scorned, abandoning his comrades during missions, becoming a mere tool devoid of warmth? You irresponsible father. With Nagato's furious shout, his right fist, propelled by the rush of wind, struck Kakashi's abdomen like a cannonball. Kakashi grimaced, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. My parents sacrificed themselves during the Second Great Ninja War to protect me. I despised my own weakness and often wept in my dreams, haunted by visions of my father's demise. Yet you, with the ability to protect your own child, could lead a fulfilling life together. Why then do you choose self-destruction? Have you considered Kakashi's feelings? Is he merely a product of your fleeting joy? I apologize for my lack of eloquence. Kakashi parted his lips slightly, and Yahiko mirrored him. Splendid. The inarticulate Nagato continued. If you do not wish to burden your child, then leave. Achieve something. Show those foolish individuals in Konoha that the fault lies with them, not you. Father, go. I will take care of myself. Awakened by Nagato's fervent outcry, Kakashi stood at the door in his pajamas, offering encouragement. The next day, Kakashi still had not relented, strolling through the bustling streets with Yahiko and Nagato. Yahiko understood that Kakashi had yet to resolve his internal conflict, but Uncle Kakashi provided for them well, so he was indeed a manageable companion. In the wealthiest commercial district, the Hokage had ordered not to mention the matter, but could that truly suppress their disdain for Kakashi? The trio experienced a glimpse of Naruto's treatment. Cold violence. A pair of clearly affectionate Chunin, clad in vests, strolled past, hand in hand. The male Chunin, repulsed, covered his mouth and nose, as though he could not bear to inhale the same air as Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head with a bitter smile. Yahiko, with his fiery temperament, tossed a shuriken at the man's feet, commanding, "Stop." The man, taken aback by Yahiko's sudden action, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you looking for a fight with Konoha?" He and the female Chunin discreetly reached for their weapons. This scene drew the attention of passers-by. Isn't that a child from Konoha? I don't recognize him. Is he from another village? To strike at one of Konoha's, he must have sealed his own fate. The trouble that was Kakashi was indeed ever-present, until a certain disguised villager diverted the topic towards Kakashi. Kakashi was once again met with scorn, unable to counter. "Let us go? Go. You jest. I will not leave until this matter is settled." Settle? Kakashi surveyed the chattering crowd in the commercial district and tentatively suggested, "Shall we kill them?" That wouldn't be wise, would it? The crowd broke into a cold sweat. "You can't be serious?" Yahiko, noticing some attempting to flee, roared, "No one is allowed to leave. I demand to know. The one beside you is your girlfriend, correct?" The male Chunin, sensing an unusual force surrounding him, nodded dumbly. "I'll teach you how to insult 2 people in 1 sentence. When did she go blind?" The male Chunin was taken aback, while the female Chunin frowned in confusion. "Let me ask you, if a scroll containing enemy secrets and your girlfriend fell into the river, who would you rescue first?" "I would certainly save the scroll." The male Chunin, glancing at Kakashi, instinctively spoke. Only when he felt both the subtle gravitational pull and an undercurrent of killing intent did he realize the situation. His girlfriend looked at him with a forced smile. Which one on earth should I choose? You hesitated? Your girlfriend fell into the water, and you hesitated? Unfaithful swine. Yahiko clicked his tongue, shaking his head in exasperation. Nagato wore a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, the female Chunin's eyes went red. You hesitated? The male Chunin found himself at a loss for words. I don't want to see you. The female Chunin, feeling wronged, ran off. While the male Chunin sighed dramatically before pursuing her, why on earth would he owe her anything? Yahiko scanned the street, assuring Kakashi, don't worry, Uncle Kakashi. I will make sure you are vindicated today. He then approached another man. I would certainly choose the scroll, the man replied without hesitation. Oh, you don't have a girlfriend. The man, that stings. Yahiko pondered for a moment and asked, what if your mother and the scroll fell into the water? Damn. The man fell silent, realizing his mother was nearby selling vegetables and had come over to see the commotion. Xiaohai, what's wrong? His mother inquired. Hee. Xiaohai doesn't want you anymore, Yahiko jested. Xiaohai's mother. As Yahiko explained the situation, echoes of Xiaohai's nostalgic childhood memories filled the street. Your mother, your sister, your brother. Throughout the afternoon, Yahiko roamed the streets, questioning everyone. What? You're an orphan, have no wife, and no relatives? Then what if the first Hokage fell into the water? Enough. Wouldn't I save Lord Hashirama? Kakashi followed behind Yahiko with a complex expression, bewildered that the issue that had troubled him for days could be resolved so simply. Kakashi, no need to rush. Yahiko noticed Kakashi, in a moment of fervor, was ready to follow him. He chose to wait a while longer, allowing the kite to soar back. He yearned to leave indelible marks of his devotion upon the very essence of Itachi Uchiha, vowing unwavering fidelity, devoid of any inclinations toward infidelity. Itachi Uchiha could only feel a profound sense of gratitude. The following day, Danzo perceived a shift in the winds and resorted to his usual underhanded tactics. The ninjas within the village were preoccupied with their own troubles. Just the previous day, numerous couples had found themselves embroiled in conflict. Grappling with the dilemma of whom to save first, unearthing latent discord between the sexes that led to breakups. Even the elderly were not spared from this turmoil. They were nearing the point of loathing the individual who had brought up such a contentious issue. One couple, who had fought alongside the Senju clan during the Warring States period and had witnessed their marriage under the gaze of Hashirama, was particularly distressed. The old man cherished the hard-won peace of the Hidden Leaf village and resolutely prioritized the village above all else. Alas, this elderly couple was on the brink of divorce. The old man lamented how he had ever been attracted to a woman devoid of the will of fire. It seemed the village truly needed his protection. Divorce. It was imperative to finalize the divorce today. I shall leave with nothing. You, sobbing. O first Hokage, open your eyes and behold the heartless creature you have safeguarded. You too, oh dear. Let us converse amicably. You've been married for ages. What is this ruckus? The matter escalated to the point where even Sarutobi Hiruzen was alarmed and rushed over to mediate. Yahiko and Nagato, feeling guilty, passed by the civil affairs office on their way to the Hitaki residence. Ah, it's him. Suddenly, someone recognized Yahiko. Their fury surpassing even that of Wu Zishu avenging King Ping of Chu, wishing to devour Yahiko whole. Nagato, run. Outside the Hitaki residence, Yahiko, under duress from the villagers, nearly invented the flying thunder god technique. Can you believe it? He was consumed with thoughts of escape, his mind racing with inspiration, yet still lacking that final spark. He approached the long-waiting Hitaki Uchiha for a chat, to sip tea and share dreams and aspirations. Thus, a splendid day came to a close. On the third day, Father, truly, please depart quickly. Kakashi's eyes, peeking out from beneath his mask, were now shrouded in dark circles, his usual aloof demeanor shattered as he despaired. His father was facing the cold shoulder of the villagers in Konoha. Yet, Yahiko was truly facing violence in their home. Those wishing to eliminate Yahiko had nearly trampled down their doorstep. Kakashi could endure no more. Early that morning, as he ventured out to procure breakfast, expecting to be greeted by foul eggs, he was instead met with the delight of his father no longer suffering verbal abuse, only to be confronted by an elderly woman. A veteran of the Warring States period who had fought alongside the Senju clan, delivering a punch while shouting for her husband. Without even a glance, she unleashed 6 blows in a heartbeat. 6 punches. If this continued, he would surely be beaten to death. Hitaki Uchiha was moved to tears by Yahiko's heartfelt words. You treat me with sincerity, and I shall reciprocate with sincerity. Yahiko, no, esteemed village leader. I am willing to follow you. Our hearts eternally intertwined. Huh. Kakashi, what did you just say? Nothing. As dusk fell, in a park, Yahiko was bidding farewell to Obito, both with tears glistening in their eyes. Obito, if something were to happen to your elder brother in the future, would you recklessly come to his rescue? Of course. Brother. Very well, I trust you, for in this lifetime, you are my sole brother. But, brother, in Konoha, could you refrain from calling me Obito? I fear I might be beaten like Kakashi. Obito is my brother, Yahiko bellowed. What the? Run. Chapter 20. The Subterfuge from Konoha. In the Hokage residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was abruptly roused from slumber by a cadre of Umbu. Hokage-sama, Hatake Tsukumo has vanished into the night. What has transpired? Hiruzen hastily donned his attire and made his way to the study, where Danzo was already present. Danzo, is this your doing? He glared at Danzo, who appeared uneasily nonchalant. Rumors of Hatake Tsukumo's failure had been orchestrated by him, a fact he did not deny. Hiruzen, I command you to issue an S-rank bounty for Hatake Tsukumo and select one of your disciples to pursue him. Who authorized such an aggressive move? Hiruzen's forehead throbbed with rage as he slammed the table. He was to choose the fourth Hokage. If Hatake Tsukumo possessed a formidable political acumen, he might have earned a place on the list of candidates. However, he did not, being far more suited to serve as a valiant warrior of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, his renown inadvertently overshadowed Orochimaru, eclipsing the fourth Hokage's successor, Minato Namake's. Thus, Hiruzen begrudgingly allowed Danzo a measure of suppression. Yet, he only permitted Danzo to suppress him, not to drive him to defection. Gentlemen, Hatake Tsukumo's eldest son remains at home. Both men looked quizzically at the Umbu who had spoken. It appears that Hatake Tsukumo himself has been inspired by Jiraiya-sama's two disciples to seek glory in the Akatsuki village. According to Hatake Kakashi himself, he has his own ties to the village and is unwilling to leave. Nonsense. Retrieve them for me. Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration. Very well. Together. They are no match for Tsukumo. If the heavens choose to rain, or if a mother chooses to remarry, let them be. Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a puff. He pondered 100 times, yet could not fathom why Hatake Tsukumo wished to depart from his own village. Hiruzen. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen slammed the table. You will regret this. Danzo cast a long, penetrating gaze at him. The Umbu added, by the way, sirs, Jiraiya-sama's orange-haired disciple has also abducted the couple from the village. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances, unimpressed. What was the fuss? They were merely ordinary people. We're leaving. Danzo stormed away, his expression as dark as thunderclouds. As soon as Danzo departed, Hiruzen seemed to intuit his old friend's thoughts and commanded the Umbu, protect Kakashi. We have erred once, and we cannot afford to err a second time. Subsequently, Hiruzen, with a forced smile, dispatched several undercover agents to Akatsuki village. After a lifetime of play, he had now been blindsided by an eagle, betrayed by his own disciple. If they seek to undermine me, humph, then I shall also dig into your affairs. Before departing, Yahiko managed to take a handful of resources from Konoha, even if it could strengthen the village slightly. Yahiko would risk the chance of being beaten to accomplish it. The couple recalled the grand plans Yahiko had painted for them on the journey. There would be a designated space for them near the school entrance, and the village would provide funds for them to open a shop. Yet, they yearned to establish their business in Konoha, for it was their true home. Hokage-sama, please send help. They had made every effort to slow their pace. But it seemed the Hokage was indifferent to their plight. Alas, Hiruzen did not go to great lengths to conceal the news of Hatake Tsukumo's departure, even allowing whispers to spread privately. Throughout the shinobi world, all eyes turned toward the humble Akatsuki village. Orders were dispatched to the intelligence department to investigate. Upon receiving the information, the leaders of various villages regarded this small village with disdain. For instance, Inoki mused, recruiting populace, establishing ninja academies, creating retirement homes, and selling toys, calling themselves the Little Hashirama. Inoki chuckled. He could not allow this little Hashirama to rise, inviting them over, executing them, and taking them in as dogs. However, whether Akatsuki village was worth such efforts remained to be seen. Like Inoki, the leader of the Rain village also took an interest in Akatsuki village. In a traditional Japanese-style loft, the dispirited Hanzo spent his days reading and practicing calligraphy. He had learned of Akatsuki village's existence long ago. Over 1,000 people had migrated from the land of rain. He had been neglectful, but was not blind. Just like Minato Namake's, who had been impersonated by that boy Yahiko. Hanzo, with a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and contemplation, pinned a letter to Yahiko. The contents of the letter, of course, invited this child who had emerged from the land of rain to meet with him. If the former two were merely curious, perhaps seeking to take Yahiko under their wing. This peach-haired, elegant youth harbored intentions of his own. He wished for Yahiko's demise. The one who had slain his father and mother was hiding within Akatsuki village. Scorpion, when conversing with grandma and uncle, one must exhibit utmost politeness. I require all pertinent information regarding them. However, it wasn't long before this matter was cloaked in secrecy, gradually subsiding. Now is not the opportune moment to expose Nagato and the others. Since our team includes 2 ordinary individuals, the pace of our return to the village has significantly slowed. As we savor the noodles prepared by Uncle Handcrafted, who rose early to knead the dough, warmth fills our stomachs. Kakashi is unable to partake, regrettably, as Uncle Handcrafted has been taken away by us. As we departed the stifling confines of Konoha, Shikaku, while engaging in verbal exchanges with Nagato and Yahiko, felt a great burden lifted from his heart. After all, he is the man who devised the E-rank taijutsu secret technique, the 1,000 years of death. During these days of companionship, Yahiko even sensed a hint of shyness in Shikaku. The noodles were exquisite, receiving the highest commendation from the usually taciturn Nagato. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Yahiko discovered that he seemed to favor the dishes prepared by Conan even more. Perhaps his palate was simply too discerning. According to the current itinerary, we shall arrive at the village by afternoon. Stretching languidly, Yahiko reflected that these recent days had not solely been spent in the company of Shikaku. There were many lessons to be gleaned from Konoha. For instance, the medical corps. Yet apart from this initiative proposed by Tsunade, it appeared that during the 3rd Hokage's tenure, they had been living off the village's past glories. Contemplating the 3rd Hokage, one might imagine that he would be eager to eliminate his rival, Danzo. As Yahiko surmised, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed furious, having lost a shadow-level combatant for the village. Moreover, he had a plethora of discordant couples awaiting his mediation. How could a distinguished shinobi like him, the Hokage of Konoha, be relegated to the role of a matchmaker? In a fit of anger, he had unwittingly deployed an unknown number of spies into the Akatsuki village. It was not a complete loss of reason, but rather a strategic maneuver known as the Heavenly Steel Plan, conceived by the crafty Nara Shikaku. Although Akatsuki village was not particularly formidable, it was steadily rising in strength, and its future potential should not be underestimated. If some personnel from Konoha could be embedded in Akatsuki village, then one day, when the Hokage raised his voice, the upper echelons would be comprised entirely of his allies. Not only would he have avenged himself, but he would also gain an entire village. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly made the decision to heed the Nara clan's suggestion. 6 ninjas would be dispatched. The leader, named Yumino Irika, appeared rather unremarkable. Upon arriving at Akatsuki village, the first task for the Konoha Chunin was to establish their identities. After some inquiries, their expressions morphed into confusion. The scrutiny for those wishing to join Akatsuki village was not particularly stringent. As long as they underwent a secret technique examination and had not stained their hands with the blood of innocence, they could be accepted, though they had never committed wrongdoing. They had participated in the Second Shinobi World War. However, killing enemy villagers surely did not classify as killing innocents, did it? This was a mission personally assigned by the Hokage, and they had no desire to return in disgrace. The 6 ninjas approached the Akatsuki village registration office. After completing the necessary documentation and confirming there were no issues, they were escorted by a designated official to the village center, a place referred to as the retirement home. Upon entering, they found elderly women gathered around a table, knitting and chatting, while the elderly men seemed to be engaged in a game of chess beneath a large tree. Or perhaps not. Why would they say I'll eat your horse while playing chess? Elder Vortex, it is truly impossible to surpass you. Your moves always appear unexpectedly. I concede. Elder Vortex, with his quick tongue, greeted the elderly gentleman opposite him with a nod. These 6 individuals wish to join our village, he added. As the official led them in, the 6 newcomers were momentarily taken aback. Members of the Vortex clan? No wonder. The Vortex clan possesses secret techniques that can sense malice in a person. Oh no, they want to expose us, will they? Elder Vortex offered his seat to a rather eager elderly gentleman and cast a cursory glance at the somewhat anxious 6. Ah, ninjas indeed. Yes. We 6 once saved a seriously injured Konoha ninja in the village. He taught us the ways of ninjutsu. They had concocted a rather moving backstory before their arrival. Elder Vortex dismissed their tales as mere fabrications. He could sense their faint malice even with his eyes closed. He instructed them to meet with Director Conan, stating that they were worth arranging. With that, Elder Vortex returned to commanding others in their chess game. The 6 breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved to have passed the initial scrutiny, as they had nearly been frightened out of their wits. Under the guidance of the official, They proceeded to a nearby school. At that moment, Conan was occupied with administrative concerns regarding teaching resources. Currently, the school had 6 teachers, with 2 instructors assigned to each class. The homeroom teacher had to master 3 subjects: language, mathematics, and history, while the other teacher managed a variety of elective subjects. At this point, it seemed manageable. But next year, as the students advanced and a new cohort entered, the situation would become dire. A series of knocks echoed on the door. "Come in, Director." These 6 individuals arrived this morning wishing to join our village. The official introduced each by name from left to right. Elder Vortex remarked they were worth arranging. Worth arranging? Conan scrutinized the faces of the seemingly naive newcomers, calculating where to assign them. In the village's jargon, worth arranging implied that they had ulterior motives but could still be of use. Chapter 21. Is Akatsuki Village's education truly superior to Konoha's? Understanding that these individuals harbored ulterior motives, Conan resolved to assign them judiciously. 3 would be designated to teach foundational taijutsu to students, while the other 3 would be dispatched to the advanced city subteam. The subteam's function was to seek out bandit dens and conquer them, bringing back the populace. Yahiko argued that population was crucial for the social development and economic growth of Akatsuki Village. Indeed, the evidence supported this. The more individuals there were, the greater the tax revenue generated. The more tax revenue collected, the more funds could be utilized for the benefit of the villagers, an unending cycle. "Come, allow me to introduce you to our school." The other 3 were taken by Nobita, who had been summoned by Conan, to join the advanced city subteam. By midday, the 3 had familiarized themselves with the Akatsuki Village educational system. Conan allowed them to wander around the school to acclimate themselves. It was quite similar to their ninja academy in Konoha, where students began by reading, writing, and learning principles. In the 2nd and 3rd years, they would be introduced to chakra, reconnaissance, counter-surveillance, and various practical experiences related to executing missions. The only difference was that children in Konoha began schooling at the age of 5, whereas Akatsuki Village required 7, though the duration of study remained 6 years. "Isn't this just a copy of our Konoha system?" Yumino Irika remarked, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot, laughing boisterously with his companions. The other 2 nodded in agreement, proudly acknowledging their heritage, especially considering that their current Hokage was the strongest in history. They had long grown accustomed to smaller villages aspiring to emulate Konoha. However, it seemed that Akatsuki Village had executed this imitation remarkably well. The school occupied a vast area, estimated to be over 40 acres, with a special material laid down to mimic small grass carpets. Additionally, the rubber track introduced by a young girl measured a straightforward 400 meters. It appeared to be even more elaborate than their Konoha school. Yumino Irika awkwardly pinched his nose, realizing his earlier presumptions were hasty. Nevertheless, he quickly added, "However, in terms of education, Konoha remains superior." For a fleeting moment, he had almost believed that Akatsuki Village prioritized their children more than Konoha did. The other 2 nodded vigorously in agreement. True strength never complains about its circumstances. Only when faced with extreme adversity can children continually surpass themselves and break through their limitations. Now it was lunchtime. Before their meal, the children emerged onto the playground to bask in the sun and engage in games with their classmates. Yumino Ikaku and his 2 companions comfortably leaned against the railing, observing the groups of children frolicking on the playground. If one were to forget that they were undercover agents, the genuine joy radiating from the children's faces would indeed be quite delightful. However, they were on a mission. Being assigned directly to the school saved them considerable effort. Forming bonds with the children and securing their support as they grew older could facilitate their ascent to higher echelons, perhaps even to the esteemed position of village chief. The notion that one could become Hokage through the recognition of the villagers sparked a chuckle from Yumino Ikaku. As he pondered this, he resolved to establish his first connection. What if he could nurture a laggard into a genius? Amidst the many students engaged in a game of dodgeball, Ikaku swiftly identified his target. A bespectacled boy consistently found himself the first to be eliminated. His athleticism was notably lacking. Upon seeing the ball soar towards him, he would panic and run aimlessly, ultimately colliding with the ball instead. "Xiaoxiong!" exclaimed the stout Jian, his fist striking his palm with a mischievous glint in his eye as he observed the boy unable to evade even the soft throw from a girl on the opposing team. This classmate should not be bullied. In an instant, Ikaku materialized beside the children, gently placing a hand atop Jian's head. Jian recognized him as the new physical education teacher, thus sparing Xiaoxiong from a beating. "Teacher, Xiaoxiong is feeling rather unsure," he murmured, lowering his gaze. "This classmate," Ikaku continued, "was once a laggard just like you in my youth. His amber eyes absorbed the scene before him. Inside the teaching building, Xiaonan peered through the window, scrutinizing the actions of the three new teachers on the playground. Yahiko had once declared that it mattered not whether a cat was black or white, as long as it caught mice. From what she observed, the newcomers did not seem intent on causing any trouble for the village. As time progressed, it was essential for these individuals to comprehend the will of Akatsuki. Xiaonan's eyes gleamed with intensity as she contemplated this. Casting one last glance at the playground, she mused that all exceptional talents were drawn into Yahiko's orbit. At noon, Ikaku accompanied Xiao Xiong for lunch, where a stack of self-study materials was delivered to him. Casting a cursory glance at the tome titled The Self-Cultivation of a Teacher, he quickly lost interest, presuming that there was little of value to be gleaned from it upon returning to his assigned teacher's dormitory. Xiao Xiong, why are you eating so little? Ikaku inquired with concern just as Jian and Kongfu approached with their trays, seating themselves at the other two spots at the table. Are they coming to bully Xiao Xiong? He thought, determined to put on a good show. Xiao Xiong, did you see the new card released yesterday? The 100 Battles Pain. Its attack power is astonishing. I already have it. A good friend of my father's works at the toy factory and sent it to me with just a word. What's so great about that? Who is Deva Pain? I don't even know him. I prefer the well-known figures, like Nagato, who is equally formidable, Jian scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, the two were animatedly discussing the characters on the cards with Xiao Xiong, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a cafeteria where heroes are debated. Wait a minute. Isn't Xiao Xiong supposed to be the laggard? Ikaku mused internally. He had not always been a laggard. Rather, he had feigned such a role to capture the attention of his peers, engaging in quirky antics that elicited laughter. In his childhood, he endured significant bullying at the Ninja Academy. Many laggards in his grade faced exclusion, ridicule, and harassment. Watching the three friends laugh heartily, Ikaku silently reflected. Perhaps this was merely an exception. Perhaps they were simply close companions? Xiao Xiong, was there anything you didn't understand about yesterday's homework? The class's top student, the class president, Aodo Kuyama, approached Xiao Xiong after finishing his meal. Ikaku recognized him as the top student. Yet, weren't the top students typically aloof? Much like the recent village prodigy, Kakashi, or the former ninja academy genius, Orochimaru. Why would he take the initiative to assist a laggard? With Minato still rising to prominence, his student achievements had yet to be widely recognized. To Ikaku, Aodo Kuyama appeared to be the most exceptional child he had ever encountered. Could he also be an exception? This thought left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Xiao Xiong. Yuan Yijing arrived with a homework book, and Xiao Xiong, who had been listening to Aodo Kuyama's explanations with a frown, instantly brightened up. Observing this, Ikaku relinquished his position, his heart in disarray. Xiao Xiong had not deliberately pretended to be a laggard to attract attention. He could perceive the genuine concern emanating from these children. No, it must be that these children were inherently understanding. Had Xiaonan not mentioned that the children of Akatsuki village received lessons in ethics and morals? Let me, Yumino Ikaku, verify this. The education in Konoha must surely surpass that of Akatsuki village. These children could excel even further in Konoha. Upon reuniting with his two companions, Ikaku was astonished to discover that they had developed similar sentiments after a brief interaction with the other children. The three fell into a contemplative silence. Oh, the self-cultivation of a teacher. Chapter 22. How to measure wealth without chakra. Amidst the chaos of a ravaged forest, trees lay askew. Some were cleaved in half, while others bore gaping wounds from water-style ninjutsu, leaves swirling down in disarray. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and charred wood. The ground was marred with craters and treacherous crisscrossing trenches. It appeared unlikely they would return in time for Xiaonan's meal that evening. Yahiko gasped for breath, while nearby, Kakashi wiped the blade of his white-toothed short sword, his hands trembling slightly, a testament to the arduous nature of the battle. In the underbrush, the hand of the gods couple, shielded by Nagato, gazed in horror at the scene before them. Is this what the world of ninjas is like? Hand of the gods squinted at the tangled mass lying on the ground. Just kill me, the mass uttered. At that moment, the tangled mass spoke. Well, the Minister of Finance has arrived. You think I'll let you escape? I want to kill you, but I certainly want to let you leave, Yahiko declared, blocking Kakashi from delivering a finishing blow. The mass on the ground, now reduced to a mere heart, was none other than Kakuzu. He was unaware of having committed any transgressions, oblivious to the fact that some fool in the black market had placed a bounty of 5 million ryo on his head, while Nagato's was set at 250,000 ryo. Life and death were inconsequential. Kakuzu, who valued money above all else, had sought them out. Upon discovering Kakashi, valued at 55 million ryo, he had scoffed, calculating the combined worth of the trio. The outcome was, of course, that Yahiko and Kakashi had deprived him of 4 hearts, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Not kill me. Who do you think you are, idiot? The face of Kakuzu remained obscured, but his furious roar echoed through the air. Yahiko's pity reminded him of that day he faced off against Konoha's first Hokage. The process mattered little. The result was that he lay on the ground that day just as he did now. The first Hokage had sought his death. Yet Hashirama had shown mercy and spared him. Are you pitying me, you brat? Yes, Yahiko replied, picking up the tangled mass from the ground, uncertain if it could be restored upon their return. Akatsuki village was known for its inclusivity, particularly for those with troubled minds. Kakashi, upon our return, your duty will be to oversee and capture prisoners. The responsibility of warden will rest upon your shoulders. Simultaneously, Yahiko transferred the tangled mass to Kakashi. Guarding a prison? Kakashi mused, finding the task quite fitting for his upcoming desire for a leisurely life. He wondered if Kakashi would learn of his father's decline into such laziness and be led astray. Kakashi hoisted the tangled mass and commenced his duties, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming tasks in Akatsuki village. Perhaps individuals like him were most fond of nurturing games. The next day, as they returned to the village, Kakashi realized, upon their arrival at the prison, that he had acted hastily. While prisoners undergoing labor reform and learning was understandable, why did the guards and warden also require lessons in ideology? We must establish a prosperous, democratic, free, and harmonious nation. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, Yahiko tirelessly shouted, "We are the citizens of Aoin village, filled with patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness." As he sat among the crowd, Kakashi Haruno felt an inexplicable surge of passion ignited by the fervent cries of the surrounding guards. Yahiko proclaimed, "The aristocrats may obscure the sun in the sky, but they cannot shroud the light of democracy. Are you willing to allow your children to lose their dignity, becoming mere pawns at the whim of those privileged elites?" Kakashi's fists clenched in excitement. Yahiko's words were undeniably rebellious within the ninja world. Upon reflection, he questioned whether he truly wished for his future self, Kakashi, to become just another sycophant catering to the whims of affluent lords. Initially indifferent, he now found Yahiko's rhetoric profoundly impactful. It was indeed ironic that esteemed ninjas were reduced to chasing after the pets of noble ladies for meager coins. Kakashi joined the chorus, shouting, "We refuse loyalty." Every so often, Yahiko would utilize his shadow clones to conduct classes for the villagers of Aoin village. The subjects he taught were those of great thinkers from his past life. Villagers who learned would then educate those who did not, creating a ripple effect of knowledge. In the multimedia classroom, devoid of computers, only the crimson sweat on Yahiko's forehead bore witness to the effort. His true self could not delegate the responsibility of teaching to the unpredictable shadow clones. As photographs were distributed to the dozen or so teachers present, Kai and Yagura grew increasingly silent, holding images depicting the daily lives of impoverished citizens in the ninja world. The technology in the ninja realm was absurd. While films and televisions had yet to be invented, the clarity of the photographs was striking. The emaciated figures of the populace, with their vacant gazes, revealed the harsh realities of their existence. Heart-wrenching, Kaien also possessed another set of photographs, candid shots of a gathering among the noble elite, laden with exquisite dishes. The subsequent image depicted a trash bin, filled with the very food from the prior photo. Despite existing on the same land, why was there such a disparity in their living conditions? As the afternoon wore on, the first-time attendees of the class felt a tumult of emotions. Kaien glanced at the teacher's self-cultivation manual in his hands, then at the photographs. The Hokage had instructed that any disturbances within Aoin village be reported back. Such treasonous matters were best kept from the Hokage's ears. After concluding his lesson, Yahiko hurriedly sought out Konan, taking her hand and inhaling deeply. "What are you doing?" she asked, her cheeks flushed. Yahiko smiled joyfully, relieved that there was no scent of explosive tags. What a relief. Kaien relayed information back to Konoha. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed reports highlighting Aoin village's emphasis on the welfare of children, as well as the Uzumaki clan's establishment within the village. Had the Uzumaki clan truly moved to Aoin village? Rising from his seat, he gazed out the window at the faces of the first and second Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. He was a man of tradition, lacking in political acumen, ultimately failing to meet Tobirama-sensei's expectations. Sighing, he decided to temporarily lift the economic sanctions against Aoin village, as long as they posed no threat to Konoha, allowing merchants to conduct their business as they pleased. The hidden Umbu listened attentively. He paused before instructing Kaien and the others that the plan to switch the heavens and the earth would proceed as planned. Understood. Advance deeper into the city. Jiraiya could not recall how many days he had been imprisoned. With his extensive network, he had not anticipated the apparent poverty of Aoin village, which was, in truth, rich in spirit. Though the days had been dull, he found camaraderie with many of his like-minded brothers in the prison. A few had agreed to pool their funds to open a foot massage parlor upon their release. Naturally, he concurred. He had heard that the idea for the foot massage parlor had originated from Yahiko, although the first establishment had been promptly banned by Conan. Jiraiya found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. Yahiko's flights of fancy had always been remarkable. Had it not been for Nagato's eyes resembling those of the Sage of Six Paths, he would have placed his utmost faith in Yahiko. At that moment, Yahiko wept in Jiraiya's embrace, while Conan's eyes were red as a little rabbit's. And Nagato kept his head bowed, faintly sobbing. The children were crying so desperately, it seemed they were begging for Jiraiya's life. What happened? Who bullied you? Jiraiya exclaimed in anger. We must summon help. A student of mine cannot be bullied. And no, Yahiko continued to sob. Nagato, speak. Jiraiya's neck pulsed with indignation. It was Yahiko who recruited a ninja from Konoha. Nagato's voice was low and muffled. Had Jiraiya not possessed keen hearing, he might have missed it. So, it was the old man who bullied you then? Jiraiya thundered. Isn't it just one ninja? Is he really that petty? Yahiko, Nagato, Conan are your apprentices. They're from Konoha, our own people. Furious, he demanded, bring me a pen. He was determined to write a letter of condemnation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You were so generous with Danzo, yet you're so narrow-minded with your apprentices? Teacher, please don't. It will harm the harmony between you and the old man, Yahiko pleaded. I'm sorry, teacher, Conan said, her eyes still downcast. What wonderful children, Jiraiya thought, touched that they were considering his feelings at such a time. Bring me a pen. The ones who harmed you. I'll spare no one, not even the old man. Teacher, the three cried in unison, embracing Jiraiya in tears, lamenting. Only our teacher is good in this world. There, good children, don't be afraid. Your teacher is here, Jiraiya said, his own eyes glistening as he ruffled their hair. Jiraiya's letter read, Old man, did Yahiko and the others merely borrow a ninja from Konoha? Is it really necessary for you to be so stingy? Fine. I'll confess that it was I who suggested it. I saw how hard it was for those three children to establish their village. So I exchanged my military merits from the Second Great Ninja War for that ninja. Tell me, is that enough? After finishing, Jiraiya inquired, by the way, who is the ninja you borrowed? Yahiko clutched the letter tightly, exclaiming, I think his last name is Hitaki. Jiraiya immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and cautiously asked, Hitaki? Kakashi? Just as he had feared, Yahiko innocently replied. Oh no, Jiraiya shouted. Come back. You three. Return to me. Give me back that letter. You've dug a grave for me. Wah. Jiraiya could only lament to the unfortunate fellow in the neighboring cell. He was uncertain whether their values aligned or if they could even converse. How can you use chakra? Jiraiya felt the faint chakra fluctuations from the adjacent cell. How can one measure money without chakra? Came a philosophical remark. Jiraiya paused, puzzled. What do you mean? He peered out of his cell, trying to catch a glimpse of the figure next door, clad in a black mask, with glowing green eyes, intently counting a stack of money. It dawned on Jiraiya what the earlier comment implied. This individual required chakra to count small amounts of money? What an odd quirk. Hey, you next door? Would you be interested in opening a foot massage parlor after we get out? Open a shop? Will it be profitable? Perhaps, but it's primarily a personal preference. Oh, not interested. After a brief exchange, Jiraiya realized the person next door seemed to care solely for money. What bizarre characters resided in the depths of this prison? There was a mute tinkerer next door, and now someone counting money with chakra? Chapter 23. A man's fury, blood spilled in 5 steps. The moment Yahiko returned to the village, he allocated a substantial sum of funds to Uncle Shouta. In the nascent commercial street of Akatsuki village, with a scarcity of shops, Yahiko fervently supports those aspiring to establish their businesses, fully capable of securing a storefront in the city center. However, the humble handmade noodle uncle graciously declines this financial opportunity, choosing instead to invest his savings from years in Konoha to construct a cart for selling noodles. Behold, what a profound level of consciousness. Moved by this noble gesture, Yahiko promptly presents the handmade uncle with a banner of commendation and invites Conan to enjoy a bowl of noodles. Today being Saturday, the children are on holiday. Yuzo also brings his daughter to sample the fare, having recently been promoted to the head of food affairs, naturally ensuring the health of the children is safeguarded. Every individual wishing to open a shop must first pass through his scrutiny. Village head, Director Conan, how does the noodle taste? Yuzo inquires. Noticing Yahiko and Conan have already begun to indulge in their bowls, the handmade couple below perk up their ears, eager to hear Yahiko's feedback. Yahiko, with a peculiar sense of theatricality reminiscent of a historical drama, contemplates whether in the future, after dining at various establishments, the proprietors will commend, even Yahiko, the village head, declares this authentic. He promptly offers his evaluation, delicious. As he devours the noodles, he exclaims, I truly enjoy this. Conan smiles gently. Meanwhile, her daughter is somewhat shy in anticipation of her meal beside her father. No matter how exceptional a child may be, encountering their teacher or school director often induces a sense of timidity. This leaves Conan somewhat distressed, as despite her approachable demeanor, she struggles to connect with the villagers. In contrast, Yahiko can engage anyone in conversation effortlessly. The handmaid couple beams with joy, reveling in the satisfaction of delighting their patrons with their culinary skills. Alas, the village's financial resources remain insufficient. Yahiko murmurs as he leans closer to Yuzo. Yuzo, well aware of Yahiko's intentions, glances awkwardly at Conan. The village has both high-level and community meetings. During the last community gathering, Yahiko proposed the idea of establishing a bath street in the village to attract tourists. What man, particularly a lecherous one, could resist such an enticement? Even prisoners in the jail clamored for reform after hearing about it, eager to contribute to the construction of Akatsuki village. However, during the voting, the women, led by Conan, firmly rejected the proposal. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity, yet Yahiko remains fixated on it. It is not an illicit trade but a legitimate venture that could draw visitors and augment the village's tax income. What's not to love? Oh dear. The handmaid uncle's ingredients were freshly selected from the market this morning. I doubt further inspection is necessary. Conan, shall we head home? Without awaiting her assent, he deftly places the money down and departs with his daughter. Yahiko internally chastises the fleeing man, labeling him a hypocrite. Conan, can you comprehend? Everything is for the sake of the village. Yahiko clears his throat, gazing solemnly at the remaining broth in his bowl, his demeanor unusually earnest. Then what about my explosive tags? Conan playfully interjects, breaking her noodle and placing her chopsticks down, her hair being gently teased back as she smiles at Yahiko. Is it not finished yet? With me protecting you, what need is there for explosive tags? Do you doubt my capabilities? Having been a key player at merely 10 years of age? Village head, you are also here enjoying noodles? A villager passing by exclaims, Boss, I'd like a bowl too, the miso ramen, please. Fortunately, the villagers passing through the village recognize Yahiko and approach him. Hello. Yahiko responds with warmth. It seems he enjoys a popularity in Akatsuki village that rivals even Sarutobi's in Konoha. Speaking of popularity, could it be possible for him? I'm full. Thank you for the hospitality. Yahiko's mind begins to churn with ideas for promoting the village. Coincidentally, he has recently developed a few camera rigs. Originally intended for documenting the daily lives of the impoverished in the ninja world, using them to create a film to promote the village seems quite fitting. Conan watches Yahiko's retreating figure, stifling a laugh. He always vanishes at crucial moments. How will she take her revenge in the future? The following day, Yahiko dedicates himself entirely to writing the screenplay and scouting locations for the film. He discards the letters from Hanzo and Inoki, allowing them to gather dust in an unoccupied corner. The script, titled The Akatsuki Village, is loosely inspired by the tale of Jack and Rose from a past life. Yahiko has made numerous modifications to ensure viewers are moved and that the essence of Akatsuki Village resonates deeply. Jack, a small-time rogue, wins a ticket aboard the Akatsuki ship through gambling, only to save Rose's life. Their acquaintance blossoms into love, but ultimately, Jack perishes in the freezing depths of the Akatsuki Sea. After her escape, Rose cannot evade familial pressure and is compelled to marry her fiancé, Cal, bearing Jack's child. She must endure for the sake of her offspring. Years later, as their child matures, Rose boards the second-generation Akatsuki cruise, plunging into the very waters where Jack once sank. Conan clutches the script tightly, tilting her head back slightly, struggling to suppress her tears, though it proves futile. Glimmering droplets gather at the corners of her reddened eyes, cascading down her fair cheeks. The emotional impact of Jack's tragic storyline is overwhelming. In the finale, Yahiko devises a scene depicting Rose's wedding to Cal. During the ceremony, forced smiles grace Rose's face as Cal discovers her pregnancy, coercing her into feigning affection or risking the life of her unborn child. In front of numerous reporters, Rose is left with no choice but to weepingly seek Cal's kiss. The roles, naturally, will be portrayed by Yahiko and Conan, who will use transformation techniques to mimic their future selves, one with a spiky hairstyle and the other with long, straight hair. Yahiko will also play Cal, sporting vibrant red hair. 3 new teachers have joined the school, and a few days of absence are no concern. Coincidentally, Uchiha has always wanted to teach in Shotaro's class. Ninjas are born actors, making the filming process effortless. Yahiko estimates that the movie will be completed in about a week, and with editing time, it may premiere on New Year's Day. After all, he must also negotiate business with various villages. In Akatsuki, Inoki regards the man before him, clad in a black vest emblazoned with the Akatsuki logo. You are a chunin from Akatsuki village? Indeed. I've come to discuss business with you. Very well. Begone. You are unworthy to negotiate with me. Tell that Yahiko to cease his charade and come see me in person. Such unrelenting words ignite the chunin's fury. Foolish anger can lead to dire consequences. Suchikich. You may refuse us, but do not insult us. If you do not apologize, I shall spill your blood, even at the cost of my own life. The chunin unzips his vest, revealing a belt laden with explosive tags. Should they detonate here, none of the administrative staff in the building would escape unscathed. Are you threatening me? Inoki's expression darkens, his irritation palpable. Yet, he soon relaxes, regarding the chunin with newfound admiration. I appreciate your courage. Would you consider working for me in Akatsuki? Loyal subjects do not serve two masters, nor do virtuous women wed two husbands. Though the chunin may lack strength, his words evoke a sense of regret in Inoki. How could such literary talent be confined to the impoverished Akatsuki village? In light of your potential, I confess I am intrigued by your film project. Tell me, what benefits might I derive from it? Inoki's inquiry serves as a roundabout apology, prompting the chunin to seize the opportunity and elucidate the advantages the film could bring. Are you truly unwilling to work for me? I can promote you to a position in the public relations department. Within 2 years, no, 1 year. The title of head of the public relations department in Akatsuki will be yours. Before the chunin departs Akatsuki village, Inoki makes one final attempt to persuade him. He thought to himself, perhaps it is the mutual appreciation among cultured individuals. The cultural standards in the shinobi world are subject to varied interpretations. And upon unexpectedly encountering an intellectual, Oyaki naturally wished to entice them to Akatsuki, as even casual conversations would be delightful. The chunin intended to speak further. Yet what profound words had the village chief, Yahiko, expressed recently? Alas, he could not recall. With a subtle shake of his head towards Oyaki, he departed, sighing regretfully. Oyaki lamented his lost opportunity. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi stumbled upon a letter from Jiraiya, leaving him utterly speechless. Very well. He would consider this apprentice as though he had never existed. The clandestine actions of Danzo against Akatsuki had been halted by Sarutobi Hizashi, for he was inherently soft-hearted. Yes. You regret it, my shadow. Chapter 24. Kushina. You have prospered. The two major villages, Kumogakure and Sunagakure, upon hearing that the land of hot water could be lucrative, readily agreed to collaborate. In Konoha, that old monkey demanded another book. Otherwise, negotiations would be off. Yahiko could never acquiesce to such a demand. Especially as he had been spending all his time with Konan lately, he would simply forego any profit. As for Akarigakure, long before Obito manipulated the fourth Mizukichi, it was known as the Village of Bloody Mist and remained isolated, hence Yahiko had not dispatched anyone there. A modest steamboat navigated a small river, lacking the grandeur depicted in the original work. This vessel, capable of accommodating 500 passengers, was a product of Yahiko's grim determination. As he had scraped together funds from his belt to repair it, there was no wide-eyed reception, which was troublesome. Hey, did you get a new phone? Yahiko longed for a means to transfer funds across time and space to Akatsuki. At that moment, Konan stood at the bow of the boat, while Yahiko embraced her waist from behind. As the sun set, they faced the wind created by the wind-release ninjas, their hair dancing in the breeze, exuding a unique romantic allure. Konan's cheeks flushed slightly, enough already. But Yahiko, resting his head on her shoulder, shook his head. How come you can act more spoiled than I can? She turned back, exasperated, yet allowed Yahiko to indulge. Nagato, who had taken a break to visit, was grinding his teeth, feeling as though he might cry from the sourness. He wished he could shout something spicy to send the two flying. Snap. Perfect. The cameraman presented the footage to Yahiko, who was quite pleased. They hurriedly moved on to the next scene. Days passed by. Today, a light snow fell. Yahiko and Konan sat in a ramen shop, the warmth of a bowl of noodles settling in their stomachs. Village Chief, in which cinema will your film be screened? Hand pointed toward the cinema at the center of Akatsuki. It felt somewhat out of place, surrounded by empty, cold shops or vendors reminiscent of the last century. Suddenly, a modern facility had joined the mix, akin to a phoenix amidst a flock of crows. Indeed, we must show our support when the time comes, Yahiko replied cheerfully, setting down his chopsticks. Konan, recalling the plot, felt her eyes moisten. She sighed, uncertain whether the film's release on New Year's Day would be a blessing or a curse. I've seen you cry a few times, Director Conan, remarked the concerned hand. No, I haven't tea. Conan wiped her tears. She couldn't explain. For she wanted all the women in the shinobi world to weep. Before long, New Year's Eve arrived. The village organized a celebration, with the entire community sharing a communal meal. Last year's goal had been to fill their bellies and ensure survival, and they had successfully accomplished this mission. With chakra resonating from his throat, Yahiko stood on stage, under the gaze of the crowd, summarizing, "Excellent." Everyone applauded. "This year, our mission is to build our homeland, strengthen our foundations, and strive to open markets with the 5 great nations. All right, let us eat." Yahiko refrained from further lecturing, given the festive occasion. At the dinner table, the children discussed the cinema. "Hey, Xiaoxiong, are we going to see a movie tomorrow? Dad has already bought the tickets." "Sure, but why did you buy so many tickets?" "We're all going together." "What? Silly Xiaoxiong, my dad has a friend who works at the cinema. He has already seen the movie. And it's fantastic. Maybe you should skip it." "Exactly. Only men should be watching movies." "Confu, Tianshi, don't say that." The adults dining nearby shook their heads and chuckled at the scene. The cinema had been operating in the village center for quite some time without any leaks about its opening. All they knew was that a ticket cost 50 ryo, and the popcorn inside was 100 ryo a bucket and exceptionally delicious. Meanwhile, Kai and his companions, who were dining, had not forgotten their undercover mission. They planned to report back to Hokage-sama about the cinema. "Vortex, have a drink? Hey, I toast to you." Finally, it was New Year's Day, the day of the movie's release. Konoha did not have a cinema, but the Land of Fire did. Likewise, the Land of Water shared the same. The nobles were indifferent to such matters. They were eager to partake in any entertainment. Akatsuki's cinema had become a hot ticket. At this moment, the second and third rings were not so distinctly defined. Everyone could enter the first ring, the core area of Akatsuki. Obito snuck into the cinema's basement, peeking out from the last row of the screening room. "Madara, it seems the barrier has been lifted." Recently, Yahiko had contemplated a matter in his past life. His ex-girlfriend had an inexplicable possessiveness over him, requiring constant updates. Even a mere hour without communication turned her into a ticking time bomb. It seemed Madara might feel similarly. If he were not allowed to see Nagato for an extended period, Madara would likely lose sleep over it. Thus, he instructed Vortex to open a passage from below. "Madara, go check on the containers first." On Shorut Street, a golden-haired boy and a red-haired girl strolled hand in hand. The girl asked, "If I fell into the water with the scroll, who would you save first?" "No lying. Of course, it would be you." This question had recently become a peculiar topic sweeping through the Land of Fire, evolving from scrolls and girlfriends to mothers and girlfriends. The red-haired girl, ultimately unwilling to challenge her boyfriend, opted for an easy question. Several umbu, donning peculiar masks, lurked in the shadows, specifically there to protect the red-haired girl, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina. As Konoha's ultimate weapon, she would not normally be seen on this street, especially not during the festive season. The two began their outing anew until they passed by a newly opened cinema. At that moment, the previous screening had just concluded, and the audience was trickling out. It was evident that many women had puffy, red eyes as if they had just wept profusely. The men bore expressions of envy. Why can't that poor kid Jack win Rose's affection? Some men were envious, some fuming, yet none were crying, which was rather odd. Various expressions were on display. However, this first shinobi film undoubtedly satiated their entertainment needs. At the entrance stood a promotional poster for Akatsuki, featuring Yahiko embracing Conan amidst the wind. A movie? Kushina leaned closer to the poster, glancing back at the tear-streaked women reminiscing. "Minato, shall we go in and take a look?" She tugged at Minato's sleeve, exuding a determination that she wouldn't leave without seeing it. "All right, let us go in. I'm a bit curious too." Minato smiled like a little son and then offered an apologetic glance towards the lurking umbu. The umbu nodded. Minato approached the ticket counter, purchasing tickets for himself, Kushina, and the umbu, totaling 6, quite a small expense. 6 portions of popcorn, also a small expense. Upon entering the cinema, they were led into a dimly lit lobby. Sitting on a sofa, they faced the darkened giant screen. "Is this movie really that good?" A voice came from behind, a blonde woman munching on popcorn. Lady Tsunade." "It's absolutely fantastic," replied the 6-year-old Shizune, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Suddenly, a lump formed in her throat, accompanied by a subtle sense of dejection. She too wished to accompany Lady Tsunade in watching once more, the moment when the Akatsuki's ship collided with the iceberg, causing Jack to plunge into the icy depths. "Fine, I believe you." Tsunade boldly ruffled Shizune's little head and then turned her gaze to the grand screen. How could she not perceive the ulterior motives hidden within this little one? She was eager to discover what Shizun was concealing beneath her gourd. Ah, Lady Tsunade. Your hands are sticky with sugar. Hee, yet you still disdain me. Catch. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Minato broke into a cold sweat. Huh. Jiraiya-sensei is not here. What is there to fear? Kushina, aren't you going to greet Lady Tsunade? No, Minato, because you are right beside me. At that moment, the young man's face blushed more vividly than anything else. The movie began. Minato, blushing like an apple, gazed at the illuminated screen. The opening featured advertisements. Following the Akatsuki village toys was the village's promotional song. Welcoming another dawn. Bringing fresh air. Ah, how adorable. On the grand screen, a lovely girl was singing in chorus. And Kushina watched with sparkling eyes. Minato looked at Kushina and thought to himself, you are the most charming. Minato, shall we take some time to visit Akatsuki village as well? Sure. Akatsuki village welcomes you, ready to create a new world for you. Squeak squeak. I was wondering why the poster looked so familiar. Isn't that little brat Yahiko? Finally unable to contain herself, Kushina exclaimed, Lady Tsunade, could you please be quiet? Oh, you're here too? Minato, you're here as well? Just like Jiraiya, you're all just lecherous men. Kushina, come here. No. Minato's face turned awkward. Humph. Kushina, you've become quite bold, daring not to heed your elder sister's words. The two voices echoed loudly through the confined hall, clear enough to be heard outside the screening room. The other audience members sat in their seats, angered yet unable to voice their frustrations. MMP, Tsunade Heim. They recognized her and dared not provoke her. Chapter 25, Village Chief Yahiko, what do you think about Konoha opening a cinema? Look at that Akatsuki cow in the advertisement. Doesn't it resemble the cattle from my land of lightning? Yo-yo. Today, I sit here watching this movie, and a black cow appears on the screen. It should be called the Akatsuki Black Cow. Oh yeah? A bronze-skinned man punched the head of the nearby rap artist. Big brother is such a fool. Idiot. Karabi turned away in grievance. The future fourth rakage, young A, huffed. Why are you whining about a cow being stolen? If you weren't my brother, I'd seriously want to knock you out. On the grand screen, after the Akatsuki toys came the welcoming message from Akatsuki Village. Now it's about the Akatsuki cow. Wasn't it a certain Wave Wind Kimin who stole that cow? The one famously known as the older brother of Konoha's Wave Wind Minato? Later, it was said that he snuck back again. I heard he's also the brother of Wave Wind Hamura from the Rain Village. What connections do they share? It perplexed her greatly, but the evaluation from the Cloud Village's Umbu was clear. The three brothers of the Wave Wind family are all prodigies from their respective villages. After the Akatsuki cow, there was a promotional announcement for Akatsuki Academy's enrollment next year. Is he trying to make me watch advertisements? Young A wished he could smash his fist into the grand screen. Finally, the advertisements concluded. The main feature began. Then I'll smash you too. The film had a runtime of 3 hours. Throughout those 3 hours, the audience was so engrossed that they refused to even take a bathroom break. Fearing they might miss the plot, Minato felt as if someone were murmuring about him, and he sneezed unexpectedly. That hairstyle seems somewhat familiar, Minato mused, recalling history. Looking at Kushina, who was watching the film with unblinking eyes beside him, he suppressed his curiosity. The classic Jack embraced the column from behind. Just from the silhouette, Tsunade felt an absurd sense, as if her grandfather and Kakashi were intertwined. Cough. What a dreadful thought. Get out of my mind. Ah, Minato, how romantic. We should take some photos together someday. Kushina nudged Minato excitedly. All right, Minato replied indulgently. The film was nearing its end. Yahiko still made sure to dig a pit for the men of the ninja world. Choji, earlier you asked me a question about whether I would save you or the future if you fell into the sea. Now I have my answer. On the glacier, Conan was frozen, unable even to shed tears, only able to watch helplessly as Yahiko fell into the deep water. The agony of witnessing a loved one perish right before her eyes caused her mind to crash. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, making it indistinguishable whether the moisture on her face was tears or rain. In that moment, the cinema was filled with the sounds of sobbing. Minato, I cannot bear for you to die. Kushina's eyes were puffy and red. Her throat choked as she immersed herself in the film's protagonists. Just the thought of a separation from Minato felt as if her heart were being tightly squeezed. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Minato's hand, squeezing it painfully. I want to die. I want to die. I will always be with Kushina. Wherever Kushina is, I shall be. Minato too was not faring well. He had shed tears earlier and now clenched his teeth, trying to comfort Kushina. Cut. Cut. Grandpa. In the film, Tsunade watched as Yahiko, in an act of selflessness to save Conan, relinquished the floating plank. She couldn't help but recall her deceased lover. Strangely, she also thought of her late grandfather. Ah, Lady Tsunade has fainted. It was evident that Tsunade's blood phobia had intensified. Now she was reacting adversely even to ice. It was truly a testament to the actors' superb skills, as they portrayed the anguish of life and death with great emotional depth. Flying Raijin, in the land of lightning. Young A was on the verge of falling asleep, thinking, is this it? His mind was consumed with the opening advertisements for the Akatsuki cow. What do you mean the Akatsuki cow drinks the spring water reserved for the Sage of Six Paths? It's clearly a thief. A thief who stole our cattle from the land of lightning. Karabi bit his handkerchief, little pearls of tears falling one by one. Big brother is a bad guy. Lacking romance, destined to be a lifelong loser. Oh yeah. Pong. To this, A merely gave a light tap with his fist. The movie was dull. Yet he indeed remembered the village of Akatsuki. His impression of Akatsuki village was quite poor. They had always taken advantage of the land of lightning. This was the first time someone had taken advantage of them. Conan raised the microphone. I have good news for the villagers. The box office for the Akatsuki movie has reached 7 billion in the ninja world. The citizens of Akatsuki village proudly stood tall. Their village was beginning to prosper and improve. Yahiko had risen to fame, in every sense of the word. The land of lightning publicly condemned him for stealing their cattle. Their cattle are the finest. Akatsuki village is a cattle thief. If you wish to buy, please purchase the authentic cattle from the land of lightning. Yahiko was somewhat infuriated. This cow was clearly picked up by Wave Wind Kimen. How could they claim we stole it? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. He glanced at the next folded letter on the table. Konoha Village, Saratobi Hiruzen. Unable to withstand the pressure from the village's youth, sought to co-establish a cinema. Too late. Now I stand at the pinnacle. You cannot reach me. Yahiko. Who would have thought that the one who once starved and snatched cookies from me would now be a renowned figure in the ninja world? Truly, life is unpredictable. Time passes so swiftly. Standing before Yahiko now is Orochimaru, whose skin is as pale as a corpse, having just returned from the front lines in the land of rain. Hearing his teacher Saratobi Hiruzen mention the cinema project, and since Jiraiya was unavailable, he decided to drop by. Orochimaru licked his lips, curiously surveying Yahiko behind the desk. Please address me by my title while at work. Refer to me as Village Chief Yahiko. Is someone from a large village really so disrespectful? Yahiko lightly tapped the desk, visibly displeased. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and with a sly smile, his raspy voice ominously inquired. Village Chief Yahiko, what do you think about Konoha establishing a cinema? What cinema? What kind of attitude is this? Yahiko slammed the desk again, increasingly irritated. Good, very good. Orochimaru's smile was sinister. Shadow of the Serpent. Orochimaru initiated his attack with a swift flick of his wrist, from which an array of white serpents erupted, darting menacingly towards Yahiko, their tongues flickering ominously. How audacious to attempt to showcase such trivial skills before Yahiko. However, Yahiko's reflexes were lightning fast. He deftly brandished a kunai, which sliced through the air with a silvery arc of impending doom. The keen edge of the blade severed the advancing serpents in twain, causing a viscous spray of crimson mist to erupt from the decapitated bodies. Since the arrival of Tsukumo Hatake in the village, Yahiko's swordsmanship had reached new heights. Each day, he dedicated 2 of his shadow clones to hone his skills, a notion that only a genius like Kakashi could conceive. The initial 3 slashes momentarily astonished Orochimaru, as he discerned traces of Tsukumo's influence within Yahiko's technique. Is this the swordplay of the Hatake clan? Orochimaru lowered his hands, observing Yahiko with a newfound interest. Guess what? Yahiko replied, setting aside the bloodied kunai, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru with a mix of amusement and defiance. Is this an attempt at bravado? Anyone can play that game. Though I am not yet at my prime, I will assert my strength when the time is right. Orochimaru could only bully the 11-year-old Yahiko for now. It was somewhat irksome, however, that Orochimaru lingered in the office, his serpentine eyes seemingly piercing through Yahiko's very essence. Did he believe Yahiko would cower? Nonchalantly reclining in his chair, Yahiko licked his lips, adopting a demeanor that conveyed, Orochimaru, you are quite the intriguing individual. I shall take my leave now. Until our next encounter, Yahiko-kun. Orochimaru had sensed a formidable chakra approaching their vicinity, accompanied by a concealed presence that he could vaguely sense. This hidden figure could potentially outmaneuver him 7 times in 3 minutes. Was this the foundation of the Akatsuki village's strength? Snakes are notoriously adept at sensing danger. Shortly after Orochimaru's departure, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the scene, his nostrils flaring at the scent of blood permeating the office. Enraged, he exclaimed, who dares to harm our beloved village leader? Just Orochimaru's ilk. I have already driven them away, Yahiko replied casually, wiping the blood from his kunai with a handkerchief. I brewed the tea too strong. Next to him sat a cup of tea, which he raised defiantly to his lips for a sip. Naruto, still skeptical, pondered whether the village leader could truly contend with Orochimaru. Yahiko observed Naruto's retreating figure, contemplating where to recruit some talent. Relying solely on Elder Naruto would not suffice. The sealing team consisted of Uzumaki members, as did the barrier team. Even the leader of the Mist Division was an Uzumaki. Such a concentration of power could easily lead to marginalization. With a graceful posture akin to a crane, Yahiko commanded the summoning of Nagato, who was tasked with nurturing undercover agents. Nagato, take note of the following adjustments for the Mist Division. While the Mist Village may be isolating itself, there remain opportunities for small-scale trade at the port. We must endeavor to infiltrate. He pondered what would entice the merchants. Madara-sama, would you care to watch a film? Recently, a number of traveling merchants have come to Akatsuki village to view movies, and security has been somewhat lax. Akatsuki easily seized the opportunity to sneak a peek at one of the screenings and even managed to buy a ticket for a new release. What is a film? Madara inquired, finally opening his eyes after days of closure. Well, it's essentially a man and a woman embracing, Akatsuki explained. Madara-sama, after watching it, I completely lost my urge to relieve myself. Akatsuki's comment elicited a sudden flush across Madara's face as he pointed angrily at Akatsuki, exclaiming, "Get out of my sight. Leave me at once." Chapter 26. The Great Tax Collection. 10 million ryo in taxes collected from the Land of Fire. Today marked the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, and according to reports, the box office in the Land of Fire had reached 2 billion. This indicated that many of the 6 million citizens had returned for second, third, or even fourth viewings. As he listened to his subordinates' reports, Sarutobi Hiruzen, troubled and smoking his pipe, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. A lucrative opportunity had once presented itself to him, and in his lack of appreciation, he had squandered it. Now he lamented his lost chance. If only the heavens would grant him a second chance, he would surely affirm, I would gladly accept. Had negotiations with Orochimaru fallen through? It was hardly surprising. Orochimaru's cold demeanor was ill-suited for diplomacy. What about Jiraiya? He should send Jiraiya to speak with my disciple. Jiraiya is indeed a commendable teacher. He set aside his pipe, his tone laden with significance as he remarked, Jiraiya is a great teacher. The chief of information, an upper ninja, found himself in a rather awkward position, hesitating over how to proceed. Lord Jiraiya is currently undergoing labor reform. This is his correspondence. The upper ninja of the intelligence department handed Sarutobi the message from Jiraiya. Upon opening the letter, Sarutobi's brows knitted tightly, as if he could crush a mosquito with them. Jiraiya, old man, by the time you read this letter, I must be having a grand time. How could a handsome fellow like myself not be? Well, I'm in prison. As for where, I shan't reveal that. It's rather pleasant here, as I have many like-minded friends. I suspect the person mentioned in the prophecy of the great Toad Sage is here as well. Do not come looking for me. Do not worry. What a splendid disciple he is. Even in prison, he manages to thrive. And Tsunade? The upper ninja from the intelligence department hesitated, gathering his thoughts before finally speaking up. Recently, Lady Tsunade has been afflicted with a case of eye sickness. With the snow falling outside, she has chosen to remain indoors, indulging in alcohol each day without stepping out. Let her be, Sarutobi said, tilting his head skyward, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. What had he done to deserve such outrageous disciples? As the festivities continued, every inmate received a red envelope from Yahiko. Though the monetary value was modest, it was a gesture meant to bring good fortune. They gathered in front of a screen to watch a film featuring the ever-popular Akatsuki village. The prisoners were deeply moved, realizing that someone in the Akatsuki cared for their rights. Kakazu, uninterested in matters of love, scrutinized the financial report provided by Nagato, his face awash with disbelief. How much? The revenue from a single film in the ninja world amounts to 7 billion? And the boarding fees for the Akatsuki ship? What the hell? To stay aboard and drift along the river next to Akatsuki village for a day, snapping photos, costs 5,000 ryo? That wretched Yahiko. Gasping, he lamented. Does he not remember me as his teacher? Observing the swollen eyes and adoring expressions of the female inmates nearby, Jiraiya envisioned the day when Yahiko would walk the streets, pursued by throngs of beautiful women. Little Yahiko is so handsome. Is this what the village chief will look like when he grows up? I declare, little Yahiko is the most handsome in the ninja realm. Do any of you sisters have objections? None. Listening to the female inmates' infatuated chatter, Jiraiya seethed with jealousy, his teeth clenched as tears streamed down his cheeks. I want to star in a film too. I want the older sisters to call me Little Jiraiya, Little Pervy Sage. I must escape, he bellowed. In Jiraiya's mind, had he truly wished to leave, He could have done so long ago. The guard approached the warden's office, where the warden, Tsukumo Hatake, was lazily reading a book. Glancing at the crime list on the table, he was taken aback to see Jiraiya's name. Upon realizing Jiraiya was enjoying himself, he dismissed the matter. Now, Jiraiya wished to be released? Prisoner Jiraiya, due to unauthorized entry into the village, you have severely disrupted the order of the village. The severity of your actions warrants a 6-month sentence. With over 2 months remaining until his release, Tsukumo said, "Very well, I will speak with him." Despite his leisure, he could not neglect his duties. He proceeded to the viewing room. Tsukumo-senpai. No matter how many times he encountered Tsukumo Hatake, Jiraiya's composure remained unsettled. This elder had built a formidable legacy for Konoha. It would not be easily tarnished. Tsukumo Hatake, Jiraiya. Present. Instinctively, Jiraiya stood at attention. 63 days remain until your release. If you exhibit good behavior, you may be granted an early release by a month. Do you have any questions? What about Yahiko? I need to seek the prophecy. As he gazed at the sword strapped to Tsukumo's back, Jiraiya's voice dwindled. Very well. 2 months it shall be. Nearby, Kakuzu shouted, I want to be released. I want to shine and thrive for Akatsuki village. Tsukumo Hatake requested the list of prisoners. Kakuzu, a prisoner notorious for the heinous act of assassinating the village's highest leader, has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Come, I shall lead you to the village chief, said Shikamaru as he cast a glance at Kaku, whose eyes shimmered with an eerie glow. How can his eyes still shine like that? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. What right does he have to walk free? Kakuzu then pulled out the Akatsuki headband from his pocket and donned it upon his head. The cloud emblem was askew, clearly indicating it had been hastily shaped by hand moments ago. Jiraiya fell silent. Have you come to terms with it? Indeed, I have. Let us proceed. In the office, Shikamaru listened to their exchange, feeling his face burn with embarrassment. What brazen words were being uttered? The two looked at him quizzically. Why are you blushing? What is with that expression? I heard a band of mountain bandits has ventured outside the village. I must take my leave, Shikamaru said, sensing the innocence in their gazes. Aware he was being somewhat foolish, and he promptly excused himself. Kakuzu, are you truly willing? Yahiko grasped Kakuzu's hand fervently. As long as there is money, I am willing to do anything. Outside, Shikamaru stumbled slightly, not having walked far. Excellent. Yahiko did not release his grip, but shook Kakuzu's hand vigorously. In the past, Senior Dave, alongside the illustrious Mr. Blackface, commanded great respect. I, Yahiko, have now earned the favor of Mr. Blackface. I have no regrets, even in death. Konoha wishes to collaborate with the village to establish a cinema. I entrust the business there to you. Speak plainly. Leave this matter to me. Chapter 27, News Spreads. Konoha tickets sell for 28. The twilight of Akatsuki village was tinted with the hues of sunset, reminiscent of orange soda. The streets, once calm for months, were now bustling as various shops commenced renovations and openings. Not every slice of beef can be called Akatsuki beef. Come, everyone, witness our fine selection of beef. Whether for eating or drinking. Behold this frog, a genuine iron toad from the same craftsmanship as Sage Mayuboku. Simply twist the spring behind it, and voila, it leaps. The authentic collection of Yahiko's fairy tales has garnered rave reviews from all the children who have read it. With the village investing, shops opened by the villagers sprung up like mushrooms after rain. From fresh-cut beef from the ranch, specialty toy stores, bookstores, to the Lucy-endorsed White Rabbit milk candy shop. An increasing number of merchants, seeking to trade in the 5 great nations, chose to rest here. To cater to these visitors, the village's very own Nibi, a shinobi, personally led the establishment of an inn. The streets of Akatsuki village began to take shape, no longer desolate, gradually attracting a lively crowd. However, compared to the thriving tourist destinations of the 5 great nations and the land of water, there was still much room for improvement. I heard that Choji is in Akatsuki village. I came here for him. Although there are no new works by Choji here, the Yahiko's fairy tales are quite delightful. I can take them home for my children. Why did Choji choose to stop writing? Was it simply because he had earned enough money? How frustrating. I truly hope Choji's girlfriend absconds with their funds, giving him a fresh impetus to write. After work, Yahiko and Konan were hand in hand, strolling across the street. Taking heed of public sentiment, Yahiko listened intently to a few merchants discussing nearby, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Far more terrifying than a girlfriend absconding with funds was Conan's acquisition of explosive tags. Just yesterday, he had witnessed an explosive tag float out of Conan's room. It was common knowledge that finding an explosive tag in a certain location meant that countless others had already appeared in some concealed nook. How terrifying. Choji, are you really afraid I might run away? Konan noticed the sweat in Yahiko's palms, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Yahiko paused for a moment, then nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Ah, it's little Yahiko. And meets. At that moment, a fan recognized the two. The crowd, with their spiky hairstyles or flowing locks, were the trendy jackhead, also known as banquet head, and the flowing, soft-haired group known as Meets Head and Devo. Hello there. Yahiko greeted them amicably. That's Lucy, Conan corrected, curious why she was always called Meets whenever they went out. Have you ever met a girl with the nickname Meets? Oh my goodness. It's the real deal. So cute, it's little Meets from childhood. One girl exclaimed, excitedly seizing Conan's delicate hand from Yahiko's grasp. Her fingers were long, smooth, and tender, with nails that sparkled like jewels. It would be a shame not to paint your nails, Miss Meets. Recently, it's all the rage in the land of fire to wear nail polish. Look, my sister's bought several shades. Would you like to try some? Being in close proximity to her idol, the young fan was undeniably thrilled and wished to engage as much as possible. It's Lucy. All right, Miss Meets. Just a little try? She shook Conan's hand, observing the fan's adorable demeanor, and eventually, Conan's heart softened. Yahiko, may I go? She inquired, seeking his approval. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yahiko, who was about to head into town, waved his hand indulgently. Conan nodded. What is nail polish? Along the way, Conan brimmed with curiosity. Having lived a tumultuous childhood, she had never encountered cosmetics before. What? You don't even know what cosmetics are? And yet your skin is so flawless? As they entered the town, Yahiko returned once more. The last time he came, it was for the completion of the camera project. This time, he sought to have Baruhu construct a communication device. In the current shinobi world, communication relied on letters, carrier pigeons, and carrier eagles. He could hardly fathom that refrigerators and such antiquated means of communication coexisted in the same realm. Deep within, in Jiraiya's personal sanctuary, he was engrossed in writing. Titled Tales of Konoha, it chronicled his experiences from childhood to adulthood in the village. In the realm of literature, no one could surpass Choji, and he would not disgrace himself. With unwavering focus on his writing, he remained oblivious to his diligent disciple Yahiko passing by. Yahiko offered a glance of encouragement to the kneeling Jiraiya, silently urging him on. He then ventured next door to find Baru. Please take note. I require you to create a communication device that enables two individuals to converse over distances of thousands, even tens of thousands of miles. Baruhu, engrossed in an experiment, halted his actions and listened intently as Yahiko elaborated. This was the benefactor. He could not afford to offend him. As he listened, his forehead creased with worry. The last time, Yahiko had requested a camera for capturing images. That was understandable. With the camera as a precedent, he could simply modify it to create a working device. Even the initial broadcasting concept could be connected through wires for sound transmission. But this request was a significant escalation. Lack of materials? You may consult the warden. He can procure them for you. I do not require you to economize on materials. I only desire the communication device. Understood. Baruhu was on the verge of tears. What kind of predicament was this? Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kakuzu, are you truly capable of this? Would you like me to impart a few techniques? Kanfu's father, feeling that his own name lacked appeal, had taken to using Yahiko's name combined with the title of father while conducting business. Recently, Yahiko had been attempting to penetrate the book market in the land of fire, and Kanfu's father was bustling about. With only one finance minister, Kanfu's father had thought his position was secure, only to be challenged by a masked figure known as Black Mamba. Kakuzu glanced at him. You, teach me how to make money. Kakuzu appeared to find this notion amusing, chuckling lightly. You, how can you be so ungrateful? Kanfu's father bristled with irritation. If Kakuzu would heed his counsel, Konoha's land purchase prices would surely decrease. Listening to Kanfu's father's proposal, Kakuzu scoffed. Young man, today I shall impart a valuable lesson to you. Sigh. Kanfu's father watched Kakuzu stride into the Hokage's office, shaking his head in resignation. Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms beneath his chin, his tone unusually grave. You claim to be Kakuzu from Akatsuki village, wishing to collaborate with Konoha to establish a cinema? Indeed. In the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakuzu stood with a slight smirk hidden beneath his mask. I have heard whispers of your name. Who would have thought that the god of wealth from the black market would join the Akatsuki? What benefits has Yahiko bestowed upon you? I, too, can offer you the same. Kakuzu remained discreet, fully aware of the adage that silence often leads to substantial gains. Within the realm of the black market bounty hunters, he was not particularly renowned, yet he possessed a certain level of notoriety. Let us forego that discussion and instead deliberate on cooperation. Kakuzu gestured dismissively. There were truths he refrained from voicing. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen, like Yahiko, construct a rickety vessel to reap the rich rewards from the nobility, compelling them to willingly part with their wealth? What form will this cooperation take? Will Konoha receive a share of the profits, or will we be imposing taxes? Sarutobi inquired. No, Kakuzu shook his head. Your village must pay us. Only then will we operate in Konoha. What? Sarutobi clarified, clearing his ears. Did I hear that correctly? You want us to pay you before you agree to operate here? Such audacity. You dare to rob my trusted comrades, and now extort me as well? Do you truly think I am so easily placated? His face flushed with anger. If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave. A gentle breeze wafted from Sarutobi, the brim of his Hokage hat fluttering in the wind. Anger was a merchant's greatest folly, yet Kakuzu maintained his composure. Firstly, I possess something you do not. Secondly, I possess something you do not. Enough. Recently, there has been a concerning influx of residents in Konoha. Is there danger lurking outside? Sarutobi thought of his young son Asuma, who had been clamoring to see a film. After a trip to Lake Biwa, he returned, insisting on bringing his friend Kurenai along. Is the film truly that captivating? In such perilous times, why are people rushing out? Funds cannot be provided, but I shall collect taxes, Kakuzu asserted. You. Through Kakuzu's relentless efforts, Sarutobi eventually relented. However, the battle of wits was far from over. Sarutobi pretended to faint from Kakuzu's provocation, conceding to the demands. The F4 gathered in the Hokage's office, 3 of them gazing at the unconscious Hokage. Third Hokage, what has happened? Did someone from the Akatsuki cause this? Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed. Ridiculous. I see no reason for the Akatsuki to even exist. Calm down, Kiba. We should first inquire with Kakuzu regarding the situation, Mito came and suggested. Shimura Danzo remained silent, observing Kakuzu with a dispassionate gaze. Kakuzu, however, was mute, caught between the conflicting expressions of Konoha's advisors and the shadows of the village. He felt a significant piece of his flesh had been torn away. Konoha demanded a substantial land rent annually from the Akatsuki, along with a hefty tax. The negotiations were interrupted when Kakuzu called for a break. Sarutobi, with a smile, acquiesced. Negotiations required reciprocity, and it appeared that Konoha was gaining the upper hand. Yahiko, my boy, you still have much to learn. But Sarutobi had not anticipated the events that would unfold later that evening. As Kakuzu strolled through the bustling streets, he mused. The true strongest Hokage is Hashirama Senju. Does Sarutobi even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath? He proclaims himself the strongest Hokage? Have any of you witnessed Hashirama's peak power firsthand? Truly, heroes are often absent in times of need, allowing mere children to rise to fame. He bellowed these words to the onlooking villagers of Konoha. The outcome was inevitable. Kakuzu was subsequently attacked. A few lower-ranking shinobi, infatuated with Sarutobi's legacy, struck him down. Eyewitnesses recounted the gruesome scene, suggesting that even a drop of water would leak through him like a honeycomb, and the wind seemed to threaten to carry him away entirely. Initially reveling in his success, Sarutobi was taken aback upon hearing the news. He yearned to strike down Kakuzu for his insolence. The crux of the matter was that he had overlooked this incident. Was there any fault in Kakuzu's words? Absolutely not. How could he reproach Konoha, suggesting his statements were erroneous? He hastily dealt with the offending shinobi and issued a statement. I am still far from the ideals of Lord Hashirama. Your praises are misplaced. He then rushed to the hospital to visit Kakuzu, eager to prevent other villages from reveling in their misfortune. I refuse to pay for treatment. Do not think me an easy mark, he declared. A distinguished guest has been harmed in Konoha, and it is my duty as Hokage to ensure proper care. I will cover the medical expenses from my personal funds. You want my money? What would that make me? I will not receive treatment. I adamantly refuse. The cinema will remain closed. The larger village bullies the smaller one. Kinkaro, fetch me a cart to return to my village. After several days of negotiation, Kakuzu lay in a hospital bed, refusing to allow medical ninjas to attend to him, solely concerned with the costs. Sarutobi could no longer endure such obstinacy and discreetly compensated for the nutritional needs of the offending shinobi. In the end, a ticket priced at 25 ryo would yield a mere 1 ryo for Konoha. However, Konoha would provide a plot of land. How infuriating! Kakuzu fumed. Word spread that Konoha tickets were being sold for 28 ryo, with the remaining 2 ryo going to him. Kenkaro, bearing a fruit basket to visit Kakuzu, wore a complex expression. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter, impressive. A strategist immersing himself in the game and sacrificing himself as bait to entice others into the fray. Where on earth did the village chief find such a character? You, however, are not entirely unpleasant. On the hospital bed, Kakuzu was not gravely injured. His stay was primarily due to the hospitality of Sarutobi. He extended his hand to Kankaro. Join me as my subordinate. Brother, I pledge my allegiance, Kankuro exclaimed, eager to serve under Kakazu, who was a promising prospect. Chapter 28, Uchiha's Awakening. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I deeply regret my actions. If you ask why, it was a few days prior, at the cinema. Lin, look, this is my elder brother. And this beside him is my sister-in-law. She seems rather fierce, yet you, little Lin, are adorable. Ah, Obito, is this the Yahiko you frequently mention? Obito took the charming Lin to the cinema for a bit of fun. At that moment, the cinema was bustling with crowds. After a long absence from his elder brother, he pointed at the poster with excitement. Just then, his grandmother had given him some pocket money. Even better, Kakashi was away on a mission. Thus, they purchased 2 tickets and a bucket of popcorn and entered the theater. Upon exiting, Lin's eyes were red, and Obito's eyes were also red, each with a little tadpole of emotion. Indeed, it was true. Obito had awakened his Sharingan. In the climactic scene, as he watched the protagonist leap into the sea, tears welled in his eyes, and he could not contain himself. At the tender age of 7, he had awakened his first Tomo. Meanwhile, a certain Uchiha, who had lost his entire clan before awakening a single Tomo, found himself weeping in the restroom. This event sent ripples throughout the Uchiha clan. When questioned about the cause, the response was simple: I watched a movie. Buy a ticket. You must purchase the best seats. The current Uchiha clan's young head, Fugaku, immediately took the promising yet unawakened members to witness the film. Inside the cinema, the Uchiha clan, with their vast wealth, rented out an entire screening. Ruthless, I warn you. Do not even think about Madara, or else. In the film, only Yahiko, portraying Kaguya, could be seen from behind. His crimson hair turned away from the camera as he threatened the delicate Kaguya, who was preparing to marry into the upper echelons of society. As the Uchiha clan observed the grand screen, many fell into deep contemplation. The fact that the proud Uchiha were rendered pensive attested to the film's undeniable success. Kaguya, I curse you. How dare you, a mere noble with red hair, bully ruthless? Ah, I can no longer endure this. Fire style, lightning style, as expected. When the film concluded, over half of them had awakened their Sharingan. In a battlefield, comrades stood shoulder to shoulder. Yet many would not awaken their eyes even in the face of death. Yet after a single film, they did. It was not just any movie, but one that contained a tale of the bull-headed man. After Jack's demise, Ruthless was coerced into a marriage alliance with another family, forced to wed Kaguya. It must be acknowledged that all the Uchiha clan could see was the tall and handsome Jack. Had he not possessed red hair, their excitement might have been considerably diminished. Upon glimpsing the head of Madara, they were reminded of their ancestor, recalling how his beloved was forcibly taken and kissed by the Uzumaki for decades. The Uchiha could no longer contain their fury. The Minotaur could perish for all they cared. The screening room lay in ruins, ravaged by the enraged Uchihas. The massive screen lay shattered, the seats reduced to charcoal. The venue was entirely booked, sparing the public from the chaos. Kakuzu sprang from his sickbed, hastening towards the scene. Upon exiting the cinema, the Uchiha clan remained ensnared in their discontent from the film they had just witnessed. Though I have awakened my eyes, my heart feels desolate, remarked one Uchiha. I share your sentiment, echoed another. A profound silence enveloped the clan. Who is the director? Bring him to me. I shall slay him and hang his corpse from the lampposts of Konoha, roared an Uchiha, his Sharingan blazing with fury. Come now, it is merely entertainment, Uchiha Fugaku retorted, retracting his Mangekyo Sharingan, instinctively clenching his fists, hoping he would not cross paths with the director responsible for this affront. The director who dared to defame the Uchiha, along with that pain who inscribed Nangi River, would not escape their wrath. Were they deliberately antagonizing the Uchiha? They seemed to be at every turn. Oh, Yahiko is a splendid child, truly the pillar of our Hokage lineage. One could only wonder if that inherently malevolent white-haired elder in the Pure Land would flash a grin, revealing a set of pristine teeth. Uncle Tobarama found delight in the Uchiha's dismay over the film, yet once the Uchiha awakened their eyes, he was less than pleased. In the Hokage's office, smoke curled languidly through the air. It was impossible to tell how many cigarettes Sarutobi Hiruzen had smoked. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Hiruzen, had I known it would come to this, I would have staunchly opposed the notion of opening a cinema, exclaimed Danzo, filled with righteous indignation. Now, with the Uchiha harboring thoughts they ought not to, how shall we address this matter? Days passed, and the Uchiha had awakened 50 to 60 pairs of Sharingan. What did this imply? In the era of the Warring States, during the time of Hashirama, such a phenomenon could very well alter the course of history. Enough. I regret this deeply, he lamented, experiencing regret for the first time. Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Danzo to proceed with his plans. Once Danzo departed, Hiruzen absently dealt with paperwork for the day. After a long day's labor, he returned home, expecting a tender scene with his wife and children. If you and your father were to fall into a glacier, I would certainly save you first, Red. And I would do the same, Lin replied. A few children were invited to play in the yard, and Hiruzen's already sour mood was further exacerbated. He was quite irate. Thus, he sought out Buwako in their inner chamber. Before he could speak, Buwako posed a question. Hiruzen, if Danzo and I fell into a glacier, whom would you choose to save? After reliving the film, Buwako could no longer restrain herself and promptly inquired upon Hiruzen's return. Look, here we go again, he sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. With the help of some well-meaning individuals, word of the Uchiha awakening 50 to 60 pairs of Sharingan could no longer be concealed. The four great nations exchanged glances. Were they to bully the Uchiha simply because they were not Uchiha themselves? Even Madara, hidden beneath the earth, became aware of it. After a pause, even he found it difficult to maintain his composure. Back in the day, he had awakened only one Tomo. You all awakened your eyes to watch such nonsense? Madara-sama, would you like to take a look? Asked Obito, scurrying over with concern. Not a chance. I refuse to gaze upon such absurdities. I would rather die than watch. Madara scoffed, crossing his arms dismissively. What could possibly be depicted between a man and a woman embraced like that? Obito lowered his head in disappointment. Then, Madara-sama, would you care for a game of chess? He asked, raising his gaze brightly. Madara's hand twitched involuntarily. Do you have any pieces? Moments later, do you even know how to play chess? A pawn cannot retreat. Madara questioned sternly, glaring at Obito. Madara-sama, isn't chess played this way? Obito replied. Could you teach me, Madara-san? He purred, his finger pressed to his lips, swaying his body seductively, accompanied by that repulsive pale visage. Madara, who had abstained from sustenance for many years, instinctively felt the urge to regurgitate. Get out. Get out. I find that foolish brat Yahiko far more endearing than you. All within the shinobi world were engrossed in discussions about the film. At this time, Yahiko was preoccupied with military matters. The pen may be mightier than the sword, but a lack of funds once hindered our cultural pursuits. Now that Akatsuki has acquired substantial funds, we must invest in nurturing talent to prepare for the impending shinobi world war, which will arise in approximately 3 years with the disappearance of the third wind shadow. The Third World War was known as the Ninja Meat Grinder. After several months of development, Akatsuki had grown from 17 Chunin and 4 Chunin to 30 Chunin and 19 Chunin. It was somewhat meager. Most hailed from the Uzumaki clan. There were 2 with Kage-level strength, Kakashi Hitaki and Kakazu. Uzumaki Yoshino, a carefree elder, had no clear standing, while Yahiko understood well that Nagato had yet to fully mature. In the refurbished conference room, the higher-ups were present, and Kakazu had returned. This was Kakashi's first time attending an Akatsuki high-level meeting. As the warden, he naturally sat near the front. Each individual had a bottle of mineral water before them, a thoughtful gesture that warmed Kakashi's heart. Yahiko sat at the head of the table, discreetly inserting earplugs, then turned to address everyone with an attentive demeanor. Kakashi, bewildered by Yahiko's behavior, observed as Uzumaki Yoshino rose, his aged voice resonating. I propose we extend our support to the lonely elders of the shinobi world. Do not dismiss this as a waste of funds. How can we know if these elders possess unique skills or noteworthy descendants? Excellent. Yahiko applauded, though he had not truly heard the proposal. Elder Yoshino sat down, gratified. Kakuzu contemplated a rebuttal, but given his extensive years, he understood the temperament of the Uzumaki clan, who were known for their fierce dispositions. Provoking the elder would jeopardize their financial prospects. Perhaps a token of 50 ryo will suffice. Kakashi nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in the argument. He recalled Might Guy, a master of taijutsu. If Guy aged without anyone knowing of his once formidable skills, would his lifetime of experience not be lost? Genjutsu master. We need to expand our department and secure funding to recruit some rogue ninjas. Nagato coughed twice. Kakuzu, not waiting for Yahiko's applause, slammed his thigh in indignation. Damn it. There's no money. You can take my life, but how much do you think I'm worth? If you cut me up and sell me in the black market, what would I fetch? Chapter 29. I do not paint my nails. Do you think my kunai is ineffective? My kunai is not without merit. Kakashi observed the 2 who had drawn their kunai, his eyes wide with alarm. Aren't we here to hold a meeting? Why are you drawing weapons? He glanced at Yahiko, who appeared unfazed by the commotion. Let them brawl. How can I, the village leader, maintain my composure if they do not? The villain chuckled. Ahem. This is absurd. Let us finish the meeting first. Yahiko asserted, rapping the table with authority. The 2 finally settled down. Kakashi, do you have any suggestions? Yahiko inquired earnestly. Hey, First, take out your earplugs. Kakashi Tsukumo harbored a surge of indignation within. He earnestly declared, I wish to impart the art of ninjutsu and swordsmanship to the villagers. There will be no expenses incurred, rest assured. Observing the gleam of green light in Kakuzu's eyes, Tsukumo wearily elaborated. How did I end up encountering such a miser in the Akatsuki village that day? What left Tsukumo bewildered was Kakuzu's resigned demeanor, as if to say, fine, fine. A few words, easily discernible by Yahiko through lip reading, indicated that Kakuzu would not concern himself with the costs of equipment wear and tear. In this manner, Kakuzu proved to be quite resourceful in saving costs for the village. The next individual reported, also requesting funds. The following one did the same. Before the last, Konan could voice her needs. Hey, my temper is flaring. Kakuzu could no longer endure it, rolling up his sleeves ready to argue. You know, I, Zensuk, have consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. The old man had lived from the Warring States period to the present, facing adversaries as formidable as Uchiha Madara. So how could he be deemed ignorant of the ninja world? Before he could finish his retort, those hoping for their policies to be accepted began hurling insults. Come at me one-on-one. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tsukumo glanced at Yahiko, who was pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, and then at the crowd, who were hurling insults and even spitting at one another. This is outrageous. Tian Wenjing, Lu Haiju, Feng Xiaojing's press conference. Deng Chao seeking employment. It was a cacophony of shouts, interspersed with sips of mineral water. So, this is how mineral water is utilized, is it? Tsukumo learned to silently cover his ears. It felt like an eternity before the clamor ceased. All right, submit a proposal. Yahiko clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. Is this the reason you wear earplugs? Tsukumo widened his eyes, contemplating whether he should don earplugs as well next time. Konan, you need not submit yours. I have already adopted your suggestion. Yahiko wished to avoid witnessing Konan's graceful but icy prose. Really? Konan's smile lit up her face, more enchanting than peach blossoms blooming in spring. With eager anticipation, she urged everyone to write swiftly, hoping the village leader would heed her advice. Once everyone completed their writings and departed, the proposals accumulated on a side table. Konan lingered behind, approaching Yahiko with outstretched hands. Yahiko rested his chin on them. What an old joke, yet it still makes Konan's cheeks flush with embarrassment. What do I need to hold your hand for? Hand it over. Yahiko replied, puzzled. Konan leisurely summoned an array of colorful nail polishes, selecting a bottle of red, her favorite, which suited Yahiko perfectly. It was evident that her neatly trimmed nails were adorned with a coral orange polish. Is she intending to paint his nails? Yahiko was astonished and attempted to retract his hand, only to find Konan's grip unyielding. What are you doing? I'm a boy. Why would I need nail polish? He stood up in shock, still held captive by her grasp. Didn't you say my suggestion was accepted? Konan paused, her other hand poised to open the red nail polish bottle. Your suggestion is to paint nails? Of course, let us all paint our nails in the Akatsuki. The image of Tsukumo painting his nails was so absurd that Yahiko could scarcely fathom it. So, the nail painting in the Akatsuki was your idea? How did Nagato agree to that? No, wait. Nagato is too clever. He wouldn't paint his own. He'd have the corpses do it. I won't paint my nails. In the future, I promise to wake up early, sleep early, and prepare breakfast for you. I'll handle breakfast. Now just paint. I refuse. Why? I'm a man. Then can you grant me funding for explosive tags? Let's focus on this red nail polish for now. Konan beamed, carefully playing with Yahiko's hand as she delicately brushed on the polish. At the Mibu base, the two sat around a table of Taraha, watching Yahiko, whose fingers and toes were adorned in red nail polish. Nagato burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? I'm discussing serious matters. Yahiko rolled his eyes, then shifted back to the topic at hand. We've amassed quite a fortune, yet Hanzo remains silent. It leaves me feeling uneasy. And Danzo too. That old schemer hasn't made a peep lately. Truly unjust to blame Danzo. He's busy attending to the Uchiha, leaving no time to concern himself with a small village like ours. He's quite occupied with his own shadows, you know? The price of bread in the Rain village had plummeted from 500,000 Ryo to 100,000. Nagato sighed, reminiscing about the intelligence reports. Yahiko squinted, tapping his index finger on the table. If the country is impoverished, we must resort to plundering externally to enrich ourselves, right? The Rain village cannot contend with the 5 great nations. It's challenging enough against minor shinobi villages. The only ones we can confront are the Akatsuki. His finger, painted red, swayed back and forth. Haha, are you still laughing? I'm speaking seriously here. I'm not. Haha, I'm done laughing, I swear. Observing Yahiko's hands mimicking the act of rolling dumplings, Nagato covered his mouth, his body trembling with suppressed laughter. Yahiko inhaled deeply, shooting Nagato a look reminiscent of Jerry staring at Tom. Haha. Apologies, I can't help it. It's just too amusing. Nagato wished to laugh too. Yet it was painfully constrained. Nagato, I've come to see you. Just then, Conan arrived. Fearing Yahiko might use dumplings against him, Nagato hurriedly approached her. Nagato, look what I brought for you. Conan bounced over, her hand concealed behind her back, exuding an air of mystery. Nagato can't guess? Nagato felt exasperated. Despite his Rinnegan being superior to the Byakugan, it lacked the ability to see through. Clink, clink, clink. Conan's lips moved in sync with the sounds as her hidden hand revealed a bottle of pink nail polish. Nagato exclaimed, I cannot share this world with nail polish. It's from Conan. Isn't it beautiful? So what you're implying is. Nagato glanced back at Yahiko, who had encircled him. An arm draped over his shoulder, rendering escape impossible. Hee. Let the laughter ensue. Chapter 30. Madara, allow me to tell you a story. The prices of bread and fish have risen. How shall we endure? Yesterday, bread was 100,000. Today it skyrocketed to 180,000. It's simply unaffordable. Truly unbearable. Alas, such is the fate of our small nation. 180,000 is a decent price, but if Konoha refuses to sell, we are at their mercy. Outside, the rain poured in columns, while inside a quaint tavern, several residents of the Rain Village lamented. In an elegant, traditional study, a man wearing a distinctive mask sat at his desk, diligently practicing calligraphy. Lord Hanzo, food prices remain exorbitant. If this continues, we shall surely face dire consequences. An elite shinobi from the Rain Village knelt beside him, his tone laden with concern. Hanzo, upon hearing this, subconsciously trembled as he gripped the brush. The calligraphy, initially fluid, marred with a slight imperfection. He shook his head in resignation. Once a demigod, his spirit had been shattered by the great nations. It was only after the Second Shinobi World War that he comprehended why the 5 great nations remained unassailable. In terms of military might and economy, they utterly crushed the small nations. Following their defeat in the Second Shinobi War, the 5 great nations imposed a comprehensive economic blockade on the Rain country, forbidding their merchants from trading in the Rain Village. The perpetual rain made agriculture nearly impossible, and with Konoha severing their food supply, there was no avenue for survival left. Had it not been for that young rascal Yahiko, who took a batch of refugees, he would have to consider resorting to violence. With only half the population likely to survive. Setting down his brush, Hanzo gazed towards the Akatsuki village. How many loyal Rain shinobi remain? He inquired of his confidant. 800, came the response. Good. If a friend dies, a Taoist must endure. We can only suffer alongside the neighboring allied village. When the youth is wise, so too is the village wise. When the youth is strong, so too is the village strong. In the school, the students have returned for the new term. The second semester of the first grade emphasizes the study of moral character. Mayahiko hopes that the children in school can develop holistically in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. In Class 2 of Year 1, led by Little Nan, Mayahiko, as the principal, has come to audit the class today. Seated next to Little Nan in the last row. On stage, the instructor is Amiya Ika. Upon hearing this surname and observing the familiar visage of the man, Mayahiko realizes, isn't this Irika's father? What brings him to my village? Despite his busy schedule, this is the first time Mayahiko truly examines Amiya Ika. An unremarkable face and average abilities. Could it be that Sarutobi sent him as an undercover agent to retaliate against me? Without discipline, there is no freedom. To attain freedom, one must adhere to rules. Under Mayahiko's scrutinizing gaze, Amiya Ika feels immense pressure, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Go for it, teacher. Encourages Xiaoxiong from the second row of the first group. Indeed, I must persevere. Amiya Ika motivates himself internally. Prejudices in the human heart resemble an imposing mountain. Regardless of how well Amiya Ika speaks, Mayahiko remains convinced of his ulterior motives. Brother, why do you keep staring at teacher Amiya? Asks Defo and Juju. Sitting in the last row of the classroom, Mayahiko merely smiles in silence. Ninja ears are highly attuned. No whisper or rustle escapes their notice. I won't tell you anything. Defo, Juju. Confronted with inattentive classmates, Amiya Ika naturally decides to punish them, swiftly appearing before them with a body flicker and lightly tapping a book on their heads. Defo, Juju, they are 14 this year. It was understandable in first grade. But they still have to endure punishment. Brother, take me away. Juju laments pitifully. Hee, let's finish elementary school first, replies Mayahiko. Then he tunes out their conversation, quietly absorbing every word Amiya Ika utters on stage, pondering whether he is truly not sent by Sarutobi. This action of striking the students resembles that of your son. Please do not lead my precious students astray. Beside him, little Nan has Amiya Ika perfectly under her control. This middle-ranking ninja, with his ulterior motives, particularly cherishes children. She ensures that Amiya Ika interacts with all 3 first-grade classes. This is the bond. Yahiko, should we introduce an art class for the children? Little Nan whispers in his ear. Why? I've heard that those who learn to paint are often kind-hearted. Yahiko shows a bemused expression, as if to say, are you jesting with me? Well, it might not be prudent to burden the children further. Seeing his reaction, little Nan reluctantly suppresses her thoughts. Suddenly, Yahiko feels a tug at his pant leg. He looks down to see a frog, not a human. Where did this toad come from? He almost instinctively kicks it away. It's me. You owe Toad B. Yahiko remembers that he had previously sent the Mayaboka mountain toad to supervise the mischievous students. Why have you grown so fat? Like a little pig. He lifts it up and pokes its belly with his index finger. The onlookers can only ignore this. As he is the principal, the advantage is clearly his. Xiaoxiong feeds me well. Toad B pats its belly, clearly enjoying a comfortable life. Do you need something from me? Did Xiaoxiong do something wrong? Toad B recalls. No. It's just that the 3 recent children have been in contact with some strange individuals. Tell me more. Yahiko inquires quietly. That person keeps asking Xiaoxiong and the others what it feels like to defecate. Yahiko, who is it? He does not wish to elaborate. If this unfortunate creature has nothing to do with Lord Madara, it would be a miracle if it could survive the aftermath of the 3rd Great Ninja War. Truly, giving this white Zetsu 10 executions would be too lenient. According to Nagato's investigation, 2 individuals were spotted watching the female lower-ranked ninja, by Jia, while in the restroom. They were so frightened that they have not been able to stand since, and recently, his wife has been causing a ruckus over divorce. What a calamity! Even with all the precautions taken by the elders, did White Zetsu still manage to infiltrate Akatsuki village? Previously, when it was said that White Zetsu slipped in, I ate the dumplings personally made by little Nan. And then, what did he do? Yahiko clenches his fist, thinking, if he dares to harm the flowers of my village, I will twist his head into a spiral. He asked Xiaoxiong for movie tickets, and, also requested a chessboard from Kung Fu and a fairy tale book from Jian. It's certain that Jian didn't comply. Toad B looks shocked. How did you know? Hee, basic knowledge, no need to overthink. Yahiko replies with a faint smile. With a name like that, is there anything he could let go of? Uchiha Madara has recently been searching for an heir. Within the Uchiha clan, he has 2 favored candidates. One is Uchiha Fugaku, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, but has matured to the point of discussing only benefits, devoid of emotions. That leaves only the other, Uchiha Obito, who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 7, a naturally warm-hearted individual. Based on Obito's usual behavior, Madara believes such a person is the most easily deceived. Furthermore, only an Uchiha who harbors love can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan after experiencing emotional trauma. Those who are innately cold and indifferent would likely remain unfazed even if their mother passed away. How could they awaken their Sharingan? This is his empirical wisdom. Further investigate. Uchiha Madara instructs a white Zetsu. I've heard that Yahiko is this kid's elder brother? Hee. If both the beloved woman and the esteemed elder brother were to perish before him, he would surely be disillusioned with the ninja world, wouldn't he? Rest assured, Yahiko. In my Moon Eye plan, I will introduce you to Izuna. You 2 should have much to discuss. A nostalgic gleam fills Madara's eyes as he mentions Izuna. Is Lord Madara longing for Lord Hashirama? Perhaps, he muses. Last time, Madara learned about the movie through White Zetsu No. 2. Akatsuki said he would steal the film reel to show it to you, but you refused, likely wishing to wait until Lord Hashirama is resurrected to watch together. Nearby, several white Zetsus are engaged in hushed discussions. Lord Madara, it's time for sleep. A face suddenly appears to remind him. Uchiha Madara frowns, but seeing a Fae's pitiful expression, having raised him for so long, one inevitably develops feelings. He impatiently pushes a Fae away. Scram. I can't believe I feel pity for you. Every day, it's about defecation. What kind of species is this? A defecation species? Lord Madara, open your ears. I want to read you a bedtime story. I do not wish to listen. Madara closes his eyes. A Fae nods and begins with a peculiar voice. Once upon a time, there was a princess who was exceptionally fair. So everyone called her Snow White. Noticing Madara's lack of reaction, a Fae cheerfully continues. But Snow White had a stepmother, who, jealous of her beauty, made her go to the woods to gather firewood. As a result, her skin became tanned, and everyone began to call her Cinderella. Uchiha Madara twitches his mouth. Chapter 31. The Innately Evil Bloodline. Brother, class is over. Xiaoxiong, Kung Fu, and Jian find Afei, who has been waiting on the playground for quite some time. Afei adopts a big brother demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, gazing mysteriously at the three. Did you bring the storybook I requested? He inquires, extending a hand. The three exchange glances, shaking their heads. No, we don't have it. Our mothers love reading storybooks too. What? Mom? Is Mom more important than Lord Madara? The three children reveal puzzled expressions. Ah, did I let it slip? Afei covers his mouth and immediately waves his hands, laughing heartily. Just kidding. Who is Lord Madara? I don't know anyone by that name. Do you have any other storybooks? Xiaoxiong scratches his head. How about the ethics book? It has stories in it. Kungfu concurs, exactly. The tale of how Minriki Yuki became Zhang Liang's disciple. Teacher Ika talks about it every day and even requires us to memorize it. So annoying. Why does the principal compile so many texts between students and teachers? Jian grumbles while ruffling his hair. Hurry and get it. Lord Madara is waiting for someone to tell him a story before he can sleep. They urge as class is about to start. Quickly fetching the ethics book before returning to class. Afei cast a wary glance around before employing a technique to burrow into the earth. This entire scene was observed by a small frog. You mentioned that peculiar man asking for storybooks from Xiaoxiong and the others? In the office, Mian stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems even Grandpa Ban can no longer tolerate the silence. After all, it's quite normal. Considering how long Hashirama has been gone, just be cautious not to be discovered. As long as Afei poses no threat to the village, let him be. Lord Ban, are you asleep? Afei mischievously inquired, gazing at the motionless Uchiha Madara, whose eyes were shut. Ban, roused from his slumber, opened his eyes with a look of confusion directed at him. I've brought back the storybook. Shall I tell you a bedtime story? Afei said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Uchiha Madara nearly faltered. After all these years, the only ones capable of breaking through his defenses were those two brothers, and here was Afei, akin to a scorpion's offspring. Do you not wish to hear it? Lord Ban. Afei feigned sorrow. With a sigh, Ban closed his eyes once more. All right. Today, I must ensure that Lord Ban falls asleep. You can do this. Afei. He encouraged himself internally, settling beside Uchiha Madara and opening the book. The tale began with Zhang Liang seeking a mentor, and it was said that in his youth, he had plotted to assassinate the first emperor of Qin. What a story. Uchiha Madara mused, contemplating that if it were him, he would have simply tossed that Huang Shigong into the river. Such a legacy could surely only be bestowed upon one with a heart as sincere as that fool Hashirama. He thought. The story also featured a secondary character who piqued his interest, the emperor of the Qin dynasty. With the 6 kings subdued, the 4 seas united. To unify the land of Huaxia, Mian subtly instilled the notion of unification within the ninja world to the children, carefully crafting a segment. Shao village was far too weak. If such words were to spread, they would be crushed by the 5 great nations in an instant, so he dared not write more. A glimmer sparked in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He had once held the same conviction. What happens after unification? Is there a story about what follows? Madara suddenly inquired. He had been resolute in his desire for unification, believing there could only be one land of fire in the ninja world. However, Hashirama's contrasting views had left him uncertain, fearing the downsides of unification and abandoning the fantasy of a united ninja world. Startled by Madara's sudden voice, Afei jumped up, exclaiming, "Oh, Lord Ban. Let me take a look." As he flipped through the book, he realized that such tales were scarce. It seems there is but one story of this nature, Lord Ban. Uchiha Madara, disappointed, closed his eyes again. Allow me to recount the tale of Lai Min Li Shui. Afei sat back down, scratching his head in confusion. What is it? Madara asked, puzzled. Afei read the story aloud. Uchiha Madara's lips twitched in agitation. Lai Min Li Shui, he began, one night. Jiraiya instructed me yin to come by the following morning. Yet, when dawn broke, heavy snow fell, and the doors were tightly shut, as if Jiraiya had forgotten the matter. Mi Yin, peering through the translucent window, saw Jiraiya sleeping soundly, and out of kindness, he refrained from waking him, choosing instead to wait outside. Ultimately, Mi Yin stood there until Jiraiya awoke, while the snow transformed him into a snowman. How absurd. How could it possibly snow in the land of rain? Afei mused. Considering himself a fool, yet possessing a modicum of common sense. Uchiha Madara paused for a moment. I nearly forgot. This boy is Jiraiya's student. That makes him the grand student of the monkey Tsurutobi, and Tobarama, that scoundrel, is his former master? No wonder such shameless behavior runs in the family. He realized that Tobarama had painted him as a villain in Konoha. The monkey claims to be the strongest Hokage. How shameless. Such a person is insane. They cannot enter my Tsukuyami world. Bah, how unfortunate. Lord Ban, Hanzo the Salamander approaches Shao Village with 800 rain ninjas. Should we alert the containers? A white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground, seeking Uchiha Madara's counsel. What benefits has that wicked little brat Yen bestowed upon you? Uchiha Madara grasped the neck of the suddenly appearing white Zetsu, choking him. Lord Ban, please loosen your grip. It was you who instructed white Zetsu no. 2 to alert the containers to flee at the first sign of danger. A Fei hastily interjected. You fool. The moment I encounter that white-haired deadbeat, I lose all rationality. Madara released his grip. White Zetsu number 2 collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless. Do not concern yourself with them. If the containers are compromised, report back to me. With that, Madara closed his eyes once more. After a prolonged silence without hearing A Fei's voice, Uchiha Madara seemed to feel discomfort in his throat and coughed twice. Oh. A Fei realized he had forgotten to continue the bedtime story for Lord Ban. Chapter 32. Conquer Shao Village before lunch several days prior. The Rain Village officially gathered its forces to declare war on Shao Village. The reason for the declaration? We are out of money. Today, Hanzo the Salamander, accompanied by 800 men, suddenly appeared on a small bridge 30 miles away from Shao Village. However, the other main protagonist of this event, Shao Village, remained blissfully unaware. This was because Hanzo had only informed the 5 great villages of his plans. The 5 great villages held no affection for Shao Village and even aided in keeping the matter under wraps. Were it not for an old lady's intervention, a certain puppet-loving young man would have come to assist. In the office of the Shao Village leader, a commotion arose. Where did 800 ninjas come from? 800 ninjas, Yen exclaimed, staring at the Nara clan member from Konoha before him. What a farce. As the village being declared war upon. We only learned of the impending attack when the enemy was nearly at our doorstep. Even more absurd was that the news had come from Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. The third Hokage said the cinema and toy factory waters run too deep for you to navigate. If you are willing to bring Shao Village under your banner, Konoha is prepared to intervene. Upon submission, you shall be granted the status of a jonin in Konoha, the Nara clan member stated. The location of Shao Village was quite promising, with fertile soil and a warm climate. Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously overlooked it, but now he was quite envious. Village leader. The Rain Village has declared war on us without notice. At that moment, a fatigued lower ninja hurried into the office, appearing as though he had traveled for several days without rest. The Nara clan member displayed an expression of exasperation. Mien's temples throbbed. If the lower ninja had been able to gather intelligence on Hanzo in advance and deliver it before the attack, he would not have been a mere lower ninja. Merely surviving would have been a feat. He waved his hand, and the lower ninja retreated. Mien, the 11-year-old jonin of Konoha, perhaps you should reconsider? The Nara clan member continued to persuade. Tell that old man Sarutobi. If he can relinquish the title of Hokage, I might consider it. If not, let him prepare for my arrival. Mien retorted boldly. Clean your neck. Observing the Nara clan member's bewildered expression, Mien added. The third Hokage is offering assistance out of regard for you being his student. He has taken a liking to your potential. However, I've spoken kindly. And you refuse to listen. This is self-sabotage and truly troublesome. I will not undertake such a long and arduous task again. After the Nara clan member departed, those capable in Shao Village flocked to the leader's office. Everyone wore expressions of concern, yet none were fearful. They ate from Shao Village, drank from Shao Village, and received salaries higher than the leaders. If they were to cower now, they would never forgive themselves. The likes of Uzumaki would be hearing about pensions for the first time. As long as the village endures, I can continue to receive it, he chuckled. Kakuzu dismissed the matter entirely, considering Hanzo, a mere demigod, to be unworthy of his attention. After all, he had once battled against Hashirama Senju of Konoha. Uzumaki cast a complicated glance at him. Deceiving the younger generation was one thing, but he ought not deceive himself. Kakashi, his voice broke the silence. 800 men are still 800 men. Let us take the initiative and capture Hanzo the Salamander alive. Kakuzu's prowess is well understood. Having reached the formidable standard of a village leader, a force that cannot be overcome without the combined efforts of himself and Yahiko. Additionally, Jiraiya and Beirut are confined within the prison. Nagato possesses the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, yet their specific peculiarities remain undiscovered by him. Despite his tender age, Yahiko has observed Kakuzu's swordsmanship on several occasions, grasping its essence effortlessly. Both individuals possess the strength of elite jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Although the number of ninjas in the village is scant, they are not without their capabilities in battle. Upon hearing Shikaku's words, Yahiko felt a surge of excitement. 800. What a remarkable figure, yet it seems to pertain to the opposing side. Are there even 80 individuals here who can participate? As Shikaku completed his analysis of the situation, Yahiko felt a sense of disdain towards Hanzo, perceiving him as merely a fledgling. Yahiko spoke solemnly. Let us first prepare the villagers for the potential destruction of our village. The others nodded in agreement. Shikaku and Nagato proceeded to rally the ninjas within the village, while the remaining individuals sat in the office, observing as Yahiko activated the exclusive microphone of the village chief's chamber. Hello, hello, hello. The grand loudspeakers atop the telephone poles within the school and in the prison crackled with static before Yahiko's voice resonated. At that moment, all the villagers of Akatsuki, visiting tourists, and merchants turned their attention to the nearby loudspeaker. They had grown accustomed to this routine. At 8 in the morning, the children performed their exercises, and in the afternoon, they engaged in physical activities during recess. Whenever idle, they would join in as well. Any policies or events concerning the village would be announced through the loudspeakers. First-time visitors to Akatsuki village listened to explanations from others, nodding in acknowledgement. What activity might this be? Madara and the white Zetsu raised their heads, following the sound. Outside Akatsuki village, aboard a riverboat named after the village, nobles from the 5 great nations, who were either affluent or of respectable means, gathered to take pictures at the bow of the cruise ship. Only they could travel without worry, indulging in leisure. Hello, hello, hello. A sound faintly echoed from the village, piquing everyone's curiosity. Hanzo of the Salamander, the one who claims to be the mother of all. I regret to inform you all that he seeks to provoke the 3rd great ninja war for his own selfish desires. Although the enemy approaches with ferocity, fear not. As long as we, the higher-ups, remain clothed, we shall be unharmed. Today, I shall lead the charge. The crackling noise resumed, and the loudspeaker fell silent. Everyone speculated that Yahiko was preparing for confrontation. The Fire Country noblewoman, standing at the bow of the ship, instructed her attendant to lower the camera. What is this? Our idol's homeland is at war, and our idol has gone to the battlefield? No, our idol is the village chief. Beside her, the Wind Country and Earth Country nobles in line for photographs wore expressions of indignation. To them, films were an elegant pursuit. How dare Hanzo, a mere lowly wretch, insult this sacred land? Have they allowed him to grow too complacent? We shall not flee. We resolutely refuse to run. Damn it, Hanzo, unable to manage his own affairs, now covets ours. When I nearly starved in the Rain Village, the village chief provided me with food, clothing, and employment. I cannot betray the village chief. The villagers gathered in the square, vociferously denouncing the situation. Meanwhile, in the school, Kai looked toward the playground where Conan had organized the students to hide. Protect the children. But we are from the Leaf Village. Why should we care? Kai's gaze was resolute, while the 2 Leaf Village undercover agents beside him remained steadfast in their loyalty to the Leaf. Teacher, please hide with us. Little Show, fueled by unexpected courage, dashed out from Conan's group, clutching Kai's sleeve with one hand and the hem of the undercover agent's clothing with the other. Yes, yes. Teacher, it's dangerous outside. Many students believed the trio intended to sacrifice themselves for the village and rushed over, crying out. Observing the innocent faces of the children, the Leaf undercover agents felt their eyes welling up. Damn, I'm such a beast. Kai exclaimed, protect the children. The undercover agents echoed, protect the children. Outside the school, by the small cart, the hand-pulling uncle squinted his eyes. Yahiko is a commendable village chief. 30 miles from Akatsuki village, a group of 800 Rain ninjas took a brief respite. Before the assault, Hanzo had learned that the Rain ninjas had not eaten, and he found his confidant from the Rain village, looking at him coldly. Why hasn't the army had lunch? Report, leader. I have ordered the Rain ninjas to capture Akatsuki village before we eat. The Rain ninja stood tall, responding with conviction. Good. That's the spirit. Hanzo, feeling satisfied, patted the shoulder of the Rain ninja. Send the word down. It is now 10:30, and we shall have lunch at 11. Yes. Chapter 33. Even demigods shall be annihilated. The entire ninja world holds little hope for Akatsuki village, and it seems it, too, is not living up to expectations. Hanzo's strength is well known. Had he not harbored ambitions to unify the ninja world, a one-on-one confrontation would be equally challenging for them. In the Cloud Village, the 3rd Raikage commanded, excellent. Today Akatsuki village shall cease to exist. The ninjas guarding the Black Bull Ranch may stand down. On the sofa, the young A crossed his arms. If I were there, I would smash that Yahiko flat. How about a comparison? The 3rd Raikage suddenly inquired of the young A. Comparison, the young A pondered. Oh, all right. I want to board the ship and take pictures. Oh yeah? A few days prior, he had been exercising in the gym and vaguely heard Killer Bee mention something about taking pictures on a ship. Where are we going to play? No worries, father. I'm not a fool. If it rains, I'll know to head home. Indeed, the small bridge lay only 30 miles from Akatsuki village, which faced a dire predicament. Before Hanzo could launch his attack, Yahiko, accompanied by Nagato, Shikaku, Katu, Jiraiya, and Jinisuke, 7 individuals in total, arrived at the bridge's edge. Among them, Jiraiya, still clad in prison garb, was summoned by Yahiko to bolster their ranks. Jinisuke, merely a prop, carried a camera, determined to expose Hanzo's misdeeds to the world, regardless of the outcome. I am to face Hanzo? Jiraiya was reluctant to accept Yahiko's challenge for a duel with Hanzo. This was no jest, for back in the day, he, along with Orochimaru and Tsunade, had nearly been left with psychological scars. However, Yahiko's playful charm and promises of 2 films starring him proved irresistible. Are you certain that filming the movies you mentioned will win Tsunade's affection? Jiraiya murmured cautiously to Yahiko. If Tsunade won't marry you, I will, but you must win first. Yahiko replied. Fine, I'll give it my all. Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko's painted nails. You aren't some kind of distraction, are you? At this moment, Hanzo also took note of the commotion. What audacity! You dare come with only 7 people. I shall not take advantage of you. Hanzo brandished his scythe and summoned 6 elite jonin from the Rain Village. The group instantly performed a body flicker technique, appearing at the bridge's edge. Finding no traps, Hanzo scanned the area and reached a conclusion. The 2 sides faced each other across the bridge. He gazed at the youthful Yahiko, who, despite being shorter, matched him in spirit, unflinchingly meeting his gaze. Hanzo of the Salamander. Yahiko scolded, furrowing his brow. I intend to cross the bridge. With that, he stepped forward. Yahiko, you foolish child. There are 800 stationed on the other side, led by Hanzo. Have you lost your mind? Nagato and Jiraiya each grabbed one of Yahiko's shoulders. The young man was surprisingly strong, and the 2 could not restrain him. They could only watch as Yahiko advanced, silently gathering chakra and entering a state of readiness for battle. I'll have to resort to this technique. I'm not fully proficient yet, so remember to capture it beautifully. Jiraiya closed his eyes, attuning himself to the natural world. Yahiko crossed the bridge, locking eyes with Hanzo, his tone stern. Hanzo of the Salamander. What is your intention? Have you come to celebrate the success of Akatsuki Village's box office? Young one, it is quite impolite to address me by name. Hanzo pushed aside his subordinate who attempted to halt him and stepped onto the bridge to stand opposite Yahiko. Although Yahiko stood a head shorter than Hanzo, his presence was not diminished. Hanzo, I speak to you as the village chief of Akatsuki. Do you seek to instigate war? Let us await the outcome. I, from Akatsuki village, yearn for peace, yet harbor no fear of battle. Do you see the village behind me? Each resident within could easily splatter your face with blood. You hail from the land of rain. Such a tone is unbecoming for one to address an elder like myself. Hanzo regarded Yahiko with a hint of confusion, pondering the audacity that allowed Yahiko to speak to him thus. After all, he commanded a force of 800 men. As far as he knew, Akatsuki village hardly boasted even 80 ninjas. To bully the weak and disrespect the old, Hanzo, you have fallen from grace. After chastising Hanzo for an extended period, Yahiko maintained a serious facade, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety, mixed with a thrill, for this was the demigod of the ninja world, a man who had triumphed over the legendary Sannin in single combat. What did you say? You little brat, do you truly believe I am of a gentle disposition? Hanzo's voice was filled with contempt as he prepared to strike Yahiko, not even needing to wield his scythe. He merely removed his mask, unleashing a foul, purple toxic mist toward Yahiko. In his youth, he had been implanted with the poison sac of a newt, releasing toxins with every breath. A mere whiff could be lethal. Those who toy with poison reside in the underworld. Observing Hanzo unveil his mask, Yahiko had long since prepared for this moment. Water release, water barrier. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a crystalline wall of water that rose into the sky, effectively blocking the encroaching toxic mist. Hanzo, witnessing this, let out a cold scoff and charged at Yahiko with his scythe, moving with a speed that dazzled the eye. Stand down. Everyone retreat. Today, I shall educate the younger generation. Yahiko bellowed. Hanzo echoed his command. The chain scythe whistled through the air, aimed at Yahiko's arm. Without hesitation, Yahiko formed seals, and a water prison technique materialized, ensnaring Hanzo as he approached. Interesting, Hanzo mused, maintaining his scythe swinging motion without a hint of panic, vigorously swinging his weapon, causing the water within the prison to surge violently until it shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Yahiko formed 3 seals and shouted, water release, water flow manipulation. Though he felt it more fitting to exclaim water flow manipulation, he struck the ground forcefully. In truth, he need not have struck at all. A torrent of water erupted from behind him, roaring forth like a mighty dragon, propelling Hanzo backward. Hanzo steadied himself, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Is it possible for a child from the Rain Village to possess such chakra? Yet, it was merely a fleeting astonishment. For Yahiko had once been an orphan of his village. Do you think I am someone insignificant? I am a demigod of the ninja world. Hanzo quickly regained his composure. No longer testing the waters, he intended to unleash his full power, unwilling to allow the younger generation to look down upon him. Drawing a deep breath, he slammed his hands to the ground, igniting flames. Wait, Yahiko abruptly interjected. I cannot best you. I shall not engage in battle. He spoke with a hint of exasperation. Master, with Yahiko's commanding shout, Yash, let the heavens bear witness. The sage chakra surged into Jiraiya's pathways, transforming his visage and sprouting subtle growths at his ears, while his pupils morphed into those of a frog. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmering white light within Jiraiya's eyes. Despite the seriousness of the moment, Yahiko nearly succumbed to laughter, recognizing the special technique invented by his master. Jiraiya glanced at the camera, revealing a broad grin, exuding confidence as he flashed a thumbs up. Without the assistance of the sages Shima and Fukasaku, Jiraiya could still enter sage mode. The support of the two sages would enhance his ability to sense natural energy and prolong his sage mode's duration. However, Jiraiya knew that relying on the two would diminish his glory. To impress Tsunade, he would give it his all. Tsunade, even a demigod shall be obliterated before you. Chapter 34, Hanzo. Return to the Rain Village. He coughed. Master Jiraiya, utilize the Rasengan I taught you. Let Hanzo see the bond we share. Like a Pokemon battle, Yahiko retreated behind the bridge, pointing at the newt Hanzo, shouting fiercely. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He had never encountered such a theatrical display. He concentrated chakra into a sphere. Let us go. Jiraiya infused the sphere with sage chakra. Hanzo regarded the familiar white-haired man, raising his scythe in defiance. Though Hanzo's spirits were crushed, he still adhered to the warrior's code, refraining from unleashing 800 ninjas upon his opponent. Not far away, a white Zetsu observed everything, broadcasting the events live. Deep beneath Akatsuki village, the wrinkled face of Uchiha Obito wore an expression of annoyance. How foolish of him to have once believed Yahiko was a good person. He had even felt a twinge of guilt when contemplating his demise. Now guilt? He could scarcely restrain his desire to personally dispatch him with a fan. Water release. What a farce. Watching Yahiko expertly employ the water technique, Obito couldn't help but recall that deceased white-haired fool. In the world of Tsukuyami, he was determined to tether the inherently malevolent Tobirama and the young Yahiko at the village's entrance as a landmark for Konoha. From White Zetsu's perspective, Hanzo found himself at a disadvantage. After all, he was not facing the same naive boy from 4 years prior, but rather the sage Jiraiya. One powerful Rasengan from Jiraiya shattered Hanzo's scythe. At that moment, Obito felt a pang of anxiety for Hanzo, wishing he could step in on his behalf. Come on, Hanzo. Defeat the Senju of Tobirama's lineage. Akatsuki's leader, Obito, observed intently, his hands pressed against his face, his feet swinging anxiously, scrutinizing Obito's reactions. Why is Obito trembling? Why is he clenching his fists? After a thorough observation lasting 3 minutes, Obito suddenly exclaimed, "Nice kick." His voice echoed through the empty cavern, resonating with excitement. Just then, Jiraiya's sage mode concluded, and he was sent flying by Hanzo, landing in the river. Cough, cough, cough. No more, no more. Jiraiya scrambled out of the water, waving his hands frantically. What do you mean, no more? Hanzo, blood trickling from his lips, refused to show mercy, swiftly closing the distance to exact vengeance for his earlier humiliation. Old Poison Master, dare you wait for me a moment? Jiraiya stepped back, evading Hanzo's fire technique. The nearby heat scorched the water from Jiraiya's body almost instantaneously, showcasing the intensity of Hanzo's flames. Hanzo glanced at Jiraiya's face, recalling it had not looked like this moments prior, but rather disheveled. I lack the patience to wait for you. I promised everyone I would have lunch at Akatsuki village by 11. Jiraiya, cursing under his breath, dodged Hanzo's onslaught. He couldn't enter sage mode instantly. Without it, he wouldn't stand a chance against Hanzo. How he regretted not summoning the two sages directly to assist in defeating Hanzo. Do not underestimate the resolve of a leader. What do you take our duel for, you scoundrel? On the riverbank, Hanzo bit his thumb and summoned the newt. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, realizing he was correct. Never underestimate a teacher's determination to protect his students. He bit his thumb, blood spraying forth. Summoning technique. He clapped his hands to the ground. Home. As the smoke cleared, nothing appeared. Jiraiya? Everyone. Hanzo, what trickery is this? Were it not for Jiraiya being a once-esteemed junior, he would have berated him. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, recalling that he had previously gotten into a scuffle with Bunta, and now Bunta had yet to forgive him. Shikamaru quickly summoned the newt. Jiraiya, imitating Yahiko's earlier demeanor, shouted at Shikamaru, "What you deeply yearn for shall surely resonate. Here it comes." Shikamaru paused for a moment, drawing the white fong from his back. The villagers of Akatsuki, observing the spectacle, had no understanding of the warrior's code. Seeing that Jiraiya could not contend with Hanzo, Shikamaru instantly leaped into action to assist. Wong shouting. In a preemptive strike, Nagato extended his hand adorned with pink nail polish. Upon witnessing this, the expression on his face darkened momentarily. Yet he then raised his palm forward, drawing in the two ranged shinobi observing from the opposite bank of the bridge. The two ranged shinobi, faces etched with terror, desperately attempted to flee the inexplicable gravitational pull, but to no avail. They were inexorably propelled towards Nagato. However, their years of combat experience instinctively led them to draw kunai from their tool pouches. Rasengan. Yahiko had already prepared a sphere with one hand, waiting for the right moment. Kakuzu's actions had thoroughly validated his thoughts. He had somehow found his way onto the bridge. With a swift motion, he tore open his black cloak, revealing 5 grotesque mouths that writhed as if alive. Wind release, pressure damage. The wind-masked monster emerged, unleashing a gale that swept across the land, howling towards the enemies on the opposite shore. Shadow clone technique. Multiple red-haired elders surged forth, shielded by Kakuzu's presence. Hanzo, who was preoccupied with battling Kakashi and Jiraiya, narrowed his eyes. You lack martial ethics." Underground, the old man bellowed in fury. "Bastard. This is indeed the typical style of Senju Tobarama. Lord Madara. You cannot go up there. You must not go up." Obito hurriedly rose to clutch the irate Uchiha Madara's leg. Unsurprisingly, the 6 ranged shinobi who had been ambushed fell to the ground. Fearing Hanzo's desperate retaliation, they still had a breath left. "Stop. Hanzo. The lives of your subordinates are in our hands." The 6 individuals found their chakras sealed, with Yahiko and his comrades holding blades to their throats. The 3 engaged in battle halted their actions. Hanzo, the salamander, began to question his existence. "Why? You brought 6 men. I admire your courage. But you only brought 6 to meet me. If you wish to duel, I shall oblige. Yet, you suddenly ambush my 6 ranged shinobi?" The veins on his neck twisted like worms as Hanzo glared intensely at Yahiko. "Why should I discuss ethics with you for trespassing in my village?" Yahiko met Hanzo's gaze unflinchingly. If necessary, he would abandon his village, stationing the remaining shinobi outside the Rain village, and slay any Rain shinobi who ventured out on missions. Were it not for the insufficient numbers in Akatsuki, he would have instructed Kakashi to employ the body flicker technique. Hanzo returned to the Rain village. As Hanzo prepared to signal his stationed Rain shinobi nearby to engage directly in battle, the situation was growing tense. A voice of reproach rang out. Hanzo turned toward the sound, his brow furrowing in discomfort. Chapter 35. You may hang me on the old crooked tree. Hanzo returned to the Rain village. Noblemen and women, attended by their retinues, approached. The foremost man was the prince of the land of fire, who pointed an accusatory finger at Hanzo, exclaiming in anger, "Wah!" The 6 ranged shinobi, their chakra sealed and vocal cords restrained, emitted muffled cries of discontent. If one were to inquire about their greatest hatred, it would undoubtedly be the 5 great nations. The 5 great villages wielded the power to obstruct commercial interactions, bringing tears to the land of Rain. All thanks to these nobles. Hanzo clenched his fists, never before having been berated so directly. "Hanzo, I shall return to inform my father." Hanzo observed a woman dressed in a white robe adorned with green accents. Was she from the land of wind? "Hanzo, you have gone too far. If something happens to little Yahiko, I will have my father hire Leaf Ninja to skin you alive." The one clad in a white robe with red accents must be from the land of fire. Nearby, nobles from the land of water and the land of earth wore expressions of displeasure. The representative from the land of lightning was not a noble, but a dark-skinned ninja who remained silent, seeking angles to capture a photo with Yahiko. ISNT that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Why? Why? Forgive the villagers for not having seen the film. Hanzo was taken aback. Was Yahiko serving as a dog for the nobles? No wonder. It all made sense now. How peculiar. No wonder his village was thriving. Jiraiya silently pulled out a handkerchief, as if intending to shred it with his teeth, consumed by jealousy. Nagato and the others exhaled in relief. Salvation had arrived. Enduring Hanzo's scornful gaze and the appearance of a sycophant, Yahiko felt compelled to speak. The policies in his Akatsuki village did not involve currying favor with nobles. "Ladies, I appreciate your sentiments, but I harbor feelings solely for meat strings. Yahiko feigned indifference as he regarded the noble women. Ah, that essay line from the movie. The diminutive ban, how adorable. The male noble nodded in satisfaction, as if indulging in a moment of admiration, while the female nobles nearly melted. It was precisely as depicted in the film. Ban's eyes were filled only with the strings of the pillars. Hanzo observed the frenzied youth, perplexed. I don't understand. Why is everyone discussing Yahiko, as if he were Ban? To strike or not to strike? Would engaging in battle not further jeopardize the environment of the Land of Rain? Damn it, I am filled with hatred. Why can't a normal person come along? Hanzo, I hereby propose an alliance. We swear by the blood of the salamander that our villages shall not infringe upon one another. Seizing upon Hanzo's wavering resolve, Yahiko pressed on. He had come here to secure sustenance for the citizens of the Rain Village. If every resident of the Rain Village could have their fill, why would he demean himself by bullying a small, younger village? The nobles nodded in agreement. The prince of the Land of Fire appeared satisfied. Casting a warning glance at Hanzo, do not be ungrateful, war leads to death. If Yahiko were to perish, where would the youth go to watch new films? Non-aggression? What shall the Rain Village eat then? Hanzo dismissed them with contempt, musing internally. If their fathers were present, Hanzo might have felt some trepidation, but these mere children? Yet, Hanzo was uncertain whether these individuals could sway their fathers. Seeing Hanzo remain silent, Kakuzu, go. Yahiko nudged Kakuzu with his toe. Kakuzu rubbed his rear, appearing utterly bewildered. Go where? To negotiate business. Fine. Kakuzu instantly transformed his demeanor, slipping a shirt over his bare torso. Upon hearing Yahiko's request for him to negotiate with Hanzo regarding recruitment in the Rain Village, he exclaimed, What? Recruitment? Isn't that akin to handing over money? How much will be offered? 5,000 ryo a month, including food and lodging? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kakuzu resolutely rejected the proposition. You may execute me and hang my head on that old crooked tree, but you cannot insult me. You charged me 2 ryo for a movie ticket in Konoha. Didn't you also accept a ryo? Silence. This is about the dividends from the movie company at the end of the year. We shall discuss this further. Kakuzu's green eyes turned crimson as he hastily grasped Yahiko's hand. Having once been a noble in the land of whirlpools, he understood that nobles were often exceedingly bored and empty individuals. You have no idea, during that scene, I visited the set and heard geese honking from within the camping tent. Observing Yahiko engaged in discussion with Kakuzu, he smoothly led the nobles aside to converse about the Easter eggs of the Akatsuki's film crew. Moments later, Hanzo grew impatient. You, come here. Kakuzu, feeling frustrated, pointed at Hanzo. Hanzo, bewildered, gestured to himself. Me? Are you speaking to me? Yes, indeed. It is you. At that moment, Hanzo felt absurd. He was sensing a threat to his life emanating from this Kakuzu. Kakuzu pulled Hanzo onto the bridge, where the two began to negotiate the details of the alliance. What? Go to hell. 300 ryo a month, and only covering food without lodging? Not even the black slaves of the Cloud Village would accept such terms. Feeling Hanzo's spittle flying, Kakuzu wiped his face. When negotiating business, one must take it slow. What had Hanzo just heard? Kakuzu proposed, lodging can be included, but a deposit of 1,000 ryo must be paid up front, with an additional 301 ryo for cleaning fees each month. 10 minutes later, let the battle commence. I cannot accept such a humiliating treaty. Listening to Hanzo's roar on the bridge, which seemed as if he would tear Kakuzu apart, Yahiko's brow furrowed into a knot. Humiliating treaty? How is this a humiliating treaty? Must we resort to battle? But did not Hanzo come to the Akatsuki village for the sake of the villagers having food? Had he not instructed Kakuzu to keep the wages as low as 3,000? 3,000 is not acceptable. Just then, Kakuzu glanced over, and Yahiko signaled with his fingers. Forming a 5. 5,000 it is, then. Sigh, another 10 minutes passed. In the blink of an eye, a bundle of threads was hurled toward them. Yahiko and the others were caught off guard, while Kakuzu was mercilessly beaten by the furious Hanzo. A work-related injury, indeed. Well, he is not dead yet. Hanzo, don't go too far. Yahiko, you better not overstep. The two voices echoed simultaneously. Yahiko met Hanzo's fierce, bloodshot gaze, as if he were ready to devour him. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Yahiko, which quickly morphed into rage. Don't push your luck. A monthly wage of 5,000 ryo, 5 days of flexible leave, plus room and board, such a good job. Can you find another like it? What? Yahiko's eyes flickered toward the ground where the bundle of threads lay. He was utterly perplexed. What was Kakuzu up to? Hadn't he been told about prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony? Was he truly yearning to become a decorative streetlight? Chapter 36. The Alliance of the Small Bridge. The Oath of the Mountain Pepper Fish. On the small bridge, two groups stood facing each other. The elite ninja of the Rain Village had been released, now standing behind Hanzo. Meanwhile, the newly formed Akatsuki village stood behind Yahiko. Jinji was there, carrying a camera to document the event, destined to be included in the history of Akatsuki village, a reminder for future generations that stagnation invites defeat. And truth lies only within the realm of shurikens. Yahiko, shameless as he was, understood that a politician has no need for dignity. Even if one were to twist him with a steel wool ball, he would endure it with gritted teeth. Between the two factions lay a table, upon which rested a covenant. Today, the Rain Village and the Akatsuki village form an alliance. Relation between Rain and Akatsuki. The Rain and Akatsuki are akin to uncle and nephew. The leader of Akatsuki refers to the leader of Rain as uncle, and successors are determined by age. Boundary division. The two parties shall use Honglin as the village boundary and withdraw their troops. Thereafter, any rogue ninja crossing the border must not be harbored by either side. Currency regulations. The Rain Village shall provide manpower to the Akatsuki village, which shall pay a monthly salary of 4,000 ryo, covering food and accommodation. Additionally, a portion of food must be prepared and sold at a low price to the Rain Village. Trade relations. Both parties will exchange unique goods. A forest named Honglin separated the Rain Village from the Akatsuki village. Preparing food for the same number meant that if 500 individuals from the Rain Village came, Yahiko had to prepare an additional 500 portions to sell at a reduced price. Hanzo stared incredulously at Yahiko. You possess such knowledge? In the ninja world, contracts were typically just lists. One could fill in whatever they desired. This clause was remarkably clear and precise, something he had never encountered before. Hanzo, today, we shall slay the mountain pepper fish as an offering to the heavens, Yahiko proclaimed, pulling a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. It felt quite ceremonial. The Rain Village revered the mountain pepper fish as a divine spirit, capable of communicating with the gods. Slaying the fish to offer to the heavens would allow the deities to witness the covenant and ensure both parties uphold their agreements. Good, Hanzo nodded. Summoning a mountain pepper fish, he produced a kunai as well. The two struck with their kunai, officially enacting the covenant. This agreement, known as the Alliance of the Small Bridge and the Oath of the Mountain Pepper Fish, was one forged in the face of adversity, the disgrace of becoming someone's nephew. Yet, knowing shame can spur one to courage. Big nephew, Uncle Hanzo. After some cordial exchanges, Hanzo departed with 800 Rain Ninja, instructing Yahiko to send someone to collect the workers in a few days. The nobles also dispersed. Yahiko gazed at the bronze-skinned, muscular youth before him. Oh. As we passed by Akatsuki village, someone is sleeping. The youth suddenly poked with two fingers. Stop. Yahiko raised his left hand to level it, while his right finger jabbed at his left hand. What are you talking about? This is not just anything. It is the melody from my mouth, which you fail to appreciate. Without melody, there is nothing. Oh yeah? Killer Bee continued to dance, babbling incessantly. Yahiko felt overwhelmed, instructing Nagato and the others to return first while he would follow shortly. He glanced at Killer Bee, who was rhythmically spitting fire with his rap. This rhythm is explosive. My tongue is fiery, my saliva is scorching, there's a certain flavor in this. My rapping skills can conquer Akatsuki village with hip-hop. He rapped continuously, impressively articulate. Killer Bee stared, dumbfounded, at Yahiko. Not enough. Enough. In the izakaya, a small shrine stood near the cobblestone entrance. Killer Bee knelt throughout, embracing his own head with both hands. Akatsuki village has rap, man, yelled Yahiko. Man, replied Killer Bee. In the Akatsuki village, Conan had already relocated the elderly and children. Half the village's ninjas had gone to protect them. On the streets, the young populace began to retrieve their sickles or hammers, concealing them within their clothes. They would feign weakness, ready to strike back as soon as the Rain ninjas entered the village to plunder. Moreover, every household in Akatsuki village had secret tunnels dug by Yahiko when the village was first established. These tunnels were equipped with ventilation holes, traps, and toilets, serving multiple functions such as concealment, living, and combat. It must be said that Yahiko possessed a far-sighted vision beyond that of ordinary individuals. If, due to the butterfly effect, the Fourth Shinobi World War ended with Naruto and Sasuke's defeat and the Otsutsuki's invasion, Yahiko could lead his people to hide underground, perhaps preserving a flicker of hope for the revival of the ninja world. He deemed this matter an S-rank plan, titled the Human Ember Project, a secret known only to him. Madara had initially involved White Zetsu in this endeavor, wary of any unwise intruders. On the day the tunnels were completed, Yahiko had explained the tactics of tunnel warfare to each of them, utilizing the underground passages for surprise attacks on the enemy to deplete their forces. The village chief declared that 1,000 years is too long. We must seize the moment. We cannot fall. Do not be intimidated by the enemy's ferocity. The ninjas of Akatsuki village armed themselves with kunai and shuriken, entering the tunnels, preparing to engage the enemy in guerrilla warfare. In the darkness, faith shone brightly. When a person possesses faith, they no longer fear anything. Just like the village emblem, that red dawn cloud, Akatsuki village was red from top to bottom, inside and out. What could have become of Yahiko? Before the great battle, all the charming girls of the entertainment district were but illusions. Only Konan remained by Yahiko's side. Her eyes suddenly glistened with moisture as she gazed toward the small bridge. Before long, Nagato and the others returned. Konan scanned the area but found no familiar figures. Just as she was about to inquire, Jiraiya raised the kunai, the sun high above, reflecting the bloodstains upon it. A pang of sorrow struck her. Had both kunai been preserved, Hanzo had also struck. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The image of Yahiko, struck down by Hanzo's kunai, gradually fell into her mind. Fear and despair gripped her throat, rendering her voiceless. Memories of her hazy childhood surfaced, clouds drifting in the blue sky. Back then, you said you would hold my hand. Our love would not return once it passed. Yahiko, I shall never use explosive tags again. She crouched down, covering her face as tears streamed down, utterly helpless. Unable to protect Yahiko, what use were so many explosive tags? Not far from her, concealed within a secret tunnel, lay 2 years' worth of Konan's stockpile, almost 2 million explosive tags. With Yahiko dead, the right and wrong of it all held no meaning for her to debate. I want explosive tags. I want 600 billion explosive tags. I will obliterate the Rain Village. Nagato and the others scratched their heads, bewildered. What had transpired? Did Konan misunderstand something? Yo, Killer Bee exclaimed. Look at me. My fingers are relaxed. My gaze is like a dragon. 2 figures danced and sang their way forward. Huh, what? What did he hear? What does Konan cry about? News of the alliance of the small bridge had just been signed and spread like wildfire, leaving the leaders of the 5 great villages utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? In the Hidden Rain Village, 800 individuals set forth to assault the Hidden Dawn Village, only to be repelled by Yahiko, accompanied by 6 companions. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered whether it was Jiraiya who intervened. Leaning back in his chair, he perused the intelligence reports. The specifics of the alliance remained unknown to him. Yet it was evident that substantial concessions had been made. Was it not more fitting to allocate these resources to him, as a figure of authority? Could it be that as a mentor, he would deprive this young man? With a sigh, the seasoned Hokage, a habitual smoker, lit his pipe and exhaled a long plume of smoke. He had watched the film and finally grasped the reason behind the awakening of the Uchiha. Even a man of his extensive experiences nearly succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Beasts such as the Minotaur could perish. Monkey, what do you propose regarding the Uchiha? Another one has awakened today. The sound of a door being kicked open had become a familiar occurrence for Sarutobi. Danzo had once again come to discuss the Uchiha clan. Lately, the shinobi world had been tranquil, with the Uchiha claiming the MVP title. In the office of the Tsuchikage, Yahiko referred to Hanzo as uncle, while Hanzo reciprocated by calling Yahiko nephew. How amusing. Suddenly, Inoki levitated into the air, inquiring of his son, the robust Kuratsuchi, whether he should join the fray and adopt a grandson. Father, wouldn't he that provoke Hanzo into seeking our demise? Kuratsuchi chuckled to himself, contemplating the notion of a demigod of the shinobi world bearing familial ties. In the Raikage's office, the third Raikage furrowed his brow and issued a command. Quickly arrange personnel for the Black Bull Ranch. A startled burst into the room, exclaiming, Father, let us simply annihilate the Hidden Dawn Village. The third Raikage remained silent, merely gesturing toward the map affixed to the office wall. The latest map finally revealed the coordinates of the Dawn Village, a diminutive patch, nestled charmingly between 3 villages. Should they wish to attack the Hidden Dawn Village, they would first have to traverse the Land of Fire. To circumvent the area would necessitate a journey through the Land of Frost, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, within the Hidden Mist Village, the inhabitants were blissfully oblivious to the unfolding events, displaying little interest in the matter. Chapter 37, Jiraiya's Redemption. No filming allowed. Do you wish to tarnish the warden's reputation? Yo, Teacher Yahiko, with me around, no mishaps shall occur. I shall spread my bedding, and you shall feast upon cabbage. 3 days had elapsed since the small bridge alliance, during which Yahiko had been thoroughly vexed by Killer Bee, who incessantly demanded to learn rap. In the village chief's office, Killer Bee had prepared his bedding and made himself comfortable. Is this the place? The compassionate Konan, delivering meals. Cast a sympathetic glance at Killer B before gesturing toward her own head, subtly probing. Oh, his intellect seems intact. He knows to return home in the rain. He will await his brother's arrival. Yahiko opened the lunchbox, only to find cabbage once more, cabbage stir-fried with vermicelli. He had eaten this during his school days and found it insufferably monotonous. Just let me perish, he grumbled, glaring at Conan. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired. Conan, what did you say while squatting on the ground 3 days ago? Conan, blushing furiously, lightly tapped Yahiko's chest and hastily departed. Curiosity gnawed at Yahiko. He called out to Killer B, who was practicing his rap. Time for a meal. Conan had prepared 2 portions, one for Killer B. Oh, I adore cabbage. It's quite delectable, Killer B exclaimed, oblivious to the disdain, and happily approached to eat. Yahiko rolled his eyes, contemplating that if the 4th Raikage were to arrive without providing meal allowances, he would smash both brothers with a single blow. Digging up Killer B, he mused. He had never considered such a notion. This foolish lad seemed to be the happiest among the Jinchuriki, showered with affection by the 2A brothers. Chief, Bairuhu reports that the items are ready. Yahiko set down his chopsticks and rushed toward the city gates. Killer B glanced at his bowl, which was cleaner than a dog's tongue, then at Yahiko's unfinished half-bowl. Decisively, he poured it into his own bowl and continued eating. As he savored his meal, Killer B stumbled upon a discarded script titled The Hidden Dawn Village. Suddenly, the 8 tails within him stirred, exclaiming, "Allow me to temporarily utilize your body." I must give that Yahiko a sound thrashing. Killer B responded, Yo, teacher, what has he done to provoke such ire? If you do not clarify, I shall withhold my assistance. Why, you ask? Damn it, Minotaurs. What grievance do we hold against you? Recently, the 8 tails had been subjected to daily insults within Killer B's stomach. UMMP. There are no signal sources. I have already experimented with the warden. Infusing chakra can last for 7 days, enough to cover the entire village. The communication device you requested, I have named the Big Brick. Bro. Weary and sporting dark circles under his eyes, presented the item to Yahiko, a hefty black machine, the size of a brick. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. Yahiko patted Bairuhu's shoulder, beaming with gratitude. It's no trouble, Bairuhu nearly wept, exhausted from daytime experiments and nighttime disturbances from Jiraiya's snoring. Fortunately, Kakuzu had departed early, sparing him from the dual torment of counting money and conducting research simultaneously. Are you planning to head out? Yahiko inquired, unsure how to reward this esteemed contributor, who seemed to require nothing. I, a shadowy insect, am ill-suited for sunlight. Remaining here is preferable for peace. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share. Bairuhu now found it impossible to sleep without the sound of Jiraiya's snores. He had also abandoned animal experimentation and the sinister practice of transferring bloodline limits. He had discovered something intriguing, which Yahiko had informed him: saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur explosion. The shinobi world was aware of this principle. Yet the noses of ninjas were keener than those of ordinary dogs. Bombs made from these materials possessed a power comparable to explosive tags. Yet their exposure risk was significantly higher than that of the colorless and odorless tags. However, Yahiko had remarked, saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, sugar super explosion. The phone had already been developed. His next step was to study this invention. Bairuhu often pondered whether he might one day create a weapon capable of obliterating an entire shinobi village with just one unit. Gazing at the 11-year-old Yahiko before him, he mused, if I succeed, I shall name it after the boy. Yet, he doubted such an absurd possibility existed. Disappointment washed over him. But Yahiko had declared, challenges are like springs. The stronger you are, the weaker they become. With this thought, Bairuhu's resolve surged. He glanced at the 2 volumes of his writings on red ideology within his room. Yahiko held not a shred of doubt regarding him. Might Bairuhu have discovered his own path? After toying with the cumbersome brick, he inquired, do you think this big brick could be made smaller? Ideally, I could grasp it in one hand. Bairuhu, lost in thought regarding the proportions of the 4 components, momentarily froze at Yahiko's words. What? Are you never satisfied? Among the heroes of the world, only you and Yahiko remain. The likes of Orochimaru are mere trifles. I have high hopes for you. Go forth. Without waiting for Bairuhu to refuse, Yahiko dashed away, leaving behind only the instruction, should you lack anything, inform the warden. Bairuhu sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Truly, is it wise to place such trust in a fugitive? Yet, the sensation of being trusted felt rather pleasant. That night, Bairuhu struggled to find rest. Where the hell is Jiraiya? Where has he disappeared to? Jiraiya had exhibited good behavior and was thus released early from prison. During his incarceration, he had formulated a philosophy of his own. He sought to redeem the world of shinobi, instilling in them the courage to confront adversity. The words of Yahiko echoed in his mind. Destiny is in our own hands. No one can govern us. The shinobi world belongs to you, as well as to us. But ultimately, it is yours. Our hopes rest upon your shoulders. Yet, the quest for the prophesied child remained Jiraiya's long-standing obsession. However, this time, he did not follow his usual practice of searching for the prophesied child of the great toad sage, but instead endeavored to alter the world of ninjas using his own strength. Yahiko, observe the script that our teacher has labored over through sleepless nights. Be more enthusiastic, youth. In the office, Jiraiya mysteriously handed Yahiko a script, squeezing himself onto Yahiko's chair, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. He patted Yahiko's back, producing a series of resounding thuds, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance that belied his recent release from prison. The redemption of Jiraiya. Yahiko shot him a glance filled with exasperation, exerting himself just enough to avoid falling off. He opened the script to find it bore a striking resemblance, about 60 to 70%, to a certain masterpiece from his past life. It told of the legendary Jiraiya, wrongfully imprisoned, who chose to teach the prison guards and the warden ninjutsu to gain their protection, all the while never relinquishing his pursuit of freedom. Over the course of several years, he dug an escape tunnel, exposing the warden's corrupt practices along the way. The themes of hope, the quest for freedom, and a critique of institutionalization were what Jiraiya sought to convey to the ninja world. Yet, he dared not write about Akarigakure directly. Instead, he set the scene in the Akatsuki hidden village. Damn it, the warden is Tsukumo Hatake, and there's no way Yahiko would allow his trusted comrades to suffer such indignities, even if it were veiled in allegory. He was not a delicate flower like Sarutobi Asuma, letting Danzo manipulate him at will. Yahiko handed him a script he had prepared in advance about a gambling god. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yahiko's face, thinking, foolish Yahiko, do you really believe your teacher is a fool? This script has the potential to ignite interest, but does it possess the depth of my own writing? Yet, Tsunade likes it. That makes sense. Persuaded, Jiraiya, though not particularly fond of gambling, capitulated to Tsunade's preference and organized a film crew to shoot the movie. He yearned for immediate fame. This script, Jiraiya did not take with him, leaving Yahiko to make alterations. The redemption of Jiraiya. 10. The redemption of Yahiko. After a few years, when the initial fervor surrounding the Akatsuki hidden village subsided, Yahiko planned to fund, direct, and star in his own production. The next day, Yahiko allocated funds to establish an additional production line in the Akatsuki hidden village. Wishing for the health and wealth of the factory's employees, he named it Fukong Technology. Upon the opening of Fukong Technology, Yahiko recruited the most skilled artisans from the village to work on an assembly line dedicated to manufacturing large brick-like telephones. Many of the employees were former inmates who had previously crafted toys during their sentences, seamlessly transitioning into contributing to the village's economy upon their release. The large brick telephone store opened to instant popularity in the Akatsuki village, resulting in a demand that far exceeded supply. Those cradling the large brick to their ears were bound to evoke envy, and the first words exchanged upon meeting were often, "You have a large brick too?" Tying the large brick with a rope to hang from their belts also served as a fitting accessory. "Hey Nagato, guess who I am?" Hee, Nagato couldn't guess. Although currently limited to calls within the Akatsuki village, it proved immensely convenient. Within the village, the higher-ups were already equipped with them. "Tell Uncle Jin, I'm craving fish." The existence of a telephone was indeed advantageous. Before lunch, Yahiko could easily communicate what he wished to eat from his office with just one call. Phones became the trend in the village, and he hoped they wouldn't explode. The size of the phone made him feel a little apprehensive. Oh yay. Killer B also acquired a phone, and his first act was to call his brother to report his safety. His brother doesn't have a phone. "Tell Conan I miss her." After some thought, Yahiko dialed another number. On the other end, an elderly man, Ueno Ikaku, was preparing his lesson. "Director Conan has gone to class, so you called me instead? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Do we single dogs have no path to survival?" Chapter 38, Phoenix Book City. "What? You want to set up a stage to sing? I'm quite busy. Many enterprises are waiting for me, and I need to keep an eye on the boss, as it's a matter of hundreds of thousands every minute. The spicy fish Hanzo is sending someone to work, and the Akatsuki hidden village must provide positions. As the finance minister of the Akatsuki hidden village, this task was entrusted to Kaku. This was also the reason Kakuzu dared to challenge Yahiko over the phone. He managed to accomplish 2 tasks in one day. Yahiko could not reasonably deny him a raise or a bonus. First, noble ladies enjoy retouching their makeup in restrooms while traveling, so he decisively established a luxurious restroom for a fee, 80 for large stalls, 40 for small ones, complete with attendants. They provided such excellent service that they almost went so far as to wipe guests' bottoms. It was torturous for Bairu, who had dreams of studying as a young boy, to be dragged out of bed in the middle of the night by Kakuzu to invent an automatic sensor flush toilet. Second, he remotely controlled Kankuro, opening Phoenix Book cities in all 5 great nations, with Payne's books exclusively available at Phoenix bookstores. Furthermore, patrons could peruse any book within the store, as the owner would not shoo them away. The original bookstores of the 5 great nations faced fierce competition, and with Yahiko's military background, they dared not defame him. Although a treaty was signed with the Rain-Hidden Village, the Akatsuki village currently ranked among the formidable forces in the ninja world. However, what dealt the final blow to the major bookstores was that purchasing books over a certain amount entitled patrons to a lottery, with the grand prize being a signed copy of Payne's exclusive work, Young Ah-Fei. Only 1 copy existed in each Phoenix Book City. Some were still struggling to imitate the operational philosophy of Phoenix Book City, while others simply chose to join it. Today, Kankuro was inspecting the Phoenix bookstore in Konoha, his face flushed with vitality. Many excited patrons outside the bookstore were eagerly touching the small jars for prizes. Familiar faces were abundant, including Yamashiro Aoi, Yuhi Kurenai, and the 7-year-old Ebisu, along with a somewhat gloomy-faced servant of the Hyuga clan. The 7-year-old Ebisu was pitifully tossed aside by Yamashiro Aoi, until a certain individual arrived. The crowd immediately dispersed. Hokage-sama, Kakashi, you two have come to the bookstore? What are you buying? The Yahiko fairy tale collection. Oh, me too. Asuma loves it. I'm buying it for him. Outside the Konoha Phoenix bookstore, Sarutobi Asuma and Kakashi unexpectedly met. Upon entering, their first task was to locate the book with the cover titled Yahiko Fairy Tale Collection. The two exchanged a knowing smile beside the bookshelf, confirming they had not lied. In the next moment, their keen eyes spotted a book authored by Payne, with an unfamiliar cover. Could it be a new work? Kakashi hurriedly stood on tiptoe to reach for it, only to find his hand brushing against a wrinkled human hand. It was Sarutobi Asuma, who had been quicker to grasp the book. Sarutobi's expression was complex, uncertain of what he was thinking. This could be bad. Would Tsukumo Hatake now be more resolute in not returning? Hokage-sama. When I was out on a mission, my teammates enjoyed reading, and I was curious to know more about who Payne is. His explanation felt like a cover-up. Kakashi's face turned as red as a boiling teapot, and he spoke considerably more than usual. No one under 16 is allowed to read this. Sarutobi Asuma pulled the book aside, noticing several others nearby. But he could not stand idly by and watch the village's rising talent fall into decline. He witnessed Kakashi settle the bill with Kankuro before departing. As the two exited, they dared not mention the lottery, only to bump into Obito. Those with hearts see everything as filthy. The two regarded him with suspicion, and Sarutobi Asuma greeted him amiably. Obito, what brings you to the bookstore? Buying a book. Obito replied flatly. What book? Kakashi pressed. The Yahiko Fairy Tale Collection. Written by my brother. Initially indifferent, Obito then declared proudly, not allowed to go. Those with hearts see everything as filthy. Sarutobi Asuma and Kakashi restrained Obito, preventing him from entering the bookstore. Thus, Obito was bewilderedly dragged away by them, leaving Kankuro fuming. What is wrong with them? On the way, Sarutobi Asuma curiously opened the book while Kakashi desperately feigned indifference. Obito remained perplexed. 3,200 per book. Family members. The first page. This book is derived from the autobiography of Kakuzu, personally penned by the Minister of Finance of the Akatsuki village. What the hell? A pirated book? Lord Obito. With just a call to these numbers, you can communicate with others from afar. Outside the Great Brick Phone Store, the masked figure of Akira gazes longingly at the mobile phones displayed within the counter, for he lacks the funds to purchase one. How dreary. Listening to Obito's yearning, Akira resolves that he must procure a phone for Lord Obito as well. If others possess it, so must Lord Obito. He first seeks out the trio of Xiaoxiu. What? Broju, you want a phone? The principal says we children are not allowed to have phones. Indeed, my father has a friend working at the Great Brick Store, and those who own phones must register their real names before they can top up their credits. Broju, don't look at me. I can't steal a phone. My mom would spank me. Akira watches the retreating figures of his 3 little brothers, stamping his foot in frustration. In this day and age, even the younger ones dare to speak back to their elder brothers. You can do it, Akira. He encourages himself with a clenched fist. At that moment, he roams the streets within the 3rd ring, seeking employment. You idiot. You scared all my customers away. This is a candy shop, not a restroom. No defecation allowed. The owner of the candy store forcibly ejects Akira. You bastard. Get over here. Customers are in the stalls. who allowed you to hover nearby and observe. Private Marseille, a newly opened paid restroom in Kakuzu, intended for wealthy travelers. The cleaning supervisor, wielding a broom, chases Akira down the street. After being humiliated by Kakuzu, Yahiko feels somewhat vexed. Kakuzu, you will surely regret this. While Akira continues his job hunt, Yahiko seizes him. Could it be that Lord Obito is short on cash and has sent White Zetsu to find work everywhere? Arrange it. Yahiko orders his men to construct a thatched hut beside the village chief's office, where a banner is raised, proclaiming auditions for a gambling god production team. For interviewers, 3 of whom are Yahiko's subordinates, have received strict orders to ensure that any peculiar individual who expresses a fondness for defecation during the auditions passes. Yahiko thinks it would be amusing to send Akira to Jiraiya to give him a headache. Those in the village who consider themselves somewhat talented, due to the explosive popularity of the Akatsuki village number, voluntarily come forth to serve as extras. Akira is currently at a nursing home, hoping to interview for a caregiver position, but it seems all the nursing homes are off auditioning to be extras. Emerging from the nursing home, he places his palm on his forehead and gazes into the distance. Old man is going to sleep. You play by yourself. Just be careful not to expose yourself. The voice of Obito echoes in his mind. As he speaks, Uchiha Obito closes his eyes, seeking that man in his dreams. Lord Obito, do you want to defecate? Akira whispers. Seeing that Obito appears to have truly fallen asleep, he then queues up for the audition. The line is long, stretching endlessly before him. Are you also here for the audition? A man in front of him asks, observing Akira's peculiar behavior. Is that not allowed? The man twitches his mouth. It's not that it's prohibited, but could you at least remove your mask? He kindly gestures towards Akira's tiger-striped mask. No way. Akira responds with his arms crossed in an X formation, rejecting the suggestion. Suit yourself. The man dismisses Akira and continues in line. The queue in front of Akira gradually diminishes. After a lengthy wait, as the sun begins to set, it is finally their turn. At last, it is Akira's moment. Inside the thatched hut, Jiraiya sits at a table with the 4 interviewers, having interviewed all morning without even a sip of water. Jiraiya, portraying the gambling god, has nearly found all the actors he needs, except for the male second lead, Shindeizai. The other 3 interviewers have set high standards. Good. If not for this, how could I become an overnight sensation and win Tsunade's heart? Next, Jiraiya calls out. Good day, esteemed judges, my name is Ashen. This is the individual who entered after Akira, exuding an air of youthful delinquency, yet revealing a spark of cleverness. Displaying bravery and decisiveness before the interviewers without a hint of timidity. This person is born to be the male second lead. Jiraiya cannot help but applaud. The 3 interviewers clear their throats. I believe we still need to assess further. One cannot judge solely by appearances. Indeed, Jiraiya requests Ashen to perform a scene from the movie, occasionally feeding him lines. Ashen flawlessly catches every cue. Excellent. He's the one. I am quite satisfied with this lad. Jiraiya exclaims, thrilled to have spent an entire day interviewing actors. Ashen, too, feels exhilarated, albeit slightly nervous. Will I have the chance to act alongside the village chief's teacher? Is it my turn? Is it my turn? A garbled voice drifts in from outside the thatched hut. Just as Jiraiya is about to politely decline, come in. The 3 interviewers, recalling Yahiko's instructions, chorus in unison. Give the young man a chance. One explains to Jiraiya. Jiraiya is wholly focused on Ashen, pondering how he might guide him to shine even brighter. Hello everyone, my name is Akira. My interests include, I like defecation. Jiraiya's mind is engulfed in a cloud of confusion. What on earth? Are you joking? Get lost. To his astonishment, the 3 interviewers burst into applause. Jiraiya? One of the interviewers is the photographer from Akatsuki village, another is the script supervisor, and the last is the art designer. Could it be that Akira possesses some insider knowledge unknown to Jiraiya? Intrigued, Jiraiya gestures to Akira. Remove your mask. Let me see your acting skills. Why do you want to see my face so badly? Akira wriggles his body, dragging out a strange tone, even with the mask on. It's clear to everyone that he is shy. Jiraiya feels a wave of nausea wash over him. Akira twists until he stands before Jiraiya, tracing a finger across his robust chest. Tonight, come to my room. I only allow Lord Jiraiya to see me alone, okay? He speaks each word in an alluring manner. Before Jiraiya can recover from his shock and disgust, Akira coughs twice, adopting a serious demeanor as he looks around, then walks away. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Once he regains his senses, Jiraiya feels as though he wants to die. The 3 interviewers also feel discomfort, waving their hands to signal that the audition should continue with Chen Xiaodao, leaving a dumbfounded Ashen to exit. Chapter 39. I am sorry to the villagers. Yahiko, in tears, feels overwhelmed. Capital triumphs over talent. The interviewers lament. Sorry, Ashen, I prefer Akira. The rain continues to fall, and the atmosphere remains relatively cordial. Today, Minato Namikaze returns to the factory for a limited time. A boy with a head of yellow hair stealthily follows Kakuzu. The two stroll through the rain village. Village chief. No, Minato, you can leave tasks such as infiltrating enemy villages to me. You following along with their faces is a sign of distrust, isn't it? Kakuzu turns back, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Is it just because you disagreed with my singing? Building a stage is costly, but you need not risk your life. Upon hearing this, Yahiko, disguised as Minato, rolls his eyes. He is afraid. He fears that the Third Great Ninja War will be prematurely initiated by Kakuzu. Building a stage is expensive. Can I not charge for concert tickets? Yahiko urges Kakuzu to think on a grander scale, delving into the details of the concert ticketing. The two discuss how to host the concert, when to hold it, and the construction of a large stage capable of accommodating a significant audience. Inside a small tavern, members of the Akatsuki group, led by Nagato, gather for a rendezvous. The contact person inquires, which excavation technique is the strongest? Kakuzu replies, Lanshyang. 321, link up. Oh, as long as you're here, that's enough. Kakuzu presents a package wrapped as a gift, passing on the next directive from the Akatsuki. Why bring a gift? The contact person smiles and accepts the offering. Yahiko, following behind Kakuzu, glimmers with admiration. Nagato is well suited for intelligence work. Hanzo has not caused any trouble among the employees. They are merely the struggling citizens of the Rain Village. The tavern was bustling with business, especially since the entire Rain Hidden Village was facing a food shortage, leaving this establishment as the sole vendor of liquor. After the intermediary finished speaking, he attended to the patrons. Hurry up, boss. I'm coming. Mayahiko surveyed the surroundings. Business was thriving with a neatly arranged array of drinks at the counter. Hold on. The name Boken resurfaced repeatedly in his mind. The village was starving. Yet this tavern was well stocked with beverages. What the hell? So, every word and action of Nagato is under Hanzo's watchful eye? Hanzo is pretending not to notice and playing games with me? Nephew, where are you off to? Your uncle Hanzo is looking for you. Hearing the orderly footsteps outside the tavern, Mayahiko's expression darkened. Listen, it sounds like Hanzo's nephew is missing. Suddenly, the tavern door swung open. A drenched Hanzo, wearing a smile that belied the rain, walked in, heading straight towards Mayahiko. Uncle Hanzo, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Hireman, the brother of Minato from the Hidden Leaf Village. Hanzo chuckled, patting Mayahiko on the shoulder and raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Mayahiko, this is your father's gravestone. What are you talking about? I have a father? No, even if I did, how could you possibly have unearthed my father's gravestone? Before a gravestone inscribed with father of Mayahiko, unknown, Hanzo insisted that Mayahiko, as a dutiful son, should pay his respects. This is obviously a newly erected gravestone. Why would I bow to it? No way. Seeing Mayahiko's refusal, Hanzo frowned slightly. Wasn't he supposed to be the sentimental type, like Hashirama? This was not what he had envisioned. Not wanting to press further, he led Mayahiko to another location. The gray tiles were askew in the rain, with muddy water seeping from the cracks. The rotting wooden beams and peeling earthen walls allowed rainwater to trickle down through the fissures. Every house was in similar disrepair. Inside, the occasional sobs of a family could be heard. Recently, another had perished from hunger, a common occurrence in the ninja world. Hanzo brought Mayahiko, having dispelled the shadow clone technique, to the most impoverished area of Rain Hidden Village. Now, only the two of them remained. Look, the land of rain is weeping. Hanzo gazed upwards, unable to distinguish between tears and raindrops. Oh, Mayahiko's reaction was rather subdued. Hanzo turned to him, his masked mouth twitching, and asked, Why are you so unresponsive? I brought you here. Shouldn't you express something? Express? Should I cry for you instead? Do you want to know where I lived as a child, uncle? Mayahiko feigned ignorance, his eyelashes fluttering rapidly. Nephew, your words are truly infuriating. And what does Linbei mean? Hanzo was exasperated. Before the Second Great Ninja War, every child in Rain Hidden Village idolized him. But after the war, he seemed more repulsive than the filth on the streets. These people are suffering. This is the tragedy of our small nation. I am truly afraid of you, Mayahiko remarked, observing Hanzo's refusal to let him leave without a response. Hanzo, unfazed, casually called out, Everyone, come out. His voice, though gentle, was heard by the nearby residents. Some timidly stepped out of their homes, while others peeked through windows. Typically, given Mayahiko's current influence, he would be recognized and greeted as little Mayahiko wherever he went. Yet, in Rain Hidden Village, he only saw fear in their eyes. an ordinary person's trepidation towards a significant figure. If they were from the Hidden Sound Village, they would merely steal a few glances, never displaying such trepidation. The Hidden Sound Village was in need of laborers for their infrastructure projects. Nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt to bring along a few more people. Yahiko intended to gradually expand the Hidden Sound Village, aiming for a flourishing marketplace where the populace could thrive. Should I choose you as my successor? I regret not meeting you sooner, Hanzo mused, observing Yahiko's forthcoming actions with a calculating mind. Hanzo, still in his prime, could be described as a charismatic figure, having risen from adversity and established himself during turbulent times, only to succumb to corruption following a significant failure, much like the Taiping Emperor Li Tsunxiao from Yahiko's previous life. Faced with such a colossal mess, Yahiko hesitated to take the reins. Bringing along a few to help alleviate the hardships of Rain Hidden Village wouldn't be a burden. As the saying goes, a wealthy man returns home. It is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. The last time he returned to the Land of Rain was to stealthily retrieve something. This time, Yahiko felt emboldened. He fashioned a simple little megaphone and stood in the street, proclaiming, "Laborers wanted. We need laborers." The benefits in the Hidden Sound Village are truly remarkable. Absolutely fantastic. Strong individuals can help build our homeland, while the skilled can join Fukong and develop technology. We also need farmers. No need for extensive knowledge. It's easier than playing games. No one will scold you here. Our pawn has lost 9 out of 10 lotus flowers. Picking 9 will not earn you any reproach. Through the windows, some residents stared vacantly at the confident Yahiko. The mere provision of meals and shelter could liberate them from their damp conditions, which excited them, especially with a promise of 3,000 ryo in wages. Unlike Hanzo's arrangement, these individuals were recruited by Yahiko himself, and he wasn't obligated to provide Hanzo with an equal share of rations. Yet, they remained skeptical. Perhaps it was a trick? "Daddy, I'm hungry." A frail little girl weakly tugged at her malnourished father's hand. As a father, he hesitated. Could such a fortunate opportunity truly befall him? Many shared his sentiments. Surely, they weren't going to have their kidneys sold off. They had heard tales of nobles seeking medical ninjas to replace their kidneys. The villagers of Rain Hidden Village were conflicted. Watching cautiously, "My fellow villagers, I apologize for my tardiness." Observing their reactions, Yahiko dropped the megaphone and began to sob. "Oh, how I have wronged you all. Why did no one come to tell me that you live in such dire conditions?" A surge of despair welled up within him, and he pounded his chest in anguish. By the time he finished crying, he fainted from guilt. Hanzo had originally intended to extort a sum from Yahiko, but now he dared not. His reputation in the village was deteriorating day by day. This Yahiko is utterly shameless, with a heart as dark as night. So, this is how little Hashirama came to be. I regret this. Chapter 40. A meal worth 1,000 gold. Little Hashirama? No. Yahiko's heart encompasses the breadth of the sea. However, despite his malevolence, Hanzo was no slouch either, donning a facade of amiable uncle-nephew camaraderie as he personally squatted down to carry Yahiko on his back. Hanzo wandered around Rain Hidden Village, and soon everyone was aware of the news. Yahiko had fainted from crying for his fellow villagers. The leader remained unchanged, unwavering in his compassion. Yet, Hanzo was inherently suspicious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been misled by Danzo, who conspired to eradicate the Akatsuki organization that sought to transform Rain Hidden Village. Would this pose a challenge for Yahiko? Certainly not. Hanzo returned to his small attic, spreading the word that whatever Yahiko chose to do today was of no consequence. Yet he ordered his men to quietly monitor his movements. Yahiko, without Kaku, ventured alone to the banks of a small river. Upon seeing an elderly woman, his eyes lit up. "Auntie, do I know you?" A bewildered grandmother, washing clothes, stood up to scrutinize the young boy with orange hair before her. "Of course you do. I am Yahiko, Yahiko." The grandmother pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't remember you." Yahiko chuckled lightly. "Auntie, have you forgotten? That year, I went fishing with Nagato by this river, and we were so famished that we nearly fainted. You made us some rice balls to eat. I promised to come back and repay you once I became successful. Last time I came, you weren't here." Yahiko reminisced, gazing at the old woman with warmth. The old woman chuckled softly. "Ah, dear lady, there are many who have been fed by me. It is not my expectation that you repay me. In this world, if we can save one person from starvation, then let it be so. I, Yahiko, firmly believe in repaying kindness. Dear lady, please accept this small token of my gratitude." From his bosom, Yahiko produced a precious sealing scroll. "I cannot accept such a valuable item," she protested, for the sealing scroll was a rare treasure reserved for ninjas, and she dared not accept it. "Dear lady, take it," Yahiko insisted, placing the scroll firmly in her hands. Very well, if I accept it. I shall not return it. Yahiko followed the old woman home, and amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, he unfurled the scroll. Inside lay a fortune in the form of 1,000 ryo in gold, along with a bounty of meat, eggs, and dairy. This lady is under my protection. If anyone disputes this, they may seek my uncle for clarification, Yahiko proclaimed with conviction before the gathered crowd. Child, this cannot be. I merely provided you with a few rice balls. The old woman was taken aback. Who is your uncle? This is Yahiko. His uncle is Lord Hanzo. Came the murmurs from the crowd. Ahem, the leader? My apologies for the interruption. 1 meal worth 1,000 ryo? Wasn't it I who aided Yahiko by the river back then? Someone jeered. Huh, you would have likely thrown Yahiko into the river instead. The crowd's expressions shifted from envy to anxiety upon realizing Yahiko's connection to the leader. After all, the Rain Village had its own spies, the salamander fish, monitoring their every word and action. Yahiko couldn't help but wonder if Nagato's future Rain Tiger technique, which melded chakra with raindrops for surveillance, drew inspiration from this very place. Yahiko has returned. A fishmonger in the crowd was both astonished and furious. Years ago, Yahiko had attempted to steal fish from him and was caught red-handed. The fishmonger had nearly beaten him to death. It was only when a blue-haired girl rushed in, crying and offering crumpled coins from her pocket, that he had let Yahiko go, allowing the girl to take him away. Thus, the incident remained etched in his memory. Oh no, he claims he repays kindness. Does that mean he will also seek vengeance? Panic surged within him. I must flee. Upon returning to his fish shop, he exclaimed to his wife, we need to leave. That Yahiko has returned. Before he could finish his sentence, he stepped through the door to find a boy with orange hair surveying his shop from behind. We're not open for business today, hurry along. He barked. Before he could finish, the boy turned at the noise, revealing a handsome face that nearly caused the fishmonger to explode with rage. How did he arrive before me? He thought. Is this what being a ninja entails? We mere mortals stand no chance. Are you Ah-chong? Yahiko inquired, his expression inscrutable. Why yes, that's me, Ah-chong stammered, trembling with fear. Are you here to kill me? Just then, his wife approached, puzzled by the commotion, while Ah-chong felt a wave of despair wash over him. The theft of fish was my fault, indeed. Yahiko's words caught Ah-chong off guard. Oh no, he won't pretend to spare me only to turn around and kill me, will he? Many twisted figures have peculiar habits. He thought of the eloquent speech often juxtaposed with ruthless actions. This matter does not involve my wife. Spare her, and I shall accept whatever fate you deem fit for me. Ah-chong mustered some courage, forcing the words out despite his fear. You should be grateful that it is I you encounter, and not Tang-san, Yahiko replied with an enigmatic expression. He continued. You should also be thankful that after Shaonan provided you with money, you offered her an equivalent fish. Bring me 2 mackerels, he commanded. Trembling, Ah-chong handed over the bag after weighing the fish. Yahiko paid and departed. Ah-chong touched his neck, astonished to find himself alive. Wait. He wouldn't dare to commit murder in broad daylight. He must be planning to return at night to finish the job. Suddenly, Yahiko turned back. With a swift punch to Ah-chong's abdomen, the man doubled over, gasping for breath. We are even now. Wonderful. My dear, it seems we have survived. Ah-chong, despite the pain, wore a relieved smile. In a small attic, Hanzo observed Yahiko's every move. Hearing how he had only received a few rice balls from an old woman, yet returned with a fortune to repay her. Hanzo noted Yahiko's calm demeanor when dealing with the fishmonger who had once nearly killed him. Instead of seeking revenge, he had simply purchased 2 fish, even going so far as to punch Ah-chong to settle the score. Hanzo reflected on the lengths the Rain Village had gone to in order to mold Yahiko into a formidable weapon. Recalling how they had tortured those responsible for implanting the salamander fish within him for 49 days before executing them. I believe Yahiko's tears were genuine, Hanzo mused. Lord, that child wishes to treat you to fish, one of the Rain Village members reported as he knocked on the door. Little Hashirama? No. Yahiko distinguishes between kindness and enmity, possessing a heart vast enough to embrace all. Hashirama cannot compare to him. Will you attend the invitation? If my nephew wishes to treat me to fish, I shall certainly oblige. The following day, Hanzo personally escorted Yahiko and his companions to the village gates. A grand procession of over 1,000 refugees, carefully selected for their character, followed. Nephew, the Rain Village will always be your home. You are forever welcome to return. Hanzo's face radiated warmth as he grasped Yahiko's hand. Reluctant to part ways, they had shared a night of deep conversation, discovering both strengths and hidden flaws in one another. Ultimately, Hanzo found that Yahiko's merits outweighed his shortcomings. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had not seized the opportunity to nurture Yahiko earlier. Should he have forcibly retained him as his successor? As they reached the village entrance, merchants from the Akatsuki approached, their carts laden with grain from last year's harvest, including beef. They offered Yahiko provisions for 500 people. The rest would be sourced from Yahiko's own recruitment efforts. Thus, the Akatsuki village would sell 500 portions of grain at a low price. Yahiko truly is a remarkable child from the Rain Village. We must be on our way, Uncle Hanzo. Yahiko waved goodbye. When Hanzo finally resolved to turn back, he found Yahiko and his companions had already departed. It is all my fault. I should not have been silent when I should have spoken, nor timid when I should have been brave. Regret consumed Hanzo as he reflected on why he had not taken decisive action earlier. Kakuzu held a ledger in one hand and a pen in the other, scribbling calculations. Out of curiosity, he examined the Akatsuki's accounts, which were filled with plans, all scrawled with Yahiko's name. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the ledger was filled with the phrase man-eating. Today, the Akatsuki's expenses had increased by over 1,000 individuals. And Yahiko, spending extravagantly. A few rice balls worth 1,000 ryo. This cannot be. My heart aches, my very soul aches. Leader, I cannot bear this any longer. Kakuzu lamented, leaning close to Yahiko, whispering conspiratorially, intent on regaining the lost funds. Are you suggesting we engage in reselling? Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief. Reselling grain from the 5 great nations to the Rain Village? If discovered, we might not even be able to acquire a power bank in the future. Absolutely not. We shall consume the grain of the 5 great nations while selling our own to the Rain Village. But what you propose, directly selling their grain to the Rain Village, is utterly unacceptable. As they journeyed back to the Akatsuki village, Yahiko assigned tasks to the group. Some joined the construction team, while shops reopened in the village. However, living conditions remained dire, with some members of the Uzumaki clan still residing in thatched huts. There was a pressing need to develop an area for new homes. Others joined the assembly line, crafting toys and large bricks. Children, continue your studies. Yahiko encouraged the anxious crowd of over 1,000. The Akatsuki village is in need of revitalization. And as long as we apply our minds and respond to the village's call, prosperity will not be out of reach. For instance, Nobita's subordinate began undertaking construction projects, securing numerous contracts for the development of a commercial street within the village, with Yahiko providing comfort and a clear sense of grievances. Bolstered by the impression of a feast worth 1,000 gold pieces, their spirits were initially light. However, the masked figure lurking behind Yahiko, a daunting presence, instilled a palpable fear, their gaze resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. At the eastern edge of the village, Yahiko resolved to allocate a parcel of land for employee accommodations. The village had seen an influx of residents, yet housing remained scarce. At the entrance of the Akatsuki village, the classic welcoming ceremony unfolded. Akatsuki village welcomes you. We shall carve a new world for you. Yusuke and Elder Uzumaki orchestrated the children's chorus, singing the village's welcoming song. Would you like some candy? It's delicious. After the children concluded their song, Yusuke continued the tradition by distributing sweets. However, today featured an expanded agenda. Come, enjoy a bowl of noodles to warm your stomach. The cheerful, squinting noodle vendor pushed his cart to the village entrance to serve everyone. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, and Kakuzu were both participating in the welcoming for the first time. Tsukumo snapped a few photographs to share with Kakashi, capturing the joy of his father in this moment. Kakuzu, on the other hand, felt a twinge of frustration. Would it not be more prudent to teach them work instead of indulging in festivities? The villagers of Akatsuki had a good heart, indeed. Yahiko, the village chief, was a man of integrity. Travelers and merchants passing through the village paused. For few were willing to extend such kindness to the displaced in the ninja world, perhaps none at all. Good news came in pairs. As a team returning from the outskirts, having apprehended mountain bandits, returned as well. Such was the increase in population. Yahiko permitted the often bored Kakuzu to exert his influence over the captured bandits. Kakuzu's spirits lifted, and Tsukumo captured a photo of Kakuzu smiling. However, as Tsukumo lowered his camera, he observed the members of the returning team with a sense of disbelief. Could it be? Were 3 of them his former subordinates from Konoha, Reizu, Kiyakawa, and Yukizai? The trio fell into a stunned silence. They had been called by the 3rd Hokage, unaware of Tsukumo's departure from the village. Having spent months on a mission to eradicate bandits, they had not returned home for the new year. Now, upon their return, their former superior had become their commander anew. In Konoha, a group of orphans affected by the Second Great Ninja War had also found refuge. I can sense your yearning for power in your gaze. There is darkness within you. Come with me. Your darkness is lacking, but in time, I can offer you a chance to prove yourself. At the orphanage, Danzo personally came to select children. He scrutinized each child before him, taking those with ninja potential and leaving the rest to fend for themselves. He swiftly selected 2 or 3 capable of harnessing chakra. When it came to exploiting Konoha's resources, Danzo was unparalleled. The children taken were subjected to a nurturing process akin to raising insects. Only one of the 2 would ultimately survive. Following him was a bespectacled blonde woman, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Which, you seem displeased with me." "Not at all, my lord," replied the medic, Nanaka. She lowered her gaze, avoiding Danzo's probing eyes. "You cannot extinguish your compassion," was Danzo's assessment of Nanaka. Recently, Danzo had been preoccupied with the Uchiha clan, finding little use for Nanaka's espionage skills. However, this woman had a fondness for children, and he wondered if she could identify more talents for him. Danzo tapped his cane on the ground, his voice low and resonant. "I am quite disappointed in you. There is no need for you to visit the hospital or the route anymore." Cold sweat trickled down Nanaka's temples. Was she no longer of any value? Those deemed useless at the root had only one fate. Observing the fear in Nanaka's eyes, Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction. "Well, you have done much for me. I shall entrust this orphanage to your care." "What?" Joy flickered in Nanaka's eyes. But as she glanced at the frail children, the weight of responsibility loomed large. "I shall not fail you, my lord," she declared resolutely. Chapter 41. Recruit 10 individuals. "I command you to be the squad leader." The season of renewal had arrived, spring planting. Food is paramount for the people. Yahiko always emphasized the importance of agriculture. He led the idle ninjas of Akatsuki village to till the fields. The fragrant scent of soil wafted through the rice paddies as Yahiko, with seedlings clutched in his left hand and his right moving with remarkable speed, planted the tender green rice shoots into the earth. He was the king of rice planting in the land of fire. Crouching low, he methodically placed each batch of seedlings into the soil. Additionally, his shadow clones assisted him, proving that one man could accomplish the work of 6. To his left, Nagato was also planting rice, the king of rice planting in the land of water. To his right, Konan was responsible for her own section, recognized as the king of rice planting in the land of earth. Further down the field, others were engrossed in their tasks. Yusuke held a camera, documenting the entire process. The footage from the day of the Bridge Alliance, where Yahiko and Jiraiya battled Hanzo, was preserved. Were it not for Yahiko's modesty, he could have shared it widely, garnering immense fame. Jiraiya decided to edit the footage, planning to include it as an Easter egg at the end of a film for Tsunade's viewing. Bairuho had recently crafted a hand-crank copying machine, allowing the newspaper to commence publication. It was imperative for Bairuho to invent a rice-planting machine and a fertilizer spreader. Yahiko's face was sunburned a rosy hue as he gulped down water. As evening fell, a mud-stained Yahiko returned to the village chief's office, greeted by the still-present Killer Bee. "You won't believe it. I let 2 rogue ninjas go with just a punch because they were so arrogant." On the ground lay 2 rogue ninjas from the grass village, their foreheads marked with the village symbol, thoroughly defeated by Killer Bee. "What brings you here?" Yahiko crouched down to examine the bruised faces of the 2 men. They looked perplexed. Why did the village chief resemble a farmeress child? "Chief, we wish to pledge our allegiance to you," one green-haired man exclaimed, desperation lacing his voice. "Indeed, that Amino is a beast, a complete savage," said the other, a lean man with a face full of grievances, reminiscent of elder Uzumaki. According to them, Amino had a habit of beating those who surrendered before attacking. If they did not submit before his territory was breached, they faced merciless slaughter. Their former leader had been slain, and they barely managed to escape. Both were jonin from the grass village, hoping to gain recognition and possibly secure higher ranks for better benefits. Seeing Killer B's relaxed demeanor, they decided to challenge him. "Oh, these foolish boys," Yahiko thought, as they quickly sobered up after a thorough thrashing. The 2 now regarded Yahiko with utmost respect. "Get up. No kneeling." Yahiko, with a smile, assisted them to their feet. "You were once ninjas from the grass village? You certainly possess good looks, and it is a shame that Amino could not appreciate such talent, resorting to village slaughter." The 2 felt a sense of gratitude, instinctively nodding in agreement. Yahiko's demeanor struck a chord with them, prompting a desire to engage further, though they feared overstepping their bounds. "Did you have many ninja friends in the past?" They nodded, but hesitated, lamenting the losses they had suffered. "No matter. I command you both to return to the land of grass and recruit your fellow ninjas. Gather 10 jonin, and one of you shall become the squad leader, while the other shall oversee 20. Each jonin is equivalent to 5 jonin. I shall reward you for each jonin you bring me. Do not fear bringing too many, but rather fear not bringing any. Do you understand?" The 2 mulled over Yahiko's words, and after a moment, their breaths quickened. Squad leader, platoon leader, even group leader. What roles they entail, they did not know, but the monthly salaries were tempting. Achieving the rank of group leader would grant them rights to company dividends at year's end. Though turmoil brewed within the grass village, they were not oblivious to current affairs. They were aware of the profits from toy factories and movie merchandise. The grand ship they passed on their way here had become a landmark for photo opportunities. Village chief, we are eager to try. The two individuals were indeed invigorated. Oh. Yahiko smiled as he brushed off the dust from their clothes and utilized medical ninjutsu to heal them. The explosive power was not to be underestimated. The wisdom of the ancestors is not to be taken lightly. This also elucidates why Yahiko is focused on the development of entertainment for profit, rather than hastily nurturing ninjas. Without engaging in entertainment or generating wealth, what means does one have to attract others? Setting aside the likes of Naruto and Sasuke and the various bloodline limits. What ordinary ninjas primarily require is not ninjutsu, but experience. Experience can only be accrued through countless completed missions. Rather than waiting for a ninja to mature over a decade, he would prefer to wield a small hoe and dig. Indeed, the Akatsuki village must intensify its efforts in entertainment and profit. Let us see how Jiraiya-sensei's film is progressing. Oh, the God of Gamblers film crew. Jiraiya frequently accompanied Tsunade to the gambling dens in his younger days. Thus he was well-versed in the layout of casinos. He borrowed a shop from the Akatsuki village and hastily set up for filming. The crew was extensive, with residents from the nursing home volunteering as extras. Afe, what in the world are you performing? Is Chindaozi a pervert? You. If it were Madara, he would have already struck and told Afe to scram. Yet Jiraiya displayed considerable patience, diligently teaching Afe the nuances of acting, bit by bit. However, Afe's heart was solely devoted to Lord Madara. Even if he were hit, kicked, or scolded, his loyalty remained unwavering. Afe kept his mask on, and Jiraiya tolerated it, though the script did not call for it. Still, Chindaozi could maintain an air of mystery, partially obscured, allowing for some imaginative interpretation. This insight Jiraiya gleaned from the masterpieces of Super Brother. Yet, every grimace and gesture from Afe unmistakably screamed that he was portraying a pervert. Jiraiya-sensei, am I at fault? Afe whined. But Jiraiya was already immune to such antics, though he felt a slight wave of nausea. Nearby, a Shin, who had been granted a speaking role, wore a wry smile. So this is where I faltered? Forcing me to climb into a man's bed is beyond my capabilities. The entire film crew found themselves ensnared in the narrative of Afe, who, having lost his memory, was wandering the streets like the god of gamblers, a mere prologue. Afe's performance was abysmal. It was evident he was merely lusting after Jiraiya, as he took in a girlfriend to shelter the amnesiac gambler. Afe's on-screen girlfriend had already collapsed 3 times and quit 6. Jiraiya had to compensate each time, covering his face in exasperation. Truly, what a farcical situation. Jiraiya-sensei, I've come to visit the set. Conan was attending a parent-teacher meeting, while Yahiko donned new attire and arrived with Nagato and Killer Bee. Upon entering the venue, they were met with an overwhelming aura of resentment potent enough to nurture 2 evil sword immortals. Yahiko scratched his head, pondering what had transpired. Rebellious disciple, dare you speak? I shall strangle you. Upon encountering an adversary, Jiraiya, overwhelmed with tears, rushed forward to feign strangling Yahiko. All right, Jiraiya-sensei, Yahiko can hardly breathe. Ease up. Nagato murmured quietly. Oh, the teacher is getting pummeled. The teacher is getting pummeled, just like Big Brother's fist. Jiraiya glanced at the animated Killer Bee, who was jumping around and chattering incessantly. What the heck? ISNT that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. He has become my grand disciple? Jiraiya stared at Yahiko in bewilderment, releasing his grip and asking in confusion. Killer Bee realized they were speaking of him, and, after a moment's thought, continued to dance amidst the haze outside the rock grill. Jiraiya? How come the Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village is such a fool? Chapter 42, The Pine Crane Pavilion, Yahiko Treats. After perusing the film set, Yahiko grasped the situation. He gazed at Afe, who returned the look. Afe, tell me about your dreams. Afe could only retort. Scram. Yahiko decisively expelled Afe from the crew. This cursed endeavor is best left to Lord Madara to deal with. Do not underestimate Afe's poverty. All present in the crew overheard Afe's roar from outside. Coincidentally, in the world of Naruto, without formidable bloodline limits, one should not belittle the youth, nor the middle-aged, nor the elderly, for the deceased reigned supreme. Yahiko clapped his hands, resolving the issue. Jiraiya felt a twinge of compassion. Was this truly appropriate? Unfazed, he declared, I shall establish a new film crew for you. Yahiko planned to construct a film base along the riverbank 20 miles away from Akatsuki village. Once filming concluded, entry would require a ticket, and the enjoyment would incur an additional fee. Indeed, if anyone from Akatsuki village performed admirably, a family day trip to the film base could be the reward, thus saving on bonuses. Yahiko made a flurry of phone calls, summoning Yubito, who had risen from a genin to a contractor. He had originally taken charge of the dormitory for employees, and now he was given another task. After all, he had been with Yahiko since the village's inception. Oh, I truly envy Xiao Xiong. He has endured all hardships his father, Yubito, faced before the village was established. Upon hearing that he was constructing a film crew for the village chief's teacher, Yubito hastened the work, completing the set in just 3 days. The actor portraying Chundaozi surprised Yahiko. It was not a shin, but rather the face he had used throughout his life of crime, Minato Namikaze. This occurred shortly after the gambling house was built. Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, was generally required to remain within the barrier. But having seen that many from Konoha had taken photos on the boat, she sent a shadow clone to join Minato for a few days of fun. At this moment, Kushina's shadow clone was wandering aimlessly while Minato rested in the lounge area of the boat, reading a recent newspaper from Akatsuki village. Beside him was Jiraiya, who was attempting to persuade him. Today's headlines. What constitutes a good village chief? Our Yahiko is exemplary, and the spring planting season is upon us. Accompanying this was a photo of Yahiko planting rice. Minato, this role of Chundaozi is perfect for you. You possess great charm and can surely elevate our film's appeal. Jiraiya chuckled, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato sighed, laying down the newspaper, his expression one of reluctant mirth. The village has recently seen an influx of missions. The burden on the Jonin is considerable. If it weren't for fearing that Kushina would feel regret, Jiraiya was constantly subjected to the displays of affection between Yahiko and Konan. And now Minato was parading his own. Most might ponder, regret? Will there be no future visits? Yet Jiraiya understood that this so-called regret stemmed from the fear of growing up, of physical changes rendering photographs devoid of youthful innocence. This was Kushina's regret. And without her needing to voice it, Minato took a leave of absence. Given Jiraiya's cunning nature, one could only imagine how many missions Minato had completed to earn this reprieve. Jiraiya felt a pang of jealousy. Why could he not be a woman with a boyfriend like Minato? Tsunade would never fathom what youthful regret entailed. In the second part of the gambling saga, Chundaozi could turn $20 into 37 million. I, Jiraiya, possess a budget of 200,000, which is not to be dismissed. I shall approach the old man with a mission proposal, a C-rank task with a reward of 30,000. How about you accompany the teacher? After all, the teacher ages day by day. Jiraiya, feigning sorrow, deducted the 30,000 from the film crew's budget, casting a mournful glance at Minato, first appearing despondent, then adopting a woeful expression. Minato was inherently soft-hearted towards friends and family. Though he recognized Jiraiya's words as nonsense, this was the ninja world, where the future remained uncertain. His resolve wavered. Alas, teacher, you just fought with Hanzo. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya suddenly turned pale, erupting into a severe coughing fit. Outrageously, he even had photographs to prove it. He had one of him defeating Hanzo, which garnered Tsunade's admiration, and another of him being bested by Hanzo, which elicited her sympathy. He now produced the latter. Teacher, I promise you. Minato believed him, choking back emotion. Upon Kushina's shadow clone's return, she regarded Jiraiya with suspicion. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt. After Minato hastily explained, poof, the shadow clone vanished. She was not unreasonable. Jiraiya nearly burst into laughter. Truly, he was a genius. Cough, cough, cough. This is the script. He weakly extracted the script. The filming proceeded swiftly. In recent days, the newspapers from Shoudao village have circulated far and wide, cultivating a habit among the 5 great nations of perusing the news each morning. The village chief entered rainy hidden village seeking an elderly woman, the origin of a meal worth 1,000 gold. Astonishing. Occasionally, a few little white hands emerge from beneath the school in Shaoyin village. Explosive. Following the prior release of Shaoyin village, another film is set to premiere, with the previous installment having grossed a staggering 1 billion at the box office. Will Jiraiya's film manage to shatter this billion-dollar myth? Through promotional efforts, they have also learned of the upcoming release of Xiaodao's second film. The title remains a mystery, but it is known that Jiraiya is the star, and it pertains to gambling. Gambling. In the home of Tsunade, she languidly reclined on the floor, reading the newspaper and enjoying the cool breeze wafting through the corridor. How intriguing. Could it be that Jiraiya aims to create a film about gambling to persuade people to quit? Tsunade found herself in a quandary. She had never been fond of gambling during her life, Perhaps she should consider trying to quit? Or perhaps it is the lost love from her past that haunts her still. On the day of filming's conclusion, Jiraiya rushed off to edit the footage. Yahiko and Nagato visited Minato. Brother Minato? Yahiko? Nagato. The two exchanged firm handshakes. Yahiko, filled with excitement, shook his head. He felt a bit uneasy. Having previously struck Minato's face during a training session, surely nothing ill would come of it? Minato's temper was so amiable. He should not hold it against me and Nagato. Unfazed, Nagato urged, "Come on, Brother Minato, let us go to Songha Tower. Yahiko is treating us." Songha Tower was currently the site of filming, and Yahiko, in a bid to establish new iconic landmarks for Shoudao, had recently opened it. Sprawling across 9,000 square meters. It is as expansive as 11 standard football fields. Plans included 3 stories to house all of Shoudao's luxurious antique decorations. Currently, only the first floor was completed, resplendent in gold and jade, exuding an air of opulence unattainable by most. In a private dining room, the finest dishes from Shoudao were served. Buddha jumps over the wall. Abalone sauce braised sea cucumbers and Wagyu beef delicacies, all presented on a sandalwood round table. Brother Minato, now that you are involved in filmmaking, you are part of our film company. Please sign this confidentiality agreement and the contract to join our company. Before the meal, Yahiko presented a contract. An S-class actor agreement. Firstly, before the village becomes powerful, Yahiko deemed it unwise for him to frequently appear on screen, as he might be subjected to the whims of a certain noble daughter. Secondly, he sought to ascertain whether Minato's joining could circumvent a minor flaw in their plans. Minato perused the document and, finding no significant issues, affixed his signature. At that very moment, a notification indicated that a genius had joined the Shaoyin Village Film Company, bestowing the host with spatial ninjutsu talent. Yahiko was taken aback, rising from his seat in shock. What's wrong? Both looked towards Yahiko. Nothing. Continue eating. Continue eating. Yahiko struggled to suppress a grin. Oh dear. Where can I find Flying Thunder God now? Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't he know, and Sarutobi wouldn't he sell it? Nagato rolled his eyes, dismissing Yahiko's concerns. If we come to Songha Tower and don't try Yahiko's infamous stinky tofu, it would be a wasted trip. He ordered a serving of the foul-smelling tofu, topped with green onions and sauce. It smelled terrible, but tasted exquisite, as Yahiko noted. As the dishes were served, Minato broke his abstinence, becoming inebriated alongside Yahiko and Nagato during their first meeting. In a brotherly gathering, joy filled the air, and none utilized chakra to sober up. The notion of underage drinking was entirely disregarded. It was all about the camaraderie. Drink up. Today, Brother Minato is here, and I, Yahiko, am elated. Thank you, Brother Yahiko, for your hospitality. Next time, I must welcome you when you visit Konoha. By the way, last time you sought Shikaka-senpai, why didn't you visit me? I would have liked to extend my brotherly hospitality. During the banquet, Yahiko managed to lay Minato low, who still retained a flicker of awareness. It was hard to recall how long it had been, but Yahiko surprisingly saw 2 Minatos. All 3 were utterly intoxicated. Brother Minato, I'm sorry, Fire Gate, Fire Gate. Me too, Gold Gate, Gold Gate. Huh. Seeing the 2 in tears, Minato felt compelled to respond. Drink up. As the evening wore on, noticing that the other 2 gentlemen had left him to fend for himself, Yahiko scoffed before collapsing, only to be carried away by Conan, who arrived after school. A princess carry. Shortly thereafter, Nagato was also taken away by Kushina, who he recognized as a family member. Witnessing this scene, Minato was overcome with emotion. Having not seen Kushina for merely 5.5 days, he yearned for her deeply. Raising his cup to drown his sorrows only deepened his melancholy. Once Yahiko and Nagato departed, Minato, longing for Kushina, downed 2 more cups. He became thoroughly intoxicated, mistaking the curious observer, Obito, for Kushina and vomiting all over him. Beneath the surface, Uchiha Madara, awakening from a brief slumber, beheld a boy clad in a Konoha forehead protector in a drunken stupor. One of them was even Sarutobi's little apprentice. No, it appeared all 3 were. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What virtue could possibly come from that scoundrel Tobarama? His disappointment in Konoha deepened, intensifying his obsession with the Moon Eye plan. In the realm of infinite Tsukuyami, he decreed that neither Tobarama nor his ilk should exist. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of vomit. Apologies. I accidentally got splattered by Minato's vomit while assessing the situation. Obito approached Madara, disdainfully shaking off the remnants of the mess that splattered everywhere. Ugh, get away from me. Ugh, Sharingan. Ugh. Once again, it was the black Zetsu lurking in Madara's shadow. He couldn't help but wonder if this man was truly the reincarnation of Indra. Shouldn't you be out searching for an heir among your clan? Why are you staring at those three? Chapter 43. A Day in the Life of Obito. Black Zetsu felt that resurrecting his mother was a hopeless endeavor. In the shadows, he observed that Madara's most frequent activity was commanding white Zetsu to scout out the old men at the nursing home playing chess. As if he were addicted to it, he would check in from time to time. However, Madara had no intentions of using Yin-Yang release to create life. He could only lurk in Madara's shadow. Sigh, such a headache. The next day, bright and early, Obito donned his attire, a simple black employee uniform, and said to Madara, "Lord Madara, I'm heading out to work. Is there anything you wish to eat tonight?" "Goddamn work. You're white Zetsu." Black Zetsu felt overwhelmed. Madara maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring Obito. At the newspaper office, Obito entered, grasping the employee badge hanging on the door. His employee number was 001, which he hung around his neck. This job was arranged for him by Yahiko, personally introduced by the treasurer, Kaku, earning 80 ryo a day, paid daily, but without meals or accommodations. Otherwise, he wouldn't receive such a sum. Currently, the office was staffed only by him and Kakuzu. However, today he did not see Kaku, having heard that he was still in the process of being integrated into the city's administration. Truly a diligent individual. All right, today I shall work hard too. Grasping a modified camera that had been resized, Obito hung it around his neck and set out in search of news for the day. On the bustling streets, dust swirled in the air. Shoutao village was undergoing significant infrastructural developments, reportedly trading for iron or from the land of rain. Ahead, Obito spotted Kakuzu, who was crafting a telescope and peering through it. It was a construction site. At that moment, Kakuzu, wearing a red safety helmet, was monitoring the work with a roster in hand. Before him stood men from Rainy Hidden Village who had joined the construction team. Heave-ho, heave-ho. They were all diligently engaged in their tasks. "You, who permitted you to work without a safety helmet? Are you jesting with your life?" Kakuzu scolded a worker who was fastening bolts to the steel frame, his face ablaze with fury, nearly striking the man in frustration. In the village of Rain, it is customary for construction workers to forego safety helmets. However, the man found himself momentarily unaccustomed to this practice, leaving him somewhat speechless. A fine of 100 taels was imposed, with a stern warning to remember this lesson for the future. "Do you understand? Even if it costs you your life, you must comply." Jodo scolded him with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. "Yes, I shall not err again." The man, tears streaming down his face, felt a sense of care from someone for the first time. Jodo nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the surroundings until he soon caught another offender. "You fool. Who the hell told you to work without protective goggles while welding? Are you trying to blind yourself?" Another fine of 100 taels was issued, with the same admonition to remember it next time. "Yes." A Fei silently approached, capturing these moments with his camera. Baiju, a natural at gathering intelligence, found it rare that a Fei wasn't acting in a perverse manner while pursuing his journalistic endeavors. This was indeed a testament to Yahiko's skill in managing people, placing them exactly where they needed to be. A Fei then made his way to a school, intending to conduct interviews with 3 of his younger associates. Upon entering the school, he noticed it was a day for club activities. To prevent incidents akin to Kakashi's, Yahiko had mandated that the children be taken out for practical lessons every Wednesday. Afei had no choice but to observe from a distance. To his surprise, he spotted Jodo once again. On the playground, 3 classes gathered in order of height. "Your task today is to clean the streets. Be cautious and do not stray from your groups, understood?" Jodo, having removed his helmet and donning a mask, was instructing the children. "Understood." The children chorused in elongated tones. The teachers watched from behind, and Xiaonan felt a sense of relief, although Jodo was somewhat miserly. He displayed a commendable attitude towards the children, deserving of praise. The other teachers began to think that perhaps Jodo was not as poorly regarded as rumored. "With all this dust in the air, please raise your hands if you're not wearing a mask," Jodo instructed. Many children raised their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jodo distributed the masks he had prepared, muttering to himself. "Yahiko, you once said that there should be more trust between people, and I believe you were correct." Xiaonan smiled softly, realizing that Jodo was not entirely stingy. "Please settle the accounts, Director Nan. Each mask costs 5 taels, and there are 23 children without them." Jodo's true nature began to emerge. Xiaonan had never felt so speechless in her life. The click of the camera shutter echoed as Afei documented Jodo's misdeeds from a distance. Following Jodo, Afei sought out highlights to provide for his report, hoping to earn a bonus to buy a large brick for Lord Obito. The children swept the streets diligently while Jodo entered a toy store, demanding payment for cleaning services. The reluctant owner handed over 100 taels. Moments later, A few children entered the toy store to assist. Jodo continued his rounds, visiting various shops along the street. Spring was her favorite season, albeit a bit warm. Generously, Jodo treated each child to a popsicle costing 1 tael each. But he refrained from buying for the teachers who had not worked. All teachers, Faye could not comprehend but was deeply shocked. He could buy 10 popsicles and still ask the owner for 3 more. Jodo was indeed responsible, spending the afternoon alongside the children while collecting payment from the street. That evening, at the film set outside the village, Minato had already returned to Konoha, but he would attend the film premiere, as it was his first movie, and he harbored hopes for its success. Jodo managed to blend in at the event, and Faye, utilizing his camouflage technique, did the same. "Miss, would you like a photo?" A noble lady from the land of water looked perplexed at the sneaky man before her. He mysteriously produced 2 photographs, one featuring Minato as a character, and the other a candid shot of Yahiko. The noble lady, well aware of the new film being shot next door, had seen advertisements in the newspaper, but she was taken aback by how handsome the second male lead appeared. One exuded gentleness, while the other radiated sunshine. "How much?" 1,000 taels each. Jodo held up a finger. The noble lady frowned, taken aback by the steep price. Considering the production cost was less than 10 taels. How about reducing the price by 10 taels? Just as Jodo contemplated whether to negotiate, she exclaimed, "Do you have more? I want them all." The click of the camera shutter was accompanied by the sound of Faye's heart shattering. 1,000 taels. If I sell just 10, I could buy a phone for Lord Obito. At night, Faye continued to trail Jodo, confident that he would remain undetected. "This plot is mine, and this one too. Looks promising for next year." Jodo arrived at the farming area, which had been fully cultivated by the villagers. He meticulously examined the land. Although Faye could not comprehend Jodo's words, he recorded them with a voice recorder. "The newspaper comes out once a week. What intelligence have you gathered today?" Returning to the newspaper office, Jodo encountered Faye, who had sneakily returned using his camouflage technique. "Ah, ha ha ha. Did you get enough sleep today?" Faye scratched his head, grinning broadly. "You won't be receiving your pay today." Jodo retracted the 80 taels he had nearly handed over. "My aunt died." Faye returned. Obito scrutinized the empty-handed Faye, disappointment fleetingly crossing his eyes. He replied, closing his eyes slightly. Faye turned away, examining the photographs on his camera. The next day, Jodo was imprisoned in the Pushin city on charges of employing child labor. Considering it a first offense and noting that he had not subjected the children to intense labor, he was sentenced to 15 days in prison and a fine as a warning. While pondering how to simplify matters for the large brick, Faye heard the familiar sound of chakra counting money. "Why do you use chakra to count money? Without chakra, how can one measure currency?" "Very good, you've done well. I'll have the household registration office grant you a legal identity. You will no longer be an undocumented resident." Yahiko praised Faye, who looked quite proud. Faye listened to the recording. "That's infuriating." Jodo purchased several plots of land outside the village. The unfortunate part is that these plots are scattered and intermingled with the villagers' land, mostly in small pieces. Upon seeing this, the villagers kindly helped him cultivate it, offering assistance with tilling and fertilizing. "Is this wool that you can shear?" Faye wondered aloud, looking at the unperturbed Yahiko. "Undocumented resident? What does that mean?" "I want money." Yahiko understood Faye's implications, but was unsure whether Faye's search for work was a benefit for Lord Obito or not. Could it be that Lord Obito wished to comprehend whether the lower class of the ninja world had any hope for redemption? "I cannot provide that." Faye was likely a manifestation of Lord Obito among the common folk, a spokesperson for the people. Lord Obito was certainly not a man motivated by greed. Offering him money would be an affront. Thus, he must want me to realize that the roots of the village are rotting and that corruption exists. He will determine how to address it. The elderly man's twilight years are lonely, with no one to understand him. But Yahiko can. Frequent visits to the Pushin City's Educational Administration Office and engage with the school teachers about ideologies. "All right, you may leave now. I need to deal with the scoundrels in the village." Yahiko waved Faye off, a look of anger on his face. Before Faye could exit the office, Yahiko made a call to the warden, Kakashi Hitaki. "There is a particularly crafty miser who dares to dip into my workers' wallets. If he dares to exploit my laborers, I shall ensure that this miser is the first to be exploited. He must pay for his food and necessities while in the Pushin city." Faye stood outside the door, slowly lifting his gaze to the ceiling. Yet, no one had sent him his wages. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate Faye's poverty. Meanwhile, 2 grass ninjas from the Akatsuki had quietly infiltrated the divided grass-hidden village. The air was thick with blood mist. Wherever one went, the scent of rust lingered. No merchant dared to pass through this place, opting instead to take a detour. which inadvertently provided an opportunity for the Akatsuki to flourish. On the Kamikaze Bridge, battles raged fiercely, marked by the remnants of explosive tags. This was a contested ground for ninjas. Moreover, the Rock-Hidden Village was supporting a faction within the Grass-Hidden Village, providing supplies and equipment that needed to traverse this bridge. After the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the 5 great nations signed a non-aggression pact, which included a clause forbidding interference in the political affairs of smaller nations. At least, overt intervention would not be tolerated. Ha. On the bridge, Grasamang laughed heartily. Standing atop the corpses of Rock-Hidden Village merchants and Grass-Hidden Village's subordinate, Sun Lu, his trusted subordinates were puzzled. Why was their leader laughing so uproariously? He chuckled at the short-sightedness of the foolish Uzumaki, who, blinded by petty gains, placed his trust in a mere pawn like Sun Lu, foolishly believing that such trifles could help him triumph over me. This battle was a resounding victory. He, the leader aiming to revive the Grass-Hidden Village, had triumphed over Sun Lu's anti-war faction, the Grass Blossom. In a month, he could quell the era of division in the Grass-Hidden Village. As long as Ghetto City refrained from intervening, unifying the Grass-Hidden Village would be a matter of time. Ha. In the Grass-Hidden Village, there is only me. Grasamang. Who knows how many have called my name? How many have referred to me as General? Grasamang commanded his men to clean the battlefield, laughing with unrestrained arrogance. Yet he soon realized the gravity of his actions. After all, he had slaughtered merchants from the Rock-Hidden Village. He needed to find a powerful ally. Thus, he dispatched friendly letters to the 4 great ninja villages, excluding the Rock-Hidden Village. He intended to negotiate his worth. But why was the Uzumaki clan stationed in the Akatsuki? Had they not been taken away by Danzo's agent, Minato? Not understanding the situation, he dared not act rashly. Such was the nature of the Grass-Hidden Village, where the winds of fortune swayed loyalties. It was this very wisdom that allowed them to withstand the trials of time, even through the era of the wind transmission. The base of the Grass Blossom faction was so diminutive that if the Ninja World S map were updated to reflect the division of the Grass-Hidden Village, it would scarcely be equivalent to a single district. It was almost a name without substance. Only around 100 ninjas remained, their final vestige of strength. Within the tent, the leader lamented, "Another Jonin has succumbed to the pressure and defected to Grasamang." Upon hearing this, the once proud leaders of the surviving factions of Grass Blossom were thrown into disarray. What should we do? Alas, each of us has only a handful of subordinates. How can we fight against someone who commands 1,000, while continuously absorbing wandering ninjas into Grasamang's ranks? One leader of Grass Blossom remarked. "Let us surrender," suggested one leader, taking the lead. "I disagree," retorted another. "The enemy is Grasamang. Do you think he will spare us, those who have opposed him for so long?" The assembly was united in this sentiment. As the leader of the most powerful faction, Sun Lu adamantly refused. His expression was stern, his tone resolute and unyielding. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. "Even if Grasamang were willing to forgive us, I would rather be shattered than live in shame," Sun Lu declared vehemently. "Whoever dares to speak of surrender will meet the same fate as this table." He bitterly severed the only table in the tent. "Are we to simply wait for death?" The leading brother hung his head, speaking with a defeated tone. Just as Sun Lu was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. "Brave souls, come to the Akatsuki and receive rewards. I want to be a squad leader, a platoon leader, a company commander, a battalion commander, a regimental commander. But do not be too greedy." The voices of 2 men beckoned, attempting to entice others. Sun Lu furrowed his brow, leading everyone from the tent to investigate. "Who are you?" Sun Lu demanded, spotting 2 individuals adorned with Akatsuki headbands, engaged in conversation with one of his Grass Blossom ninjas. "Dazhuang, Xiaoshui, you 2 are still alive?" The speaker was a former leader whose faction bordered theirs. The 2, both Jonin and high-ranking members of a faction, were familiar figures. They dropped their hands and looked over. "Indeed, we have joined the Akatsuki. Forget my former name, Dazhuang. I am now called Rizuru. And I am no longer Xiaoshui. The village chief has named me Dream Kurufu." One had green hair, and the other was lanky like a monkey, hence the names bestowed upon them by Yahiko. Sun Lu did not care about their new names. A faint aura of murderous intent radiated from him. "You 2 have joined the Akatsuki, becoming traitorous ninjas of the grass, and now you return. Are you here to empty out my Grass-Hidden Village?" The loyal ninjas to Sun Lu began to gravitate towards the 2. Those who had been momentarily tempted were now filled with unease. They had almost agreed. No. Traitors? What do you mean by that? Shouldn't we, the people of the ninja world, be one family? "Indeed," Rizuru affirmed, with Rufo nodding in agreement. "One family." Sun Lu seemed perplexed by this notion. We have the Akatsuki advocate for peace. Exactly, they echoed. Once, the sage of six paths founded the ninja sect with the intent of peace. Indeed, in the past, the ninja world was not divided. There was only one ninja sect in the world. Correct. Now, as we engage in combat, are we not betraying the ideals of the sage of six paths? Absolutely. Without instilling ideology, how could Yahiko have allowed the two to escape? He had yet to finish writing his new treatise, so he relied on verbal education. The two were utterly convinced by Yahiko's words. As if he could assert that there were indeed people living on the moon. Peace, Sun Lu murmured, recalling the term. He had not known such a concept since the first Ninja War. Chapter 45. Even I desire an opportunity. Join the Akatsuki. Chief Yahiko is the true sovereign of peace. Indeed, the two had become devoted fans of Yahiko. First, they were pummeled by Killer Bee, witnessing the strength of the Akatsuki. Then, they were swayed by Yahiko's rhetoric, experiencing the philosophy of the Akatsuki. Afterward, they watched a film. When the movie concluded, the village chief himself invited them over for a meal of legendary hometown dishes prepared by Nan, including roasted duck, salted duck, and duck blood soup. The two were utterly captivated. Was there truly such a wonderful leader in this world? Anyone who opposed Yahiko was their enemy. If Sun Lu disagreed, the two would force him to acquiesce. Initially, Sun Lu dismissed their fervor, but he soon noticed their gazes, filled with loyalty surpassing even that of a dog. Had Yahiko enchanted them? Delicious, delicious. That evening at Yahiko's home, Jiraiya had come to mooch a meal. The house was modest, but impeccably tidy. Conan was still busy in the kitchen, while Yahiko, having shed his shirt, displayed a toned upper body as he drank beer at the table. A feast of dishes, all prepared by Conan, had been made possible by Yahiko's previous teachings, which she had diligently mastered. Damn it, Jiraiya was truly envious, sitting at the table, his jealousy distorting his features. He picked up a meatball the size of a steamed bun and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed, the flavor faded. Oh, he heard Yahiko's satisfied groan from across the table. All you do is drink. You show no concern for Conan. Don't you know you should help out in the kitchen? Jiraiya admonished upon witnessing this. One more, Yahiko waved his hand, raising his cup in acknowledgement. Jiraiya had 6 students in total, 3 from Konoha and 3 here. The one who resembled him the most, both in style and demeanor, was undoubtedly Yahiko. However, Yahiko's companion was Conan, while he had encountered Tsunade. His mentor was that lecherous old man. Jiraiya grimaced as he clinked glasses with Yahiko. Does your heart harbor burdens, teacher? Yahiko inquired with a cheerful grin. After a long day of work, this moment is undoubtedly the most delightful. He leaned back in his chair, reveling in the moment. You wouldn't understand, Jiraiya said, taking a melancholic sip of his drink. Understood, Yahiko possesses a modicum of understanding. It is indeed a source of embarrassment. Jiraiya-sensei must be preoccupied with thoughts of Tsunade, yearning for her to embody the gentleness akin to Conan. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that tenderness and forbearance are reserved solely for those we hold dear. It is natural for women to exhibit occasional caprices. Such antics may be deemed flirtation, yet if one were to persistently display a petty temperament, Yahiko finds himself at a loss on how to console Jiraiya-sensei, fearing that a mere utterance could shatter his heart. Nevertheless, matters of the heart remain unpredictable. After all, Kato is but a deceased individual. The film is destined for success. Those insignificant souls, Jiraiya-sensei. Companionship is the most profound declaration of affection. Do not fret, the advantage lies with me. Let us proceed once more. We have traversed through cup after cup. The film premiere is on the cusp of commencing. In recent days, Jiraiya has been under immense pressure, scarcely having enjoyed a restful night. Yahiko resolves to invite representatives from the 5 great ninja villages to attend, simultaneously gracing the newspapers, igniting a national fervor for the gambling god, and boosting ticket sales. In the rakeage office of the Cloud Village, the third rakeage and AI paced anxiously, their foreheads beaded with sweat. Why is it that during such heavy rains, he fails to return home? Where has he gone? AI's voice escalated in pitch, his eyes wide with urgency. Damn that fool. If I find him, I shall surely break his legs. Tears streamed down the face of the iron-willed AI. The third rakeage nodded. I can take care of that. Report. Came a voice at the door. Enter. The third rakeage cast a glance at the Cloud Ninja outside, and a flicker of hope crossed AI's face. He rushed forward, gripping his leader. Have you found him? The Cloud Ninja, wiping his mouth, responded, No. We still have no trace of Lord Killerbee. However, there are visitors from the Akatsuki village seeking an audience. Refuse them. Tell them to leave, AI declared, his voice reverberating like thunder. The third rakeage winced. I am the rakeage here. Summon him. Before long, a figure arrived. The third rakeage of the Cloud Village stated, "Our Akatsuki village is hosting a film premiere." The Akatsuki envoy maintained an air of dignity. In the Hokage office of the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed incredulously at the Chunin from the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya is starring in a film? What role could he possibly play? He scoffed. He neglects his missions, claiming to seek the child of prophecy. Yet here he is, making a film for Akatsuki's profit? He was well aware that the Uzumaki clan resided within Akatsuki, and refraining from exerting his Hokage authority over them was a matter of guilt. Ask who among the village is available. I shall personally sign their leave. Sarutobi commanded in front of the Uzumaki Chunin. Thank you. Third Hokage, the Uzumaki members nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the Umbu swiftly departed to relay the message. Sarutobi unconsciously smiled. It was springtime, and the village was bustling, with mission rewards having increased by 15 compared to usual. Who would willingly forfeit the chance to earn money for a mere premiere? A quarter of an hour later, he fell silent, observing the young generation crowding the office, eager to volunteer for the event. His heart ached. Minato, nonsense, what are you doing here? You are my most esteemed protege. Your focus should be on your growth. Minato was his chosen successor to Orochimaru as the fifth Hokage. How could he be distracted by frivolity? And you? What business do you have here as a mere ninja trainee? Get out. Asuma Sarutobi, mingling in the crowd, was unceremoniously tossed aside. The film features myself and Jiraiya-sensei. Asuma lamented as he was discarded, prompting Minato to awkwardly scratch his blonde hair. The room fell into astonished silence. Sarutobi sighed. It was no surprise. Jiraiya had recently issued a mission. Ah, there's that too? Yamanka Inoichi gasped as he eyed Minato. His girlfriend was quite enamored with Yahiko, frequently fantasizing with her friends about what he might be like in private. At least Yahiko was not from their village. Now that Minato was cast as the second male lead, what if his girlfriend also became infatuated with him? Yamanaka Inoichi? Those with girlfriends in attendance felt a pang of discomfort. Nara Shikaka grumbled, "It's too far. I'm not keen on going." He disliked the hassle and left. Sarutobi observed the uproarious crowd and the departing Shikaku's back. At least there were some normal individuals in the village. The discussion continued, with everyone vying to attend the premiere. Before long, Nara Shikaku returned, a look of dread on his face as if he could scarcely recall what had just transpired. Third Hokage, may I bring family along? What audacity! Sarutobi's brow furrowed, prepared to chastise when someone suddenly interjected, "Isn't it said that Super Brother resides in Akatsuki? Do I still have a chance?" Chapter 46, Yahiko's Embrace of AI. Has Danzo come again to meddle with the Uchiha? Who is it this time? The eighth or Shursui? Everyone turned in unison. The visitor was not Danzo. The young crowd felt a warmth in their nostrils. "Old man, let me attend the Akatsuki premiere." Tsunade, reeking of alcohol, staggered in. Her hair disheveled, clearly suffering from a hangover. As she walked, her two ample assets swayed, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. All the young individuals in the room averted their gazes, awkwardly focusing on the floor. Sarutobi glanced at the assembled youth, remaining silent, implying that so many dedicated individuals were eager to attend. Why should she be granted such an opportunity? Do any of you have objections? Tsunade cracked her knuckles, her smile devoid of warmth. None at all. We can watch the film at any time, whether early or late makes no difference. Yamanaka and Noichi chuckled nervously. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. Tsunade crossed her arms, eyeing Sarutobi, noticing the old man's reluctance for her to attend. Enough, Sarutobi sighed, feeling the pressure of her commanding presence. Chakra surged as he realized that if he did not intervene, the office would soon be in disarray. You too, you and Minato. He yielded. Just 1 week before the film premiere, Kakuzu personally oversaw the construction of the concert venue. In recent days, he had been diligently preparing for the event, leading Yahiko, filled with curiosity, to the village's outer ring. Upon nearing the grand stage, Yahiko was immediately struck by dismay. Just kill me already. The stage consisted merely of a wooden platform, with a makeshift structure capable of accommodating 3 individuals. There were no seats, suggesting that the fans were expected to stand for this, their first concert. They could bring their own chairs. Yahiko's silence was deafening. Do not look at me like that. The village is truly out of funds. You spend money too quickly. You withdrew 1,000 ryo for the grace of the experiment. And for the construction of the Phoenix Library, which of those expenditures does not require funds? And what about Conan? Does she truly need money? Kakuzu lifted his hat, his hair turning gray with worry. Ah, my heart aches. All 5 of them ache. Fine, let it be as it is. Yahiko, seeing Kakuzu on the verge of activating his Uchiha bloodline, reluctantly relented. When the tickets went on sale, Kakuzu was truly astonished. A single ticket priced at 3 200 Rio. With 600 Rio for standing room, all 3,000 tickets sold out in less than 2 days. The total revenue reached 620,000 Rio. This did not account for the nobles who lingered for the concert, spending lavishly in anticipation. Had it not been for the recent manpower shortages in Akatsuki, Kakuzu would have prepared to make headlines, showcasing the entire ninja world flocking to purchase concert tickets. The concert was scheduled for the day following the premiere. On the day of the premiere, all 5 great ninja villages, save for the Mist Village, showed their respect. Sunagakure sent Yakura, Kimogakure sent Ai, Iwagakure sent Akatsuki, and Kanahagakure sent Minato, Tsunade, and Kakashi, a Chunin. Meanwhile, Hanzo also dispatched a trusted envoy from the Rain Village. At the village gates, representatives from various villages arrived almost simultaneously, all of significant standing. Upon receiving word, Yahiko personally led a team to greet them. Behind him followed Kakashi Hatake and Killer Bee, along with several lower-ranking ninjas. In such moments, it is indeed preferable to be accompanied by composed individuals. Killer Bee, having heard of the arrival of Ei, approached voluntarily. Yahiko opened his arms, uncertain of whom to embrace first. Soon, the first envoy arrived, Ei from the Cloud Village, accompanied by 2 elite Cloud ninjas. He appeared unencumbered. Upon their meeting, a faint aura of lightning chakra enveloped Ei. Goodness! Yahiko was taken aback, haunted by memories of his past battles, particularly the terrifying encounters with the 4th Reikage. The speed was astonishing, almost invisible. Ei swiftly darted past Yahiko, heading straight for Killer Bee. Bang! The sound was such that Yahiko surmised it could shatter the skull of an ordinary person. Baka, what are you doing here? Ei exclaimed, his eyes blazing as he scrutinized Killer Bee. You've gained weight. That's good. Yahiko mused that with his constant waking, eating, and sleeping, coupled with the calorie expenditure from his incessant chatter, it was quite normal. Ei turned to Yahiko, who waved his hand dismissively. One of the Cloud ninjas produced a check for 2 million Rio, equivalent to an A-rank mission. Such is the life of the affluent. Yahiko reflected as he accepted it. Well, the conference is over. Time to head home with Big Brother. Ei was relieved to see Yahiko accept it, for he detested being indebted to others. No. Bang. No. Bang bang bang. Oh, boy. I must take my leave. Killer Bee, his head adorned with bandages and his eyes glistening with unshed tears, reluctantly approached Yahiko. Boy, what are your tears worth? Yahiko choked as he patted Killer Bee's shoulder. Even raising a dog evokes emotions, let alone a human. Ah, can you give me? Bang. Killer Bee fell silent. Big Brother was right. Yahiko too fell silent, lest he inadvertently provoke Killer Bee further. Man, you've built quite the physique. Before departing, Yahiko embraced Ei, lifting him momentarily before setting him down. Achievement unlocked. Tackle the lightning. He chuckled. You little chick. Ei reciprocated the gesture, lifting Yahiko. Achievement unlocked. Thunderous explosion. If not for matters of state, Ei would find Yahiko rather agreeable. Yet, it was precisely because of state affairs that their interaction was fraught. What does the lightning country taste like? Ei suddenly inquired. I've never tasted it, so I wouldn't know, Yahiko replied, resolutely evading the question. Let us take the envoy from the Cloud Village to explore our village. Upon finishing his statement, someone guided Ei and his companions toward the village. Ei departed in a huff. The next to arrive was Akatsuki, round-headed and round-faced, clearly indicative of the good fare in the Rock Village. Yahiko embraced him as well, then allowed a lower-ranking ninja to escort him around the village. Hanzo had sent representatives from the Rain Village, and after a brief embrace, Yahiko eagerly awaited the next arrival. From the Sand Village came Yoko, and soon, Conan arrived. What are you doing? She flew in, looking down at the elegantly dressed Yoko. What am I doing? Welcoming guests. Isn't that obvious? Beside him, Kakashi Hataki's expression turned slightly awkward. He suspected that Yahiko's embraces with Ei and Akatsuki were all leading to this moment. Yoko eyed Conan, her gaze filled with suspicion, and with a teasing smile, she remarked to Yahiko, Village Chief Yahiko, I'm afraid I cannot comply with your suggestion. My attire is not suitable for wearing backward. Not suitable for wearing backward? Conan glanced at Yoko's outfit. Yahiko found himself at a loss for words, confronting this unnecessary misunderstanding. Ugly. A disdainful glance sufficed. Yahiko wouldn't fancy you. Stop seeking attention. Conan chuckled, while Yoko's face flushed with anger. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each capable of vaporizing a person. Yahiko, as a disciple of Tobarama, summoned a water technique that was truly exceptional. A water curtain formed like a shield against the fireballs, and the two forces collided with a thunderous roar. Steam enveloping the area, drastically reducing visibility. In the next moment, Yahiko materialized beside Yoko, a kunai poised at her throat. Flying Thunder God technique. He might not know it, but that didn't hinder his flare. So fast. Yoko gasped. Yahiko stated, according to the non-aggression treaty signed by the 5 great nations, no one is permitted to instigate war. Yoko exhaled in relief. Knowing Yahiko wouldn't dare harm her, that was the confidence of a major nation. Heh. Yahiko replied with a faint smile. Elder Zhoxian, take this beauty to have a cupping therapy. Yahiko infused chakra into his voice, causing Yoko to feel as though her eardrums might shatter. Cupping therapy? What is that? Yoko paused, bewildered, until Vortex Zhoxian arrived shortly after. The old man was equally puzzled by the concept of cupping therapy, casting a quizzical glance at Yahiko. Find a glass bottle, heat it with fire, Yahiko mouthed. But Yoko couldn't hear. Zhoxian successfully received the signal. Leave it to me. Zhoxian patted his chest. TSK, Conan shook her head, relishing the impending chaos. The humidity of the rain village was notorious. Yahiko had previously requested her assistance in similar matters. After it was over, Yoko glanced at Yahiko's pale back, now dotted with circular marks. Conan vowed never to allow cupping therapy to appear on Yahiko's back again. She departed to supervise the procedure, concerned that others might not perform it correctly. Outside the third ring, Ei and the others were being entertained. The streets were orderly and well-planned. Though modest in scale, they possessed a beauty surpassing that of the streets in Cloud and Leaf villages. They were somewhat puzzled. What do those people have tied to their waists? That, big brother, is a telephone. Killer Bee had one tied to his waist as well, which Ei had overlooked earlier. What purpose does it serve? Killer Bee pointed in a direction where a shopkeeper frantically dialed 110. Upon connection, he exclaimed, "Hello, there's a pervert. Someone is photographing me while I'm using the restroom." Ei's face turned crimson. That was indeed quite perverse. Shortly thereafter, 2 prison guards arrived, locating the perpetrator and deleting the photos from his camera, issuing a fine of 200 Rio. This device is quite convenient. Ei crossed his arms, nodding, and inquired of the personnel responsible for the reception, how far does this phone reach? Only within the village. Upon hearing this, Ei lost interest. He had thought it could span the entire ninja world, but its range was limited to a single village. Can it be used to call the Leaf Village? Big brother. In a few days, the teacher is hosting a concert, and I'm a special guest. Let us go check that beef-selling establishment. Ei gritted his teeth, his attention fixated on a butcher shop, completely disregarding what Killer Bee had been saying. Chapter 47. Jiraiya, the teacher, and the lonely heart. Finally, the Leaf Village representatives arrived. A 7-year-old Chunin named Kakashi, who was undeniably charming. For instance, he currently harbored a notion in his mind. 3 young boys debuting at the age of 12, garnering the affection of older sisters and mothers alike. Not only could they rake in money, but they were also formidable fighters, sparing on bodyguard expenses. Oh, a genius with a score of 0. Upon meeting, Yahiko uttered a perplexing statement. Only Kakashi understood, recalling his immature self from a year prior, his ears visibly reddening. Everyone experiences immaturity. Reflecting on decisions made 1 or 2 years ago, one would wish to traverse back in time to deliver a resounding slap. Kakashi was no exception. What 0 score? Minato's cerulean eyes brimmed with curiosity. Kakashi scored 0? Kakashi's father, Sakumo, bore a look of bewilderment. No, father, don't listen to his nonsense. Kakashi's face, concealed beneath his mask, betrayed his awkwardness as he endeavored to rise on tiptoes to silence Yahiko. Tsunade effortlessly lifted him, regarding him with a playful smile. Little one, did you really score 0? Silence has proclaimed you a genius, and the students of the Ninja Academy regard you as their paragon. Hee. This chuckle left Kakashi utterly speechless. He was indifferent to the notion of being a genius, for such titles are but empty accolades. Indeed. Kakashi, a Chunin, certainly wouldn't want the rumor of him scoring 0 on an exam to spread, would he? Yahiko approached Tsunade and, on tiptoe, nibbled at Kakashi's ear. Kakashi's pupils dilated sharply. Wasn't this scenario reminiscent of the tales penned by the illustrious author? Let it be known that he had never read any of those works. It was merely during missions that his teammates would indulge in such literature at night. I have no idea what you are talking about, Kakashi mused, perceiving himself as just an ordinary child, unworthy of having his examination papers collected. Thus, a newfound confidence surged within him. If it were anyone else, Yahiko might have truly lost face, but you are Kakashi. All right, everyone, let us first venture into the village. Yahiko clapped his hands, granting Kakashi a moment of grace amidst the throngs of people. He intended to showcase the village's unique characteristics, with a particular emphasis on Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was no longer a slacker. Aside from the inheritance of the Senju clan, it was said that shortly after the demise of Uzumaki Mido, all properties of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha had been bequeathed to Tsunade and Kushina according to Elder Juzen's account. Upon entering the village, one could see Kakazu removing his mask, revealing his dark visage as he acted as a vacuum cleaner amidst the bustling streets. The village had been developing at an astonishing pace, nearly leading to chaos as dust from construction sites infected the villagers with respiratory ailments. Yet, Kakazu showed no fear, unabashedly inhaling the dust as he traversed the thoroughfare. Why avoid it? Because he was unfazed. The visitors from Konoha gawked in astonishment. Father, is he a fool? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Kakazu. This fool? Kakashi, yes, father. Kakashi Shigeru looked incredulously at his son. You say Kakazu is a fool? Rumor had it that Danzo had been searching for Kakazu lately, as he was the only man to have gained an advantage from the Uchiha. The day the cinema was vandalized, the Uchiha had been swindled out of a substantial sum of money. But why? If it threatens the village, even my friends, teachers, or brothers shall not be spared, Yahiko scoffed, crossing his arms. Forget it. Tsunade's lips twitched. Why did that sentiment sound so familiar? Wasn't he that something her grandfather would say? Never mind him. Yahiko continued to guide the group through the bustling streets. Minato purchased for Kushina a white rabbit candy, a tin frog from Maiboka Mountain, and a plush bear, even spending 100,000 ryo on 2 large bricks, indifferent to whether Konoha could utilize them. He simply took the salesperson's recommendations and made the purchase, even arranging for a couple's phone number. Yahiko couldn't help but wonder if Minato endorsed monogamy. Although Tsunade often appeared rugged, witnessing Minato generously buying gifts for Kushina stirred a complex feeling within her. Where had Jiraiya-sensei disappeared to? You deserve to be outshone by Dan. Yahiko shot a glance at the momentary disappointment on Tsunade's face before returning to his usual nonchalance. About that Uzumaki clan member from last time. Minato inquired about the red-haired woman he had drunkenly glimpsed. Are you referring to Kushina? Yahiko asked, puzzled. Precisely, that's the name. How splendid. Minato's face suddenly brightened. He had mentioned this to Kushina after returning. Before Kushina arrived in Konoha, she had a 2-year-old cousin by that name. He was merely taking a chance, not expecting to actually find someone related to her. Oh, I see. Come, let us go introduce you. Yahiko seized the opportunity to slack off under the pretense of guiding the tour, eagerly hoping for Minato to have more tasks to occupy him. How delightful. Kakashi Shigeru had not seen Kakashi in a long while and had hushed conversations to share. Yahiko permitted him to enjoy his leisure. Tsunade, however, ventured alone into a toy store. Alas, Jiraiya-sensei was destined to be single forever. Yahiko felt helpless. He couldn't substitute for him. He led Minato down another street, primarily lined with food vendors. Within a shop named Shinra Tensei Steamed Buns, he exclaimed, slow down. I never expected to savor food personally delivered by Nagato, the assistant. He is truly approachable. Yahiko had previously asserted that the ninja community was one big family. Coincidentally, Nagato was also loafing in the store. He had just seen off a customer alongside Kushina. This establishment was indeed under Kushina's management. As the head of the Akatsuki, do you need to come out to sell buns? Nagato and Yahiko exchanged glances for a prolonged moment, resulting in a slight awkwardness. Meanwhile, Minato wore a subtle smile. To this, Nagato could only remark, serving the people. He didn't take a single penny from the populace, assisting them in alleviating their work-related stress. Where was the fault in that? Yahiko felt somewhat stumped. Hey, you truly are a genius. Just wait. Yahiko glanced at the sign of Shinra Tensei Steamed Buns, refusing to believe that Nagato had not engaged in corruption. Approaching the city center, the prime location, this lone bun shop stood amidst vacant premises on either side. Yahiko promptly summoned a large brick and made a call to Genjutsu, to a certain department, at the village's eastern Shinra Tensei Steamed Bun shop. I want to see a spiral meatball by tomorrow morning. Understand? Indeed, I demand you construct it within a day. What kind of meatball? The 3-color meatballs from Konoha seemed quite appealing. Make sure to replicate them. After hanging up, he met Nagato's incredulous gaze. Minato feigned ignorance, purchasing a bun and engaging Kushina in conversation. Nagato, witnessing this, nearly erupted in frustration. Misunderstood. Kushina is Kushina's cousin, and upon reflection, you two are still in-laws. Yahiko pulled Nagato, who nearly mistook the Rinnegan for the Sharingan. As the tale unfolds, the stakes rise. Chapter 48. Jiraiya-sensei's performance was utterly splendid. At Matsukatsu Tower, on the first floor in a private room, the three were inebriated once more, with Conan and Kushina arriving to retrieve them. Watergate, alone, weeping into a bottle. The following day, as the press conference was already halfway through, Yahiko, nursing a hangover as if struck by a heavy hammer, entered the cinema. By chance, he encountered Nagato and Minato, and the three of them entered together. In the lobby, the audience was captivated. In the foreground, Jiraiya, that fool, was not acting at all. Tsunade was on the verge of laughter. Until the moment when the gambler, aided by Tazuna and Achan, regained his memories and, through his unparalleled gambling skills, defeated the local bully. Tsunade sat in the center, her beautiful eyes fixed on the gambler, who played with cards in one hand and dice in the other, showcasing an extraordinary spectacle. Is this really Jiraiya? She gasped, her mouth agape, rendered speechless in astonishment. The crew occupied the last row, waiting to interact with the audience after the credits rolled. Huddled in the last row, wrapped tightly in cloth, Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's reaction. He secretly delighted in her surprise, stifling a laugh behind his hand, until he spotted Yakumo not far from Tsunade, her expression slightly stiff. What a lovely young lady. Why on earth did she have small circles tattooed on her back? It was somewhat unsettling to behold. Yesterday, Yakumo had undergone cupping therapy and felt quite comfortable afterward, entirely oblivious to the fact that this would leave marks. No one had informed her. The subordinates who accompanied her were friends of Orochimaru, eager to see her embarrassed. Yahiko. I'm sorry, she thought to herself. After the cupping therapy and a good night's sleep, she felt splendid. Jiraiya-sensei, we Haven Tea arrived late, have we? The three gathered around, sitting beside Jiraiya. Not at all, not at all. Soon it will be the teacher's shining moment. Jiraiya, in high spirits, patted the seat beside him, signaling for them to sit quickly. Why are you wrapped up like a rice dumpling? Yahiko remarked, observing Jiraiya, who was barely visible apart from his head. A rice dumpling? What is that? Nevertheless, I spent the entire day scrutinizing the film, watching it countless times, fearing that something might be amiss. Wasn't he at all for this moment? Tears streamed down Jiraiya's face, recounting the hardships, for Kakuzu had only allocated him 200,000 ryo for the film. As the grand screen lit up, the background music swelled, and Jiraiya, sporting a slick hairstyle and clad in a suit, made his slow-motion entrance. Jiraiya reveled in the moment, knowing his struggles had not been in vain, as he retrieved wax from his pocket and applied it to his hair. Oh my god! Ah! The premiere event erupted into a cacophony of excited screams. Tsunade felt a stirring within her heart, a delightful itch. The gambler showcased his prowess, rolling a 6 with his dice. Oh! Killer B's eyes were fixated on the big screen, unwavering. Beside him, A's fingers itched, not out of a desire to strike Killer B, but rather to partake in a few rounds himself. Damn it! He was a paragon of virtue, shunning all vices. Yet here he was, on the verge of succumbing to temptation. Kakashi, amidst the cacophony from those around him, could already envision the wailing visage of Obito when the time came. Fantasizing about Obito and Rin. Rin. Oh Rin. Hee hee. The white rabbit milk candy. Would Lord Suchikage be able to indulge? Akatsuki stuffed 5 or 6 into his mouth, savoring the creamy sweetness while watching the film. In the movie, the gambler eschewed chocolate for the white rabbit milk candy. Ah, there it was again, Genko. The film concluded. Applause erupted from the audience. They even contributed a few claps. The rhythm was commendable, though it remained uncertain if they in the Land of Lightning could produce a film of their own. Would the audience like to meet the creative minds behind our movie? At that moment, the host, designated to engage the crowd, made an entrance. Indeed, many had purchased tickets and were fortunate enough to be present. Others were mere pawns, arranged by Jiraiya just in case. The reporter, Faye, found himself at a loss, unsure of where to hide while he prepared to snap photos. In this moment, Tsunade truly longed to see Jiraiya, to have him teach her the art of gambling. Please welcome the gambler. The dramatic music swelled. Jiraiya dramatically unveiled himself, having borrowed water jutsu from Yahiko to wash his hands before joining the cast on stage. Minato followed suit, playing the role of the charming distraction for female fans uninterested in gambling. Mr. Jiraiya, do you have anything to say to the audience? Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade. If you obtain an AK and don't gamble, you're a fool. Is that a line from the movie? Gasped the stunned audience member. Are you provoking me? Tsunade replied with a cold smirk. Yahiko buried his face in his hands, sighing. Is there anything else you wish to share, Mr. Gambler? The atmosphere grew tense. It was Jiraiya's first time in such a setting, and he was unsure how to warm up the crowd. Desperate, he looked to Yahiko for assistance. Yahiko subtly gestured to invite an audience member to the stage for a game of dice. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Next, I will select a lucky audience member to gamble with me, Jiraiya proclaimed with a grin. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish. He lingered a moment on each individual in the crowd. Even Akatsuki and the others from the Rain Village felt their hearts race. Pick me. Pick me. You there? The lady with golden hair. All eyes turned towards Tsunade, unaware of the underlying tension, marveling at her luck. While those in the know recognized her as one of the legendary three. What a blatant manipulation in broad daylight. And the others exchanged dark glances. Well done. You've successfully provoked a lioness, Tsunade retorted, her competitive spirit ignited. She was eager to test the gambler's mettle. Ascending the stage, the host shook the dice. Please guess high or low. Jiraiya called high. Tsunade called low. The host revealed the results, shock evident on his face. The outcome was low. What? The crowd groaned. Faces etched with disappointment. Where's the gambler we were promised? The host continued. Gritted his teeth. Yahiko covered his face, unable to watch, run. The four-leaf clover has arrived. Sensing the rising tension, the host hastily concluded, high. Mr. Jiraiya wins. He displayed the dice to the audience before shaking them again. Tsunade squinted. Let us go again. I'm up for the challenge. Jiraiya maintained an air of calm, showing no signs of distress. After several rounds, Tsunade faced a string of defeats. The audience, astounded, rose to their feet, clapping uncontrollably. Is this truly the gambler? Are you serious? Jiraiya refrained from using ninjutsu. And even and the others recognized that reality was being mirrored in the film. Does this imply that the film is based on real events? Yakura questioned skeptically. Excellent. Splendid. Who says Mr. Jiraiya's performance is lacking? He is truly remarkable. A blind man wearing sunglasses suddenly burst into tears, unaware of the context. The crowd turned to him, bewildered. What happened? The blind man queried. Didn't someone say Mr. Jiraiya's performance was poor and fake? Why are you crying now? Tsunade, initially mulling over her string of losses, found herself amused once more. Well, the film was quite well done, she complimented. Now that it's over, I suppose I should take my leave. In reality, she was eager to gamble. Wait, there's a post-credit scene. Hurry, show the post-credit. Suddenly, Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade with deep affection. Chapter 49. Who can lend me a pair of ears unfamiliar with complaints? As Jiraiya's words faded, the screen illuminated once more, revealing footage of him in Sage mode battling Hanzo. In the scene, Jiraiya collided with Hanzo's scythe, subsequently executing a technique that could even shatter a titan, sending Hanzo flying. As Hanzo's right-hand man, the Rain Village erupted in fury, demanding to know who edited this film. Jiraiya? You've gone too far. A's expression turned grave. Akatsuki paused mid-chew, astonished. No wonder Konoha has such deep roots. Yakura clapped, expressing her helplessness. The title of demigod is not one Hanzo self-proclaimed. It is earned in the shinobi world. Hanzo may exist without the Rain Village, but the Rain Village cannot exist without Hanzo. This demonstrated his formidable prowess. The video concluded, shortly before a scene of Jiraiya being beaten unfolded. He would not speak of it. Tsunade, I know you have a blood phobia. I can't let you see what's next. Jiraiya slicked back his hair, a smirk gracing his lips. Watching the blood trickling from Hanzo's mouth, Tsunade felt a wave of panic wash over her, her legs weakening as she nearly fainted. Tsunade, look at how I personally defeated Hanzo for you. You better take a good look at how I'll personally take you down. Last time, Uchiha wrecked the cinema. How much did it cost to repair? 10 million Ryo, equivalent to 2 S-rank missions rewards? Summoning 10 million Ryo in banknotes. She accurately tossed them into Yahiko's hands. Take that. She leaped high into the air. Jiraiya had sustained severe injuries, enough that he had to be carried to Yahiko's concert. Yet, the development of the Akatsuki soared due to Jiraiya's injury, ushering in a new era of peace. The newspapers exclaimed, shocking. On the day of the film's release, one of the legendary three, Tsunade, after watching the movie, did something utterly unexpected to Jiraiya. Accompanying the article were photos taken by Faye from an angle that captured Tsunade straddling Jiraiya. The box office soared. The populace of the 5 great nations flocked to cinemas, leading to packed houses. The influx of ticket sales filled Yahiko's coffers. With the film's immense success, many opportunistic individuals in the 5 great nations began to take notice. They set their sights on the newspaper, eyeing the profitable film industry. Although the 5 nations had signed a non-aggression pact, it did not preclude them from competing for business. Yahiko had the strength and means to establish the newspaper as the leading titan in the shinobi world, dedicating all his energy to the concert. That evening, Kakashi, clad in a sleek black suit, and his father, Shikaku, also in a stylish outfit, were summoned to maintain order at the venue. Their striking looks drew the attention of numerous affluent women, who found themselves salivating. Sigh, Kakashi lamented. spreading his hands in resignation as he and Shikaku's entourage escorted the women into the concert venue. This brooding yet charming demeanor further captivated the wealthy ladies. How much to keep Kakashi for a night? They mused, contemplating a year-long package. Kakashi was a boy they could never possess. Upon entering the concert hall, throngs of people eagerly searched for Yahiko. Representatives from various villages, including Minato, were also invited, each bringing their own seating. Nostalgia flooded as Yahiko, utilizing the body flicker technique, flashed onto the stage, microphone in hand, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Uchiha had rebelled. In the vibrant village of Konoha, Minato, Tsunade, and Kakashi found the song quite fitting for the occasion. Recently, the discord between the Uchiha clan and Danzo had escalated, with Danzo keeping meticulous notes, while the Uchihas provocatively captured a few root ninjas to interrogate within the security forces. Tsunade became lost in memories, the voice of Yahiko reminiscent of her great-uncle, as if he were serenading the crowd from the stage. Unintentionally imitating, Yahiko realized that his voice bore a striking similarity to Tobarama's. Aizawa and others eagerly anticipated a confrontation between the Uchiha and Danzo, reveling in the performance. However, questions arose among the audience. Who was Sasuke? How did he end up so far away? As the song unfolded, Yahiko became completely immersed in the moment, basking in the fervor of his fans and the overwhelming cheers from the crowd. Without hesitation, he invited a few individuals on stage to join him in song. The first to be called was Minato, who cherished lively gatherings. He had heard that the concert would be filmed in its entirety, a live version to be shown in cinemas, and he hoped Kushina would be watching. Yahiko sang with exuberance, and Minato followed suit, echoing the lyrics with enthusiasm. Did I step on a puppy? Did I really step on a puppy and squish it flat? The ninjas, possessing perfect pitch, quickly caught on, with Minato harmonizing effortlessly. The crowd erupted with excitement, and amidst the cacophony of cheers, Konan felt annoyed. Previously, Yahiko sang solely for her. In contrast, Yoko waved her glow stick joyfully, her ire dissipating after finishing her drink. Behind her, many sighed, lamenting the innocent girl now marked by so many red circles. Perhaps it was merely a personal quirk. No one reminded Yoko, however. Next up were Killer B and A, who seized the moment to showcase their prowess, aiming to outperform Minato. This was the first encounter between the AB brothers and Minato. Yahiko playfully addressed A. Hey, Rakage. A instinctively replied, Wait, I'm not the Rakage. Though the position is inherited, my father has passed, so isn't this a bit premature? Yet, Yahiko swiftly continued, What do you prefer? Chocolate mint, or would you rather have me? Yahiko's lips moved as he pronounced the answer, prompting A to mimic him in a teasing tone. The reaction was visceral. Some in the crowd actually retched, and even Yahiko struggled to maintain his composure, especially as A's expressions were vividly clear. A, feeling a tinge of embarrassment on his debut, appeared somewhat contrived. Who can lend me ears that have never heard of being cute? Choosing his own path, he resolved to finish the song despite the tears. After questioning A, Yahiko turned to Karabi for the next number. As the song continued, Yahiko felt himself nearing a breaking point and decided to select Kakashi next to feast his eyes. This stubborn fellow refused to take the stage, insisting it was out of the question. How can that be? If you don't join, my future plans for the Akatsuki's Clover will meet an untimely demise. I have pain at my disposal. Yahiko attempted to persuade Kakashi, who eventually ascended the stage. Unbeknownst to the audience, Yahiko's words were lost, yet they witnessed Kakashi stride confidently, moving at a remarkable pace. All our memories, carefully gathered. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hey, did you hear the background music of my brother and Kakashi? The venue was alive with screams. Family, who truly understands? Obito is nearly speechless, as the commotion stirred. Some elderly onlookers, who had come to enjoy the show, expressed their inability to comprehend the ruckus, feeling like remnants of a bygone era, left behind as the new world advanced. Yahiko surveyed the audience, noting that nearly everyone was clamoring to be chosen, fully aware that ignoring the visibly displeased Konan would lead to repercussions. He had enjoyed singing with her as well. The fusion of Ban and Hashirama provided ample fodder for the shippers. As he sang, he caught sight of Konan, her eyes glimmering with joy. He pondered how she would look in a Cheongsam, such a mystery. Listening to the song, Ban found himself quite fond of it, wishing that during his moments of warfare, a DJ remix could be played to amplify the experience. Today, there isn't a song that suits you. A merciful gift from God, but he cannot approve. If we cannot forgive, all life returns to God. Pain. The concert culminated with Yahiko and Nagato performing a haunting melody dedicated to pain, encapsulating the fear of the divine. The atmosphere was charged as Tsunade listened to their duet, contemplating whether it would be best if Yahiko and Nagato did not visit Konoha in her presence. Kakashi felt an inexplicable sense of impending doom, while Minato simply yearned to see someone special. The concert was a resounding success, with each song soaring in popularity throughout the Akatsuki village. The research on the little boy was abruptly halted, forcing a pivot towards studying MP3 technology. A few days later, at the Konoha cinema, Red munched on candy, while a cheeky comment escaped from Obito as he glanced back at Asuma and Red. Obito, hi. The memories at our fingertips. Lin gazed at the big screen, entranced by Kakashi's performance. Lin, I can sing better than Kakashi. In the office of the Tsuchikage, the ever-grim Inoki frowned at the newspaper, pondering why such trivial hype could draw the youth of the Iwagakure village. Akatsuki returned with local delicacies, saying, Tsuchikage-sama. The Akatsuki village leader mentioned that if you wish to be considerate, you should enjoy his Shinra Tensei, and if you do not heed this, he will serve you Shinra Tensei instead. He handed over some candy and sweet buns sent from afar. Inoki scrutinized the Akatsuki specialties on his desk, raising an eyebrow at the notion of Shinra Tensei being merely buns. Was Yahiko threatening him or merely extending a greeting? What audacity did he possess to seek collaboration? Inoki felt too indolent to even toy with him. If it were a threat, what could Yahiko possibly leverage? The Akatsuki did not prioritize martial power. They sought peace within and beyond their borders. Akatsuki reminisced about his experiences in the Akatsuki village, noting its impoverished state, with GDP barely surpassing that of Sunagakure. Yet, the people thrived spiritually, with village leaders personally engaging with the populace. The buns he held were sold directly by Nagato. Is that so? Inoki pondered, taken aback by the notion of a village longing for peace and Yahiko's singing prowess. Oh, but that has nothing to do with me. He instructed his officials to delve into the contents of the newspaper. It wasn't too challenging a task. He hoped that by the next morning, he would see the Iwagakure's morning news during breakfast. Inoki tapped his fingers on the table lightly. Akatsuki nodded and went to notify the administrative staff. Inoki would not permit public opinion to be swayed by others. Moreover, the newspaper was sold weekly near the cinema, profiting from the sweat of their ninja populace. They were still deciphering the concept of movies and romance, and no ninja had ever composed music in earnest, leaving the profits from cinema to the Akatsuki village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the third Kazekage, Raza, shared similar sentiments. Raza's decision to return to Sunagakure was influenced by the fierce admonishment from the elite jonin, Yoko. Back in Sunagakure, Yoko finally recognized the marks left on her back from Yahiko's playful antics. Having a penchant for backless attire, she refrained from stepping outside for several days. Upon reminiscing about her stroll through the Akatsuki village, she was struck by the peculiar gazes of the villagers. Moreover, the memory of that concert lingered vividly in her mind. She had occupied a front row seat, surrounded by throngs of people. Hey, do you also harbor disdain for Yahiko? A nonchalant boy with pink hair had made his way to her residence. At the window's edge, he scrutinized the engrossed Yakura, who had donned a more conservative outfit. Scorpion. Chiyo's grandson, she inquired, perplexed. His parents were slain by Konoha's Tsukumo Hatake during the Second Shinobi World War. Indeed, I wish for Yahiko's demise. Yakura nodded, her face betraying no hint of the animosity she felt towards him. Scorpion responded coolly, contemplating Yakura's combat prowess before finally uttering, await my news. Outside the Akatsuki village, the gambling crew had transformed the locale into a renowned hotspot. Each day, numerous visitors, having seen the gambling lord, flocked here for leisure. Recently, Tsunade had been nearly incessantly absorbed in this place, with the village bustling with missions. Minato had no opportunity to seize the fans' attention and was called back by Sarutobi Hiruzen for further exploitation. Kakashi, upon your return, ensure harmonious relations with your comrades. Tsukumo instructed as he had grown accustomed to wearing a suit while escorting Kakashi down from the Akatsuki's ship. Understood, father, Kakashi replied, a hint of melancholy causing his gaze to drop. Tsukumo chuckled softly, tapping Kakashi's forehead with his fingers. If you ever feel bullied, remember, you can always seek your father. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, surprised, then nodded earnestly. All right, let us take a father-son photo. Tsukumo smiled as he raised the camera. Do you desire a wife, Tsukumo? Just as the father-son duo was basking in their camaraderie, a voice from Uzumaki Kushina interrupted. Huh, Kakashi exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded his usually upright father. Oh, there you are, Kakashi. I shall return another time, Kushina remarked, swiftly retreating, leaving Tsukumo and Kakashi exchanging astonished glances. In the shinobi world, some took precautions against localized conflicts, while others prepared for a potential third Great Ninja War. However, following Yahiko's concert, the specter of a fourth Great Ninja War loomed ominously. For instance, how could someone with Tsukumo's exceptional talent remain unmarried? Coincidentally, the Uzumaki clan had a charming widow, 2 years younger than Tsukumo, whose husband had perished in the defense of the land of whirlpools. She harbored no objections. Tsukumo was handsome, considerate, an adept cook, and powerful, qualities that made him exceedingly desirable. Just imagine, a Kakashi who lacks the color blue, Yahiko mused, salivating at the thought. What would the warden's reaction be? In his office, Yahiko furrowed his brow while reviewing a document. Upon noticing Kushina's arrival, he eased his expression. The document revealed that Roronoa Zoro and Monkey D. Luffy had been apprehended by the gambling lord. They would only be released if he ventured alone. Otherwise, negotiations were futile. Chapter 50. Do you wish to engage in combat with me? Tsukumo declined. Disappointment clouded Kushina's expression. The Hitaki clan must not face extinction. Yahiko reflected on the storyline. Initially, he had no intention of introducing a wife to Tsukumo, but as Kakashi continued to linger in Boruto's era with his right hand, the Hitaki clan seemed to be heading towards extinction. He needed to devise a strategy to persuade Tsukumo to agree. After Kakashi departs, ensure you take the young lady out more often. Familiarity breeds comfort. Next year, let the Hitaki family welcome a new prodigy, Yahiko suggested. After Kushina left, he returned to the burdensome documents on his desk. Yahiko finally removed his nail polish, gripping the documents tightly. Roronoa Zoro and Luffy were his subordinates. Failing to rescue them would make him appear cowardly. Yet, embarking on a rescue mission could lead to an ambush. If only someone could replace me, he sighed. Outside, Obito passed by, intending to borrow money from Yahiko to buy a phone for Madara. Upon seeing Obito, Yahiko had a sudden epiphany and pretended to nap at his desk. Mumbling, if only someone could bring Roronoa Zoro and Luffy back from the grass village, I'd reward them handsomely. Obito's intelligence had diminished slightly of late, now hovering around a mediocre level. If I bring back the 2 individuals he mentioned, I could acquire funds for Madara's phone? At the Grassflower Stronghold, the prolonged silence from Kusa no Maku had caused the remaining soldiers to spiral into despair, leading to the defection of 2 leaders in recent days. Within the camp, remaining shinobi numbered over 80, their spirits waning. Inside the tent, the gambling lord scrutinized Roronoa Zoro and Luffy, as if questioning their worth. You speak of moral principles. Where's your village leader? He taunted. Look, you are currently detained in the grass village. What can your leader do for you? If your leader truly cared for your safety, he would have risked everything to infiltrate the grass village. I would not hesitate to assist you in becoming a camp commander. A week had passed. The gambling lord stroked his chin, amusement flickering in his eyes. He knew he was doomed. Kusa no Maku was approaching. And this mockery was perhaps his way of finding humor in despair. I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear, the 2 men chanted with their eyes shut. The village leader will surely come. Just as the gambling lord prepared another taunt, a voice interrupted. Ah, did I arrive late? Yahiko emerged, lightly tapping his finger to his lips, searching for Roronoa Zoro and Monkey D. Luffy, one with green hair and the other a lean, monkey-like figure. Village leader. The 2 opened their eyes, filled with joy, then turned to mock the gambling lord as if to say, Is this all that you are? My apologies for the delay. May I take them? Yahiko inquired politely, stepping forward to retrieve the 2. No way he truly came. The gambling lord gazed at the suddenly emerging Yahiko. Disbelief etched on his features. It could not be a transformation technique. Based on his observations, this was undoubtedly the real deal. Do you wish to engage in combat? Yahiko inquired eagerly. Can I use wood release? Will Madara be angry? Indeed, this Yahiko was the one Obito had impersonated. Not long ago, when Kakuzu was absent, Obito had become Yahiko's liaison. As he submitted his interview materials and photographs, he had inadvertently overheard Yahiko lamenting. If only someone could bring Roronoa Zoro and Luffy back. They are detained by the gambling lord in the grass village, one a lean monkey, the other with green algae hair. Whoever retrieves them will earn a reward of 8,000 silver. Obito had rejoiced at that moment, as he only needed that last 8,000 to buy a phone for Madara. After delivering the photographs, he inquired with White Zetsu for useful intelligence and used the insect technique to make his way over. The gambling lord and his fellow leaders exchanged astonished glances. They sensed no unknown chakra nearby. Yahiko had truly come alone. Village leader. Roronoa Zoro and Luffy clung to Obito's leg, weeping, having failed to recognize him. Suddenly, the gambling lord exuded chakra, radiating a murderous aura. Yahiko, what brings you here? The other leaders also regarded Obito with faint intimidation. Ah, I'm here to rescue them. Obito replied with a foolish grin. Could he really be smiling at such a precarious moment? What an unfathomable grin. From his expression, there was not a hint of dissatisfaction regarding the dire situation of rescuing Roronoa Zoro and Luffy, not a trace of complaint. Are you not afraid of death? The gambling lord squinted. Not at all. Obito shook his head. You cannot defeat me. He was the product of Madara's cells, derived from Hashirama Senju. As long as he possessed Roronoa Zoro's body, these individuals were no match for him. Subsequently, the gambling lord and his companions knelt on one knee and clasped their fists. Village leader Yahiko, please allow us to pay our respects. They were aware of Yahiko's exploits. This youth seemed destined for greatness in the ninja realm. Even if he lacked the qualities now, he would not treat them poorly in the future. It was no wonder that the merciless black market thugs and Konoha's White Fang were eager to assist him. I hope that Mayor Yahiko will treat us brethren kindly. Ambition does not wane with age. At this moment, there is no hint of disdain visible on Sun Lu's face, only admiration. Upon introspection, he realizes he lacks the audacity to rush alone into the enemy's stronghold to rescue his comrades. Coupled with the recent discussions on peace by Lu Zhuo and others, perhaps the day of peace truly is at hand. Are you all willing to return to the village with me? Fei found himself in a quandary. Bringing such a large group back must surely earn him greater rewards from Yahiko, right? Lord Obito had also mentioned that a vessel must not be compromised. Allowing him some freedom is acceptable, as long as he keeps the vessel secure and does not expose himself, while other matters can be decided independently. When the army of Grass on Mang approaches, this place will already be deserted. Grass on Mang intruded into the kitchen, reaching out to touch the bottom of a pot. The people had fled yesterday. He concluded this with frustration. Damn it, investigate this. Find them for me. Chapter 51, The People's Soldiers. Fei returned with his group the following day. In the early morning, the villagers were engaging in exercises. The second session of the Shiatsuan Calisthenics, Colorful Sunshine, begins now. Lu Zhuo remarked, Leader Sun Lu, let us finish our exercises before heading to the office. Fei, Lu Zhuo, and Lu Fu found a clear spot. And before the assembled grass ninjas, they began their exercises. Fei had long desired to do so, previously. He could only listen to the villagers exercising while hiding underground with Lord Obito. Yet, now that he could emerge, he found no time for such activities, as he could not manage without Obito's care. Sun Lu and the others exchanged glances. Such trivial matters had never been publicized in the newspapers, and the flower of grass could not see the papers. Half of the village danced to the music. What significance does this hold? To strengthen the body. Before the age of 30, in my youthful folly, I had squandered my health, and my wife would weep at night, lamenting my lack of chakra compared to others. But since joining Shiatsuan, what of now? My wife lounges in bed until 10 every morning. Do you wish to know how I achieve this? By exercising. Nearby, a villager happened to clarify a traveling merchant's confusion. Is that so? Then we must give it a proper try. Sun Lu and the others indignantly joined the ranks. Just a few steps away from the man who had spoken. The villagers, seeing these suddenly appearing, well-trained individuals with calloused hands, clearly not ordinary folk, were naturally curious. Oh, they understand now. These must be the people Mayor Yahiko has recruited. You all do not seem ordinary. Your expressions bear some weight. You must have endured hardships, right? Care to try some candy? Hey, brother, would you like to try a bowl of Irilla ramen? That little card at the school gate will surely become a nostalgic memory for a generation. Cough, cough. There are many people here. Do you wish to know why my wife lingers in bed? Come to my newly opened shop for some free little gifts to help me attract customers. And I shall tell you. The grass ninjas found themselves taken aback by the warm enthusiasm of the villagers. Some rummaged through their pockets for candy. Others displayed friendliness, while some even wished to adopt them as their foster children. Such treatment was unheard of in their daily lives. In the grass-hidden village, no. Throughout the entire ninja world, the relationship between ninjas and the populace was fraught with animosity. Just look at Konoha, when Kakashi was beset by rumors. Wasn't it precisely because the people sought to drag the esteemed ninjas down? And ninjas, relying on their prowess, looked down upon the populace, subjugating them through force. The relationship between the two was abysmal, with both sides avoiding each other. They had never before encountered villagers who treated ninjas with such kindness. Sun Lu, observing the reactions of the crowd, could not help but exclaim, "But we are ninjas. Shouldn't you despise us?" Why? Because a ninja and an ordinary person share different channels. Came the response, "Are ninjas not born of the same parents?" Mayor Yahiko says ninjas come from the people and serve the people. They are a force composed of our citizenry, the people's soldiers, who have always fought for the prosperity and strength of the village. They are the steadfast guardians of the village's stability. The villagers looked at Sun Lu and the others with a mix of helplessness and amusement. I. Sun Lu found himself at a loss for words. Is this ideology truly one espoused by Yahiko? You are not particularly old, yet your thoughts seem to linger in the past. We are but one of the countless cogs in the ninja world. Each person's role is distinct, yet ultimately, we are all indispensable parts of the ninja world. Why should we look down upon each other? One must keep pace with the times, young man. The words came from a gray-haired elder. As they spoke, the morning exercises concluded, and a foreman named Yebi helped lead a team of lower ninjas to repair homes for the Uzumaki clan, while other ninjas assisted the elderly by carrying their luggage free of charge. Sun Lu turned to Lu Zhua and realized, so you were not merely boasting? He had thought the two were promoting the idea of unity among the people merely to win over him, the anti-war leader. He would have been satisfied with a mutual non-aggression pact between the populace and ninjas. Yet, unexpectedly, they emerged as the people as soldiers? In the ninja world, the nobility looked down upon ninjas, and it had become the norm for ninjas to treat villagers with disdain, creating a rigid class divide. Suddenly, a refreshing current emerged, viewing ninjas as soldiers and ninjas seeing villagers as their elders. This left Sun Lu feeling indescribably conflicted. Once the villagers discovered they were ninjas, their demeanor shifted to one of warmth, not out of flattery, but of closeness, for they were ninjas, the people as soldiers as described by Yahiko. The moment these individuals entered the village, Yahiko was made aware in the office. Indeed, money can move mountains. A fae could even rally them. It was quite gratifying to see him manipulate white Zetsu to assist him. All the ninjas in the village were summoned back, on guard against the grass ninjas, lest they act dishonorably. However, when Sun Lu entered the office, Yahiko realized how gravely mistaken he had been and shamefully withdrew his men. Excuse me. I must attend to nature's call. You all proceed to the office first. A fae feigned a need for a restroom, prompting Lu Zhua to guide the others towards the mayor's office. Mr. Yahiko, what do you believe peace should be? Upon entering, he was met with an unexpected sight. Sun Lu paused for a moment before quickly asking, aren't you supposed to be in the restroom? This question required Yahiko to ponder earnestly. Though it was their first meeting, Sun Lu would inevitably become one of his own in the future. Peace means that the people are not compelled to do anything against their will. When the people can govern themselves, peace will naturally follow. As they conversed, a radiant aura seemed to emanate from Yahiko, as if a fervent light enveloped him. In that instant, Sun Lu felt as though he beheld a brilliant sun. Its brilliance resembled countless searing needles radiating towards the earth, illuminating all the evils of the world that would be rendered powerless beneath its glow. Very well, Sun Lu said, overcome with gratitude. Having drifted aimlessly for half his life, never encountering a wise leader, he felt that had Yahiko been older, he would have wished to adopt him as a father and serve by his side. Even if it were merely to hear Yahiko's words each day, that would suffice. He felt that his previous shallow goals of opposing war were in vain. Democracy. Having drifted for half my life without meeting a wise leader, if you do not reject me, I would like to pledge my allegiance to you as my leader. Sun Lu was thoroughly convinced. Any lover of peace would find new insights in Yahiko's grand discourse. He clasped his hands and proclaimed loudly, the grass ninjas, crowded near the office building, promptly followed Sun Lu's lead and bowed in unison. Yahiko, moved, waved his hand. Kakashi and several hidden blades concealed by the Uzumaki clan quietly retreated. This matter was known to heaven and earth, to you and me. It must not be revealed to Sun Lu. Chapter 52, The Rank System of Shaolin Village. I am the fish, and Mr. Sun Lu is the water. I must be like a fish in water with Mr. Sun Lu. The two conversed late into the night, eventually falling asleep side by side. Yahiko, having not returned home the previous night, utilized the bedding left by Kairabi, and the two spent the night in the office. Xiaonan remarked, you should go with your water. The following morning, Yahiko was astonished to discover that his 5 nature chakra ninjutsu had suddenly improved significantly. The only explanation could be the new recruits, Sun Lu and his companions. After some inquiry, he learned. The lineage of Sun Lu can be traced back to a branch of the Sarutobi clan, which perhaps explains his indecisiveness. Although he possesses considerable strength, he has been bullied by a mere grass ninja. In the village of Akatsuki, Sun Lu is renowned as a prodigy of ninjutsu. A command emanated from the village chief's office, appointing Sun Lu as the instructor for the Akatsuki, tasked with imparting ninjutsu to the village's shinobi. Yahiko promptly allocated him a year-end bonus from the Akatsuki's profits. No, this is merely for the village. Accepting a bonus would undermine my principles, Sun Lu protested. Take it. Yahiko insisted. I cannot, chief. Oh, since you're here, just accept it. Reluctantly, Sun Lu acquiesced, and Yahiko insisted, resulting in significant outcomes. Sun Lu vowed to demonstrate to Yahiko the exceptional capabilities of the Akatsuki's shinobi. Among the ninjas seeking refuge in the village, there were 11 jonin, 24 chunin, and 51 genin. Notably, 5 of the jonin were former leaders of Akatsuki. However, upon arriving at Akatsuki, they would have to start afresh. Yahiko fulfilled his promise by bestowing upon Sun Lu the rank of captain, while Ryuzuru willingly accepted the role of his deputy. Such is the essence of masculine romance. It was once again time for Kakuzu to experience heartbreak. Yahiko allocated funds to renovate the Akatsuki's dojo, conveniently located by a small bridge. Education was paramount. And while children had mandatory classes, adults enjoyed more flexible training schedules. The ninjas of Akatsuki and the newly integrated members watched a humiliating tape in the dojo, reminded of Yahiko's words, "Those who fall behind shall face punishment." In large-scale operations, discipline must be strictly maintained. Yahiko occasionally visited to deliver lectures, emphasizing ideological education, while Sun Lu managed the dojo's day-to-day affairs. With Sun Lu, the so-called ninjutsu prodigy, in charge, Yahiko felt entirely at ease. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon erupted behind Sun Lu, creating a tumultuous scene on the lake's surface. The ninjas of the dojo, who had previously boasted about their stability on the water, were swiftly revealed for their overconfidence as they plummeted into the depths, becoming drenched. Yahiko nodded in satisfaction, having unearthed another hidden gem within the ninja world. Days later, Yahiko announced that villagers wishing to venture into commerce or travelers arriving from beyond could post tasks at the village chief's office. Knowledge gained from paper is superficial. True understanding comes from practice. Regardless of the dojo's teachings, one must experience real combat to truly grasp the art of ninjutsu. Sun Lu concurred with this sentiment. Akatsuki possessed jonin, chunin, and genin, yet Yahiko favored the ranks of private soldiers and corporals. Why was Tsukumo Hatake undermined by Danzo? Because he reached the pinnacle as a jonin. Could he then be entrusted with the Hokage title? The military rank system elegantly circumvented this issue. Thus, beginning with the ranks of private soldiers, the genin commenced their duties as bodyguards. To acclimate employers, Yahiko decided to maintain the classification of strength into jonin, chunin, and genin. Chief Yahiko, are you certain that 3 genin, without a jonin to oversee them, can ensure my safety? Questioned a nameless merchant from a small nation. Upon his return, he discovered that the road had been overrun by a band of mountain bandits. Reluctantly, he approached the office to post a task. The price was exorbitant. 3 genin without a supervising jonin charged him 60,000 Ryo, equivalent to a B-rank mission in Akarigakure. A B-rank mission there typically involved chunin or even special jonin. It requires at least 100,000 Ryo to provision chunin or jonin. This is no jest. Yahiko examined the list and clarified, "You are mistaken. It is not 3 genin, but rather 6. The merchant retorted, "Is there a difference? 6 genin are worth this price? This rate has been consistent for years. Do not speak with your eyes closed. Will you take it or not?" The village was busy. Having lingered for several days, he knew that the chunin and jonin were perpetually occupied. However, if he truly desired a chunin escort, he would need to pay extra. Yahiko was swamped with commitments, scarcely finding a moment to breathe. While Kakuzu's whereabouts remained a mystery, he also needed to obtain photographs and intelligence from Haiden for the next day's newspaper, leaving him with little time to spare. Yet, Haiden possessed a remarkable talent for eavesdropping on private conversations between couples. Henceforth, if anyone claimed to have overheard their private discussions, Yahiko could confidently assert there was no seat. Observing Yahiko's indifference, the merchant gritted his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. During this trip abroad, the merchant had stockpiled several carts of the recently popular Akatsuki candy, fearing it would spoil if not sold while in demand. "Very well, I shall recoup my losses." Promptly, Yahiko dispatched 6 former genin from Akatsuki to accompany the merchant. They set off immediately, arriving at a mountainous region by afternoon. The bandits were known to be stationed nearby. Uneasy, the merchant concealed himself behind the genin. As anticipated, a horde of bandits emerged from the mountains. Led by an individual who cast a glance at the 6 genin adorned with the Akatsuki headbands. "The taste of mackerel pike," the leader sang. The newly inducted genin, having undergone a few days of training, recognized the tune, previously sung by Yahiko to Konan, familiar only to the villagers. Robbing while singing? How absurd. The villagers pondered. What is happening? How could our own people become bandits? Before they could contemplate further, the bandit leader charged forward with his sword drawn. One genin intercepted the strike with a kunai, bewildered yet aware of the underlying implications in the bandit's eyes. The merchant's entourage huddled, trembling in fear behind the cargo carts. Suddenly, a figure flew towards them. Surely we can prevail. We have 6 genin on our side, the leading merchant thought instinctively. He instinctively covered his eyes. But curiosity soon compelled him to peek. What he witnessed left him dumbfounded. How can it be that the assailants are the Akatsuki genin? At that moment, all 6 genin were swiftly defeated. The merchant felt tears welling up. I knew it. What user genin? Run, I will cover you. One genin clung tenaciously to a bandit's leg, eyes filled with determination. Utilizing the hidden energy reserves. The merchant paused in confusion. What on earth? The genin unveiled explosives strapped beneath their clothing. What? You can't be serious, shouted the bandits in disbelief. Fear not. We will uphold our promise to ensure your safety. The 6 genin smiled reassuringly at the merchant's group, who were taken aback. What kind of smile is this? They should be abandoning us and retreating. Let them go. One genin shouted, clinging desperately to the bandit leader, addressing the remaining bandits with fervor. Though Akatsuki may be weak, we will not abandon our employer. You. What are you risking your lives for? You're not even getting paid. The bandit leader exclaimed, horror etched on his face. This is not about money. The village has pledged to protect you. Unfazed by the prospect of death, the genin remained resolute in their mission to keep their charge safe. The merchants' group fell silent. Their heads bowed, nails nearly piercing their palms. While they had accepted the reality of being paid for services rendered, they recognized the truth in the bandit leader's words. What was the value of a life compared to mere coins? With these 6 genin, how could I have ever thought this was expensive? The merchant wept bitterly, lamenting that he had initially hesitated to spend a little more to save these valiant souls from such peril. Chapter 53. What is the village for a mobile phone? What has transpired? Just then, a man clad in Akatsuki robes and a black mask passed by. The merchant looked over, and after a moment of thought, a name came to mind. Kakuzu. Kakuzu. Help please. He shouted desperately. Kakuzu remained unmoved. If you want me to save them, I will need 100,000 Ryo. Kakuzu sprang into action. These bandits were no match for him, as they fled in disarray within the span of a single incense stick. The merchant, overwhelmed with joy, wept alongside his subordinates. No one could fathom the turmoil they had just endured within their hearts. With a snap, Kakuzu produced his camera and captured a photograph of the weeping individuals. You 6 are quite the sight, he exclaimed before reprimanding the 6 lower-ranked ninjas. Ashamed, they lowered their heads. It was not their fault. The bandits had been exceedingly despicable. The merchant hastily defended them. Kakuzu furrowed his brow. Indeed. While accompanying the boss on business, this is the first time we have encountered such principled ninjas, one subordinate remarked. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the 6 lower-ranked ninjas willing to fight to the death against their adversaries. Such valor. Kakuzu took note of their words, his brow finally easing. When you are out in the world, you represent the face of Akatsuki. He requested 100,000 Ryo from the merchant and offered a few final words before departing. After Kakuzu left, the merchant shook hands with each of the lower-ranked ninjas, commending them for their bravery. As the merchant convoy continued its journey home, they encountered another wave of bandits. With a single confrontation, the 6 lower-ranked ninjas defeated the bandits, who outnumbered them tenfold. What a commendable display of courage. Upon your return, I shall reward you with extra servings of chicken. The merchant applauded. He resolved to promote the dedication of the Akatsuki village upon their return. In the village chief's office, Yahiko gazed at a mountain range where several bands of robbers occasionally emerged. The lower-ranked ninjas passing through the village were undoubtedly the defeated ones. What a joke. Among the lower-ranked ninjas, there are those with the strength of Chunin. How could they possibly be bested by a mere band of robbers? Yahiko regarded the intelligence report in his hands with skepticism. When the first batch of 6 lower-ranked ninjas returned and recounted their experiences, Yahiko's countenance darkened. That night, he ventured into the mountains. Upon encountering his own men, he signaled the password, instructing them to avoid engaging with ninjas from other villages, who were merely ordinary people devoid of chakra. To sacrifice yourselves for the village would only result in your families receiving a meager compensation. Consider your loved ones. Would they wish to cling to a cold sum of money? Therefore, you must prioritize your safety. Inside a small cabin, Kakuzu lectured the former bandits from the Mist Village. Yes, they had indeed earned a considerable amount of money in recent days. When he found the time, he intended to capture the merchant's emotional response and praise, which would later be published in the newspaper. Suddenly, the creaking wooden door was kicked open with a bang. Kakuzu, what are you doing? A familiar voice interrupted him, causing Kakuzu to stifle his actions. What brings you here? Yahiko asked, exasperated. If you don't come, we risk exposing everything, and our Akatsuki village would become the target of scorn. He began to tally Kakuzu's numerous side hustles. Minister of Finance, responsible for liaising with Konoha Cinema, promoting the formation of sub-teams in the city, vice president of the newspaper, farmer, fan club president, and now he was dabbling in banditry. Are you aiming for the heavens? Yahiko exclaimed, his voice booming, causing everyone in the room, except for Kakuzu, to bow their heads. Kakuzu, you shall surely regret this. Yahiko declared, I am the village chief, and I have been too lenient with you. How about 50-50? Yahiko shook his head. 60-40, that's my bottom line. Yahiko shook his head again. Don't push your luck. Kakuzu's eyes reddened, his excitement almost triggering the awakening of his Sharingan. The two quarreled throughout the night. When they emerged, Kakuzu felt as though he had aged a decade overnight. 90-10, he mumbled, confused about how he had managed to exit the door. However, Yahiko's monthly salary amounted to a mere 1 ryo. This money would go into the village's treasury for development, meaning he still retained rights to this sum. Pondering this, Kakuzu's mood improved considerably. The newspaper featured an article promoting the dedication of Akatsuki ninjas. In Akatsuki, Inoki had recently established a newspaper called the Akatsuki Early News. Upon publication, it became immensely popular. In Akarigakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen also opened a newspaper titled Konoha Daily. Suna and Kumo villages were financially strained, resulting in dismal newspaper sales. They could not compete. In Akarigakure, another day of isolation passed. Let them all weep. The lower-ranked ninjas of Akatsuki discovered formidable enemies and were prepared to sacrifice their lives to defend their employer. On Inoki's desk lay 3 newspapers, those from Akatsuki, Konoha, and Akatsuki. Currently, the 3 newspapers stood in a competitive equilibrium. While Akatsuki's and Konoha's publications were unremarkable, Akatsuki's newspaper boasted an unexpectedly high quality, releasing weekly hot topics. This week's highlight was the dedicated Akatsuki ninjas, receiving lavish praise from merchants across the ninja world. According to investigations by Akatsuki Zumbu, the information was indeed accurate. Initially, Inoki was quite moved. That day, when a chunin from Akatsuki came to negotiate business, he had made a few derisive remarks towards Yahiko, only to find that the Akatsuki chunin was equally resolute, willing to fight to the death alongside him. However, he soon realized the implications. Is it that they simply cannot win? How adeptly Akatsuki marketed themselves, unabashedly so. It seemed Inoki had gleaned something from this. If Akatsuki could engage in such marketing, could Akatsuki not reverse the narrative, proclaiming that they need not engage in self-destruction, for there was no enemy they could not conquer? Excellent. This week's newspaper shall reflect that. Inoki chuckled. He continued to peruse news from Akatsuki, keenly following events in neighboring nations. What is this village phone conference? He pondered, his brow furrowed. A 35-inch touchscreen? But the newspaper stated that this device could only be used within Akatsuki's second ring. Akatsuki's layout was organized in concentric rings, with offices and schools at the center, gradually expanding outward. Only stores beyond the third ring engaged in external trade. To date, Iwagicure's spies had been unable to infiltrate the second ring. The reason being that the Whirlpool's defenses were entirely focused on the barrier within the second ring, allowing only registered residents of Akatsuki to enter. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also reading the newspaper, noticing the mention of this village phone. Has Atoi sent any messages today? He rapped his fingers on the desk, and an umbu promptly appeared before him. The umbu nodded, delivering a confidential report. Upon opening it, Hiruzen's expression darkened. Today, everything in Akatsuki is as usual. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Did you eat breakfast? Was this what he was looking for? He sought intelligence on Akatsuki's internal affairs. Initially, Aoi had occasionally relayed messages, such as Yahiko's educational philosophy regarding the importance of respecting teachers and diligent study, asserting that the children were the flowers of Akatsuki and required careful cultivation. Hiruzen mused, truly, this is the legacy of my Hokage lineage. It must have been taught to Jiraiya, who in turn taught Yahiko. He turned to reintroduce his long-forgotten philosophy into the Ninja Academy and planned to replace the protagonist in the forthcoming story with himself and Tobarama-sensei. Tobarama, heavy rain, he recalled, reminiscing about a day when he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been drenched. Ahem. But what kind of information was being relayed now? Nothing compared to what he gleaned from the newspapers. Had Aoi defected? That was impossible. His grandfather had sacrificed himself in the first Great Ninja War, and his father in the second. The Aoi family had been loyal for generations. How could they betray their village? Hiruzen was baffled. Chapter 54. Tell me where White Zetsu is. I will personally summon them from the mountains. At that moment, an umbu suddenly appeared, whispering something in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. That ungrateful child. Hiruzen glared furiously. They VE plagiarized. Bah, they VE borrowed Akatsuki's educational philosophy. Akatsuki conducts classes weekly. They do so every few weeks, sending children from the ninja academy to the capital of the Land of Fire to clean the streets for training. Today, my second son, Asuma Saratobi, got into a scuffle with noble children, leading to a full-blown brawl. The academy children swarmed in, even employing ninjutsu. Using ninjutsu against ordinary people is punishable by 3 years in prison, regardless of age. My son and those academy children have all been detained. The leader I dispatched, Orochimaru, is not the Hokage. Those nobles, angered to the core, couldn't care less. Now, I can only put on a stern face and plead for mercy. The significant event that transpired in Konoha naturally captivated the attention of the entire shinobi world, including Yahiko. Among the individuals detained was his subordinate, Obito. It was said that Danzo was nearly beside himself with glee, finally presented with an opportunity to strike against the Uchiha clan. He was preparing to send Akatsuki to gather first-hand intelligence. Akatsuki, are you resigning? Yahiko gazed at Akatsuki with a mixture of reluctance and concern. Where could he find another reporter skilled in the art of the mayfly? It could be said that the White Zetsu were born to be reporters. Whether it be extracting information or infiltrating, their expertise was unparalleled. He had also planned to initiate the foot-washing city project. Since Conan did not wish for the women of Akatsuki to engage in such activities, he figured it would be better to have the White Zetsu transform into beautiful maidens and handsome fellows to cater to the clients. Come, tell me where the White Zetsu reside. I shall personally visit with Nagato and Conan to invite Mr. White Zetsu back into action. Akatsuki nodded emphatically. He had saved enough money for Lord Madara. It was time to step back from the limelight. In a world filled with great sages, none could compare to Akatsuki. Oh, am I truly so remarkable? Yet, I have my reasons for departure, Yahiko-san. Sai, go on. Yahiko feigned helplessness with a dismissive wave of his hand. Akatsuki remained unmoved, his heart as steely as iron, acting only under Lord Madara's command. He stormed out. Someone, remove the door. It obstructs my view of Akatsuki's retreating figure. Yahiko suddenly bellowed. Akatsuki did not look back. Yahiko, exasperated, thought, in this state, how can you not recommend a White Zetsu for me? Go away. Just consider my heart fed to the dogs. Meanwhile, underground, Akatsuki returned with a phone and the distinctive stinky tofu from Songa Tower. The White Zetsu looked curiously at their long-absent leader. Uchiha Madara, engrossed in reading a newspaper, instinctively sniffed the air, only to be assaulted by a foul odor that churned his stomach. Did you eat excrement? He snapped. No, Lord Madara, look what I've brought for you. Akatsuki placed the bricks and stinky tofu before Madara. Remove these items from my sight. Madara held his breath, a look of disdain crossing his otherwise stoic face. Come on. Try a taste, Lord Madara. Akatsuki chuckled, spearing a piece of the blackened tofu with a skewer, ready to deliver it to Madara's mouth. You vomit. Do you wish to die? Madara glared at Akatsuki with his Sharingan activated. Akatsuki, disappointed, retracted his hand. Only then did Madara deactivate his Sharingan and glance at the bricks laid before him. Did you purchase this with the money you earned? A fleeting complexity crossed his mind. In the next moment, Akatsuki shoved a piece of stinky tofu into Madara's mouth. Madara, the other White Zetsu. Did the earth just quake? The elderly residents of the nursing home, engrossed in their chess game, were startled. Did Akatsuki just tremble? Now, all was tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Elder, why is the chessboard overturned? I have no idea. Yahiko, napping in the office, was jolted awake. What just happened? Madara, panting heavily, his mouth smeared with remnants of stinky tofu sauce, glanced down to see a lifeless Akatsuki sprawled on the ground, clutching a brick tightly. Madara felt a sweetness in his mouth and instinctively licked his lips. Suddenly, he fell silent. He looked at the disarray of stinky tofu and at the brick tightly held by the fallen Akatsuki. Turning away, he resumed reading his newspaper. It seems Akatsuki is to be forsaken by Lord Madara. It appears so. The White Zetsu were dumbfounded, too frightened to approach the fallen Akatsuki. Even Black Zetsu was stunned. Had the White Zetsu base not been well constructed, would Madara not have been buried alive? Akatsuki, go check on my heir, Madara suddenly spoke, tossing a summoning scroll to Akatsuki without looking back. Hey, Lord Madara. Akatsuki, still alive, quickly recovered thanks to possessing Hashirama's cells, springing back to his feet. Upon opening the summoning scroll, expecting some tool, he was astonished to find it contained 20 million ryo. Am I, Akatsuki, a wealthy man now? Get lost. Indeed. After emerging from the depths, Akatsuki's first order of business was to head to Songa Tower, where he packed several portions of food. Stinky tofu. After witnessing Lord Madara lick it, he began to crave it. It seems he likes it. Along with crispy roasted duck and whole roasted lamb, he spent a staggering 1 million ryo. He had little concern for money and no concept of its value. The food was delivered to Madara before Akatsuki took his leave. In the office, Yahiko observed the returning Akatsuki. On the table lay 10 million ryo, a gift from Akatsuki. You say you wish to purchase the newspaper? Yahiko scrutinized Akatsuki, unable to fathom his intentions. Lord Madara enjoys reading the newspaper, Akatsuki stated. He believed that a weekly publication from the 3 major newspapers of the shinobi world was far too leisurely. After all, he wanted to ensure that Lord Madara had a newspaper to read each morning. That won't do, not to mention your insufficient funds. The newspaper is the voice of our Akarigakure and cannot be handed over to a private buyer, Yahiko rejected firmly. Prior to publication, everything had to pass through his scrutiny for verification before being released. Matters concerning the village's public opinion were not trifles. Is that so? Yahiko, my dear, Akatsuki said, swaying his body to seduce Yahiko, enunciating each word. Water release. The nursing home gasped in shock. 2 earthquakes in a single day. Chapter 55, The Uchiha of the Land of Lightning. Charged with tasks from Madara and Yahiko, Akatsuki journeyed to the capital of the Land of Fire. The Konoha ninja students, having committed misdeeds, were confined in a dimly lit cell. It was apparent that, at such a tender age, they all sported the same undercut hairstyle. Reminiscent of a punk style. Obito, sporting an undercut, leaned against the wall, bored, cradling his head with both hands. Just moments ago, he had been the loudest among them. Asuma, take down that noble. Asuma, are you blind? The ash nearly landed on my face. Asuma was a year older, yet he found himself imprisoned alongside the younger students. Unashamedly tossing his undercut. Those guys called us filthy street sweepers. I couldn't hold back. He wondered if this would endear him to Rin. During the earlier scuffle, that noble lady had glanced at him twice. Perhaps she harbored feelings for him? Hibiki, donning a headscarf that concealed a slick undercut, stroked his chin thoughtfully. A bunch of fools. Kakashi was also present, having come as a chunin to protect the children, inadvertently caught up in the mess. This batch of students was not wanted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amidst the chaotic hairstyles, a straightforward watermelon head could be seen. A child with thick eyebrows and large eyes clutching his knees, feeling somewhat out of place. I was clearly using taijutsu. Why am I being confined? Youth. Is my father deceiving me? Outside, the nobles of the Land of Fire were nearly at each other's throats with the Konoha ninjas. We won't release them, but we might consider it. Orochimaru, do as you please. Orochimaru's nonchalant attitude infuriated the nobles. They were accustomed to being revered wherever they went. The 3rd Hokage. Even the 1st Hokage's presence is futile. Today, no one dares to let them go. They publicly humiliated our children. It's a slap in the face. The nobles glared at the mid-aged Maru Hashikage sent by Sarutobi, filled with disdain and anger. Send more shinobi. Is there no one left in Konoha? Call for Minato Namikaze. That's right. Have Minato Namikaze come and discuss this. Recently, a saying had circulated. If you seek help in the Land of Fire, look for Minato Namikaze. Within Konoha, the 3rd Hokage had capable individuals, but in the Land of Fire, they only recognized the legendary Minato. Watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, Akatsuki reveled in the chaos. Was the Land of Fire truly starstruck? News of the incident reached Akarigakure, leaving Yahiko speechless as he gazed out the window at the streets of Akarigakure. Was this not sheer folly? The esteemed Watergate, so burdened with responsibilities, is being summoned to fetch people for the sake of fanfare. Such demands are, in some respects, excessive. His master, ultimately, fails to comprehend that there can only be one spokesperson in the Land of Fire. He is oblivious to the concept of self-sufficiency, relying entirely on the funding from the feudal lord. Before one can confront external threats, internal stability must be assured. The internal discourse within the Land of Fire is rife, rendering Konoha incapable of achieving significant change. Yahiko feels a certain emptiness, prompting him to commission a custom-made short cigarette holder, though he does not smoke. He intends to wield it as a prop for melancholic gazes out the window, exuding an air of pretentiousness. Yahiko, there are unusual movements from the Uchiha, Nagato announced, rapping lightly at the door as he entered. Yahiko nodded in approval. Nagato is indeed commendable, unlike Danzo, who at least understands the courtesy of knocking. What unusual movements? Yahiko inquired, gesturing for Nagato to take a seat at his desk. Once seated, Nagato elaborated. The Uchiha have learned of Obito's capture and are mobilizing their entire clan, even recalling those on missions abroad. If the capital does not release him, they intend to storm it. Yahiko coughed slightly, taken aback. The Uchiha truly are something else. He found himself at a loss for words. How could their actions surpass even the original narrative in madness? What had Danzo achieved during his months of scheming? With nearly 200 pairs of Sharingan, Danzo must be at his wit's end, unable to devise a strategy. This is the audacity of the Uchiha. While their intentions are commendable, Yahiko does not advocate for violence as a solution. The nobility cannot simply be eradicated through bloodshed, much like the shinobi clans. They possess knowledge. And as long as even one escapes, centuries later, they could rise again, armed with that very knowledge. Thus, Yahiko established schools and martial halls, aspiring to provide ordinary people with the opportunity for advancement. With a 7-year-old awakening a Sharingan, the Uchiha are bound to protect such talent. Had he known last year, he would have insisted on bringing Obito back at all costs. Nagato gazed at him with admiration, but soon a hint of disappointment crept in. In the shinobi world, nearly everyone covets Obito, from Madara down to Yahiko and Nagato. Moreover, unbeknownst to many, a faction of Uchiha has been hidden in the Land of Lightning, and they are now being summoned back to their village. Nagato suddenly chuckled, recalling something. Another 20 pairs of Sharingan should give Danzo quite the headache. Uchiha hidden in the Land of Lightning? Yahiko mused, his mind racing. Where could the Uchiha have come from in the Land of Lightning? Wait. Oh. Nagato, I absolutely adore you. Yahiko exclaimed, leaning forward with excitement, grasping Nagato's hands, locking eyes with him intensely. Nagato, flustered, turned his gaze away. Yahiko. Just as Yahiko was caught in this fervent moment, Konan entered, and upon seeing the scene, she exclaimed, should I apologize for interrupting? Ha ha ha, your timing is impeccable. Yahiko laughed heartily, releasing Nagato's hands. At this moment, I wish I could drag Tsunade away from her gambling at the film set outside the village to show her this. The mobile phone launch has been postponed for 2 days. Nagato and I have matters to attend to, Yahiko said, brimming with enthusiasm, nearly forgetting about the often overlooked force within the original narrative. Under the puzzled gazes of both Nagato and Konan, Yahiko dialed a phone number, summoning Kakashi to his office urgently. Kakashi, assuming something dire had occurred, rushed over, clutching a well-worn copy of Payne's past work, The Southern River, not even pausing to set it down. What happened? He asked, slightly breathless upon arrival. We're heading to the Land of Lightning, Yahiko stated. We'll discuss the details on the way. Time is of the essence. Yahiko lamented his inability to use the Flying Thunder God technique. He resolved that next time, he must trick Watergate into coming along, getting him intoxicated to teach him the technique. Konan, I entrust the village to you, Yahiko declared, handing her the documents and pen, placing the village in a state of temporary governance. I suspect you merely wish to escape work, Konan sighed, accepting the pen with delicate hands. The focus is on Kakuzu, she noted, glancing at him. Rest assured, Yahiko replied. In the 5 great nations, aside from Konoha, everyone is eagerly observing. The Hidden Mist Village has also made an appearance, unable to resist the unfolding drama. Given the Uchiha's current fervor, should Konoha fracture, they might seize the opportunity to gain a foothold. Unlike the minor skirmishes against the Akatsuki, when faced with a major power like Konoha, the 4 great shinobi villages would not hesitate to strike. Hanzo of the Salamander, merely witnessing the situation, felt despair. Old man, print more copies of the Iwagakure early report. He commanded. State that Konoha and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire are at odds. Instruct our spies to be ruthless. It would be best if one could infiltrate the prison and eliminate a Konoha Ninja Academy student. The 3rd Kazekage declared, I don't care. I just want Konoha and the feudal lord to sever ties. The 3rd Mizukage added, our Mist Village supports Konoha's independence. The 3rd Reikage pondered aloud, Yahiko from the Akatsuki wishes to pay us a visit? What could be his purpose? Chapter 56. Who says A is inadequate? A is magnificent. The Hidden Cloud Village is perched atop towering mountains, shrouded in clouds. Upon their arrival, Yahiko and his companions experienced mild altitude sickness and oxygen deprivation. Fortunately, as ninjas, they adapted within minutes. At the village's entrance, A and Killer B were dispatched by the 3rd Reikage to welcome Yahiko. Initially, the Reikage had contemplated executing the cattle thief on the spot. However, prior to Yahiko's visit, news of his diplomatic efforts with the Hidden Cloud Village had made headlines, capturing the attention of the entire shinobi world. Long time no see. How have you been? Has your little dog grown? Yahiko greeted. Killer B responded. Hey, nice. A pair of scissors and a heap of nonsense. You just want to beg me to return, don't you? Nagato and Kakashi covered their faces, witnessing yet another episode of Yahiko's antics. Ahaha. Yahiko, it's great to see you again, A exclaimed, extending his arms for a hug, but Yahiko sidestepped him. You weren't like this last time. You brat. A's eyes widened in surprise, but after Yahiko playfully punched him in the chest, they both shared a laugh. Returning the friendly jab, the third Raikage, not one to be outdone, recognized the opportunity for publicity, as the local press was in desperate need of buzz. A throng of reporters surrounded them, snapping photos with outdated cameras, the flashes nearly blinding Yahiko. The talking dog says he's here for Dog Weekly. Hoping to get a photo of me for some extra bones, Yahiko quipped. Yo, a talking dog. Killer Bee exclaimed, teacher. Bye. The two embraced, resonating with enthusiasm. Yahiko never anticipated that Jay Chou's rap could captivate Killer Bee so thoroughly. The reporters, growing increasingly red in the face, wondered what Killer Bee was doing. Wait, aren't you the third most important figure in our hidden cloud village? You can't act like this. Come on, let us show the teacher around the village. Yo, let us go. A and B led the way, but as Yahiko took a few steps, he sensed something amiss. Pausing to glance back at Nagato and Kakashi with a nonchalant toss of his head. Impressive. The two were left speechless. They had feared the hidden cloud village would be overly difficult, especially Nagato, who had often come to rescue small animals in the past, and now felt somewhat guilty. The hidden cloud village's people, while undeniably a gang, were also quite generous. In the morning, Killer Bee took the trio to witness a boxing match. By sheer chance. It coincided with the 277th MMA Boxing Championship of the Hidden Cloud Village. Two muscular fighters, bare-chested, wrestled fiercely in a cage. Yahiko's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly the romance of man. He eagerly signed up to compete, swiftly claiming the championship belt of the 277th MMA tournament. The pressure. A group of burly, muscular men gazed in awe at Yahiko, who shone brightly under the spotlight. Below, they felt a surge of competitive spirit, tearing off his shirt to reveal his powerful muscles. Flexing his biceps. Elbow strike. He charged at Yahiko with an elbow jab. Master of Hunyuan Taiji Quan Yahiko. Lightning 5 strikes. Yahiko, mighty, mighty, mighty. AI. Aura, aura, aura. At noon, Karabi treated everyone to a feast of roasted whole beef. The black cattle from the land of lightning, weighing 1,000 pounds, were generously coated with sea salt and black pepper, slow roasted to perfection. Had the late Hachibi been able to savor such a meal, he would not have sought after anything else, and Chun Yuliang would not have faced defeat, rendering the Qing dynasty's entry into the realm impossible. The apprentice's efforts were not in vain. Yahiko, whose upper body was wrapped in grand bandages, eagerly tore into the beef leg. Beside him, AI was in a poor state as well, with one eye swollen and bruises adorning his body. Despite his youth, Yahiko's strength was formidable. Without the use of chakra and relying solely on raw physical prowess, had he not been preoccupied with training in the gym daily, he could have easily bested AI. Yahiko relished the moment, and today AI urged him to exert himself fully, allowing him to enjoy the feast. Click. The sound of the camera shudder. Yahiko exclaimed, "This hidden cloud village. How utterly shameless." In the afternoon, at the gym, AI and Karabi devised tailored fitness plans for 3 individuals. In his youth, Karabi was but a scrawny chick, but now, does he know what it means to possess an 8-pack? They meticulously planned everything, from diet to fat reduction and muscle gain. Hearing that excessive training could lead to undesirable consequences, Yahiko pondered and decided to reduce the workload by 70%. Perfect, he declared. Nagato, make a note of this. Yahiko and Nagato jogged on the treadmill, and he remarked to Nagato that a gym must be established upon their return, enabling the villagers to cultivate robust physiques while generating additional income. Yet, he couldn't help but scoff. Do you really have treadmills in this gym? Click. Another shutter sound. In the evening, Karabi hosted a concert in the square. Initially, attendance was sparse, but word spread that the special guest was Yahiko. The previous concert in the Hidden Sound Village had stirred excitement in the Hidden Cloud Village, capturing the hearts of all the young villagers. At first, AI had intended to demolish the cinema upon seeing the Raikage, but the stark contrast somehow drew him closer to the youth of the Hidden Cloud Village, prompting him to relent. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the stage was denser than a pack of dogs, with all the idle youth from the Hidden Cloud Village in attendance. A glance revealed a sea of dark skin, with a few fair faces scattered among them. The dark were dark to the extreme, and the fair were fair to the extreme. My story unfolds because of you, my dear girl. During the concert, Yahiko sang a brief tune, yet Karabi felt unsatisfied. This is not the level of prowess one would expect from a teacher. At the last concert in the Hidden Sound Village, the teacher had mesmerized the audience. Thank you for coming to the Hidden Cloud Village. Thank you for gracing us with your presence here. Karabi rapped passionately with closed eyes. The audience struggled to endure, but before them stood Yahiko, ready to sign autographs. Young lady, be sure to study hard. Well, If not, that's fine too. Scanning the crowd, Yahiko spotted a girl with snow-white skin and golden hair. A few years his junior, eagerly gazing from the front row. He thought it rather absurd to be advising the children of the hidden cloud village to study diligently. He approached her and signed an autograph. Thank you. She beamed, satisfaction dancing on her face. Yahiko turned to retrieve more paper and a pen, only to be met with a frown. Wait, is that all you're signing? Do you know how hard it was for us to squeeze into the front row? Do you know the agony we endured to hear Lord Kurabi sing? Long ago, as the head of intelligence, Nagato silently documented Yahiko's actions. Yahiko was quite fond of having him take notes. You wouldn't want Conan to find out, would you? That night, in the hidden cloud office, the third Raikage ordered the village's Umbu to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and raid Konoha to capture more Jinchuriki. He examined Yahiko's itinerary for the day. Here to play, are we? Throughout the day, Yahiko had been frolicking with AI and Kurabi, casually winning a championship and hosting a concert. It seemed aimless, purely a reunion with Kurabi, fostering connections with the hidden cloud village. The next 2 days unfolded similarly. Observing this, the third Raikage grew apathetic, allowing them the freedom to roam as they pleased. He ordered the withdrawal of all Umbu monitoring them. With AI present, Yahiko and the others would not dare to act against the village. Kushina, I've got you now. Hey, shall we explore the land of lightning today? For 3 days. While AI was occupied with a mission, Yahiko was escorted by Kurabi to explore the hidden cloud village. With no festivals or special occasions in sight, there wasn't much to entertain them. Naturally, Kurabi, fearing punishment, sought the approval of the third Raikage. They were assured that as long as Kurabi remained in the country, they could go wherever they pleased within the land of lightning. Who says the third Raikage is unkind? He is simply marvelous. Yahiko exchanged glances with his companions, their eyes brimming with mirth. Chapter 57, The Bloodpool Clan. At the border between the land of lightning and the land of hot water, in broad daylight, clutching his stomach and desperately seeking a restroom was none other than Kurabi. Yahiko had administered a potent laxative over the past couple of days, with ample food intake. There was no way he wouldn't be in distress. Nagato, keep watch. Shikamaru and I are heading to the exile of the Bloodpool clan. Hearing this, Nagato gave an affirmative sign. Yahiko and Shikamaru set off towards the exile of the Bloodpool clan, while Nagato stood guard outside the restroom for Kurabi. Indeed, their trio's mission was directed at the Bloodpool clan. As descendants of Indra, akin to the Uchiha clan, their relationship paralleled that of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The members of this clan possessed a powerful bloodline limit known as the Blood Dragon Eye. When activated, it could unleash illusions comparable to the Uchiha's Sharingan on their foes, complete with skills such as enhanced perception, replication of techniques, and various ninjutsu. However, as fellow descendants of Indra, this clan had suffered greatly in the past. After one of their women married into the harem of the Land of Lightning's feudal lord, they were wronged, losing in palace intrigue, and the entire clan was exiled to Hell Valley. This left Yahiko with a heavy heart. It was likely that the Uchiha, in their desperation to rescue Obito, bore the scars of the Bloodpool clan's misfortunes. What brings you here? The clan leader, Yahiko, upon receiving the news, arrived accompanied by several clan ninjas. It was summer, and Hell Valley was surrounded by mountains, causing Yahiko to sweat profusely, struggling to breathe. Even the vultures dared not descend into this scorching hell that could melt stones. Their expressions were grim, not directed at Yahiko, but rather due to the oppressive environment. Is this where you reside? Yahiko surveyed the area, which appeared even more wretched than Sunagakure. It seemed they lived amidst the crevices of rocks. I happened to pass by and heard whispers of suffering and imprisonment within the ninja world, so I came to see. Is this how you've lived all these years? As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk. Yahiko had long since developed the talent to shed tears at will. He felt a sudden sting in his nose, turning his head away as if empathizing with their plight. The only sounds left were the sighs of Yahiko and his companions. Noting that Shikamaru was only half aware, he too yearned to voice the grievances that had festered for years, and thus began to recount the history of their clan. Long before the clashes between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, a woman from our clan married into the Land of Lightning's feudal lord as a concubine. She was gentle and beautiful, winning the lord's affection, yet drew the ire of the legitimate wife. Not long after, the lord passed away, and the legitimate wife falsely accused our daughter of being involved in his death, thus unleashing her wrath upon the entire Bloodpool clan. The legitimate wife employed ruthless tactics to uproot the Bloodpool clan from the Land of Lightning, exiling them to this Hell Valley, even enlisting the Uchiha clan to oversee them. Finally, hearing the detailed history, Yahiko was dismayed that proud descendants of Indra had been imprisoned in this desolate place due to the machinations of a woman. This only strengthened his resolve to reform the ninja world. "Follow me," Yahiko declared with unwavering determination. "You are unaware of our circumstances," Yahiko lamented, shaking his head weakly at the thought of the pressures bestowed by the Uchiha and the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning. Even though the Uchiha clan is temporarily absent, with no knowledge of their whereabouts, they are bound to return. Yahiko understands their apprehensions and decides to distract them for the time being. "This is Kakashi Hatake. To be candid, my master is the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, a true descendant of the Hokage lineage, and my uncle is Hanzo of the Salamander. Furthermore, I have a great apprentice named Killer Bee, who is the sworn brother of A from the Cloud Village. And I am Yahiko, widely known in the martial world as Little Hashirama, the leader of the Akatsuki village. Having established settlements in both the Leaf Village and the Rain Village, fostering national prosperity and stability." Yahiko introduced himself with a respectful gesture. The members of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha N, listened in stunned silence, astonished to discover such a figure as Yahiko existed in the ninja world. They had not heard of him, having fallen out of touch with the times. Their intelligence came solely from overhearing conversations among the Uchiha while they were detained. They seemed to recall Kakashi's name. Known as the White Fang of Konoha, who famously slayed the children of Chiyo of the Sand Village during the Second Shinobi World War. Kakashi Hatake, now known as the White Fang of the Akatsuki village. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya is his mentor, and the demigod Hanzo is his uncle, with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee as his great apprentice. Fearing that Uchiha N might doubt him, Yahiko produced a photograph featuring himself alongside Jiraiya, Hanzo, and Killer Bee. The camaraderie displayed in the photo suggested a deep bond. These individuals are renowned figures, even in their confinement in the Hell Valley. They have heard of them, powerful personas in the ninja world, and Yahiko claims to have connections with 3 of them. What an extraordinary young master has emerged to experience life. If you wish for me to join, you could have your serious-looking butler summon me directly. Yahiko also possesses a photograph with Minato, the future 4th Hokage, but he refrains from boasting about it for now. The Uchiha, possessing the Sharingan, were perceptive enough to notice the overwhelming chakra emanating from Yahiko. Kakashi, appearing to have dull eyes, nonetheless radiated an air of confidence that is not common among ordinary individuals. Yahiko understood that it was time to reveal the genuine proposal. The village now has an organizational structure. The people from Shandong were intrigued. The Bloodpool clan also felt a stir of interest. An organizational structure? What are the benefits? Yahiko replied, the Akatsuki village will establish a security department, with entry-level ninjas receiving a base salary of 6,000, along with provisions during festivals. Kakashi was taken aback. Are you granting me authority? Village Chief Yahiko. Uchiha N exclaimed joyfully. Mobilize all the clan members. We must leave this wretched place at once, he commanded the accompanying ninjas. What about the Uchiha? The clan members looked at Uchiha N with concern, their anxiety evident. Oh, that Uchiha Obito, who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 7, refers to me as Big Brother. Yahiko replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Uchiha, Bloodpool clan. This person truly exists. The Uchiha who guards them mentioned Obito during their conversations. Since awakening his eyes, Obito is no longer the same naive boy. Shortly thereafter, the Bloodpool clan gathered, albeit a pitiful assembly of 97 members. Had Yahiko not arrived, the Bloodpool clan would meet the same fate as the Uchiha, facing extermination at the hands of their own. They had little to pack. Each person brought a few changes of clothes and some rations, and thus, they set off with Yahiko. Chief, are we not going to verify anything before we follow? Along the way, a clan member whispered to Uchiha N. Fool, just look at the confidence radiating from Yahiko, the village chief. Do you think Akatsuki village is an ordinary village? It can't be that inferior to the 5 great shinobi villages, Uchiha N shot back. Indeed, perhaps the chief sees things more clearly, the clan member thought to himself. Kakashi led them back to the village first. Yahiko sought out Nagato. They needed to leave quickly, after having remained undetected in the Land of Lightning for several days. The third Raikage likely believed they were still frolicking with Killer Bee. They had already stolen cattle from the Land of Lightning, and now they were kidnapping people. If Yahiko were A, he would be furious enough to carve a path through Akatsuki village. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Akatsuki village's bloodline limit 1. Restroom. Oh dear, I forgot to bring toilet paper. Nagato, I need some paper. Nagato. That red-haired man left 10 minutes ago. Chapter 58, The Cosmic Security Force. Yahiko found Nagato, and the two quickly caught up with the group. To Yahiko's confusion, he saw Kakashi holding a dislodged eyeball, standing beside a middle-aged man with one eye blind, blood streaming from the eye socket. The other clan members, including Uchiha, could only watch helplessly. What is happening here? Yahiko inquired. Is Kakashi attempting to bully someone? How audacious. Kakashi smirked slightly and explained, he wanted to witness my strength. The Bloodpool clan, much like the Uchiha, had their share of eccentricities. Just moments ago, the strongest member of the Bloodpool clan, aside from the chief, sought to challenge Kakashi to a duel to test his abilities. The outcome was predictable. Kakashi triumphed effortlessly. However, the Bloodpool clan has a tradition. When challenging someone to a duel, the loser must offer an eye. Thus, the man presented his eye to Kakashi. Yahiko's expression stiffened at this bizarre tradition. They are just handing over their bloodline to an outsider? Mr. Kakashi, you now possess the right to wield the blood dragon eyes of my clan. Uchiha had no objections, and even encouraged Kakashi to don them. Should Kakashi wear them, he would gain a notorious title in the ninja world, Kakashi of the Blood Dragon Eyes. Uchiha was quite willing. Their clan could no longer afford to remain idle. They were on the brink of extinction. Kakashi, oblivious to Uchiha's ulterior motives, gazed at him with sincere expression. He couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth. Before this, he had feared the Bloodpool clan might be like the Uchiha, a collection of madmen. But it seemed that the Bloodpool clan was a forthright family. Yahiko stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should suggest that Kakashi exchange eyes. Kakashi's chakra was running low because of this reckless youth who lacked restraint. At such a young age, he had already mastered something that did not belong to him and utilized it daily. Of course, Yahiko referred to the three-tomo Sharingan. Change, Yahiko declared, orchestrating the exchange of eyes between the two. Kakashi would give his eye to Yahiko, and Yahiko would give his eye to Kakashi. Fortunately, the Bloodpool clan had medical ninjas on hand, and the exchange was conducted on-site. Simple and efficient. After a brief adjustment period, Kakashi squinted his original eye and used the Blood Dragon eye to survey his surroundings. Everything appeared to him as if it were in slow motion. The intricate details of the flowers and grass in the distance, the glistening nail polish on Yahiko and Nagato's nails, which were imperceptible to the naked eye, became crystal clear to him. Suddenly, he reached out and caught a flying mosquito. Damn mosquito. He casually crushed it. With a faint smile, he looked at Yahiko and Nagato, saying, I feel like I could challenge Hanzo of the salamander now. You brat. Yahiko rolled his eyes at him. Is this how everyone feels after awakening their eyes? Inflated with confidence, Nagato met Kakashi's gaze with his own. Having experienced an eye exchange, Kakashi swallowed hard. He was quite eager to try out the Rinnegan. However, he sensed that the Blood Dragon eye would consume a bit of his chakra daily, which was manageable given his skills with blades. Kakashi covered the Blood Dragon eye with his forehead protector, opting not to use it unless necessary. A good horse deserves a good saddle. A fine eye deserves a hero. Uchiha felt a glimmer of hope for the revival of their clan as he looked on proudly at the clan members beside him. 2 days and 1 night later, the Bloodpool clan, along with their families, was brought back to Akatsuki village by Yahiko. The third Raikage was furious upon hearing this news, smashing 3 tables in a fit of rage. Killer Bee has been punished by being assigned to clean the toilets. Initially indifferent, he was ready to deploy forces and engage in direct conflict. However, good news arrived from the newspaper office. The publication has revitalized, and more importantly, the Black Bulls of the Land of Thunder have sparked widespread discussion internationally. The reason? An article featuring Yahiko, who was depicted in the paper gnawing on a beef leg. The unscrupulous journalists have certainly learned how to ride the wave of popularity. Of course, Yahiko will undoubtedly issue a statement clarifying that he was indulging in the delicacies of the Akatsuki village, which has no ties to the Land of Thunder. At this moment, Shin of the Yuyukage castle stood in bewilderment. Under Yahiko's leadership, he returned to the village. As they entered the third ring, he led his clansmen in following Yahiko, Nagato, and Kakashi Sakomo. The 2 distinctive features of Akatsuki village, the Akatsuki number and the Gambler's Den, have already drawn a multitude of tourists eager to visit. These visitors have transformed into potential customers, contributing to the village's GDP alongside local merchants in the third ring. On the streets, one could already observe a diverse array of people from various nations, their fresh faces contrasting sharply with those of the Akatsuki villagers. The villagers of Akatsuki proudly wear a red Akatsuki emblem on their chests. Only those adorned with this badge can pass through the barriers set by the Uzumaki clan to enter the second ring. The second ring harbors secrets, which are the only intelligence the spies from other villages can glean before reaching the third ring. The third ring serves as the commercial street, devoid of any of the mysteries they seek. Without a badge, they cannot infiltrate the area. Any attempt to breach the barrier will result in them being marked. Following yet another round of the village's welcoming ceremony, Shin and his clansmen entered the village in a grand procession, naturally attracting considerable attention. They were still savoring the vibrant welcome song, sung by the children, which echoed the spirit of Akatsuki village. "Are these newcomers to our village?" someone remarked. They don't seem very spirited." Discussions began to arise on the streets. The expressions on these individuals' faces revealed a hint of dejection, a consequence of long-term depression that had gone unaddressed. Kakashi Tsukumo cleared a path. Yahiko led them towards the residential area of the second ring. In Akatsuki village, civilians and ninjas reside separately. This centralized living arrangement facilitates unified management and command, ensuring that ninjas can swiftly regroup upon receiving a mission, thereby enhancing their efficiency in responding to various emergencies. Unlike Konoha, where everyone lives together in a chaotic mix, mobilizing during crises would be cumbersome. The reason Shin of Yukage Castle appeared dazed was that upon entering the ninja district, he discovered there were only about 130 to 140 ninjas in the entire village. Yahiko confirmed this figure, stating that there were a total of 136 ninjas, excluding the higher-ups. "We've boarded a pirate ship," Shin thought, tears of unwillingness welling in his eyes. With only 136 ninjas, even the poorest Suna village can muster over 10,000. Faced with the Uchiha or the Cloud village, it would be akin to an ant challenging a towering tree. "Do not panic. We have our own," Yahiko calmly said, wiping Shin's tears with paper. Shin ceased his weeping and turned his gaze towards Yahiko. "Who could possibly be so formidable as to allow us to stand against the 5 great nations? Not even Jiraiya, Hanzo, or Killer Bee could manage that." That would naturally be Nagato," Yahiko replied. During Tsunade's tenure as the 5th Hokage, Konoha was rebuilt from the depths of despair. And who caused that pit? It was Pain's doing. The ninjas of the Bloodpool clan were assigned to reside in the ninja district. The district was spacious, allowing freedom of habitation. Ordinary clan members were settled beside the Uzumaki clan, living in companionship. Early the next morning, construction teams began erecting the buildings planned by Yahiko adjacent to the ninja district. The Uchiha police headquarters in Konoha features an eye-catching emblem, a design composed of shurikens and the Uchiha clan's fan. Under Yahiko's design, Akatsuki village's emblem will be a combination of shurikens and a red Akatsuki cloud. The building is named the Universe Police Headquarters, with Yahiko appointed as the captain and Shin as the team leader. The responsibilities of the Universe Police encompass patrolling the village and maintaining public order in the vicinity. Although the building is yet to be completed, ninjas from the Bloodpool clan have already donned uniforms hastily produced by the construction workers. The navy blue police uniforms instill a newfound sense of righteousness in them. One by one, the ninjas of the Bloodpool clan, clad in their uniforms, entered the dojo to accommodate their new arrivals. Today's curriculum primarily focused on the topics of ninjas and civilians. Holding the teaching materials, Senryu cast a meaningful glance at them. "I hope you do not act like the Uchiha," he mused as he began the lesson. Upon exiting, the members fell into deep contemplation, their gazes resolute as though they were ready to join a cause. Yet, they were also apprehensive, fearing that the villagers might regard them with the same disdain the Konoha citizens held for the Uchiha, viewing them as ferocious beasts. The Uchiha assigned to guard them exuded an air of hostility, proclaiming, "Better to be the warden of the Hell Valley than to remain in Konoha and endure scorn." As they patrolled the streets, several villagers cast admiring glances their way, raising their hands in salute. "What? It seems we ninjas can indeed coexist harmoniously with the villagers?" Each face was adorned with smiles. They were experiencing the feeling of being respected for the very first time. Eager to reciprocate, they became more diligent in their patrols, intervening even in petty disputes between dogs and cats to preserve the village's decorum. After a day of patrolling, they were eager to sample the much-praised Yao ramen from the locals. Approaching the food cart run by the husband and wife team, they found a queue of students and working adults. Engaging in light-hearted conversation about their day, they joined the line with laughter. "Uncle, you've worked hard all day. Please eat first," said a few familiar faces from the front of the line. Standing before them were the likes of Izumiyama and Kojiro, who looked upon the members of the Universe Police with admiration. The books had taught them that in times of danger, only the ninjas of the village would selflessly come to their aid. The adults, having undergone literacy and ideological education, knew that the peace of a village depended on whom they relied upon. They cheerfully stepped aside to make way. Tears dampened the pork knuckle noodles. In the absence of comparison, one cannot feel pain. Reflecting upon the Uchiha contrasted with their own situation, they patrolled the streets, questioning their worth. The Bloodpool clan was truly moved to tears. The noodle vendor did not opt for a deliberate free meal, but quietly added a few extra pieces of meat to their bowls. It was a mutual gesture of goodwill. While the Konoha folk feared the Uchiha, they would part ways in the queue, unsure whether to even pay, perhaps even receiving their meal for free. Over time, this fostered a sense of alienation from the Uchiha. The Uchiha, in turn, grew indifferent, and fear only served to bolster their arrogance. The reason the Uchiha could not integrate into Konoha lay in these very aspects. In contrast, the people of Akatsuki village embraced the Blood Pool clan, treating them with the care and respect akin to their own kin. This is the distinction. Following this day, the Blood Pool clan had truly become an integral part of the village. Upon returning, they continued to work on the building and even advanced salaries to the Blood Pool clan members, with no sign of protest from Kakuzu. Upon inquiring with Conan, it was revealed that this old rascal had taken up a part-time job as Jiraiya's manager. The duo was busy securing advertisements throughout the ninja world. It was Yahiko's indulgence in beef that prompted Kakuzu to discover this lucrative opportunity. Kakuzu was open to any endorsements, from infertility treatments to sanitary napkins. There was nothing he wouldn't consider. Coincidentally, Jiraiya's love for travel aligned perfectly with Kakuzu's ambitions. Tomorrow is the press conference. Are we holding it internally within our village? Conan, clad in her uniform, inquired of Yahiko. Yes, but until our technology surpasses that of several generations ago, we must keep this under wraps. Chapter 59, Nagato. You are too short, aren't you? In the first ring, Yahiko casually found a house, remodeled it, and decided to host the press conference there. Outside, the Blood Pool clan diligently maintained order at the scene. Below ground, Uchiha Madara, upon hearing of this event, closed his eyes, pondering in silence. Once the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, he had dispatched individuals to oversee the Blood Pool clan and was aware of their potential. Had they truly been swayed by Yahiko? Above his head, two members of the Blood Pool clan stood guard outside, while an event was underway inside. Within the confines of the Akatsuki, only Afe possessed the badge that permitted him to move freely within the first ring. Ben opened his eyes, observing the substantial brick that Afe had left behind before heading to the Land of Fire to gather intelligence. At this moment, that brick held little significance for him, as he had no friends to call. A sense of loneliness enveloped him. In the days leading up to the event, he had daily heard Mayahiko's loudspeaker proclaiming that the new phone was revolutionary, an absolute marvel. Such extravagant language. Behold, this palm-sized square in my hand, Mayahiko exclaimed, addressing a throng of reporters from the village, surrounded by the village's upper echelons and eager citizens. He grandly introduced the 35-inch golden-sized phone. I shall name it the village's pride, the glory of Akatsuki. Behind him, a screen illuminated the various features of the phone. The focal point, of course, was the former grass-hidden village's alliance with the Blood Pool clan of Yuya Castle. Culture. That was the unique hallmark of Akatsuki, a means to allure the masses. And the price? Kakuzu, who had returned to the village, sat in the front row, arms crossed, his curiosity piqued. Excellent question. Mayahiko waved his hand, and the number 16,999 appeared on the screen. A gasp resonated throughout the room. Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction. The cost was merely 300 ryo, a staggering 56-fold increase. Mayahiko had matured. He was no longer a child. The villagers gathered to witness the unveiling felt a twinge of discomfort. A single phone equated to a C-ranked mission. As villagers, they were entitled to certain privileges, but such an exorbitant price was indeed painful. Nevertheless, it was within reach. Their wages were 2 to 3 times that of laborers from outside the village, and they had saved a substantial amount. However, Mayahiko soon delivered a piece of exhilarating news. Those with the old bricks can exchange them for a new phone at our store. We will assess them on-site and pay immediately. Oh, the village leader was extraordinary, but he cautioned, remember, once you leave the village, the phone will be unusable unless connected to our Akatsuki internet. Mayahiko detailed the terms of use. As the event concluded, he privately approached Kakuzu and remarked, you aren't busy, are you? How about a trip to Konoha? Kakuzu's eyes lit up at the prospect of earning more money by selling the outdated bricks in Konoha. Why conceal the first and second rings so deeply, if not to keep other villages unaware of internal matters? Mayahiko continued, instructing Kakuzu to handle the entire affair, determining how much to sell and at what price. He believed that if the larger nations deemed the prices too steep, they could simply choose not to purchase. He certainly did not wish for any discord with Kakuzu that might prematurely ignite the third Great Ninja War. The conference took place in the morning, and by the afternoon, the phones were flying off the shelves. Almost the entire population of Akatsuki village had become enamored with the mobile games. Despite their simplistic nature, being merely 2D games created by Bailu, The crude graphics still managed to astonish the villagers. Outside the phone store, young couples eagerly exchanged their old phones for the new village's pride, squatting outside to activate and play. Hey, Nagato, does mine look long? It's even longer than mine. At that moment, Nagato felt a pang of inferiority as he watched Conan, her snake in the game, twice the length of his. I suppose I really lack gaming talent. I'm better suited for fighting. At this juncture, Conan glanced at Nagato's phone and chuckled. Nagato, yours is a bit short, isn't it? Haha. The taunts echoed in Nagato's mind. What did you say? He exclaimed, his eyes turning crimson. Nagato, don't be like that. I'm scared, Conan said, shaking his sleeve. She resolved not to mention anything about length again. It's just the snake that's short, she thought, vowing to articulate her words more clearly next time. Nagato took a deep breath and gently explained, understood. Let's go again. Betting on his manhood's dignity, he refused to allow Conan to look down on him. The phone's price was a concern for some, who wondered if it was worth tightening their belts for such a purchase, curiously gathering behind Nagato, already uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Nagato's unease intensified upon hearing the skeptical murmurs, nearly igniting his temper. Could one still be belittled while playing a block game? As the moment drew near, he suppressed his rising anger, switched to the snake game, and changed the software. Hey Nagato, have you switched games? How did you level up so quickly? As they moved into the city, Beilu was swiftly running out of steam. He had expanded his dedicated laboratory, which was now brightly lit and filled with scientific apparatus. The floor was littered with strands of white hair, evidence of sleepless nights spent in intellectual anguish. Despite being a biology student, just look at what he was researching now. Before inventing the village's pride phone, he had first created the big butt computer. After all, the difference between it and the old brick, which only made calls, was akin to that between Tyson and Taylor. He needed to embed complex software into it. Yahiko had even come to name the big butt computer boiling. Indeed, it was rather heated, as Beilu lacked experience and had not implemented cooling measures. With a dozen computers running at high speed in the lab, they emitted waves of warmth. At this moment, the former biology student had his shadow clones at the computer, managing programming, art design, and sound settings in succession. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the lab. After long hours of sleeplessness, Beilu's breathing had become erratic as he fixated on Yahiko, who approached with an eager demeanor. I've already created the snake and block games for you. What else do you require? Noticing Beilu's near breakdown, Yahiko felt a hint of guilt but knew that a few mini-games wouldn't suffice. Make a leaderboard feature for competitive scoring. Beilu groaned, clutching his head in agony. Yahiko recognized that this was not an ideal situation, yet it was how things began. The initial struggle would eventually lead to comfort, even immersing oneself in the ocean of science. Chapter 60. Those who offend the Uchiha shall be pursued, regardless of distance. What else? Besides the leaderboard for users to compare scores, do you have any other requests? How about a fruit slicing game? Without further ado, Yahiko declared, I'm leaving now. I'll check back with you later. Sensing the concealed murderous intent emanating from Beilu, he hastily exited the depths of the lab, leaving behind a small gift. In the small box were 2 Sharingan and a note. The Sharingan had been preserved from a fallen member of the Bloodpool clan. Unlike the Uchiha, who had been imprisoned for years, their dignity shattered, they no longer cared about the bloodline limits. As long as it could enhance the clan's prestige and strengthen the village to protect their kin from oppression, they were willing to sacrifice anything. All the Sharingan accumulated within the clan had been surrendered. Yahiko had not treated them poorly, moved by their plight. He had provided support that nearly surpassed the benefits given to the once flourishing Uzumaki clan. In his youth, Beilu had been the scapegoat of Konoha, enduring relentless bullying. Unlike Jiraiya's carefree disposition, he was deeply sensitive. In those moments, he had sworn through tears that Konoha must recognize him. Yahiko understood his yearning for strength and thus gifted him a pair of Sharingan. Beilu glanced at the accompanying note. Yahiko, heroes of the world are as numerous as fish in a river, but you, Beilu, will always be my first. The elder has already begun researching the sealing technique for the Sharingan's activation switch. Rest assured and install it. By the way, do you like the Seven Tails? If given the opportunity, I shall undoubtedly bring you along. Can you manage to capture Nanako? Bairu chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was somewhat embarrassing for Yahiko to continually press Bairu and paint grand visions. Perhaps it would be prudent to find him an accomplice. Just before Kakazu rushed toward Konoha under the cover of night, Yahiko imposed an urgent command. He must ensure the capture of a certain individual named Toyano Hosuke from Konoha. Should he succeed in this endeavor, a bonus would be awarded at the end of the year. This Toyano Hosuke was none other than the head of the scientific ninja tools team in Boruto, who had developed tools capable of storing jutsu. even crafting a prosthetic arm for Naruto that could absorb chakra. Such advancements would indeed showcase the prowess of our technology, serving as a direct substitute for the Rinnegan. With wealth as his motivation, Kakuzu was driven. Accompanied by the village's personnel responsible for the signal boxes in Konoha, he set off under the veil of night. Within 2 days, they infiltrated Konoha. After registering with the gate guards, Kakuzu was granted entry without suspicion, as the cinema was owned by members of the Akatsuki. Upon entering Konoha, Kakuzu inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of money. He surveyed the bustling streets, noting the stark contrast between the villagers, who bore no burdens at their waists. Unlike the Akatsuki members who were often laden with large bricks, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. With no one available to attend to Kakuzu, the children from the ninja academy had been brought back by Minato. However, the ambitions of the Uchiha clan had been ignited. That day, Kumogakure had once again dispatched operatives to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, only to be thwarted by Uchiha Mikoto, who happened upon the scene. The security in Konoha resembled that of the Light Kingdom from the M78 Nebula. High emotional intelligence might describe it as hospitality, while low emotional intelligence would deem it mere bureaucracy. By a stroke of luck, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was not captured, but Uchiha Mikoto was mistakenly apprehended instead. You mean to say that the Uchiha pursued and rescued Mikoto while eliminating all the Umbu sent from Kumogakure? Their heads were left hanging from trees near the execution grounds? In the office, the F4 had gathered, alongside other pivotal figures from the village, the head of the Umbu, the leader of Konoha's Jonin, and Orochimaru, all in disbelief at the message conveyed by the Umbu. The Umbu nodded nervously, forever haunted by the scene he had just witnessed, a multitude of blood-red eyes, adorned with tomo, fixated on him. Informed the third Hokage, those who offend the Uchiha shall face retribution, no matter how distant. If Kumogakure seeks conflict, let them confront the Uchiha. When we Uchiha roamed the land of lightning, the Yatsuki clan was yet to be found. Anyone who dares to bind an Uchiha has already sealed their own fate. The land of lightning is destined for ruin. A horde of defiant Uchiha jeered at the lone Umbu. The Umbu reminisced, while Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of discomfort. This rabble was unhinged. Do they not understand that war leads to death? How long has it been since the Second Shinobi World War ended? If one were to ask who yearns most for peace, it would undoubtedly be Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is no jest. Before becoming Tobirama's student, he was nurtured by Hashirama, molded into the Hokage that Hashirama envisioned. Compared to Tobirama, Hiruzen placed greater trust in Hashirama's teachings. Hashirama once told him while patting his head, "My dear monkey, a world where people understand one another will eventually come. Look, the leaders of the 4 villages can now grasp my thoughts. Does that not prove my correctness?" Madara was surely mistaken. Hiruzen believed wholeheartedly in this sentiment. Third Hokage, we must engage. The Uchiha can lead the charge. Ever since the Uchiha had awakened their Sharingan, Danzo had heard such delightful news for the first time. The Uchiha were to represent the village in battle against Kumogakure? Splendid. They would exhaust one another, while the village could merely manage logistics and cheer them on. Hiruzen cast a wary glance at him. The risks involved were too great. He could not consent to this. Danzo, perceiving Hiruzen's hesitance, realized the latter was adhering to the ideals of the first Hokage. But you, a mere monkey, cannot claim the mantle of the strongest Hokage without possessing the strength of the first. Their gazes locked. Tension filled the air as both sides prepared for an argument. Let's publish a newspaper to clarify the events surrounding this incident. At that moment, Orochimaru's raspy voice intervened, halting the impending conflict. Kumogakure has insulted us gravely. I shall pen this issue of the newspaper. Tsunade concurred with Orochimaru's sentiment, her anger palpable. Another coward unwilling to fight. Within the office, aside from Danzo, there were no Uchiha present, and the others held a predominantly negative view of warfare. Deaths would ensue, resources would be squandered, and crucially, they would gain little in return. Recently, Orochimaru had discovered that during the 2 Shinobi World Wars, Konoha had not fared as well against the Akatsuki and the Rain Village in their skirmishes. After that battle, the 2 villages had forged a pact, effectively planning beneficial developments such as trade. Each village had taken what they needed from the aftermath. Unlike them, who merely sought monetary compensation and a larger share of missions, only to be left with nothing. The Uchiha's disposition ultimately proved to be a double-edged sword. Hiruzen looked at his trusted aides in the room, weary as he rubbed his temples. Chapter 61. Why does this large brick feel so worn? Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. I have business to discuss. As the meeting was in session, Hiruzen heard Kakuzu's booming voice. A dark cloud hung over him, and he temporarily set aside the Uchiha matter. instructing his eldest son, Sarutobi Shin, to manage the easily ignitable villagers, while summoning Orochimaru to bring Kakuzu forth. Before long, Kakuzu entered, following Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked his lips. Intrigued by the business Kakuzu proposed. Business? Are you here to negotiate with me again? This time, we might not need to engage in a strict deal. Is it to be 50-50 or 60-40? Konoha receives 60, you take 40. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a smile. Previously, Kakuzu had risked his life for profit. The cinema was a venture they could not comprehend, and it had ignited a viewing frenzy in the village, allowing Kakuzu to rake in substantial gains. Under the scrutiny of Konoha's high-ranking officials, Kakuzu casually produced a phone. Demonstrating its function, he showcased its capabilities, and the room quickly grasped its significance. 520,979. 9 corresponds to Ku and 7 to Shin. One could not deny the depth of Minato's affection for Kushina. This was the couple's matching number he had purchased for her in the Akatsuki village. As Kakuzu explained, the atmosphere grew somber, with everyone grappling with the implications of Minato's gesture. The signal tower had already been affixed to the Konoha telephone poles by Kakuzu's orders. Once the number was dialed, it rang twice before being answered by a female voice. This contraption is not useless after all. It actually rings? Who is this? Minato? Was that not Kushina's voice? The room's occupants suddenly became animated, turning their attention toward Kakuzu. Hello? Without acknowledging the eager Kushina on the line, Kakuzu abruptly ended the call. What do you think? Do not underestimate this device. Even if the other party is far away in the land of Earth, as long as there is a signal, they can be contacted instantly. Kakuzu, having produced a small stool from who knows where, plopped down and lounged with his legs crossed. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, "Damn it. This seems to be precisely what we need." If Kakuzu's claims held true, he could potentially manage a task force executing missions with just a phone call to my Hokage office for guidance during crises. Kakuzu wore a subtle smirk, casually swinging his legs. The F4, having dealt with Kakuzu before, were well aware that he had no intention of allowing Konoha to profit any further. They turned their attention to Orochimaru. Logically, such an invention should also be within Orochimaru's capabilities. If he were to delve into research, he could surely develop it, for he was indeed a man capable of creating clones. At this moment, he merely shook his head. When there are readily available options, why not make use of them? How much? Sarutobi Hizashi gritted his teeth, a concealed humiliation glimmering in his eyes. Let it serve as an apology to the Uzumaki clan, he repeatedly reassured himself. 2,999. Kakuzu announced a figure. That doesn't seem overly expensive, Mito Minion remarked in surprise. Indeed, a few D-rank missions undertaken by the village's lower ninjas could cover that. Nara Shikamaru observed with satisfaction as he regarded Kakuzu. The Akatsuki village wasn't entirely devoid of taste, after all. Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled. Perhaps that young lad Yahiko has grown up and become more sensible. With a grand gesture, Sarutobi Hizashi consented to this trade deal. However, Kakuzu had an additional request. He stated that the signal tower would require periodic chakra infusions from the Leaf Ninjas for power. Logically, the communication fees should be charged to Yahiko's account, and the Uzumaki clan should dispatch someone to supply the energy for the signal tower. Yet, Kakuzu never allowed himself to be at a disadvantage in business. The 29.99 was merely a threshold established by the Leaf. Prior to arriving, Kakuzu had an inkling that the Leaf would undoubtedly agree to this deal, having already laid the groundwork for the signal box on the route from the Akatsuki village to the Leaf. South, here is the village chief's phone number, Kakuzu said as he completed the phone card transaction. Upon entering the service area, Sarutobi Hizashi declared, "Top up the account." South, the ninja world understands English. Sarutobi Hizashi pressed the letters corresponding to the digits on the large brick one by one. After a considerable time, he finally comprehended. I'm getting old, truly old. I can't compare to the youth of today. If only Yahiko could have been born in my era. The call connected. This is so-and-so. Yahiko's voice resonated through. Hello, it's me, Sarutobi Hizashi. Oh, Sarutobi Hizashi, are you interrupting my gaming? The distorted audio from the large brick nearly deafened Sarutobi Hizashi. Gaming? This large brick can play games. How does that work? Although uncertain of the situation, Sarutobi Hizashi smirked and refused to hang up. If you hang up, I'll send someone to attack your village. The silence on Yahiko's end was deafening. My esteemed master, what can I do for you? It's nothing serious. One grows fond of conversing with the younger generation as they age. Hearing Yahiko's gritted teeth, filled with impotent rage at his inability to retaliate, Sarutobi Hizashi felt as invigorated as if he had just downed a large bowl of ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. Following this, Saratobi Hisashi engaged in nearly 5 minutes of banter. Just as he was about to throw in another jibe, a notification interrupted. Your account has run out of balance. Please recharge promptly to restore normal communication services. Thank you for using our service. For inquiries, please call customer service at 12138. Suddenly, Kakuzu's pre-recorded voice emerged from the large brick. Out of balance? Didn't I just top up with 300? How could I be out of balance in less than 5 minutes? He glared at Kakuzu, whose expression behind the mask resembled that of a crooked dragon king, as if he had anticipated this. Is the call rate really that high? He exclaimed angrily. Where's the high cost? Long-distance calls have maintained this rate for years. Don't spread falsehoods. Reflect on whether your salary has increased or if you've put in the effort over the years, Kakuzu retorted. The population of the Leaf Village surpassed that of the Akatsuki village, and there were far more wealthy individuals. Once the large brick store opened, numerous individuals with disposable income flooded in. Lin, I snagged the last one. As a prodigy who awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 7. Uchiha Obito's allowance was no trifling sum. After all, among those under 15 in the Uchiha clan, he was the only one who had awakened his eyes while watching a movie. His clothing and living expenses were the finest among Uchiha children. Even having received personal guidance in ninjutsu from the clan's sub-leader, Uchiha Fugaku, it wouldn't be easy for Madara and Yahiko to pull off their next scheme. Convincing a beggar who has starved for half a lifetime to revolt against the emperor would be feasible. After all, he is truly starving and harbors genuine resentment toward the emperor. However, attempting to persuade a prosperous merchant who enjoys abundant meals and government rations to join in rebellion would only earn you contempt. Uchiha Obito was inherently privileged. He held a large brick aloft. Obito, why does this phone seem rather outdated? Lin tilted her head, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Obito too felt somewhat perplexed. It did seem a tad worn, as if it had been previously used. And there was even a string attached to the end. Chapter 62. What did you just do to my phone? Because that's the only kind of phone you can afford. Kakashi had just completed a mission when he purposely strolled past the phone shop, using the village's first-generation model. It had been delivered by Kakuzu, who charged 50 silver in delivery fees. Kakashi rolled his eyes, inciting Obito's inexplicable fury. Used phone? What do you mean, Kakashi? Are you saying I'm using a second-hand one? What kind of joke is this? No joke. There's nothing to say to a failure who hasn't even registered with the Akatsuki village, Kakashi replied, shrugging in response to Obito's furious glare. Obito, fuming, rubbed the top of his head, activating his Sharingan, and thrust the large brick into Lin's hands before charging at Kakashi for a duel. Why was he so audacious? Because he had the confidence that came with being an Uchiha. Obito, don't. Nara Lin attempted to restrain Obito, but her efforts were in vain. Obito, having lost his rationality, launched a punch imbued with a fierce wind. Kakashi sidestepped but was caught off guard when Obito suddenly executed a sweeping kick, sending him flying. Kakashi was taken aback, astonished at Obito's recent progress. He had let his guard down. Come again. How can one describe heavy rain? Stop it. Please stop. Don't fight anymore. Please stop. The Leaf accepted the price of 2,999 for the phones. However, they truly could not accept the cost of long-distance calls at 10 to 120 silver per minute based on distance. Why the hell didn't Kakuzu just rob a bank? Within the village, charging 1 silver per minute for calls was also quite expensive, yet they could somehow accept that. Mr. Kakuzu, won't pricing at this high be detrimental? A concerned sales clerk from the Akatsuki village gazed anxiously at Kakuzu. No worries, I possess what he lacks. To make a profit, one must be bold. Kakuzu thought of the countless bills haunting the village's accounts. If he didn't act this way, the village would inevitably face bankruptcy. Very well, if you say so. What can a mere sales clerk do? I will lower the prices for both the phones and calls. Just as Kakuzu continued to instruct the sales staff that prices were not to be lowered, an unusually arrogant voice erupted from outside. Lower the prices for phones and calls. Who do you think you are? Kakuzu seized a stool and rushed out. Who said that? A slightly plump youth and a stout, bushy-browed child trembled in response. Noticing their unusual demeanor, Kakuzu approached them and inquired, Are you the ones wanting to lower the prices? If you're so impressive, why don't you ascend to the heavens? No, I was just joking with Fangzhu. The stout boy quickly waved his hands in explanation. Fangzhu. Kakuzu recalled Yahiko's request before his arrival. He was to capture someone named Yamanaka Fangzhu and bring him back to increase their bonuses. Yamanaka Fangzhu? Upon hearing this, the slightly plump youth stared blankly at Kakuzu. How do you know my name? Hee. Kakuzu refrained from elaborating, swiftly grabbing Yamanaka Fangzhu and pulling him close. And you? Kakuzu queried the stout boy. Raiden Min Electrode. The stout boy stuttered in reply. Fine, you may leave. Kakuzu had never heard of that name. He placed a call to Yahiko. Have you located Yamanaka Fangzhu? Indeed. Sarutobi, I will make the call to resolve this. Ensure that I get him back. What about the bonuses? Of course, of course. Hee, I will ensure it is done. By the way, this lad has a friend named Raiden Min Electrode. Should we bring him along as well? Kakuzu pondered for a moment, contemplating how beneficial it would be to find a young lad to serve as a personal aide for Hiruzen, who would be engaged in research and money-making all day. Just the thought of it made him slightly exhilarated. Raiden? On the other end of the line, Yahiko felt a sense of familiarity with the name. It appears that the invention of electric vehicles is credited to the Boruto series, particularly the Raimin electric family. If that is the case, then there is certainly potential for development. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. Bring that so-called electric kid back to me, and I shall speak with Sarutobi. All right. Kakuzu chuckled with delight. Doggone it. Kakuzu casually pulled Raimin Electrode closer. The two were brought back to the mobile phone service center. After a period of reassurance and grandiose promises, the two began to feel restless, wondering if they might indeed gain the favor of the village elder, whether through military achievements or scientific research. 3 years as a chunin, 5 years as a jonin? Indeed. Kakuzu nodded, sipping from the tea that had been steeped an unknown number of times, affirming their sentiments. Is it not astonishing that mere titles of chunin or jonin could evoke such excitement in them? The youth of today truly possesses a restless spirit. If they were to learn that one could ascend to the rank of general in the Akatsuki village, with all the accompanying benefits, pension, insurance, and more, would they not be overjoyed? Kakuzu spat out tea as he observed the two excitedly embracing each other. Returning this, a youthful voice piped up. Did you sell me a second-hand phone made of gold? Or is the cord fashioned from gold? Selling it to me for 2,999? I refuse. Kakuzu turned to see a child with a punk hairstyle and goggles. I run a mobile phone shop. Why would I sell you a second-hand device? He rolled his eyes. Look at this cord. It's already worn out. You claim it's not second-hand? Replace it with a new one. Unable to endure the boy's incessant prattle, Kakuzu randomly selected a nearly new phone from behind the counter and handed it over. A classic case of hunger marketing, understood by those in the know. Obito was taken aback, realizing there were phones available at the service center. He exclaimed in frustration, "Isn't this still old? Are you finished yet? Do you want it or not?" Having never encountered such an audacious shopkeeper, Obito, in a fit of rage, drew a kunai and struck the phone with it. "Are you seriously attacking my phone?" Moments later, Obito experienced his first harsh lesson from society. It turned out that the Uchiha clan was not invincible. He had not been defeated by Kakashi, but he certainly had not emerged victorious against Kakuzu, who left him bruised and battered. "If you seek trouble in our Akatsuki village, if you weren't just a child, I would teach you a lesson," Kakuzu said impatiently. "Akatsuki village? Are you one of Yahiko's people?" Obito stared intently at Kakuzu. "What the hell? He is Yahiko's heir. Do you dare strike me?" After attending school for a few days, Obito had gained some insight. Having already mapped out his future path, at 20, he would take over the village from his elder brother. At 21, he would return to Konoha to compete for the position of Hokage, and at 22, he would merge the two villages. Just the thought sent shivers of excitement through him. If he could accomplish this task, he would surpass all predecessors as Hokage. Such aspirations were beautiful, yet reality was harsh. He could not even protect the woman he cherished. Rin had been lured away by Kakashi to play a game, and in a fit of rage, he had sought out the mobile phone shop. "You little brat. You've made me look foolish in front of Rin. That dog of a Kakashi can bark at me all he wants." Hearing Obito's familiar tone, Kakuzu nearly developed glaucoma. Had Yahiko not been so young, he might have suspected that Obito was Yahiko's illegitimate child conceived with Konan. Chapter 63. Akatsuki Village can gather intelligence through phone surveillance. Do you want a phone like Shikamaru's son? Seeing Obito's demeanor, Kakuzu realized that matters could not be resolved lightly. Thus he produced his own village's first-generation model. It was not one he purchased, but rather one Yahiko had prepared for him in case he could not be contacted. "How I desire this," Obito thought, dreaming of a phone adorned with a cloud logo. "I'll sell it to you for 20,000 ryo." 20,000 ryo? So expensive. Obito looked at Kakuzu, bewildered. Where would I even find 20,000 ryo? Hey, where did Shikamaru's son go? I seem to recall he took a young lady somewhere to have fun. Kakuzu suddenly pondered aloud. Obito's face turned pale at the thought of Rin adoringly leaning towards Kakashi while they shared a phone. I'll go ask Uncle Fugaku for a loan." Watching Obito's retreating figure, Kakuzu smirked, feeling in control. After concluding business in Konoha, Kakuzu hurried to the Land of Fire to meet with the daimyo. In no time, large bricks became the craze throughout the Land of Fire. Having completed his itinerary in the Land of Fire, Kakuzu swiftly made his way to the village hidden in the clouds. Meanwhile, Yahiko was in the research lab at the push of the city, alongside his assistants, Yano and Ryman Electrode. The trio was tackling a challenging problem posed by Yahiko. With the sweltering summer heat, how could air conditioning not be a priority? It must be said that their discussions expedited their progress. Yahiko, unable to comprehend their jargon about compression and evaporation, played with a bulky computer, accessing the telephone exchange. He could now eavesdrop on any conversation within the ninja world occurring over the phone. Feeling a thrill, he realized that he could monitor real-time communications from any notable individual. As their phones were customized, AI, currently on a call, Yahiko remained wary of the village hidden in the clouds, having discovered that they had infiltrated Akatsuki village with numerous spies. All the infiltrators were swiftly apprehended by the elder, revealing their lack of moral fiber. Unlike the individuals who had been trained like pastries, entangled in dilemmas, Yahiko simply sealed their chakra and sent them to the rain village for labor. The village hidden in the clouds harbored ill intentions. He directly manipulated the computer to begin his surveillance. On either side of the computer sat two small speakers, and suddenly, AI's laughter filled the air. Ha, Kushina Uzumaki, next time, I won't let you be so fortunate to escape. Kushina retorted angrily. Minato won't let you off the hook either. Yahiko's expression grew peculiar as he was unexpectedly reminded of his past life encounters with AI. Garbage. Get out of my head. Jiraiya, currently on a call. Yahiko had initially intended to tune out, but after not seeing his teacher for a long while, he felt a sense of obligation to check in. Jiraiya's voice, laden with flirtation, reached his ears. Do you want to see how fast my hands are? Hee, of course. They are quick. Haven't you seen it in the movies? Where shall I meet you tonight? Unknown woman. Stop it, Jiraiya-sama. Yahiko pondered. Can I join their channel and say a few words? He queried, casting an odd look at the three beside him. Bairuhu shook his head in disapproval. He was somewhat speechless but had grown accustomed to it. Jiraiya had always behaved this way in his youth. Yano and Ryman Electrode exchanged glances, astonished that the individual who had just behaved like a teddy bear was indeed Jiraiya. Tonight, I brought oil. Toad oil. Jiraiya continued speaking for a few moments, leaving Yahiko, a young man, blushing furiously. Truly, his teacher was remarkable. Such insights were rare. Bairu, confused, wondered what the oil was for. Grilling meat? But wasn't tea toad oil typically used in conjunction with fire techniques? The other two quickly grasped the implication, their youthful exuberance causing their hearts to race. Abandoning their experiments as they exclaimed, Village leader Yahiko, you should switch to someone else to listen. Very well. Yahiko couldn't help but question whether Jiraiya's inability to win Tsunade's affection before turning 50 was intentional or merely accidental. After all, had he succeeded, wouldn't that have shackled him? Jealousy welled within him as he pulled out a handkerchief and dialed Tsunade, who was at the gambling house just outside the village. Tsunade, forget the money, we don't want it. Listening to the pristine audio quality from the first-generation model, the sounds of collapsing tables and pleas for mercy from patrons filled Yahiko with delight as he continued to observe the screen. Danzo has a phone too. Shimura Danzo, currently on a call. It made sense. Root had long been engaged in covert operations, and having a phone for remote command was indeed convenient. As for the expenses, there are some funds here and there, merely trifles. Yahiko eavesdropped decisively. No. He listened openly. Danzo's sinister voice resonated. Where did you acquire my phone number? What business do you have with me? Lord Danzo, spare me. Our grass village has maintained a close relationship with the Leaf Village since its inception. One must consider the past. Our village's founding leader once lamented, wishing he could have been a Leaf citizen. This sounds oddly familiar, akin to a sycophant's tone, Yahiko pondered. It's Grasamang, a voice beside him, Bairuhu, reminded. Indeed, I nearly forgot. He had given me 5 million last year. At that moment, Danzo, perplexed, inquired, spare you? What do you mean by that? In the root base? Danzo was utterly bewildered, glancing at oil girl Ryoma as if to question whether he had ever interacted with Grass Village. There were too many small nations he had dealt with. He couldn't recall them all. Damn it. Last time in the office, Sarutobi, that old monkey, kept insisting that he was targeting Grass Village, even accusing him of taking 5 million in under-the-table dealings. Now, this leader from Grass Village somehow obtained his newly acquired phone number and immediately pleaded for his mercy. Could it be that he truly did something? Yet, he genuinely couldn't remember. Ryoma shook his head. Lord Danzo, at that time, Grass Village was in turmoil. You mentioned watching them fight amongst themselves, allowing us to benefit as the fishermen. Hence, there was no targeting. Danzo nodded, pressing his mouth close to the brick. Did you hear that? I have never targeted your Grass Village. At that moment, Grasamang, stationed at the base, was utterly bewildered. You have never targeted my grass village. Not to mention last year when you commanded Minato to demand people and extorted me. This year, isn't Akatsuki a subordinate village to the Leaf? After all, Yahiko took Tsurukyu to be the military instructor of the martial arts hall. The ninja world has long regarded Akatsuki as a protective barrier established by the Leaf against Hanzo. After all, without clandestine assistance, how could a ninja village be established amidst the flames of the Second Ninja World War? Chapter 64, A Dream of Nank. Madara's contemplation. He cautiously inquired, "So, Lord Danzo, did you not indeed send Minato to Grass Village to demand people?" Hearing Grasamang's words, Danzo was nearly infuriated. "Shake your head. Listen carefully. Is there water sloshing inside? Can Minato be my subordinate? Can I command Minato? Is Grasamang lacking in intelligence? Or is he intentionally stabbing me in the back? A genius like Minato, could that old monkey Sarutobi possibly have a hand in him?" Listening to Danzo's slightly agitated voice, Grasamang began to realize, so, it was not Danzo who came to demand people that day. He glanced toward the location of the Uzumaki clan, suspecting it was likely a disguise by Akatsuki. Damn it. I had always believed that the Leaf was wary of Uchiha misunderstandings, secretly nurturing the Uzumaki outside, given the long-standing enmity between the two clans. So, was it likely that he was deceived that day? In the laboratory, Yahiko slammed his hand down on the computer desk. Who sold the phone number to Grass Village? Has the secret he concealed for so long been exposed? After eavesdropping for so long, Toya and Raimon, somewhat clueless, found themselves saying goodbye right after meeting. At this rate, is Akatsuki to meet its end? Once Grass Village consolidates, it will boast around 2,000 ninjas, whereas Akatsuki has scarcely 300. What to do? The two were panicking, casting worried glances at Yahiko, then at the approaching Baru. Baruhu formed hand seals. "You two should take a rest for a while." He extended his hand to seal their five senses. He approached Yahiko, sharing first-hand intelligence. "Fortunately, you are here," Yahiko expressed gratitude, patting his hand reassuringly. "Indeed," Grasamang interjected. "Lord Danzo, you may not be aware, but last time Yahiko came to Akatsuki, he demanded 70 million ryo in your name. I argued that Lord Danzo is not one to extort." He said. Danzo interjected. "What did he say?" Grasamang replied. He said, "Lord Danzo, I dare not say." "Speak." He said that when Lord Danzo asks you for money, it's a favor to you, and you should not be ungrateful. If you refuse, the next time could be rude. "Lord Danzo, forgive my directness, but isn't this tarnishing your reputation?" Danzo's tone was ambiguous. Yahiko felt a sense of helplessness, wishing he could reach into the screen. At that moment, he was solely focused on retrieving the tormented brothers of the Uzumaki clan, never intending to demand 5 million. It was offered to him. And how had it escalated to 70 million? Grasamang remarked, "I always thought that the rat-like, sharp-faced scoundrel couldn't possibly be a subordinate of Lord Danzo. What a pity about the 70 million ryo." "Enough," Danzo exclaimed. "I said enough, get lost." Enraged, Danzo hung up the phone. Grasamang was uncertain whether to feel furious or relieved. Furious because he had indeed been deceived that day. Relieved because he now knew Akatsuki had no ties to the Leaf and could act freely. The great nations had signed non-aggression pacts, which did not concern the small nations. Akatsuki may lack military prowess, but its ability to generate wealth was undeniable. Capturing Akatsuki would allow him, as its leader, to easily free himself from the constraints of the Grass Country's daimyo. Furthermore, he had heard that Yahiko's beloved girlfriend was exceptionally beautiful. Known as the first aloof goddess of Akatsuki at such a young age, Grasamang had a penchant for other people's daughters. If he could bind Conan to his bed. Grasamang instinctively swallowed hard, commanding his trusted subordinates to gather in the operations command room. His subordinates, who had once deceived Yahiko, were equally furious. They had forgotten how they had once lured and then tormented the brothers of the Uzumaki clan with bread. Gazing at the map of Akatsuki, Grasamang declared, "I will not rest until I avenge this grievance." Grasamang unified the fractured Grass Village once more, defeating the little Dr. Sarutobi Tsurukyu, leaving him with barely a piece of land, showcasing his considerable political acumen. Yet, some voices of dissent arose. "Leader, we have just unified the village, and our ninjas have yet to acclimatize. Engaging in battle with Akatsuki at this time would be disadvantageous. Indeed, Grass Village has faced years of conflict, leaving its citizens in disarray. Our ninjas yearn for peace. Even if we achieve victory now, it will not be a grand one. We should train our ninjas. Await the opportune moment. Perhaps we can win without engaging in battle. Moreover, we lack the funds to continue fighting." The two spoke in unison. Had Yahiko been present, he would have provided support to these two scholars. but Grasamang promptly dismissed them. The remaining individuals in the operations command room erupted in excitement. Once war was initiated, they would earn military achievements, and with achievements, they would acquire wealth. Grasamang smiled at his remaining trusted subordinates, his eyes revealing disdain for Akatsuki. Our grass village boasts 2,000 ninjas, flourishing in strength. It's merely Akatsuki. The previous conversation was merely an attempt to sow discord among our ranks. The leader is correct. Even the leaf does not concern itself with Akatsuki. How could they withstand our shuriken? His subordinates nodded in agreement. Having made the decision to fight, Grasamang immediately rallied the ninjas of the village. As the two had mentioned, Grass Village was running low on funds, and the daimyo was unwilling to allocate resources. Thus, Grasamang opted for grave robbing. In Akatsuki Village, all ninjas were summoned by Yahiko. In the streets, children were puzzled as to why these usually well-trained adults seemed somewhat frantic. The school was on summer break. The children remained oblivious to the imminent threat posed by the encroaching Grass Village. Absolute Zero, you are truly wonderful, in Shichika Tower. Sho and his companions were treated to meal after meal by White Zetsu and Ah-Fei. This restaurant was certainly not one that ordinary people could afford. A single specialty dish, fried stinky tofu, cost 8,000 ryo per serving. Ah-Fei did not eat, but he loved treating his subordinates to meals at Shichika Tower. Boss Ju, would you like to take away a portion of stinky tofu and sweet and sour pork? Here at Songa Tower, the proprietor, invited by Yahiko, greeted the esteemed boss Ah-Fei with a beaming smile. Ah-Fei nodded in acknowledgement. The proprietor extended his hand, a gesture signifying their mutual understanding. Ah-Fei, feeling a tad awkward, unfurled the scroll. Had he truly consumed 20 million just like that? The proprietor chuckled, and Ah-Fei joined in the laughter, albeit nervously scratching his head. Moments later, the four were unceremoniously ejected from Songa Tower. How dare they indulge in a free meal without money? Do not underestimate Ah-Fei's poverty. Ah-Fei, feeling a bit humiliated, discreetly slipped away after bidding farewell to his three subordinates. He returned to the underground base, where Madara had developed a commendable habit of perusing newspapers: Akatsuki Village News, Iwagakure News, Akarigakure News. These were mere trifles for his leisure. Yet, he held a particular fondness for the Akatsuki Village News, where the occasional column of amusing stories featured snippets from the land of Huaxia. A dream within a dream. Madara sometimes found himself admiring Yahiko's imaginative prowess. What if a person were to attain wealth and glory, only to awaken one day and realize it was all but a fleeting dream? Such a hollow joy could drive one to despair. Was the Moon Eye plan truly right or wrong? Yet, the Moon Eye plan was inscribed on the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, a testament to the Uchiha clan's legacy. At this moment, in Madara's heart, the Sage of Six Paths still outweighed Yahiko. His aunt had passed away. Ah-Fei returned with a cheerful demeanor, glancing at the scattered remnants of takeout boxes around Madara. Perhaps it was time for White Zetsu to tidy up after Lord Madara? Chapter 65. Yahiko confronts Nagato, a willing combatant and a willing recipient. Lord Madara. In such a manner, this and that, White Zetsu No. 2 appeared and addressed Madara. Grass Amajirai had mobilized troops to attack Akatsuki Village. At this juncture, the village was not united against a common enemy. Rather, it seemed that the vessels of my eyes and Yahiko had descended into internal strife. Madara was taken aback. He had anticipated that after unifying Akatsuki, Grass Amajirai would turn his attention to Akatsuki Village. Akatsuki was not like Amigakure, where conditions were dire, producing only a handful of ninjas over decades. The leader, Grass Amajirai, was not as reasonable as Hanzo the Salamander, who espoused morality. He was but a fickle figure. Yet, at such a critical juncture, as White Zetsu indicated, Nagato and Yahiko had begun to quarrel. Madara suddenly chuckled lightly. The nature of his amusement difficult to discern. Was it self-mockery or sheer exasperation? A dream within a dream. Even if infinite Tsukuyomi was a mere illusion, it was undoubtedly sought after by the scheming ninjas. If Nagato and Yahiko could engage in internal discord, what of his own past with Hashirama? What was left in this ninja world that was genuine? Madara had lost all hope for the shinobi realm. Lord Madara, about that phone. Ah-Fei, noticing Madara lost in thought, cautiously interjected. He had painstakingly earned money to buy a large brick of a phone, only to find that a new model had been released shortly thereafter. The crux of the matter was that he had already squandered 20 million. Madara was well aware of the newly released phones, his icy gaze fixed on Ah-Fei. Do you presume I have an abundance of retirement funds? Lord Madara, the remainder is for Obito's living expenses. Do not harbor any illusions. To understand why Yahiko and Nagato had come to blows, one must journey back half an hour earlier to the Akatsuki Village Assembly Hall. Unlike the high-ranking meeting room, this space was vast, filled with numerous seats occupied by the village's ninjas. All eyes were fixed on Yahiko in the main seat. So what are your thoughts on this battle? Yahiko surveyed the room before speaking indifferently. Bamboo Willow. I should have perished long ago. If I could watch 2 movies before I die and hear Lord Yahiko's teachings, then I would welcome death. Maki and Luffy had been toiling in the fields these past few days, adjusting the straw hat gifted to him by the villagers with a smile. I wish to be a commando, exclaimed Kakashi. Konan was absent, her whereabouts unknown. After all, Yahiko often ventured outside the village, and she undertook many responsibilities in his stead, such as the 600,000 explosive tags. Haydn was also missing, engaged in business discussions outside. On one chair rested a first-generation phone from the village, maintaining communication functionality, while the laboratory's Baloo was eavesdropping. At this point, Yahiko felt a twinge of frustration. He had stated that A would strike B, and B would incur no communication costs, yet Haydn did not believe him, insisting that he sought to swindle him out of money, thereby missing this meeting. Bamboo Willow, Kakashi, Luffy, and others bore expressions of concern, though occasionally their faces twitched, as if stifling laughter. Inari had his clan's eyes fixated on the new world. He had no retreat, only the path of darkness ahead. In the past, with fewer than 50 ninjas in the village, they dared to rescue the Uzumaki brothers. Now that the village had grown stronger, fear was an impossibility. How many years had passed without witnessing the village leader in such a state of disarray? It seemed this matter was of great import. The other ninjas in the village showed no fear, yet some perceived a hint of trepidation on Yahiko's face. Surely, they were mistaken? Before long, Yahiko provided them with an answer. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, pondering for a moment before seeming to arrive at a significant decision, weakly stating, "Let us surrender." After speaking, Yahiko's entire demeanor seemed to diminish. What kind of jest is this? Who dares to impersonate the esteemed leader? In an instant, an uproar erupted within the assembly hall. Look at the leader's expression. It seems he is genuinely furious. We must tread carefully. Inari, initially flustered, nearly reverted to his primal instincts until he heard someone beside him speak, prompting him to realize the leader was fishing for compliance, intending to eliminate those in agreement as a sacrificial offering. It must be so. Just as he was about to take action, someone was faster. Nagato, seated beneath Yahiko, abruptly slammed his hand on the table, standing in outrage. What nonsense are you spouting? Surrender? My Uzumaki clan has red hair. We do not surrender. How infuriating, many thought, allowing Nagato to speak first. Very well, if the second and third wish to speak, it is not impossible to earn points in the leader's eyes. Without waiting for their input, Yahiko snapped at Nagato. Nagato, are you questioning my decision? Gasp. The assembly collectively inhaled sharply. Had the leader just revealed his true sentiments? This was unexpected. Nagato suddenly appeared bewildered, staring blankly at Yahiko. So you truly wish to surrender? What nonsense are you uttering? With our Akatsuki village's strength, how could we possibly win against Akatsuki in a frontal assault? You. Nagato stood, and the elder Jonin also rose, both pointing accusingly at Yahiko, their tempers flaring. Kakashi pulled the elder back, patting his shoulder, as if to say, "What is this old man getting so worked up about?" His expression was one of urgency as he awaited a definitive response from Yahiko. Others were equally anxious. Leader, we haven't even fought yet. Who knows who might emerge victorious? Are you belittling the esteemed warden who possesses the blood dragon eye? I have made my decision. Yahiko cast a conflicted glance at the crowd before resolutely stating. Nagato contested. I disagree. The village is not without fighting spirit. Why must we surrender? Nagato exhibited a sentiment akin to, we are prepared to fight to the death. Why does the leader wish to capitulate? What if I insist? Yahiko narrowed his eyes at Nagato. Anyone wishing to surrender or negotiate with Akatsuki must first sever my head. Nagato replied coldly. The two did not raise their voices, yet their tones were frigid, devoid of emotion. Nagato gazed at Yahiko in despair, as if seeing him for the first time after years of acquaintance. So you are so fearful of death? Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. Inari, witnessing the lack of confrontation, felt his anxiety heighten as the two titans of Akatsuki clashed in their opinions. The other ninjas regarded the expressions on Nagato and Yahiko's faces with scrutiny. Under normal circumstances, given the closeness of the leader and Nagato, one would believe that their union could bear fruit. But today, the atmosphere felt starkly wrong. In the next moment, Yahiko's reaction intensified their concerns. Do you dare defy me? Yahiko's eyes remained narrowed. Please, Nagato, cease your incessant questioning of me, if you would be so kind. I must know, if you felt this way. Why did you not simply depart back then? Nagato's disappointment in Yahiko was palpable. What did you say? You insolent fool. Conan should have allowed you to starve back then. Very well, summon someone to drag Nagato out and administer 10 strikes with a rod. And what of it? If you possess the gall, strike me 80 times. Do you think I would shy away from such punishment? Warden, captain of the Universal Guard. Inyuji, why do you linger in silence? Tsukumo Hatake, upon hearing this, instantaneously appeared beside Nagato and sighed at Yahiko, while Inyuji, after some internal conflict, ultimately chose to heed Yahiko's command. Yahiko, you shall undoubtedly regret this. I am the village leader. Yahiko turned his back, unwilling to witness Nagato being dragged away, his face a mask of resentment. I wish to hear the sound. Upon this command, those present with a modicum of experience regained their composure. Yes, indeed, I wish to hear the sound. Conan should have allowed you to perish from hunger. You would not have been pleased had you truly starved. Chapter 66. Investing heavily in ninjutsu. Pong, pong, humph. Outside, the sounds of Nagato receiving blows and muffled groans echoed. To their astonishment, Yahiko was indeed striking him, a development they had never anticipated. What was the village leader planning? Subsequently, Yahiko articulated a plan for surrender, which naturally fell on deaf ears. Those wishing to offer counsel were forcibly silenced. Time reveals true character. After prolonged exposure, one learns of the village leader's capacity for cruelty. A jest, perhaps. The ninjas of the village were to deliver their ninja tools to Conan, and no one from the grass village was permitted to resist beforehand. Yahiko emphasized the word deliver. Meeting adjourned. With all that needed to be said now spoken, once everyone departed, Yahiko pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping the village contained fewer fools than anticipated. Do you think I would allow the Akatsuki to discard the hidden village? I refuse. Outside, having endured the strikes, Nagato roared upon hearing this. You will surely regret this. I am the village leader. He bellowed outside, while Yahiko retorted from within. The Akatsuki was on the move. On the phone. South, are you still alive? 5209 by 9. What did you say? 80 strikes? How outrageous. South, serves you right. 5209 by 9. Is that what people are saying? Yahiko chuckled as he read a series of messages from a couple on his phone. He still needed to have Barryu hurry up and brew some green bubble tea. Those messages couldn't express emotions. The green bubble tea was out. He had to make sure to give Nagato a few cups. He decisively exited the messaging app and found Sarutobi Hizashi. Yahiko, is this the right line? Sarutobi Hizashi. Just in time, I was looking for you. On the other end, Sarutobi Hizashi answered promptly. The grass village is rather brazen. While the rain village at least warned the 5 great nations before striking, it seems this village intends to engage in war without declaration. Additionally, is this how the Uzumaki clan came into your possession? I am currently quite vexed. Yahiko replied. To be honest, I wish to purchase a ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hizashi paused. Ninjutsu? You wish to buy ninjutsu? As village leaders, why would you think I would be willing to sell you ninjutsu? Yahiko, because I possess wealth. Sarutobi Hizashi's interest peaked. How much? 80 million, for an A-rank ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback. How much? 100 million. Who raises the price right off the bat? My goodness. How much has Yahiko earned in the village? Sarutobi Hizashi instinctively swallowed, suppressing his astonishment. Now, tell me what ninjutsu you desire, provided it is not too excessive. I may consider it. Mutual explosive tags? You wish for that technique. Sarutobi Hizashi's face brightened as though he had just been relieved of a burden. Initially, he thought Yahiko would ask for the multi-shadow clone technique, especially with so many members of the Uzumaki clan. He had intended to refuse, but could not resist the gamble, hoping Yahiko wasn't too greedy. As it turned out, he had wagered correctly. Is that all? Since Tobirama-sensei invented it, the Leaf Village has not even glanced at A-rank techniques when selecting ninjutsu. Mutual explosive tags. This technique is considered dangerously high risk among forbidden techniques, and even Tobirama-sensei seldom employs it. The primary reason, it burns through money. 2 billion, if Minato-sensei delivers it. If he does not, I shall not part with it. Minato not only possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, but is also remarkably swift, making him the fastest ninja in the Leaf. 2 billion stung Yahiko's heart, but his ultimate goal remained to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato. Once in hand, 2 billion would be a small price to pay. He would readily part with 7 or 8 billion. At worst, he could charge more for the Leaf's expenses than other villages. Huffing and puffing, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi let out 2 heavy breaths. Elite ninjas like Kakashi, after a lifetime of completing 340 A-rank missions, earned approximately 3 billion for a mere A-rank technique, which is both tasteless and regrettable to discard. You would give it for 2 billion. Very well, You have not seen your brother in ages. It is time to catch up. Let me call Jiraiya and inform him not to wander about for performances. You two should have a good chat. Sarutobi Hisashi remained cautious, considering the possibility that Minato could be deceived by Yahiko. He was unaware of the recent developments. Even Keed and the others had not inquired about his well-being. Yahiko continued to play the role of a dutiful grandson, pondering if the vessel had begun to feel lost. At this moment, beneath the earth, Madara snorted coldly. He was fully aware of what transpired in the meeting room, as his underground base lay directly beneath the Akatsuki village. Had the foundation been laid deeper during the school's construction, Yahiko would have been one step ahead of him. It was nearly impossible not to know what occurred in the village. Regarding Yahiko, Madara had always believed this lad flaunted himself as a reincarnation of Hashirama while engaging in deeds that mirrored the teachings of that deceased white-haired fool. What is it to betray friends and family? Merely their true nature. Madara's prejudice against Tobirama ran deep, and it extended to Yahiko, who enjoyed playing in water. Collecting the nine-tailed beasts ultimately requires manpower. If he could guide Nagato to undertake this task, it would be fitting. Madara contemplated his plans for after his demise. Nagato's disappointment in Yahiko had bred skepticism about the world and a fervent desire for peace. At this juncture, he intended to send White Zetsu to provide guidance. A soft-hearted individual like Yahiko, who only engaged in schemes, could not bring about peace. Only through force, seizing the nine-tailed beasts, resurrecting the 10 tails, and unifying the ninja world through strength could true peace be achieved. How strange. Why did I suddenly entertain thoughts of unification? Perhaps after some contemplation. His internal balance now leaned more towards unification. Yet, in a world without Hashirama, what good would his unification serve? Without further ado, he commanded White Zetsu to closely monitor Nagato. Before long, White Zetsu delivered news. Nagato was attempting to rally the village's ninjas. Chapter 67. Hanzo the Salamander. Yahiko. He is this. In the nursing home, Nagato grasped Zhou Xian's hand, tears welling in his eyes. Grandpa Zhou Xian, you must support me, right? Zhou Xian patted Nagato's hand reassuringly. Perhaps the village leader is merely confused. You young ones should still have a good talk privately. Seeing this, Nagato gritted his teeth and, after much hesitation, cautiously inquired. If Yahiko insists on surrendering, can you support me, Grandpa Zhou Xian? Silence. Zhou Xian suddenly erupted, covering Nagato's mouth and cautiously glancing at the elderly individuals lounging nearby. He lowered his voice and said to Nagato, "This is not a thought you should entertain." The lounging elder citizens cast a glance at the two of them. Still acting, are we? In this secluded space, devoid of onlookers, who are they performing for? Do they truly believe their acting skills are commendable? I find their display utterly cringeworthy. Even those who have previously been involved as extras possess a modicum of talent. Just as the elderly villagers, with their tongues clicking in anticipation of stepping forward to seize their moment, the figure of Konoha's Shikaku suddenly materializes before Nagato, calmly stating, "Minister of the Mist, you have been relieved of your duties. Remember your current position." Still performing, the elderly villagers, in their helplessness, have begun to discern the intentions of the village chief. A feigned act of suffering? Although Yahiko, the village leader, wishes to conceal the truth from the world, they see through it effortlessly. Sigh. The thought of having to cooperate with a self-proclaimed master of theatrics, who believes they are pulling off an elaborate ruse, is truly exhausting. The incident involving Nagato's beating has been sensationalized by those with ulterior motives, spreading like wildfire. Within a mere day, the entirety of Akatsuki village is abuzz with gossip. Villagers speculate, the domineering CEO and his delicate wife? Are they about to enact a drama of her fleeing and him pursuing, with her struggling to escape? Outsiders inquire, what is this? The top two leaders of Akatsuki are in conflict? Spies stationed near the third ring promptly relay this news back to their respective villages. They fail to discern anything amiss and report the situation as it is. In Rain Village, the rain continues to fall. Upon entering, one finds the ever-watchful Hanzo, gazing out the window at the village. So it goes, he reflects. Lord Yahiko has seemingly lost his spirit. It appears you may have misjudged him this time. Hanzo remains silent, continuing to observe the scene outside, where villagers are receiving remittances from family members working in Akatsuki village, their laughter echoing in the air. After a long pause, he often exhales a sigh. You do not understand. Yahiko is striving to protect the villagers from harm. Engaging in battle? That would only lead to the suffering of innocent souls within our village. The Grass Village has a saying about sparing those who surrender before an attack. Yet after the village's downfall, they do not spare those who resist. Grass Village has indeed upheld that principle. It seems Yahiko's intentions are to protect the villagers. In contrast, Nagato does not share our Rain village's sensitivity towards emotions. As Hanzo elucidates this perspective, the villagers find an epiphany and fall into contemplative silence, realizing that the leader's words hold merit. Yahiko is indeed exceptional. Hanzo receives a thumbs up in response. The villagers promptly nod, acknowledging, Lord Hanzo, you are correct. Yahiko surpasses Hashirama. What should Rain Village do in response? They inquire. After all, many from Rain Village are employed in Akatsuki Village, and should the Grass Village conquer it, negotiations regarding wages would be moot. The free-spirited youth who have been reveling outside need to return to their senses. Hanzo, unwilling to assist Akatsuki Village, returns to his desk. On the table lies a roster, listing the names of the Rain Village ninjas he has high hopes for. At the top is Yahiko, followed by Conan. He glances at the third and fourth positions without a second thought. Regret washes over him. Why did he let those two promising individuals slip away all those years ago? In the Sand Village, recent political maneuvers by Raza have hindered Yagura's opportunity for revenge against Yahiko. At just 11 years old, Sasori lacks emotions. Yet he is not like Shabi. He doubts his ability to infiltrate Akatsuki Village alone. At Chiyo's abode, Sasori arrives with an impassive expression. What is Raza stirring up recently? He inquires. Sasori, you can't even bring yourself to call me grandma, Chiyo replies, her expression a mix of complexity as she observes him. How are things in Akatsuki Village? Chiyo, despite her reservations, relays the information she has gathered. The third Kazekage intends to cultivate a successor. Raza has set his sights on the position of fourth Kazekage. And Yagura seems to share that ambition. The two are currently forming alliances. The Grass Village aims to annihilate Akatsuki Village. The third Kazekage is aware of this news. However, the presence of Rain Village between them complicates any potential advantage they might seek. Sasori nods, turning to leave without a backward glance. Without the third Kazekage as a puppet, he embarks on a solitary path toward Akatsuki Village to claim his share of revenge. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Water are even further from Akatsuki Village. Without traversing one or two nations, they cannot even glimpse it. It must be said, the land chosen by Madara for Yahiko before the village's establishment is indeed commendable. Rain Village is Yahiko's maternal home, and Hanzo is almost enchanted by Yahiko, persistently writing letters urging him to return to the village to deliver speeches and discuss the revolutionary ideals of Akatsuki Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen detests war and refrains from instigating conflict. As such, Akatsuki Village need only contend with the Grass Village to the northeast. In Stone Village, it appears that only the Land of Earth has an opportunity to intervene among the 5 great nations. The Land of Earth shares a border with the Grass Village, and the Land of Earth might form a joint military force with the Grass Village to attack Akatsuki Village. However, he holds a grudge against Grass Village. Grass Village has slain numerous merchants from Stone Village. As for the treaty, he chooses to ignore it completely, unconcerned with martial virtue. He commands elite members of the Stone Village's demolition unit, Ko and Daitera, to lead 1,000 ninjas to seize a piece of the pie. The Land of Earth intends to take advantage of the chaos, targeting both villages simultaneously. Of course, he cannot overtly violate the treaty. Ko and Daitera change into Grass Village attire before departing. A phone call is made to Grass Village, but Grass Village dares not utter a word of dissent. Come, he urges, prior to the battle, the logistics must be ensured. The logistics department of Grass Village is currently preparing shurikens, explosive tags, and military rations for the impending conflict. Grass Village is not in a hurry at this moment. He instructs the intelligence organization of Grass Village to investigate specific information about Akatsuki Village. On the surface, he has indeed gathered clear data. Yet, this intelligence is rather peculiar. Yahiko has taken the lead in surrendering. Grass Village inquires of the intelligence officer before him. The officer, grave in demeanor, nods, affirming that they have not misjudged. A spy's call has revealed that in Akatsuki Village, it has spread that Nagato disagrees, leading to a violent confrontation during a meeting. Nagato has been struck with dozens of blows, rendered without position, and is now punished by sweeping the streets of Akatsuki Village's second ring, nearing the third ring by now. Grass Village, with a fluctuating disposition, ponders for a considerable time. Unable to make sense of it, he opts to summon his subordinates for discussion. Chief, I suspect something is amiss. Indeed, he replies, listening as his subordinates also grow suspicious. Clearing his throat, he states, then let us employ a ninja to apply pressure. If Yahiko truly intends to surrender, I wouldn't mind sparing Conan's life. Gulp. The one who swallowed that instinctively met a swift end at Grass Village's hand. The others immediately retract their heads like quails, repeatedly whispering to themselves. Good things belong to the chief. Good things belong to the chief. Chapter 68. Are you really Kushina? Nagato has spent 2 days sweeping the streets, perplexed by the concept of a feigned act of suffering. How is it that he, who is supposed to be the one staging a false surrender with explosive tags to blow up Grass Village, ends up being the one receiving the beating? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes, and eventually, in frustration, he breaks the broom. Initially, this incident was known only to the locals of Akatsuki village. Until the Land of Earth intervened, they published the story in the Stone Village newspaper. Historically, the Stone Village's newspaper has never managed to rival the sales of Akatsuki villages. But this particular issue has caught the public's attention, and for the first time, the Stone Village newspaper outsells that of Akatsuki village. With the intent of simultaneously dealing with both villages, Ko and Daitara lead over 1,000 Stone Village ninjas into Grass Village. Grass Village, being a suspicious leader, is quite cunning. He does not wish to share the spoils with the Stone Village. He contemplates whether to outsmart the Land of Earth, and then turn to ally with Konoha. Thus, 2 villages, each with their own ulterior motives, unite. At this moment, a formidable force of 3,000 ninja coalition marches toward the borders of Akatsuki village. Inside the Matsukatsu Tower, Minato swiftly delivers the scrolls, having gathered a considerable amount of intelligence along the way. These dishes are delicacies from Shaanxi, which can be considered my hometown cuisine, but I, Yahiko, never show favoritism. Shaanxi cuisine is hardly worthy of the spotlight. What is Shaanxi cuisine, you ask? This braised pork and crispy chicken are quite delectable. Konoha's Minato savored the delicacies before him. Yet it was his junior, Yahiko, who displayed such audacity, deeming this exquisite feast unworthy of recognition. The next time Yahiko and Nagato ventured to Konoha, he pondered what culinary delights he might offer them. Yasuke, next time, let us forego the Shaanxi banquet. Serve me Shandong or Cantonese cuisine instead. Yahiko called out towards the door. The dishes from Songha Tower were undeniably worth their price, as various delights from his past life in Huaxia were meticulously recreated by Yasuke. Sichuan spiciness, Cantonese tenderness, and Suzhou's richness without heaviness made for an impressive spread. This private chamber, named Little Tomato, was exclusively reserved for Yahiko, only to be utilized during diplomatic engagements. At the dining table, after a few bites, Minato placed his chopsticks down, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Yahiko. Is there anything I can assist you with, my junior? Yahiko noticed the deep worry in Minato's eyes. Could you demonstrate your prowess by dispatching 50 ninjas in an instant? He teased, though internally he grappled with guilt at the thought of tricking his elder brother, who had always treated him with a pure heart. If he were a woman, he would undoubtedly vie for Kushina's affections. Minato exuded a warmth that was utterly intoxicating. How could such a man be embroiled in the chaos of the Ninetales incident? Sighing, he lamented, I'm beginning to lose faith in Minato. I'm considering defecting. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Yahiko expressed his frustrations. Truthfully, he never anticipated that Hanzo would offer him such an opportunity. His current contemplation of surrender felt akin to resigning in the face of the Grass Village's might. Minato paused momentarily, but recalling Yahiko's character, which mirrored Hanzo's, he tentatively inquired, is this for the sake of the villagers? Yahiko was taken aback, pondering the implication. The Grass Village's mantra had stated that those who do not surrender would meet their end alongside their village's destruction. This was news to Yahiko. Indeed, you speak the truth, he replied, downing his drink, a minor pearl that I can easily part with. Any other villager would have felt embarrassed, yet Yahiko saw genuine concern on Minato's face. At such a young age, he should be attending the ninja academy, yet here he was, toiling for the sake of starving villagers. Yahiko understood Minato's efforts. He had spent a few days in the Akatsuki village, where the locals spoke highly of him. If only I were Hokage, Minato mused, pouring himself a glass. If I were Hokage, I would establish friendly diplomatic relations with Akatsuki village, fostering mutual development. It was evident that Akatsuki cherished peace, showing no inclination towards conflict, and had a fondness for cultural pursuits. By the way, what about you and Nagato? He probed further. On the way, he had heard rumors of tensions between Yahiko and Nagato, even witnessing Nagato sweeping the streets just moments ago. Minato-senpai, are you looking for me? Nagato entered at that moment. Minato stared in disbelief at him, then shifted his gaze back to Yahiko. Aren't you two at odds? He questioned, bewildered. How unfortunate, Yahiko remarked, not even glancing at the entering Nagato. Humph, Nagato scoffed, taking a seat and pouring himself a drink. Minato, utterly perplexed, squinted at the two of them. Cheers. They both proclaimed simultaneously, lifting their glasses to toast with Minato. Minato, not wishing to question further, reluctantly accepted. He had intended to refuse, knowing that whenever they drank too much, one would be taken away by Konin and the other by Kushina. leaving him to fend for himself at Songha Tower. I want tea drink unless Kushina is here. However, before he could voice his refusal, he noticed Yahiko and Nagato suddenly brimming with fiery tension, as if a brawl was imminent. Nagato, are you looking for trouble? What did you say? I'm the one looking for trouble. Minato, sensing the brewing conflict, hastily interjected. Let us not quarrel. Drink, everyone drink. He quickly clinked glasses with Yahiko. Minato-senpai. Nagato exclaimed, eyes wide, as he raised his glass toward Minato. Minato chuckled helplessly, refilling his glass and gulping it down. Yahiko shot a glare at Nagato, poured himself another drink, and raised it towards Minato. Seeing this, Minato had no choice but to drink once more. Yahiko provocatively glanced at Nagato, prompting him to pour another drink. Nagato, undeterred, challenged Minato. Drink, I shall drink. Minato grimaced, recalling their earlier agreement to abstain, yet he found himself compelled to drink yet again. With each round, Yahiko poured, and Nagato taunted. After an unknown number of rounds, Minato finally succumbed to inebriation, collapsing onto his chair, his gaze unfocused, and soon he drifted into slumber. He was remarkably quiet, exhibiting commendable drinking etiquette. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken understanding. Transformation technique. Nagato exclaimed. Minato, wake up. Minato, in a dazed state, blinked his eyes open to find a red-haired woman and a white-haired man nudging him. Kushina? Jiraiya-sensei? He mumbled, his thoughts muddled. What is Kushina doing here? He grabbed Kushina, his intoxicated gaze scrutinizing her face, shaking his head. You're not Kushina. Nagato, startled, turned to Yahiko, his lips moving as he murmured, see. I told you it wouldn't work. Minato-senpai isn't fool. Yahiko shook his head nonchalantly. I told you to do it. Hands on hips, just like this. Minato, how could you drink to such excess? Nagato, in his impersonation of Kushina, scolded him, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed up. Minato, grinning foolishly, scratched his head. It seems I truly am drunk. Yahiko, feeling mischievous, joined in, playfully patting Minato's head. Do you remember what you said the day you rescued me from the Cloud Village's Zambu? Yahiko's fingers itched to join in, and he too patted Minato's head, recalling how Minato had once said he didn't want to lose him. After uttering that line, Nagato's face turned as red as a teapot, while Minato nodded, chuckling. Yes, I remember saying that. It seems you really are Kushina, right? You promised to protect me. Nagato continued, his voice trembling with emotion. Minato, you are my most promising student. Yahiko and Nagato, you are both fated to encourage one another. Yahiko patted Minato's shoulder. Nagato, it is time for you to sacrifice for the village, Yahiko declared, feigning Jiraiya's grave demeanor. Nagato bit his lip, grappling with hesitation before finally mustering the courage to embrace Minato. Minato, is it all right? Huh. Minato gazed adoringly at Nagato, his intoxication rendering him dazed. Fool. Kushina is merely testing your flying thunder god technique, Yahiko interjected from the side. Minato, utterly defenseless against Kushina, returned the embrace. Hee. I also have company now. Yahiko added. You have no idea, Minato-senpai. Every time Yahiko and Nagato drink too much, they always have someone to accompany them. For the next 20 minutes, Minato poured forth a stream of heartfelt confessions. In pursuit of mastering the flying thunder god, the two endured the emotional weight of the moment. No one knew of Nagato's inner turmoil. He was being embraced by Minato while lamenting the loss of his first kiss. His sacrifice for the village was undeniably profound. Minato, flying thunder god, Nagato urged, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone as he poked Minato. Minato replied, noticing the flustered expression on what he believed to be Kushina's face. Chuckling foolishly, he planted a kiss on her lips. Do you believe I want to beat you to a pulp? Nagato, on the verge of summoning the Outer Path's demonic statue, shook Minato by the collar. Minato tilted his head, observing Nagato. He truly is Kushina. Hadn't he drunk too much? Why was he quarreling with someone who was clearly intoxicated? Yahiko, seeing Minato nearly gasping for breath, rushed to intervene. Nagato, with tears brimming in his eyes, gazed at Yahiko. I've lost my first kiss. I'm no longer pure. If I ever impersonate Kushina again, I'll be a dog. Yet this sacrifice was not in vain. All right, enough, Minato. Quickly utilize the flying thunder god, Yahiko urged. Flying thunder god. As Watergate nodded and proclaimed, a flash of golden light enveloped him and Nagato, causing their forms to vanish from sight. Such is the essence of the flying thunder god technique. Yahiko remained rooted in place, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he pondered whether Watergate held a flying thunder god mark within our village. It would be prudent to eliminate it swiftly. Though intoxicated, Watergate's aim remained remarkably sharp. In the next moment, Nagato clamored for Watergate to teleport him back. How did you accomplish that, Watergate? Teach me, please. Nagato, stifling his nausea, clapped his hands in admiration of Watergate. The adoration of someone he admired momentarily intoxicated Watergate with pride. His face flushed from drink as he swiftly teleported away. A cool breeze swept through, leaving Yahiko and Nagato momentarily bewildered as they gazed at the space once occupied by Watergate. Is that so? Nagato scratched his head. Could you elaborate a bit more? After a moment of contemplation, Watergate responded earnestly. Feel the coordinates of the mark I left in the village, and with a flash, teleport away. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they heard the distant cawing of crows. Was it the case that my restaurant sold counterfeit liquor? Or was it a legacy passed down from father to son? Are you intending for me and Nagato to develop the Flying Thunder God technique together? Is this akin to Konohamaru's ball rolling skills? Yahiko commanded playfully. Nagato clenched his fist, pondering for the village's sake. Which of the 5 great nations could boast a deputy as capable as him? Watergate and Nagato, raising their voices, implored, teach us the Flying Thunder God technique, please. Watergate hesitated, his inebriation battling against his subconscious, which whispered that even for his girlfriend, he must adhere to the village's regulations. To learn an S-rank ninjutsu from comrades, one must receive approval from the Hokage. Typically, Sarutobi Hiruzen would consent, as S-rank ninjutsu either demanded immense chakra or was incomprehensible to all but the most talented. The truly adept at S-rank and A-rank ninjutsu within the village were but a select few. Should I call Hokage-sama? Watergate mumbled, somewhat dazed as he reached for his phone. No. Yahiko and Nagato exclaimed in unison, alarmed. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to find out, even his pacifistic demeanor could turn wrathful. While Yahiko often sought to impress Hiruzen, it was only within the bounds of propriety. Firstly, he was a disciple with emotional ties. Secondly, regarding matters of his brother, Hiruzen might harbor suspicions. This leniency led to Hiruzen's boundless indulgence. However, this concerned the successor to the Hokage. Adjusting Watergate in such a manner was tantamount to bullying an innocent. Watergate, do you not love me anymore? Yahiko's lips quivered, unleashing a potent emotional weapon. Nagato gazed up at the ceiling with tears in his eyes, genuinely sorrowful. For the village's sake, he was no longer the carefree Nagato of old. Watergate, do you not love me anymore? As he met Watergate's gaze, tears shimmered in his eyes, threatening to spill. Watergate's heart ached, and in an act of devotion, he demonstrated his affection for Kushina, adopting a self-sacrificial demeanor like that of a noble hero. Yahiko, do not look. Yahiko turned his back, granting Nagato a modicum of dignity. He sighed quietly. If the Akatsuki village were to establish a hall of fame, Nagato must be the first inductee. No, waiting was not an option. He could not let Nagato's heart grow cold. This must be addressed after the retreat from Grass Village. Moments later, Nagato, stricken with despair, felt a profound sadness that transcended words. Silent, he approached Yahiko and tossed him a scroll containing the Flying Thunder God technique. The two were fortunate. Watergate had recently been refining the technique, developing an advanced version. Upon reaching the target marked by the Flying Thunder God, one could use the technique a second time for further movement. He always kept the scroll close at hand. Thank you for your hard work. Yahiko patted Nagato on the shoulder before hastily copying the scroll and returning it. Watergate concealed the scroll, embracing Nagato as he drifted into slumber with a smile. Yahiko and Nagato dispelled their transformation techniques. Simultaneously, Jiraiya, grievously injured by Tsunade, was being carried in on a stretcher by 2 individuals. Old man, why must you disrupt the gathering of the youth? I hope I'm not late. He groaned, his chest pained and his body aching all over. While passing through the fire country, Tsunade had apprehended him and, without hesitation, delivered a thorough thrashing. Upon returning, Tsunade resumed her gambling pursuits. Before placing her bets, she instructed several medically gifted ninjas to oversee Jiraiya's subsequent treatment. It was a fortunate turn for Akatsuki village, acquiring a few medical ninjas without cost. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances and smiled at Jiraiya. You're not late. Not late at all. Let's raise a toast. To our master-disciple bond. Let us not leave until we are inebriated. Jiraiya mused. I wonder if he still has any hidden treasures? Observing the camaraderie between the two, Jiraiya questioned his intelligence gathering. Initially, he had intended for them to share a drink and reconcile. Watergate had succumbed to intoxication. However, with a knowing smile, Yahiko was aware that the young man had ulterior motives. Jiraiya, struggling to sit upright, clinked glasses with Yahiko. Cheers. Yahiko clinked, followed by Nagato. Each of the three, harboring their own secrets, unknowingly consumed countless rounds without succumbing to inebriation. Yahiko, Nagato, Jiraiya, splendid. Are you two using chakra to sober up? Jiraiya exclaimed. No one is permitted to utilize chakra for sobriety. Chapter 70. Before the battle even commenced, Yahiko surrendered. The three refrained from employing chakra, indulging purely in their personalities. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, Jiraiya ultimately emerged victorious. He portrayed Conan, deceitfully procuring a complete script for their gambling escapades. He impersonated Kushina to extract the reasons behind their discord. How cunning. He too succumbed to intoxication, unable to withstand the weight of their revelry, collapsing alongside them. The following morning, only Watergate and Jiraiya awoke with heavy hearts. Yahiko and Nagato had once again been taken away. Prior to their departure, their bodies instinctively compelled them to perform. It was akin to awakening a state of supreme mastery, as they fought fiercely outside the entrance of the restaurant. Early that morning, Yuki, the foreman, was busy repairing the ravaged streets. Even the first and second in command could not escape accountability. The two were detained and brought into the city. They, sighing, were carried to an inn, sharing a room. Master Jiraiya, where is Kushina? Watergate asked, nursing a hangover and rubbing his aching head as he looked at Jiraiya. He vaguely recalled seeing Jiraiya and Kushina asking him about the flying thunder god yesterday. What Kushina? That is Kushina, Jiraiya reminded him. Upon hearing this, Watergate broke into a cold sweat, self-doubt creeping in as he recalled a fleeting memory of perhaps kissing her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Watergate, what is the matter with you? Master Jiraiya has instructed me to be quiet. Feeling somewhat shattered, Watergate ruffled his wild yellow hair, overwhelmed as he descended to breakfast. Just a short distance away was the restaurant, Heavenly Spin, and opposite it was the Spiral Dumpling Shop. The proprietor of Heavenly Spin, Kushina, greeted him from afar. Hello, brother-in-law. Surely this must be a dream where I see Kushina? Meanwhile, within the laboratory of Bailu, Yahiko and Nagato were engaged in eavesdropping. They could never have anticipated the clandestine alliance between Grass Village and Rock Village. Inoki had commanded a man named Katsu. And when the battle between Grass Village and Akatsuki Village reached its climax, their 1,000-strong would instantaneously defect, showcasing their strength to Grass Amang. A twist they had not foreseen. Far away, Tono and Reikage, both numb, were manually constructing Akatsuki Village's first air conditioner. They longed to return to that fateful afternoon when they first encountered Kakuzu. Grass Village was targeting Akatsuki Village, and Rock Village sought to join the fray. What was there left to fight for? Should this matter be relayed to Grass Amang, inciting a dog-eat-dog scenario? Bailuhu inquired. Yahiko and Nagato gazed at him as if he were a fool. What is it? Bailuhu, unable to withstand such looks, protested. Bailu, a man of the hand-rolled camera. Do you dare look at me with such disdain? Doesn't that just reveal to everyone that we are eavesdropping? Nagato explained helplessly. Yahiko nodded. Not only could they not disclose the truth, but they also had to act as if nothing had transpired. Bairuo voiced his concerns. Are you truly prepared to infiltrate the enemy's camp as planned and use the detonating tags to obliterate them? After all, no one in the ninja world has ever undertaken such a devious scheme in thousands of years. The Hidden Rain Village was acutely aware of the feigned sacrifice. Only a handful of trusted high-ranking officials within their ranks were privy to it, while the rest could only speculate. With fewer than 300 people in the village, Yahiko had employed formations and military strategies. The concept of guerrilla warfare astounded Baruhua upon learning of it. Yahiko's current formation was nothing short of breathtaking. Faced with overwhelming force, they would still be at a disadvantage, but at least they would no longer be aimlessly fighting as they had in the past. What formation? The Mandarin Duck Formation, Yahiko remarked, designed specifically to counter the Konoha forces. The ninjas in the village had already begun to practice it discreetly in the training hall. One must not shy away from danger if they wish to reap rewards. One must be resolute to stand firm, Yahiko reflected. For the sake of the village, he had always been exceptionally dedicated. Initially, it was Nagato who volunteered for this plan. However, due to the deep-seated enmity between the Grass Village and the Uzumaki clan, and considering that Kushina had once been a target, Nagato's involvement would have been akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Nagato. Yes. Yahiko called for Nagato as the two exited the laboratory. Water release. Scorching heavenly contest. The two unleashed a series of ninjutsu that left the advancing city in utter chaos. In the cafeteria, the inmates, who were enjoying their breakfast, felt like crying. Many were guilty of serious crimes and had yet to be released. All they could do was silently shake their heads at the commotion. Genji, who brought their meals, watched in dismay as the ceiling debris fell into the freshly opened food containers. You all better skip lunch. Honglin was located at the border between the Rain Village and the Hidden Village. while the boundary between the hidden village and the grass village was known as the Red Forest. Both woods held legends, said to be planted by the local populace in commemoration of the ninja god Hashirama. The joint forces of the two villages were gathered there. News from the Cloud Village indicated that Yahiko's life should be spared. The Sand Village, on the other hand, sent word that Kakashi should be dispatched to his demise. Meanwhile, Konoha expressed hopes for a peaceful resolution. Danzo had also entered the fray. Indeed, Danzo had personally brought a contingent, including the likes of Yamato, Inoichi, and several others from his rude organization. In a certain sense, Danzo was a ruthless individual, always eager to reap the benefits for himself. Grasamang seethed with indignation, finding this even more intolerable than when Yahiko had extorted 5 million ryo from him years ago. Danzo had only brought a few people, yet after the fall of the hidden village, he would expect to claim at least a portion of the spoils. Representatives from the 3 allied villages convened at a round table. Bengala once said, "The personnel from the hidden village's newspaper and the large bricks should be entirely handed over to the rock village. Everything else we can forego." Danzo frowned. Are we to be left with merely a toy factory and the Phoenix bookstore? If that is the case, then the ninjas of the hidden village shall belong to Konoha. The Uzumaki clan and the Bloodpool clan will also find a home here. My roots are in need of them. He then cast a discreet glance at Bengala, pondering whether there was also a hand from the rock village involved in this. Indeed, the old man had long coveted a piece of the hidden village, not to mention Inoki's ambitions. Grasamang nearly dug his nails into his palm, realizing they were being left with nothing but the land of the hidden village. Report. Yahiko has submitted a letter of surrender. At that moment, a ninja from the hidden village delivered a letter. Grasamang tore it open, and several others looked on with curiosity. Letter of surrender. Yahiko expresses his utmost respect and submits this letter. I, as the leader of a humble village, have been blessed by the Sage of 6 Paths, entrusted with the leadership of the hidden village and the safeguarding of its territory. Yet today, fate has turned against me. The royal army is formidable, and forces from all directions converge, rendering resistance futile. Our supplies are utterly depleted, our forces are scant. And though I wish to fight to the death, I must consider the thousands of innocent lives within the village. If we insist on resisting, it will surely lead to calamity. I humbly beseech you, Lord Amang, to show mercy upon my sincere heart, to forgive my past transgressions, and to treat my fellow ninjas with kindness. Please ensure that the elderly are cared for and the young are provided for, and I, along with the ninjas, vow to repay this kindness for generations to come. I await your response with great trepidation, and thus submit this letter. They hadn't even fought, and he has already surrendered? Chapter 71. In life, never encountering Inoki, even being called a hero, is futile. Grasamang could only remark that Yahiko was quite cultured. Reading this letter of surrender was quite the ordeal. Sho and Bengala also found it challenging to comprehend. Danzo savored it thoughtfully. He fancied himself a man of culture as well. What do you all think? Grasamang inquired. Danzo shot him a sidelong glance and ordered, seal off his chakra and imprison him. I must consult Lord Tsuchikage. Finally, Sho sighed with a hint of melancholy. Telephones are truly a marvelous invention. Inoki mused. Let him surrender first. Then we'll send spies to ascertain whether there are any ulterior motives. With a mere flick of his finger, Inoki became aware of the situation. He shared Danzo's perspective. This little potato had some crafty ideas. Eavesdropping. Yahiko learned of these developments and adjusted his approach based on the exchanges between Danzo and Inoki. In the afternoon, fresh news arrived. Grasamang and the others were left in shock. Nagato had revolted, and Yahiko had stepped down from leadership. Here's how it transpired. Nagato, seeing Yahiko's stubbornness, allied with the Uzumaki clan, as well as Kakashi, Yuya, and others to initiate a coup. Yahiko found himself besieged from all sides. Genji had also betrayed him. Now, Yahiko could barely manage a warm meal. He had no idea where Kakuzu had gone. Upon seeing the intelligence, Bengala couldn't help but feel a glimmer of sympathy for Yahiko. What a tragic fate. Regarding Nagato's coup, it was somewhat predictable, and they could understand it. The Uzumaki clan were known for their tenacity. Had they shown any sign of capitulation, they would not have faced annihilation. Seize the opportunity and take his life. Grasamang, unfamiliar with the concept of martial ethics, directly gathered his forces. A coalition of 3,000 ninjas was poised at the Red Forest. Before the army set forth, a report came in. Ahead, a boy with orange-yellow hair and a man wearing a peculiar mask are approaching to surrender. Standing before the allied forces, Grasamang was intercepted by a ninja who bowed his head to report. This particular characteristic reminded Grasamang of an old acquaintance, one who had betrayed him for 5 million ryo at his most desperate moment. nearly leaving him in ruins. Bring him to me. Grasamang commanded with a wave of his hand, halting the advance of the ninja army. Before long, Yahiko and Kakuzu were brought before him, bare-chested and carrying thorny branches, their faces smeared with dirt. Grasamang and the others observed the two, who were dejectedly looking down. Are you Yahiko? You are the student of that Jiraiya fellow? Grasamang had never seen Yahiko in person, as the grass village lacked cinemas. This was his first encounter outside of newspapers. He truly had surrendered and personally appeared? There was no doubt about it. Grasamang regarded the two, who resembled lost dogs, with a hint of disdain. Building a village, and in the end, losing your wife and subordinates, reduced to this pathetic state. What is Danzo doing here? Yahiko gazed over and was momentarily stunned. He hurriedly summoned every ounce of his acting prowess, lowering his head as tears welled in his eyes. Brother Amang, it is entirely my fault. I beg of you. Punish me as you see fit, but please spare the villagers of the hidden village. Danzo felt disappointment, yet it seemed expected. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were similarly weak. He turned away, uninterested in the melodrama. He desired only the benefits that belonged to him. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, with his head bowed, flashed a glint of insight. He admitted that his previous attempt to confront Kakashi and Yahiko had been a miscalculation. Yet this time, he vowed he would not misjudge. Grasamang was likely a 50-50 chance. He could be killed in 4 minutes, or perhaps it would be better to eliminate him beforehand and call it a day. The brick business from the Mist Village had yet to be fully established. Unknown to Kakuzu's thoughts, Grasamang approached Yahiko, a sneer playing on his lips. I heard Conan advised you. How could you forsake your own clan to pursue another's? A true man would rather shatter than remain whole. If your village falls, will she not drink poison to accompany you? Miyako's eyes momentarily reflected a struggle as she raised her head, looking at Kusuramang with a mix of shame and indignation before lowering it again, disregarding the plight of the villagers. Alas, the pressure was unbearable. 1 or 2 individuals were overly dramatic in their self-importance. And have you considered it? Yes, Miyako gritted her teeth. Kusuramang chuckled softly, extracting a thorn from behind Miyako, the sharp prickles slicing a line of blood across her back. He then glanced at her fit figure, raising his hand, as if to unleash his pent-up frustration. Kusa leader, you are somewhat excessive, came a voice from behind, as Bendara stepped forward to restrain Kusuramang's hand. Kusuramang shot a sidelong glance at Bendara, reluctantly relinquishing the opportunity to humiliate Miyako in front of the crowd. Both Miyako and Kakuzu exchanged puzzled glances at Bendara. How could one truly endure such a blow? Just moments ago, they were both on the brink of bursting. Who said that all the blondes were villains? This little blonde before him seemed rather commendable. Thank you. May I inquire your esteemed name? Bendara, a mere ordinary jonin from the Kusa village. In the distance, Afe was working as a part-time journalist while preparing to buy a new phone for Ban, capturing the unfolding scene. Miyako intended to deliver a moral lesson. But at that moment, Nagato's declaration of war arrived. It bore little substance, merely summoning Kusuramang to determine the victor at noon the following day at Julin. Kusuramang nodded, instructing, inform Nagato that I accept. The messenger, Rizuro, coughed 3 times in Miyako's presence. She nodded in understanding, aware that those familiar with Journey to the West knew what 3 represented. A midnight confrontation lay ahead. Compared to the Akatsuki village, Kusuramang seemed almost principled. He planned to launch a surprise attack at dawn. During this time, Kusuramang aimed to extract intelligence from Miyako about the Akatsuki village to minimize casualties in his own. It would be a formidable challenge for the IWA village. You are not weak, you merely lack conviction. How grotesque. Kusuramang unleashed verbal insults before 3,000 allied ninjas. As if such actions could avenge the 5 million he was deceived out of the previous year. He patted Miyako's shoulder as if she were a subordinate. Unnoticed, Miyako discreetly touched Kusuramang, leaving a small southern character on the edge of his garment. Nevertheless, Ban, who was attentive to this matter, longed to confront both Kusuramang and Miyako. How dare someone so unappealing attempt to adopt his tone and words? A coward who feared death yet claimed to care for the villagers. How hypocritical, reminiscent of Senju Tobarama. As night fell, Miyako was assigned to the vanguard by Kusuramang. He promised that after the village's destruction, the villagers would remain unharmed. But the price was that Miyako must lead the charge during the assault. It was nothing short of a heartless betrayal. After providing some false intelligence, Miyako and Kakuzu sighed as they mingled with the eager ninja army. The weather was stifling, and they leaned against a large tree. Kakuzu, do you know? Kakuzu looked puzzled. Know what? In times like these, only you remain by my side. Miyako exhaled a breath of frustration, gazing at the moon. Although Kakuzu understood it was all an act, Miyako's heartfelt words struck him profoundly. But it's just about your money, Kakuzu replied, also looking at the moon. Kakuzu, do you know who I admire the most? Miyako suddenly asked. This topic seemed a bit distant, but Kakuzu, curious, inquired, Who could possibly earn your admiration? Miyako pondered briefly, responding with utmost reverence, having never met Inoki in life. To be hailed as a hero would be in vain. Chapter 72, Mutual Use of Explosive Tags. Kakuzu, illuminated by the moonlight, scrutinized Miyako with an expression that seemed to question whether he had taken leave of his senses. Who had claimed that Inoki was nothing but a relic? Miyako smiled faintly. Not far away, Madara, who had been keeping an eye on the two, exchanged a look of astonishment. What is there to admire about that old man? Sho murmured. Ahem. I was just on the phone with Tsuchikage-sama. Inoki was preoccupied with the conquest of the Akatsuki village and listened attentively throughout. Miyako's earlier sentiments had certainly reached his ears. Having never met Inoki in life, to be hailed as a hero would be in vain. Little Potato wept in his office, realizing the depth of true companionship. No, a village as culturally rich as the Akatsuki must be integrated into the Iwa village. How could these brutish ninjas possibly comprehend the allure of the Akatsuki village? Madara, you have some guts. Sho, move a few steps closer. No, just go ahead and extract information. While Inoki intended to trap Madara, he also instructed Sho. Under Inoki's directive, Sho reluctantly approached Miyako. The will of stone, Miyako was lost in admiration. As Madara, wishing to avoid being ensnared, interjected before Sho, You admired Tsuchikage-sama? Inoki. Sho. Miyako feigned surprise, then noticing the expressions of Sho and Madara, fearfully clarified, What admiration for Tsuchikage-sama? You must have misheard. I was not praising Lord Inoki, but rather, Kusa Amang is the true dignitary. Madara raised an eyebrow and elbowed Miko. Come on, stop pretending. I heard you. Foolishness. Sho pulled Madara aside and explained to Miyako. He means no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sho. Kakuzu nodded, understanding Miyako's intent. Yes. You misheard, Miyako said, cautiously glancing at the two as he and Kakuzu departed, heads bowed in trepidation. Madara, when you return, you shall clean the toilets. Came Inoki's booming voice from the tent. After the two received their reprimand, Miyako exchanged glances with Kakuzu and then retrieved the first generation's village symbol from his pocket. At that time, the suspicious Kusuramang, fearing Miyako's betrayal, had reported to Nagato, confiscating the brick from him. He was unfamiliar with the village symbol of the first generation. Dawn broke. The Kusa village was destined for destruction. After sending the message, Miyako looked up at the sky. Nearby, the ninjas of Kusa and Iwa were still inspecting their equipment, envisioning the assault on the Akatsuki village the following morning. Meanwhile, Nagato, fully prepared, led all the ninjas of the Akatsuki village, forming several formations as they approached Jilin. Under the moonlight, they concealed themselves expertly, not a sound betraying their presence. Yet, they were still detected by Kusa's scouts and Ban. Uchiha Ban, puzzled, decided to observe patiently. Shall I evade his brilliance? Bring me my blade. In the tent, Kusa Amang roared at his trusted subordinates. The ninjas swiftly entered combat readiness. With a single command, 3,000 ninjas readied themselves, awaiting Kusa Amang's orders. Sho, you take your subordinates and penetrate Nagato's ranks. Miyako, you will be the first to throw a kunai. Kusa Amang commanded, with Danzo's tacit approval, placing Miyako and Kakuzu in the vanguard. Sho would not allow the Iwa village to suffer amid the power struggles. He was assigned to the second and third teams. Danzo lingered at the battlefield's edge. In Jilin, Kusa Amang's keen eyes spotted the distant flames illuminating the plains, likely signaling the troops sent by Nagato to attack. However, having detected them in advance, a successful ambush would be challenging. Stubborn resistance, Kusa Amang scoffed coldly. He would personally supervise Miyako. The vanguard faced off against Nagato and his entourage from a distance. Nagato, seeing the now formidable Miyako among the ranks, shouted in anger, Miyako, you have fallen. Had I known this day would come, why did you not act differently from the start? The village leader of Miyako was truly foolish. Why so? The ninjas behind Nagato sighed in sympathy. Observing the reaction from the opposing side, Kusa Amang felt a final shred of concern dissipate as he was surrounded by the ninjas. Miyako glanced at Kusa Amang, who was personally overseeing his battle, and then shouted at Nagato, everything is for the villagers. You do not understand. What nonsense are you spouting? Miyako, what are you waiting for? Have you softened your heart? As Chao Amang prepared to engage in yet another lengthy discourse with Yahiko, he pointed an accusatory finger at him, seething with anger. Within the second unit, Sho harbored a flicker of discontent towards Chao Mang, fully aware that Yahiko was a man expressly favored by Lord Tsuchikage. Yet, with the enemy looming, he refrained from voicing his objections. Yahiko sighed deeply, his hands forming seals, and then, with a broad grin exposing his pearly whites, declared, "I am merely awaiting the cooldown. What about you?" Chao Mang was momentarily taken aback. "Cooldown? What cooldown? Amasawa is pulling my leg." In a flash, Yahiko vanished. Even he was unaware of the nonsensical words escaping his lips. As a torrent of water-style jutsu coalesced into a watery prison, enveloping the entire squad of ninjas. Long ago, Minato had entered into a contract with Yahiko, becoming a performer for the Akatsuki village, albeit one who seldom returned home. Yet, Yahiko was astonished to discover that he had acquired spatial time talents and insights. After luring the flying thunder god, he, along with hundreds of shadow clones, diligently studied the technique, mastering it in less than a day. In a typical confrontation, upon witnessing Yahiko's sudden advance, the immediate instinct would be to disperse. However, these ninjas were utterly unprepared for Yahiko's betrayal and the abrupt onslaught that followed. Caught off guard, the ninjas from the grass village found themselves ensnared in the watery prison. What a farce! With such a chakra level, he was no redhead. Among those trapped in the water prison, the notorious Jia Xian immediately recognized the face of the man who once insisted on treating a mere scratch incurred by a member of the Whirlpool clan. Before Jia Xian could unleash his maniacal laughter, Yahiko sensed the treasury of the hidden rain village far off. At that moment, within a hidden vault stocked with explosive tags, a spatial fluctuation occurred. The explosive tags were interlinked. In an instant, they were summoned by Yahiko to the battlefield of the Crimson Forest, densely attaching themselves to the enemy. Following Yahiko's command, these explosive tags detonated one after another, the thunderous explosions resonating deafeningly, flames soaring into the sky. The successive blasts generated a tremendous shockwave, distorting the surrounding space and unleashing a violent gust. Flying Thunder God. A flash of orange-yellow light darted across the battlefield. Even the escaping ninjas from the water prison found themselves adorned with multiple explosive tags. Chao Mang stared, slack-jawed, at Yahiko, who zipped past him, seemingly unaware of the tags plastered all over him. Cough, cough. Kakuzu suddenly materialized before Chao Mang and the others, seizing their hearts with black tendrils before Yahiko could activate them. All the explosive tags affixed to them were swiftly reclaimed. While Chao Mang boasted remarkable strength within the grass village, outside its confines, he paled in comparison to true shadow-level powers. Even against the likes of Finshu, he would falter, merely due to the latter's lack of political cunning. Chapter 73. Allow me to demonstrate the will of the Akatsuki that flows through my being. Withdraw. We must retreat and wait for the explosive tags to dissipate before seeking another opportunity. As a member of the Akatsuki demolition team, Sho discerned the brilliance of the interlinked explosive tag technique at a glance. Aside from being costly and potentially harmful to oneself, it had virtually no drawbacks. Art is an explosion. Yahiko's sudden roar echoed across the battlefield. Sho organized the IWA ninjas to retreat, while Binda, standing in the ranks, turned back to fixate on the flames behind them. Stop staring and move. Sho yanked him along. Upon seeing Danzo, it became evident that the root organization had already vanished. Sho chuckled bitterly, realizing that someone had outpaced him in retreat. Youth is indeed a blessing. They can sleep through it all. The interlinked explosive tags, also known as Kakuzu's tears, evoked a suffocating sensation akin to a constricting python. The ninjas of the grass village could only watch helplessly as explosive tags encased them from head to toe before detonating. The dense night was cleaved apart by a crimson explosion, the orange flames bursting forth into the heavens. With 6 million explosive tags still detonating, Kakuzu felt the sting of loss, exerting more than double his usual strength, knowing that each additional enemy he could eliminate would spare at least 100 explosive tags. Jia Xian, use shadow clones in conjunction. Don't let your age be your downfall on the battlefield. Mengqi Lufei, hurry, push forward. In the distance, Nagato's pupils reflected the fiery explosions as he hastily commanded his men to systematically hunt down those fleeing the area affected by the explosive tags. Ryuzoro, who had originally learned the dual-wielding sword technique from the Land of Iron, was now compelled to wield a third blade, forcing him to fit a knife in his mouth, thus achieving the three-sword style. The three-sword style. He held 2 blades in his hands while the third was clenched between his teeth, charging forth with Lufei like a specter. In their fervor, they completely forgot about the ninjas under their command. Nagato's expression darkened. He had no choice but to take command himself. Konan soared high above, her back adorned with 2 paper wings. In the darkness, an unlit explosive tag drifted past her, confusion etched on her delicate face. Does Yahiko also hoard explosive tags? Where on earth did all these explosive tags come from? Didn't Yahiko surrender? I said we should first organize the grass village before considering an assault on the Akatsuki village. And why was I not informed of such a significant event as Yahiko's surrender? In a fleeting moment, the grass village fell into disarray. With Chao Meng's demise, most of these ninjas had been coerced into gathering by ruthless means, their loyalty to Chao Meng tenuous at best. Faced with 6 million explosive tags, they were like a disorganized mob, ready to scatter at a moment's notice. Earlier that day, 2 ninjas cast out by Chao Meng had just witnessed one of their own blown to bits by Yahiko. The remaining one, watching his comrades flee, could only sigh in despair. He then knelt silently, hands clasped behind his head, and declared, "I surrender. I truly surrender." Simultaneously, Yahiko, in the midst of affixing explosive tags, shared a silent understanding with Conan, who hovered above. After this battle concluded, he had matters to attend to far away. Nagato attempted to join the communication channel. Nagato successfully connected. The three exchanged nods. It was time for the South Gate to re-emerge in the world. Conan raised her hand, and countless sheets of white paper fluttered forth like ethereal butterflies. The dance of the paper, a rain of blades. Instantly, the white paper transformed into a rain of blades, whistling through the air as they descended. Nagato, wishing to conceal his Rinnegan from the media, was now quite shrewd. Under the cover of a few comrades, the combined forces of ninjas from the village advanced in an orderly fashion. Their coordination was impeccable. When the grass village ninjas retaliated with shuriken or kunai, the 2 frontline shield bearers would immediately raise their shields. If the grass ninjas attempted a flanking maneuver, the formation would shift like a living entity, with the flanking long blade bearers of the Akatsuki village swiftly pushing the enemies back to the front. "Mom, I surrender, I truly surrender." In a heartbeat, the crimson forest echoed with cries of despair. Gazing upon the aloof and regal figure of Conan above, a grass village ninja knelt, weeping, and amidst his tears, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Those who knelt in surrender were naturally spared. The Akatsuki ninjas, upon witnessing Yahiko's betrayal and the ensuing barrage of explosive tags, decisively retreated. As Danzo fled, his mind was in disarray. How could Yahiko master the Flying Thunder God technique? How could he utilize the interlinked explosive tags? The monkey. It must have been the monkey who provided him with such skills. Indeed, monkeys should never be entrusted with the mantle of Hokage. What a fool. What a bear. Giving everything away. Art is an explosion. This phrase reverberated in Benda's mind as he retreated, facing the distant flickering flames, muttering to himself. Within the retreating ranks, a fair-haired youth with peach-colored hair vehemently disagreed with this sentiment, countering, ordinary works of art often fade with time. Only by capturing life in its most perfect moment can we preserve its essence for eternity. This is true art. This boy was Scorpion, eager for revenge against Tsukumo Hatake. Having infiltrated the grass village ranks, silent and reticent, he was perceived by the grass village as a member of the Akatsuki, while the latter thought him a grass ninja, both sides disregarding him. Benda cast a sidelong glance at him, but offered no reply. Scorpion returned the glance, pondering why this individual did not challenge him. Sho made a phone call to Inoki, seeking guidance. Inoki sighed. "It appears we shall gain no advantage. Your explosive release and the clay bombs of Deidara are no match for a user of the Flying Thunder God technique. We should retreat." He had anticipated that the Akatsuki hideout would be vanquished in a single battle, but unexpectedly, Yahiko had mastered the troublesome mutual explosive tags and the Flying Thunder God. Inoki seethed. Was Konoha out of its mind? While it was within his comprehension to distribute such costly jutsu as the mutual explosive tags, how could they possibly have given away the Flying Thunder God? When Minato Namikaze had executed a mission, he had clashed with a Akatsuki, and that very Flying Thunder God had caused Inoki considerable distress, darting about like a slippery eel. Although it was not yet the third great ninja war, the mere sight of Minato could compel one to abandon their mission. Nonetheless, it captured the keen attention of a Akatsuki. Together with Yahiko, who wielded the Flying Thunder God, Inoki felt an unsettling apprehension. 1,000 curses upon Konoha. As countless jutsu were unleashed, Yahiko found his chakra depleted. Leaning against a tree, he diligently searched the smoke-filled battlefield for the trace of Obito. Sensing his gaze, Obito glanced back. "If you pose a threat to the village, I shall eradicate you with my own hands. You shall witness the will of Akatsuki coursing through me. As a protector of my village, I shall not yield an inch." The malevolent Uchiha clan's legacy surged within him. Yahiko's chakra emanated outward, causing the tree trunk to crack like a spider's web. Obito, beneath the ground, Madara. Obito pressed the shutter repeatedly. Whether standing or kneeling, all eyes in the vicinity were focused upon Yahiko. Madara was truly at his limit. How could such a person exist in this world? This individual was utterly deranged. Then he observed Yahiko's deliberately stoic expression. A torrent of fury brewed within him. Seeking an outlet. I can't take this anymore. I shall reveal myself as Uchiha Madara and charge forth to eliminate Yahiko. Chapter 74. Hanzo encounters Danzo. What the hell is Hanzo doing here? Where is Asuma? Is he dead? Drag him over here. Ah. Ha ha ha. Ah. Ha ha ha. Ah. It's him. The members of Akatsuki hideout were in the midst of clearing the battlefield, surrounded by dismembered corpses, the air thick with the scent of charred remains. The one laughing maniacally was not an Uchiha, but rather a member of the Uzumaki clan. The inhabitants of Grass Country knelt, awaiting vengeance from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto watched as Asuma's body was dragged over, wielding a stick she had found, striking it repeatedly in front of everyone. The crowd bore witness to this morbid spectacle. With each blow, Naruto's fury and a hint of madness echoed in her laughter. Asuma was being reduced to a pulp, yet no one stepped forward to intervene. After the village's destruction, they had been deceived by Asuma into becoming mere mobile blood bags. Their existence had been a living hell, far more painful than the day their nation fell. Those who had not experienced such suffering could never comprehend it. How many floors must one carry a sack of rice? Initially, the Uzumaki clan had refrained from burdening Yahiko with their hatred towards Asuma, silently contributing sealing techniques and forming barrier teams to repay the village chief without uttering a word. Today, the Uzumaki clan's long-awaited retribution had been achieved. Tears streaming down their cheeks. With vengeance fulfilled, they turned their backs. Yahiko chose to act as though he had seen nothing. In the ninja world, there is typically a concept of leniency towards prisoners, but this was Akatsuki hideout. The Uzumaki clan surged forth, unwilling to tarnish the name of any righteous individual. Nor would they allow any villain to escape unscathed. Onlookers trembled in fear. Yuki Shone, under Yahiko's direction, had gone elsewhere, while several members of the Bloodpool clan approached. Observing the Uzumaki clan's vengeance being enacted, then glancing at Yahiko. What do you want? Yahiko inquired, noticing the sudden shyness of the group. Chief, look. The Uzumaki clan has avenged themselves. What about us? One shyly asked, rubbing his hands and looking expectantly at Yahiko. Yahiko replied, what about you? The Uzumaki clan's enemy was Asuma, and you are from the land of lightning, along with the Uchiha? The disparity between the two was as stark as that between a teddy bear and a tyrannosaurus, a thought that persistently echoed in Yahiko's mind. Are you attempting to put me in a difficult position? Nagato, continue clearing the battlefield. I will accompany Kakuzu to assist Shone and the others. As Konan picked up an explosive tag from the ground, her face a mask of confusion, Yahiko quickly seized the dejected Kakuzu and vanished in a flash with the Flying Thunder God. Truly, the Flying Thunder God was remarkable. After all, Yahiko's greatest admiration lay with his ancestor, Hashirama Senju. The forces of Akatsuki hideout split into two. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Kazu, Naruto, and Luffy advanced head-on, while Shone, Fu, Yuki Shone, and Baryu blocked the retreat. At this moment, the four were somewhat bewildered, a dark cloud hanging over their heads. Before them stood the retreating Akatsuki and a few straggling members of Grass Country, numbering approximately 1,200. Although it was not winter, the air was chilling enough to close one's eyes. According to the plan, after the explosion, there would be few deserters left, and Asuma would laugh heartily, mocking Yahiko and Nagato for their lack of strategy, and then they would suddenly emerge to beat them mercilessly. Indeed, the original plan had not accounted for Asuma's demise. While Yahiko felt remorse for the brothers of the Uzumaki clan, he was the village chief and had to consider the future of the village. Asuma's death meant that Akatsuki hideout was now fully exposed to the eyes of the Land of Earth and the Land of Waterfall during the Third Great Ninja War. Without the Grass Country providing a buffer or a battlefield, Yahiko dared not imagine the devastation that awaited Akatsuki hideout. What are you planning to do? Yuki gazed at the four before him, the leader possessing white hair and an eye concealed by a forehead protector, while behind him, 1,200 ninjas emerged from the forest. Baryu felt like crying, wondering why he had left his laboratory to face this. He vowed that if he survived this time, he would devote himself to research and never set foot outside the laboratory again. This way, Shone quickly pointed in a direction. Yuki and the Akatsuki members frowned, puzzled by the intentions of the four Akatsuki ninjas. Deidara, feeling disgruntled as a deserter, began to mold 2 clay bombs to teach Shone a lesson. In the next moment, Yahiko and Kakuzu appeared. Let's go, let's go. Why are you all standing around? Hurry and retreat. Yuki urgently pulled Deidara, instructing everyone to flee in the direction Shon indicated. Anoki had already analyzed their chances against Yahiko. If Yahiko fought to the death, their odds were 85%. If he engaged in battle while inadvertently marking one of them, they could return home. Why aren't you leaving? Deidara hesitated, noticing Scorpion, who remained unmoved, his expression cold. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly, he said flatly. Oh, Deidara muttered. What a strange person, before being dragged away by Yuki. Once the others departed, the six turned to Scorpion, marveling at his audacity. Fate had indeed brought them together. Yahiko scrutinized the Akatsuki's jewel before him. Scorpion summoned his mother and father puppets, coldly addressing the six. Do you know them? Except for Yahiko, everyone turned their gaze toward Shon in unison. Shon narrowed his eyes. Oh, isn't this the son and daughter-in-law of Chio, whom I killed during the Second Great Ninja War? I don't know you, he replied, looking at the youthful boy trying to act cool. Shon had the urge to tease him. Very well, Scorpion replied, his expression impassive. As Scorpion advanced, he lunged at Shon. Shon, without activating his bloodline limit, initiated a close-range strike, the cold glint of his blade severing the joints of the puppets. Scorpion commanded his puppets to retaliate, but Shon swiftly struck again, followed by the sound of cracking joints as the puppets fell to the ground. Believe it or not, Scorpion's parents had perished at Shon's hands twice. The evidence was irrefutable. Scorpion gazed in astonishment at Kakashi Hatake. Was this the very opponent his parents once faced? No wonder his grandmother was reluctant to share such intelligence. He had thought her indifference stemmed from a lack of affection. Alas, perhaps in one's final moments, words tend to overflow. Grandmother, do join us soon. It would bring our family joy to reunite. The puppet master feared close combat, and Kakashi was well aware of Sunegakure's affinity for poison. A mere glance sufficed for all to understand. Kakuzu approached, ready to deliver a decisive blow to Scorpion. Stop! Yahiko interjected urgently. Kakuzu hesitated, perplexed. During their last encounter with Kakashi, Yahiko had shown him mercy, likely due to his formidable strength. Yet, should this arrogant fool be spared as well? The village head seemed rather starved for attention. Yahiko gestured towards the scattered remnants of his parents. Scorpion was not weak. He simply had yet to reach his peak. Perhaps we could procure the remains of the esteemed Uchiha for him to craft into puppets. Kakuzu's eyes widened in surprise. The toy factory had recently hit a bottleneck. Unable to produce new types, such a craftsman was precisely what they needed. In the original story, yet another Akatsuki member had arrived. Yahiko felt a surge of happiness. Could one truly call it Naruto without the Akatsuki? And another. He hoped Scorpion would invent a suit of armor. Surely, that would not pose a challenge for him. Oh, the schemes and stratagems. What a clever ruse. Danzo was leading his group through a dense forest. Yahiko had not anticipated this tactic of feigned surrender. Where are we? Danzo inquired. We are currently at the border of Honglin, between Akatsuki and the hidden village of Rain, one of the mountain scouts replied. Ha. It seems Yahiko's cleverness is but fleeting. If he were to set an ambush here and launch a surprise attack, we would have nowhere to retreat and would undoubtedly perish. Danzo suddenly chuckled, but before he could finish, the rustling of foliage surrounded them. A man wielding a scythe, adorned with a specially crafted mask, led dozens of rain ninja charging forth. Hanzo of the Salamander, initially dispatched to assist Yahiko. Should the Akatsuki fall, they could swiftly rescue him. But who did they encounter? Danzo. What the hell? Hanzo, how did he end up here? Before Danzo could process the shock, Hanzo, swift as lightning, lunged forward with his scythe. Chapter 75, The Romance of the Five Nations. The Akatsuki had gained much from this battle. Upon hearing the commotion from Honglin, Yahiko hurriedly took Nagato and a few others to investigate. At that moment, Danzo and Hanzo were engaged in a fierce clash. Yahiko stealthily approached and delivered a surprise attack to Danzo, who promptly fell to the ground. Uncle, what brings you here? Danzo looked at Yahiko's large, watery eyes, painfully closing his own. I loathe Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he hadn't given Yahiko the explosive tag, none of this would have happened. A man whose actions yield more harm than good. Haha, my dear nephew, it is a pleasure to see you again. I knew you would emerge victorious. Uncle Hanzo. Hanzo handed the scythe to the rain ninja, scrutinizing Yahiko before giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The rain ninja rolled his eyes upon receiving the scythe, recalling how Hanzo had expressed doubts about Yahiko's chances of winning before stating they must rescue him. Nephew, what does that imply? Danzo and the captured root members felt a chill run down their spines. The intelligence report merely mentioned an alliance between Akatsuki and the Akatsuki. Yet it failed to mention Yahiko being Hanzo's nephew. I am the butcher, they can only watch in silence. What is the situation with Nagato? Henzo asked, glancing at Nagato, who stood quietly beside Yahiko. Yahiko explained the backstory. Ah, I see, Henzo nodded. His nephew was quite clever, employing a ruse. He was indeed one capable of great deeds. Remarkable. Reports indicated that Nagato was causing unrest, and he almost mobilized to assault the Akatsuki. Well, Akatsuki is rather occupied. I shall leave Danzo in your capable hands. After stating this, Hanzo absent-mindedly scratched his leg. A mosquito bit him, only to succumb to his poison. However, this did not hinder his performance. Observing Yahiko's grateful expression, he knew he had succeeded. Without taking a single cloud, one must maintain a long-term perspective. Hanzo departed, having captured Danzo, with only one casualty from route. The others remained unharmed. Aside from the heinous criminals from Akatsuki, approximately 400 ninjas who had not committed serious offenses surrendered. These individuals displayed varying levels of strength, mostly being lower-ranked ninjas, whose chakra was sealed and hands-bound. In addition to those who fled to Akatsuki, over 1,000 disfigured corpses lay together, leaving a profound impact. Yet, as ninjas, they were mentally prepared for such grim realities. When the Akatsuki's yin-yang formation advanced, they lost 3 chunin and 4 jinin, who would naturally receive a grand burial and memorial upon their return. By the time the battlefield was cleared, dawn had arrived. All, including Danzo, were imprisoned in the prison city. After some deliberation, Yahiko declared, the village treasury will fund the establishment of a war criminal camp within the prison city. Those deemed heinous will be classified as Class A war criminals, while others will be ranked B, C, and D based on their offenses. Class A will face execution. Class B will receive life imprisonment. Class C will serve a term of 3 to 20 years, and Class D will be determined later. Upon concluding his statement, Yahiko lowered his head in despair, as if he were not the one who had shouted about the inherently evil Uchiha from atop a tree the previous night. Fully embodying a sense of dejection, no one knew what he was contemplating, only that upon returning to the village, he locked himself in a small room for 3 days without food or drink. Outside the village, news of the Akatsuki's victory in this battle spread throughout the 5 great nations, even shocking the secluded Akarigakure. In the Hokage office, where has Danzo gone? Sarutobi Hiruzen searched for half an hour without finding him in Konoha, only to learn from Root that Danzo had gone on a mission. So be it. They would have to hold the meeting without him. Listening to Nara Shikaku recount the events, Minato, who had just returned to the village, along with the younger jonin of the Hyuga clan, excluding the Uchiha, were called in to observe. Haruno Sakura and Mito Menma expressed their discontent, questioning, is this how you intend to utilize your teacher's explosive tag? Using it for a feigned surrender and surprise attack? Isn't that tarnishing your teacher's reputation? Sakura interjected, Sarutobi, your disciple is far too devious. Minato wished to speak, but ultimately refrained, knowing his position was too lowly. The remaining young ninjas were unclear about the purpose of their summons, attentively listening. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke. While devious, Yahiko was indeed resourceful. The involvement of Inoki would not remain concealed from those with ulterior motives. The combined force of 3,000 from 2 villages had been repelled by barely 200 of Yahiko's ninjas, something he could not have achieved. Following this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to reassess Yahiko and the Akatsuki. Previously, what impression had he held of Yahiko? A writer of risque literature? The founder of the Minotaur? A heartless merchant? However, after the Battle of Akagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen's perception of Yahiko shifted. He was a man willing to go to any lengths for his village. The Akatsuki's early report arrived, brought by Orochimaru, detailing the entire sequence of events. Naturally, there was no mention of the Flying Thunder God technique. After expressing gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen for selling ninjutsu, the report included photographs of the explosive tags and Yahiko perched in a tree, alongside his remarks at the time. This issue of the newspaper primarily focused on this matter. Photograph. It depicted Yahiko having gone 3 days without sustenance, filled with guilt, his face gaunt and hair disheveled, lying in a small room, with Conan beside him, concerned. The village head, aware of his deceptive victory to protect the village, was deeply troubled. Yet, if faced with the choice to revert to deceit, he would undoubtedly do so, for it was in defense of the village he cherished. The she referred to here was Conan. Many sentimental women who read this passage were moved to tears. Especially regarding Bank and Chuzi, please ensure they are locked away. The accompanying text clearly delineates Mickey's journey from his arrival in the grass village to his current state of mind. In summary, it can be encapsulated in 7 words. He feels guilt, but holds no regret. He is currently punishing himself through fasting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon reading the entire report, found himself at a loss for how to express his emotions. Was it feigned or genuine remorse? The newspaper contained a wealth of information. Journalist Afei conducted an in-depth investigation, recounting the nefarious deeds of Kusaramain. For instance, if Kusaramain fancied a man's wife, he would send his men to break the husband's legs, forcing subordinates to pry open the husband's eyes, compelling him to witness Kusaramain's actions. The people of Grass Village, including Mickey, would not be neglected. Those without crimes would be offered employment. The beasts, may the bull-headed man meet a dire fate. After reading the newspaper, everyone present spat in disgust at Kusaramain. Mickey's junior brother was right. If anyone sought to harm Konoha, I would make the same choice as him, bearing the infamy upon my own shoulders. Minato, standing close to Hinata Hizashi, voiced his agreement, which was duly noted by the brothers, both of whom nodded in assent. Minato, the quintessential good-hearted individual, stating such sentiments signified that Mickey's act of surrender should not be vilified. At that moment, faint sounds of children engaging in role-play drifted from outside the office building. I want to be Mickey. I'm here to attack Konoha. As Hokage, you must protect it. No. How could the Hokage possibly defeat Mickey? Sarutobi Hiruzen's acute hearing turned his face dark with vexation. The meeting was adjourned. He needed to address this matter. What is wrong with today's children? He is the strongest Hokage. The Titanic incident had already cast a favorable light on Mickey in the eyes of the ninja world, and now, with the exhibition of his strength, a fervor for Mickey swept through the entire realm. After the morning's report from the Akatsuki village, an afternoon arrival of a peculiar book titled The Prequel to the Five Nations Romance followed. It was said to be penned by Pain and found its way onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk the moment it entered the Konoha bookstore. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been contemplating how Konoha should approach Akatsuki village, but this thought was swiftly forgotten. He felt a surge of excitement. The Five Nations Romance. With such a grand worldview, could it be? Does it encompass all 5 villages? Seizing the opportunity while alone, he hurriedly flipped through its pages. The tale began with Kaguya creating the world, after which the ninja world was divided between purity and corruption. Kaguya, the protagonist of the story? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. What a splendid name, evoking the image of a fair-skinned beauty, radiant as the moon. He continued to turn the pages, alone in the ninja world for an indeterminate span. One day, motivated by a feeling, she realized that the key to sanctity lay within the ninja populace. She shaped humanity with chakra and breathed life into them, granting them existence and wisdom. The first human she created was the Sage of 6 Paths, named Hagoromo, followed by another called Hamura, both regarded by Kaguya as her beloved children. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to sense something amiss, yet curiosity compelled him to read on. 100,000 years passed, and the firstborn, the Sage of 6 Paths, and Kaguya found themselves at odds philosophically. Kaguya believed love could encompass all, while the Sage of 6 Paths firmly held that only the strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. Yet how could the Sage of 6 Paths contend with Kaguya? He had no choice but to remain hidden. One day, while gathering firewood in the mountains, he encountered a powerful spirit beast of the Pangolin clan, who advised him that abundant firewood leads to a great flame. Upon returning, he began to cultivate daily. Eventually, Indra, the firstborn, and Ashura, the second son, were born. As the two grew, the trio united to seal Kaguya, also sending Hamura, who had been favored by Kaguya and believed in existence for the sake of love, into the cosmos. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Although it was labeled a romance, he felt a vague sense that Mickey was narrating the history of the ninja world. But how did Mickey know this? Suppressing his curiosity, he wished to see what Mickey would unveil next. After Kaguya was sealed, the Sage of 6 Paths established the ninja sect, tasked with managing the now unified ninja world. He shared chakra through handshakes. For a time, the ninja world thrived, ushering in an era of peace, which people referred to as the Kaijuan prosperity. This marked Mickey's first external exploration. The ninja world ought to be unified. Those who read this segment reflected, yet after some contemplation, they dismissed it. As they continued reading, they encountered the sorrowful tale of the Sage of 6 Paths. The strong survive, while the weak are eliminated. Only one prince could emerge from the ninja sect. Ashura, dissatisfied with his father's favoritism towards his brother Indra, instigated a coup, ambushing Indra with 800 men in the Land of Fire, personally slaying him and forcing the Sage of 6 Paths into submission to become the prince of the ninja sect. To evade retribution, Indra's descendants altered their surname to Uchiha, while another faction, without a surname, proclaimed themselves a clan filled with hatred and blood. I understand now, Mother, how difficult it was for you back then. In his twilight years, the Sage of Six Paths knelt beneath the moon, weeping. Ultimately, Ashura did not wish to merely be a prince. One night, he visited the Sage of Six Paths for a meal. No one knows what transpired that evening, but the servants could only see the two drinking together, hear them suddenly engage in a quarrel, and then the sound of an axe. The next day, Ashura ascended as the leader of the ninja sect. His rise was met with skepticism, as the hand seals to release ninjutsu were invented by his elder brother Indra. Discontent with his rule, the Uchiha clan resolutely rebelled, intending to restore peace to the world. Thus began a 1,000-year-long war in the ninja world. Chapter 76, Scorpions Jr. The story concludes here. As this book is merely a prequel, is this truly the history of the ninja world? From the book, it appears that Ashura is nothing but a usurper. Aside from the day he instigated the coup, what merit does he possess to lead the ninja sect? The one who invented the hand seals to release ninjutsu was Indra, and the Uchiha are descendants of Indra, meaning they too are progeny of the Sage of Six Paths? Does no one care about the goddess Kaguya, who created humanity? Love can encompass all. She seems akin to my mother. Across the entire ninja world, after reading the prequel to the Five Nations romance, discussions erupted on the streets. The creator of humanity, Kaguya, received the title of mother. They could discern that in that battle, Kaguya must have held back. The once divine Sage of Six Paths was also denounced as a wayward son by some mothers who identified with Kaguya. The populace of the ninja world, unaware of that historical period, accepted the narratives spun by Pain, hailing from Akatsuki village, as credible, particularly since the village's early reports consistently educated them on ninja lore. The ninjas from the Five Great Nations, having perused this book, were utterly convinced. Answers to long burdening questions were finally unveiled. No wonder the Uchiha clan possesses such strength, able to contend against the Senju clan for so many years. It makes sense now. In Konoha village, within the Uchiha territory, the entire Uchiha clan was so thrilled they nearly fainted, their trembling hands turning the pages. We, the Uchiha, have this history? I knew it. With our powerful Sharingan. How could we possibly be a cursed clan? This must be Ashura's slander. We must invade the land of fire. No, we shall unify the ninja world. The ninja world rightfully belongs to our Uchiha clan. It must have been that fool Ashura who failed to maintain unity, resulting in the world's fragmentation. Uchiha Fugaku listened to the cacophony of his clan members venting their frustrations, a deep itch in his heart for what was to follow. What became of us, the Uchiha? He maintained a stoic expression, yet his legs quivered with anticipation. A saying circulated among the villagers: "Our affairs in Konoha are of no concern to the Uchiha." This sentiment left him feeling cold inside. The Uchiha were inherently a clan that thrived on smooth flattery. If you pampered them, they would go to great lengths to protect you, even risking their lives for a dear friend. Now, with the release of this book, Uchiha Fugaku dared not imagine how the reputation of the Uchiha would shift in the ninja world. They were a clan striving for global peace. Regrettably, he remains oblivious to the identity of the author behind this book, Pain. It is a tumultuous mix of admiration and resentment. Just moments ago, the narrative was enthralling, recounting the thrilling encounters of South Sichuan and the Titanic, and now it delves into the historical tapestry of the Five Nations. The village of Shaoin, nestled within the Third Ring, has evidently captivated the attention of the entire ninja realm with this single tome. Yahiko, concealed within a newly constructed cottage, sips his tea while listening to Nagato relay the news from outside. Observing Yahiko's gaunt visage and poor condition, Nagato feels a pang of sympathy. To avoid arousing the animosity and suspicion of the Five Great Nations, Yahiko must feign remorse, enduring 3 days and nights without sustenance, while concocting a narrative of the Five Nations to draw the attention of the ninja world. This is the mark of a truly competent village leader. As Nagato contemplates offering some words of comfort and urging Yahiko to eat, he witnesses Yahiko set down his tea, pushing it towards Nagato with an expression fraught with worry, as if the very thought of food is repugnant to him. Just 2 minutes prior, Conan had entered the underground vault with great excitement, only to find it as barren as a locust-ravaged field, her pupils dilating in shock. Where are the explosive tags? A staggering 600,000 explosive tags are missing. In disbelief, she notes the 2 or 3 tags still lying on the ground, questioning the insult to her intelligence. Suddenly, she recalls the mutual explosive tags used by Yahiko that fateful day. Overwhelmed with grievance, Conan rushes to the newly erected cottage outside the Third Ring. Numerous spies from the Five Great Nations lurk nearby, and they observe a girl, seemingly abandoned by a rogue, with a face full of sorrow and resentment as she storms into the cottage. Is there a spectacle to behold? They lean in closer. Yahiko, Where are my 600,000 explosive tags? Initially, Conan intended to confront him, but upon seeing him laboring for the sake of the village, her voice softens unconsciously. I apologize. I used them without consulting anyone, Mayahiko replies, his shoulders drooping, his gaze fixated on the floor, resembling a forlorn puppy neglected by its master. He coughs, embodying a pale and frail figure, as if he might faint from hunger at any moment. Upon witnessing this, Conan's anger dissipates entirely. The explosive tags may be gone, but they can be replaced or recreated. She realizes it was inappropriate to confront Mayahiko. She quickly approaches him, embracing him gently to provide solace. Nagato and the spies outside share looks of astonishment. By my word, is it possible to be this way? As summer vacation commences and the perils have subsided, the customary summer activities are set in motion, with Conan preparing meals for Mayahiko in the afternoon. The responsibility of guiding the children in street cleaning falls to Kaya Ichijo. Among the group is a boy with peach-colored hair, his chakra sealed, his hands bound, leaving only his legs and eyes free to move. Scorpion, born in the same year as Mayahiko, is a product of Suna's inadequate education. Although he can read, his understanding of physics, electricity, and optics is limited, rendering him unable to compete with the likes of Sakura Haruno. He remains silent, trailing behind the group of children, unbothered by feelings of shame or resistance. His life is firmly grasped in someone else's hands. While he does not comprehend why Mayahiko has spared him, he harbors no gratitude, at worst. He will let Mayahiko be in the future, but he is determined to ensure that Tsukumo Hatake meets his demise. Scorpion, you will be able to enroll as our junior on September 1st this year, the trio of Xiaoxiong exclaims cheerfully as they approach him. Chapter 77, I am a teacher. Nearby, Defo and Gio assist observe with bemusement. Mayahiko's elder brother had sent a letter that morning, instructing them to keep an eye on Scorpion, and to their surprise, Chio's grandson from Sunagakure had become their junior. We, the soon-to-be second-year students, are quite pleased to welcome this first-year newcomer, they remark. But soon their expressions shift to one of disappointment. Defo, we missed the Battle of the Red Forest. Our merits are lost. With my abilities, I should have at least secured a second-class merit. Sighing, they reflect on how Mayahiko will recall everyone's performance in this battle, and that there will soon be a commendation ceremony, rumored to feature medals and personnel changes. Even if they are mere genin, perhaps they can still attain a third-class merit medal. Yet, as they are now students, they lament their inability to gain any recognition. The thought weighs heavily on them. They have lost their chance at initial stock, and henceforth, they will always be at a disadvantage in terms of seniority. Cough, cough. Come on, children, keep up. Ichijo claps his hands, signaling the children to stay in line. Everyone halts their chatter and jogs to catch up, under Ichijo's guidance. The streets are soon filled with the sight of the summer fledgling squad. Scorpion takes the broom, indifferent to everything around him. Ichijo pays special attention to this boy named Scorpion. Is it pity? He is unsure. He simply hopes the child can embrace a more cheerful disposition. He whispers to several other teachers, "What is the story with Scorpion? He seems as if he has encased his heart in ice, devoid of any emotion." The others nod in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Anyone who attempts to converse with Scorpion is met with indifference. He isolates himself from everyone. Among the teachers, 2 are aware of their roles as Konoha undercover agents and have not forgotten their duties. They observe Ichijo, who appears resolute in his intentions regarding Scorpion, and they hastily inquire, "Ichijo, you are not seriously considering trying to reach out to this child, are you?" I doubt he is easily approachable. While Xiaoxiong has shown some improvement, he remains at the bottom of the class. You would be better off focusing your efforts on those children. Although they are spies, and Xiaoxiong struggles with everything, they have developed some affection after spending so many days with him. They hope Ichijo will limit his connections with the children to avoid becoming too entangled. I am a teacher. Ichijo instructs everyone to continue guiding the children while leaving a parting remark, then vanishes in an instant with a body flicker technique. The 2 teachers exchange glances of bewilderment. In the village chief's office, it is Ichijo's first initiative to seek out Mayahiko. The storm has passed, and he has finally returned to his office. He enjoys pickled vegetables with boiled tofu. The emperor's feast cannot compare. A bright red charcoal stove supports an iron pot, bubbling with tofu and pickled vegetables. As Mayahiko sits beside it, playing on his phone and humming a tune. When the food is ready, Conan retrieves it to let it cool. Knock, knock. Come in. Ichijo enters, immediately greeted by this scene, one he has grown accustomed to. With Conan in class and unable to reach her by phone, Mayahiko takes the liberty of calling him Emimpi, truly a neglectful child. Suddenly, a cool breeze sweeps through, leaving him puzzled as to why the office feels so refreshing. Ichijo, drawing on years of ninja experience, instinctively glances at the humming machine on the wall, an air conditioner, which will soon be installed in the dormitories for teachers and staff once mass production begins. Noticing Ichijo's confusion, Conan explains, family members. What if we don't want to return to Konoha? In the sweltering summer of Konoha, all we can do is eat popsicles. The warmth of sweat on Ichijo's body transforms into a chill upon entering the air-conditioned room. He elaborates on the purpose of his visit. Are you looking to apply to educate the next batch of new students? Yahiko contemplates the feasibility of this proposal. Conan immediately agrees. Yes, your qualifications and temperament are perfectly suited for the role of homeroom teacher. I am the principal. Yahiko is tempted to interject. But considering he has just utilized 600,000 explosive tags belonging to Conan, he wisely refrains from provoking her ire. All right, it's settled, he nods in agreement. Thank you very much. Ichijo expresses his gratitude, then shares his desire to help Scorpion emerge from his shadow. Conan beams with delight, while Yahiko regards him with a peculiar expression. Nevertheless, this endeavor undoubtedly serves the village's interests. Very well, I shall fully cooperate with you on this matter. Yahiko waves his hand grandly, and the second air conditioner destined for Shaoyin village is promptly dispatched to Uncle Yao. Initially, there was reluctance to allocate funds for Uncle Yao, but now it seems appropriate to send an air conditioner his way. Yao Ramen, those in the know will understand. Scorpion's parents sacrificed themselves during the Second Shinobi World War, and he may have developed a form of social withdrawal, though I cannot be certain. Regardless, he appears emotionally numb. Yahiko confides in Kaori, elucidating Scorpion's general circumstances after a lengthy discourse. Kaori's expression is complex, and he resolutely declares, I shall help Scorpion emerge from the shadows. This conviction resonates deeply within him, perhaps due to the shared experience of losing his own parents in the same war, evoking a profound sense of empathy for the child. Upon exiting, Kaori finds himself amidst the lively bustle of the streets, where groups of passers-by engage in spirited conversations about the Five Nations Chronicles and Jiraiya's plans for a sequel. Children frolic about, cleaning up while playfully bickering. Yet, Scorpion remains aloof, standing apart as if encased in an invisible shroud of coldness. His gaze cast downward as he diligently sweeps a small patch of ground. Kaori, feeling a pang of compassion, muses that the child may be battling inner demons. Scorpion. One cannot confine oneself to merely sweeping a small area, he remarks, picking up a larger broom to demonstrate. With a flourish, he sends dust swirling before stepping back to continue sweeping. Scorpion glances up momentarily but offers no response, returning to his solitary task. This child is indeed challenging. Kaori thinks to himself, contemplating a secondary plan of action. As a devoted teacher, he cherishes Kaguya, believing that love encompasses all, and it is through love that we find our purpose. In the realm of love, nothing is insurmountable. He deliberately engages the older children, Daibutsu, Juzo, and others, in a discussion about the Five Nations Chronicles, hoping to capture Scorpion's interest. However, he soon realizes that the Sage of the Six Paths was right in his later years. Human desires are like boulders tumbling down a mountain, once set in motion. They cannot be halted. Juzo interjects, challenging Kaori's assertions. Ah, so you're here to undermine me? Kaori retorts. Love can create, but it can also destroy. When you protect the flock from the wolves out of love, that very love equates to destruction for the wolves, as it leads them to starvation. This world is inherently harsh. It is either the sheep or the wolves that perish, either the feeble wolves starve or the vulnerable sheep are devoured. Seeing Kaori's unwavering stance, Juzo continues to counter him. Kaori squints, impressed by the boy's remarkable retention of the text, echoing it back to him flawlessly. Naturally, he feels compelled to defend Kaguya. Yet, he notices that as the children gather to witness their debate, a unanimous majority aligns with the Sage of the Six Paths, not for his rebellious nature or the tale of sibling rivalry, but for his philosophical outlook. In stark contrast, Kaguya appears to them as an innocent naïve, unversed in the ways of the world. The Kaguya supporters find themselves rapidly losing ground, and Kaori wonders who could possibly rally the Kaguya faction now. Bored, Scorpion surveys the animated crowd, contemplating an escape amidst the chaos. Despite their quarrel, Juzo and Daibutsu remain somewhat vigilant over him. The ruckus continues from afternoon till evening, and even Yahiko becomes aware of the unfolding situation. Kaguya is correct, he murmurs. Why? Asks Conan, puzzled. Because of her beauty and grace. The Sage of the Six Paths is far too unappealing, Yahiko thinks, though he refrains from voicing this sentiment. Instead, he explains, Kaguya perceives the ninja world from a maternal perspective. To her, humanity is nothing more than a group of children. She truly embodies the essence of loving her people as her own. Indeed, a true embodiment of maternal love, he adds, recalling how the sage's young girlfriend was sacrificed to become White Zetsu. At this, Konan's lashes flutter, and her expression softens as she contemplates the concept of motherhood. She casts a glance at Yahiko, her face flushing like an apple, clearing his throat awkwardly. Yahiko reflects on the responsibilities of a prudent village leader. He must consider his family as well. Should he and Konan have a son, perhaps he could visit the Hyuga or Yamanaka clans to inquire about potential wives. Girls. Oh dear, there are so many blonde-haired children in the ninja world. They shall all perish. Yahiko exclaims. What is wrong with you? Konan blushes, while Yahiko's eyes redden with frustration. It isn't until nightfall that he begins to find some solace from his anger. The day passes, and he makes a call to Nagato, inviting him, Konan, and himself to the Ichiraku ramen shop for a meal. As they arrive at the ramen shop, the familiar cart greets them. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato lift the curtain and step inside, feeling a refreshing chill from the air conditioning, truly a comfort. The shinobi world has found a way to harness chakra to power their air conditioning, a convenience that comes at the expense of the Uzumaki clan. Yahiko feels a twinge of sympathy. The Akatsuki village currently possesses only 2 units, and any member of the Uzumaki clan could easily supply their needs. But if every household were to acquire one, the Uzumaki clan might turn against the village. This matter is urgent and requires resolution. According to Yahiko's plan, he intends to offer incentives to encourage the Uzumaki clan to expand their families. In the past year, including those still in the womb, there have only been a meager dozen children born into the Uzumaki clan, a woefully inadequate number. He recalls a previous discussion where Shoma expressed a desire for a wife. Just then, as they enter, Shoma appears, accompanied by his 3 subordinates from his time in Konoha, Reizo, Kiyakawa, and Yukizai, who remain unnamed in the original tale. It is mealtime, and the advantage of air conditioning draws a crowd, with patrons lining up to order. Everyone's already eating? Splendid, Yahiko observes as he surveys the full house, noting those seated at tables and others crouched on the floor. Among them are Kaori and Scorpion, the family of Genji, members of the Uzumaki clan, and a few unfamiliar passers-by, including Obito. At this sight, it seems only fair to sacrifice Uncle Genji and Obito for the sake of seating. Isn't it just because you cast a dissenting vote during last year's proposal to establish a foot spa? Must you still hold a grudge? Genji meets Yahiko's gaze, choosing to squat on the ground and eat, as he offers his seat to Konan, while many others also opt to dine on the floor. The cramped ramen shop is bustling with patrons, and they are fortunate to have the luxury of air conditioning. Enough chatter, Yahiko admonishes, turning his attention to Obito. You don't eat, do you? Surely you aren't bothered by the heat, and you don't require rest, so what are you doing here? Yahiko suddenly gasps at the thought that Obito is indeed a chosen worker, and even Kakuzu is aware of this fact. How delightful it must be for him. Beyond the aforementioned advantages, Obito could serve as clothing, caretaker, or prosthetic limbs. Just imagining it sends a shiver down Yahiko's spine. If he were to acquire 10,000 obedient white Zetsus, he could potentially conquer the ninja world in a month. This confidence stems from the myriad military strategies he has absorbed from his previous life. Upon closer inspection, it seems that the white Zetsus are akin to treasures, every inch of them replete with value. I'll take a portion to go, Yahiko declares. Unbeknownst to him, Obito remains oblivious to the glimmer of desire and greed that flickers in Yahiko's eyes, his rear still firmly planted on the bench. Yahiko cannot urge him to move. Such is the audacity that comes with having connections. He cannot possibly offer a takeout portion to the white Zetsus in the dirt. Delaying Obito's dinner would be a grave offense to Madara. 1 second wasted is a sin. Yahiko orders a bowl of chicken broth ramen and squats on the ground, his attention subtly focused on Kaori and Scorpion. However, Shoma keeps his distance from Genji, adopting a furtive demeanor, instinctively flinching upon seeing Genji's silhouette when they first entered. There is surely something intriguing unfolding here. Which should he observe first? Naturally, both at once. Nagato notices Yahiko's secretive demeanor and, after a brief assessment, shifts his focus to the 4 individuals. Amidst the 4 individuals, Shounen expressed her concern for Ijing's recent situation. Having heard whispers of many children engaging in early romantic relationships, which must be unequivocally discouraged, that Xiaoxiong frequently lavished attention upon Ijing only heightened her fears of these 2 youngsters allowing their affections to impede their studies and the path of the ninja. A minor yet noteworthy tidbit, indeed. After listening for a while, Yahiko ceased to pay attention, through the perspectives of the small frogs. He concluded that Ijing harbored feelings for the academically gifted Aomiyama, rendering Xiaoxiong's chances futile. Vortex, how are matters progressing with Shimo? He inquired. Shally has been waiting for you for quite some time. Behind him, Kiba Shimo interjected, I already have Kakashi. Come on, let us eat without hesitation tonight. Hayama Ichijo chimed in, encouragingly. Scorpion remained silent. The Vortex clan was closely knit. This Vortex Shally shared a familial tie with Nagato through his mother. Employed as a toy designer at a factory, she had been referred to as Aunt by Nagato, having remained widowed since her husband's passing. A steadfast member of the Vortex clan who had evaded any entanglements. However, Nagato had heard that upon first laying eyes on Kiba Shimo, his Aunt Vortex Shally had taken an immediate liking to him. Chapter 79, A Lifetime Without Train Travel. The Kiba family faced extinction. Yahiko discerned that Shimo's implication was that he had an heir. He cherished Kakashi deeply, yet Kakashi was destined to spend his life alongside Guy and his right hand. Nagato. We must take action, Yahiko stated gravely, locking eyes with Nagato. Finding a wife for Kiba Shimo, he believed, could be elevated to an S-rank mission. Firstly, it would create a bond for Shimo. Secondly, it would yield numerous offspring, potentially producing enhanced versions of Kakashi. Thirdly, it would demonstrate care for subordinates, achieving a trifecta of benefits. Whenever Yahiko exhibited this glint in his eye, Nagato understood it was time for him to employ his transformation technique to assume a female guise. Will you treat me to noodles? This is a banquet of fate. I refuse. Nagato bellowed. Can you bear to see the Kiba family perish? Can you bear to watch your aunt remain a widow? Yahiko once again took the moral high ground to admonish Nagato. Youthful as Nagato was, this struck a chord, and he seemed on the verge of yielding. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized. The Kiba family is facing extinction? What do you mean by that? Isn't there a Kakashi in the Kiba family? Though he wears a mask and tries to act cool, it's not hard to see he is rather handsome. He is still of school age, yet has already become a chunin. Surely, such a fellow wouldn't he lack for admirers, would he? Think of your aunt. Consider it. That's enough. I agree. Nagato, filled with indignation and humiliation, reluctantly acquiesced. What shall we do then? Yahiko whispered conspiratorially in Nagato's ear. This, that, and the other. The two clandestinely plotted, while Vortex Zoyen was making his move. Shimo, why not meet Shally first? Despite the elder's repeated pleas, Kiba Shimo felt unable to decline and reluctantly consented. He won't agree, for he has Kakashi. All right, I'll cover the bill for Shimo's noodles today. Vortex Zoyen replied, beaming with satisfaction. A mere meeting is sufficient. I fear you might refuse even that. Scorpion, shall we add some vinegar to the noodles? Hayama Ichijo inquired, clearly treating Scorpion as a younger brother. Scorpion appeared somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden attention, remaining silent as he quietly consumed the freshly served noodles. His acquiescence indicated his acceptance. Having witnessed Yahiko pursuing his beloved in the office several times, Hayama Ichijo promptly filled his bowl. Scorpion. Hayama Ichijo scratched his nose. Enough already. My apologies. The broth had nearly turned a deep shade of black. Not far away, Shounen looked on with a sour expression, bewildered by the antics of her companions. Seated there, looking forlorn and comforted by Yahiko's embrace, Nagato resembled a matchmaker, while Vortex Zoyen lounged with his legs crossed, preening in the mirror while awaiting noodles, an image reminiscent of a world-renowned painting. Scorpion raised his gaze to glance at Hayama Ichijo before returning to his meal. Unfazed, Scorpion finished his noodles, embodying a person of determination. Many had initially assumed that Scorpion's usual demeanor of aloofness was merely an act. Today, it became evident that it was anything but. Cough. Unable to suppress himself after finishing, Scorpion coughed, his countenance grim, as even the act of breathing felt sour to him. Hayama Ichijo, contemplative, sensed that Scorpion still had hope. Outside the village chief's office building, a commendation ceremony unfolded. Yahiko, acknowledging the contributions made during the Akatsuki War, awarded medals to each deserving individual. Kakuzu received a first-class merit. Under the gaze of the populace, Yahiko commenced the award presentations, concurrently distributing military ranks and uniforms. Ordinary soldiers donned white tops with blue ties, while those of officer rank and above had the freedom to choose their attire, provided it did not tarnish the image of the Akatsuki village. Uniforms bore the word justice emblazoned on the back of white coats. Yahiko took the mantle of marshal for himself. It was impractical to bestow all ranks at once. Thus, the following promotions were made. Major General, Kiba Shimo, Sun Lu. Vortex Zoyen. Colonel, Nagato, Shounan, Kakuzu Balu. Lieutenant Colonel, Yuya Kazaki N, Luffy, Rosaluo. Yahiko also remembered to promote Afei to Major. Seizing the opportunity while Yahiko was distracted by other award presentations, Kakuzu discreetly bit into his medal, his eyes lighting up, gold. While the honorees reveled in their accolades amidst the admiration of the villagers, disruptions soon arose. Village Chief, Konoha Village, Iwagakure Village, and Kumogakure Village are requesting entry into the second ring. Bring them in. The commendation ceremony was interrupted. Upon learning that representatives from the 5 great nations had arrived for diplomatic discussions, Yahiko ordered that they be ushered in. Village Chief Yahiko. Hokage-sama has matters to discuss with you. Before long, Nara Shikaku arrived, accompanied by ninjas from Iwagakure and Kumogakure. What is so urgent that it cannot be conveyed over the phone, warranting such a lengthy journey? Yahiko, upholding the courtesy of hospitality, smiled at them. Please take a look at this. Nara Shikaku, having a good rapport with Minato, produced a letter and placed it before Yahiko before quickly retreating behind the ninjas from Kumogakure. Fearing he might be overwhelmed by the crowd, the slight emergence of the Akatsuki village had undoubtedly sparked trepidation among the 5 great nations. The newspapers indicated that unless Yahiko faced starvation, he had not held the position of leader for so many years without understanding the underlying motives at play. They had even received word that Yahiko coveted the entirety of Kusagakure village, intending to absorb it fully. How could they possibly stand idly by as the Akatsuki village grew in power? At the forefront of this concern was Sunagakure, who had dispatched spies to the Akatsuki village. Poised to act, after suffering losses at Yahiko's hands, Yakuro bore a mark on her back visible to all, casting a shadow over her these past months. Raza, too, was in dire need of accomplishments to validate his position. The 5 great nations had set their sights on the 400 grass ninjas held in the penal labor camp of the Akatsuki village. If the Akatsuki village continued to engage in the arts and entertainment without considering military matters, they did not advise adopting the role of a benevolent elder. Yet, paradoxically, the Akatsuki village had chosen to delve into military endeavors. Konoha Village, Iwagakure Village, and Kumogakure Village issued warnings to the Akatsuki village. During the commendation ceremony, it was evident that the 3 had premeditated their arrival, outlining their demands point by point. Firstly, the quantity of explosive tags to be procured must be approved by Konoha Village, Iwagakure Village, and Kumogakure Village. Secondly, the number of ninjas from the Akatsuki village must not exceed 200. Lastly, Pain must provide updates every month. The final stipulation arose from public sentiment. Yahiko found this scene all too familiar, reminiscent of the warnings issued after the successful establishment of the village. He acknowledged these terms, though he mused, acknowledgement is one thing, implementation is another. Alas, it appears that throughout his lifetime, he may never travel by train again. It cannot be so readily agreed upon. Yahiko contemplated all the unfortunate events that had transpired over 2 lifetimes, finally managing to suppress a smile. His entire being trembled with indignation, as if he were on the brink of a hypertension-induced collapse. Many in the Akatsuki village had experience as extras in performances. The commendation ceremony was abruptly interrupted by the villages of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure, who presented various inequitable treaties, their faces adorned with indignation, perhaps genuine outrage. Let us cast them into the rain village to feed the pike, roared the village chief. Hand over that pineapple-headed brat to me. I shall thrust a blade into him and extract his innards. I shall pierce his gallbladder, and whether I enter with a white blade or exit with one, I shall skewer his brain. I'll stab him again, and this time, a yellow blade will emerge from him. I'll puncture his foul being. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku wore a countenance of constipation. Hey, I'm merely a messenger here. All the ninjas of Amigakure, aside from the sentinels, were present, and the crowd was nearly ravenous to consume their adversaries. This was, of course, anticipated by Nara Shikaku and his companions. No one among them could endure such humiliation directed at their village or their leader. Among the noble clans of Amigakure, Hatake Sakumo had drawn his sword, showing no regard for the Nara family. Yahiko raised his hand to suppress the boiling masses, casting a profound gaze upon the envoys from the 3 villages. Surely, your village must think little of me, Yahiko. In Chapter 80, Thoughts of the Second Tsuchikage, Nara Shikaku asserted, Yahiko, you should concentrate your efforts on the happiness of the ninja world, ensuring entertainment and security for your village, which we will protect. Is that not sufficient? One cannot divide their focus. Even the Hokage acts for your benefit. Yahiko gave him a meaningful glance without replying. Lord Killer Bee is still awaiting your performance, Yahiko. The Tsuchikage also expressed admiration for Yahiko's literary talent and wished to extend an invitation for a visit. Undoubtedly, the 3 villages desired Amigakure to abandon its military pursuits in favor of cultural endeavors. Sunagakure, nearly destitute, paid little heed to entertainment, while in other villages, 9 out of 10 had seen films. In Sunagakure, only 3 or 4 had. This was Yahiko's greatest folly in business. The situation in Akarigakure was even more perplexing. If Yahiko agrees to our terms, substantial benefits await. The Hokage assured me prior to my arrival that if Yahiko consents, we could enhance trade and even cultural exchanges between our villages. Lord Killer Bee proclaimed he could arrange a concert tour across the 5 great villages. Yahiko felt warmth in his heart. His apprentice had not been in vain. Was this Killer Bee's way of wanting to keep him close for protection? The crowd urged Yahiko in succession, but he retreated into his office, brooding. Observing this, the envoys from the 3 villages took turns entering to persuade him. Before entering, Narashikaku exchanged a discreet glance with Yumino Irika, who was mingling with the crowd. The plan to switch the heavens and the earth was proposed by him. Recently, Irika had received news that he was to become the new homeroom teacher, occupied with lesson preparations. If he did poorly, it would reveal flaws. Hence it was best to maintain distance for now. The trio assigned to advance the city had completely gone off the grid, leaving only Irika and his companions of any use. Although Irika was capable of teaching an entire class, the current pace suggested that the execution of their plan would still be too slow. According to his expectations from the previous year, Akatsuki should not have developed this rapidly. A year had passed, and they had amassed several formidable ninjas capable of becoming a village leader. The significance of Chunin within the village had greatly diminished. Before entering the office, he pondered extensively, gazing at Yahiko, with his bright orange hair and keen eyes, who had been waiting patiently. He nodded slightly, ready to engage in a new round of discourse. Now, in the office, it was just the 2 of them, and finally, it was Yahiko's turn to take the initiative. Please convey my regards to our esteemed elder and brother Minato. Yahiko stepped forward, clasping Narashikaku's hand and patting it. Narashikaku was momentarily taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't they be engaged in a fierce verbal duel? Yet, from Yahiko's expression and words, he detected no trace of animosity. Could it be that Yahiko's demeanor was merely to avoid bowing to Akatsuki and Kimogakure? Did he harbor fondness for Konoha? The implications were vast. However, he remained unaware of Yahiko's true character, which he had only heard about from Minato, who seemed to exalt Yahiko as if he were the reincarnation of the first Hokage. The 2 conversed extensively, discussing mundane matters. The Chronicle of the 5 Nations is progressing slowly. Writing so few words in a day is hardly sufficient. And my family member, cough cough, wishes to obtain your signed photograph. Through their interaction, Narashikaku found Yahiko to possess an indescribable, unique charm. He relaxed, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Yahiko as though with a friend. All the benefits promised by Sarutobi Hiruzen were received by Yahiko, while the requests made by Sarutobi Hiruzen were completely forgotten. That was essentially the situation. After Narashikaku exited, the next to enter was an envoy from Kimogakure. Please relay a message to Killer Bee, saying I have kept my previous promise to him. The MP3 devices are being researched in the laboratory. The summer heat made air conditioning paramount, thus the delay in the MP3 research. Inform him to await my album, so that his rap can echo throughout the ninja world. The Kimogakure ninja left in a haze of confusion, pondering what an MP3 was and what an album entailed. The subsequent visitor was a ninja from Akatsuki. Yahiko directly handed him a piece of calligraphy. Please deliver this poem to Lord Tsuchikage as a sign of my respect for Akatsuki. The sincerity reflected on Yahiko's face left the Akatsuki ninja momentarily dazed. A poem? He lowered his gaze to the content inscribed on the paper. Thoughts of the second Tsuchikage. One should live as a remarkable person and die as a heroic spirit. To this day, I ponder without yielding, refusing to bow or bend. During the first Great Ninja War, the second Tsuchikage, in a moment of despair, chose to perish alongside the one known as the Little Beard, revealing a somewhat obstinate nature. Yet, Yahiko would not point this out. He was known for his candidness. This poem was simple and accessible. Upon reading it, the Akatsuki ninja was moved to tears. Back then, their leader had been ambushed by the ghostly Gozu, and though escape was possible, for the sake of pride, cough cough, for the honor of the village, he had chosen to engage in a trade with Gozu instead. Excellent. Beautifully written. Lord Tsuchikage will surely be pleased. You are commendable. The Akatsuki ninja hurriedly departed to present this paper to his village. Using a phone, he feared the raucous static of the line would tarnish the poem's essence. From the 3 villages, Yahiko had forged a bond of goodwill. He understood that their behavior was less than graceful, but with this bond, their actions towards Akatsuki would likely be gentler. The ninjas of Konoha, Akatsuki, and Kimogakure were quite satisfied with Yahiko's discernment and left in good spirits. Meanwhile, in the plaza, the commendation ceremony was halted as they awaited Yahiko's return. Donning a cloak of righteousness, Itachi Tsukumo had heard that today someone dared to plot against their participation in the commendation ceremony, seeking to impede the advance on the city. What audacity! Come forth. He refused to let a moment of laziness lead to future overtime. Thus, he approached with utmost seriousness, hastening to provide support. A spy from Akatsuki wishes to let the criminals escape from the advance on the city? This is first-hand intelligence from the Mist Department. Nagato shouted, wanting to lead all the ninjas in the plaza to confront them. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was peculiar. It seemed that Shikamaru had ventured to the advance on the city to request assistance from the laboratory, prompting the cunning Shikaku to devise a way to infuse chakra into toys, allowing them to move. Slow down, I have a plan. Shikaku intercepted Nagato and the others, who looked on in confusion. Just a couple dozen of them. Leave them to Itachi Tsukumo, Shikaku explained with a smile. Shikamaru, seize this opportunity. Let them escape? How dare they? What are you all waiting for? Engage in battle. After sending off the ninjas from Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure, Yahiko heard the news and rushed over, eager to lead the ninjas to the advance on the city to annihilate the scoundrels dispatched by Sunagakure. Wait, I have a plan. In Chapter 81, Amigakure does not engage in human trafficking. Elder Shikaku once again proposed a strategy, suggesting they disguise themselves as sand ninjas to confront Itachi Tsukumo. This seemed rather unwise. Yahiko understood Shikaku's intent. There was still a facade to maintain, and he feigned difficulty. Beside him, Nagato and others displayed expressions of equal distress, clearly preparing to let the villain take the fall after the incident. Uzumaki Jushin's countenance darkened, a group of young individuals, utterly devoid of responsibility. Nevertheless, as an old man nearing his end, he could bury his bones in a coffin, living day by day less and less, for the sake of the village. For the revival of the Uzumaki clan. Shoma was a straightforward lad, while Kyoko was shy. If this old fool did not exert himself, how would these two children fare in the latter half of their lives? Once these words were uttered, everyone present donned resolute expressions and gathered before Uzumaki Jushin. Use the transformation technique on me first. Please, I cannot bear to see the warden spend the rest of his days in a nursing home. It seemed the recent discomfort was not theirs alone. Kakashi, despite everything, would surely not allow Shoma to end up in a nursing home, Nagato pondered. Those of lesser strength. Step back. Yahiko feared they would be inadvertently struck down by Kakashi. Only they few who could masquerade as sand ninjas were capable of combat. The covert incursion of Sunagakure into the advancing city could not remain hidden. Scorpion, have a nice pop. After exchanging glances with Nara Shikaku, Yumino Irika found himself haunted by the faces of young Q and Scorpion, feeling inexplicably anxious that Nara Shikaku might call out to him, and something untoward might occur. Thus, he proceeded to purchase an ice pop. It can be split in half, your half and my half. Our bond will not shatter into fragments. Unbeknownst to him, the infiltration of Sunagakure into the advancing city was already underway. From a distance, he noticed Scorpion's expression shift abruptly as he dashed toward the advancing city, prompting Yumino Irika to hastily pursue him. Scorpion, where are you going? Scorpion ran ahead, while Yumino Irika followed closely behind. Aware of his own inadequacies, Scorpion intended to return to Sunagakure to learn puppet techniques from Chiyo, especially upon hearing of the arrival of sand ninjas. However, Yumino Irika trailed him like a persistent shadow. Wherever Scorpion went, Yumino Irika followed. I want to go to the advancing city. With his chakra sealed, Scorpion was reduced to an ordinary person with slightly greater strength. Yumino Irika swiftly caught up, and upon realizing there was no escape, he quietly explained, "Is there someone familiar inside?" Yumino Irika, hands on his hips, holding the broken ice pop, sighed. Then just tell the teacher directly. He can take you to visit. How could a child like you expect the warden to let you in? Does he really trust me that much? Scorpion panted, exhausted from running, feeling somewhat at a loss. His heart brimmed with confusion. Why? Observing this, Yumino Irika placed his right hand with the ice pop on his left and ruffled Scorpion's hair, crouching down, motioning for Scorpion to hop on his back. Scorpion, momentarily dazed, found his thoughts drifting back to childhood when his parents were alive, and he would rest on his father's back when tired. Unconsciously, he stepped forward and climbed onto Yumino Irika's back. Feeling the added weight, Yumino Irika chuckled and stood, hastening toward the advancing city with Scorpion. Scorpion, should anything happen next time, you can tell Teacher Irika. If you continue like this, he will truly be saddened. During this time, he refrained from using the body flicker technique, instead walking as a caring older brother, offering counsel to Scorpion as they went, feigning sorrow. At that moment, Scorpion felt an unexpected warmth thawing his frozen heart. Yumino Irika, who embodied the hopes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, was wholly invested in Scorpion at this moment. Although Scorpion could discern Yumino Irika's feigned sadness, he instinctively replied, "All right. Ah, Scorpion, hurry, it's about to drip on my hand." The ice pop in the tube was melting rapidly, and Yumino Irika clumsily handed the broken ice pop back to Scorpion. Observing Yumino Irika's fumbled demeanor, Scorpion reached out to accept it, a rare smile gracing his lips. Moments later, Yumino Irika led Scorpion to the advancing city. The blaring alarms shattered the air, causing ears to ring with a deafening roar. The ninjas from Sunagakure stealthily infiltrated, but they could not anticipate that in an instant, someone had unknowingly set off the piercing alarm. Fully equipped guards poured out of the advancing city upon hearing the alarm. Deep within the advancing city, the lowly Kiryu handed his experimental toy to Reikich's two subordinates and rushed out to provide support. A red-haired Uzumaki Kyoko, witnessing the chaos, also followed suit. 20 to 30 sand ninjas disguised as merchants were blocked by Kakashi and his companions. Akatsuki does not engage in human trafficking. Have you come to the wrong place? Kakashi mocked with a faint tone. The sand ninjas recognized Kakashi and turned to face him. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Kazekage had even tacitly permitted the abandonment of missions upon sighting Konoha's white fang, a humiliating order. When the yellow flash and the body flicker technique materialized, several villages transformed tacit approval into open orders. This was the foundation of Konoha. Oh no, the white fang of Akatsuki. They faltered before the impending confrontation. What is going on? Yumino Irika, still carrying Scorpion on his back, approached the advancing city and saw Kakashi confronting a group of merchants, murmuring to himself. The two factions were at a standstill. Young Master Scorpion? The sand ninja, hearing the murmurs, turned around to see an unremarkable man carrying Chiyo's grandson. It seemed that Chiyo's grandson was rather enjoying himself. Was this still the icy Scorpion they had come to know? How had he been transformed like this? We are here to find young Master Scorpion. We found him. How splendid. Young Master Scorpion, Lady Chiyo misses you dearly. Please come back with us. Remembering Lady Chiyo's recent frantic inquiries about Scorpion, they devised a plan to persuade him to return, letting a criminal escape from the advancing city. Setting aside whether Kakashi would slay them, how could they possibly earn Lady Chiyo's favor by retrieving young Master Scorpion? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. You claim to be looking for someone in the advancing city? Should I believe you or not? Yet, everyone overlooked the sudden change in Yumino Irika's expression. Chiyo. What connection does Chiyo have with Scorpion? Yumino Irika sets Scorpion down, gazing at him with a grave expression, suppressing his inner fury, forcing a strained smile while calmly asking, Scorpion, tell Teacher Irika, what is your relationship with Chiyo from Sunagakure? Not only the sand ninjas, but even Kakashi and the others became intrigued. Gossip was a favored pastime among all in the shinobi world. None of these sand ninjas could escape. Kakashi tightened his grip on his sword, eagerly awaiting Scorpion's response. Yahiko was acutely aware of the importance placed on Scorpion. Just recently, he had overheard a conversation between Yahiko and Conan about what color nail polish to apply to Scorpion during a visit to the office to enjoy the air conditioning. I have no relation to the old woman. Scorpion, perceiving Yumino Irika's discomforting smile, felt that if he did not answer this question properly, he might lose something valuable, prompting him to hastily elaborate. Grandma has no idea what I want. Aside from giving me money, all she does is give me money. Who are my parents? Who am I? Am I lacking in money? What I truly lack is love. But the old woman will never understand. His expression grew tense and flustered. He could not fathom why he felt this way. He had only spent a short time with Yumino Irika. Yet, from him, he sensed a long-lost, genuine affection free of ulterior motives. Those who appeared cold on the surface were often the most sensitive to love, and he cherished Yumino Irika's care for him. This was also why Yahiko had not approached Scorpion, fearing that he might sense something amiss. Chapter 82. Scorpion, is Chiyo truly your grandmother? Upon hearing Scorpion's hurried denial of any connection to Chiyo, Yumino Irika believed him, sighing in relief. Scorpion, perceiving Yumino Irika's belief, also relaxed, his heart swirling with complex emotions. Could it be that, apart from his parents, someone else steadfastly believed in him? Yet, there were those who were oblivious. Young Master Scorpion is the grandson of Lady Chiyo, the nephew of Lady Chiyo's brother. We have been ordered by both of our esteemed leaders to locate young Master Scorpion. If he safely returns to the village, Sunagakure will surely express its gratitude to your village. With urgency in the air, the sand ninjas were eager to escape the scene. In the distance, Yahiko and his companions, disguised as sand shinobi, subtly shook their heads. They were quite familiar with this maneuver. Meanwhile, Sai watched Sasori. his eyes reflecting an incomprehensible complexity. Is what they say true? Chiyo is your grandmother? Sasori met Sai's gaze, unwilling to deceive him, and nodded. I can explain. She is merely my biological grandmother, though, biologically speaking, a grandmother need not always be so. However, Sai would not listen to explanations. His eyes reddened, as if he had made a significant decision. Now that I know, I shall request the village chief to assign you a different homeroom teacher. He was at a loss on how to confront the grandson of the man who had murdered his parents during the Second Shinobi World War. His parents had succumbed to the poison researched by Chiyo of Sunagakure, and Tsunade's late invention of the antidote had come too late. Thus, he harbored hatred for Chiyo, just as she despised Tsukumo Hatake. Though he was an undercover agent, he was not made of stone. He possessed a heart, a liver, and emotions. With that, he turned and walked away. In that moment, Sasori regretted coming to the hidden sand village. He could not fathom why Sai, who had shown him such care moments ago, would turn away upon learning that his grandmother was Chiyo. Why? Knowing that my grandmother is Chiyo, shouldn't you treat me better? Sasori hastily followed after Sai. Don't follow me. Sai suddenly turned back, his face momentarily fierce, filled with disdain and hatred for Sasori. Yet, upon seeing Sasori's bewildered expression, he struggled to adjust his emotions and walked away, his expression a tumult of feelings. Watching Sai's retreating figure, Sasori extended his hand, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. He stared for a long time, until Sai disappeared from view, then turned his expressionless gaze towards the sand shinobi. Young Master Sasori, it is time to return home. Lady Chiyo has been thinking of you. Clearing his throat, the elder's servant added, Come, let me escort you to Lady Chiyo. The sand shinobi wore expressions of utmost respect. A shadow of dark emotion unconsciously crept into Sasori's eyes, chilling to the bone. Tsukumo Hatake observed the calm Sasori, who approached step by step, his hand reaching into his robe as if searching for something. It seemed he need not intervene. Everyone, step back, Tsukumo commanded. Retreating half a mile, his years of combat experience informing him that Sasori was a considerable threat. Young Master Sasori, what are your orders? The sand shinobi were preoccupied with thoughts of how they would be rewarded by Chiyo and the elder Sai upon their return, completely oblivious to the impending danger. The leading sand shinobi addressed Sasori, who had stepped forward. What brings you here? Sasori's icy countenance revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation. Lady Chiyo, the leading sand shinobi replied, raising his voice in fear that Tsukumo might not hear. Yes, Tsukumo interjected. No need to shout. I am not deaf. Tell the old woman I do not wish to return. That may not be appropriate. Orders from above mandate that we bring young Master Sasori back. The sand shinobi appeared conflicted. The orders were, of course, fabricated. Chiyo had no idea where Sasori was and feared that the 4 villages might capture him as a hostage. Thus they dared not search for him openly, instead covertly scouring the villages he might visit. Well then, drink this, Sasori said, producing a bottle of mineral water. The label read Akatsuki, claiming that the water was sourced from the same mountain spring that the Sage of 6 Paths once drank from. The villagers of Akatsuki adored it, and Yahiko was devising ways to open up sales. Noticing the hesitation among the sand shinobi, Sasori's face revealed his discontent. Thank you, young Master Sasori, for the water. The leading sand shinobi eagerly accepted, eager to curry favor, having previously hesitated only to consider how to praise Sasori's kindness. 1 sip each, Sasori instructed. Drink. Everyone must drink. The leading sand shinobi uncapped the bottle, and with so many present, he took a small sip before passing it to the next person. The bottle was passed around, and each person took a sip. It's quite sweet, they remarked excitedly, looking at Sasori. Young Master Sasori, can we return with you now? Naturally. Failure would incur punishment, but they had at least retrieved Sasori. Without uttering a word, Sasori regarded the sand shinobi with a gaze as cold as death. 1 second. 2 seconds. Half a minute later. The first to drink suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, as if his insides were being assaulted. His parched face contorted in agony, emitting groans of pain. You, young Master Sasori, you. In the next moment, crimson blood foamed at the corners of his mouth. Trickling down his chin, his panicked eyes filled with despair as he looked at Sasori in disbelief. Before long, his body curled up, collapsing outside the hidden sand village. His visage a grotesque mask of horror. What is happening? Observing the fallen jonin, the others wore expressions of confusion. Suddenly, like a line of dominoes toppling. As the first sand shinobi fell, one after another, they exhibited the same expression of despair, staring at Sasori. It dawned on them that the water they had just consumed was tainted. Young Master Sasori, I don't understand. We are on the same side. The antidote. I need the antidote. Sasori had concocted a colorless, odorless poison from toxic herbs. As a master of poison, he certainly possessed the antidote, but he would never reveal it. The poison hidden within the mineral water was something Yahiko had sensed and taken precautions against. He had not anticipated that Sasori would use it against the people of his own village, which spoke volumes of Sai's status in his heart. Just then, a fae, busy seeking news, happened upon the scene, observing the sand shinobi who had all collapsed after drinking the water. He aimed the empty water bottle at the fallen, exclaiming, "Akatsuki." Then he zoomed in on the faces of the deceased sand shinobi. Following that, he vanished using the body flicker technique. Yahiko, chase after them. Intercept that photo. The disguised Jonin, Kankuro, shouted. A fire technique that burns water can earn us a fortune. Fellow villagers. Chapter 83. Chakra can only spread through two means. Kill him. Kankuro's features twisted in fury. Not so fast, not so fast. I hold the authority here. First, let us address Tsukumo's marital affairs. Yahiko halted Kankuro, gesturing towards the others. Behind him, Uzumaki, Naruto, Konoha, and Konan, along with Nagato, nodded in unison. Kankuro was here because Uzumaki Naruto had provided a sum of money. Remember to keep your identities hidden. After finishing his instructions, the six of them slipped away, landing before Tsukumo Hatake. Sasori has pursued Sai, Kankuro noted, while Tsukumo was busy gathering the bodies. The sudden appearance of six unfamiliar faces caused him to grip his sword tightly. The transformation technique of Uzumaki Naruto was renowned, requiring no concern about exposure. Never underestimate the survival skills of an elder who has endured the Warring States period. Does Sunagakure still harbor you lot? Tsukumo's gaze lingered on Yahiko, Naruto, Nagato, and Kankuro, who emanated a sense of danger. The other two appeared merely to be accompanying them. Yahiko glanced at the scattered corpses. Sasori has defected from the village? Humph, relying on Lady Chiyo's protection to act with impunity as a second-generation heir. But with Raza at the helm, Sunagakure cannot rise against us. Everyone, retreat. This is not an enemy you can confront. Hurry and urge the village chief to come for support. Tsukumo did not catch Yahiko's last words, reaching out to stop those who wished to fight alongside him, including members of the Akatsuki village's Bloodpool clan. After being indoctrinated with the ideology of loyalty, earning a monthly salary of 6,000, and receiving small gifts during the new year, the Bloodpool clan appeared more devoted to the village than Yahiko, their leader. After all, when there were no major issues, Yahiko would sleep soundly before 10 under Konan's supervision. As long as one villager roamed the streets, they could see their presence. The clan leader, Uzumaki Naruto, felt a tinge of shame seeing her fiercely loyal kin. She, as their leader, felt utterly inadequate. Take her away. Kakashi Hatake lifted his forehead protector, revealing his blood-red Sharingan, and solemnly commanded everyone to escort the only lady present, Uzumaki Rin, away. Yahiko and the others felt a surge of relief, for with a little more effort, Kakashi would soon be able to cradle his younger siblings. A cough. Yahiko, a man of few words but fierce resolve, felt a fleeting pang of guilt as he unleashed his most potent strikes. He dared not employ the water release or flying thunder god techniques, which bore obvious signatures. Instead, he resorted to the art of darkness, swiftly weaving hand seals. Kakashi Hatake questioned, "Is this your first time using the Sharingan, and yet you resort to such underhanded tactics? Are you truly from Sunagakure?" Suntory and Uchiha Enya moved to blockade Rin, determined to prevent the mission's focal point from escaping. Yahiko and his three companions engaged Kakashi in combat. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, they slightly restrained their power, each summoning shadow clones to protect themselves. While standing at a distance, they exchanged ninjutsu with Kakashi like a cannonade. Wind release, great breakthrough. X4. Among the four, only Rin, with her chakra affinity solely for wind release, danced around, while the other three wielded all 5 chakra natures. The 4 gusts of wind erupted forth like bullets. Kakashi, not one to back down, gathered his azure chakra, wind release, vacuum sphere. A gigantic wind sphere, several meters in diameter, thundered forth. As the wind techniques collided, the air around them warped and twisted, culminating in a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Kakashi realized he had acted rashly. Employing a B-rank ninjutsu had drained an eighth of his chakra. He began to contemplate his next strategy, pondering how to conserve chakra until Yahiko and his allies could provide support. Yet, the 4 adversaries seemed unconcerned with chakra conservation. Wind release. X4. They offered no respite, each unleashing a torrent of wind. Kakashi scrambled to evade, recalling with pride the ancestral sword techniques of the Hatake clan. At that moment, he found himself envious of those whose parents hailed from the Senju, or Uzumaki clans. Chakra could only be transmitted through two means, maternal lineage or blood relation. There was no comparison. It simply could not be done. 2. The Hitaki clan truly falls short. Is this all the chakra you possess? I've heard tales of the legendary white fang of the Akatsuki. Surely, he has a child? Wouldn't he be just as feeble as you? Wouldn't he collapse after a few A-rank jutsu? The taunts mixed with the wind as Rin, engaged in a battle of wits, tossed barbs at Kakashi. Fuming, Kakashi gritted his teeth. For the sake of his dignity, he resolved to continue countering with wind release. As long as Yahiko and his comrades arrived to assist, the peril of the moment could be averted. Meanwhile, Uchiha Enya established a connection with his clan members. They exchanged knowing glances, as if the cosmic security force were aware of Yahiko and Enya's intentions, seemingly having conspired beforehand. The Blood Pool clan entangled Enya, while the other jailers confronted Suntory. Rin, oblivious to these developments, felt an urgent anxiety as she struggled against the onslaught of wind techniques. Her legs trembled, further exacerbated by Kakashi's relentless taunts. She grew desperate. Should Kakashi fall, their escape would be impossible. Where were Yahiko and the others? Kakashi felt a creeping despair. Had he truly let this old man's jests deplete his chakra? Perhaps it was the remark that he was incapable? A man must not concede defeat. Even if he were to face Uchiha Madara, he would strive to deliver a couple of slaps, asserting the strength of the Hitaki lineage. Bite me, Kakashi heard Rin's voice, and he turned to see her beside him, rolling up her sleeves to reveal numerous faint bite marks adorning her arms. Kakashi was aware of the Uzumaki clan's plight. He had personally traveled to the land of whirlpools to retrieve Kushina. Observing Rin's face pale as she recalled painful memories, he felt a pang of sympathy. Kakashi shook his head. He could not commit such a savage act. As he hesitated, Rin glanced at the four adversaries watching the spectacle with arms crossed and urged him. Kakashi, can you not act like a coward? What kind of man are you? As someone I once admired, you should possess some valor. Bite me. Use my chakra to vanquish those who mock and bully you, those who threaten the peace of the village. The adversaries were taken aback, muttering among themselves. Ignorance is no excuse. How infuriating. They hoped that in the future, the two would unite, thus providing them with ample opportunities to undermine Kakashi. Kakashi sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. Faced with the fiercely passionate Uzumaki clan, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. Yet, why were the Sunagakure ninjas not launching a surprise attack? Only Kakashi pondered such matters in this critical moment. Nowhere to run. The malevolent youths of Sunagakure were relentless. Let me see if your heads hang in the black market. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. Chapter 84, The Underground Armory. The adversaries turned in shock, for they beheld Yahiko and Nagato advancing towards them. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, felt a glimmer of hope and, with a less rigid demeanor, rolled Rin's sleeve back down. There is a stark contrast between having feelings for someone and lacking them. When one has affection, even the smallest gesture is deeply cherished. Rin embodied this. She cowered behind Kakashi like a quail, as if the fiery little pepper who had urged him to retaliate was not her at all. The adversaries, realizing the situation, grew furious. Who dares impersonate us? Do they wish for their demise? Conan, trailing behind Yahiko and Nagato, stood frozen for a few seconds. What are you doing? Run. I noticed your negligence and came to rescue you, yet you stand poised to retaliate. Conan remained silent, head bowed. Yahiko, after a moment of contemplation, realized Conan possessed keen insight. Damn it, it's Yahiko from the Senju clan. Kakashi, consider yourself fortunate today. We must depart. I shall return. With that, Yahiko vanished in a flash. The three others quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Could it be the renowned leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato? We must go. That Yahiko, who once battled Uchiha Madara during the Warring States period, is formidable. We cannot linger. Flee. Akatsuki poses no threat. The four of them fled. Conan, witnessing Kakashi's intent to pursue, cautioned, do not chase the desperate. Be wary of ambushes. Kakashi found wisdom in her words and refrained from pursuit, instead commanding his team to secure the battlefield. Where have the jailers gone? Kakashi then realized that the cosmic security force and the jailers were engaged in fierce combat with two individuals. Uncertain whether this display was for Yahiko's benefit or Rin's, Kakashi tightened his grip on his blade, wishing to showcase his prowess. Conan gazed at Suntory and his companion, exasperated, covering her face. Not far away, a white Zetsu, tasked with monitoring the Akatsuki, observed everything intently. Yahiko disguised as a sand ninja to confront Kakashi? Has there been a rift within their ranks? Humanity is so complex, I cannot fathom it. Thus, He promptly chose to delve underground to report to Lord Madara. As he entered the subterranean realm, a series of successful fruit slicing sounds echoed. Approaching, White Zetsu regarded Uchiha Madara, who, like a withered tree revived in spring, displayed a visage now plump and devoid of wrinkles. His face radiated brilliance, fixated on the screen displaying the village's progress, his finger occasionally sliding across it. Beside his stone seat lay a platter brimming with milk candies and plums, alongside a bottle of refreshing Akatsuki water, rewards for the diligent efforts of Zetsu over the past few days. Madara was presently challenging the top scorer in Fruit Ninja, whispering softly. The speaker is not the ever-mischievous Akatsuki member, but rather White Zetsu number 2, a sentient aloe vera-faced White Zetsu, whose voice bears a striking resemblance to that of Akatsuki. His tone carries an air of irreverence. Oh, this White Zetsu dares not interrupt, instead observing quietly from the sidelines. Uchiha Madara merely sensed a searing gaze directed at him, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Buzzing, frustrated, he snapped, losing his patience. Uchiha Madara, White Zetsu no. 2. White Zetsu number 2 fled. Help. The White Zetsu sent to convey information found himself grasped by the throat and lifted by Madara. Feeling the icy chill of his gaze, Black Zetsu sighed, once again questioning whether Madara truly was Indra. How could Indra be so engrossed in such trivialities as mobile games? Ever since Akatsuki purchased a phone, Madara became utterly captivated by the games within, determined to ascend the leaderboard to the very top. Presently, apart from Fruit Ninja, every other minigame champion bore the name Uchiha Madara under Akatsuki's ID. He certainly harbored no interest in the affairs of the Akatsuki village. That was an absolute certainty. It's about Yahiko, the recent developments regarding him. White Zetsu hurriedly explained. Madara furrowed his brow and released White Zetsu. The latter hastily recounted the occurrences surrounding Yahiko over the past few days. As for Yahiko's masquerade of being from the Sand Village to confront Kakashi Hatake, Madara, who grasped only the nuances of male-male relationships and was oblivious to female-male dynamics, could not comprehend the intricacies. However, he was quite perceptive regarding the coercive tactics employed by several villages in the Land of Fire to compel Yahiko into signing agreements. Yahiko acquiesced. Has he commenced any actions? Madara inquired. No. White Zetsu shook his head, adding, yet he accepted benefits. It is said that Conan has a penchant for a certain cosmetic store in the Land of Fire, and Yahiko dispatched someone to negotiate business with them. Furthermore, the gym in the Land of Clouds, fearing Yahiko's potential for resistance, has also consented. As per Narashikaku's words, they are willing to sell at a reduced price, hoping Yahiko will adhere to the agreement. Madara scoffed derisively. Humph, worthless. If it were me, I would personally march into the Hidden Leaf Village and compel Hiruzen Sarutobi to bow before me. Back in the day, Senju Tobarama could use the Flying Thunder God technique. He dared to challenge the likes of Hoshigaki Kisame. This Yahiko seems excessively cautious. What fear is there in confronting a monkey? Speaking of the troublesome Flying Thunder God technique, Madara had already devised a strategy to counter it, having dreamt on several occasions of ruthlessly defeating Senju Tobarama. Ding, 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 ding. At that moment, a cacophony of construction noises emanated from next door. Continuing his investigation, Madara set down his phone and, after a brief exchange with White Zetsu, curiously instructed White Zetsu no. 2 to ascertain the situation. Shortly thereafter, White Zetsu number 2 returned. Lord Madara, the leader is Nobita, and they are crafting a weapons factory next door. What? Madara was perplexed. Had they not just signed the agreement? What business does Yahiko have constructing a weapons factory underground? No, you must be vigilant. Do not allow them to breach the walls and discover our base, Madara urged hastily. Hey, White Zetsu no. 2 led several others to redirect Nobita to dig in the opposite direction. Lord Madara, I have returned. White Zetsu number 2 departed. And Akatsuki returned with a gift for Madara. The Chronicles of the Five Nations. He observed that many in the ninja world enjoyed reading it. Hence he procured a copy for Madara. Initially, Madara intended to continue engrossed in his mobile games, but he realized that incessantly playing might give the impression of neglecting his responsibilities. Very well. Today I shall read and cultivate my sensibilities. Lord Madara, do you need to relieve yourself? By the way, it seems the first batch of bottled water from the Akatsuki mine might be toxic. Akatsuki remarked with a chuckle upon spotting the first water bottle. Madara paid no heed to Akatsuki. After all, if it were truly toxic, how had he survived thus far? Flipping to the first page, as Madara remained still, Black Zetsu, hidden in his shadow, grew increasingly agitated. Mother. He actually glimpsed his mother. Chapter 85. The Ancestor's Dream grants me the Flying Thunder God. As evening fell upon the surface, the Cosmic Security Force conducted its routine patrols. Salute. Comrades. Your hard work is appreciated. Not at all, not at all. The Bloodpool clan members relished the respect and greetings from the citizens of Akatsuki village. Who understands such a sense of honor? Within the confines of the ring, only local Akatsuki villagers were allowed entry. Typically, they would not patrol. However, today Nobita had come with others to excavate the basement. Those digging the basement were all registered residents of Akatsuki village, their loyalty unquestionable. The duty of the Bloodpool clan was to remain vigilant, guarding against any potential exposure to enemy villages. But why is there a child? One of the security team members looked perplexed at the child accompanying Nobita. Wearing glasses, he appeared somewhat dull-witted, with a pointed head. Oh, that's Mr. Nobita's son. With school recently starting, he's developed a disdain for education and has been brought along by Nobita to experience life, to understand whether attending school is preferable to working. A passerby kindly elucidated. So that's it. The heart of a parent is truly pitiable, the Bloodpool clan member mused. They refrained from further inquiries, maintaining their watchful presence with their comrades. Dig well for your father. Not realizing the value of education and wanting to drop out. Back in my day, my father suffered due to a lack of education. If he had been literate, why would he now merely be a lowly ninja, a small contractor? Take, for instance, Sun Lu. Did he spend more time with the village head than his father? Just because he knew a bit of ninjutsu. The village head regarded him with newfound respect and treated him well, his skin soft and delicate. Nobita handed a pickaxe to Nobita-ko, commanding him to dig underground. He was among the first to prosper in Akatsuki village, yet no matter how much Yahiko looked after him, he remained merely a low-ranking ninja, essentially cannon fodder. But Dad, I truly lack the talent for ninjutsu. As he spoke, tears welled in Ko's eyes. Before summer break, Teacher Conan had taught them chakra extraction methods. After 2 months, most classmates had managed to extract some chakra, with class leader Makuma even able to perform the body double technique, yet he had not extracted a single trace of chakra. Nobita felt exasperated at his son's shortcomings, ready to offer 2 examples. What if you lack ninja talent? Does that mean you cannot become strong? Yet, after pondering, he realized he could not name a single top-tier strongman who solely relied on effort and training. I see you simply do not wish to study. Stop spouting nonsense and dig. Nobita feigned anger, but deep down, he understood his child's potential. He was inept at everything, not even consuming much food, and did not seem destined to become a powerful figure. Perhaps he should seek the village head's counsel. Nobita hoped his son would come to understand that even if there was but a sliver of possibility, he must strive to seize it. He took his team to survey the geological conditions. Thus, Nobita-ko continued to digging. Meanwhile, Yahiko ventured into the Advanced City. He stealthily released Sun Lu and then proceeded deeper into Advanced City, where the most heinous criminals were incarcerated. Aside from the confidential laboratory, currently, only Danzo remained. The root members were laboring outside. Danzo was shackled with a heavy iron chain, bound tightly from head to toe, rendering him utterly immobile. Hearing the commotion, the chains clanked noisily as Danzo struggled to lift his head. Have you come to torment me? You, uncle, you have suffered. Who has bound you in such a manner? Danzo snorted coldly, feigning concern. I ask you, and I hope you do not lie. How did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Was it Jiraiya who taught you? Yahiko shook his head. Then it was Hiruzen Sarutobi? Again, Yahiko shook his head. Seeing Danzo turn away, unwilling to converse further, Yahiko recalled. It was my ancestor who imparted it to me. Danzo was taken aback. Your ancestor? Your teacher? Are you jesting? How could a teacher give it to me? In a dream, Yahiko replied earnestly. Danzo looked at Yahiko with a skeptical expression. You have not deceived me? Yahiko's sincere gaze caused Danzo to waver momentarily. My ancestor also said. What did he say? He said he misjudged the character of others. What? Danzo gasped, the chains rattling with each movement. My ancestor claimed that he was blinded by Hiruzen and willingly severed ties? Oh. It is evident even to the uninitiated that our esteemed master would never resort to such measures as abandoning his disciples. Yahiko elaborated with details known only to them, even divulging the psychological state of Danzo at the time. This is indeed a matter of truth, known solely to the few involved and the late Lord Mido. After a fleeting moment of darkness crossed Danzo's face, he hesitated, pondering why the master had not visited him in a dream. It is because the master has lost faith in you. Why? The master stated, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. He deemed your performance entirely ordinary. To excel as the shadow of a village, one must first ensure their own well-being. What truly infuriated the master was that even Sarutobi Hisashi could discern the intent behind those words, yet you could not. The master questioned, What purpose do I have for a fool like you? At that time, the guards, including Kaguya, were present. It was merely a question posed for their benefit. He could not show you favoritism. Thus he cast a deep gaze upon you before departing, with particular emphasis on you. Danzo fell silent. It seemed he truly was a fool. Back then, out of cowardice, he had not considered this perspective. If not for Mayahiko's words, he wouldn't have reflected on it even at his advanced age. Regret. Utter regret. No, I refuse to believe it, Danzo exclaimed in anger. Do not deceive yourself. You may leave. Mayahiko unlocked Danzo's chains with a key. The master visited me in a dream once more yesterday, instructing me to release you. I suspect the master has employed some forbidden technique, allowing him to observe the world from the Pure Land. Were it anyone else who devised such an outrageous technique, Danzo would certainly not believe it. Yet, if it were the master, it seems plausible. This is the master's command. Do not expect my gratitude. As they proceeded outside the village, Danzo strode confidently with his root members. Alas, retaining Danzo was certainly impossible. Even Sarutobi Hizashi's feelings for him surpassed those for a spouse. Had it been Danzo who perished on the night of the Nine Tails, it is likely Hizashi would have wielded his staff in fury. So be it. A few gentle words to keep Danzo from causing trouble would suffice. Although little was gained, he had managed to gloss over the fact that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, Danzo's return to Konoha would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. If Konoha were devoid of Danzo, Mayahiko dared not imagine how formidable the village would become after several years of stable development. By the way, the master warned to be cautious of the inherently malevolent Uchiha. He believed it. Danzo genuinely believed it, wholeheartedly. Days passed in succession. Thanks to Mayahiko's concession, the ninja world experienced a period of tranquility. Old man, you have gone too far this time. Mayahiko is still but a child. After Jiraiya's recovery, he hurried back to Konoha, suddenly leaping through the window of the Hokage's office, startling Sarutobi Hizashi, who was engrossed in reviewing the pain texts. Hizashi's eyelids twitched. He glared at Jiraiya, asking, "What authority do you possess to speak such words to the master? Are you a jonin of Konoha? Or perhaps a jonin of the Akatsuki? Do not forget, your roots lie within Konoha. You aided Mayahiko in repelling Hanzo the salamander, and I might overlook this as your fervent devotion to your pupil, but today, you have crossed the line." Yet, Mayahiko. Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. You wish to speak of the prophesied child? Again with the prophesied child? Always seeking that impractical prophesied child. Perhaps you should just spend your life with the toads of Mayaboko Mountain. Sarutobi Hizashi was equally incensed. If Mayahiko is indeed the prophesied child you envision, and you remain by his side to nurture him, then allow me to inquire. Where is Minato? Faced with Hizashi's pointed remark, Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt, yet simultaneously, he found some assurance. With Nagato's Rinnegan combined with Mayahiko's strategic mind, I assert they can transform the ninja world. Do not doubt it, old man. Before departing, Mayahiko aptly remarked at the banquet, I am not yet strong. When I am, change will come. Jiraiya defiantly retorted. Furthermore, I am no longer in search of the prophesied child. You fail to comprehend Mayahiko's ideology, nor will you ever. In the days that followed, you should remain in Konoha, focusing your attention on Minato and his group. Do not return to the Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hizashi cast a detached glance at him, summoning two Umbu to keep watch over Jiraiya. Reflecting on Minato, Jiraiya felt a sense of self-reproach and thus acquiesced. After his departure, Hizashi pinched the bridge of his nose. Mayahiko possessed an almost imperceptible yet insidious ability to influence others. Setting aside the fact that Jiraiya, a renowned Sannin, had resorted to performing for profit, the 6 undercover agents were now nearly untraceable. Based on the intelligence they transmitted before their disappearance, when the Akatsuki inquired about Mayahiko's requests, Mayahiko feigned hesitation, as if reluctant to comply, yet unbeknownst to them, the funds were swiftly at hand, allowing for free rein, with rewards for success and no penalties for failure. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Upon witnessing Danzo at the door, Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback. When had Danzo returned? He actually knew to knock? Sarutobi, this and that. Oh, it appears the root's funding has run low. Just as Hizashi was about to authorize the release of funds, he recalled Mayahiko's maneuvering, choosing not to affirm or deny. The village's finances are currently strained. Chapter 86. Sarutobi Hizashi seeks counsel. Danzo furrowed his brow. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door in frustration. You merely exploited a loophole. What are you so proud of, you evil old man? Sarutobi Hizashi twitched his lips, and after a moment, he rapped on the table, send Danzo 50 million in funding. Moments later, the Umbu returned. What was Danzo's reaction? Though he did not voice it, the slight upward curve of Danzo's lips indicated his satisfaction. The Umbu recounted, and Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Whenever he allocated funds to Danzo, the latter always wore an icy demeanor. He had merely taken a page from Mayahiko's behavior in the intelligence reports. Mayahiko, that little imp. He has managed to secure Danzo's focus on the Akatsuki village. Hizashi was both astonished and enraged. The master's methods had not been passed down to him or to Jiraiya. How had they been transmitted to Mayahiko across 2 generations? He was astonished that Mayahiko resembled the master. He was furious that Mayahiko was not one of his own in Konoha. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, when Mayahiko grew powerful, how much of Konoha's interests would he siphon away? Given that the 3 villages had just signed an agreement, Sarutobi Hizashi maintained some semblance of dignity and decisively assigned this shadowy task to Danzo. After the Umbu departed, it wasn't long before they returned, bringing Danzo's message. What is there to pay attention to in a small village? Our focus should be on the Uchiha. When Mayahiko truly grows strong, he will have his own methods to deal with it. What? He is so short-sighted? Sarutobi Hizashi rose, slamming his hand on the table. I provide him with funds, and he refuses to do my bidding. How can such a thing be acceptable? Summon Nara Shikaku. Sarutobi Hizashi understood that the Uchiha were increasingly restless, even turning their sights on the 4th Hokage. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that he needed to find a highly intelligent individual to devise a strategy. When Nara Shikaku arrived, he provided a response to Sarutobi Hizashi's inquiries. The plan of deception remains unchanged, Konoha and the Akatsuki. And anyone not a fool understands which ship to board, so there is no need to worry about the likes of Kai Ueno and others defecting. The likes of Kai Ueno have already established a foothold in the academy. It is said that the Akatsuki Academy has resumed enrollment, and with Kai Ueno's connections, it is possible to place a few individuals, ensuring that all 6 grades of the Akatsuki Academy are under their control. That makes sense. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a wave of relief. For so long, the undercover agents had not been exposed, indicating that Hatake Sakomo did not recognize them while in Konoha. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hizashi could not fathom why anyone would allow an undercover agent to serve as a class supervisor in the school. At sea, Sarutobi Hizashi assigned 3 more individuals, 1 woman and 2 men, all chunin, to follow Kai Ueno's path and apply for teaching positions. Yet, Sarutobi Hizashi still harbored concerns about the Akatsuki's rapid development and voiced his apprehensions. In the village of Shaoin, there exists a remarkable number of formidable individuals. Under the circumstances of Miyan's concession, Konoha village brazenly suppresses the smaller villages, which would inevitably provoke a collective resistance from the various ninja villages within the realm. Nara Shikaku concurred, stating, from time to time, we should send provisions to the ninja of Shaoin village. Over time, even if they are reluctant to affiliate with Konoha, they will find themselves under Miyan's suspicion and scrutiny. Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled, pointing a finger at Nara Shikaku. Your cunning knows no bounds. He proceeded to compose letters to both Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Kushina, individuals he was well acquainted with. One letter urged Hatake Kakashi to return, promising to personally greet him outside Konoha village. Kakashi was thriving, and once his classmates graduated, Hizashi intended to assign Kakashi to Minato's team, as Kakashi was envisioned to be the future 6th Hokage. The other letter was a nostalgic correspondence with Uzumaki Kushina, expressing sorrow over the demise of the Land of Waves. During the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha faced an overwhelming number of adversaries. Kushina missed her kin dearly, yet the Nine-Tails was too formidable, preventing the Jinchuriki from departing the barrier. The remaining high-ranking officials of Shaoin village also indulged these sentiments. Through these maneuvers, Sarutobi Hizashi doubted Miyan's ability to remain unperturbed. Even Konan received a gift from Hizashi. Being a girl, he was uncertain of what to present, ultimately choosing several sets of the latest skincare products and perfumes from the Land of Fire. Hizashi's gifts were still en route. Tomorrow marked the commencement of classes in Shaoin village. The first-year student, Scorpion, wandered aimlessly along the bustling streets. Faint sounds of construction echoed beneath the village chief's office. Parents escorted their children to register for school, while his own enrollment notice had been personally delivered by Miyan, a stark contrast to his expectation of having Kai take him to register. Will you suddenly appear? He pondered, glancing at the ramen shop on the corner. Observing the lively atmosphere of Ichiraku Ramen, he noticed a pair of brothers enjoying their meal, the elder snatching a soft-boiled egg from his younger sibling's bowl, leading to a playful scuffle that ended with the younger brother pinned down. Watching this heartwarming scene, Scorpion felt a pang of sorrow. He had lost the most important person in his life. What's the matter, Scorpion? The ramen chef noticed him lingering outside. Previously, Kai and Scorpion had come here often, and he recognized the duo, extending a warm greeting. Scorpion instinctively stepped forward, seeking a semblance of the moments shared with Kai over ramen, or perhaps, since it was mealtime, hoping to chance upon him. Yet, as he entered the shop, he realized he seemed to be short on funds. I have no money. The chef caught a fleeting look of sadness on Scorpion's face and cheerfully replied, you can pay me back once you succeed. Scorpion tilted his head, puzzled. Did you have a quarrel with Kai? Are there any brothers without disagreements? The chef approached Scorpion, guiding him to a seat. Meanwhile, today, Madara had heard that the second volume of the Chronicles of the Five Nations had arrived and hastily instructed Obito to procure it. The first volume served as a prelude, and the second volume, by its title, appeared to be another prelude. This left Madara somewhat exasperated. When would he finally delve into the main narrative? Within his shadow, Kurizetsu was particularly intrigued by this Miyin, who had hidden for over a millennium, serving as the puppeteer behind the underground black market of the ninja world. No whisper of the ninja realm escaped his ears. How did this Miyin come to know of his mother's deeds? He yearned for a meeting with Miyin to test the waters. It is because of love that we exist as the Snow Sovereign. It is because of love that we exist as Akatsuki Kagaya. In the second volume, the ninja sect aggressively suppressed the Uchiha, who retreated to the Land of Fire to establish a base for a protracted conflict. The ninja sect dispatched two branches, adopting the surnames Senju and Uzumaki, to assault the Uchiha. As the Uchiha grew ever more formidable, the Senju and Uchiha engaged in a millennium-long struggle. In the final years of intense conflict, two remarkable men emerged from these families, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Initially, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were inseparable sworn brothers, having met in their humble beginnings. As they matured, they reached a consensus to jointly rise against the tyrannical final ruler of the ninja sect, Akatsuki Kagaya. Yet ultimately, the brothers diverged onto opposing paths for the sake of their respective clans. Senju Tobirama aspired to establish a village, delineating territories into 5 great nations, while Uchiha Izuna aimed to unify the ninja world once more. Though I perish, I remain Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama, let you build Konoha village atop my grave. May you usher in an era of peace for the world, and take care of my clan. In the end, Izuna met his demise, taking his own life by a lake where he and Tobirama had first encountered each other in their youth, discussing their dreams for the future. Upon Izuna's death, Tobirama wept inconsolably, choosing never to establish a successor thereafter. The tale of the Chuhan contention was utterly distorted by Miyin. Yet, Uchiha Madara found it captivating. His brother harbored such grand ambitions. Madara lamented his absence from the narrative. Had he been included, he would have rendered this Senju Tobirama a cripple. Why am I not in this book? Madara glared discontentedly at Obito. Oblivious, Obito scratched his head, at a loss for words. Madara glanced at the living expenses of Obito. Should he withhold some funds to have Obito include an additional character? In these days, Kurizetsu's thoughts were consumed by visions of his mother. This Miyin showed promise. When his mother eventually emerged, he could qualify to serve her, while the task of washing her feet could be left to him. That rebellious son, Yui, ought to be sent out to be dragged to death by 5 war horses. He also contemplated whether to reach out to Shirazetsu for some funds, encouraging Miyin to pen more tales about his mother. As the two descended into their fantasies, a sudden crash interrupted. We're through. We've penetrated. Chapter 87. I love Uchiha Izuna. Dirt scattered everywhere as a small boy holding a manuscript emerged. Perched on the boy's shoulder was a toad, watching the elderly man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle across from him. The toad, previously drowsy, immediately jolted awake. Madara? Little hero? Shirazetsu too? Shirazetsu too. Observing the murderous intent in Madara's gaze, stammered, My lord, I genuinely had Shirazetsu direct Nobi to dig in the opposite direction. I have no idea how this child managed to dig here. Is this fool to be spared, allowing Shirazetsu to assume this child's identity? Shirazetsu too, suggested quietly. Kurizetsu in the shadows exhaled with relief. Shirazetsu too proved to be quite useful. Madara nodded indifferently. Old man, is this underground your home? The little boy scanned the surroundings, finding them somewhat eerie, inhabited by numerous strange white beings. He felt a twinge of fear and quickly ran to the only human present for protection. Although this old man appeared quite terrifying as well. In his haste, he tripped over a takeout box on the ground, tumbling forward and landing ungracefully at Madara's feet. The toad on his shoulder was flung off, landing squarely on Madara's face, instinctively wrapping its limbs around Madara's aged visage. Madara, with an exasperated expression, peeled the toad off his face, Has a foolish child discovered my base? I'm sorry. The little boy scrambled to his feet. Kneeling in front of Madara, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Madara scrutinized the toad, frowning. Did it originate from Mayaboka Mountain? That would complicate matters for Shirazetsu's imitation. He activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with the toad, and subsequently cast a Genjutsu. The toad promptly fell asleep, its memories of this underground encounter erased by Madara. Next, he needed to deal with this little brat. Unlike the toad, which was destined to remain as it was, humans had limitless potential. Madara could not guarantee whether the little boy would recall this memory. Little brat, what is your name? Madara unleashed a Genjutsu on the boy, extracting his information for Shirazetsu, ensuring no exposure during imitation. Nobi Kohei. After inquiring, Madara felt a pang of annoyance. Asking Shirazetsu to imitate this child was a sheer waste of resources. After a moment of hesitation, the young boy awakened from his daze, realizing his precarious situation. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me, he pleaded helplessly, burying his face in the leg of Uchiha Madara, tears streaming down his cheeks. Madara, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he looked at the weeping child, lifted him up. Give me a reason not to end your life, he said. I'll give you all my money. The boy sobbed, producing several crumpled notes amounting to 257 ryo from his pocket. Woo-woo, I'm only 8 years old, I don't want to die? The sight of the pitiful child stirred an unexpected discomfort within Madara. It felt incongruous to extinguish the life of a mere child. After all, the very reason he had established Konoha was to protect children. Had this intruder been 12 or 13, freshly graduated from the ninja academy, he would have had no qualms in silencing him. Who am I? Madara inquired. The boy met Madara's gaze, bewildered. How should I know? Who would have thought such a terrifying old man resided beneath the school? Will you expose my existence to others? The boy instinctively nodded, then shook his head vigorously. Are you planning to alert the Cosmic Patrol to capture me? How do you know? The boy gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Madara. Madara, exasperated, covered his face with one hand. What a foolish child. At such a tender age, he could hardly bring himself to carry out his intentions. Can you not be a bit smarter, a bit bolder, and curse me instead? Old man, please let me down. I feel there's been a misunderstanding, the boy said, feeling a glimmer of hope that the old man was not as malevolent as he seemed. After wiping his tears, he added, let us talk this over. Madara set the boy down, still contemplating erasing his memory. He thought that once the child became a genin, he could have White Zetsu eliminate him. What Madara did not realize was that the graduation from the Akatsuki Academy included assessments, and failing them meant the boy might never become a genin. As Madara was about to act, the boy, with a curious expression, asked, Old man, why do you live here? You're not secretly protecting us on behalf of Lord Yahiko, are you? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he excitedly pointed at Madara. Madara snorted. You little brat have quite the imagination. Do you think I would pledge my loyalty to Yahiko? He is hardly worthy. I reside here simply because I choose to, Madara declared, a hint of disdain coloring his tone. Perhaps it had been too long since he had encountered a living soul, as he found himself speaking more than usual. Old man, did you have a falling out with Lord Yahiko? He is a good person, and I'm sure you two can clear up any misunderstandings. Why don't you come with me? The boy, convinced of his theory, tugged at Madara's hand earnestly. Enough. Why would I argue with a fool? Madara retorted. Come here. Allow me to perform a grand memory-erasing jutsu on you. Old man, if even Lord Yahiko doesn't dare to mention your name in the village, you must be incredibly powerful. Can you teach me ninjutsu? The boy implored, his eyes pleading. Madara sighed, growing impatient. Not killing you and allowing you to live until you graduate from the Ninja Academy is already a great mercy on my part. Isn't that sufficient? Please, just teach me. I will regard you as my grandfather. Don't they teach ninjutsu at your school? Madara suddenly asked, intrigued. Do they, like Konoha, conceal everything so that upon graduation, you only learn the most basic techniques? I can't even learn that. I can't extract chakra, the boy lamented, his head drooping in despair. Truly a useless child, Madara thought inwardly. As the boy hung his head, he noticed a book titled The Chronicles of the Five Nations lying on the ground. Old man, do you enjoy reading this too? The boy's eyes lit up with excitement as he picked up the book and approached Madara. Yes, it's nothing shameful, Madara replied. Do you like Uchiha Izuna? Of course. Madara bellowed suddenly. No one loves Izuna more than I do. Realizing he had lost his composure, Madara's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shot the boy a look of approval, explaining, Uchiha Izuna was so kind. White Zetsu, seeing Madara engrossed in conversation with the boy about Izuna, could only shake his head and go seal the hole the boy had created. Madara praised Izuna for nearly 10 minutes. Who wouldn't he admire such a figure? Yes, yes. The boy responded, his eyes sparkling as if to say that sharing a fondness for Izuna made them friends. Madara felt a surge of warmth from the unintentional emotional support. A child who loved Izuna couldn't be all bad. The boy shared his thoughts on Izuna, describing him as gentle and warm-hearted, yet also fierce, capable of wielding a sword to cleave through the Senju clan. Such overwhelming power. It garners admiration from us children. While his words may not have been as poetic as Yahiko's, the boy's earnestness brought a smile to Madara's face. Family. Who understands? My suddenly discovered treasure of a younger brother. Chapter 88. Weno Ika, I command you to eliminate Scorpion. However, Weno Ika and several other teachers favored Senju Tobarama. This is called political correctness. The boy, unaware of the complexities faced by adults, quietly voiced his frustrations in front of Madara. Humph. How can someone like that be a teacher? Madara crossed his arms, disdain evident on his face. Then, a thought struck him, and he said, I believe that your inability to extract chakra and learn ninjutsu is not your fault, but rather a reflection of the incompetence of your teachers. When discussing the world's greatest masters, Madara's name would undoubtedly be among them. He was the one who had trained Obito, a mere underachiever from Konoha. Within a year to unleash the Nine-Tails rampage at the age of 14 while holding his own against Minato. Come here, boy. Allow me to teach you. Madara scrutinized the child before him, finding him increasingly endearing. You love Izuna, huh? Huh. Izuna, do you see? You are not alone. Chakra is the fusion of physical and spiritual energy. A faint blue light glimmered at Madara's fingertips. 5 minutes later. Now, follow my instructions carefully. Do not rush. It's like kneading dough. Rushing will cause it to scatter, while being too gentle will prevent it from forming. 5 minutes later. Truly, I have never encountered such a dim-witted child in my life, Madara mused. In the Warring States era, a child as foolish as this would have perished long ago, meaning every opponent he faced was a prodigy from their respective villages. In comparison, it was evident. Madara felt an overwhelming urge to kick the boy away, his annoyance rising. I know I'm foolish. They all say I'm foolish, the boy cried, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked up at Madara. Madara's heart softened. Izuna, if it were you, what would you do? He recalled how, back in the day, Izuna had been the clan leader, dedicating himself to the education of the clan's children, always providing tailored guidance in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Since you cannot extract chakra, it seems ninjutsu is not suited for you. Then, let us focus on honing your physical prowess. Taijutsu? At the mention of taijutsu, Madara recalled a figure enveloped in red steam from the Warring States period. The Eight Gates. A formidable technique that releases the body's limitations through chakra. Should one unlock the eighth gate, even I would have to retreat. For the time being, dedicate yourself to training your body. Observing the frail and chicken-like physique of little Xiaoxiong, Madara felt a tinge of disdain. Were not the warriors of the Warring States period robust and vigorous? The children of today truly seem to grow weaker with each passing year. Just recently, a newspaper reported that a child from the Land of Fire's feudal lord required a medical ninja for a mere scratch. He distinctly recalled how, in his youth, he knew a child from the same noble family who brandished a sword, shouting fiercely as he fought for territory against the Land of Water. Enduring the harshest winters and sweltering summers, the ninjutsu I am to impart to you cannot be mastered without immense fortitude. Old man, I will train diligently once I return, Xiaoxiong declared, momentarily hesitating before nodding like a chick pecking at grain. Madara scrutinized him with suspicion. Sharingan. He activated his bloodline limit and cast an illusion on Xiaoxiong, whose eyes immediately glazed over. What do you intend to do upon your return? Sleep, Xiaoxiong replied. After a brief moment, he regained his senses, shaking his head and instinctively glancing around. Where am I? Oh, the old man is going to teach me ninjutsu. This ninja cat shall accompany you back. Standing on the ground was a blue short-haired cat disguised as a white zetsu, resembling a raccoon cat in appearance. A kitten? Indeed, Madara replied nonchalantly. It is, of course, to supervise you. He did not wish for Izumi's fan to be overly timid. A true fan of Izumi should embody the spirit of a hero, if not eternal glory. Does it have a name? None. You may name it upon your return. Xiaoxiong gleefully scooped up the blue short-haired cat. This little fellow is infinitely cuter than Toad E. No, 1,000 times cuter. Meanwhile, Toad E, who lay sleeping on the ground, shed tears in a dream he could not comprehend. Let us depart. Do not disclose my existence to outsiders. You surely do not wish for your classmates to seek me out for training, especially that brat named Izumi. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiong's imagination ran wild, and he felt a surge of anger at the thought of Izumi marrying that boy. All right, old man, I promise. Madara's lips twitched as he regarded the innocent Xiaoxiong, ultimately extending his pinky to seal the promise. Xiaoxiong bounced joyfully, clutching the disguised cat as he made his way out. Wait, take Toadie with you. Madara tossed the increasingly tearful Toad toward him. Xiaoxiong caught it, and under the guidance of the second white Zetsu, he left, cradling both the cat and the Toad in his arms. Next door, Nobita discovered his son was missing and was nearly frantic in his search. He hurriedly dialed the emergency services. After all, he was the child of a founding elder, and this incident even caught the attention of Yahiko. In the office, Yahiko was engaged in a heart-to-heart with Kakashi. Village leader, please forgive my obstinacy. I cannot serve as the homeroom teacher for this class. Kakashi, you should follow your own heart. Yahiko, with a non-tobacco pipe in his mouth, stood by the window gazing out at the village, exuding an aura of composure. From his vantage point, he could see the Ichiraku ramen shop across the street, where Sasori was enjoying hand-pulled ramen. My heart. A hint of concern crossed Kakashi's face as he touched his chest. Did the village leader want me to forgive the grandson of my family's murderer? Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. I am not that kind of saint. Sasori is currently sealed and poses no threat to you. Yahiko turned to meet Kakashi's gaze, pulling a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. I command you to eliminate Sasori. Chapter 89. A child with a tragic childhood. Kakashi was taken aback, nearly losing his balance. The two men were unaware of what they had discussed, only that Kakashi emerged from the office with a heavy heart. He arrived at the Ichiraku ramen shop, pushing aside the curtain and being greeted by a rush of cool air and an uncertain Sasori, who was unsure how to initiate an arm wrestling match with the shopkeeper. I lost, haha. Ichiraku laughed heartily as he was overpowered by Sasori. You possess great strength, Sasori remarked flatly. Kakashi, observing the scene, pondered silently. Had Sasori attempted to engage with others? Hey, Kakashi's here. What will you have today? Ichiraku noticed Kakashi's entrance, washed his hands, and began kneading dough. The usual, Sasori replied, a hint of a smile almost breaking free before he quickly composed himself, glancing at Kakashi with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Kakashi sat beside Sasori, gripping tightly the kunai Yahiko had given him. It was evident that Sasori was entirely unguarded, sitting obediently beside him. Should Kakashi choose to plunge the kunai into Sasori's neck, he would perish instantly, leaving Chio to regret for eternity. Kakashi met Sasori's gaze with great caution. He was reminded of their first encounter, where Sasori's coldness and wariness starkly contrasted with the demeanor of a typical 11-year-old. The words Yahiko spoke in the office echoed in his mind. Kakashi, there is a child whose childhood can only be described as tragic. Born to become a Jinchuriki, the villagers of Sunagakure feared and isolated him, even his biological father, who, in a twisted measure to test whether he possessed the temperament to be a Jinchuriki, sent the one person who offered him warmth, his uncle, to murder the young boy. Rather than allow this child to suffer, it would be more merciful to grant him a swift end. Gaara, this wretched ninja world. At that moment, Yahiko had slammed his fist on the table in fury. Although Yahiko had not explicitly named Sasori, Kakashi felt as though Yahiko was speaking of Sasori in every word. The realization that Yahiko, despite his unwillingness to show mercy, still had to put on a facade of ruthlessness weighed heavily on Kakashi's heart. Earlier, under Yahiko's influence, he had begun to question the nobility of the ninja world, and now he found himself doubting the very existence of the ninja villages and the rationale behind the profession of a ninja. Why seal-tailed beasts within human bodies? Subjecting Jinchuriki to isolation? His grip on the kunai tightened further. Sasori caught a glimpse of Kakashi's hand clutching the kunai in his tool pouch, and a look of relief crossed his face. Father, mother, I am coming. Kakashi, gazing into Sasori's relieved eyes, felt an indescribable ache in his heart. Sasori, dog extermination. I do not know what you have endured in your childhood, but you now have me and everyone in the village. Village leader Yahiko has shared everything with me. In the next moment, Kakashi found himself embracing Sasori, tears streaming down his face like a torrential downpour. Sasori stood frozen, bewildered, feeling an unfamiliar sensation stirring within his chest. What had Yahiko revealed to Kakashi? Ichiraku was unaware of the unfolding drama, but he too felt a surge of empathy, wiping his eyes with his arm. Today, Kakashi and Sasori had reconciled, and Ichiraku resolved to cover the bill for everyone present. In the office building, Yahiko peered through the window, holding the non-tobacco pipe in his mouth, and nodded unconsciously. He too felt a profound resonance, wiping away a few tears from the corner of his eye. This was the romance of men. Home. The office door was abruptly pushed open. Yahiko turned in bewilderment. Nagato, next time, please knock before entering. Bursting through the door like that is an undesirable habit, Yahiko admonished with a furrowed brow. Yahiko, you must see this. Nagato rushed in, closing the door behind him. Clutching a beautifully wrapped gift from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Heavy in his hands, he opened it to reveal a small watermelon and a cantaloupe nestled inside. Where did this watermelon come from? Yahiko placed the watermelon on his desk, splitting it in half with a kunai, and retrieved 2 spoons, handing one to Nagato as they began to eat. Ah, refreshing. Nagato swallowed hard, recalling the days of wandering when Yahiko indulged in such luxuries as fruit. Fruits were exorbitantly priced in the ninja world, yet Yahiko viewed them as casually as one would a head of cabbage by the roadside. For instance, on that day when he stumbled upon a watermelon, he had suggested to Conan that they slice it and sprinkle some salt on it. Even the rind could be fried for consumption, but it pained Yahiko to see how he wasted it. Yes, just like that. He watched as Yahiko consumed several spoonfuls, leaving behind a significant amount of red pulp. That watermelon is quite sweet, Yahiko remarked with a smile. It was a gift from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Nagato glanced warily at Yahiko, holding a watermelon while munching on it and explaining. TSK, why didn't he send me one? Yahiko felt quite disgruntled with this master of theirs. It was one thing to overlook their village, but to deliver gifts privately, sending one to Nagato while neglecting him. What was that? Was it discrimination? Did he think that by gifting Nagato a watermelon, Nagato would secure a piece of land for him in Konoha when using Shinra Tensei? Yahiko. At that moment, Conan entered the room, causing Yahiko to immediately retract his reprimanding tone. Is there something urgent? Did Kosuke find him? He was napping near the school with Toad B. I see. That's why I couldn't reach Toad B. Conan nodded, then placed a gift she had received from Sarutobi Hiruzen on the desk, toner, moisturizing lotion, Haruno Sakura's perfume, and that dreadful nail polish. Noticing Conan's eager gaze, Yahiko asked, was that also from the Hokage? Yes, village chief. I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha. Another figure entered the office. It was Uzumaki Kyusuke, carrying a small gift box containing finely powdered bones from the Kagaya clan of Akarigakure. Just 0.5 grams mixed with water could fulfill a youth's daily calcium needs. This gift was particularly significant for him, an elderly man prone to osteoporosis. Village chief. One by one, the village's higher-ups flooded into the office, creating a lively atmosphere this evening. Yahiko, observing the room filled with people while he stood alone, felt an inexplicable sense of isolation. What was Sarutobi up to? Uzumaki Kyusuke slammed a letter onto the desk, revealing its cringe-inducing contents. An ardent declaration of affection from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi also produced a letter, all urging him to return, with the concluding sentiment that if he chose not to, it was of no consequence, hoping that Yahiko would take care of him and ensure he wasn't wronged. What a strong aroma of tea. Ambition knows no age. Who are you calling a child? Do you believe I'm not more mature than you at 11? Chapter 90. Yahiko-kun, do you intend to sow discord between me and my teacher? It's merely a few gifts. Everyone should accept them. If the Hokage gives them, there's no need for hesitation. Personally, I hold the Hokage in high esteem, Yahiko said, pulling out a book from under the office desk, one that Jiraiya had penned while in prison, detailing the affairs of Konoha, which had recently been published. This is a gift from the Hokage, Yahiko explained, pointing to the book. Ah, I see. Kakuzu glanced at his new garments, then at the patched-up clothes on his backside. Surely he could sell them? Realizing this, everyone relaxed. As it turned out, they all had gifts, alleviating their concern that the village chief might misunderstand. Once the crowd dispersed, Nagato and Conan exchanged worried glances with Yahiko. Those close to him understood the truth. This book was indeed a gift from Jiraiya-sensei. Sarutobi, I'm feeling quite sour. Yahiko's voice was almost squeezed from his back teeth. The inherently malevolent Sarutobi had some cunning methods. If he had merely hinted at dissatisfaction, everyone might have refused or returned the gifts. At first, no one would have thought much of it, but such a petty impression would linger subconsciously. As Sarutobi continued to deepen this impression of pettiness, it would present Konoha with further opportunities to wield the hoe. What should we do? Conan inquired. This matter is quite simple, Yahiko replied calmly. Sarutobi's concern was overly deliberate. Do you understand the essence of subtlety that lingers in your thoughts? He intended to teach his master a lesson. After all, Sarutobi's actions of undermining him were quite infuriating. Setting aside the fact that he once undermined Kakashi, did Sarutobi not have his own faults? Yahiko dialed a number for Bairu, requesting he contact Orochimaru. Once he obtained the contact, he made the call. After several rings, Orochimaru's somewhat perplexed voice came through. Hello? Ahahaha. Care to guess who I am, Orochimaru-kun? in a secret, dimly lit underground laboratory at the root base of Konoha. The acrid scent of potions pervaded the air. Various dissection diagrams and experimental records adorned the walls, with the pale light flickering through an array of cold instruments. Before a massive petri dish, a test subject, partially submerged in a peculiar liquid, was faintly visible, an unsuccessful result of Orochimaru's previous cellular transplant experiments involving Hashirama. This experiment, halted by Sarutobi midway, had been secretly resumed by Danzo, with only Orochimaru present in the lab. Listening to Yahiko's raspy imitation of his tone, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. "I'm hanging up," he stated tersely. "Wait, Orochimaru-kun," Yahiko continued. "Have you not sensed something amiss recently?" Furrowing his brow, Orochimaru fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yahiko prompted, "Sarutobi's attitude towards you." "Attitude?" Orochimaru instinctively perched on a stool, crossing his legs as he pondered. Everyone claimed that Sarutobi held him in high regard, even loved him dearly. However, it seemed that over time, Sarutobi's demeanor had gradually grown colder and more distant. In his stead, the affable and handsome Namake's Minato, Jiraiya's disciple, had garnered much praise and admiration from the villagers. Conversely, many spoke of Orochimaru with trepidation. "Yahiko-kun, do you seek to sow discord between me and my teacher?" Orochimaru reminisced about his childhood interactions with Sarutobi, his tone growing colder. If it ever came down to a choice between him and Minato, Orochimaru thought, it would undoubtedly be him. Yahiko chuckled lightly, remaining silent for a while before stating earnestly, "Orochimaru-kun, Konoha is not your haven. I hope you will join Akatsuki to engage in research projects like chip development." At this, Orochimaru hung up the phone, his cold, emotionless gaze revealing his anger. At that moment, he had no intention of betraying his village. After achieving significant feats during the Second Shinobi World War and being in the limelight, he could mobilize resources for any experiments he desired. Betraying the village? Yahiko remained unperturbed. The future development of Konoha was understood by all. Today was merely a preemptive warning for Orochimaru. "I may have something that piques your interest." As time progressed, the stakes would escalate. Blood Dragon Eye, the black and white miners from Kumogakure, even his own Yahiko cells could be subjects for Orochimaru's research. Furthermore, future middle school courses would include biology and physics, cultivating adept assistants for the scientific madman. For someone like Orochimaru, it was hard not to be tempted. Lost in thought, Yahiko ordered his subordinates to plant some watermelons and other fruits for sale next year. As the night deepened, Yahiko scrutinized the village's financial records, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. The bulk of the expenses stemmed from the Baruhu laboratory, which consumed 60% of Akatsuki's tax revenue. Truly, it was a drain on resources. The key issue was that he didn't fully comprehend the various scarce materials reported by Baru and could only allocate funds blindly. However, air conditioning had already entered the production line and would commence sales in Akatsuki tomorrow. As the clock struck 9:30, Yahiko tidied up the office and prepared to return home for some much-needed rest. "Run faster. Go. Kaido, quicken your pace." On his way home, Yahiko spotted Nobita Kaido, panting and drenched in sweat, jogging on the street under the watchful gaze of a small blue kitten. Nobita Joe, clapping his hands in encouragement, exclaimed, "Well done, Kaido. With such dedication, your mother will surely allow you to keep that little kitten." Rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, Yahiko realized his observation was not mistaken. "The early bird catches the worm. Such is the essence of youth," Yahiko remarked, deeply moved. "Village chief." Nobita Joe greeted Yahiko as he approached. "Are you just going to stand there while Kaido runs? You should join him." Yahiko assessed Nobita Joe, who had seemingly ballooned in size since their first encounter when he was still a slender lad. Chapter 91. The Great Utility of Nine-Tailed Chakra. "This kitten?" Yahiko inquired. And upon mentioning the blue feline, it seemed to sense the attention and looked his way. "Does it have a name?" Yahiko's penchant for naming began to stir within him. Much like his mentor Minato, he relished the art of bestowing names. In the village, individuals like Nobita Joe, Tokiwa, and Kafu had once borne rather unappealing names, all of which had been transformed by Yahiko's creativity. Many villagers sought him out for this very talent. For instance, Uncle Jin's daughter was originally called Hanako, and others like Rizoro and Luffy had been renamed from Daizhuang and Xiaoshui. Yahiko took pride in his naming prowess. Meanwhile, Kaido and Nobita Joe shook their heads in disapproval. "Well then, let's call it Ding Dong. I'll buy it a bell when I get home," Yahiko declared, nodding in satisfaction at the blue kitten. At this, the kitten flicked its tongue in annoyance. "You dare to name me? Ding Dong. What a ridiculous name. Ding Dong it is. From now on, you shall be known as Ding Dong," Kaido exclaimed, ceasing his run to joyfully lift Ding Dong onto his lap, showering it with affection. The little kitten relished the attention, nuzzling against Kaido's cherubic cheeks. With a soft chuckle, Yahiko bid farewell to the Nobita duo, unperturbed by the serendipity of the moment. The following day heralded the official launch of air conditioners. A few days prior, the newspapers had announced this event. As the village chief, Yahiko personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the newly opened air conditioning store, which quickly became a bustling hub of activity. Merchants from various nations gathered to witness the occasion. As Reikage introduced the Shori air conditioning units to the crowd, Yahiko took pride in the name he had chosen, signifying a means for the ninja world to experience the power of the Hidden Dawn village. The air conditioners, available in both wall-mounted and floor-standing models, required no external units. All that was needed was the infusion of a specific amount of chakra into the core of the device, allowing it to be controlled via remote, transforming chakra into ice release and wind release. Even in winter, it could be adjusted to fire release and wind release modes. It was no wonder that the trio in the laboratory had taken so long to perfect this invention. Yahiko's high expectations, fearing issues like the greenhouse effect and urban heat islands, had undoubtedly put them through a rigorous trial. Before the eager crowd, Yahiko snipped the colorful ribbon at the entrance of the air conditioning store. Given that the Hidden Dawn village was a small community with limited production capacity, residents from outside the village had to queue for a chance to purchase an air conditioner. Inside, 2 units roared like a tractor, emitting cool air. Within the store, Minato and a group of others held numbered tickets, awaiting the first round of calls from Kakuzu. Yes, Minato was present. Yahiko admitted that he couldn't compete with him in the realm of pampering his wife. To prevent Kushina from feeling bored within the barrier, Minato often brought back local delicacies to cheer her up during his missions. On this occasion, while returning from a task in the land of birds, he had fortuitously remembered the news from the Hidden Dawn village. Standing next to Yahiko, Kakuzu grinned broadly as he observed the growing piles of vegetables. Amidst the palpable tension and anticipation, Kakuzu slowly announced a series of 20 numbers. Minato sighed in relief, elated that he was the first to be called. "Can you install air conditioners?" Kakuzu inquired, to which Minato shook his head. "Oh, understood." Kakuzu then retrieved an abacus, tapping it thoughtfully. 720,000 ryo. Wasn't it 500,000? Minato scratched his head in confusion, glancing at the promotional poster outside that advertised the price as 500,000 ryo. Is the installation fee included? By the way, would you like to purchase air conditioner insurance? Kakuzu's eyes sparkled at the mention of insurance. Whoever invented this concept is a genius. Initially, I was hesitant when Yahiko suggested it. What if the buyer needs a replacement within 3 years? But then I realized, these air conditioners are so durable that they shouldn't break down unless intentionally damaged. Listening to Kakuzu's rationalization, Minato agreed. Balancing a wall-mounted air conditioner in one arm and a takeout bag from Matsukasa in the other, he allowed an air conditioning staff member to rest a hand on his shoulder. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he swiftly returned to the house in Konoha where Kushina was waiting, promptly installing the air conditioner. The bewildered staff from the Hidden Dawn village arrived and left in a daze. Kushina, enjoying the cool breeze while savoring delicious food from Matsukasa, squinted her eyes in delight. However, within her, the Ninetales was bound tightly by chains, seething with resentment, its pupils tinged with crimson. With every twist of its body, the golden chains tightened further. This woman, she treats me like an outcast. She won't let me live in peace. In the damp, stifling, and hot environment of the sewers, far worse than the hellish valley where the Blood Clan resided, the Ninetales fumed. "Stinking fox, you enjoy the summer while I suffer." That was her exact phrase when she lost her mind from the heat. What sort of nonsense is this? Now, this brat had somehow procured an air conditioner, and they were basking in its coolness while indulging in fine food. I am enraged. Is that you, Mikoto? Yes, it's me. Minato installed an air conditioner at home, along with delicious food from Matsukasa. Oh, you have to come and try it. The newspaper said it was delicious, and I thought it was just hype. You can't enter the barrier? Don't worry about the old man. Ah, the deafening roar echoed through the sewer. Instantly, Kushina, who had been sweet-talking with Minato outside, was pulled inside. What is it, Great Fox? The Ninetales dragged Kushina in, an overwhelming aura of resentment emanating from it, invading Kushina's psyche and stirring up her darker thoughts. Who understands the redemption of enjoying food in an air-conditioned room during summer? At that moment, Kushina gazed at the Ninetales with a hint of affection. Stop it, Great Fox. Minato is here, so I won't chat with you today. With that, she exited the sewer, leaving behind a bewildered fox. You're usually so rowdy. What has got into you today? Suddenly, he sensed a slight depletion of chakra, akin to drawing a mere milliliter from an ocean. though the quantity was small. The Ninetales was acutely aware of the portion that Kushina had siphoned away. Closing his eyes, he reached outwards. Oh, this contraption called an air conditioner requires chakra to function. Woman, this does not justify you extracting my chakra. Ah, how infuriating. Minato, have you noticed that after inputting the Ninetales chakra, the air conditioner has become much quieter? It does seem that way. Minato rose from the sofa, moving closer to inspect the air conditioner. After infusing it with tailed beast chakra, the core shifted from red to green, seemingly satiated. The previously thunderous noise had been reduced to a gentle whoosh. If it weren't for the cool breeze still emanating, Minato would have suspected that the air conditioner had malfunctioned due to the infusion of tailed beast chakra. Chapter 92, Balancing Dual Pursuits. Yahiko, striving for the top ranks in various games, was feeling quite vexed. Just moments ago, he had managed to surpass the gluttonous Afei by a narrow margin, only for Minato's phone call to erase his progress. Yet, listening to Minato's feedback on the other end of the line, Yahiko's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Perhaps the chakra of the tailed beasts is indeed purer and more untainted than that of humans? Yet, where could one possibly capture a tailed beast? The development of the Akatsuki village is grotesque. While the ceiling fan has yet to be introduced, air conditioning has already made its debut. The land of the village remains barren, and the homes of its inhabitants exude a charm reminiscent of the 1960s and 70s. Even those who, like Kaku, strive to earn a living reside in shipping containers, while the shops boast ostentatious or minimalist designs. Indeed, the village is in dire need of individuals, particularly skilled artisans from the populace. Yanagisawa contemplated. What he yearned to witness was an Akatsuki village that embraced open-mindedness and diverse ideas, rather than a village that only acted upon his directives. Although the sensation of being a dictator is rather exhilarating. In the community assembly hall, Yanagisawa boldly summoned all available residents via a loudspeaker to attend the meeting. Beneath the surface, Obito, who was attempting to reclaim his top rank on the Fruit Ninja leaderboard, overheard the call. Obito, you go up, he commanded without lifting his gaze. As Obito served as a representative of the Akatsuki village, his every action drew considerable attention from Yanagisawa. Upon entering the assembly hall, Obito found a considerable number of people already seated. He chose an available spot next to a pair of individuals, Sunagakure and Yuhi Kurinai, who had recently been released after a brief incarceration in the prison of the village. Sunagakure seemed rather perceptive. Kurinai, with a slight smirk, acknowledged the presence of those safeguarding the village. The very members of his universe security team were the ones ensuring the safety of the assembly. Yuhi, why don't you sit beside me? Yanagisawa requested, expressing his gratitude. Once the seats were filled, Yanagisawa finally addressed the assembly. After a considerable interval, we gather once more for a communal meeting. What is our purpose? Sighing, he mused on his unfortunate habit of indulging in trivial chatter at the onset. Scanning the room, he noted the absence of any comic relief, which left him feeling slightly awkward. Why? Questioned Konan, her expression one of confusion. Yanagisawa felt a sense of comfort. No one among the assembled, regardless of their martial prowess, could rival Konan's intellect. To begin with, I must extend my commendations to one individual, Noera Sho. Yanagisawa's gaze fell upon the disgruntled figure of Scorpion, seated beside Noera. Curiosity piqued, he followed Scorpion's line of sight, discovering a woman named Hikari, who had recently joined the village after passing a political examination. It was rumored that all three individuals hailed from the same village as Yuhi. Hikari had been recommended for an internship at the ninja school. Is this not the arrival of an undercover agent? Yanagisawa pondered. Such unsavory tasks were best left to Danzo, for Sarutobi's operatives were often too idealistic, establishing profound connections with the Akatsuki village even before Yanagisawa intervened. Returning to the matter at hand, Yanagisawa remarked on Nohara's decision to forego the ninja path in favor of becoming a contractor, undertaking village projects. Surely, many of you have privately mocked him for this choice. He mused. Lifting his cup of tea, he scanned the crowd with piercing eyes. Noera sheepishly scratched his head, while the assembly looked perplexed, wondering when they had ever ridiculed him. Ah, well, I suppose this is a gentle rebuke for us. We ought to listen, he thought. Let me make it clear. Do not mock Obito, or rather, Noera. His slip of the tongue was swiftly corrected. Indeed, it is often said that the village's advancement relies on the efforts of each individual. Yet look around. A year has nearly passed, and many of you remain entranced by mere illusions. Is mere sustenance truly sufficient for your satisfaction? This was the core of Yanagisawa's admonition. The development of Akatsuki village is indeed a spectacle to behold. Approximately 80% of the shops are village enterprises, with only 20% being privately owned, and of those, 2/3 are backed by kakazu, exemplified by the toll-charging restroom. There is a distinct lack of the flourishing diversity Yanagisawa envisioned. The largest tavern, Matsuke's, and the foremost meat processing plant, Akatsuki Beef, were all orchestrated by him. Even the caravan transporting grain to the rain village was assembled under his direction. Fortuitously, many villagers have accumulated spare funds over the past year. Yanagisawa encouraged them to embark on their own ventures, thereby invigorating Akatsuki village. To summarize this meeting, 5 words resonate: enhance productive forces. His words echoed with conviction. Seize the opportunity, develop yourselves. Progress is the undeniable truth. For swift economic growth, one must rely on technology and education. Science and technology are the foremost productive forces. Just as Yanagisawa continued his educational discourse, an urgent voice broke through. Village chief. There is a brawl occurring in the second ring. 1 dead, 2 injured. A member of the universe security team reported. With the influx of new residents, it was only natural that such unruly elements would emerge. Foolishness. Yanagisawa seethed, recognizing that those attending the meeting were a discerning group. They too felt the frustration. Yet they must first discern the reality of the situation. Upon arriving at the second ring commercial street, a multitude of outsiders gathered at the barrier to witness the commotion. Upon Yanagisawa's arrival, the combatants immediately ceased their altercation, their heads ducking like ostriches. What transpired? A member of the security team relayed the accounts from both sides. The participants were all youths, employed at the Fukong factory, who had each developed an infatuation for a young woman there. In a foolish display of bravado, they summoned all their allies to defend her honor. According to a small frog summoned by Yanagisawa, the lady in question held no affection for either. Nevertheless, the entourages of both young men engaged in a battle, even resorting to kunai and shuriken. I'm infuriated beyond measure. Yanagisawa lamented, feeling utterly humiliated. Run. At the edge of the scene, a figure with an antiquated camera stealthily captured the unfolding drama before hastily retreating. No photography, he barked. Nagato. Pursue him and retrieve that camera. Recognizing the weathered visage of the fleeing individual as a sand village denizen, Yanagisawa surmised that this was an attempt by the Yuhi village press to emulate the sensationalism surrounding him and Kairabi. Nagato, understanding the urgency, nodded and set off in pursuit. Yanagisawa was acutely aware that this was not the first altercation between these two factions. In unseen corners, these individuals had likely rendezvoused for numerous clandestine skirmishes. We must strike a balance. We must pursue reform while simultaneously combating all forms of criminal activity. Chapter 93, The Akatsuki Village Ceremony. Recently, Akatsuki Village has been enforcing strict measures. A man, feeling slightly unwell, expectorated on the street. You are under arrest. Immediately, 2 members of the universe security team apprehended him. Another man merely whistled at a passing lady, only to find himself similarly detained by 2 members of the security team. During yet another assembly meeting in the village, Yanagisawa delineated 2 fundamental tenets: to promote civility and establish a new ethos. He made it clear that even he would not be exempt from discipline if he transgressed. Such matters, of course, did not involve the students. The day before the new school year commenced, Yanagisawa provided the second-grade curriculum for printing at the village bookstore and convened a meeting with the teachers. The youngest of the second graders was now 8 years old, capable of learning some fundamental ninjutsu. In the multifunctional classroom, Yanagisawa addressed the assembly. Below, eager students took notes in their notebooks. 3 new faces appeared in the classroom. Seated beside Yuhi were Hikari and others. Sunagakure was also present, serving as a tutor for the lower ninjas training, ensuring that these children would undergo systematic training for a year after becoming lower ninjas. The shadow clone technique, tree climbing, and water walking to enhance chakra control. Foundational skills must be established early, Yanagisawa asserted from the podium. Shunlu occasionally nodded, offering his insights. Village chief, I am currently drafting a scroll of ninjutsu, compiling the experiences that our village, Akatsuki, has learned from other villages over the years. It could allow the children to experiment with a C-rank ninjutsu. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Mayahiko responded, Excellent. It seems you have absorbed my words from the meeting. If you have ideas, take the initiative and pursue them. Only come to me for assistance when you have exhausted all other options. Your initiative is commendable. I have decided to allocate funds from the village. You may select a team of your choosing to assist you in this endeavor. If we are to write, let us create the finest work, unprecedented in history. Mayahiko spent 10 minutes in a brief discussion with Shunlu in the multifunctional classroom, and they ultimately reached a decision. An enormous investment of 100 million was to be made to draft the ninjutsu scroll, which Mayahiko named the Great Anthology of Akatsuki Village. This anthology would encompass ninjutsu, its origins, principles, and techniques, with records of various ninjutsu from the ninja world included. A library would be renovated to house this anthology, providing a resource for the good citizens of Akatsuki Village. Once released, the authors of this anthology would undoubtedly etch their names in history. Shunlu, filled with excitement, promptly requested Mayahiko's permission to commence this project. Mayahiko agreed, pleased by his enthusiasm. However, a culture of comparison has recently emerged among the students. As noted by Conan after Shunlu departed, Mayahiko, without needing to think, knew the culprit was Kankuro, whose father was also a founding figure of the village and part of the astute crowd, with many leaders of village enterprises being his father's associates. Students should embody the spirit of students, Mayahiko asserted. Moments later, a phone call came through to the director's office in the City of Advancement, instructing Tsukumo Hataki to ensure the inmates expedite the production of school uniforms. The 400 ninjas of Akatsuki were not idle. One ninja was worth more than 6. Those in the know understood the significance of a ninja's hand speed. The following day marked the opening of the ninja school. The second-year students and first-year newcomers approached the school, each filled with distinct sentiments. Early in the morning, Scorpion was reluctantly roused from slumber by Hyane and Hylie, who urged him to attend school. "Scorpion, I will be your homeroom teacher from now on, and this is teacher Hylie," Hyane announced. He placed a deep green hat emblazoned with the red Akatsuki cloud upon Scorpion's head, complemented by a white shirt featuring blue stripes, with Socialist Successor inscribed on the right chest, declaring issued by the City of Advancement, Akatsuki Village, Year 3. A pair of light blue trousers completed the ensemble, which looked quite appealing on Scorpion. "You must not remove the hat before entering the school," Hylie gently reminded him. They prepared a cup of hot milk and 2 meat buns for Scorpion. "Understood. Can I skip school?" Scorpion inquired. "No, Scorpion. It's vital to establish a solid foundation in the first year. This is crucial for your future," Hyane replied with a smile. With a deep breath, Scorpion finally joined Hyane and Hylie in their stride towards the school. Another year commenced with the opening ceremony. "Good morning, students." Mayahiko addressed the crowd once more. "An inch of land is an inch of blood. 100,000 youths are 100,000 soldiers." A half hour later, Mayahiko continued to impart his wisdom to the children. Suddenly, a bespectacled boy, accompanied by a toad on his left shoulder and Ding-Tang on his right, staggered in late, with his deep green hat askew atop his head. All eyes, including Mayahiko's, were drawn to the boy, who felt rather awkward. "Haha, Xiaoxiong, on the first day of school, you've managed to oversleep," chuckled 2 students from class 2-2, one chubby and the other short, unable to contain their laughter. Yijing looked on with concern. Xiaoxiong felt a swell of frustration. His grandfather had been increasingly demanding, raising his daily running regimen from 3 laps around Akatsuki Village to 5 or 6, and yesterday even requiring him to run 8 laps. "Ding-Tang, am I truly that useless?" Xiaoxiong asked, to which Ding-Tang instinctively nodded, recalling the perspective provided by White Zetsuno. 2. "You are even worse than Obito," when he opened his eyes. Dejected, Xiaoxiong returned to the line of class 1-2. Such minor incidents did not deter his determination. "Persevere. With effort, success is assured." At the conclusion of the morning session, Mayahiko's words ignited renewed vigor among the children. After the morning announcements and exercises, the second-year students received their new textbooks. At this moment, they were most eager for the moral education class, which presented various stories that felt novel upon first glance. As the school day concluded, prior to the summer break, Conan had taught the students about chakra extraction methods. Naturally, Xiaoxiong ranked lowest in today's assessment. Due to his exhaustive running the previous day, his muscles were sore, and he had not achieved commendable results. He had even failed to complete his summer homework, resulting in Conan keeping him behind to finish it. Feeling utterly lost, Xiaoxiong followed Ding-Tang to Obito's base. Fufufu, the air conditioning emitted a gentle, refreshing breeze, devoid of any tractor-like noise. "School's out. Come over for some watermelon first," Obito beckoned, presenting a platter of watermelon slices. Xiaoxiong jogged over, offering a slice to Obito before taking one for himself. "Grandpa," he began. "Silence," Obito interjected, already aware of Xiaoxiong's intended words. "Today, Mayahiko said that effort leads to success." Haha, nowadays, geniuses are all about competition. He referred to Kakashi, who often resembled a lifeless fish, frequently clashing with Obito over video game rankings, making it seem as though he was utterly absorbed in gaming. Yet, Kakashi remained one of Obito's connections, and Obito instructed White Zetsu to keep a close watch. "This guy? Behind the scenes, he is undoubtedly a top-tier competitor." The problem is, that foolish boy truly believes it. His training has recently slackened, as he diverts his focus to playing games with Kakashi. After all, they are the only two from the village of their generation. In the face of peers watching, Obito resorted to his smartphone to satisfy his vanity. Oh foolish boy, the more you indulge now, the harder you will have to work later when you come to me. As for living expenses, considering my current expenditure rate, there will be countless bills waiting for you to settle, let alone living expenses. Chapter 94, Tsunade's Akatsuki Village ID Card. Has the moral education book been distributed today? Xiao Xiong, with watermelon juice dripping from his mouth, hurriedly rummaged through his satchel for a book titled Thoughts and Morality. Obito cast a glance at him. Although Xiao Xiong remained the same clumsy boy, his aura had subtly transformed. Despite his lack of fondness for Mayahiko, Obito held a deep appreciation for the book Mayahiko had compiled. He often pondered how the world would appear under the unified rule described by Mayahiko, akin to the era of Qin Shi Huang. In his mind, unification was second only to the existence of the Tsukuyami world. As Xiao Xiong indulged in the watermelon, Obito opened the book to read. The first lesson proclaimed, "The people are the masters of Akatsuki Village. The children are the future of Akatsuki Village." Obito's pupils constricted. "What is it?" Xiao Xiong inquired, puzzled. Silence. In the afternoon, Mayahiko completed all administrative tasks and dismissed Kaku, who was reluctant to allocate funds for the construction of the great anthology of Akatsuki Village. Outside the gambling den of the Akatsuki film crew, Jiraiya was in Konoha, and the script for the gambling hero film had yet to commence production. Thus, Mayahiko authored another script titled Akatsuki Team Leader, which he entrusted to the cinematographer who had worked on the Titanic. Mayahiko, fondly referring to him as Old Schemer, assembled a crew nearby to film scenes featuring the Akatsuki team leader piloting an aircraft into an iceberg, coincidentally near the sunken Akatsuki village ship, creating a dreamlike crossover. Mayahiko entered the gambling den, a place he seldom frequented for various reasons. Today, he had an important matter at hand, delivering an ID card to Tsunade. Indeed, Akatsuki Village was to have its own identification cards. Transitioning from the necessity of wearing a distinctive Akatsuki badge to carrying an ID card was a significant step, as access between the second and third rings required card scanning. Mayahiko felt a sense of relief, grateful for his decision to recruit 2 assistants from Konoha for Bairu. Otherwise, Bairu might have been driven to madness. Hey. Upon entering, he heard a woman's voice exuberantly shouting at the gambling table. Big win. As the staff lifted the cover, revealing a jackpot of 17 points, the excitement escalated. Come again. Tsunade pushed her chips forward once more, preparing for another round of betting. Lady Tsunade, it is time for a meal, remarked a woman beside her, not Shizune, but an underling from the Akatsuki village. After notifying Tsunade, she proceeded to inform several other major patrons within the gambling establishment. One might wonder why Tsunade chose to linger in this place for so long. The answer lies in the warm hospitality offered by Yahiko. Unlike other gambling houses that disregard your basic needs, here, a benevolent soul like Tsunade is treated with utmost care, receiving thoughtfully prepared meals and drinks. After a day of losses in other establishments, Tsunade usually felt disheartened. However, here, when she first emerged from a day of losses, she couldn't help but smile. Yahiko proved to be quite amiable. Who could fathom the sensation of having sumptuous food and drink prepared for you after losing a day's worth of money? Just wait. After I win this round, we shall feast. Tsunade fixated her gaze on the shaking dice cup held by the staff, waving her hand dismissively without turning her head. Noticing this, Yahiko paused for a moment and approached only after Tsunade had lost all her chips. Sister Tsunade, what brings such a busy person to seek me out? Tsunade, feeling somewhat vexed, ruffled Yahiko's tousled orange hair until it resembled a bird's nest, releasing her frustration with a contented sigh. Here is your identification card. Yahiko, amidst his voice-changing phase, found his speech increasingly resembling that of the second Hokage. Tsunade shared this sentiment. She was not solely preoccupied with gambling. Oh no, she was mistaken. She saw the visage of her grandfather in Yahiko and heard the voice of her great-uncle in his words. It was indeed peculiar. Listening to Yahiko, she glanced at his Adam's apple, noticing no traces of chakra usage. Accepting the identification card he offered, she read, Name, Tsunade. Gender, female. Date of birth, August 2nd, 18 BC. Address, Senju Street, Akarigakure, Land of Fire. ID number. The era was marked from the year of Yahiko's birth, distinguishing between before Christ and Anno Domini, as the ninja world lacked a unified calendar. Yahiko's ID indicated it was the first year AD. with the current year being the 13th. To the right was a frontal photograph of her. Wasn't this the same picture from her file in Konoha? Did the old man provide it to Yahiko? Coughing lightly, it was indeed Yahiko's subtle hint that led Akatsuki's stealthy infiltration of the Konoha archives. Otherwise, where would Madara have procured the funds for takeout? Sister Tsunade, with this ID, you are now one of us in Akatsuki village, Yahiko said, his wide eyes innocently fixed on her. For a woman of 30, such flattery was quite effective. In terms of influence, Jiraiya could hardly compare to Tsunade. For instance, if Akarigakure were to confront Akatsuki village, Jiraiya would certainly be unable to intervene. Yet, if Tsunade decided otherwise, she could easily trample over the Hokage's office furniture, and Hiruzen's would likely retract the order. Clinging to power, Yahiko was earnest in his intentions. How could he gradually entice Tsunade into registering as a resident of Akatsuki village and securing property there? One of us. Since we are comrades now, could you lend me some chips since I've lost all mine? Tsunade inquired tentatively. Sister Tsunade, please wait. Yahiko texted Akatsuki's Akatsuki, inquiring whether Tsunade had exhausted her funds. The white Zetsu could communicate amongst themselves. Perhaps one of them was aware. Akatsuki had his phone in Madara's possession, who remained engrossed in a moral philosophy lesson, contemplating the destiny in our hands, and how each of us is a child of prophecy. The people are above all. Upon hearing the notification sound, Madara opened the message, choosing to respond with minimal involvement. He had done his research on Tsunade, knowing she had inherited the gambling tendencies of her grandfather. Watching her squander the lifelong savings of her bachelor uncle, Tobarama, brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, Tobarama was far from broke. He had wealth that could not easily be depleted. There is indeed a substantial amount, Madara replied. Seeing the response, Yahiko smiled. Sister Tsunade, there is no need for such formality. With a grand gesture, he led her into his private vault, exchanging 30,000 chips for her. He felt a twinge of regret. The profits from the village enterprises belonged to the village, and he possessed no assets himself. Although it was widely known that the village was under his influence, he had never touched a single coin from the village's coffers. Typically, he and Conan solely received salaries for their expenditures. This 30,000 was what Kakuzu had been collecting from the outside, a small sum he had gradually amassed. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently become Kakuzu's protector. How deep the waters of bureaucracy are. If he refrained from greed, Kakuzu would not dare to be avaricious. Without Kakuzu's greed, he would inevitably return to his old life in the black market. Chapter 95. I truly deserve this. Quite refreshing, Tsunade remarked as she accepted the 30,000 chips Yahiko had provided. In the blink of an eye, before Yahiko could even exit, she lost everything again. And the casino resonated with her frustrated exclamations. Gambling is a curse. By the heavens above, I, Yahiko, will have no dealings with gambling and vice. Hey, little rascal. Might I borrow a bit more? Tsunade rubbed her hands together. Yahiko wore a pained expression. I have no money. Stingy. There were many gamblers like Tsunade, but not all were fortunate to possess the wealth of the Senju clan. Yahiko received a notification that a resident from the Land of Fire had squandered their entire demolition compensation in the casino and, in despair, used their last bit of money to purchase a ticket to jump into the river. The audacity of Sunagakure reared its head again, capturing footage of the scene, intending to revitalize their newspaper. Naturally, Yahiko intercepted them. In a fit of anger, after a public meeting, with the support of the crowd, he shut down the casino and ordered an overhaul of its interior. On the 7th day after the closure, Tsunade initially believed the casino was undergoing renovation but soon realized something was amiss, prompting her to seek answers. This was the only place an outsider could freely enter the first ring with an identification card. You little brat. You. The door swung open, and a long leg followed. Yahiko finally understood how gentle Nagato and the others were in comparison to Tsunade. Upon entering, Tsunade noticed that Yahiko's clothing bore several patches, and his arm was in a cast. Instantly, she recognized he had suffered a fracture. What happened to you? Sister Tsunade, Yahiko timidly stood up, perfectly embodying the essence of a pure-hearted young man. Tsunade frowned. What about your clothes? And your arm? Nothing serious, just a little injury. You look so pitiful. What about that 30,000? Tsunade recalled how Yahiko had nonchalantly exchanged the chips for her just days prior. Knowing you would be bored, I ordered a new game to be made, and in a few days, it will be ready to play at the original casino. Yahiko observed Tsunade's silent confusion but refrained from explaining, projecting an air of concern for her. Very well, Tsunade regarded Yahiko with a penetrating gaze before departing. As she strolled through the streets of Akatsuki village, it was her first experience truly observing the surroundings, wandering alone. The streets were orderly, though the architectural styles on either side appeared somewhat jarring. She was genuinely curious about what kind of person Yahiko was in private. The old man described him as a wicked and cunning political machine, while Jiraiya suggested he might be the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage, destined to bring peace and understanding to the ninja world. Her perception of Yahiko was that of an innocent youth, genuinely concerned about the thoughts of those around him. Near the school was a small clinic. After Tsunade had given Jiraiya a sound thrashing for his antics with fans, a medical ninja who had learned a few healing techniques opened it on the first day following the casino's closure with Yahiko's support. As the seasons changed, many in the ninja world fell ill with colds. Tsunade stepped inside. Lady Tsunade. They could barely be considered Tsunade's named disciples, harboring immense reverence for her. In her quest to comprehend the essence of Yahiko, Tsunade employed a rather blunt and forceful method. She directly inquired about the clinic's charges for medical services. Such clinics, akin to the Konoha Hospital, are typically village enterprises overseen by the village leader. The pricing of the clinic offered a glimpse into the character of Yahiko. A staggering 1,500 ryo for treating a cold or fever. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched tightly, as though she were on the verge of storming the office building to confront Yahiko. How absurd. Patching up clothes, and I thought it was something substantial. It turns out he is merely a miser. Tsunade unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks. The doctors, perplexed, exchanged glances, unsure of whom she was berating, and dared not inquire further. It wasn't until a villager from the Akatsuki pulled out his health insurance card that clarity emerged. He was an employee at the toy factory. Anyone registered in the Akatsuki village could retrieve an identification card from the security team's office, and those working in the village could receive an additional health insurance card. A doctor accessed his information on the bulky computer. After a few operations, the Akatsuki resident had received an injection and an 4-drip, costing a mere 15 ryo. This left Tsunade momentarily speechless. 15 ryo was a trivial sum, barely worth the effort to pick up if dropped, for in that time, she could easily earn thousands treating a noble. So inexpensive? Lady Tsunade, you may not be aware. A nurse with stars in her eyes recounted Yahiko's gallant demeanor at the recent meeting. Kakuzu had opposed the health insurance. In a fit of rage, Yahiko challenged Kakuzu to a duel, declaring that the victor would have their way. They witnessed a spectacle that brought tears to their eyes. I could fight you for a whole day. Despite being knocked down several times, the village leader, fueled by an unwavering spirit, performed sit-ups to rise again, raising his fists to continue battling Kakuzu. Two ninjas, both exceptionally capable, fought for 3 consecutive days and nights, each driven by their respective beliefs. This was a true event, making headlines in the next day's Akatsuki village newspaper, moving countless hearts in the shinobi world to tears. Regrettably, Tsunade, engrossed in gambling, had missed it all. Ultimately, Yahiko emerged victorious at the cost of one hand, using his wind release, Raisin Shuriken, to bring Kakuzu to his knees. Tsunade hesitated to speak, her throat tightening with emotion. She was genuinely moved. Reflecting deeply, could the old man truly fight against that dark figure, Danzo, for the sake of the villagers? Yahiko was the one who genuinely sought to eradicate those who harmed the village, sparing no one, including himself, in his relentless pursuit of justice. So, did she truly scold Yahiko earlier? Cough, cough. I see how your Akatsuki village is expanding its business. Yahiko must have earned quite a fortune merely selling air conditioners. Tsunade inquired nonchalantly. Not at all. The village has profited significantly, but leader Yahiko only draws a meager salary of 100 ryo each month. What? Are you joking? What does he eat and drink every day? That brat, at such a young age, is already cohabitating with Conan. Do they not need to spend money on food? Oh. We often see Director Conan going to the employee cafeteria for braised cabbage with vermicelli. Now that life in the Akatsuki village has improved, even we seldom go there anymore. Occasionally, we dine at Matsuke's restaurant, and Uncle Yuji isn't pleased about it. Then how did he amass 300,000 ryo? Lady Tsunade, I must share something with you. But please keep it confidential. A medical ninja whispered, akin to sharing a juicy gossip with a friend. Leader Yahiko participates in underground boxing matches in the Cloud Village. He ventures to the Sand Village to pan for gold. He digs for minerals in the Stone Village. He provides emotional support for wealthy women in Konoha. Somehow, these tales spread, growing more outrageous with each retelling. It was said that the 5 great nations were eager to see the rise of this small Akatsuki village, and the leader had sacrificed much of his dignity in the process. A wave of guilt and regret washed over Tsunade. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. I truly am despicable. Chapter 96. Yun, you are a good person. Yahiko remained blissfully unaware of the swirling rumors. As the little green bubble app launched today, he hastily registered an account, naming it Mr. Yahiko. Conan chose the name Miss Conan. He invited everyone from the Akatsuki village into the group chat. Konoha's white fang joined the chat. I fought against Madara back in the day joined the chat. Mr. Yahiko, is anyone there? Naturally, no one paid him any mind. Yahiko felt quite embarrassed. Shikaku, glancing at his phone, hesitated before tapping the table with his finger. Replying would indicate he was slacking off. He resolutely decided against responding. During the day, everyone was preoccupied with work. Teacher Yumino video. He shared a clip from lunchtime, showcasing students working on their assignments, then went silent. Until the end of the workday, they dared not emerge. Seeing the lack of responses, Yahiko sent a 200 Rio red envelope. Come and get your red envelope, like I. A person named like I snatched it. The others ignored it. Mr. Yahiko, Kakuzu, could you come here for a moment? Like I damn. After deducting 1,000 Rio from Kakuzu's salary, Yahiko made 2 phone calls to Konoha. The first generation of the village had not leaked out, allowing Yahiko to let things simmer a bit longer, so in all of Konoha, only Obito and Kakashi were aware of the first generation's existence. In Konoha's ninja school, Asuma was a year older than Obito, yet he chose to repeat a year to spend more time on his phone. Consequently, Obito's class became the largest in the school. Indeed, if Hiruzen Sarutobi did not have an elder son, he would have dealt with this rebellious child harshly and perhaps had another child with Biwa Juzo. What sort of hairstyle was he sporting? A spiky cut, a slick-back style, and the ninjutsu wild lion's mane technique invented by Jiraiya, which lengthens hair through chakra stimulation. These little brats could change their hairstyles as they pleased. All the students gathered around Obito, taking turns playing with their phones during class. The teacher at the podium was nearly in tears. He would rather go undercover than teach at Konoha. Just look at the group of kids surrounding him. Who among them could he afford to offend? Out of that vast classroom, only a few, like Rin Noera, were willing to pay attention. Damn it. Hey, big brother, what's up? Kids often sought to recognize an older brother outside of school. And with Yahiko being the leader of an external village, Obito felt a sense of pride. He confidently answered the call in front of everyone. His voice nearly loud enough for the entire school to hear. Little green bubble is online. Hurry and register so I can pull you into the group chat. Big brother misses you. Obito switched to speakerphone. It was Jack Bank's voice. Holy crap, really? Your big brother is Bank? The buzz surrounding the Akatsuki village had yet to fade. As soon as it was released, people were eager to buy tickets. Yes, not only am I the future Hokage of Konoha, but I am also the second leader of the Akatsuki village. Hearing the adoration, Obito swelled with pride. Tossing his head back, though his spiky hair had been trimmed by his grandmother, who remarked that it looked too unruly. Truly, the heavens had turned upside down. Obito quickly downloaded the little green bubble app from the software store. After registering, he found himself in a bit of a conundrum regarding his username. He wanted to choose a name related to Rin, but he feared that if the first generation of the village sold out in Konoha, Rin might see it. Just then, he heard a commotion, and Rin sighed as she glanced over, disappointment etched on her face. Obito felt a pang in his heart. Ever since he had awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7, Rin had distanced herself from him. His eyes grew warm, nearly triggering his Manjikyu Sharingan. But at the crucial moment, he stifled it. For her, I would battle the entire world. He added Yahiko as a friend. Upon seeing it, Yahiko felt quite awkward. How could it be that Obito was the one choosing the name? Yet it was he who felt the embarrassment, even before the reversal of Tobi's reputation. There was that meme about the Sharingan and my discomfort without Rin. What should I do when I don't even have that name? For her, I will conquer the world and join the current chat group. Scarecrow has joined the current chat group. And still, I pulled Tobi into the group. And after he joined, I changed his name in the group. A slip of the finger. Hello, everyone, I am Uchiha Obito. Huh, what is with my name? Brother is a god, isn't Tobi? Shouldn't you be in class? Nagato's appearance made Yahiko even more unsettled. Oh, so there are 1 or 2 of you who are so cringeworthy, huh? Scarecrow, Akatsuki's white fang, father. Scarecrow, Akatsuki's white fang, father. Outside, Kakashi had been continuously tagging his father, but Tsukumo Hatake ignored him. Could it be? He recalled the last time that red-haired old man asked his father whether he wanted a wife. Lily, the warden is currently busy with official duties. Lonely Scarecrow, understood. Akatsuki's white fang has requested to add you as a friend. Akatsuki's white fang, don't look for me in the group. Lonely Scarecrow, father, am I doing something shameful? Akatsuki's white fang, huh? What do you mean? Kakashi put down his phone, his mind in turmoil. When a few teammates approached him to chat, he paid them no mind. His heart was in disarray. In the warden's office, recently, Kushina Uzumaki often left her toy factory as planning work to bring lunch to Tsukumo Hatake. Despite Tsukumo's repeated refusals, it bore no fruit. If he didn't eat, she'd throw it in the trash. This resolute character made Tsukumo hesitant to refuse. Wasting food is disgraceful, and squandering it could lead to imprisonment, so he could only choose to eat. As they dined, the two developed a different flavor. Tsukumo belonged to the group that would take the initiative if the girl was assertive. He would not refuse if she was proactive, but if she wasn't, he would not bother. In the little green bubble, Toby was the most active. Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, he understood that there were many influential figures in this group, and if he clung tightly to them, he would gain much. Ah Fei, young Uchiha, tell us your dreams. Toby pondered for a moment and replied, to marry little Rin? Ah Fei, you will achieve it. Toby, good person, you're a good person. Lonely scarecrow, hee. In reality, Toby chuckled as he held his phone. This person named Ah Fei was quite decent. Kakashi, why is it that you're everywhere? He blocked Kakashi, selectively ignoring his messages. Toby, but recently, Rin has been ignoring me. I am a god. Little Toby, a sycophant is unworthy of love. I know a bit of your information, and with this approach, you cannot win Rin's heart. Mr. Yahiko, childhood sweethearts ultimately cannot compare to serendipity, but companionship is the most profound confession. However, Kakashi and Rin are also childhood sweethearts, and he is still Rin's white moonlight. How could mere companionship compete with a fleeting glance from youth? Regretfully, that is how it was written in the text. Yahiko refrained from voicing painful truths, fearing Toby's heart would shatter. Toby, what am I to do? Toby truly felt like he was about to break. He leaned on the table, resting his forehead on his left arm, typing with one hand beneath the table, as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 97, Dreams Hold All. I am a god. Dreams hold all. Toby dreams? At this moment, Toby began to question his life. Could it be that I can only be loved by Rin in dreams? Madara looked at the phone in surprise. One could only say it was worthy of being the vessel of his eyes, helping me conquer Toby in perfect harmony. Time passed swiftly. In the latter half of the year, the events in the Akatsuki village aligned with the contents of the treaty. They had become more subdued. The five great nations, seeing that Akatsuki village was being sensible, ceased to pay attention, as local frictions had arisen among themselves, leaving them no time to concern themselves with others. The non-aggression treaty had effectively become a scrap of paper. Currently, only Madara was fully aware of the situation in Akatsuki village. He resided next to the underground armory, with the village chief's office above it. Even if a spy were fortunate enough to be invited into the first circle for entertainment, no one would deliberately pay attention. Madara was also aware of the tensions among the five great nations. He sometimes wondered, although Yahiko was not a good person, perhaps if Yahiko were the master of the ninja world, it might not be so bad? No. The second grade textbook stated that the people are the masters of the ninja world. This world belongs neither to me nor to Yahiko, but to the people. The sounds of wind and rain blended with the sounds of reading, all resonating in the ears. Family matters, national affairs, and world events, all are worthy of concern. Recently, Madara has been awakened each morning by the sounds of children reading aloud. The new year approaches. Red lanterns have already adorned the entire street, gently swaying in the cold wind. Every household has pasted newly cut window flowers on their glass windows. Lord Madara, breakfast is ready. Afei brought back some fried spring rolls from the street to feed him. Too greasy. Madara, basking in the warm air of the air conditioner, listened to the few mischievous children who were causing trouble and still needed to attend remedial classes during the winter break, observing the spring rolls prepared by Afei, which were quite delicious, though not suitable for the elderly. All right, next time, Afei will buy some purple rice buns and soy milk for Lord Madara. After saying this, Afei went out to work. Recently, the newspapers of the five great nations have been quite sensational. Sunagakure celebrated Chiyo's 50th birthday yesterday, full of joy, hoping to bask in some of the limelight. Akarigakure turned around to commemorate the god of ninjas, Hashirama, mourning Tobarama Senju. Look, good things have coincided. Today, Afei was set to photograph the wedding of Akatsuki village's first pair of ninja school teachers, a shotgun wedding, with the child in her belly already 2 months along. However, before taking photos, he had one significant matter to attend to. At the wedding venue, Yahiko was invited to serve as the wedding host. The relationship between Yahiko and Yumino Irika was built upon a series of calls inquiring about what Conan was up to. Now that Irika was married, he was no longer a single dog and had his own child. Under the white arch at the wedding venue, adorned with red roses, Tsukumo Hatake, clad in a black suit, and Uchiha Itachi stood outside maintaining order. After all, they were the first couple to fall in love and meet in school, attracting countless curious young people from Akatsuki village, and many came to watch. Even strict enforcement could not diminish their yearning for this wedding. This wedding was entirely organized by Yahiko. Guests whispered as they arrived. The speakers at the wedding played the duet of Yahiko and Konan singing "Today You Will Marry Me." A nervous Irika, with an oily head, stood beneath the flower pavilion, unable to speak. "Irika, have you decided on a name for your unborn son?" Yahiko exuded an increasingly inexplicable aura, still holding onto that nonchalant smoking pipe, which he had recently become addicted to. Prompted by Yahiko, Irika's nervousness slowly dissipated as he gently replied, Irika, Yumino Irika. Naruto. Yahiko gazed at him deeply, unsure of how to respond. His heart ached for Naruto. Uncle Irika was naturally invited as well, and his wife was also heavily pregnant, resting at home to nurture the baby. Clearly, there was no turning back. Both couples received marriage certificates from Akatsuki village. Scorpion gazed at the happy couples, feeling as though his heart was shattering, sorrowfully eating alone in his seat. Finding no taste in his food, the couples bit into the same apple. Under Yahiko's witness, the two couples vowed to grow old together, until the ceremony concluded. Irika and Yumino felt somewhat disappointed. Why didn't he, the Hokage, come to offer them blessings? Did he think they were just chunin? Women are emotional beings. On the eve of this wedding, Irika was dispatched from the village to run errands, while Yahiko allocated funds, ensuring the wedding used the highest standards, food from Matsukatsu, custom attire. And even the cosmic police and Tsukumo Hatake personally provided protection. And where was the Hokage? Not even a phone call was made. Why is there no signal on my phone? Uzumaki Kushina took pictures of the wedding scene, hoping to post them on social media. 20 miles outside of Shine Village, Danzo-sama. What brings you here? The two Umbu, carrying blessings from Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked perplexed at the man before them. I set out on a mission, and you? Under the orders of Lord Hokage, we are here to deliver wedding gifts to Hien Ika and the couple from Hylie. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded them to be discreet in their delivery, but in the presence of Danzo, there was little to conceal. Everyone knew that Danzo and the Hokage were as close as two peas in a pod, intertwined in each other's affairs. You may return home and inform Lord Hokage that the gifts are no longer necessary. The disguise worn by the impostor, Tobi, was remarkably lifelike, almost indistinguishable from the real Danzo. His intelligence, honed through countless deceptions, had also taught him how to weave lies. You are not Danzo-sama. The two Umbu immediately reacted, stepping back warily and assuming a defensive stance. What? Tobi, donning Danzo's aged visage, appeared incredulous. Our white Zetsu disguises are impervious even to the Sharingan. How did you discern our ruse? One of the Umbu explained, we initially questioned you, yet you chose to respond. We would rather believe that Danzo-sama would patiently answer our inquiries than refer to the Hokage as Lord Hokage. Tobi retorted, this is intolerable. I cannot allow you to leave. Would release. Moments later, the wilderness was left with two Umbu, impaled by the wood clone technique, meeting a gruesome fate. On the eve of the new year, Yahiko had once again pilfered Konan's savings to set off fireworks atop the hills of Shine Village. A single explosive tag illuminated the night, transforming it into a spectacle as bright as day, truly enhancing the atmosphere. How beautiful! Konan leaned against the window, her eyes sparkling with the fireworks Yahiko had set off for her. How delightful! Chapter 98. Luffy and Zoro's defection. Just as Shine Village was enveloped in festive cheer, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the village. Luffy and Zoro had defected. Yahiko, with tears in his eyes, posted a bounty for the two on the black market. 30 million for Luffy and 27 million for Zoro. As the ninja world caught wind of the news and prepared to ridicule the two, Luffy and Zoro caused a commotion in the Impel Down, liberating 400 grass ninjas and facilitating their escape to Akatsuki, a story that soon graced the front page of the Shine Village newspaper, igniting widespread discussion across the ninja world. Fans of Yahiko vehemently denounced the two, labeling them as ungrateful traitors. Even a minor nation's daimyo raised their bounty in the black market, 300 million for Luffy and 120 million for Zoro. The 5 villages that had once held faith in Yahiko began to waver. Had they misjudged him? The Rain-Hidden News, which held less than 1% of the market share, reported that Hanzo of the Salamander, during a press interview, lavishly praised Yahiko. I have previously stated that Yahiko surpasses even Hashirama. I believe in Yahiko and continue to do so. It was merely a momentary misjudgment of character. Should I learn of the exact whereabouts of those two traitors, I would assist Yahiko in rectifying the situation. Hanzo's righteousness. Under the immense pressure of public scorn, the two returned to Akatsuki with the 400 grass ninjas. Luffy felt the weight of the situation bearing down on him. The former grass stronghold, Zoro's lips curled into a smile as the blade at his side ignited with fervor. He gripped the hilt firmly, radiating a fierce battle spirit. Oh. Luffy still wore the straw hat gifted by the villagers. He could not betray the village chief's expectations. He was determined to bring revolutionary ideals to Akatsuki, to liberate its people. What should we do? Inquired a golden-haired man, one who had suggested plans in the past, but was never acknowledged by the village chief. Known unflatteringly as Chizuka, Chizuka had enjoyed a comfortable life in Impel Down, reluctant to leave, having learned culinary skills from the provider of meals, Genji. He had hoped to secure a position as a chef at Matsuke's after his release. However, Luffy insisted on bringing him along, claiming he wished to retain the flavors of Shaoin Village, his second home. Perhaps he had learned of Shaoin's signature dishes from Genji? Luffy pondered, deciding to give him a new name, anything but Chizuka, which was rather unappealing. Chizuka, what do you enjoy eating? Feeling slightly hungry, he inquired. Sandwiches. Sandwiches? Then you shall be called Sandwich from now on, Luffy chuckled. Chizuka, Sandwich it is then, as long as it makes you happy. Luffy took Sandwich into his confidence, revealing his mission without reservation. Sandwich, what? We are here on a mission from the organization? Yes, the Akatsuki. Those who can join are undoubtedly comrades who share our ideals. When we return to the village, I will introduce you to the organization, and you shall pledge allegiance under the Akatsuki banner. Luffy regarded membership in the Akatsuki as an honor. Excellent. Sandwich had long regarded Impel Down as his second home. He had received sufficient ideological education, and without much persuasion from Luffy, he consented. However, the 400 ninjas posed a challenge. Upon arrival at Akatsuki, they abruptly surrounded the trio, leaving them no avenue of escape. What do you intend to do to Luffy? Zoro questioned, drawing his sword. Hey, it was Luffy who freed you from Impel Down. Sandwich retorted angrily. Traitors who betrayed Shaoin Village, do you dare bark at us? Do you think we endured humiliation and hardship just to return with you? We are finally back in the village, dear friends. The 400 grass ninjas seemed to have coordinated their reactions. Some hurled insults at the traitors, while others rushed to rally the villagers of Akatsuki. The villagers have suffered greatly. Akatsuki has recently been embroiled in a struggle for dominance among great nations, enduring considerable hardship. Many grass ninjas, nay, Akatsuki ninjas shed tears upon witnessing the stark reality of the villagers' plight, realizing that the photographs did not do justice to the suffering they witnessed firsthand. The villagers of Akatsuki were worse off than they had been on the day of their capture. The great nations viewed them as pawns, offering no compassion. This further solidified their belief in Yahiko's vision. Luffy, Zoro, and Sandwich wondered if they were hearing things. What is going on here? 1,000 years is too long? The three probed. We fight for the present. The 400 Akatsuki ninjas roared in response. We are all damned comrades. After clarifying the mission, they exclaimed, what? Why didn't you say so sooner? Yes, why didn't you mention it earlier? All 400 ninjas were eager to join the organization. They had seen the newspapers in Impel Down, admiring the heartfelt respect and salutes received by the Cosmic Defense Force from the villagers, and they envied it. Thus, under the guidance of the only clever one among the three, Sandwich, Akatsuki began a crackdown. Every illegal entity and dark force must be eradicated. It was a pity they could not hang portraits of Yahiko, the village chief, in every household. Since the death of the former chief, Akatsuki had fallen into a fractured state. Ninjas had perished, some had been captured, and those who escaped, though merely chunin or jinin, dared to call themselves leaders, leading ordinary villagers into combat. Some had even resorted to banditry, living like mountain kings. The people of Akatsuki lived in dire straits. However, when Yahiko sent emissaries into Akatsuki, it was as if a beam of light pierced through the darkness of the village. Though Yahiko was not present, his brilliance remained eternal. Village chief, in 2 years, you shall witness my and Zoro's prowess. Since the defection of the two, Shaoin Village seemed to adopt a more subdued demeanor. The year of their defection saw the release of films such as Captain of Shaoin Village and Mr. Steel, with the youth of the ninja world clamoring for a sequel. Yahiko chose to ignore it. Even when a certain Asuma Saratobi utilized his father's phone to mimic his father's tone and urged him to take action, he remained unresponsive, intent on leaving you all in a state of restless anticipation. Following the release of the MP3, an EP album was launched, featuring 4 delightful songs: Sweet Sweet, Busy Cowboy, Mouse Loves Rice, and Big City, Small Love, each promoting their business and corresponding to Shao by 2 Milk Candy, Shao Village Beef, Shao Village Rice, and Shao Haha Mineral Water, respectively. Aside from this, there was no further news from Shao Hidden Village. The 5 great nations merely regarded Shao Hidden Village as Luffy, And after Lu's defection, Yahiko was greatly affected, finally realizing how deep the waters of the ninja world were and that the path of entertainment was indeed his calling. 2 years later, at the age of 14, Yahiko's voice grew increasingly reminiscent of his venerable master, and his youthful appearance faded, revealing a more handsome and mature visage. He made a phone call to Sarutobi Hisashi, who, upon hearing from him, was momentarily taken aback, shedding tears of nostalgia before earnestly asking, "Is it really you, sensei?" Truly, the world had turned upside down. Today, he communicated with Sarutobi Hisashi, informing him that the air conditioning had become widespread in Shao Hidden Village and that Kakazu would soon arrive in Konoha to discuss business, requesting Hisashi to attend to him. Sarutobi Hisashi was taken aback for a moment, before responding, "All right. You rascal. Yahiko, what are you plotting? What did you just call me?" Chapter 99. Sensei, you are too biased. Dong dong. Sarutobi Hisashi, infuriated, hung up the phone. He glanced at the person who knocked and entered. Sensei. Orochimaru appeared increasingly cold-blooded, his serpentine eyes devoid of any emotion. "Have you developed the big brick and air conditioning yet?" Sarutobi Hisashi could now only discuss matters that would benefit the village with Orochimaru. "Lord Hokage, Minato has been injured." Orochimaru shook his head, about to speak, when a member of the Umbu suddenly entered, uttering words that caused Sarutobi Hisashi to leap from his seat in shock. "Orochimaru, wait for my return." Sarutobi Hisashi left those words behind and hurriedly ran to find Minato, not glancing back. Since the death of Rope Tree, Orochimaru had yearned for immortality, sealing away his emotions, believing that he would never feel heartache again. Yet now, his heart unconsciously ached fiercely. 3 years prior, Yahiko declared that Minato was the true protagonist of Konoha, while Orochimaru dismissed it. Yet, the attitude of Sarutobi Hisashi compelled him to accept that Minato indeed resembled a protagonist from a novel, with everyone in Konoha revolving around him. Thus, today he prepared to betray Danzo, fully revealing the successful experiment of wood release, placing all blame on Danzo while claiming the credit for himself. However, upon hearing of Minato's injury, his sensei rushed off without sparing him a glance. "Sensei, I have been by your side for so long. From your most challenging times when you struggled to maintain your position as Hokage to now, a doctor of ninjutsu, a hero of the ninja world. Jiraiya is searching for the child of destiny everywhere. Tsunade's hemophobia and cryophobia have caused her to give up. I have always been here to help you." Yet, Orochimaru was a rational person. As long as Sarutobi Hisashi remained true to his promise regarding the 4th Hokage position, he was willing to endure. Coincidentally, Yahiko had seemingly installed surveillance in the Hokage office. He made a call to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, are you truly not considering joining my Shao Hidden Village? I can provide you with 80 million Ryo in experimental funds every month." In the hospital, last year, the Minato team formed after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stood by the bedside. A lazy little toad rested at the head of the bed, and seeing it was from Miyaboka Mountain, they paid it no mind. How could Minato be so badly injured? What happened during the mission? Sarutobi Hisashi anxiously inquired of Kakashi. "We were escorting a merchant convoy to the Land of Lightning when we encountered the enraged Third Reikage. He demanded retribution and, accompanied by the Umbu from Kumogakure, launched a sudden attack. Minato-sensei protected us." Kakashi hung his head regretfully, feeling they had been a burden to Minato-sensei. Obito, with his 2 Tomo Sharingan activated, exclaimed, "I want revenge. Let's take that guy down." Rin was in tears. How dare they demand retribution? Attacking Minato without cause, what nonsense is this? Sarutobi Hisashi clenched his teeth in fury, his knuckles turning white with the strain. The matter of retribution harked back 4 years ago when Shao Hidden Village stole cattle, and Nagato impersonated Minato, claiming to be his younger brother, Kaze no Kaze. The Rain Hidden Village had a Kaze no Kaze as well, and the Kaze family was quite formidable. The Third Reikage had always believed that Kaze no Kaze was hiding in Shao Hidden Village, but he could not reach Shao Hidden Village. Upon encountering the actual brother, a genius esteemed by Sarutobi Hisashi, he acted without hesitation and launched an attack. The Third Reikage attempted a surprise attack on Uchiha Obito using his signature technique. Minato, to protect Obito, took the blow, sustaining a grievous wound, though fortunately avoiding any damage to his heart. Obito remained in shock, activating his 2 Tomo Sharingan. Before losing consciousness, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Kumogakure with the 3 children. Minato, Kushina arrived, a dark red chakra erupting from her body. As tails slowly manifested behind her, 1, then 2, then 3. Cough, cough, Kushina, I'm fine. Upon hearing Kushina's voice, Minato struggled to open his eyes, managing to force out a faint smile. Please, take good care of Minato. Sarutobi Hisashi departed, commanding the assembly of all Jonin in Konoha for a meeting. The meeting concluded in under half an hour. Even Danzo was witnessing such fury from Sarutobi Hisashi for the first time. The next day, Konoha declared war on Kumogakure. This declaration was unexpected. No one could have anticipated that the usually affable Sarutobi Hisashi would go to such lengths for his disciple. How biased, sensei, lamented a pale-faced man. Orochimaru received orders to organize 5,000 ninjas to the front lines of Kumogakure, not merely as a show of force, but with Sarutobi Hisashi resolutely determined to avenge Minato. In an instant, the prices of explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken surged. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure appeared outwardly quiet, yet beneath the surface, tensions were escalating. Even Akarigakure began to engage with the international community, opening its gates, allowing numerous weapons merchants to enter the village. It seemed that war was truly on the horizon. In Shao Hidden Village, after 3 years of development, the quality of life for its citizens improved dramatically. 2 years prior, they no longer relied on their legs for commuting, but utilized the 28-degree handlebars invented in the laboratory. Small clinics transformed into large hospitals, and newly constructed parks, squares, and gymnasiums had been steadily built under the leadership of Comrade Yahiko. The economy soared, with various private enterprises and shops flourishing. Shao Hidden Village was undergoing a comprehensive replanning, with plans to demolish old buildings and construct a large department store capable of accommodating 300 retail shops. Shao Hidden Village was increasingly short on funds. The moment Minato was severely injured, Yahiko learned of the news. It had been 3 years. It was time for the ninja world to witness what Shao Hidden Village had to offer. In the conference room, aside from Kakazu, who was suffering from heartache, everyone else was filled with tension and excitement. In the underground armory of the village head's office building, under the development of Beilu, they were mass-producing the 65mm caliber rifle, weighing 395 kilograms, equipped with a Type 30 bayonet, with an overall length of approximately 17 meters. The magazine could hold 5 rounds. With an effective range of 460 meters, the Type 38 rifle, also known as the Type 38 Daki. This weapon's range and power far surpassed that of the kunai they used. The ninjas of Shao Hidden Village no longer relied on shuriken. The Type 38 rifle was being universally adopted, granting even ordinary citizens the qualification to enter the battlefield. If Yahiko desired, Shao Hidden Village could be armed to the teeth. The 5 great nations, observing Shao Hidden Village toying with a burning stick, grew indifferent. Witnessing Yahiko training 1,000 militia, all comprised of ordinary people wielding these makeshift weapons, only elicited laughter from them. Yahiko is truly adorably absurd. Koharu, run. The meeting room is convening to deliberate whether the Akatsuki village should directly engage in the battle or adopt a different strategy. Outside, this year's 5th grader, Koharu, is sprinting through the village under the watchful supervision of Doraemon. He is panting heavily, stumbling with each step. Koharu, think of Kakashi saving the day? Keep it up. Doraemon encouraged, perched on his shoulder. Upon hearing this, a fire ignited in Koharu's eyes. Chapter 100, Defending Against the Sand and Assisting the Rain. The tale of Kakashi saving the day originates from the Chronicles of the 5 Nations. Over the years, Yahiko has continued to update his work, and even in its sporadic releases, it has captivated readers in the ninja world. The Phoenix Bookstore, operating outside the Akatsuki village, has leveraged this book to overshadow all other ninja bookstores in the realm. From the initial trio of brothers, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, to the later events where the coalition of the 18 nations of the ninja world besieged the resurrected ninja sect at the Tiger Trap Pass, culminating in the clash between the Third Reikage and the Southern Heavenly Gate. The plot thickens as the Land of Lightning becomes embroiled in internal strife due to the discord between the Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and the Second Reikage, allowing the ninja sect to exploit the chaos, forcing the Third Reikage to acknowledge the sect's leader as his father. Doraemon's reference to Kakashi saving the day pertains to the Akatsuki forces established by Yahiko being overtaken by the formidable Inoki. During their escape, he and Conan lost their child, affectionately named Daodu, who was rescued by Kakashi amidst the chaos at Changban Slope. Now, the Chronicles of the 5 Nations have progressed to the episode of Kakuzu's cunning strategy of tricking with straw boats. This has become immensely popular among children, and Yahiko's reputation has soared to unprecedented heights. In the meeting room, the final discussion yielded a resolution. Our Akatsuki village champions peace. If the enemy does not infringe upon us, we shall not provoke them. However, should anyone dare to invade Akatsuki, we will retaliate with utmost ferocity. The following day, Yahiko released a newspaper declaring this stance to the ninja world. The Akatsuki News remains the dominant publication, and the 5 great nations nearly choked with laughter upon seeing this announcement, underestimating the resolve of a smaller village. As tensions rise, Konoha has stationed troops along the border of Kumogakure, led by Orochimaru, engaging in sporadic skirmishes with minimal casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely seeks to vent his frustrations on Minato. Yet, the ninja world is akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a stone, sending ripples of conflict surging forth. Akarigakure initially planned to engage, but an ancient figure from the depths intervened, abruptly halting the turmoil. Inoki rebukes the third Raikage for bullying the younger generation, mobilizing 10,000 IWNin to assist Konoha. Sunagakure, eager to partake, observes the other 4 great ninja villages and the prosperous Akatsuki village, nestled between them. How dare they look down upon us? In Sunagakure, aside from a cinema and a bookstore, we possess no industry. They hold us in contempt. With the 3rd Kazakage's rallying cry at the Jounin Assembly, Rashi and Yakumo, both contenders for the 4th Kazakage's position, sharpen their blades, vying to become the commander of this impending war. Rashi, a disciple of the 3rd Kazakage, has mastered his magnetic techniques. The 3rd Kazakage entrusts command of 7,000 troops to Rashi. As the specter of war looms, Hanzo cannot possibly acquiesce to the request for passage from Sunagakure, fully aware of the precarious balance of power. Over the past 3 years, Yahiko has captured spies, sealing off chakra to mine resources from the Rain Village. Their economy crumbled. The Rain Village opted for barter with the Akatsuki village, trading iron ore for food, and its citizens ventured to Akatsuki seeking work, alleviating the domestic famine. Thus, the Rain Village and Akatsuki village became intertwined in mutual benefit. As the Sunagakure army reaches the border, they engage in a fierce battle with the Rain Village, where Hanzo single-handedly matches Rashi and Yakumo. The semi-divine Hanzo, after years of absence, showcases his prowess, delivering a resounding blow to Sunagakure's pride. The 7,000 Sand Ninja, led by Rashi and Yakumo, find themselves ensnared by merely 1,000 Rain Ninja, inciting fury among Sunagakure's higher-ups. Should they fail to secure victory, the feudal lord of the Wind Country would not allocate a single coin to them, undermining their status as one of the 5 great nations. The 3rd Kazakage personally joins the battlefield. Even Shio, disheartened by her missing grandson, emerges from semi-retirement to investigate the antidote for the poison of the mountain pepper fish. The intelligence chief, Hailao, meticulously gathers information, even detailing Hanzo's choice of undergarments, and delivers it to the 3rd Kazakage. Thus, the 3rd Great Ninja War commences. Yet, the people of the ninja world remain oblivious to the fact that this is the beginning of the 3rd Great Ninja War, merely perceiving it as a series of skirmishes. Only after the dust settles will historians reflect on its inception and conclusion. A plea for assistance arrives at the Akatsuki village. Hanzo is on the brink of collapse. In the meeting room, discussions have persisted for days. Yahiko remains uncertain about the elderly figure from the Kamizumi Bridge and refrains from hastily entering the fray. However, should he choose to participate, it poses little issue. With his flying thunder god technique, he could return home at will. Death would elude him. Yet, he is not unencumbered. The Akatsuki village relies on him. If he had no concerns, he would freely wander with his technique. Nagato inquires, Yahiko, Hanzo is requesting aid. Should we assist? All eyes turn to Yahiko, awaiting his decision. In their hearts, they are reluctant to help. Allowing the Rain Village and Sunagakure to deplete each other's forces seems more advantageous. The whirlpool of thought swirls, but only he, the elder, gazes into the future. Hanzo would gladly offer his heart and lungs to Yahiko. Such support cannot be cast aside. Kakuzu, also an elder, is preoccupied with finances. War is costly, and he is unlikely to consent to battle. As the conflict between the sand and rain erupts, it poses a direct threat to the Akatsuki village's safety. Yahiko responds without hesitation, we must intervene. Kakuzu protests, we lack funds, chief. Our village shares a border with the Rain Village and has established a robust trade relationship. Given Yahiko's origins, turning a blind eye to the Rain Village's demise would be detrimental internationally. Not only must we engage, but we cannot afford to hold back. The whirlpool of thoughts surveys the assembly, speaking meaningfully. Kakuzu interjects, we lack funds. Kakashi, realizing the implications, echoes the sentiment. We are allies with the Rain Village and must assist them in delivering a heavy blow to Sunagakure. This way, we can assert our voice on the international stage, no longer beholden to the whims of the 5 great nations. Kakuzu retorts, we lack funds. The assembly buzzes with discussion, many swayed by the arguments. Sunagakure, poised to speak, finds Kakuzu incessantly interrupting. We lack funds. Are you going to let me speak or not? Sunagakure, as the chief instructor of the army academy, must voice his opinion. But Kakuzu persistently thwarts him. Sunagakure, a descendant of the Sarutobi clan from the Warring States period, was renowned in Kusagakure as the little doctor of the ninja world. He revised the Akatsuki village's great doctrine and teaches at the army academy that Yahiko established, imparting wisdom and training to aspiring ninja, holding esteem second only to Yahiko within the village. You speak. I have not hindered you. Kakuzu dismissively waves his hand. How dare you? Sunagakure continues. It would be best for the chief to lead the troops personally. Kakuzu interrupts. We lack funds. Enough. Go home and eat. Yahiko groans, rubbing his temples. We lack funds. Can you afford to eat? Chapter 101. Come. My dear nephew. Fire at me. Regardless of Kakuzu's objections, assistance must be rendered to the Rain Village. It is imperative to expel Sunagakure from Rain Village territory. Should the Rain Village fall, Akatsuki Village shall be next in line to face threats. The Rain Village is, in fact, aiding Akatsuki in resisting the lightning. The current situation in the ninja world is not overly complex. The Wagakure and Akarigakure have united to assault Kumogakure, with Inoki's 10,000 troops advancing steadily while the Third Raikage personally divides forces to counter their advance. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru led a contingent of 5,000 men, defying the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen to hastily take a bite of flesh. Instead, he advanced with meticulous caution, gradually encroaching upon the territory of the Hidden Cloud Village. Despite the situation, the Cloud Village remained composed and mounted an orderly counterattack. Just in time, the bulletproof vests, invented by Burahua, arrived before Yahiko's troops set out. The vest, resembling a sleeveless shirt, resisted penetration even under a strike of 20% force, only yielding a breach at 40%. This was considerably superior to the vests worn by the Chunin of the Leaf Village. At 14 years of age, Yahiko's 40% strength was formidable, applying the principle of energy dissipation. The 1,000 militiamen of the Akatsuki village could not inflict lethal harm upon even the ordinary jonin from 400 meters away with their thrown kunai. The Akatsuki village operated under a military rank system, with Yahiko enforcing a clear system of rewards and punishments. Currently, the highest ranks were held by Kakashi Hatake, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasori, all of whom were majors. An elderly man like myself finds the attire quite suitable. It may appear juvenile on the young and too lacking in gravitas for middle-aged individuals, yet it fits me perfectly. Naruto donned a white coat emblazoned with the word justice, cradling a bag of snacks that the villagers had purchased for him to endorse. This expensive coat, priced at 150,000 ryo, was meticulously crafted by an elderly seamstress in the Leaf Village, known for sewing ceremonial robes for the Hokage. Only those of the rank of major and above in the Akatsuki village were permitted to wear it. The justice coat was, indeed, a coveted garment among the citizens of the Akatsuki village. Yahiko felt emboldened by this attire, as though it granted him the confidence to obliterate the Mist Village with a naval fleet. The ninja from the martial arts hall had ascended to positions such as company commander and battalion commander within various formations. Although the Akatsuki army still fell short compared to the 5 great nations, its organizational structure was several times more sophisticated, even incorporating political commissars. The Sand Village underestimated us, perceiving us as easy prey, yet they were a destitute village so impoverished that they could not even afford electric fans. Before departure, Yahiko addressed his soldiers. Not long ago, he had presumed that the Sand Village might afford electric fans if they could not purchase air conditioners. Yet, upon visiting, he found that over 70% of them could not even afford a fan. Among 1,000 third-class soldiers, most were ordinary citizens. And as they donned their white military uniforms paired with black vests, brandishing makeshift weapons, the 5 great nations could hardly fathom their intentions. Did Yahiko wish to witness them brutalize innocents on the battlefield, bearing the weight of public opinion? Truly incomprehensible. The graceful Konin had joined the elder Naruto in guarding their home, while the others had accompanied Yahiko towards the Rain Village. The weather in the ninja world was peculiar. The land of wind and the land of rain, though adjacent, exhibited starkly contrasting climates, one perpetually arid, the other drenched in ceaseless rain. The border between the two was equally unpredictable, alternating between torrential downpours and blazing sunshine capable of scorching the earth. Today, the Rain Village clashed with the Sand Village once more. Hanzo suffered defeat. The combined might of the third Kazekage, Rashi, and Yakura proved insurmountable for him, as he found himself in the twilight of his strength. If only he could turn back the clock by 5 years. he would have severed the heads of those three and used them as goblets. Even a demigod must yield to age, and Hanzo appeared weary before his subordinates. Since Yahiko and his companions had departed, he had struggled to find a ninja of repute within the Rain Village. Alas, what a lamentable reality for Lord Hanzo, as a subordinate presented him with a 5th-grade textbook from the Akatsuki village's elementary school. A Rain Village Jonin hurriedly approached Hanzo, delivering a book, finding himself with idle time. Hanzo enjoyed reading, particularly works authored by Yahiko. In his 40s, he had gleaned a layer of insight, and after 50, another layer surfaced, yet upon revisiting today, his thoughts had evolved once more. In summary, the perception of mountains transformed, first as mountains, then as not mountains, and finally as mountains once again. We all hail from distant lands, united by a common purpose. Today, Hanzo recognized the depth of his former ignorance, realizing that even the children of the Akatsuki village possessed a greater awareness than he had once fathomed. He had previously contemplated resorting to theft when resources dwindled, believing that if half the populace perished, the other half could survive. What would Yahiko do in his stead? Just then, a report arrived from the Rain Village, announcing that Yahiko was bringing reinforcements from the Akatsuki village. "Ah, my dear nephew has arrived." Since the coup led by Nagato, Hanzo had been anxious to see Yahiko again. Hanzo promptly led the Rain Village forces out to greet him. Well, you've grown taller and stronger," Hanzo exclaimed, clapping Yahiko on the shoulder, which was nearly at his own height. "Uncle Hanzo, you've been injured? Who did this? Who could dare to strike you?" This was a blow to Yahiko's dignity. Without waiting for Hanzo to respond, Yahiko reassured him, "Fear not, Uncle Hanzo, I will avenge this wrong." He brought several high-ranking fighters from the Akatsuki village to consult with Hanzo about the current situation. The Akatsuki army was stationed alongside the ninjas of the Rain Village, their personnel clutching their rifles tightly. The mantra was clear: as long as the weapon remained in hand, losing a life was inconsequential. But losing a weapon would invite the wrath of Kakuzu. Thus, they valued their firearms more than their own lives, even cradling them while they slept. The Sand Village may be impoverished, but their spirit remained unbroken, Yahiko mused. In recent days, the Rain Village had lost around 400 ninjas, while the casualties of the Sand Village were barely half that number. Had the Akatsuki village arrived a moment later, the Rain Village would have surely succumbed. "Nephew, do you truly believe you can win against the Sand Village with those makeshift weapons?" Hanzo remarked, gesturing towards a firearm on the table, devoid of ammunition. He felt the texture, noting it was rather fine. "Do not underestimate the rifle," Yahiko replied, aware that Kakuzu feared Hanzo might not return it. "Do you know how precious a single bullet is? I've said we should avoid conflict, but I whispered to Yahiko that we should eliminate the host of the Sand Village and capture the one tail. Yet, he would not heed me." Yahiko, exasperated, chose to ignore him and continued to introduce Hanzo to the rifle. "Come, give it a try." Hanzo, intrigued, urged Yahiko to take him outside to demonstrate its power. Thus, he had no choice but to showcase the capabilities of modern weaponry. At the training ground, a crowd gathered. Initially, they believed it was a target practice session, but Hanzo requested a live demonstration. "No, with that shot, you will either die or be gravely injured," Yahiko protested, shaking his head. "Come now, shoot at me," Hanzo replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence. Chapter 102, The Flying Thunder God Still Lurks? Reluctantly, Yahiko raised the rifle, pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet soared forth. "Lord Hanzo, quickly take cover." The Rain Village ninjas, caught off guard by the gunfire, instinctively gasped. Hanzo, observing the commotion, smiled slightly, then raised his hand, pinching the incoming bullet between his fingers as if it were a mere trifle. The kinetic energy of the bullet caused a slight tremor in his arm, and the heat generated singed the skin at his fingertips, releasing wisps of smoke, yet it failed to advance an inch further. "My goodness." Hanzo discarded the bullet, blowing on his slightly scorched fingers while attempting to conceal them from Yahiko's view. The power of the weapon could only be described as adequate. It surpassed the force of a kunai or shuriken thrown by a ninja, but only marginally. Hanzo clapped his hands in praise. The following morning, the 3rd Kazekage issued a comprehensive assault order, personally leading the charge with the aim of capturing Hanzo by day as end and breaching the Akatsuki village within 2 days. Meanwhile, Yahiko had already set ambushes along several advance routes into the Sand Village. As the 3rd Kazekage and his men entered the anticipated ambush zone, the Akatsuki soldiers, concealed nearby, chambered their bullets, squinting to aim. Fire! Upon Yahiko's command, hundreds of soldiers with no chakra unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets rained upon the unsuspecting Sand Village ninjas, several of whom fell lifelessly to the ground, caught completely off guard. A mass of black sand iron encased the third Kazekage, shielding him from the barrage of bullets that continued to rain down upon him. He found himself momentarily dazed, uncertain of what had struck. "Earth style?" he shouted, as the ninja, regaining their wits, hastily conjured an earthen barrier, seeking refuge behind it. Some, eager for intelligence, dared to peek out, only to be struck down in an instant by a stray bullet that found its mark on their forehead. "Do not venture outside," the third Kazekage bellowed. 2 minutes later, as the sound of gunfire began to wane, he cautiously dispelled the sand iron, peering in the direction from which the bullets had come. The area lay deserted. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yakura emerged from behind the earthen barrier, gritting her teeth as she extracted a bullet from her pristine arm. Moments before, she had leapt into action to retaliate with a blazing fireball, only to become an easy target the instant she took flight. Bullets had rained down upon her like a tempest. Another bullet remained lodged in her thigh, and as sweat trickled down her forehead, she removed the bloodied projectile. Just as the third Kazekage's foes had fled, so too did hers vanish in an instant. In 3 separate battlefields of Sunagakure, Rasha hovered above, his feet upon the shimmering sand gold, which enveloped him snugly, revealing only his eyes. He witnessed the unfolding scene below. A flash of orange light flickered, and in an instant, hundreds of their assailants were dispatched. "Master, we have lost 10 genin, 7 chunin, and 1 jonin. The injured are still being accounted for, and we remain unaware of the situation in the other 2 battlefields," Galuro reported as he approached the grim-faced third Kazekage. "What a laughable situation for Amigakure," he mused. "They strike and then flee. Yet the illustrious third Kazekage remains oblivious to the identity of his foes. The deceased had simply been unfortunate, struck in the head or chest, and killed instantly. The wounded, however, would be healed by medical ninjas and return to the fray in mere minutes." The ambush site was not far from the pre-battle command center of Amigakure, and the third Kazekage deduced that the enemy's willingness to strike and retreat indicated their lack of strength to engage in a full battle with Sunagakure. At noon, after resupplying, the sand ninjas prepared for a counteroffensive. This time, there was no sign of the cunning enemy. He advanced easily, encountering neither man nor beast as he reached the command center of Amigakure. Is Hanzo not planning to defend? The third Kazekage hesitated outside, ordering a scout to investigate. Finding no traps, he led his forces into the command center. Inside, a bowl of warm tea and a note lay on the table. "Watch your back." Upon reading this, both the third Kazekage and Rasha instinctively turned around just as a bullet, enveloped in black sand iron, was delivered to the third Kazekage's hand with a resounding thud. Frustration etched across his face. He inquired, "Do you recognize who it was?" Rasha shook his head, equally bewildered. Though they could not identify the assailant, the technique was unmistakable. Was this not the flying thunder god technique of Konoha? How utterly vexing. Who on earth had devised this insidious ninjutsu? In the ninja world, it was well known that the only one confirmed to wield the flying thunder god was Minato Namikaze, with Yahiko being a subject of speculation. The news released by Inoki claimed that Yahiko could not possibly use such a technique, leading to a public spat in the newspapers. "Lord Kazekage, reports state that Minato Namikaze is still recuperating," Galuro reported upon entering. "It must be Yahiko," the third Kazekage mused, tapping his finger against the table, his rage towards Yahiko simmering beneath the surface. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted outside in a synchronized rhythm, ceasing after a brief flurry. The third Kazekage, his face darkened with discontent, stepped outside to investigate. Just moments ago, there had been a flash of orange light. "Oh, may those who toy with the flying thunder god perish," he exclaimed. "Retreat. This place is no longer safe." Upon returning to the encampment, Yahiko bore the weight of 4 individuals draped over him, each with a hand upon him. According to the law of conservation of energy, if I were to teleport individuals, each would require a chakra expenditure dependent on the distance. The greater the distance, the more chakra consumed. This was the reason why Tobarama and his escort team could not escape, as Uchiha Kagami, Saratobi Hizashi, and Shimura Danzo possessed substantial chakra reserves. During the Nine Tails turmoil, Minato's condition had been compromised as he had utilized the flying thunder god while carrying Kushina and the tailed beast's chakra. In contrast, Yahiko led mere civilians, rendering the additional chakra expenditure negligible. "How shall we defend this stronghold, nephew?" Hanzo and several others with ample chakra awaited Yahiko's command. The soldiers behind Yahiko moved with practiced precision, having undoubtedly trained countless times, as they dispersed to request ammunition from Kakuzu. Were it not for the youthful vigor of their minds, they might have faltered. Hanzo had expected to hold the frontline command post at all costs. Yet Yahiko's gambit had not only decimated the enemy ranks, but also compelled them to relinquish their hold on the command post. Chapter 103. The nascent Yahiko. He reflected that when compared to Sunagakure, they were at a numerical disadvantage. Thus, he resolved to employ strategy, tapping his finger against his temple as he began to orchestrate his maneuvers on the battlefield. Regrettably, he now wished he had sent Scorpion back earlier. He was uncertain whether in the original tale Scorpion was responsible for the demise of the third Kazekage, allowing this old coot to prolong his existence. Oh, Kakuzu. Before the battle commenced, I was sealed by a vortex, nearly suffocating from the pressure. Meanwhile, the morale of Sunagakure had been restored. Yet, the third Kazekage's fury remained unabated. Their considerable advantage had resulted in failure, leaving him humiliated. He had heard tales of the third Reikage, who single-handedly battled against 10,000 men in a Wagakure for an entire day and night, even as the conflict continued. His reputation soared. And even the ninjas of Sunagakure spoke of the third Reikage's valor. This will not stand. In what way am I inferior to the third Reikage? Lord Kazekage, Amigakure has launched a surprise attack. We have identified the assailants. They are indeed from Akatsuki. The peculiar iron projectiles are launched from the strange sticks they wield. A sand ninja rushed in to report. The third Kazekage rose from his seat, immediately organizing his forces for a counterattack. As the sand ninjas readied themselves for an offensive, they realized that just moments before their strike, the forces of Amigakure and Akatsuki had already fled, chasing the retreating foes. They arrived at a stronghold that had also been deserted, leaving the shinobi of Sunagakure seething with frustration, with no Yahiko to ambush them this time. Instead, they discovered a red-nosed mask resting on a table. The nascent Yahiko. The third Kazekage, disregarding all caution, led his shinobi into a full assault on Amigakure once more. The familiar pattern repeated itself. Upon entering a dense forest, the sound of gunfire erupted, followed by the familiar flash of orange light, and the enemy vanished once more. Casualties were minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. By the time the shinobi of Sunagakure had tended to their wounds, evening had fallen. Faced with this situation, the third Kazekage was forced to concede. However, the most infuriating events were yet to unfold. At 6 o'clock, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the forces of Sunagakure sat down for dinner, only for Yahiko and his men to strike once more before vanishing. At 7 o'clock, as Sunagakure prepared an ambush, they encountered Hanzo, who unleashed a wave of poison before retreating. The third Kazekage and Rasha clenched their teeth in pursuit, yet who knew if they had laid traps? At 8 o'clock, the third Kazekage anticipated Yahiko's return and set up an elaborate net of defenses, including a barrier team to deploy their jutsu, ensuring that if Yahiko appeared, he could not escape. At 9 o'clock, Yahiko did not arrive. Let us wait a while longer. At 10 o'clock, Yahiko still had not made an appearance, but at 11, he would surely come. At 11 o'clock, why has he not yet arrived? The prolonged exertion of the expansive barrier has drained the chakra of the barrier team, leaving them exhausted. I see now. It appears Yahiko is waiting for the barrier to dissipate. The third Kazekage has commanded the barrier team to lift the barrier and replenish their supplies the moment Yahiko shows himself. There is no harm in releasing the barrier to confine him. At midnight, he still has not come. At 1 in the morning, he remains absent. Teacher, perhaps we should allow some to rest while others take their posts and shifts? Rasha, who has been sleepless from battling Hanzo for days, suggested. Even if he is a ninja, he cannot endure this. No, I must capture Yahiko alive. If our forces show any signs of weakness, he could break through the encirclement. The third Kazekage's eyes burned with fury, filled with enough resentment to sustain 3 cursed swords. On the other side, Yahiko and his team lay in ambush along the path leading to Sunagakure, having endured a night of mosquito bites. Damn it, where is he? Yahiko exclaimed. The illustrious third Kazekage, and you falter over trivial losses? I provoked you all day. Why have you not launched a night raid? Yahiko asked. Should we not allow some to rest while others take turns lying in wait? Nagato observed that many soldiers appeared fatigued, as they would have retired for the night in Amigakure at this hour. Alas, it seems we have no choice. Let us leave a few ninjas on guard while we withdraw and devise a new plan for tomorrow. Yahiko recognized that most of his team consisted of ordinary individuals who could not endure such strain, and he organized an orderly retreat. The following dawn, Yahiko awoke early and entered a makeshift tent. Inside, he found Kakuzu silently weeping, a spirited Hanzo, and the contentedly laughing Shomo, along with others. Just as Yahiko entered, Nagato returned, having gathered news that the Sunagakure ninjas were still asleep. Are they truly still sleeping at this hour? Yahiko pondered gravely, explaining to his comrades. There are only two possibilities. Either the third Kazekage has set a trap for us, or they are genuinely asleep. But how could they be asleep? The third Kazekage cannot be so foolish. The others nodded in agreement with Yahiko's assessment. What shall we do? Hanzo inquired. If the enemy remains motionless, we too shall remain still. In the afternoon, the Sunagakure ninjas awoke, stretching and awaiting commands from the third Kazekage. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Hanzo seemed to be doing nothing overtly, but likely plotted a scheme against them. The third Kazekage inquired, to which Rasha, already prepared, responded. The other elite ninjas of Sunagakure contemplated how they would act if they were in Yahiko's position. Shall we attack, Lord Kazekage? Yagura asked, clenching his fists. Let me finish speaking. According to intel, Kakuzu had unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu at his outpost not long ago, and scouts reported that he was radiating an immense malevolent aura. Rasha disdainfully glanced at Yagura before continuing. The third Kazekage believes Kakuzu's strength rivals his own. What has transpired to compel him to unleash such power? Has Yahiko perished? Or has something occurred within Akatsuki? Rasha shook his head, dismissing the notion. It is as if Kakuzu has inexplicably lost his composure. Such inexplicable behavior from a formidable warrior raised concerns among the higher-ups of Sunagakure. Surely, a strong individual would not simply act without reason? Could there be some insidious plot at play? As they faced ambushes from the burning sticks, the fatalities in Sunagakure barely reached 100. It was more the nuisance of the flying thunder god technique than anything substantial. The group looked to the third Kazekage for guidance. Prepare the barrier team. Await Yahiko and Hanzo's approach. Thus, Sunagakure and Akatsuki stared at each other for 2 days in a stalemate. In the meantime, the conflicts in Kumogakure saw EI and Karabi's forces instilling fear in Konoha with their overwhelming might. In another battleground, the third Raikage fell victim to Inoki's ambush, sacrificing himself to allow his comrades to escape, battling against as many as 10,000 enemies from the land of Earth for 3 days and nights until his strength finally waned, leading to his demise. Chapter 104. The 3 villages burned out. The newspapers reported that Kumogakure sought peace with Konoha, as EI returned to assume the mantle of the 4th Raikage, vowing a relentless vendetta against Iwagakure. Orochimaru prepared to withdraw, but Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted that EI publicly apologize to Minato. There was no way EI would acquiesce. He preferred to fight. Outside the ninja world, chaos ensued, with even Akarigakure beginning to stir under the machinations of their elder. Sunagakure and the Akatsuki alliance remained locked in a standoff, while the other 4 great nations began to suspect that they were merely feigning a conflict to evade this ninja world war. What is the meaning of this? Yahiko had never fought a battle like this before, and he could not comprehend the third Kazekage's strategies. Sleeping during the day and activating the barrier at night, without any clear intent, left their scouts unable to infiltrate. The third Kazekage had never felt so dumbfounded. His traps were set, yet Yahiko seemed disinclined to venture into them. It was not until Chiyo and Hozuki joined the fray that the situation began to shift. Are you intimidated by the burning sticks? Chiyo, as the elder of the third Kazekage, remarked, forcing him to endure. Hozuki had investigated the specifics of Akatsuki, finding 1,000 ordinary people and 200 ninjas, confirming that they had not breached their treaty. 1,000 individuals posed no threat. They were merely burning sticks after all. The 2 elders remained unperturbed, unlike the incompetent elders of Konoha. Their reprimands were mere formalities, yet they were genuinely committed to their duties. Chiyo arrived equipped with a new style of puppet army from Sunagakure. It must be said, Chiyo had a creative mind. She pondered how to maintain conversations with young individuals like Sasori upon his return. So, when the film Steel Man was screened, she attended in the Land of Wind's capital, knowing the village's youth adored it. The newly formed puppet army was inspired by the protagonist sitting in a mech from Steel Man. The Sunagakure ninjas sat within specially designed puppets, enveloped within them. Their left hands could release poison, while their right hands could launch shuriken, making this new puppet army's combat style particularly suited for taijutsu ninjas. Regrettably, Chiyo could not comprehend the flying and ground-splitting antics depicted in the film, and Sunagakure lacked the funds for extensive research. Nonetheless, 500 units were just the right fit to contend with Akatsuki's burning sticks. The burning sticks continued to fire, without a physical body to counterattack. It became exceedingly difficult to retaliate. Yet now, they had a solution. When the new puppet army took to the battlefield, Yahiko was taken aback. The bullets struck the surface but could not penetrate. What is this? You old hag. Just wait. When Sasori graduates from university, I will don steel armor and knock on the gates of Sunagakure. This time, Sunagakure managed to reclaim a victory. The bullets proved ineffective against the armor of the new-style puppets. Only by chance did a bullet strike a vital spot to inflict damage. Retreat, Yahiko commanded, as a few comrades fell victim to the poison from the newly deployed puppet army. Sensing the tide turning, he hurriedly led his comrades to withdraw. Thus, with the new puppet army brought by Chiyo, Sunagakure, and the Akatsuki alliance engaged in a protracted struggle, with the two villages fighting for a solid half-month. Initially, Sunagakure surged forward, enduring Amagakure's relentless barrage of firepower to seize two of their strongholds. However, losses were inevitable. The joints of the new puppet army sustained damage and began to fail. One day, upon discovering this, Yahiko ordered his men to target these joints as much as possible. Throughout this period, the senior combatants of the three villages engaged in several skirmishes, and this time it was Sunagakure that found itself at a disadvantage. The third Kazekage Rasha, Yagura, Chiyo, Hozuki, Karura, and Yashimaru could not contend with their opponents. They were thoroughly outmatched. With all the elite jonin of the village joining the battlefield, they could only manage a 50-50 standoff. The sand-hidden village truly found itself at odds with the illustrious alliance of the Akatsuki and Rain villages. Yahiko, Nagato, Hanzo, the Blood Dragon Eyes Kakashi Hatake, Kakazu, Futon, and the Flame of Yayuki Castle all stood united. The three villages pooled their might in this conflict. The sand-hidden village was acutely aware that failing to prevail could lead to the Wind Country's feudal lord withholding funding, potentially resulting in their exclusion from the ranks of the five great villages. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki Rain coalition was intent on reclaiming what had been lost from the larger villages. Starting with the sand-hidden village, every ounce of strength was summoned. Chiyo denied Yahiko any opportunity for guerrilla tactics, while frequently assaulting strongholds alongside the third Wind Shadow. In a narrow encounter, it was the brave who prevailed. As ammunition ran low and supplies failed to arrive, Yahiko led the ninjas of the Akatsuki Rain coalition into battle with kunai in hand. Strongholds fell, and with each loss, the stakes escalated. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option for any of the three villages. In the Akatsuki, Conan had been increasingly busy over the past fortnight, sending batches of ammunition to the front lines alongside provisions. Fortunately, the Akatsuki had invested in numerous enterprises over the years, ensuring that military funds were sufficient, albeit production could not keep pace with the frontline demands. In the underground armory of the office building, shipments of minerals excavated from the Rain village arrived in droves. As machinery and workers moved with such speed they seemed to blur. During these days, the Akatsuki's defenses were exceptionally thin. Only the Cosmic Guard and the Bloodpool clan remained stationed, while the Rock and Mist villages, along with Konoha, made their moves. They had launched surprise attacks on the advancing city 4 times. The remaining Uzumaki clan could not afford to falter, for they bore the weight of their name. Most of the Uzumaki had joined Nagato in the military, and he could not allow their efforts to be in vain. It ignited. He discovered the Five Nations Kill board game, a venue reopened by Yahiko after closing down a gambling house. Even the plot of Gambling God was revisited, as Yahiko consulted Jiraiya about a remaking. In the game, playing Five Nations Kill, drawing a crossbow with several kills, he would pose the question, "Are you afraid? Ha! Those who invade the territory of the Thousand Hands shall be met with annihilation." Tsunade had fewer cards than the man before her, triggering the effect of Tobarama's Flying Thunder God Slash. I've lost again. Why can't I win even a game of Five Nations Kill? Why can't I draw a single epic card? Just a bunch of ordinary quality cards. How am I supposed to play? She discarded her hand, engulfed in fury, causing all present at the table to instinctively hold their breath. Drawl, I have the wealth," Tsunade exclaimed, producing a handful of silver notes. Refusing to believe she could not draw an epic card today. Little Tsunade. Uzumaki Juzin found Tsunade, glancing at the cards in her possession, realizing Yahiko's military funding was secure. "It's you, Juzin. I'm busy, let us talk tomorrow." Tsunade shot him a glance, her mind preoccupied with the card packs being handed to her by the Five Nations Kill staff. Juzin, a cousin of Uzumaki Mido, was also regarded as Tsunade's elder. He pondered whether he could persuade Tsunade to drive off the Konoha ninjas. Although he had earned a significant sum from Tsunade, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he could not betray the justice he stood for. Chapter 105, The Akatsuki Village Fundraiser. Upon witnessing Tsunade draw 20 packs for 200,000 Ryo, without obtaining even a single blue quality card, Juzin's eyebrows twitched. He then attempted to spend 10,000 Ryo to request a pack from the card draw staff. The packaging bore the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, rendering it imperceptible even to the Byakugan. Each pack contained 10 cards. Surely, Yahiko wouldn't he have filled them entirely with common quality C-rank cards for profit? The toy factory's planner was Shaoli. It should not be too unreasonable. Juzin opened the pack before Tsunade. The first card, SSR level Yahiko of the 100 battles. The second card, ordinary quality. The third card, SS level Izumi the watchful wolf from the hidden village of Konoha. Juzin, Tsunade? Tsunade, I'm done playing. Hey, little Tsunade. Juzin hurried after Tsunade, who was making her way to Matsuke's tower for a drink. Along the way, he spoke persuasively until Tsunade finally believed that the Akatsuki had no ill intentions towards her. Just as she was preparing to return, her gaze was drawn to a familiar figure, Kung Fu, with a small box before him. The passing citizens of the Akatsuki, upon seeing it, donated all their cash. Kind-hearted citizens riding bicycles contributed, with amounts not less than 1,000 ryo. What are they doing? Tsunade stopped nearby and inquired of Juzin. Alas, the front line is too intense. The village's funds are running low. Juzin's heart ached slightly. War burns through money like fire. In just a month, the Akatsuki had exhausted 3 years of savings. They needed to quietly support the grass-hidden village and the laboratory, which was a financial drain. 3 years of savings truly wasn't too much. Over these years, Yahiko had maintained a low profile, avoiding the ninja world spotlight, and thus his popularity had gradually waned. Just as Kakuzu stated, the Akatsuki was running out of funds. Donate. We must sell everything to help the village chief defeat the sand-hidden village. Winning against the sand-hidden village is the first step on our long journey. I would rather tighten my belt and starve than not contribute. Under Yahiko's subtle influence, the villagers inherently possessed a combative spirit. In other villages, what? You say military funds are insufficient? Ask us for more. Over my dead body. But the Akatsuki held no such notion. They believed Yahiko's annual military expenditures were still inadequate. They lamented their meager savings. It was only due to the stringent crackdowns over the past few years that the Akatsuki had maintained peace. Otherwise, many within the village would have been eager to fight. Fresh from the ranch, individuals emerging from the assembly line all came forth to donate their heartfelt contributions. They truly moved Yahiko to tears. Even workers from the Rain village attempted to donate. Tsunade bore an inexplicable expression throughout these 3 years. Her life revolved around the Five Nations kill board game and visiting Konoha to check on Shizune, leaving her little knowledge of the Akatsuki villagers. Impressive. Even my great-grandfather could not achieve nationwide fundraising during wartime. I am wealthy. My parents give me plenty of pocket money every year. All I wear is designer clothing. Have you ever seen Armani? I've donated. I, along with Xiao Dingdang, donated 5,000 ryo. What? Xiao Dingdang. The old man said he would donate 1 million ryo? As Tsunade strolled, she passed a school where fundraising was underway. Teachers and students engaged in voluntary activities, donating their allowances. She was at a loss for words. Her heart ablaze with passion. If it weren't for her fear of blood, she would have rushed to the front lines to assist Yahiko in battling the sand-hidden village. After contemplation, she entered the school and approached the donation box. Noting that everyone was present, I'll donate 3 million ryo. And to you. This is a place for children to donate. The initiators of this activity, Juzin and Daibutsu, quickly distanced themselves from the speaking Xiaoxiong. Thud. Xiaoxiong received a jab. Tsunade glanced at Juzin, who handed her all the cards he had just drawn. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. She now had good cards to play. Has the old man reached into the Akatsuki's coffers? This matter I shall resolve. In the nursing home, the elderly were even more formidable. They ran out into the village to beg, determined to donate whatever they acquired to the front lines. Over a few days, the villagers collectively raised 336,424,411 ryo. The subsequent small amounts were contributions from the elderly in the nursing home who had gone out to solicit donations. Upon receiving the news at the front lines, Yahiko was genuinely moved to tears. The sand-hidden village was perplexed. In their white Akatsuki military uniforms, adorned with sky-blue ties, the ninjas appeared as though invigorated by an unseen force. Loza witnessed a lower ninja, barely clinging to life, who, when a sand-hidden village Chunin attempted to deliver the final blow, summoned an unexpected strength and leapt, sinking his teeth into the Chunin's carotid artery, killing him instantly. Have you noticed? After so many days of fighting, not a single child from the Akatsuki has taken the field. Chiyo's thoughts drifted far away. Scorpion, where art thou? The Akatsuki and the allied rain forces have yet to reach a state of total mobilization, yet 16-year-old children are already stepping onto the battlefield. Lord Kazakage, the two elders, Lord Raza, and Yahiko have commenced a covert assault on our supply lines from the rear. A sand village Jonin has come to report. Engage. The conflict between the sand village and the Akatsuki forces intensifies with each passing day. After sustaining heavy casualties, The Akatsuki now boasts a mere 630 ninjas alongside over 800 ordinary individuals wielding rifles. The Sand Village is unaware of the number of bullets expended, only knowing that countless Type 38 rifles have been rendered inoperative. Similarly, the Sand Village cannot ascertain the extent of damage inflicted upon their new puppet technology. The third Kazekage relentlessly demands funding from the Land of Wind's daimyo, who initially provided 20 million each time, but after several instances, could no longer tolerate it and directed the third Kazekage to devise his own solutions. Despite the continuous losses, occasionally securing minor victories, he cannot fathom how the Sand Village still dares to request funds. Within the Sand Ninja encampment, Raza is wounded, and Yakumo bears injuries as well. Even the third Kazekage has suffered minor wounds, one from a slash by Kakashi and another from a surprise attack by Yahiko. If he doesn't provide funding, are we to sacrifice lives in vain? The third Kazekage, wishing to avert further fatalities in the Sand Village, relies on the new puppetry technology, which proves remarkably effective. Their casualty ratio against the Akatsuki stands at 15. 1. For every one of theirs that falls, 1.5 of ours perish. According to Hozuki's estimates, without the puppets, the ratio could potentially worsen to 2 or even 3 to 1, given the superior combat prowess of the enemy. Yahiko's leadership has notably boosted the morale of the troops. Recently, Yahiko has found the kunai inadequate and has even resorted to wielding a large blade, prompting the third Kazekage to refrain from further comment, as the introduction of the large blade has resulted in even greater losses. We can learn from the Akatsuki, Hozuki remarked. The Akatsuki's fundraising initiative, orchestrated by Conan, has made headlines, drawing attention throughout the entire ninja world. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was moved. It remains unclear whether it was Tsunade's assistance or otherwise, but the Leaf Village's attempts to undermine the Akatsuki were effectively curtailed. Very well, let us give it a try. The third Kazekage sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, feeling a sense of helplessness. After defeating the Akatsuki, holding on to the gains would mean confronting the other 4 villages, which would be the true test of their mettle. Thus, the third Kazekage believes that if fewer lives can be lost, then so be it. If it costs money, then so be it. Chapter 106. The Withdrawal of the Sand Village. In recent days, the Sand Village has grown unusually quiet. Yahiko has taken this opportunity to monitor the situation in the ninja world. The third Raikage has fallen. What a pity, what a pity. He had wished to challenge just how formidable the third Raikage was. Although Cloud Village faces threats on all sides, Killer Bee remains the perfect Jinchuriki, empowered by the 8 tails. While Konoha's Kushina and the 9 tails are formidable foes, leaving little chance for victory. Consequently, Orochimaru contemplates a withdrawal. Orochimaru is a pragmatic individual, recognizing that seizing a piece of Cloud Village's territory and retreating is the prudent choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, has come to terms with his frustrations. However, that old fox Inoki, after reaping his benefits, swiftly retreated with his troops a day before Sarutobi could issue orders. Observing this, the AB brothers decided to concentrate their firepower on Konoha. Orochimaru is at a loss as to how to stall the AB brothers. Currently, Minato and Jiraiya are hastening to the front lines, even gracing the front page of the Konoha newspaper, serving as a morale booster for the frontline ninjas. Originally, the timeline dictated that at the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Minato would intimidate the AB brothers, but this event has come ahead of schedule. It is uncertain whether Inoki will attempt to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. A fierce battle unfolds at the Kanabi Bridge, where Obito meets his demise, only to be retrieved by Madara hidden beneath the bridge. Yahiko, the Sand Village, is in dire need of funds. Nagato returns from a reconnaissance mission with a peculiar expression. He chuckles lightly. They went fundraising. Can you guess how much they collected? What are you leading up to? All eyes, including Yahiko's, turn to Nagato with irritation. I'll tell you, an astounding 800,000 ryo. Rumor has it the third Kazekage's face turned ashen in a desperate bid for funds. His disciple Raza is scouring the desert for gold. Upon hearing this, laughter erupts within the tent. In the original timeline, after the third Kazekage was slain by Scorpion, the Sand Village fell into chaos, vulnerable to a surprise attack from the militarily dominant Cloud Village, but Raza managed to rally the troops and repel them. As a result, the Land of Wind's daimyo, in a moment of relief, allocated funds to the Sand Village. However, currently, the Sand Village is trapped on the opposite bank by the Akatsuki forces, unable to advance. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage's expression darkens, his countenance clouded with dismay. 800,000 ryo. His dignity is utterly shattered. The ninjas are engaged in battle, while the donations come from the children and villagers of the Sand Village. But compared to the Akatsuki, what are they? The Akatsuki sends the elderly to beg and the young to tend cattle, earning money through menial labor. The disparity is staggering. No funds, is it? Fine. We shall cease fighting. In a fit of anger, the third Kazekage ordered the troops to withdraw back to the sand village. If one were to inquire which village has the poorest relations with the daimyo, it would undoubtedly be the sand village, which truly suffers from poverty. They cannot cultivate the land, possess no unique goods to attract tourists, and receive scant missions. Generations of Kazekages have continuously petitioned the land of Wind's daimyo for financial assistance. The daimyo's response has always been, "I never requested you to fight." Upon receiving word that the sand village is indeed retreating, Yahiko is filled with incredulity. After observing for 3 days, he confirms that the sand village has genuinely pulled back. "Nephew, shall we continue our fight?" Hanzo inquires. "Yes. If they do not fight, then we shall." Yahiko commands, leading the Akatsuki forces to seize 2 cities within the Land of Wind. However, any further incursion proves impossible. As this is the third Kazekage's breaking point, he merely seeks to teach the daimyo a lesson, to convey that without the sand village, let him attempt to contend with Yahiko for a few days. Upon learning of the third Kazekage's withdrawal and Yahiko's advance, the Land of Wind's daimyo is incensed, hastily organizing troops for support. In the ensuing days, Yahiko relishes the thrill of combat. This is the true supremacy of modern weaponry over traditional arms. The moment the daimyo's forces encounter Yahiko's troops, they scatter in disarray under the hail of gunfire. In the ninja world, the killing of ordinary people by ninjas is met with condemnation. Yet Yahiko's forces are comprised of ordinary people battling other ordinary people. Attack. There is no need for ambush. Yahiko leads his army to besiege the city, having already secured control of the streets outside, with their sights set on the castle of the local nobility. The castle is heavily fortified, comprising city gates, walls, and the main keep. The noble family, including servants and guards, numbers around 1,000. Residing in a castle that occupies 1/3 of the city. After several barrages, the noble family hastily raises a white flag in surrender. "Blame, I've seen your films. We support all that you Akatsuki stand for." The head of the family hastily proclaims, "Investigate this family. If there are wrongdoers, execute them. If not, they shall be reformed." Yahiko instructs Nagato. After capturing the city, Hanzo and Yahiko exchange glances. "Nephew, what shall our next course of action be?" Hanzo, as the leader of the Rain Village, has conquered numerous cities, yet despite these victories, the Rain Village remains unchanged. Yahiko, curious about Hanzo's intentions, refrains from answering and instead poses a question. Naturally. We shall take the ninjas to indulge in the pleasures of the red light district. However, you are not yet 16, so you cannot join. Hanzo, being human, possesses such desires and shows no embarrassment. Yahiko, how has the Rain Village endured for so long? Mayahiko instructed Nagato to investigate the presence of any nefarious individuals, while Sun Lu and a few others endeavored to reassure the populace, asserting that our hidden village of Akatsuki is a force for justice. He then entered the Lord's Manor, meticulously examining documents that recorded the household registration and geographical information. This city boasts a population of over 10,000 souls. Yet their living conditions could only be described as dire. Those who succumbed to drought perished, while those afflicted by floods met the same fate. As dusk fell, Nagato and the others returned. Those who had committed wrongdoings were marked by Nagato, and that night, shadowy figures would seek them out. There was no escaping their fate. Hanzo returned from the entertainment district, having done little aside from seeking funds, for the district was affluent, while the Rain Village was in dire need of resources. Jibutsu accompanied him. "You lot." Mayahiko, Nagato, Kakashi, and Sun Lu glared darkly. "Is this all the ambition you possess? We, the hidden village of Akatsuki, are champions of justice. Do you truly have the audacity to fight over a meager sum while they suffer so?" Their hearts heavy with the recollection of the despair those women faced. Mayahiko and his companions pondered the necessity of shutting down such enterprises, yet recognized the imperative of providing them with alternative employment. Chapter 107. Comrade Mayahiko, I implore you to rectify your ideological stance. What sort of employment could be found? That night, having concluded his duties, Mayahiko accepted an invitation from a noble to dine at their estate. No one dared to orchestrate a treacherous banquet against him. The nobles who had flouted the law had already faced the wrath of the dark figures, losing both their lives and their fortunes, truly a case of losing both life and wealth. The surviving nobles were, by and large, compliant. Mayahiko was not a senseless butcher, indiscriminately slaying innocents. The shoji doors of the tatami mat room partially obscured the moonlight, while behind the screen, several maidens poured sake into flasks, delicately making their way to the table where Mayahiko and a few nobles were seated. A group of musicians knelt in the corridor, strumming their instruments. The nobles sat on their knees, while Mayahiko casually took his place at the head of the table, with Nagato and the others seating themselves cross-legged beside him. "You'll develop a condition sitting like that," Mayahiko cautioned. "Indeed, indeed," the nobles hastily replied, adjusting their postures out of respect. Mayahiko, visibly displeased, remarked, "Are you intent on digging your own graves? How am I to earn a living if you do so? Bring forth the dishes." Quickly, the host, observing the tension, bellowed. They were genuinely fearful of being raided by that mysterious dark organization, ever since the familiar faces had been taken. The sight of anyone clad in black sent shivers down their spines. "Fetch me a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup, but do not bring the cauliflower soup," Mayahiko commanded the servant. Everyone present froze momentarily. "No cauliflower soup? Then what remains but the purple egg? We acknowledge our missteps, and we are prepared to relinquish all our wealth." At the host's urging, the nobles quickly realized their error, their faces paling as they rushed to bow before Mayahiko. Prostrating themselves, the musicians and servants also knelt, beseeching forgiveness. This earnest display made Mayahiko feel somewhat guilty. What if he were to pose the question, "What wrong have you committed?" The nobles, too intimidated to lift their heads, trembled in submission. One man in the street cursed Mayahiko openly, unaware that he was indeed being invited for a bowl of purple egg. The ninja village required funding from the feudal lords, thus treating these nobles with utmost deference. After all, they could easily unite to petition against him. However, the hidden village of Akatsuki was entirely self-sufficient, rendering their assistance unnecessary. Killing them would still leave their riches in his possession. Jibutsu produced a small notebook, which recorded the bounty on heads in the black market. Among those present, the highest bounty reached 800,000 ryo, while the lowest stood at 400,000. The nobles, even as Jibutsu spoke, the nobles did not dare to retaliate with words. They were merely minor nobility, living their lives in peace. "Enough, enough," they murmured. "Resume the music and dance." Noticing their timidity, Mayahiko found no opportunity to strike. They had already declared their willingness to surrender their wealth. "Thank you, my lord," the nobles expressed tearfully. "Do not address me as my lord. We do not adhere to such formalities. Call me village chief." "Thank you, chief." Upon returning to their seats, the nobles gazed at Mayahiko, who sat alone at the head of the table. "Why are you so lacking in awareness? Go." The host gestured to the maidens. What is this?" Mayahiko felt a delicate hand on his shoulder as a maiden began to knead his muscles. It seemed she had practiced extensively. Her fingers penetrated his skin, creating a tingling sensation that made him instinctively relax. "Chief, your musculature is quite impressive. Is this how you evaluate your subordinates?" Mayahiko coughed, reminding them of their priorities. "Oh, yes, everyone has their strengths," the host replied, beaming. Men will be men." Laughter erupted around the table, and the meal was filled with merriment. Jibutsu waved away the maidens, capturing the jovial scene on his phone, reveling in the moment. The following day, the noble's estate was raided. "Comrade Mayahiko, you bear the responsibility of serving the ninja populace. Your heart should only belong to the people. Do not forget, your power is bestowed by them. Last night, your request for a girl under 16 to massage your shoulders breached the disciplinary red line. Do not repeat this transgression." On the phone, Mayahiko endured a lengthy reprimand from Konoha for over half an hour. But it was just a brief shoulder rub. "You had them raided. Is that not excessive? Comrade Mayahiko, I implore you to rectify your ideological stance." Sighing, Mayahiko hung up, a frown etched across his face, harboring resentment for those who reported him. Meanwhile, Nagato and Kakashi were also receiving their share of admonition. Kakashi, bewildered, exclaimed, "Wait, Tsunade, we are not in a romantic relationship, right?" "I refuse to listen." "Are you attempting to set an example for Kakashi to follow?" This is true," Tsunade conceded, recognizing the need for discretion. In recent days, a significant informant had infiltrated the Akatsuki organization, with Jibutsu betraying his comrades for monetary gain. Strike hard." Following the confrontation, Mayahiko felt a pang of regret for the noble family, choosing to keep their patriarch close. This family was destined to be intertwined with the hidden village of Akatsuki. Their name was Akatsuki-yun. As for the women of the entertainment district, he had devised a plan. They must reform. For those unwilling, Mayahiko resolved to establish a street of foot massage parlors. Though Konoha opposed having the village women engage in such work, he considered it acceptable for those outside the village. They were all unfortunate souls. What were they to do without employment? Konoha understood the pain of hunger and, after some deliberation, consented. Mayahiko decided to appoint Akatsuki Yun to manage this street, as he possessed unique insights into the massage industry. The previous night's massage had granted Mayahiko a restful sleep. He also needed to address the aftermath of the recent conflict. Konoha would handle the cleanup in the hidden village, while Mayahiko focused on the 3 cities he had captured. He spent the next 2 days traversing the recently acquired territories. We must leave. We must leave. He regretted having invaded such a wretched place. The Rain Village at least had abundant mineral resources, but what did the Sand Village offer? Nothing but desolation. The sandstorms raged, and during the day, the scorching sun outshone both him and Minato. Mayahiko had once wondered how Akatsuki spring water sold so well despite minimal advertising. Now, he saw the ground littered with plastic bottles, realizing that even an old lady could strike it rich in moments. Indeed, war was a profitable venture. After the Dark Figures had plundered the estates, they had amassed roughly 2 billion ryo in cash and additional assets. According to intelligence, the feudal lord of the Wind Country allocated a mere 20 million ryo to the 3rd Kazekage at a time, an insult. Resolutely, Mayahiko opted for retreat and the relocation of the populace. In each of the 3 cities, he would move 5,000 of the most virtuous individuals, leaving the rest to the Sand Village. This meant a total of 15,000 souls, effectively removing the equivalent of 2 hidden villages from the equation. In the village of Shaoin, a substantial stockpile of grain has been amassed, sufficient to sustain the populace for a year or 2 without concern. However, Mayahiko is adamant that the agricultural college must be established, enlisting specialists to research high-yield seeds. The village is facing a monetary shortfall as it expands. The financial demands grow ever greater. In the past, a few million or tens of millions sufficed for the village's expenses. Yet now even a couple of 100 million feels like but a drop in the bucket. It is disheartening to witness the dire straits of Shaoin Village, struggling to scrape together a mere 100 million. It's time to depart from this place, for remaining here is more detrimental than beneficial. Once an agreement is reached with the daimyo of the Land of Wind and the 3rd Kazekage, they will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. Mayahiko, with a tinge of reluctance, addressed Hanzo and the others, offering his counsel. He then turned to Kakazu, whose mouth had been unsealed, instructing him to approach the daimyo of the Land of Wind with an offer to sell 3 cities, demanding payment for their redemption. Forget it, you need not go. Sun Lu, you take the lead, and act according to the circumstances. Just as Kakuzu was about to step forward, Mayahiko pulled him back, wary of the potential for disaster. Chapter 108. The Withdrawal of the Xiaoyu Alliance. Days later, Mayahiko took decisive action, conducting military drills with his soldiers, projecting an image that they were poised to invade the capital of the Land of Wind the following day. The daimyo of the Land of Wind was alarmed, hastily summoning the 3rd Kazekage. The Kazekage, possessing a fiery temperament, was not simply a pawn to be summoned at will by the daimyo. Rasha, you go. When Sun Lu reached the daimyo's residence, Rasha had already engaged in fruitful discussions with the daimyo. The daimyo allocated 100 million, demanding that Shaoin Village spare no effort to reclaim the 3 cities within 3 days. Rasha barked. The Kazekage echoed with a series of barks. Yet Sun Lu, struck by a stroke of inspiration, discreetly approached the daimyo that afternoon, proposing 20 million for 1 city, coupled with a withdrawal of troops. This was enticing. The daimyo, shrewd in his own right, relayed this to Rasha without disclosing Sun Lu's presence. Rasha hastily contacted the Kazekage, and the master and disciple, feeling the weight of the situation, proposed a figure, 50 million. 50 million for Shaoin Village to assist the daimyo in reclaiming lost territories. After the call, they quickly hung up, mindful of the exorbitant call charges. Sun Lu possessed complete autonomy in this matter, 15 million for 1 city. Rasha countered with 40 million. Sun Lu retorted, 10 million for 1 city. Damn, Shaoin Village simply cannot negotiate at that price. Deal. The daimyo of the Land of Wind flashed a smile at Sun Lu. He chuckled as well, noting that the nobility had fled, the population had migrated, leaving behind a hollow city and some morally dubious individuals. They could go ahead and purchase it, receiving no protest in return. On the very first day the money was transferred, Mayahiko and his comrades made their retreat. This skirmish undoubtedly marked a resounding victory, establishing a formidable reputation in the shinobi world, ensuring that any future attempts to disturb Shaoin Village would be met with greater caution. The funds acquired, however, were insufficient to cover the extensive costs of war. Nevertheless, they had gained a significant population and forged a friendship with Yuin Village, successfully repelling the incursion from Shaoin Village. Population is of paramount importance. If one individual generates a value of 8,000 taels monthly while receiving a salary of 5,000, The remaining 3,000 accumulates over the years into an astronomical sum. Uncle Hanzo, let's split the spoils equally, Mayahiko proposed on their journey back to the village. Hanzo shook his head. 60-40? You're being rather greedy, uncle. Hanzo shook his head again. 70-30? Hanzo, come on. I absolutely cannot acquiesce to such humiliating terms. Hanzo chuckled, explaining, all the money belongs to you. Before Mayahiko could respond, he heard a but. Go on, he encouraged. Mayahiko decided to agree for now, reasoning that one need not worry too much about debts. As he was already in deep, he had no recollection of conceding much. He had never given anything away. With a grin, he turned to Hanzo. The folks from Grassine Village, you're supporting them, right? Hanzo suddenly posed a serious question. How did you know? Mayahiko's smile faltered. Having thought he had concealed his intentions well. Half a year ago, I personally went to Grassine Village to eliminate those 2 defectors for you. And I also sought to recruit the strategist Sandwich. Initially, the trio had been reticent, but once Hanzo, Ruff, and Ryuzuru fought for Mayahiko's cause, things changed. Hanzo, the sound of the liberation drum struck by the village chief will resonate throughout the shinobi world. I shall rid Mayahiko of you 3 nuisances. Village chief. We can't return to Shaoin Village. Let us be brothers in the next life. After Hanzo had left the 3 barely clinging to life, he realized they were indeed loyal to Mayahiko. This was quite awkward. He had been a bit too forceful, and the 3 had spent half a year bedridden. Mayahiko mused. I wondered why they were so hesitant to provide support. Were they lying in bed out of fear of embarrassment? Thus, Hanzo's intentions became clearer. I need you to support Yuin Village just as you have aided Grassine Village. After all, Yuin is your homeland, and you must not show favoritism. Hanzo patted Mayahiko's shoulder. Very well. Mayahiko agreed. Yuin Village not only possesses iron, but also has a unique environment conducive to the growth of certain special plants. Perhaps Beilu could conduct research on what could be cultivated in Yuin Village. Beilu, originally a biology researcher, should have some knowledge of botany, wouldn't he? Upon arriving at Yuin Village, the 2 groups parted ways. This time, 1,000 men left Yuin Village, yet only around 500 returned alive. Shaoin Village also suffered, with over 70 ninjas and more than 200 skilled, ordinary fighters lost. Upon their return, these souls were given a proper burial. Mayahiko allocated the seized funds primarily towards expanding and renovating the cemetery. This included the burial sites of the brothers who had fallen in the previous battle against Grass-on-Mang, as well as those who died this time. On the day of the funeral, a light rain fell. The families were left only with cold, impersonal medals of honor. As for compensation, Mayahiko offered the highest amount in the shinobi world, ensuring that the families of the deceased would not feel forsaken. He provided a one-time payment of 220 million taels to the families, followed by a monthly compensation equivalent to the average income of Shaoin Village for 4 years. For instance, if the average income for that month was 10,000 taels, the families would receive 10,000 taels each month. Mayahiko recalled the donations made by the village and felt compelled to repay them generously. The campaign against sand and the aid to rain had reached a temporary conclusion. The day after the funeral, Mayahiko strolled through the village. The first and second rings remained the core areas, housing the village chief's office, school, Ichiraka Ramen, nursing home, Shao Village Library, and underground armory. The second ring was primarily residential, yet included mobile phone stores, cinemas, sports halls, clinics, and more. Only those possessing Shaoin Village identification could enter. The village had been the first to adopt mobile phones and movies, akin to a test server experience. Had it not been for the Third Shinobi World War, Mayahiko had planned to promote the village as the second generation, enhancing the legacy of the first. The third ring continued to serve as a commercial street, renting out shops to merchants visiting the village or allowing villagers to conduct their own businesses. A department store was currently under construction. Spring was pleasant, but summer shopping excursions with Conan could become unbearably hot. Mayahiko made his way to the third ring, where bicycles had become ubiquitous in Shaoin Village, with newcomers from outside the village, each owning one. After all, bicycles appeared quite fashionable compared to their usual horse-drawn carriages and ox carts. A bathing street was under construction. Mayahiko contacted Yabuki, sending a photo of his current location via a message through Little Green. The toy factory profits from the children. Now it's time for the adults. Chapter 109. When I tell you to attack Konoha, you go. There's no need for all this chatter. The newly arrived population was accommodated in the dormitory that Mayahiko had constructed in the third ring, where they would be observed for a time. As obtaining residency in Shaoin Village was not a privilege granted to just anyone. Recognizing that a bathing street was in the planning stages, the villagers realized that relentless infighting would only bring suffering to their own people without yielding any benefits. Thus, Mayahiko decided to ease the crackdown, eliminating the need for a whistle to be blown at the women before being sent to the Cosmic Security Force for a few days of ideological education. As it happens, Yahiko has grown weary of playing the same few mobile games day in and day out. Bailuhu remarked, "I truly mean it, I really do. Is it only the 3 individuals in their laboratory that he can rely on?" Overcome by guilt, Yahiko felt a fleeting pang of remorse. He contemplated whether he should construct a laboratory for Bailuhu in the first ring. It hardly seemed prudent for the 3 great inventors to remain ensconced in the city of advancement. Kakuzu interjected, "We lack funds. Indeed, the village is in dire need of financial resources. Bailuhu should consider exploring potential crops in the rain village that could yield profit." Beneath the surface, Madara sensed a peculiar change from the recent fundraising efforts in the Dawn village. The content from Yahiko's books appeared to transcend mere fiction. It was manifestly being enacted. Today, the school in Dawn village was in session, with young Akihiro and his peers advancing to the 5th grade. Themes of love for the village, bravery, selflessness, and unity were at the forefront. The children diligently studied in the morning and afternoon, and Madara, like Hanzo, began to experience a profound epiphany. He pondered, what if he and Hashirama had united back then? What if he had intervened during Hashirama's wedding? That fellow would have been ensnared in his small love. Sarutobi Hiruzen, tainted by Hashirama's ideologies, sheltered Danzo. Such was Hashirama's notion of small love. He believed he was safeguarding the village in the best possible way. Yet, what was the outcome? I perished. Tobirama perished. Now, the ninja world is embroiled in the 3rd Great Ninja War. And here I am, embracing the concept of great love. Had the Senju and Uchiha triumphed, Madara would have ruthlessly slain Hashirama, followed by Tobirama, consolidating the Senju clan to conquer the ninja realm. Though this may seem cruel, Hashirama indeed obstructed the march toward unification. A longing surged within him. He yearned to resurrect Hashirama through Edo Tensei, to allow him to hear the children's voices as they read. Yet, alas, the frailty of age weighs heavily upon him, despite a life unafraid of death. In this moment, he craves immortality. 3 years have elapsed, and Madara's health has deteriorated further. Once capable of executing the Uchiha flying kick, he now finds himself confined to a stone bench, receiving for treatment. With a self-deprecating smile, he reflected upon his shadow. Recently, Black Zetsu had been in a state of frantic exasperation. What incessant musings consumed Madara's thoughts. Daily he spoke of freedom and democracy, even requesting Akatsuki to procure paper and ink, intent on authoring a book to immortalize his insights. He constantly strategized on how to surpass Yahiko, elevating his own philosophies above those of Yahiko. Were Black Zetsu to voice his opinion, he would suggest that Madara was merely idly toying with his time. Wouldn't it be more delightful to transform into the carefree White Zetsu? He transmitted a signal to White Zetsu number 2. Upon receiving the signal, Aloe Vera White Zetsu approached Madara, his expression one of confusion, and inquired, "Lord Madara, shall we proceed with the plan for Obito's demise?" The plan for Obito's death had been conceptualized by Madara 3 years prior, intending to orchestrate a faux death, allowing Madara to initiate the first phase of his brainwashing. Subsequently, Obito would witness his closest friend slaying Rin, thus catalyzing his descent into darkness, instigating him to collect tailed beasts, with the promise that through the infinite Tsukuyomi, he could reunite with Rin in dreams. Initially, the plan was to have Yahiko execute the killing of Rin. During that period, Yahiko engaged in daily conversations with Obito, fostering a bond that could facilitate Obito's corruption. However, Madara harbored fears. He worried that Yahiko might fortify the sealing of the tailed beast within Rin, subsequently whisking Rin back to the Dawn village, and then abducting Obito in the process. With the Uzumaki clan involved, not to mention the potential complications of the 3 tails. Even the 9 tails would be bound to comply with their seals. Back then, Akihiro had yet to enter 3rd grade, fully immersed in the study of red ideology. Madara was merely a recluse, perusing newspapers and climbing rankings on his mobile device, occasionally offering a few words of advice to Akihiro. But now, Madara possesses great love. The plan must continue. Madara is prepared to back Yahiko. If he falters, he shall unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, ensnaring everyone within a dream world. Should Yahiko fail, that useless fool will be tethered alongside Tobirama at the village gates as a monument. Conversely, should he succeed, he will resurrect him to the realm of the living. The waters of the ninja world run deep, and Madara fears Yahiko may not navigate them adeptly. Humans inevitably lose sight of their original intentions, but Madara Uchiha shall not. The White Zetsus underground sprang into action. A few rock ninja were ambushed, several mist ninja fell victim to surprise attacks, and the white Zetsus infiltrated stealthily. One white Zetsu disguised as a jonin from the rock village approached Inoki's office with a proposal to launch a surprise assault on Konoha, rather than raiding the Cloud Village, which had proven fruitful. It was Konoha that held greater allure. Such was the rationale behind it. Why not seize the Dawn Village instead? Inoki had long harbored intentions, his eyes fixated on a meticulously studied map that detailed the defenses of the Dawn Village. His rock village ninjas excelled in earth techniques. A single earth-style stone gaze could petrify a targeted area of the body, rendering them impervious to the Dawn Village's firearms. As the Dawn Village had recently engaged in a skirmish, if the rock village capitalized on this moment, they would undoubtedly reap bountiful rewards. Madara, observing in real time, felt his face darken. Come, let us see if I can muster the last vestiges of my strength to unleash Susanoo and eliminate you. If you wish to attack Konoha, so be it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Unaware of the abhorrent nature of the Flying Thunder God technique, Inoki underestimated Yahiko's capabilities. Black Zetsu, feeling somewhat lost, continually questioned Madara regarding the next steps. After a moment of contemplation, Madara instructed, inform him that the Cloud Village intends to assault Konoha, and soon thereafter, the Mist Village will follow suit, as will the Sand Village. Let him decide whether to engage. The third Kazekage indeed harbored intentions to attack Konoha, but he remained cautious, awaiting the funding from the Land of Wind's daimyo. A victory over the Dawn Village would allow the Sand Village to swiftly absorb its industries and expand. Yet this bore no relevance to the Land of Wind. Conversely, a victory over Konoha would enable the Land of Wind to demand benefits from the Land of Fire, which made a significant difference. Thus, the third Kazekage was confident that the Land of Wind's daimyo would acquiesce. Madara had come to learn of this intelligence. Chapter 110. You sprinkle salt, I pour vinegar. The people of Dawn Village, pay attention to rice and pots. This white Zetsu, masquerading as a jonin from the rock village, exuded an aura of strategic brilliance, as if orchestrating events from afar. He eloquently presented to Inoki the advantages and disadvantages of attacking Konoha versus Dawn Village. According to the information Madara had relayed to White Zetsu, it was evident that launching an assault on Konoha was far more advantageous, as the opportunity to strike Konoha would only arise once. I never imagined our rock village had such a cultured individual. Little Taro, soaring aloft, clasped White Zetsu's hand with a sense of wonder. Madara scoffed with disdain. It was merely as expected. On the front lines of the Cloud Village, Minato and Jiraiya arrived to provide support. He instructed his comrades not to engage, as he would confront Ei and Kurabi alone. The Akimichi and Inuzuka clans could only watch quietly as this confrontation unfolded. The two sides had already clashed for some time. Who truly invented the Flying Thunder God technique? After a moment of reflection, Ei recalled all the kunai left by Minato on the battlefield. Yet, amidst the chaos, Aoi, having just transformed into his tailed beast form, stealthily left a mark with his sword. In the blink of an eye, Minato appeared behind Kurabi, raising his Flying Thunder God kunai at his neck. Perched upon a tree, Kurabi was drenched in cold sweat, his reflexes equally swift. He positioned a short blade defensively before Minato's abdomen. All present were left astounded. Minato had moved with such speed. Though he was an adversary, Kurabi found himself admiring Minato. By virtue of their familial ties, Kurabi was, in fact, Minato's student's nephew, and he felt compelled to address Minato as uncle. This confrontation concluded with Minato gaining a certain advantage. Ei also held admiration for Minato. Regrettably, Minato had slain too many of their Cloud Village ninjas, and thus they never had the opportunity to converse. The fourth Reikage, with disdain, remarked, "What good is all that muscle? You can't even match your elder brother, let alone Minato-sensei." Obito observed from the sidelines, mocking the scene with a spring in his step. Kakashi and Rin stood beside Obito, casting a furtive glance at Ai, who was gazing intently at Obito ahead. In a flurry, one of them hastily covered Obito's mouth, while the other tugged him backward. This particular battle was meticulously chronicled by the Konoha reporters, igniting an uproar of cheers among the ninjas of the village. Minato's reputation grew increasingly illustrious, shattering the public's preconceived notions of him as merely a supporting character akin to those in gambling-themed films. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the newspaper office to devise a fitting moniker for Minato, establishing a persona for him. Each Hokage of your possessed their own distinctive title. The first Hokage was revered as the god of shinobi, and Tobirama was recognized as the fastest in the ninja world. As for Minato, he was dubbed the ninja hero, famed as Konoha's mightiest Hokage, a master of all 5 elemental ninjutsu. The reporters pondered various suggestions, yet Sarutobi found them all lacking. After a moment of contemplative silence, he declared, "The yellow flash, a fitting persona, shall be likened to Konoha's warm little son." The reporters from the Konoha newspaper appeared perplexed. "What do you mean?" Sarutobi, intrigued, watched as they produced a copy of the Akatsuki village newspaper from that morning. Upon unfolding it, he was met with the headline, "Your salt, my vinegar. Attention, Akatsuki village residents." Below it was a vibrant photograph of Yahiko, who had somehow acquired a white steed, galloping with fervor. The image radiated brightness. "Our esteemed marshal of Akatsuki village is out on his nightly patrol, reassuring the populace." He wisely noted that rice and pots, salt and vinegar are essential elements of life. Behold, the general's brilliance illuminates the night as if it were a bright summer morning. Further down, there was a group photo featuring Nagato, Konan, and Shoten, all riding alongside Yahiko on the white horse. "The marshal's radiance shall shine upon Akatsuki village." Below that, the article detailed how Akatsuki village valiantly triumphed over Sunagakure to defend their homeland. The marshal is indeed worthy of the title Orange Flash. Upon finishing the article, Sarutobi felt the newspaper in his hands suddenly heat up and ignite. Startled, he tossed it aside just before it completely burned, realizing only then that the lower right corner contained a special jutsu that caused it to combust after being read. Sarutobi mused, in terms of journalistic quality, Konoha pales in comparison to Akatsuki village. How could he possibly promote Minato, the little son, the yellow flash, when they outshone even the newspapers themselves? At school, Yahiko embraced Kosuke, patting him on the back. Well done." He proceeded to cheerfully hug each student in the school, offering words of encouragement. "Principal, salute. Today, the principal hugged me. I want to be taking a shower when I go home." Indeed, the children of Akatsuki village were not merely rote learners. They were grateful and kind-hearted individuals. Subsequently, Yahiko visited the Fukong factory for an inspection and the toy factory as well, shaking hands with everyone. He was bustling with activity, unable to pause. Half a month later, he was set to announce good news to his comrades: a newly opened bathing street, with 30% of the profits designated to benefit the villagers. However, before Yahiko could proceed, the ninja world erupted into a new wave of warfare. The Wagakure launched a surprise attack on Konoha, while Akarigakure, after years of isolation, finally struck, declaring war on the Hidden Leaf village. Kimogakure was already engaged in battle with Konoha, and Sunagakure had received its funding. Chio was currently assembling a new puppet army aimed at Konoha. Goodness, Konoha truly is impressive. In the original storyline, despite suffering heavy casualties, they managed to emerge victorious. Yahiko summoned all the high-ranking officials for a meeting. During the assembly, the consensus among attendees was to recuperate and consolidate their strength. Silence. Kakazu interjected. "It is indeed much more pleasant when his mouth is sealed before a meeting." Yahiko, however, offered a divergent perspective. "I declare war on Konoha," he proclaimed assertively. This elicited a reaction from Nagato, who could not help but interject, "Isn't that unwise?" "Only a declaration of war," Yahiko reiterated. "Oh, we understand now. Let us extort something in return." At this moment, Sarutobi was overwhelmed with pressing matters. The F were convened in the Jonin meeting room to devise strategies. All four villages seemed to have coordinated their efforts to assault Konoha simultaneously. For the first time, Sarutobi questioned the ideologies imparted to him by Hashirama. How could he have believed that during his time, Hashirama had simply crushed all four villages with the Great Buddha, and yet Konoha now faced such dire straits? The young and capable ninjas of Konoha, currently on missions, were all summoned back, totaling around 10,000, which meant approximately 2,500 would need to face each ninja village. More crucially, apart from Sunagakure, the other villages had access to tailed beasts, while Konoha possessed the strongest tailed beast but could not utilize it. Lord First Hokage, those in the know might assume you sold the tailed beasts out of fear that the village could not manage all 8 at once, while others might think you were betraying the village. The one tail was not sold by Hashirama. Sunagakure, being impoverished, could not afford it and instead captured it themselves. Initially, you intended to send a few out, didn't you? It truly made Sarutobi long to resurrect you through Edo Tensei, to showcase the current state of the ninja world. Konoha had been left with only the 9 tails, and now they were utterly at a loss for what to do. How do we proceed? In Chapter 111, Konoha was besieged by 4 villages. The Jonin meeting, of course, included members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku had become the clan leader last year and spoke with a calm demeanor. "We, the Uchiha, can muster our collective strength to contend with a large ninja village. The rest is up to you." Except for the Uchiha clansmen, everyone else frowned in disbelief. "You Uchiha can take on a village? How impressive." Uchiha Fugaku smirked. After many years, the Uchiha had once again opened their eyes to new possibilities. The Jonin meeting room was filled with Uchiha clan ninjas, their eyes glowing red. A multitude of Sharingan revealed, striking fear into those present. Not all Uchiha were permitted to reveal their eyes, under Danzo's orders. No more than 10 Uchiha were allowed in the room at any one time. The 10 present all bore the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and even the F4 had a limited understanding of the Uchiha's true power. Ahem. Sarutobi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Which village should we send the Uchiha to attack? He pondered. Fugaku, I request that your clan defend Akarigakure. Simply hold them off. Danzo interjected. Are you suggesting we send the Uchiha, who excel in fire release, to assault Akarigakure? Am I mistaken? The skepticism was palpable on everyone's faces. The Jonin in the meeting room held their breath, fearing that an internal conflict might erupt within Konoha today. Fugaku, is this a difficult request? Danzo's expression bore a faint, eerie smile. Very well, I accept. The Uchiha sought to challenge the 4th Hokage, or perhaps even the 5th, pinning their hopes on Fugaku's 1-year-old son, Itachi. The Uchiha were determined to achieve military merit during the 3rd Shinobi World War. Witnessing the Uchiha's resolve, Sarutobi began to strategize. The Uchiha clan would be dispatched to defend Akarigakure. Jiraiya would lead a team to defend Iwagakure. Orochimaru would maintain the status quo. Minato, adept at flying thunder god, would maneuver across various battlefields. As for Sunagakure, Sarutobi had little regard, assigning Danzo to lead the assault. Danzo, too, aspired to become Hokage and swiftly took root ninjas along, even including the orphaned medicinal ninja, Nanao, to gather intelligence on the enemy. With the orphanage's funding at stake, Nanao had no choice but to comply with Danzo's orders. Akatsuki village has also declared war on us, Narashikaku reminded. What are their intentions? Go. Crush Akatsuki village. Sarutobi was filled with rage, and he finally found an outlet. The yellow flash. How did he come to be? Has Konoha produced a traitor? Leave it to me. It's an easy task, Danzo replied. Yahiko had previously mentioned to him that Tobirama had dreamt of him, believing him to be the most promising candidate, and that the Flying Thunder God technique was taught at that time. Due to the details that Yahi disclosed about the past discussions at the Union Conference, Danzo was convinced. He reiterated his belief that not only could their teacher communicate through dreams in the Pure Land, but he would also believe it if the teacher were to resurrect in the present. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Whose phone is ringing? All eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon answering, the voice of Yahiko resonated from the phone. Monkey. 50 million Ryo. Give me 50 million Ryo, and I will withdraw my forces. Just as he was about to speak, Danzo recalled that the 2 Ombu he had sent to deliver blessings during Uchiha Izumi's wedding were all slain by wood release techniques. The individual wielding wood release might have originated from the Akatsuki village? How infuriating. Could it be Tsunade's child? No, Tsunade has only been gone for a few years. So from where did he acquire a wood release ninja? Sarutobi had made several attempts to infiltrate the Akatsuki village, but had never discerned Yahiko's true nature. Moreover, Konan's sudden shift in attitude, urging him not to act against the Akatsuki village, further fueled his apprehension. Yet, as the Hokage of Akarigakure, he could not display weakness in front of his peers. He said nothing and silently ended the call. Let us resume our meeting. Danzo, deep in thought, cast a glance at the hung-up phone, aware of the monkey's trepidation. Was the wood release perhaps a trump card from their teacher? No wonder Tsunade had been lingering in the Akatsuki village. Teacher, you will surely regret this. I will ensure you witness that I, Shimura Danzo, am the one you should have placed your faith in. Yahiko, staring at the disconnected call, was exasperated. Did this Hiroshi believe there were no capable individuals left in the Akatsuki village? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son was named Sarutobi Shino, which inspired Yahiko to whimsically refer to him as Sarutobi Hiroshi. When Yahiko eventually made his way to Akarigakure, he would insist on a name change. Having barely rested in the village, Yahiko entrusted the village's management to Konan and the military training to Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka. The village was in need of funds, and he left Kakuzu in charge of the hot spring street, allowing him to operate as he saw fit. Everyone settled into their respective roles. Yahiko then took Nagato to Uzumaki, where Madara resided beneath the Kamizukabashi Bridge. He intended to bring Madara's secret illegitimate child, Nagato, to inherit some of the family fortune, ensuring that Obito wouldn't monopolize it all. Uzumaki was flourishing, achieving self-sufficiency, and the populace exuded vitality. Rufu opted not to engage in trade with the 5 great nations, instead leading the villagers to quietly amass wealth. Halt! A guard adorned with a red satin ribbon signifying grassroots stopped the 2 youths. One of them, blinded by excitement, could barely see, only managing to vaguely discern the outline of the red-haired individual. "Ah, my eyes!" exclaimed the guard. "I am Yahiko, and this is Nagato. Please inform Comrade Rufu." Yahiko, the leader, declared. Upon hearing the term comrade, the guard stood at attention, realizing they were allies on a mission. Within a minute, Rufu and his companions arrived in a flurry. Yahiko and Nagato cast a glance at Rufu, who still bore the same demeanor as before, though a new scar etched across his abdomen told tales of past battles. Upon inquiry, they learned it was inflicted by Hanzo. "Should I next venture out and adopt an infant, naming him Kakarote?" Yahiko jested as he conversed with Rufu, noting that the command of the 600 ninjas from Kusagakure had fallen to him. Their abilities varied, yet they were considerably stronger than ordinary individuals. 2 years prior, Yahiko had demanded that the ninjas of Kusagakure fully master the skill of escape, which they had now achieved. On the training grounds, Yahiko conducted an inspection. Nearly every individual had adeptly mastered the body flicker technique, with the least proficient achieving a B-rank proficiency. "This little orange-haired one is quite the audacious character," Yahiko mused, observing his surroundings as he checked in on various individuals and occasionally extended a handshake. Those who had endured the trials of the advanced city were now elatedly raising both hands, though managing to restrain their excitement. "Gentlemen, it is time for an increase in military pay," Yahiko bellowed. "Oh ho ho, amazing. You are my deity. Truly delightful. I pledge my loyalty to the marshal." The 400 Kusagakure ninjas could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward to hoist Yahiko into the air, catching him as he fell, and tossing him aloft once more. Very well, very well." Nagato looked on, somewhat exasperated, suspecting that Akatsuki was lurking nearby. The next day, Inoki dispatched emissaries to seek passage through Kusagakure. Rufu sought Yahiko's guidance on how to proceed. "Let them through," Yahiko replied, issuing the necessary orders. The following day, the elite of Awagakure, led by the skilled ninja Takedo, arrived with 5,000 rock ninjas as the vanguard, seeking passage through Kusagakure. Rufu and his companions proudly raised small flags emblazoned with the Awagakure emblem, composed of 2 stone patterns, to greet them. This obsequious display left Takedo at a loss for words. Chapter 112. It is time to meet Madara. The rock ninjas, weary from travel, prepared to rest for the night. Sandwich hurriedly represented Rufu, negotiating with Takedo to sell Kusagakure's buns. They offered an array of buns, including vegetable, meat, and beef vermicelli, leaving Takedo unable to refuse purchasing them. Feeling compelled to provide a feast for the Awagakure brethren with the funding from Inoki. These buns are quite good, comparable to the Shinra Tensei buns from Akatsuki. To be honest, I learned this recipe by stealthily observing the Akatsuki, Sandwich explained in response to Takedo's astonishment and confusion. The following day, Takedo led a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. A resounding victory. They swiftly seized 3 strongholds, and if one more fell, it would leave the Land of Fire vulnerable. The defenses of Akarigakure were reduced to a mere 4 remaining shinobi. Minato arrived just ahead of Jiraiya, distributing special kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique to the remaining ninjas, urging them to unleash their full potential. "Leave the rest to me." In the blink of an eye, numerous corpses appeared amongst the ranks of Awagakure. When Inoki received news, he was utterly stunned. "The Flying Thunder God technique is so formidable? Relay my orders. Henceforth, Awagakure ninjas are permitted to abandon missions upon encountering anyone wielding the Flying Thunder God technique. The village will not pursue any accountability." Jiraiya, arriving a moment too late, found himself reconciling with Gamabunta, effortlessly driving Takedo's forces away with merely 3,000 leaf ninjas and establishing a foothold in Kusagakure. He aimed to utilize Kusagakure as a launching point to diminish Inoki's burgeoning ambitions. As a teacher, he could not afford to lag behind while his students carved out a place for themselves from the Suna village. Minato rushed to provide support on other battlefronts. Upon entering Kusagakure, he was met by the villagers proudly displaying the emblem of Akarigakure, a stylized leaf. "Kusagakure welcomes you. We shall pave the way for you." Jiraiya's lips twitched. They were truly emulating everything, even the village song. Upon entering Kusagakure, Jiraiya was bombarded with promotions, touting everything from Kusagakure buns to a cafeteria that bore no resemblance to modern technology, reminiscent of the Akatsuki village from years past. Nostalgia washed over him as he encountered the flavors of the past, prompting tears as he recalled his meals during the advanced city. It had been 3 years since he last saw Yahiko and the others. He wondered how they were faring. "Sensei Jiraiya, why are you crying?" inquired his other student, Dakai, as he took a bite of salted duck egg and porridge. "It's nothing," Jiraiya replied, wiping his tears with a handkerchief while gulping down his porridge, leaving his 2 students puzzled. "Hey, Jiraiya still manages to eat on the sly. Yahiko did not come to greet Jiraiya. What if Jiraiya offered him a discount as a familiar face? That would mean losing a significant amount of profit. The next day, Jiraiya prepared to launch an assault on Akatsuki. The Eastern Dead were utterly unprepared to withstand the onslaught. Thus, they besieged Inoki for assistance. Reinforcements from Inoki arrived. The two factions remained at a stalemate for 2 months, during which the village hidden in the grass profited immensely by selling grain and ninja tools, amassing a fortune from the ravages of war. Under Yahiko's command, they even established a delivery service. Jiraiya and Luffy exchanged contact numbers, and he considered the preferences of the Leaf Ninjas before placing orders with the Grass Village. With delectable meals delivered daily, the morale of the Grass Ninjas soared, far surpassing that of the Rock Ninjas, who were reduced to mere rations. Consequently, the Rock Village found itself at a disadvantage. The conflict persisted until the following spring, when Inoki learned from his scouts that the Grass Village had begun trading with the Leaf forces. A certain beverage called Ice Cola had significantly boosted the morale of the Leaf Ninjas the previous summer. This infuriated Inoki. He could no longer afford to be distracted by the ever-looming threat of A, who sought vengeance for his father's death, and ordered the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Akatsuki, and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, to support the Leaf Front from the Cloud Village. Since their arrival, the Grass Village had daily been rocked by the sound of tailed beast bombs. Despite the Leaf Village's efforts, including the arrival of Minato, it was futile. The two adept Jinchuriki-wielding tailed beast powers were no trifling matter. Following a defeat, Minato pondered the tailed beast bomb expelled by the beast. It was not until Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, conjuring a small orb, that he snapped back to reality. Within the Grass Village, Yahiko had spent the past 6 months occasionally returning to the Akatsuki village, but primarily residing in the Grass Village. His reasons were twofold: to guard against any village that might assault the Grass Village, and to ensure that his younger brother, Obito, was not misled by Madara. After all, Yahiko was the only one who recognized his younger brother, who called him Brother Yahiko daily. Logically, Madara was now but a frail old man, and Yahiko and Nagato could easily flee if necessary. Today, however, an idea suddenly struck Yahiko. He approached Nagato and revealed that Madara was in the vicinity. For years, fearing surveillance by White Zetsu, Yahiko had concealed from Nagato the identity of his biological father and the master of his eyes. Today, I have grown stronger. Go, Nagato. Go and reclaim what rightfully belongs to you from Obito. Nagato's expression was complex. So my Rinnegan belongs to Madara? Why has he never come to meet me? Ugh. Nagato shot Yahiko a disdainful glance, as if he had been thrust into a melodramatic novel. Let us go. We shall meet. Jiharamada. Yahiko handed Nagato a pickaxe, seemingly intent on breaking into a cave near the Kimui Bridge. Not far behind them, Toby followed closely. Recently, in Madara's name, he had accrued significant debts at Matsukatsu Tower, and he was there to report and repay. As long as the news had a sensational angle, he could earn a bonus. As a major in the Akatsuki village, he had his own salary, but it paled in comparison to the expenses incurred by Madara, who had recently developed a taste for delicate tofu dishes. Alas, being a White Zetsu was indeed challenging. Chapter 113, Where the Leaves Dance. The fire endures. Yahiko and Nagato released their shadow clones and began to excavate at Kimui Bridge with their iron picks, while they scoured the world for Madara. He too was searching for Yahiko and Nagato. Do you think those two are digging somewhere in the Grass Village? Toby returned to inquire of Madara while delivering delicate tofu. Are they out of their minds? Madara replied. Last time they got away, I have no idea where they are digging now. Toby scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Lord Madara, the reconnaissance teams from the Sand Village and the Leaf Village have been dealt with, but regrettably, we lost 2 White Zetsus in the process. Suddenly, White Zetsu number 2 emerged to report to Madara. Over the past 6 months, Madara had resolved countless troubles for Yahiko to unify the land. This brat had been away for half a year. Who truly leads the Akatsuki village, him or me? Forget it, let us execute the plan. Within a year, we must bring Obito back, Madara instructed. Obito, now 11 years old, needed to be captured swiftly before his worldview solidified. The plan had 2 facets: the primary route. Yahiko would lead Nagato to unify. The covert route, Obito would gather the 9-tailed beasts. Black Zetsu was aware of this plan and stifled a chuckle in the shadows of Madara, finally relishing the opportunity to make an appearance. Wait, Obito alone is to gather the tailed beasts? You're certain he can resurrect Madara? Madara's plan might have to be expedited by a year. Originally, there was no delivery service from the Grass Village, nor was there a summer ice cola delivery. Now, the Rock and Leaf villages were fiercely vying for the Grass Village's delivery service, driven to the brink. A consensus emerged between the two villages, as neither could secure a decisive victory. The grass village's delivery and cola became paramount, directly influencing the morale of the ninjas. Ninjas subsisting on rations would inevitably voice their grievances. Hence, Inoki commanded his son, Kuratsuchi, to send the rock village's demolition unit to the front lines. Issuing a stern order, he did not wish to hear casualty numbers. He only desired the grass village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also acutely aware of the grass village's significance and ordered Minato to station at the rock village front lines to assist Jiraiya. Today, the rock village captured the grass village. Luffy and his comrades waved the rock village flag, singing the popular songs of their village. Tomorrow, the Leaf would reclaim the grass village. Luffy and his comrades would wave the Leaf Village flag, singing the popular tunes of their homeland. They truly pushed the grass village's uniqueness to its limits. Just as the name and emblem of the grass village suggested, like the grass at the wall, they swayed with the wind. This was Yahiko's demand. The grass village, as his contingency, must remain discreet and unassuming. The once targeted grass village had now become a coveted gem. Just moments ago, the rock village had once again repelled the Leaf and reclaimed the grass village. Why is everything so expensive? 30 Ryo for a plate of shredded potatoes from your little village? That seems a bit outrageous. He merely voiced a complaint, and the next day, Inoki summoned him back to accompany Bandara in cleaning the toilets. What if the grass village were to poison the food if they sided with the Leaf? This was Inoki's concern. The grass village resembled an obedient child, welcoming anyone who entered with a smile, while privately avoiding trouble. Perhaps the grass village, having once faced annihilation, had become thoroughly subdued after being bombed by Yahiko. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki simultaneously thought of this, treating the grass village merely as a supply point. Wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, purchasing meals locally and ordering deliveries from the grass village proved far more cost-effective than risking transport convoys susceptible to ambush. After 2 weeks of conflict, the grass village had changed hands several times. Today, it returned to the Leaf's grasp. At Kimui Bridge, fearing a misstep with the grass village, the Leaf pushed their front line forward, as this was a crucial supply route for their provisions. Today, Luffy and his companions personally ventured to the front lines to deliver meals to the Leaf army. As the delivery team crossed the bridge, a group of enemies suddenly emerged, donning the headbands of the Sand Village, their faces devoid of expression as they regarded Luffy and the others. Apologies, but the Rock Village cannot allow you to continue supplying the Leaf Village. The leading white Zetsu, disguised as a Rock Village Jonin, declared. Indeed, the order to block the bridge came from me, and Inoki now regards me as a confidant. Brothers, retreat. Luffy and his companions wisely withdrew with their delivery. At noon, the ninjas on the Leaf front, famished, clashed with the Rock Village, and Jiraiya returned in defeat. Lord Hokage, intelligence from the Rock Village indicates that Inoki has sent reinforcements, intending to dispatch demolition teams to destroy Kimui Bridge. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned by the news. All adult ninjas from the Leaf Village had already been dispatched. Would they have to send the children into battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen grumbled once more about Hashirama in his heart, then mobilized all those under 16 who remained in the Leaf Village to the battlefield. From 12-year-old Asuma to 7-year-old Uchiha Shursui, who had just graduated early from the Ninja Academy, they were all sent to the front lines to provide support. He relaxed the criteria for Chunin exams and the promotion to Jonin. This war has entered its fervent phase a year earlier than Sarutobi Hiruzen anticipated. Has Kakashi applied for the Jonin position this year? Hiruzen hopes to assess Kakashi at the age of 12 next year for his promotion to Jonin. Yet the village finds itself in a critical situation, urgently requiring a prodigious young talent from Konoha to uplift morale. The Chunin exams are to be held in Konoha, featuring the likes of Obito, Rin, Asuma, Might Guy, and the future pillars of Konoha. Outside the examination venue, Obito sends a message to Yahiko seeking solace. For her, I will battle the world. Brother, I am about to take the Chunin exam. Send me a red envelope to showcase your prowess. Yahiko, here is a big slap. Brother has nearly excavated the area around the Kamizuka-bashi Bridge for you, and you still ask me for a red envelope? Currently, the red envelope serves little purpose. Yahiko plans to initiate a QR code payment system once the village rolls out the second generation. Obito, it's time to enter. Rin reminds Obito that it's time to head into the examination hall. Oh right. Obito retracts his phone and follows Rin into the exam venue. As a talented individual nurtured by the Uchiha clan and possessing the Sharingan, Obito is considerably stronger than in the original narrative at this point. Although he barely passes the exam, it can be said he has managed to scrape through. The war's origins see the Chunin exams concluded within a day. Wherever Konoha's banners flutter, the flames of conflict persist. This batch of Chunin, inspired by Sarutobi Hiruzen, is dispatched to various fronts. Minato has not ceased his endeavors in the Third Great Ninja War, and has recently been recuperating in Konoha. Team Minato receives orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen to guard the Kamizukabashi Bridge. Kushina accompanies them partway, reminding Obito to eat on schedule even when on the front lines. No excuses. Lastly, sister hopes you return alive. Sister? Old lady. At your age, you still call yourself sister? Home. A white Zetsu observes Minato's team departing from Konoha's gates toward the front lines. Chapter 114. Do not harm Obito. Plans concerning Obito commence. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Obito banters with Kakashi during their march, inadvertently reaching the front lines. Disguised as a Jonin from Awagakure, a white Zetsu nearly infiltrates the core of Inoki's inner circle. Unfortunately for him, he is a white Zetsu. Is it true that Konoha has produced a genius? An 11-year-old Jonin named Hitaki Kakashi? What a boast. The Jonin white Zetsu has evidently blended in as the elder brother of this group of IWA shinobi. The IWA ninja await the Jonin white Zetsu's command. Today our mission is to eliminate that 11-year-old genius Chunin, Uchiha Obito. The Jonin white Zetsu rallies them with a fist pump. Not targeting Kakashi. The IWA ninja are perplexed. They do not recognize Obito, but whatever. 11 years old, and already a Chunin is still quite impressive. Not far from there, in a rocky cavern, Nagato urges, put some effort into it. Can't you just break through? Why exert so much force? The two dirt-covered individuals have dug countless feet without discovering Madara's lair. Yahiko, do you think Madara has moved? Nagato, fatigued, tosses aside the pickaxe and sighs. Impossible. Yahiko opens his phone to chat with Obito. The screen reveals Obito stating he is going to guard the Kamizukabashi Bridge with Minato. Although it is unclear how Team Minato shifted from demolishing the Kamizukabashi Bridge to defending it, the fact that it is still the Kamizukabashi Bridge suggests that Madara has not abandoned his Moon Eye plan. The chat history concludes with Obito mentioning that after the mission, he intends to take Rin to the Akatsuki hideout to see Yahiko. With Obito's grandmother having passed away last year, Yahiko is now his sole remaining elder, marking a sort of meet-the-parents occasion. Yahiko and Nagato have been excavating nearby for over half a month, suffering from sleepless nights, and are now feeling drowsy. Let us rest for a bit. We can continue digging once we wake up. Yahiko yawns, clearly exhausted. Nagato slightly nods, agreeing with Yahiko's suggestion. The two collapse into slumber, their sleeping postures rather chaotic. From early morning until noon, let us bind her and toss her into this cavern. We'll lay in wait. And Obito will surely come to rescue her. The Jonin white Zetsu, accompanied by several IWA ninja, approaches the cavern, holding the entranced Rin, her eyes vacant from Jinjutsu. There seems to be someone inside. One of the IWA ninja closest to white Zetsu suddenly senses two chakra signatures unusually close together within the cave. Just as the Jonin white Zetsu is about to investigate, a furious voice erupts from behind. You. Return Rin. Father, I will not abandon my comrades. Kakashi silently vows. Having been blindsided and now standing coldly to the left of Obito, observing the IWA ninja. The two are panting heavily, evidently exhausted. As chakra levels run low after their arduous journey, they dispatch the nearby sentries so swiftly. The Jonin white Zetsu carelessly tosses Rin into the cavern and leads the IWA ninja to engage Obito and Kakashi. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito rapidly forms hand seals. Inside the cavern, Yahiko and Nagato, still groggy, sense the chakra fluctuations from outside. Then, a girl, unconscious and ensnared in Jinjutsu, is thrown in. The two, just waking up, are bewildered. Who would do such a thing? Isn't that Rin? It seems there's a fight happening outside. Yahiko is the first to react, scrambling to Rin and exclaiming, release. Using chakra to disrupt the flow of chakra within Rin's body. Rin regains consciousness, glancing at the two with fear. Who are you? Are you from Akatsuki, Yahiko? Obito mentioned that Yahiko is his elder brother. Are you Yahiko? Rin's eyes well up with tears. If Obito were here, he might as well offer his heart and lungs. Kakashi and Rin know of Yahiko and Obito's relationship. Kakashi's father was the warden of the Akatsuki hideout, and she recalls the dangers Kakashi and Obito might face, her eyes reddening as if they could bleed. Before she can finish speaking, Kakashi and Obito are hurled into the cavern. With a dull thud, they land before the trio. Ouch, 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 cough, cough, cough. Obito's head strikes the soft earth heavily, instinctively clutching his broken ribs, coughing blood. Despite being gravely injured, his body feels oddly numb, devoid of sensation. Obito suddenly realizes something is amiss. The severity of his injuries has delayed the signals from his nervous system. The next moment, excruciating pain surges through him. Ah, my hand. My leg. Kakashi, slightly better off, groggily rises, wondering if he is dying. Kakashi, your eye? Rin, teary-eyed, attempts to perform medical ninjutsu on Kakashi's eye. But upon seeing that Obito appears to be in worse condition, she hesitates, ultimately prioritizing Obito's aid. Useless. Yahiko scolds in frustration. Not only did they fail to get Nagato out to assist, but now Rin's instinctive reaction indicates that in her heart, Kakashi is still more important. What have you been doing all these years in Konoha? Yahiko wishes he could send Obito to train under Madara for a year, and after he becomes strong, bring him back. Sigh. After all, he once valued Obito as his successor. Brother, what are you doing here? As Rin tends to Obito, he smiles despite the pain. You. Nagato doesn't want to witness this. Obito, don't mention me if you get out of here. Yahiko advises, treat him well. Nagato, let us go. He takes Nagato to seek revenge for Obito. Just as they exit the cavern, they cross paths with the Jonin White Zetsu, who is preparing to blow up the cavern. I've got to. Lord Madara. Lord Madara. Yahiko is frantically calling out for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara connects with the Jonin White Zetsu's channel. Let me see what is going on. What the hell? How can we blow up the cavern and bury Obito's body, bringing him back to White Zetsu? White Zetsu number 2. Lord Madara, let him sacrifice himself. Madara nods slightly, seeing no other option. Yugo lure Yahiko and Nagato away. Under the command of Obito, the Jonin White Zetsu executed his orders with a heart heavy with despair. In his next life, he vowed never to become White Zetsu again. The toil of being White Zetsu was exhausting. He labored like a beast day after day without any reward. Lord Tsuchikage had stated that upon encountering a user of the Flying Thunder God technique, one could abandon their mission. Flee. The Jonin White Zetsu moved with remarkable speed, leaving footprints on the ground 3 zhang away in an instant. Retreat quickly. The other rock shinobi recalled the intelligence of Minato's swift elimination of dozens of their comrades using the Flying Thunder God technique. If you let them escape, it will be my fault. Yahiko and Nagato summoned the winds as they employed body flicker technique to pursue. Rin, do not fear. My brother is invincible. In a hidden chamber, Obito consoled the injured Noera Rin as she administered medical ninjutsu to him. Rin gazed at the gravely wounded Obito, feeling a swell of emotion. While Kakashi, who had sacrificed an eye to save her, stood quietly, allowing Obito the chance to comfort Rin. Today, Obito appeared particularly dashing, making it rare for him to deliver a sharp retort. Rin, you are a medical ninja. Just as Obito was comforting Rin, suddenly, 2 malevolent little hands emerged from his side, wrapping around him, followed by a white body enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, Obito vanished into the earth. Noera Rin. Kakashi. Chapter 115, Obito has disappeared. Obito. X2. The two were thrown into a panic. What had taken Obito away? Yahiko and Nagato returned, having dispatched the rock shinobi with ease. Where is Obito? Kakashi frantically clawed at the ground with both hands, oblivious to the discarded pickaxes of Yahiko and Nagato nearby. Just now, 2 white hands suddenly appeared. Noera Rin explained tearfully. Obito. Obito. How could this happen? Kakashi pounded the ground in anguish, as if lamenting his own inadequacy. Brother of Obito, can you please save him? Seeing Rin's distressed expression, there was a glimmer of hope for Obito. Just like in tales of childhood sweethearts. Only upon losing something do we realize our true feelings. People are often foolish enough to cherish only what they have lost. However, Yahiko reiterated, Kakashi and Rin, too, were childhood sweethearts. Sighing, he contemplated the Flying Thunder God mark he had discreetly left on Obito's clothing. Obito, just in case. Remove Obito's clothes and burn them with fire release. Ah, why are you taking off my clothes? Beneath the ground, Obito felt his garments being stripped away, until nothing remained but his phone tightly pressed against his thigh within White Zetsu's body. The White Zetsu, enveloping him, expelled his clothing, while another White Zetsu swiftly ran through the underground passage. The clothes were incinerated midway by a White Zetsu. The cooperation of the White Zetsu was indeed astonishing. Injured, the body instinctively craved sleep, and as thoughts faded, Obito succumbed to slumber within the comforting embrace of White Zetsu. Yahiko sensed the mark on Obito's body vanish and sighed. Truly, Obito was a testament to the brilliance of Madara, having thoroughly studied the Flying Thunder God that had claimed Izuna's life. Obito. Noera Rin covered her face in tears. Kakashi, too, bore a sorrowful expression, his hand clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm, as he slammed his fist against the wall behind him. Why? Why? What purpose did they have in abducting Obito? Madara. He exists. Nagato mused inwardly. Before long, Minato, drawn away by the Jonin white Zetsu's diversion, arrived as well. Am I late? He was bewildered by the situation. With Jiraiya and Minato in the hidden grass village, there was no need to worry further about its safety. Yahiko commanded Luffy to maintain the status quo, to develop steadily and honestly. He and Nagato would return to Akatsuki village. Upon entering the village, Nagato went to the base to investigate the whereabouts of Obito and Madara, while Yahiko headed to the laboratory in the Push Castle. He chuckled to himself. Could an old man like Madara have ever encountered a mobile phone? Yahiko pulled out his phone and sent Obito a message via a green bubble. As long as Obito's phone rang, he could track him through his computer. Meanwhile, deep within Akatsuki village's elementary school, Obito found himself laid bare upon Madara's bed. His complexion flushed. It turned out that prior to his arrival, Obito had shouted and struggled violently, causing internal injuries and expelling blood onto White Zetsu, leaving them no choice but to administer a sedative. Obito was now lost in a beautiful dream. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The lock screen displayed a message from a friend named Scarecrow with 99 unread messages. How did they bring Obito's phone along? The phone's incessant noise prompted Uchiha Madara to press and hold the power button, shutting it off. The number you dialed has been turned off. Please try again later. Yahiko felt a bit awkward. This was not what he had anticipated. Could it be that Obito's phone had run out of battery? Both Akatsuki village and Konoha were searching for Obito, but he seemed to have vanished from the ninja world entirely. Yahiko was confident that Obito would not perish. So he dismissed the matter. He had repeatedly urged Minato to protect Noera-rin. At that time, Minato had looked at him with a strange expression. Damn it. He had the sweet and alluring Konan. What need had he for Noera-rin? Very well, if you fail to protect her, when you and Kushino are gone, I shall send Iruka to Konoha to act as an undercover teacher and lead Naruto astray. He. Iruka, now 4 years old. He was attending the newly opened kindergarten in Akatsuki village, already demonstrating an understanding of Akatsuki's will and treating every child his age with kindness. It was said that last year's donation drive saw him contribute all the savings of the Hayano couple. Such a child, when the time comes. Yahiko could easily send him to Konoha to rescue Naruto with just a word. Hayano couple, Hiroshi, we should keep our distance from each other in the future. I fear the village chief may misunderstand. This was more or less the current situation. As for undercover work, it truly depended on Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not grasp it at all. Oh dear, why do my shoulders ache today? My legs feel weary too. It must be from all the hard work I've been doing with Nagato in the hidden grass village these past few days. If Konan asks, I shall say I spent the entire afternoon in the laboratory. Yahiko glared threateningly at the scruffy Fuyuno and Raiden. The two quickly nodded like chicks pecking for grain. To be fair, although those days in Akatsuki village were fraught with anxiety, Yahiko had treated them quite well. They were now both majors in Akatsuki village. Bairuho was not one to gossip. Yahiko winked at him and casually strolled away with his hands behind his head. I've been working day and night on experiments. And you're off to a spa? Bairuho looked as if he was about to darken. No other reason. The laboratory was cultivating mushrooms suitable for the damp environment of Amigakure in specialized containers. On the table lay electronic components, assembling into the very gaming console Yahiko desired. Currently undergoing experimentation. Yahiko had declared that playing games on a phone lacked sensation, and he wanted to open an arcade. Alright, let us go for it. Develop a 2D side-scrolling fighting game for the console. Alright, let us go for it. Is this how you repay me? Report. This must be reported. The village chief is leading the laziness. Suddenly, Yahiko returned, extending his hand to Bairuho. Shall we go together? Sure. The two departed. Report. This must be reported. The village chief and the group leader are leading the laziness. The two were unaware who they were, but a call reached Konan, who was in class. He has been tired lately. Let him relax a bit. Konan's gentle laughter echoed. Fuyuno and Raiden's noses turned increasingly red. Did the village chief save the galaxy in his past life? Chapter 116. A true man must not cry out in pain. Yahiko and Bairuho sought out a massage parlor to unwind thoroughly. Obito, just regaining consciousness as the sedative wore off, slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? My clothes. Who are you? Where am I? Why have you brought me here? Just moments ago, Xiao Lin was particularly concerned, using her palm technique on me, saying, How will you compensate me? He climbed off the stone, only to find a venerable old man with silvery hair scribbling something with a pencil. A torrent of words erupted from the old man, instantly deflating the imposing aura that Uchiha Madara had intended to project. His lips twitched as he turned to observe Obito with a casual gaze. This is the liminal space between the underworld and reality, a member of the Uchiha clan. I see. Your eyes? Are you also one of us? Madara, maintaining his facade, revealed his three-tomo Sharingan, leaving Obito astonished as he gazed into Madara's eyes. As for that, feel free to speculate, Madara replied in a tone that neither confirmed nor denied. The aura surrounding Madara was unmistakably that of an extraordinary individual. As Obito pondered the identity of this enigmatic elder and his intentions for summoning him, he recalled how the clan had recently focused its resources on Shursui. Nevertheless, as a previously esteemed Uchiha prodigy, he had seen photographs of Madara in his youth within the clan's historical records and could not shake the feeling that the elderly man bore a resemblance to the figure in those images. Suddenly, Madara's phone buzzed, a notification he had set up to alert him whenever his game ranking was surpassed. Impossible. How could our ancestor possibly use a mobile phone? Obito mused quietly. Only he and Kakashi possessed such devices in the entire Akatsuki village, as Beilua had created a dedicated server for the two of them to compete in the gaming realm. There can only be one truth. This is the Akatsuki village. I must see my brother, old man. You must know him. You saved me, and my brother will surely repay you. Obito examined his wounds. They had healed, and he felt an extraordinary surge of chakra coursing through him. It was indeed a small portion of Hashirama cells that Madara had implanted while he slept, merely a means to help Obito acclimatize. Your brother? Yahiko, is it? Yahiko. I don't know him. You're lying. If you have the capability, show me your phone. Madara found himself at a loss for words. This Obito was far from the foolish individual described in the reports. And weren't you just calling out for Rin? Now you speak of a brother? You've kidnapped me. My brother will not let this go unpunished. Young Uchiha, that is not how you should address me. I am Uchiha Madara. Let us first access the 2899 service. This was Yahiko's first visit as he confidently strolled alongside Beilua into the newly planned area. A street dedicated to bathing, with foot massage parlors, spas, wellness centers, and massage shops, where the staff consisted of the same young women who had once served in the brothels of Wind Street. The noble Akatsuki Yunin, who had been abducted from the land of wind, had taught the girls the art of their trade and instructed them to accept tips but not to be lazy. It was evident that they had been trained well. As Yahiko and Beilua approached one of the establishments, a gentle aroma of lavender wafted through. Yahiko felt like a country bumpkin. He had only shared his knowledge of how foot massage parlors operated from his past life. Yet the Akatsuki had not only replicated it, but exceeded the effects of his previous experiences. Is that lavender infused with some kind of hypnotic powder? Beilua suddenly noted, his keen senses picking up on something. Yahiko led Beilua into a foot massage parlor, where they were greeted by familiar faces sprawled on the beds. Yuji, Uzumaki Kurama, and Kakashi. Wait, I was told that Nagato was sending someone to find Obito. What brings you, Jiraiya? Yahiko quipped. I've fought my entire life. Can't I enjoy some comfort? Jiraiya retorted. I'm not here to get a foot massage, but to wash away the grime of my travels in the ninja world. Jiraiya, noticing Yahiko's disdain, lamented. And who is this standing beside you? Beilua. I searched for you for 5 long years. 5 years. How did you end up here? This marked the reunion of Beilua and Jiraiya after Yahiko had rescued her from the hidden grass village. Despite the long-awaited reunion, Jiraiya could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids. With no private rooms available, Yahiko and Beilua settled into a space opposite Jiraiya, waiting for the technicians to bring the foot basins. Ah, that hurts. Brother, is something wrong with your kidneys? A technician pressed her finger against Jiraiya's kidney acupoint, eliciting a knowing glance from everyone in the room. He calls me brother, Jiraiya chuckled. Wait, are you implying something's wrong with me? Stunned, he observed Yahiko, who seemed to be enjoying the same treatment without a hint of discomfort. Press harder, Jiraiya urged. Certainly, the technician complied, but the men in the shop could not help but comment on the absurdity of the situation. Harder. We demand more, Jiraiya insisted. And as the technicians struggled to apply additional pressure, laughter erupted among the patrons. After 45 minutes, the expressions of all the men turned pale, feeling as though their feet were no longer theirs. Following the payment, they hurriedly exited. Jiraiya, determined to return to the front lines of the hidden grass village that night, resolved to confront the two Jinchuriki of the hidden stone village alone rather than endure the pain of this foot treatment again. I've been ruined by indulgence. Starting tomorrow, I will abstain from alcohol. It must be the drink's fault. It leads to ruin, he declared, planning to refrain from drinking for a time before rescuing the broken-hearted women he had left behind. Yahiko reviewed the income generated from the bathing street over the past few days. After disbursing the ladies' wages, the daily earnings ranged between 300,000 and 700,000 Rio, even with only a few establishments opened and several expensive services yet to be launched. This won't do. I must inform Conan to expand the range of the bathing street. Chapter 117. Uchiha Madara's Enlightenment Underground. He arrived at the Akatsuki primary school bearing a bouquet of roses, directly entering Conan's office without knocking. I find the foot massage shop quite satisfactory. Upon entering, he noticed Conan and Kakuzu engaged in conversation. Kakuzu seemed to have something on his conscience that Conan had discovered, both helpless and aggrieved. Fine, I'll buy it. But don't tell the village chief. Only then did they notice Yahiko's abrupt entrance. Conan instinctively rose. Yahiko, I haven't purchased anything. Yahiko felt a pang in his heart. Beiliohua's dream was to conduct research on young boys, so why couldn't the funds be allocated to the laboratory? And what about Kakuzu? What secret had Conan uncovered that compelled him to part with his money? No matter. I must discuss establishing a hot spring in the Akatsuki village with the land of soup. Kakuzu, sensing Yahiko's probing, swiftly made his exit. Hey, are you all here? Haiden bumped into Kakuzu as he entered. What brings you here? Yahiko asked, patting Haiden's shoulder and discreetly leaving behind a mark of the flying thunder god. Actually, next semester. A child from my relative's family wishes to enroll, Haiden explained to Conan. Are you not White Zetsu? Does White Zetsu even need to attend school? What on earth is Madara up to? Has White Zetsu become so ambitious? Name? Shounen cast a sidelong glance at Yahiko, noticing his astonished scrutiny of a fae. It was then that she retrieved a form from the drawer and, pen in hand, inquired, Obito. Obito. She jotted down the name, pondering, The fellow in the group who incessantly calls him Big Sister seems to be named Obito as well. Are they one and the same? Yahiko stared blankly at a fae, bewildered. This narrative seems off. Why would Lord Madara send Obito to attend school? To comprehend this, we must delve into the period when Yahiko was receiving foot massages. Draped in the white garb of Jubi, Obito took 10 minutes to finally accept the reality that the elderly man before him, whose teeth were nearly all gone, was none other than Uchiha Madara. Madara stated, Lin does not harbor affections for you. She is enamored with Kakashi. You're talking nonsense. You old fool. If you continue to say such things, even if you are Uchiha Madara, I, Obito, will still beat you up. I swear I will pull your tubes out. The thought of Lin, who first expressed concern for Kakashi when they both fell, sent a pang of pain through Obito's heart. 3 crimson tomo appeared in his eyes. His face a mask of fury directed at Madara. He gazed at the tubes protruding from Madara's back, connected to the outer path golem, artificially prolonging Madara's life for a few more days. The young Uchiha, recently infatuated with the tales of old, paused before continuing. I desire for lovers to eventually unite. You are the one I consider the most akin to the Uchiha clan. The blood of the Uchiha flows within you, and I do not wish to witness my Uchiha sons bested by an outsider. A chuckle escaped Madara's lips as Obito, flattered by the praise, scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing that it was indeed Madara who was complimenting him. Did this not signify his exceptional prowess? Then, upon hearing Madara's subsequent words, Obito thought, is Lord Madara implying that he will assist me in pursuing Lin? Lord Madara, please guide me. He knelt before Madara, clutching his leg tightly. Madara chuckled lightly. Fear not, for I understand the human heart better than anyone. He commanded a fae to enroll Obito in school, asserting that knowledge is the most transformative force in a person's life. During the time Obito was brought by White Zetsu, Madara experienced a moment of enlightenment. What he had been writing was a summation of his life's philosophies. In recent days, he had dreamt of Hashirama, who was consumed with thoughts of him, even going so far as to kill Tobirama to seek him out. While such a Hashirama was delightful, it ultimately felt inauthentic. The dream version of Hashirama was one he cherished, yet it lacked substance. What Madara truly desired was a Hashirama who would vocally oppose him on unreasonable matters, rather than a puppet who, devoid of personality, simply complied with his every command. It was indeed a vivid, tangible world that Madara longed to witness. Thus, he came to a profound realization. He would abandon the Moon Eye plan. He intended to nurture Obito, still allowing him to serve as a covert agent, but with a revised goal. Instead of executing the Moon Eye plan, if Yahiko proved inept, Madara would cultivate White Zetsu to instigate the 4th or even 5th Great Ninja War, forcefully unifying the ninja world. Black Zetsu, overhearing Madara's soliloquy, found himself once again rendered speechless. He pondered, what should I do? How did Madara, who was merely listening to a child read, suddenly become so rebellious? Were you not a devoted follower of the Moon Eye plan? What on earth is happening? Oh, dear mother, I am truly exhausted. Is our mission as White Zetsu and Black Zetsu simply to toil in this world? At that moment, Madara was imparting wisdom to Obito. A mature man exudes the most charm. Only those with steadfast will and conviction can forge a successful path. Obito, confused by Madara's discourse, gleaned only that by emulating Madara's philosophy, he could mature, and in maturing, he might win Lin's affection. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge that Kakashi's arrogant demeanor was indeed more captivating to the fairer sex. As he listened intently, a frown creased his face. What is this about helping the populace? Would that truly endear me to Lin? I assist the elderly across the street daily, yet she seems indifferent to me. Madara, realizing Obito's thoughts were filled solely with that girl named Lin, reprimanded him. Fool. Women will only hinder your speed in drawing your blade. As my ideological successor, you ought not to squander your energy on matters of the heart. As for Lin, Madara contemplated whether or not to allow her demise. A letter from the elite white Zetsu infiltrating Akarigakure arrived, reporting that the plan was progressing smoothly. They intended to capture Konoha ninjas, sealing the three tails within her, and unleash it upon her return to the village to obliterate Konoha. The third Mizukage also consented to this perilous plan with a mere wave of his hand. Engaging the Uchiha in battle, they relied on the lives of many to gain a significant advantage. As long as Konoha remained disinclined to support the Uchiha, mist would assuredly penetrate the land of fire. In the ensuing days, Madara dedicated himself to the mentorship of Obito. On one occasion, he even discreetly arranged for Obito to take an exam alongside fifth graders. This comprised a comprehensive test on both language and mathematics. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Itachi's voice was as gentle as a candle flickering in the wind, yet his fingertips pressed firmly against Sasuke's forehead. In understanding the emotional complexities within the context, one might analyze Itachi's final words. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. It encapsulates a myriad of emotions. Obito, seated at his desk, was taken aback. Let me think. This shouldn't be too difficult. In context, Itachi intended to take Sasuke's Sharingan, but in his final moments, he expressed remorse, yearning for his brother's forgiveness. As for the mathematics section, Yahiko's letter posed the first question: how many liters of water can a large bucket hold when full? The second question asked if two buckets release water simultaneously. After how many minutes will the remaining water in both be equal? Interesting, a question about releasing water, Obito mused, piquing his interest. After 2 class periods, Obito filled out the entire exam, despite Madara having advised him to leave blank if he was unsure. Though he would surely fail, he thought, at last. I'm not in last place anymore. Little Yoko glanced at the ranking board, thrilled to see himself rise from last place to second to last. His classmates gathered to discover the identity of the student who had come in last. It's someone named Runto. Do we have a Runto in our class? At that moment, Obito, having disguised himself with transformation jutsu, felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could use earth release to burrow underground. He could not bear the thought of facing anyone. What sort of questions were these? What use do ninjas have for such knowledge? Chapter 118, Hanzo's Visit. Do not lose heart, young Master Obito. White Zetsu number 2 arrived to escort the disheartened Obito home after his disappointing exam. Obito, dismayed with his score of merely 7 points, accompanied White Zetsu number 2 back home. Madara took the test paper, scrutinizing the incorrect answers. I have never encountered anyone so foolish. You scored lower than little Yoko. What have you done? Madara, exasperated, wrote down all the correct answers in the blank spaces of the test paper, urging Obito to contemplate. He was truly at a loss for words. Was Obito attending Konoha Ninja School to study or to retire? How could he fail to answer such simple questions? Obito felt a twinge of grievance. He had not been taught this, and Konoha had not covered these topics. Moreover, on the way back, he had heard White Zetsu number 2 mention that had he allowed White Zetsu to attend classes with him, he too would have learned. I want to return to Konoha. I miss Lin, Kakashi, and both teacher Minato and sister Kushina. Although I am merely a wall away from my brother in Akatsuki, they still won't let me see him. At that moment, Obito felt isolated, displaced, and overwhelmed in Akatsuki. Would returning to Konoha mean a descent into neglect? What could Konoha teach him? For this period, I shall tutor you. You must pay attention to me, Madara admonished. And you wish to see Yahiko? Do you have the audacity to show your face? How will you explain it? Brother, I scored 7 points. Do offer me some praise. Madara, like a parent frustrated with a child's failure to meet expectations, placed his hopes for the future squarely upon Obito's shoulders. This Obito is utterly dim-witted. Alas, Obito, his cheeks flushed and neck taut, was on the verge of retorting, asserting that his elder brother would never adopt such an attitude. The village of Konoha had imparted numerous lessons to him, particularly the ideologies of the revered Hokage. At that moment, Madara interjected. This was the very day Madara awakened his Rinnegan, having created a being that was neither human nor ghost through the art of yin-yang release, which had quietly lingered in his shadow for years. Kurizetsu, he declared, is my will, and is thus expected to share my vision. Let him instruct you. Kurizetsu, uncertain whether to emerge or remain hidden, grappled with the gravity of the situation. When the time came for action, it became painfully clear that Obito was woefully unprepared for the elementary queries presented to him. Kurizetsu? Madara's voice dripped with discontent. I am here, Lord Madara, Kurizetsu acknowledged reluctantly, realizing he could no longer remain concealed. Madara summoned White Zetsu, placing a hand upon his shoulder, and in an instant, the dark, amorphous entity fused with White Zetsu, resulting in a creature that was half black and half white, with Kurizetsu as the primary form. You may regard Kurizetsu as my avatar, Madara elucidated. Obito nodded in resignation. Had it not been for his respect for his elders, he would have fled long ago. Dinner is served, came the voice of Zetsu, returning with food. He presented Madara with pumpkin porridge and Obito with a dish of twice-cooked pork over rice. Ah, were it not for the delectable cuisine, I would have departed long ago. Obito mused contentedly as he devoured the twice-cooked pork with the fervor of a ravenous beast. After the meal, Madara instructed Kurizetsu to tutor Obito. As the lessons unfolded, Madara fell into deep contemplation, observing the black and white entity alongside Obito, who squatted in dismay. Awaken, Obito. In reality, Rin could never harbor feelings for you. Perhaps in a dream, there remains a glimmer of hope. Wa, Kurizetsu, what am I to do if I cannot dream of Rin every single day? Obito lamented, incredulous at the notion that Kurizetsu represented his will. Madara, with a gaze steeped in skepticism, refrained from interrupting. The Akatsuki village found itself besieged by numerous initiatives that demanded execution, such as constructing a department store, establishing an arcade, researching new weaponry, and founding a middle school. The village was in dire financial straits. Money is always scarce when needed, grumbled Kakuzu, lamenting Yahiko's extravagance. Just then, news arrived from Haiden, reporting that Akatsuki had been unable to conquer Kusagakure and was plotting to seize Akatsuki village as a staging ground for an assault on the Land of Fire. Onoki had vowed to annihilate Akatsuki village within 3 days. Additionally, Sunagakure, under the command of Danzo, had reportedly pushed Konoha's forces to the brink of defeat, nearing the Land of Fire and contemplating a surprise attack on Akatsuki village amidst the chaos. These two villages were reprehensible, reveling in the oppression of the innocent and the weak. What shall we do? All eyes turned to Yahiko. This matter is not insurmountable, he proclaimed. Previously, Yahiko had conceived an idea that the then structure of Akatsuki village could not accommodate, but now it was feasible. He first issued an order to deploy the recruitment strategy, enlisting 10 lower-ranked ninjas to bolster Akatsuki village alongside Kusagakure and Amigakure, thus gaining the leverage to breach treaties and expand their ranks. Short on funds? Then we shall borrow. Yahiko declared, we shall solicit loans in the name of Akatsuki village from the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. This proclamation left the assembly in a state of perplexity. Borrowing money? Though Akatsuki village was struggling, it had not yet reached the point of needing to solicit loans. However, Yahiko reasoned that should they secure funding, the encirclement by the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth would be alleviated, and they might as well request a sum from the Land of Fire as well. He rapped the table decisively. This notion was not difficult to grasp. The more Yahiko borrowed, the safer Akatsuki village would become. The nobility would expect repayment, and if Akatsuki village were to fall, where would they procure funds? Thus, the nobles would not stand idly by and witness the collapse of Akatsuki village. Naturally, this depended on the ability to secure substantial loans. Yahiko entrusted the task of borrowing to Kaku, believing in his capacity to manage the matter adeptly. Should Akatsuki and Sunagakure wish to wage war, then let them come. Yahiko had now become a figure of stature. Signing treaties would only serve to diminish the dignity of the people of Akatsuki village. He tore up the previous agreements with the 5 great nations and penned a letter to Hanzo to foster relations. Dear Uncle Hanzo, it has been too long since our last meeting. I have prepared a modest gift for you. Previously, Hanzo had expressed interest in developing Amigakure, and Yahiko had devised thoughts on cultivating plants that thrive in damp environments, which could yield substantial income for Amigakure. Before the letter could be dispatched, Yahiko received word that Hanzo had come to visit the village. Chapter 119. Hanzo enters the village. Welcome to Akatsuki village. A red banner proclaiming welcome. The salamander Hanzo was raised, and representatives from the school were summoned to sing, bestowing ample honor upon Hanzo. Splendid. Hanzo clapped his hands, and the Amigakure ninjas accompanying him were also in high spirits. Hanzo, your arrival has indeed brought prestige to Akatsuki village, Yahiko remarked as he shook Hanzo's hand. Please, show me around the village, Hanzo proposed, omitting his purpose for visiting and instead requesting Yahiko to be his guide. This was not a difficult demand, and Yahiko personally escorted Hanzo through Akatsuki village. Upon entering the village, they arrived at the third ring. Since the opening of the bathing street at the third ring, the flow of merchants had steadily increased, though the influx of tourists had diminished due to the ongoing Third Shinobi World War. The third ring showcased ninjas from various nations. Some were spies, while others were tasked with escorting merchants. Yahiko did not disperse or detain these individuals, as long as they did not lurk suspiciously near the second ring. Those willing to spend were considered esteemed guests of Akatsuki village. Although ninjas held little status among the nobility, they were nonetheless of considerable means. Such sights are rare in Akatsuki, Hanzo remarked, observing two Iwagakure ninjas conversing casually with a Kumobakure ninja. This is something that cannot be seen in the other four great villages, he mused, reflecting on Yahiko's expansive vision. This place is known as the Third Ring Street, but I prefer to call it a transit point for ninjas, a safe haven, he chuckled. Oh, Yahiko, this is merely the beginning. Yahiko guided Hanzo to the bathing street, indulging in a beauty treatment. Upon emerging, Hanzo felt as though he had been rejuvenated by a decade. The woman had seemingly extracted a considerable amount of impurities from his skin, leaving his face smooth and youthful. What do you think? It was Conan's idea. Yahiko proudly explained. Hanzo smiled. Truly, you are a clever child from Akatsuki. The other establishments in the third ring catered to basic needs, food, clothing, and shelter. Many of these shops were owned by the people of Akatsuki village, who had learned a trick or two from Matsukitsukuro and returned to entice outsiders. A bowl of pig trotter rice had become a sensation across the 5 great nations. Matsukitsukuro had reached a consensus within the shinobi world. Only upper-class ninjas were deemed worthy to dine there, while lower-ranked ninjas could scarcely afford the fare within, despite it being extraordinarily delicious. Before the war, Minato would occasionally visit, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to bring back food for those in Konoha who were unable to come. At noon, Yahiko took Hanzo to Matsukitsukuro to dine, ushering him into the exclusive private room for distinguished guests. Numerous notable figures from the 5 great nations occupied the nearby rooms. For the sake of the guests' safety, their names shall remain unspoken. Throughout the meal, these individuals frequently raised toasts to Yahiko and Hanzo, underscoring the current standing of their 2 villages, united. They represented the foremost village beneath the 5 great nations. During the banquet, Yahiko attempted to glean information, yet Hanzo maintained a demeanor of polite silence. After the meal, Hanzo expressed a desire to explore the second ring. After a moment's contemplation, Yahiko summoned Kakazu and Nagato to accompany Hanzo, while Tsukumo led the Akatsuki ninjas for a tour of the village. Within the second ring, one could easily discern between the despondent and the spirited. At this hour, some had already finished their work. Hanzo watched a group of 3 or 5 individuals engaged in animated conversation, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The Rain village resembled an elderly man in his 80s or 90s, burdened by oppressive weight. In stark contrast, the Dawn village exuded the vibrant energy of youth. What mode of transport were the 2 of them riding? Bicycles. On the streets, bicycles had become ubiquitous, from adult bikes to children's bicycles used by preschoolers. Hanzo resolved to acquire one on his way back. Indeed, he would have to push through the threshold of the Rain village. As he passed by a mobile phone shop, curiosity compelled him to inquire, what lies within? Yahiko looked quizzically at Kakazu, as if to say, haven't you ventured to the Rain village for mobile business? Kakazu nodded, explaining that the Rain village was even poorer than the Sand village, and the annual revenue from phone bills might not even cover the maintenance costs of the signal tower. It was indeed awkward. The only 2 villages in the ninja world without mobile phones were the Rain village and the Mist village. Accompanied by Yahiko, Hanzo purchased a mobile phone and obtained a SIM card, becoming the 3rd man in the Dawn village to own a village-issued mobile device. Along the journey, Hanzo became engrossed in a game, marveling at a player named Fei, thinking to himself, you're impressive, but just wait until I surpass you. Outside the school, Xiaoxiong was in high spirits after finally avoiding the last place in his recent mock exam, thanks to someone named Runtu. He hurriedly ran through a special passage dug by Baiju to find Madara. At that moment, Madara was conducting a lesson for Abido and Kuroju, bemused by the absurdity of teaching one's own will. If it weren't for Kuroju's unwavering obedience over the years, he might have suspected ulterior motives. Perhaps Kuroju was a product of his obsession with the Tsuki no Mi plan. If he were to reclaim the Rinnegan and create a new Yin-Yang body, Madara mused, it would undoubtedly be red. Remember this, the path lies beneath your feet, one must walk it on their own. Madara imparted his insights, derived from the teachings of Yahiko, to Obito and Kuroju. Next to him stood a blackboard upon which Abiju diligently transcribed each of Madara's words with chalk. Each of them had a desk purchased by a fae, pens in hand, furrowed brows as they took notes. It is well known that raising a child is no easy task. Nutrition, school supplies, and other essentials cannot be compromised. Now, a fae was responsible for 2 children and an elder, carrying the weight of the family on his shoulders. Remarkably, one of the Baiju had recently lost weight. Can you believe it? Obito demanded the expensive beef from the Dawn Village daily. A fae, uncertain where to find the latest headlines to support his family, had ventured off to some battlefield. Upon arriving underground, Xiaoxiong happened to witness Madara delivering a punch to Obito and Kuroju's heads. This was prompted by Obito dozing off, while Kuroju suggested, "Hurry, sleep. Lin will surely fall for you in your dreams." Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Seeing this, Xiaoxiong contemplated fleeing, but Madara had already spotted him. "No, your timing is perfect." The 2 Baiju sprang into action, dragging Xiaoxiong back. Obito is the last in class. You, being second to last, are not faring much better. Madara instructed the Baiju to merge Obito and Kuroju's desks, forcing Xiaoxiong to squeeze in between them for extra tutoring. The 3 dared not slack off, for Madara was quite serious about discipline. What is being taught at school these days? Madara inquired half an hour later, surveying the 3 bruised and battered children before him. Kuroju replied, "We're learning about motors. In terms of hierarchy, I am Indra's and Ashura's uncle, so what right do you have to strike me, a chakra heir?" Obito longed to return home, exclaiming, "This place is hell." Xiaoxiong chimed in, "In terms of culture, I heard that 6th grade will introduce a few new subjects. As for combat training, we've recently begun practicing water combat." "Huh," Obito scoffed, "Isn't that just treading water? You are just a child. I'll show you the skills of a leaf chunin on water." Chapter 120. The concept of merging 3 villages. Obito, don't run, head towards the yacht. Before long, Obito was experiencing the combat training of the 5th grade at the Dawn Village Elementary School. In 3rd grade, students were required to master the 3-body technique and chakra tree climbing. By 4th grade, they would learn C-rank ninjutsu and water treading. In 5th grade, they challenged the speedboats on the lake beside the Dawn Village ship. The Raikage had invented 3 speedboats. When not in training, they were used to row tourists around, while teachers piloted the boats, chasing the children who were practicing their water skills. Students were prohibited from using body flicker techniques and could only rely on their leg strength to run on the lake's surface. If they slowed down, they risked being bumped. If they ran too fast, they could lose control of their chakra and fall into the water. Thus, they had to balance speed with steady chakra control. Madara ordered a Baiju to rent a speedboat, and he was carried onto it as the engine roared to life, pursuing the terrified Obito ahead. Deep down, Madara was unable to remain still. After lying low for so long, this rare outing was an opportunity to vent his emotions. "Go, Obito!" Xiaoxiong cheered beside Madara, reveling in the chaos. During his school days, Director Xiaonan had never driven this fast. Whether the passengers on the Dawn Village ship or the tourists on the other 2 speedboats, all eyes were fixated on the elderly man in his 80s racing the boat. Soon, they witnessed the old man toss a bespectacled brat overboard, chasing the 2 with the yacht. From their perspective, the old man held the steering wheel in his left hand and a fan in his right. When the 2 slowed down, he caught up to them, and with a swift motion, he gave them a whack with the fan. The fan was rather impressive, adorned with what seemed to be the Uchiha clan's emblem. A visitor from the land of fire recognized it. Obito and Xiaoxiong dared not glare at Madara, for once he boarded the speedboat, he had never learned how to decelerate. Kuroju, trembling in Madara's shadow, thought to himself, "Mama, I will surely rescue you. Once Madara perished, I will convince Obito to save you." News of the events transpiring here had been sealed by Baiju. Thus Yahiko received no information and continued to show Hanzo around the Dawn Village. Suddenly, Hanzo found himself reluctant to leave, contemplating the idea of retiring here. Yet, he was still bound to the Rain Village. "Nephew, after letting go of Danzo last time, have you offended him again?" In a square in the 2nd ring, Yahiko and Hanzo sat on a park bench, while Nagato and Kakazu kept a discreet watch on Hanzo. Suddenly, Hanzo spoke up, "Perhaps the Dawn Village had usurped too many interests." Yahiko was unaware of how many in the ninja world wished to eliminate him. Not to mention, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to desire his demise. Hanzo produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Yahiko. It was a personal letter from Danzo. Summarizing its contents, Danzo warned that the Dawn Village's border establishment held significant ambitions, and this child must not be allowed to remain. This letter had been written long ago, during the establishment of the Dawn Village. He then produced 2 more letters. One stated that this child had been cunningly patient and should not be allowed to stay, likely penned during Yahiko's signing of the Five Great Nations Agreement. The last letter read, "This child harbors a heavy heart for murder. He must not be permitted to remain," presumably written recently. Danzo, having suffered losses in the Sand Village, sought to gain some advantage from the Dawn Village, aiming to ally with the Rain Village. Yahiko had essentially deciphered Danzo's intentions. After the last incident of deceiving Danzo, he had come to believe that Tobirama could see the ninja world from the Pure Land, and he sought to prove his capabilities to Tobirama by annihilating the Dawn Village as his first step. But why would Hanzo show him the letter? In the original narrative, Hanzo had been easily deceived by Danzo, believing wholeheartedly in the tale that the Akatsuki members had indeed attacked the Rock Ninjas, branding them as an evil organization that disrupted the peace between the Rain Village and the Rock Village. "You are my dear nephew. If I do not assist you, whom shall I aid?" Hanzo noted the confusion in Yahiko's eyes and patted his shoulder firmly. Seeing the sincerity in Hanzo's gaze, Yahiko recalled how the Dawn Village had consistently treated the Rain Village as a hypothetical enemy, and the motivation for the ninjas' advancement lay in their viewing of the footage from the Bridge Alliance. In those days, the Rain Village had once fought for sustenance. What then? Are Hanzo's intentions? Is he coveting my very being? Nagato, too, finds Hanzo inscrutable. The children of the Rain Village have held a disdain for Hanzo since the Second Great Ninja War, for he failed to safeguard their village as its leader. Kakuzu exchanged a knowing glance with Yahiko and Nagato, while Hanzo, oblivious to Kakuzu's gaze, spoke earnestly. "Nephew, you should be the fourth leader of the Rain Village. Its future rests upon your shoulders. I am particularly fond of your saying that children are like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. To me, you are like the sun of the Rain Village at that hour. My life has been a failure. I did not protect the village." Yahiko, however, paid little heed to Hanzo's subsequent confessions as he contemplated the earlier part of Hanzo's words. Does he invite me back to serve as a perpetual aide? It sounds somewhat agreeable. Yahiko nearly acquiesced, but ultimately shook his head in refusal. I must return to the Rain Village. Some people will soon find it difficult to sleep. Individually, the Rain Village, the Akatsuki, and the Grass Village do not appear formidable. The Akatsuki focuses on economic strength, boasting a cadre of elite ninja, while the Rain Village emphasizes military prowess, with its ninjas excelling in assassination, having developed a sophisticated skill set amidst perpetual conflict. Their heightened sensory abilities allow them to thrive even in the most adverse conditions, akin to battling through a thick fog. The Grass Village, meanwhile, has a balanced development, akin to a smaller Konoha, possessing both military factories and grassroots ninjas, though it lacks high-level combatants. Should these three villages unite, Yahiko dares not imagine the repercussions of a third Great Ninja War. Would the five great nations conspire to extinguish them? Pondering this question, Yahiko engaged in lengthy discussions with Hanzo, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that perhaps unification is superior to solitary existence. Following such an amalgamation, the citizens of the three villages could engage in cultural exchanges, leading to rapid development and a significant economic leap. According to the original narrative, this year marks the 15th year of Akatsuki. Minato-sensei is 19, and he will be 23 when he becomes Hokage. Based on recollections, the Third Great Ninja War concluded a year prior to Minato's ascension. This implies that 3 years remain until the end of the Third Great Ninja War in the 18th year of Akatsuki, if they can remain hidden until the war's conclusion. Even if the five great nations discover the union of the three villages, they will be powerless to act. Yahiko, being a native of the Rain Village, has garnered a unique fondness from the elder members of his community. Hanzo, observing Yahiko, grows increasingly pleased. His cautious nature has never led him astray. Throughout Yahiko's decision-making, he has never faltered. When all were questioning Yahiko's stringent enforcement of law and order, which had seemingly harmed the business of the Akatsuki in subsequent years, the benefits of such measures became evident, maintaining social stability, enhancing public security, purifying societal norms, and safeguarding economic growth. Hanzo has conducted extensive research on Yahiko, having deduced these insights entirely on his own. Chapter 121. If the Rinnegan were to be lent to Orochimaru, would he be inclined to come over? After the crackdown in the Akatsuki, it has become widely recognized as a veritable paradise for merchants. Here, no one collects protection fees, for the enforcement has concluded. If the Rain Village had kept pace with the times and similarly cracked down on social order, there would surely be many eager to conduct business now. The speed of the union among the three villages is remarkable. Within just 2 days, the Rain and Grass provinces appeared on the maps in the high-level conference room. Yahiko resolved to keep this matter concealed for as long as possible. The largest black market in the Land of Fire has recently extended substantial loans to the three villages: 500 million to the Rain Village, 700 million to the Grass Village, and 2,500 million to the Akatsuki. This amount was determined by the economic capacities of the three villages. In the black market of the Wind Country, the borrowed sum must be halved from the amount allocated by the Land of Fire. In the Earth Country's black market, the loan amounts are equivalent to those of the Land of Fire. They impose an annual interest rate of 50, undeniably usurious. Should repayment fail within a year, an additional 50 must be returned the following year. The loans for the Akatsuki were secured by Akatsuki, while the Rain Villages were acquired by the Rain Village itself. And the Grass Village's loan was orchestrated by Sandwich. The three of them wore their tongues thin, but they ultimately managed to secure a sum from each of the three nations. The black market merchants from these countries were positively elated, questioning who truly invented the Great Ninja War, as they had grown so fond of it. Unlike personal loans, the three villages had nowhere to flee. The merchants of the Land of Fire could scarcely contain their amusement at the thought of the Akatsuki needing to repay 37,500 million next year. Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to petition the daimyo for an economic blockade of the Akatsuki, forbidding merchants from trading there. How could the Akatsuki repay its debts without funds? How dare he? The merchants of the Land of Fire promptly contacted their protectors, who successfully persuaded the daimyo to decline Hiruzen's request. Upon hearing this news, Yahiko orchestrated a reprisal against Hiruzen, leading troops to seize a city adjacent to the Akatsuki within the Land of Fire along with its accompanying town. Hiruzen never anticipated that Yahiko would dare to take action against him. He had never prepared for a threat from the Akatsuki. The city of Akatsuki, located near the Akatsuki, was easily taken by Yahiko. The Grass Village and the Rain Village silently shifted their positions closer to the Land of Fire. Yahiko stationed his forces in the newly acquired city. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Hanzo gazed at the reports from his scouts, lost in thought. During the Second Great Ninja War, the entire Rain Country had been economically blockaded by the Land of Fire, causing the nobility to flee, which ultimately led to the formation of the Rain Village, devoid of any great lords or nobles. Could it be that by merely borrowing a sum of money from the three nations, he could sway their national policies? How amusing. In the intelligence reports, Hiruzen was seen lambasting Yahiko and the nobility of the Land of Fire in the Hokage office. He remained in a state of outrage. If only the first Hokage or his mentor were still alive, would the daimyo dare to act so recklessly? He sought to confiscate the Akatsuki's assets in Konoha. But how in the world had Yahiko managed to transfer some shares to Jiraiya and Kakashi? This matter stretches back quite some time. Jiraiya had spent considerable time in the Akatsuki during its most vulnerable phase. His presence deterred many who might have wished to harm the village, and he only departed once it had grown strong. Yahiko, being a grateful person, had thus granted some shares of the Land of Fire and Konoha's assets to Jiraiya. In fact, the legal entity's name still bore Jiraiya's name. The shares intended for Kakashi were originally a reward for Hitaki Tsukumo, who had transferred them to Kakashi as pocket money. Distributing the shares has its benefits as well. Hiruzen wished to impose a blockade, yet found himself unable to act due to the connection with Jiraiya. It was not merely a matter of reluctance, but a genuine inability to proceed. With Jiraiya engaged in battle, how would he explain sealing off the assets belonging to Jiraiya in front of the citizens of Konoha? At that moment, he had just received news of the Akatsuki's capture of several towns along the border of the Land of Fire, along with a phone call from the daimyo. Hiruzen could surmise the intention behind the daimyo's call. Gozai must feel as though he has swallowed something foul. Yahiko remained in the Lord's Manor of Akatsuki, listening to Nagato's report with a subtle smile. According to the recent intelligence gathered by his department, the daimyo had delivered a scathing reprimand to Hiruzen. In recent days, Konoha had suffered losses at the hands of Sunagakure and now again from the Akatsuki. The people of the Land of Fire were growing increasingly discontent with Hiruzen, and had it not been for the wartime circumstances, they would have sought a new Hokage. Yet, it was precisely during wartime that Danzo would have been at the daimyo's residence, seeking to curry favor. Hiruzen now found himself under immense pressure from both the nation and the village, engaged in battles while struggling to muster even 200 ninjas. Buzz. Yahiko noticed his phone ringing. The caller ID displayed Gozai. Hehe, Nagato, do you think I should answer? Nagato cast a sidelong glance at Yahiko, questioning why he had simply turned off his phone and yet dared to inquire about his intentions. These towns, he declared, Yahiko cannot withdraw from them. They must be fully absorbed. Though they may be somewhat impoverished, being border towns, they are still significantly superior to those in the Land of Wind. With a population nearing 70,000 and a variety of robust industries, they hold considerable potential. The The following day, Yahiko took decisive action, shuttering all gambling establishments and auditing the revenues of various industries, ensuring that taxes were duly paid and illicit operations were shut down. According to the laws of a kunai village, those involved in gambling or drug-related activities could not be spared. Even Tsunade had recently engaged in the game of Five Nations Kill. How could they dare to operate gambling houses? The confiscated funds amounted to a substantial sum. A kunai village's treasury was once again in the black, bolstered by borrowed funds, totaling over 9 billion. Yahiko promptly allocated funds to the construction of a new laboratory for Brujo, ensuring that the materials used would be the finest in the shinobi world. Furthermore, he invested heavily in recruiting scientific talent from within the ninja realm. The number of scientists in a kunai village remained insufficient, and the pace of invention lagged far behind Yahiko's ambitious vision. Once again, he found himself wishing for Orochimaru's cooperation, yet the latter remained obstinately unyielding. Had Orochimaru ever demonstrated such loyalty to Konoha in the original narrative? Nagato inquired about Yahiko's thoughts on Orochimaru's reluctance, to which Yahiko could only nod in resignation. He mentioned that if Orochimaru were willing to join, he could lend him one of his Rinnegan for research purposes. Chapter 122. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally leads the assault. Madara was still unaware of Yahiko and Nagato's plan to lend out the Rinnegan at the front lines against the village hidden in the clouds. During a lull in the conflict, Orochimaru would take a moment to peruse the newspapers. The recent editions chronicled either Minato's exploits in the village hidden in the clouds or his accomplishments in the village hidden in the rocks, each issue seemingly building his reputation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's name only appeared in the shadows of Minato's accolades. Today's paper reported that Minato's team was heading to support the village hidden in the mist. The Uchiha clan was far stronger than depicted in the original story, yet facing a village that had enjoyed years of isolation and stability proved challenging. Had the Uchiha of the Warring States period possessed nearly half their clan with the Sharingan, they would have stood a considerable chance against the village hidden in the clouds, let alone the village hidden in the mist. However, since the establishment of the Uchiha Guard by the second Hokage, the clan's missions outside the village had drastically decreased. Akin to lions and tigers raised in captivity, powerful in potential, but lacking the requisite combat experience. The Uchiha were growing bolder in their battles against the village hidden in the mist, yet something vital seemed to be lacking. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to first assist the Uchiha in resolving one battlefield before redirecting them to other fronts for support. Thus, Minato's team and the Konoha ninjas were dispatched to aid the village hidden in the mist. Orochimaru set aside the newspaper, producing the Akinai village identification card Yahiko had given him, along with his honorary certificate as a scientist. With this certificate, Orochimaru could freely draw funds from Akinai village's treasury for his experiments. He had grown increasingly disillusioned with his teacher, and upon reaching 100 disappointments, he would finally leave Konoha, embarking on a path that would make Sarutobi regret his decisions. The title of Hokage was his bottom line. On this day, Yahiko encountered an old acquaintance he had hoped to avoid, a past connection now tainted by animosity. "Monkey, what brings you here in person?" Yahiko Nagato and the Akinai village ninjas stood atop the walls of Enzen City, facing none other than his master, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yahiko crossed his arms, gazing downwards. Clad in his Hokage robe, Sarutobi Hiruzen was accompanied by Mito Menyen, flanked by over 200 Konoha ninjas, including both Jonin and Chunin. A testament to the village's dire straits necessitating the Hokage's direct intervention. Hearing Yahiko's voice, which bore a striking resemblance to his teacher's, the two felt as though their master stood before them in the flesh. "Why have I come, you ask? If I do not intervene, will you truly seize Konoha and claim the title of Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and stepped forward, instructing the troops to withdraw. "In your moment of youthful folly, I can afford to grant you a reprieve." He fancied himself dignified, recalling the 10-year-old Yahiko who had earnestly sought his guidance. How nostalgic it was. He regretted not having Jiraiya bring back the 3 children sooner. Deep down, he wondered why. Despite the numerous gifts and letters he had sent to Akinai village over the years, the villagers seemed only to take without offering any response. "Third Hokage, you are being excessively lenient." Mito Minyen prepared to take a stern stance, adopting an admonishing demeanor as he addressed Yahiko and Nagato. "We have gathered intelligence indicating that Shikumo and several of your key subordinates are not even in the city." Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were interrupted as he cast a glance at Mito Minyen, allowing him to continue. "Withdraw your forces. Your ninjas are no match for Konoha's. Young man, I understand your desire to achieve greatness, but to act against the land of fire is sheer arrogance." Yahiko had brought only 50 Akinai village Chunin with him. In terms of quality, These 50 were not inferior to Konoha's Chunin. Clad in bulletproof vests, they might even prove stronger in combat. A kunai village's education was characterized by impartiality. Those wishing to learn ninjutsu could attend the martial arts hall outside the village or borrow texts from the library detailing the kunai compendium. The kunai compendium meticulously outlined the principles and techniques of various ninjutsu. The so-called little professor of ninjutsu, Sun Lu, was still diligently researching the principles and techniques of all ninjutsu, filling in the gaps of the kunai compendium, which at this time contained records of 500 to 600 ninjutsu, but remained a work in progress. The ninja army behind Sarutobi and Mito Minyin braced themselves for action. As Mito Minyin noticed Yahiko's prolonged silence, he assumed he was mired in indecision and adjusted his glasses, preparing to deliver another lecture. Universal pull. Yahiko coughed twice, and the red-haired, handsome youth beside him slowly raised a hand. Mito Minyin had never witnessed such an instantaneous technique without hand seals, and with no time to prepare. He was abruptly yanked into the air by an invisible force. No one had anticipated that a kunai village would strike so suddenly, nor could they have imagined that they would dare to do so. Advisor Yen, the front line of Konoha ninjas, exclaimed anxiously. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively summoned his monkey, transforming it into a golden staff, which he then wielded to strike towards the city walls. The display was indeed formidable. Was this the might of the strongest Hokage? Such a battle was far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Konoha's ninjas felt a surge of relief. Recognizing the prowess of their Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's golden staff possessed the power to drive the Nine Tails from Konoha. Yet, just before the staff could make contact, Nagato unceremoniously intercepted Mito Minyin, shielding himself and Yahiko. Third Hokage. Mito Minyin shouted in fear as he witnessed the golden staff approaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated in alarm. He hastily redirected the staff's trajectory, narrowly avoiding the hostage situation with Mito Minyin, whose forehead now bore a throbbing vein. Let us discuss this, Yahiko proposed, standing behind Mito Minyin, hoping to resolve the conflict through negotiation. Is this how Jiraiya taught you? To resort to such underhanded tactics? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was flushed with anger. Monkey, if there is a grievance, let it be addressed directly. Must I resort to such means to prevent you from attacking innocent ninjas? Yahiko's eyes reflected sorrow as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, gesturing toward the kunai ninjas, whose expressions were vacant and compliant. If Nagato had not seized Mito Minyin, did you truly intend to strike down these ninjas? Suddenly, Akatsuki appeared, capturing the moment with his camera, prompting Yahiko to shift the focus of the conversation. Taking the moral high ground to condemn Sarutobi Hiruzen, albeit without taking action himself. The kunai ninjas atop the city walls resembled bullied children, timidly watching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in turn, could only laugh in exasperation at the absurdity of the situation. What a brazen individual you are. In my youth, I truly misjudged you. Had I the opportunity to traverse back 5 years, I would have surely confined you, dedicating you to the life of a full-time novelist. Release Mito Minyin. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, his gaze scrutinized Nagato, observing the violet concentric patterns around his eyes reminiscent of an onion. What manner of eyes are these? He seemed to recall having encountered them in some ancient tome, rumored to belong to the legendary sage of the Six Paths. Before Sarutobi could ponder further, Yahiko interjected. I reiterate, compensate the Akatsuki village 50 million ryo, and I shall agree to a ceasefire with the Land of Fire. However, the terms have now changed. The Land of Fire must also cede the towns it has captured from Akatsuki village in recent days. Yahiko was acutely aware of Sarutobi's disposition. He was akin to a cowardly politician, willing to sacrifice Hyuga Hinata, the princess of the Byakugan clan, to appease the Land of Clouds after the death of Hyuga Hisashi. In order to avoid further conflict, the circumstances surrounding Minato's demise and Orochimaru's betrayal were not far removed from this. Yet, he had not inherited Tobarama's cunning or approach, forcing a well-meaning individual into the role of a politician. One wonders what Tobarama was thinking back then. Looking at the Hokage's guard, it was apparent that Kagami was a passive figure, surrounded by incompetence, merely the tallest among a group of short individuals. His revered ancestor must have felt a deep sense of despair, observing the rivalry between the two Hokage candidates, one selfish and self-serving, and the other foolishly naive, yet lacking the strength of his elder brother. Chapter 123, The Outer Path's Golem. Third Hokage, why are you wasting breath on him? Mito Minyin shouted as he noticed the hesitation in the gazes of the leaf ninja below. Even if I perish today, it is worth it to leave Yahiko and Nagato behind. Third Hokage, move now, do not make me lose respect for you. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances. Recognizing his admirable resolve, Mito Minyan had initially expected the third Hokage to hesitate further due to his words, but to his surprise, the third's expression suddenly hardened. He discarded his Hokage cloak, revealing a black battle outfit beneath. Yahiko and Nagato had thought the same moments ago. "No, what are you planning?" Minyan exclaimed. "After this war concludes, I shall grant you a grand burial, with your name forever inscribed in the annals of Konoha. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall live on." Sarutobi Hiruzen initiated his attack, truly engaging in battle. He formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed the Earth Dragon Bullet technique to breach the city gates. The leaf ninjas behind him sprang into action, employing various jutsu to create a breach in the sturdy walls. With a series of thunderous crashes, debris flew in all directions as Sarutobi wielded his staff to clear the falling rubble, rescuing Minyan. He had anticipated that capturing Mito Minyan would make Sarutobi hesitant, but to his astonishment, Sarutobi was unfazed by Minyan's safety. Indeed, he was named Mito Minyan, not Shimura Danzo or Namikaze Minato. "No, are you truly attacking?" Yahiko and Nagato had no choice but to engage in battle. In an instant, Sarutobi and the leaf ninjas ascended the city walls, seemingly intent on concluding the war here without harming the citizens within. Yahiko grasped his machete and lunged at Sarutobi. Meanwhile, Nagato wielded Mito Minyan as a shield with one hand while brandishing a machete with the other, charging into the ranks of the leaf ninjas. A fierce battle erupted atop the city walls. Clang! The moment the blade clashed with the staff, sparks erupted. In that instant, Yahiko's machete was chipped away. Having been forged from ordinary materials, unable to compare with Sarutobi's staff, which was enhanced by the monkey magic. Yet, Yahiko was skilled in swordsmanship and sought to compensate for his weapon's shortcomings, swiftly slicing through the air with renewed vigor. He intended to unleash a buff that would allow him to contend with Sarutobi for an entire day. Yahiko exchanged wounds, catching a blow from Sarutobi that sent him flying. But he retaliated with a horizontal strike that left a bloody gash on Sarutobi's abdomen. Sarutobi winced in pain, watching Yahiko rise from the ground, ready to retaliate fiercely. "Yahiko, village chief." The eyes of all the ninjas engaged in combat with the leaf turned red with fury. Sarutobi believed he had severely incapacitated Yahiko. Yet he rose as if unscathed. "Ah, this is surprising." Yahiko realized he was quite resilient. His bulletproof vest had served him well, inflicting pain but not serious injury, prompting him to charge at Sarutobi once more. The two figures intertwined, locked in a fierce struggle. Sarutobi was taken aback by Yahiko's tenacity. He had anticipated defeating both Yahiko and Nagato single-handedly, yet the situation was not as he had envisioned. Yahiko's strength defied that of a mere 15-year-old. His swordplay bore the unmistakable influence of the Hitaki clan. Moreover, Sarutobi discerned the subtle presence of the Uchiha clan's sword techniques. Though limited, they were undeniably there. Sarutobi felt a modicum of pressure. The anguished cries came from the Akatsuki village. A junior officer was slain by 3 leaf ninjas working in concert. 50 individuals were ultimately insufficient, as over 200 leaf ninjas continued to ascend the walls to join the fray. Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. The advantage lay with him, and he focused his attention on the confrontation with Yahiko. Yahiko skillfully evaded Sarutobi's strike, his heart heavy with the cries of his fallen comrades. But he was ensnared in Sarutobi's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Nagato, albeit shielded by Mito Minyan, was beset by wave after wave of leaf ninjas. The will of fire, originally proposed by Tobarama, had become the enduring faith of all leaf ninjas through generations. Those with faith are indeed formidable. Had it not been for the betrayal of Shimura Danzo, Yahiko's ambitions of recruiting Hitaki Sakumo would have been utterly impossible. This faith may be dubious, yet it proved exceedingly effective. Just as in this very moment, the leaf ninjas, determined to reclaim the city, seemed oblivious to the concept of fear, fighting valiantly against Nagato. This will not suffice. I must draw out Nagato's true potential. The Akatsuki shall never be enslaved. Yahiko suddenly roared, channeling chakra to resonate within his body, a droplet of blood trickling from his lips. In the midst of their struggle, Sarutobi found himself awkwardly contemplating Yahiko's utterance. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have not struck you yet, Yahiko." Before Sarutobi could further ponder, Nagato, upon noticing the blood at the corner of Yahiko's mouth, suddenly roared with fervor. "Everyone retreat. This battle is between me and Yahiko." Yahiko flashed Sarutobi a smile. Currently, he and Sarutobi were evenly matched in taijutsu, yet Akatsuki's numbers were still lacking. Observing Nagato's insufficient fury, he pretended to be struck again by Sarutobi's staff, dramatically flying backward, his head lolling to the side. What just transpired? Is he feigning injury? There is someone here attempting to deceive. Sarutobi scanned the vicinity, suspecting a reporter was present, as Yahiko sought to portray himself as a victim. However, after surveying the area, it appeared no ninjas were nearby. What? What is going on with Nagato? Why is he shouting like a banshee? Yahiko, summoning technique, move the toilet. Suddenly, the air around them distorted and trembled as the Outer Path's golem emerged from the earth, its grotesque, towering purple form climbing toward the dilapidated city walls. The walls could not bear the burden, collapsing under the weight of the golem's presence. Run! The Akatsuki villagers were the first to react, fleeing as the golem ascended the walls, casting sympathetic glances at the bewildered leaf ninjas. What is this? As the walls crumbled, Sarutobi steadied himself, his hand gripping the staff, trembling in astonishment. Lord Hokage, what manner of creature is this? Surely you can handle it. The leaf ninjas collectively turned to the Outer Path's golem, bewildered by its existence. Simultaneously, the golem approached Nagato, iron rods protruding from its body, connecting to Nagato's back. Let me have a few of those as well. With blood still dripping from the corners of his mouth, Yahiko approached Nagato and addressed the Outer Path's golem. Yahiko! Yahiko! Nagato was unaware of the potential repercussions of harnessing the Outer Path's golem. Perhaps it could cost him his life? But today, he and Yahiko would either live or die together. The golem possessed the intellect of a mere 2-year-old. It comprehended Yahiko's words and inserted several iron rods into Yahiko's back. Ah! Yahiko screamed. It hurts a bit. Chapter 124. 10 years sustaining the people. Give him a few too. Yahiko gasped in pain, struggling to breathe as he turned to signal the golem to also provide a few rods for Mido Minin. Get away from me, you repulsive creature. Do not even think of inserting your dark rods into my body. The golem leaned closer, sniffing at the Mido Minin in Nagato's hand, then shook its head in disdain. With that, it was time to move on. Bonds, friendship, a cough, and the toilet moved. As Yahiko and Nagato roared, their chakra flowed relentlessly into the golem's form. Sated, the golem began to work earnestly, exhaling a purple chakra dragon that drifted among the Konoha ninjas. The moment it made contact, one by one, their souls were consumed by the dragon. What is this thing? Hokage, quickly bring it down. The speed was so rapid that the Konoha ninjas could hardly react. In an instant, over 50 were left staring blankly, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After siphoning the souls of over 50, the purple dragon continued to roam, seemingly intent on devouring the souls of all present Konoha ninjas. I'll cover you. Retreat quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the threat to his life, and attempted to enlarge his staff to disrupt the golem's casting. However, the golem, being the vessel of the 10 tails, effortlessly swatted away the incoming staff. The sheer force was enough to knock the illusionary staff-wielding Sarutobi unconscious. The golem turned its gaze towards the alarmed Sarutobi, commanding the purple chakra dragon to move with its will. As the dragon surged towards him, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly utilized a body flicker technique to vanish from sight. The remaining Konoha ninjas, lacking his speed, could not execute their techniques quickly enough. Once targeted by the purple chakra dragon, they were easily overwhelmed, souls extracted, leaving them as soulless husks on the ground. Over 200 Konoha ninjas had fallen, their bodies strewn across the battlefield, lifeless at the hands of the golem. The exertion of using the golem had also drained all chakra from Yahiko and Nagato. They appeared as though they had lost 10 pounds, visibly emaciated. The golem, noticing it had completely exhausted the two, vanished with a resounding pop, casting a scornful glance back at them. Yahiko and Nagato perceived the derision in its gaze. Damn it. Come back. We can still squeeze out a bit more. Come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen fled, not daring to return. Compared to the golem, he felt like a defenseless child lacking ninjutsu. Not even his teacher Tobarama could stand against the golem. Only the first Hokage, in Hiruzen's understanding of the ninja world, only the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara could contend with the golem. No one else stood a chance. Were he to glance back, he would see Yahiko and Nagato, exhausted and half-crouched on the ground. But he did not dare. Only those who had witnessed the pinnacle of strength from Hashirama and Madara could comprehend the terror of reaching such heights. Amidst the ruins, Mido Minin rose. Despite his chakra being sealed by Nagato, surely defeating 2 nearly incapacitated men would not be difficult, right? Over 200 ninjas from Konoha, more than 200. Among them, elite jonin and special jonin. And that monster took them down with such ease, as if they were mere dogs? What on earth is that creature? It makes my Konoha ninjas seem inferior. Yahiko, Nagato, I shall not spare anyone who harms our village. The Akatsuki ninjas returned, observing Mito Menon with arms crossed and a mocking expression. Let me show you the fire of my will. With that, Mito Menon raised a hand, oblivious to the Akatsuki ninjas stealthily approaching from behind. Take them away, secure them in the city. Yahiko weakly waved to them. Thankfully, he and Nagato had funneled their chakra into the golem together. Had either been alone, they would have been utterly drained. Sharing the burden was better. With over 200 ninjas slain, Konoha had sustained significant losses. The strength remaining in Konoha would undoubtedly be diminished. Ha ha ha, Nagato, for the next 10 years. The Akatsuki village will have Konoha trembling in fear. 10 years to nurture the people. Time is precisely what the Akatsuki village lacks. Yahiko supported himself on the ground, laughing. Yahiko, your injuries? Nagato, also seated on the ground, reached out to touch Yahiko's face. The two exchanged glances, their pupils reflecting each other as forms, their throats tightening. This time, Konin and Kushina were not present. Cough, I'm fine. Yahiko belongs to the Akatsuki village, not to the Chengdu. He shook his head, pushing aside the secrets that troubled his mind. Meanwhile, the fleeing Sarutobi Hiruzen darted through the forest, suddenly recalling something. That monster must have expended a tremendous amount of chakra? Before he left, he had stolen a glance, seeing Yahiko and Nagato seemingly on the brink of depletion. He quickly turned around, intent on launching a counterattack. However, after a short distance, he furrowed his brow. What if Yahiko and Nagato possessed some unknown means? He realized his understanding of the Akatsuki village was still insufficient. Orochimaru had once mentioned that a great terror lay beneath the Akatsuki village. Surely that was the Outer Path's golem summoned by Nagato? What on earth are Ueno and the others up to? Is being an undercover agent and gathering intelligence really this difficult? Chapter 125, The Akatsuki Village Arcade. Arriving in good spirits, he returned alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart bled with sorrow. Indeed, he was not cut out for intelligence work. He would have to leave it to Danzo. Unfortunately, Danzo was preoccupied with the Sand Village. In recent battles, Danzo had suffered more losses than victories, leaving Hiruzen at a loss for how to justify this to his dear friend. Upon returning, Hiruzen's assessment of the Akatsuki village had risen significantly. After Yahiko lingered in the Flame Fortress with Nagato for a few days, they received a land concession treaty and a 30 million T fee from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Yahiko gladly accepted it. The other 4 villages also caught wind of this news. Good, very good. We must unite the ninja world to strike Konoha down. It must be destroyed. Konoha was indeed a cursed place, frequently producing geniuses who overshadowed the rest of the ninja world. In this upcoming ninja world war, Konoha had once again incited their jealousy. Minato Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as the new generation of Konoha, all showing exceptional talents. The 11-year-old Jonin Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen's second son had left them astonished. They dispatched Anbu to assassinate these talents, aiming to stifle their growth. But they failed miserably. The 4 great villages could only watch as these young prodigies continued to thrive. The Uchiha clan had once boasted a genius, Obito Uchiha, but he had been lost at the Kanabi Bridge. It was said that Oenoki wept inconsolably in his office upon hearing of the death of the Jonin, White Zetsu. When a nation faces difficulties, who can they turn to for answers? Obito was lost, yet recently, another Uchiha genius had emerged, Shursui Uchiha, currently engaged in battle in the Mist Village. The 4 villages have truly become numb with the shadows of their own existence. At merely 7 years of age, one could engage in combat with Jonin through the use of the body flicker technique. Indeed, Konoha serves as a veritable cradle of genius. The Hidden Mist Village, on the other hand, is steeped in bloodshed. To graduate as a genin, one must personally slay a fellow candidate from the same cohort. It was only a few years ago that a student named Zabuza mercilessly eliminated all his peers during the examination, prompting the 3rd Mizukage to abolish this brutal requirement after the earnest protests of figures like Yakura. As the frontline commander prepares for battle against Konoha, Yakura's youthful visage bears a faint smile. The prospects for the Hidden Mist Village appear remarkably bright. The oppressive atmosphere that once shrouded the village has dissipated, and in skirmishes against the Uchiha clan, victories have begun to outweigh defeats. Regrettably, the Uchiha grow ever more tenacious, prompting Yakura's expression to shift from one of mirth to grave concern. He estimates that within a week's time, the Hidden Mist Village may lose its advantageous position. Lord Yakura, we have received a directive from the Mizukage, announces a shinobi, accompanied by the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, each bearing a unique weapon and the weight of their leader's command, to assassinate the genius of Konoha and to seal the 3 tails within a Konoha ninja to dismantle the village. Speak, who shall we eliminate? Inquires Zangetsu, the one wielding the executioner's blade, his gaze sweeping over Yakuro with a flicker of disdain, for in their collective prowess, the 7 ninja swordsmen have yet to taste defeat. Undeterred, Yakuro presents them with a list of targets, outlining his intentions. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain village, an influx of new residents has strained available job positions. Yahiko, concerned for the idleness of the youth, has secured them promotional work, hanging flyers to advertise the newly established Sannin Circle. His sole aspiration is to draw the attention of the entire shinobi world towards the Sannin Circle, diverting it from the clandestine maneuvers of the Hidden Rain, Hidden Mist, and Hidden Grass villages. The Sannin Circle has recently opened an arcade, featuring arcade machines, driving simulators, dance machines, and solo karaoke booths, with the piece de resistance being the claw machine. It goes without saying that Yahiko's companions have once again spent sleepless nights indulging in this new entertainment. It is a Saturday, and upon returning to the village, Yahiko takes Conan to experience the arcade. As they push through the glass doors, a vibrant array of neon lights greets them, with machines meticulously arranged by zone. On the 3rd day of its opening, the arcade has drawn a considerable crowd of youth eager for novel experiences. Come on, Conan, let us play King of Fighters, Yahiko exclaims, pulling her towards the counter to exchange 500 Ryo for game tokens. With a basket in hand, they make their way to the arcade machines. Can you play? He asks, plopping down on a stool and inserting a token, his eyes brimming with naive enthusiasm as he glances at Conan. She rolls her eyes at Yahiko's exuberance. While young couples might first consider the claw machine, he asks if she can play King of Fighters. Me? She retorts, moving to a machine across from him to demonstrate her answer through action. Okay. Yahiko beams as he connects their machines. The characters in King of Fighters closely resemble those Yahiko had described to Conan, almost indistinguishable from their past lives. Wow, this Kyuko, the recreation is spot on. You have a glaring weakness. Take this. Burn. Yahiko's confidence swells as he revels in the gameplay, likening it to a mobile game version of Hokage, immensely entertaining. Conan observes him, her gaze sharp yet restrained, suppressing any outburst. As long as he doesn't utter any provocative phrases, she can tolerate his antics. In the past 3 days, she has captured numerous students at the arcade. The raucous shouts of her peers could be heard even outside the establishment, each earning a 1,000-word critique for their indiscretions. At the claw machine, after briefing the members of the Mist on the battlefield with Konoha, Nagato approaches with Conan, exchanging tokens. He finds solace in this sweet atmosphere, comforted by Conan's smile. Nagato, I want that one. She points at a Q-version frog figurine. Nagato smiles in response, but then his expression falters as he spots something that causes him to freeze in embarrassment. Who put this here? He mutters, feeling compelled to retreat and have the machine confiscated for containing remnants of his childhood shame. Yet, unable to deny Conan's eager gaze, he relents. Sneaking out while Obito slumbers, clad in a disguise, he enters the arcade, only to be startled by the cacophony around him. How childish, he thinks, observing the scene with a mix of nostalgia and discomfort. Chapter 126. There are no enemies that cannot be defeated, nor obstacles that cannot be overcome. This woman bears a striking resemblance to Kushina. Upon seeing Conan's face, Obito is reminded of unwelcome memories, his already weary body feeling even more exhausted. Surely she is violent? He muses, lamenting his ignorance about the true nature that lies beneath her sweet exterior. Don't laugh, Obito. Today, we'll play King of Fighters. Yahiko's trio is present, joining with Obito to form 2 teams for a game. What is it that weighs on Yahiko's heart? Is it the desire for the studious Yaijings who would rather not be at the arcade, or perhaps the company of Yaijings sketching by the bridge? Having exchanged tokens, Yahiko beams, relishing the heft of the coins in his hand. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as they approach the arcade machines, their expressions shifting to shock. Why is Director Conan here? Didn't she despise games? And sitting opposite her is none other than the principal. Damn it, he must have brought her here. Run, go. But escape proves futile, as the 4 are swiftly caught by Conan's watchful eye. She rises, her smile bright as she addresses them. What brings you here? Just moments ago, her expression had been void of emotion. Now, upon seeing them, it transforms into something more sinister. Conan, I believe they didn't mean any harm. Their academic performance is poor, and while it's wrong to shirk studying for games, isn't there a fault on your part as well? Oh, where did this tea aroma come from? Yahiko and the others exchange glances, pleading silently for his departure. Obito, moved by the sight of old friends, feels tears prick his eyes. He stands behind them, yearning for Yahiko's assistance, desperate to avoid being run over by Madara's schemes. Woe is me. Madara is hardly a man. He laments, cursed to silence whenever Yahiko's name crosses his mind. He has only recently discovered that Madara's base lies beneath the Hidden Rain Village School. Brother, Madara is no good. He seeks to manipulate your thoughts and seize your village. The trio feels their hearts ache as they depart, lost in despair. Who are you? Konan asks, her gaze fixed on Obito, still clad in his disguise. As Obito danced with joy, he was about to remove his hat, only to realize that this black zetsu had been affixed to his head for a millennium, rendering it impossible to take off. All that could be heard was his muffled cries beneath the hat. I'm little Obito. Sister, hurry and come save me. Woo woo woo. That Madara made me crash into a speedboat. Konan and Yahiko exchanged glances, both revealing a look of confusion. Was he a mute? I'm not mute. Obito exclaimed in desperation, nearly losing his ability to speak. Yahiko and Konan could only interpret his gestures to discern his intended message. He first pointed to the ground, then intently focused on his hands. His left fingers swayed like the legs of a little figure, while his right hand flailed like waves crashing into the left. Yahiko looked utterly bewildered. This time, there was no hidden meaning. Obito was simply overwhelmed, being dragged away by the returning Kosuke. Brother, why didn't you recognize me? Why didn't you recognize me? I'm standing right in front of you, and you can't tell who I am. Yahiko and Konan remained thoroughly puzzled, and soon forgot about the incident as they moved on to play claw machines. Nagato you. Kushina refrained from speaking impulsively this time, cautiously inquiring so as not to hurt Nagato's pride. 20 tries, and Nagato can't grab a single doll. It was evident that the claw machine had been tampered with prior to their arrival. She dared not say, "Give it up, you're hopeless. Nagato will show you today." Nagato exclaimed wide-eyed, as he pointed through the glass at the toy Kushina desired. Wong shouting. The doll moved in accordance with Nagato's fingertip and ultimately dropped through the opening. Yahiko. Konan. Nagato, you're amazing. While Nagato felt elated internally, his expression remained one of feigned helplessness. Nagato, come out for a duel. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, prompting Yahiko to cover Konan's ears, while Konan covered Yahiko's. The one bellowing was Kakazu. What's this, Nagato? Are you pulling wool over my eyes? I've tolerated the exorbitant fees from the Akatsuki, but now you want to take a little more from me? Today, only one of us will survive. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Nagato glared at the timid Kushina, his fury igniting. The door is wide open. Night fell, and a group of threads crawled onto the vortex bed, pleading for him to place a sealing technique on the claw machine. The amusement arcade in the Akatsuki village had first made headlines, and there were personnel dispatched outside the village distributing flyers daily. Yahiko was determined to attract the attention of the entire shinobi world to the arcade, inundating them with advertisements. In the Hidden Leaf Village, after a sudden loss of 200 people, the already struggling village faced even more dire circumstances. Retired ninjas like Makoto Uchiha were now rushing to the battlefield. Clad in ninja attire, Makoto Uchiha walked towards the Uzumaki household, cradling 1-year-old Itachi Uchiha in her arms. She intended to leave Itachi in the care of Kushina. For at that moment in Konoha, being near a Jinchuriki was the safest option. Given the current conditions in the village, Kushina could do as she pleased. Even if she were to dismantle Hokage Rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen would still smile and ask if she was happy. Kushina was indeed Konoha's last hope. Naturally, she agreed to let Itachi stay. As Makoto walked down the street, she noticed that many of the villagers in Konoha did not grasp the gravity of the situation and continued with their mundane lives, eating and drinking as usual. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's newspaper typically reported good news while omitting the bad. Hello, the Akatsuki Village Arcade is now open. Would you like to come check it out? There are discounts for cardholders. Suddenly, a young man blocked her path, handing her a flyer. There were numerous individuals on the streets handing out flyers. To Hiruzen's relief, the Akatsuki village had provided him with a cleaning fee for the distribution of flyers, though he had no idea what the cleaning fee was for. Promoting games didn't seem like a significant matter, so he didn't concern himself with it. He did feel a bit anxious, after all. The unknown Mokutan ninjas and the Outer Path Ghetto are formidable threats. The young man handed Makoto a flyer, while his companion was busy gluing flyers onto a telephone pole. Not only were the telephone poles plastered, but every street and alley in Konoha was covered with these flyers, making it nearly impossible to ignore them. No, thank you. Makoto politely declined the offer. However, Itachi, in her arms, reached out his chubby little hand to accept the flyer. The colorful advertisement featured a picture of Iori Yagami dramatically clutching his head, with accompanying words, "Infuse your spirit into your bloodline." How will you confront formidable foes? There are no enemies you cannot defeat, nor obstacles you cannot overcome. At this moment, let the flames of red burn, incinerating all hindrances. Itachi clutched the flyer tightly, frowning at the words of Iori Yagami. In a 1 against 7, can you comprehend what that means? Makoto chuckled at Itachi's serious demeanor, covering her mouth as she laughed. This is our game's promotional slogan. Even the Hokage thinks it's great. The young man cheerfully promoted. Hiruzen indeed saw nothing particularly remarkable in that statement, finding it somewhat juvenile. There are no enemies you cannot defeat, nor challenges you cannot overcome. It seemed like something children would adore. Itachi paid no mind to the two, though he couldn't read yet. He felt as if he could understand the words. Chapter 127. Hanzo, please grant me a favor. There was a wealthy lady, amid a battle, facing shortages of supplies, who relied on Minato to transport cola back for her enjoyment. Makoto was reluctant to entrust Itachi to Kushina. Kushina, holding the engrossed Itachi, handed Makoto a bottle of cola airlifted from the grass village. Makoto, is Itachi interested in visiting the Akatsuki village arcade? Itachi was utterly focused, his eyes glued to the promotional poster, making it hard not to speculate. After all, Itachi is still a child. Makoto winked and smiled. If we can return alive. That's enough, Makoto. Konoha will definitely prevail. Konoha was somewhat pessimistic. The Akatsuki village had established a cola factory, under the same company as Akihaha. Compared to the rudimentary packaging of Grass Village's cola, Akihaha's cola boasted more exquisite packaging, produced in a large factory, with a fresher taste. The cola bottles, designed collaboratively by Kushina and Kaku, had only one flaw. Akihaha's cola was 100 milliliters less than Grass Village's. Yahiko noticed that the little advertisement was quite effective. Recently, there had been a noticeable increase in visitors from the Land of Fire to the Akatsuki village. The newspaper promotions combined with the small advertisements were drawing in attention. The 5 great nations hastily placed orders, and soon waves of merchants flooded into the Akatsuki village to stock up. Box after box of cola was dispatched to the 5 great nations. Then, the 5 great nations discovered that due to the cola business, the Akatsuki village and the Grass village had entered into conflict. The Grass village accused the Akatsuki village of plagiarism. The Akatsuki village retaliated by branding the Grass village as shameless thieves who had stolen the cola formula on the day of Luffy's defection. Although they did not know who Luffy was, the 5 great nations understood that neither village was virtuous, with their goods sold at exorbitant prices. Even before they could stoke the flames of conflict, the 2 villages had genuinely begun to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was anxiously smoking, felt a weight lift off his chest upon hearing the news. I hope the Grass village can hold out longer. Ideally, until the war concludes. The 5 great nations had heard about how the Akatsuki village and the Grass village were fighting, their eyes ablaze. The 2 villages had even begun to recruit rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas throughout the shinobi world. The 5 major villages, initially intending to drag both villages into the war, retracted their plans. As long as you 2 are fighting, that is sufficient. The 5 great nations hoped for these smaller villages to continue their conflict. How could they allow the 2 villages to engage in a fierce battle while the smaller ones remained silent and developed in the background? The rogue ninjas from the 5 great nations, who were theoretically on the assassination list of the Umbu, quietly erased their names when they were recruited by the Akatsuki village and the Grass village. Let them fight. Let them fight. If these villages don't clash, how can we from the 5 great nations secure our positions? In the villages of Shaoyin and Chaoyin, skirmishes erupted every 3 days, escalating into significant confrontations every week. After each clash, the ground was littered with corpses, and these 2 small villages fought with a ferocity that rivaled that of their larger nations, leaving their adversaries astounded. Through their dealings in cola, the villages swiftly repaid their debts to the black market merchants. However, due to the unforeseen calamity brought upon them, their coffers were once again depleted, forcing them to seek loans from the same black market dealers, now seasoned acquaintances, doubling their borrowing. With interest rates set at an exorbitant 50%. Recently, the rivalry between Shaoyin and Chaoyin had become the talk of the 5 great nations, their reputations for reliability preceding them. They maintained that they had no fear of default, for their villages remained intact. Given the previous favorable repayment attitudes exhibited by the 2 villages, the black market merchants hesitated not a moment before handing the funds to Jiao and Sandwich. As autumn descended, the conflict concluded in a manner none had anticipated. On a battlefield, Shaoyin and Chaoyin clashed once more with unabated vigor. Rough, traitor, Mayahiko shouted, brandishing his blade at Rough. Did you not err when I defected? The two factions fought to a stalemate for over half an hour, leaving spies from the 5 great nations nearby in shock. Was Ruff truly that formidable, despite efforts to downplay the casualties of 200 ninjas in the last conflict, and dismiss Mayahiko's defeatist proclamations as mere fantasies aimed at tarnishing Konoha's reputation? They harbored suspicions regarding the disappearance of the elder Mito Menyen and the final fate of the 200 ninjas led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Defeat had been suffered. Sarutobi had been bested by Mayahiko, and not merely defeated, but soundly so. How could Ruff be evenly matched with Mayahiko? Something felt amiss. Yet the absurdity of reality overshadowed fiction, and what they witnessed seemed to affirm this truth. Suddenly, a contingent clad in the garb of the Rain Ninja approached from the distance, led by none other than Hanzo of the Salamander, who pedaled forth on a bicycle. "Gentlemen, cease your hostilities. I implore you to grant me this favor." Hanzo, gripping the handlebars with one hand, activated explosive tags that erupted from the ground, forcibly separating the ninjas of Xiaoyin and Xiaoyin. All eyes turned toward Hanzo. "Half of my heart is with you, Mayahiko. Today, you intend to execute Sandwich. How can I remain your leader if you leave this vendetta unavenged? Your actions render my position untenable." Ruff pointed toward Sandwich, who was being restrained by 2 Akatsuki ninjas. This was the very reason spies from the 5 great nations were present nearby. During the last war, Mayahiko had captured Sandwich, and today he sought to publicly execute him in an open field. This act solidified the belief among the 5 nations that the enmity between the 2 villages ran deep, prompting A to ponder whether mediation was necessary, as these small villages fought with greater intensity than their larger counterparts, casting a shadow upon their own prestige. Troubling indeed. "Then let us cease all negotiations." Hanzo dismounted his bicycle, casting it aside. "Haven't you had your fill? Do you yearn for more bloodshed? If you seek further conflict, then allow me, the Rain Village, to serve as your adversary." Several Rain ninjas brandished scythes, prepared to engage anyone wishing to continue the fight. "Alas, let us call for a truce," Mayahiko sighed. Thus, the monumental conflict was brought to an abrupt halt by Hanzo's intervention. Chapter 128. How to counter if Obito unleashed dual Kimui. The entire ninja realm descended into chaos, while the 5 great villages clashed. Even smaller ninja villages with populations in the hundreds and a handful of ninjas engaged in their own battles. The population and combat strength of the ninja world saw a marked decline. It was no wonder that prior to the 4th Great Ninja War, the realm had not witnessed a large-scale conflict. Hanzo halted the Xiaoyin War. Now, the leaders of the 3 villages, Mayahiko, Hanzo, and Ruff, gathered outdoors to sign an agreement. Spotlighted, they became the center of attention. Passing spies from the 5 great nations marveled at what they deemed a meeting of the pinnacle of humanity, akin to a summit of the 5 Kages. While the contents of the agreement remained hidden from view, it was highly probable, given Mayahiko's disposition, that it would involve increasing communication among the 3 parties. Upon receiving news of the truce, the 5 nations expressed regret, pondering what might have been had the conflict continued a few days longer. With the cessation of hostilities between Xiaoyin and Xiaoyin, the 5 villages first attempted to incite further conflict, redirecting their focus toward their respective battlefronts. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had recently taken to assassinating Konoha's prodigies on the battlefield. In the high-level conference room of Xiaoyin Village, which had recently undergone expansion, several new seats were added. Akatsuki's Fei, serving as a major in Xiaoyin, lounged in a relaxed manner, observing his band delve into the depths of contemplation. He noted that 2 seats remained vacant close to Mayahiko. Shortly thereafter, the doors swung open, admitting 2 men cloaked in black, who promptly seated themselves in the 2 available spots near Mayahiko. Conan felt somewhat out of place in her attire, yet curiously, the men in the room seemed captivated by her presence. Once seated, the 2 men removed their hats, revealing familiar faces, Hanzo and Ruff. Hanzo, now the governor of Rain Province in Xiaoyin, held the rank of a mid-level general, while Ruff served as the governor of Grass Province, bearing the rank of a major general. Hanzo mused upon the military rank system instituted by Mayahiko, which imbued a sense of ceremonial significance that resonated with older generations like himself. Ha ha ha. The 5 great nations believed that we, living in the cracks between them, would operate independently. Little did they anticipate that we have united. Hanzo had never laughed so heartily in his life. While other villages maintained a facade of harmony, the 5 great nations would never have imagined that they had inadvertently become the subjects of their display. However, the fallen ninjas posed a challenge to conceal. Mayahiko pondered how to rationalize their deaths. Had his ancestor bestowed upon him the secret of Edo Tensei in a dream? Yet, this matter was of little immediate concern and could wait for later discussion. Recently, Danzo reached out to me, offering assistance to the Rain Village. Since that day, the trade sanctions imposed by the Land of Fire have vanished overnight. Hanzo's words prompted realization among all present regarding the intentions of the Land of Fire. The greater the chaos among Shaoyin, and Rain, the more advantageous it was for the Rain Village. Oh, and similarly, merchants from the Earth Country have begun trading in Shaoyin, Ruff added. Shaoyin Village requires no dispatch of merchants. They come of their own accord. The five Kages looked on enviously, for only Mayahiko had managed to maintain dignity before the nobility. Mayahiko, now nearing 60, still found himself occasionally mingling with the feudal lords to secure village funding. It appears the five great villages wish to thwart our success. Mayahiko suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. The men present followed suit, their mirth echoing in the room, leaving the uninitiated to believe they were all Uchiha. Alas, Conan sighed. After a moment of laughter, Mayahiko adopted a serious demeanor and turned to discuss the pressing matters at hand. Hanzo and Ruff turned their gazes toward Mayahiko, awaiting his strategic directives for the village. Funding? Mayahiko chuckled heartily. The three villages are currently quite flush with resources. Were it not for the fear of offending the five nations, we would consider borrowing from all their black market merchants. Over the years, with Mayahiko's support, Shaoyin had established a solid foundation, and by emulating Shaoyin's development, it could thrive. The focus now lay upon Rain Village. Since the last initiative to cultivate special plants in Rain, Mayahiko had conceived further ideas. It would be a waste not to utilize that river where Pain launched Jiraiya. In Rain's environment, one could cultivate crayfish with ease, merely by digging a trench in soft soil. According to Yahiko's investigation, the five great nations are devoid of the culinary delights such as spicy crayfish and garlic crayfish. How can this be? Yahiko voiced his thoughts. Nagato and Conan were simultaneously lost in reminiscence. Prior to their encounter with Jiraiya, Yahiko, in his desperation from hunger, had taken them to the muddy ditches to catch crayfish. Initially, they had resisted consuming this unfamiliar fare, but as they indulged, the flavors revealed themselves to be exquisite. The village hidden in Rain also initiated a 3-year plan to cultivate rice and farm crayfish alongside fish. A portion would be raised for sale to the five great nations. If everything were cultivated, it would lead to devaluation. Indeed, the wealth of the few would uplift the many. Yahiko's intentions were crystal clear. He aimed to seize the business of the village hidden in mist. As the meeting concluded, Yahiko planned to establish 2 new primary schools. One in the village hidden in Rain and the other in the village hidden in grass, alongside a large-scale literacy campaign for both villages. Kakuzu was to set up a communication tower in the village hidden in Rain. The plans for the second generation had already been drafted. And once the first generation was dispatched, the 3 villages could convene online. This was infinitely safer than any in-person meeting, in every conceivable sense of the word. Yahiko sat in the conference room, observing as everyone departed, leaving only one individual behind. Shomo, is there something on your mind? Yahiko inquired, puzzled. Shomo nodded, his face betraying concern. He spoke. Recently, the village hidden in mist has been unusually active. I would like to request a few days off. Oh, I understand. Shomo was likely apprehensive about the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist hunting down Konoha's prodigies, potentially targeting Kakashi. Kakashi had recently become a household name across the ninja world of the 5 great nations. Obito had kept a watchful eye, so Kakashi, lacking the enhancement of the 3-tomo Sharingan, found it challenging to wield the Chidori he had independently developed. One could never predict whether, deprived of the Sharingan's perceptive abilities and blinded by the blinding light of lightning, Kakashi would collide with his teammates first or strike his own path. On one occasion in battle, Kakashi's arm slipped, and he inadvertently executed a monkey steals the peach maneuver on a ninja from the village hidden in mist using Chidori. Kakashi became renowned in the ninja world, prompting many from the village hidden in mist to form a faction aimed at countering this young man. However, as Yahiko pondered Kakashi, another thought invaded his mind, Obito. The fact that Obito had not bestowed a Sharingan upon Kakashi implied that he now possessed 2 eyes, making him the wielder of the double Kamui. Was he not formidable? With 1 eye, as long as he wished to live, Obito could retreat into the Kamui dimension, rendering himself impervious even to the Otsutsuki. But now that he possessed 2 eyes? No, this could not stand. Yahiko resolved to locate Obito. He could not allow him to be brainwashed by Madara. Obito, you fool. Where on earth are you? Chapter 129 Rin. She must not come to harm. Yahiko entrusted Shomo with a grave mandate. He must safeguard Kakashi and his teammates, particularly Noara Rin, with his life. This was a matter of the peace and security of the ninja world. Obito was currently a well-intentioned individual, and Yahiko wished to prevent the emergence of a villain capable of wielding the double Kimui in the ninja world. Please. Yahiko grasped Shomo's hand earnestly. Shomo awkwardly smiled. It's not that serious, is it? Before departing, Yahiko presented him with a large sword inscribed with his flying thunder god seal. As long as Shomo infused it with chakra, Yahiko would sense it and provide support. This operation was highly confidential, clad in a green cloak that concealed his entire form. Shomo hastily made his way to the village gate under Yahiko's watchful gaze. Yahiko then returned to the arduous task of paperwork. His desk cluttered with the accumulated memorials he had postponed. His senior, Minato, was truly impressive. On television, he sat at the Hokage's desk, which was perpetually immaculate. Unlike his own and that of the 7th Hokage, where shadow clones were always in attendance. Days passed. The village hidden in dawn, the village hidden in rain, and the village hidden in grass maintained an outward semblance of discord, occasionally engaging in verbal skirmishes, yet refraining from physical confrontations. Much to the delight of the 5 great nations. In the arcade of the village hidden in dawn, Obito, Grandpa Madara calls for your swift return. Xiao Xiong entered the arcade, locating Obito, who was engrossed in the arcade games. Numerous onlookers gathered behind him, captivated by the sudden appearance of this masterful player. Cloaked in a straw hat, his opponent, Hara no Suk, was drenched in cold sweat, contemplating how he, Hara no Suk, who managed the myriad employees of the village hidden in dawn, found himself thoroughly outmatched by a mere youth. Stay steady. Obito grinned widely. He had triumphed once more. Come on, Hara no Suk, you're still too young. Vortex Jiren, standing behind Hara no Suk, stepped forward, intending to teach the cocky young man a lesson about reality. Youngsters shouldn't be too arrogant. After sitting down, Vortex Jiren decisively selected characters like Orochi, Kyo Kusanagi, and Iori Yagami, all of whom were as striking as he was. Isnt being modest part of youth? Obito tilted his head, glancing at the older man with a serious expression, his 2-3-tomo Sharingan involuntarily revolving. He was prepared to unleash his full potential. Obito, Xiao Xiong, noticing Obito's indifference, squeezed through the crowd and patted him forcefully on the shoulder. Huh, what is it? I'm in the middle of a duel. Obito waved his hand dismissively without turning around. Madara wants me back? Can't I rest for a moment? Who studies for 12 hours a day? Xiao Xiong, I'm going to inform Conan. Vortex Jiren observed Xiao Xiong's audacity with a knowing smile. Xiao Xiong, intimidated by Jiren, fell silent, waiting for Obito to finish his match. Unbelievable. Obito activated the 3-tomo Sharingan, but still couldn't best this old man. Vortex Jiren narrowly won, smirking as he raised his right hand in a mocking gesture toward Obito. Obito was truly humiliated. His pride was utterly shattered. Let us go again. They engaged in another half hour of back and forth, each claiming victories until the arrival of Akatsuki's leader, who interrupted their duel. Obito, why are you still here? Huh. Obito looked at Akatsuki, puzzled. Didn't Lord Madara send Xiao Xiong to inform you that Rin has been captured by the village hidden in mist and is in danger? Akatsuki leaned closer, whispering in his ear. What did you say? I'm such an idiot. Obito's eyes turned crimson as he slammed his hand onto the machine, causing the arcade screen to crack. Rin, you absolutely must not come to harm. Obito dashed out of the arcade like a madman, with Akatsuki hurriedly following behind, guiding him like armor. What a character. Vortex Jiren and Hara no Suk exchanged glances, bewildered by Obito's frantic departure. Kakuzu arrived too late, watching with a pained expression as the arcade machine lay shattered by Obito's fury. However, now he understood whom this young man was connected to. He would demand compensation from Akatsuki. On the way, Obito slapped himself hard twice. If anything happened to Rin, he would not deserve to live. He chastised himself. Where was Minato-sensei? Wasn't he supposed to be by Rin's side? Minato had gone to undertake another mission. Damn it. What about Rin and Kakashi? Obito's nails dug deep into his palm. If Akatsuki had possessed any sense of pain, he would have scolded Obito for this reckless behavior while clad in Akatsuki's armor. Based on information relayed by other white Zetsus, Rin's condition was dire. She was surrounded by many elite ninjas from the village hidden in mist who were toying with her. What kind of joke is this? I'm not joking. This is the message from White Zetsu. There are indeed many people around Rin. Kakashi, engrossed in reading a novel about pain, had also curiously purchased a similar set. This plot Rin. Obito stumbled, crashing to the ground. When he groggily got up, he clutched his head in agony. Rin's innocent smile flashed in his mind. Rin was now in hell. This was his hell too. Obito's body began to convulse uncontrollably, excruciating pain radiating from his heart to his limbs, making it impossible to breathe. The three-tomo Sharingan revolved endlessly, yet the Mangekyo Sharingan remained elusive. As long as Rin is alive, that is all that matters. Obito. Exhaustion enveloped Kakashi, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. His hollow gaze relinquishing control of his body to Obito. Do not underestimate the reporters of our newspaper. Obito's speed was astonishing. By dusk, he traversed from the Akatsuki's hidden village to the battlefield in the land of mist. Hurry faster. The sounds of battle echoed in the distance, sending him into a frenzied roar. Hey! It was evident that Obito had discreetly slowed down, yet the urgency of saving Rin blinded him to this fact. Kakashi, the mist village has left within me a monstrosity capable of annihilating Konoha. Kill me quickly. You must flee. Not long prior, Kakashi had infiltrated the enemy camp and, under the intentional leniency of White Zetsu, successfully rescued the imprisoned Rin Noera. Now, the two found themselves encircled, surrounded by dozens of Mist Village ninja. Rin was shielded behind Kakashi. I will not abandon a single comrade from Konoha. If a mission and you were to fall into water, I would choose to save you. Kakashi's hands trembled with fatigue, gasping for breath, as he cast a grave glance at their foes who regarded them with disdain. He also attempted to lighten the mood with a jest for Rin's comfort. Why? Tears streamed down Rin's face, truly touched. Kakashi was not only dashing but inadvertently exuded warmth. What youth would not harbor feelings of affection for him? Because you are a comrade of Konoha. And you are the most important person to Obito. Before he could utter the two sentences, their enemies launched their assault. Chapter 130. You are too extreme. In mere moments, the invincible Kakashi fell. Without the aid of his three-tomo Sharingan, his Chidori became unwieldy. Compared to the original story, Kakashi had regressed a few months in growth and combat experience. Rin, I can no longer protect you in Obito's stead. Kakashi lay on the ground, offering Rin a strained smile. The mist ninja nearby suddenly found interest, eager to witness the tragic fate of this pair of star-crossed lovers. Kakashi. Rin Noera knelt on the ground, cradling Kakashi in her arms, tears flowing uncontrollably. Weary to the point of collapse, Kakashi tilted his head and succumbed to unconsciousness. Kakashi. White Zetsu of the Mist noticed the plan was amiss. Rin should have perished at Kakashi's hands, thus fueling Obito's hatred towards Konoha and his desire to bring peace to the ninja world. When the time came, Madara would say, study well, and I shall devise a way to resurrect Rin for you. Would Obito not be scolded mercilessly? According to news from Obito, he would arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Time was of the essence. Strike. Utilize lightning release ninjutsu. White Zetsu commanded. Immediately, someone approached the pair, preparing to unleash a lethal lightning release on Rin. Wasn't this a medical ninja who mastered the A-class medical ninjutsu, palm healing, at the tender age of 11? Killing either Kakashi or Rin would not be a loss for the Mist Village, but the third Mizukage desired Rin to return and obliterate Konoha. Do not hesitate. Do not forget Lord Kuratsuchi's orders, White Zetsu urged. In recent days, there were still shrewd minds in the Mist Village, such as Kuratsuchi. He believed that if Kushina of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for her sealing techniques, were to be present in Konoha, could the Three Tails truly obliterate it? Was this not a free gift? Yet, the third Mizukage was misled by another White Zetsu. He was a stubborn man who would only change his mind when faced with undeniable evidence. The orders of the Mizukage could not be disregarded. So Kuratsuchi commanded the immediate elimination of Rin Noera and the retrieval of the Three Tails to seal within himself, serving as a perfect patch for Madara's plan regarding Rin's demise. Get ready. A mist ninja raised his arm, charged with lightning release. But at the moment of descent, a large hand seized his wrist, thwarting his strike. The hand had a firm grip on the lightning release user's wrist, freezing him midair. Instinctively turning his head, he found himself facing a man cloaked in a green mantle. Gazing at him coldly. You, Itachi Uchiha. The mist ninja recognized him from the exposed parts of his face. What? How did Itachi Uchiha end up here? The mist ninjas erupted in shock. Was this not the very man who had joined the Akatsuki? Why was he here? Itachi Kakashi. Itachi. Is this to rescue his son? It seems we struck his son. Is there still time to flee? Kakashi's father? Rin certainly recognized Itachi Uchiha. In Konoha, he had nearly become a taboo, with many from the older generations cursing him for his betrayal of the village. Only Kakashi, being a genius under the protection of Hiruzen Sarutobi, had escaped the fallout. Wonderful, it is Kakashi's father. We are saved. Just as those words left her lips, the tension within Rin snapped, and she succumbed, collapsing to the ground while holding Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha cast a glance at the two of them and swiftly slashed the throat of the mist ninja before him, surveying the surroundings. He noted approximately 30 to 40 foes. Ensuring the safe passage of Kakashi and Rin through this perilous situation would prove challenging. Rin! Rin! A frantic roar echoed from the distant woods. All combatants momentarily paused, their curiosity piqued by the boy's descent into madness. Suddenly, a figure clad in peculiar white armor rushed forward, Obito, in desperate haste. He scanned the area and, upon seeing Rin and Kakashi lying on the ground, still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. No, why are they lying together? What on earth happened? Itachi Uchiha recognized the approaching Obito. This was the kind-hearted boy who had once spoken up for him at his doorstep. But had he not gone missing? Recently, Obito had been sought after by Akatsuki while simultaneously exchanging false intelligence with the Sand Village regarding Sasori. Sasori was merely a fourth grader at the time. Obito. Itachi Uchiha intended to entrust Rin and Kakashi to him for protection. Step back. Obito approached Itachi Uchiha, speaking to him in a calm manner. He was no fool. Having read the novels, he understood that Kakashi had just risked his life to protect Rin. I want you all to die? Mist Village. I am filled with rage. I will unleash my wrath. Why is he playing a game? Games bring ruin. If only he had not been distracted by the game and had arrived promptly. Could he have made a lasting impression on little Rin? How infuriating. The Mist Ninja beheld Obito's eyes, now a crimson hue, as he suddenly unleashed his power. Do not underestimate Madara's training on me. Obito had lost control. Would release. The cells of Hashirama within him surged as he and Obito combined their might. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and countless thick vines erupted from the ground, lunging toward the Mist Ninja. This was their first encounter with wood release. They attempted to sever the encroaching vines with shuriken, but their efforts were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. A dozen Mist Ninja were pierced through the chest by the sudden emergence of sharp spikes from the vines. Isn't that the Uchiha prodigy, Uchiha Obito, who had abruptly vanished? How had he suddenly reappeared, awakening the legendary wood release? Damn it! Is the heavens conspiring against the Mist Village? As the bodies of several Mist Ninja fell, another wave of vines shot into the sky, their hardness akin to steel, ensnaring the fleeing Mist Ninja. Over 20, including the elite white Zetsu, met their demise as Obito clenched his fist, causing the vines to constrict, reducing all corpses to mere pulp, accompanied by anguished screams. While dark crimson rain dripped from the vines. Obito, you are too extreme. Itachi Uchiha observed the hellish scene, furrowing his brow. Any creature would feel empathy or compassion during an attack, perhaps even pause. He, Itachi Uchiha, was no exception. Yet, he realized that Obito did not share this sentiment. What has brought Obito to such a state in just a few years? In his pursuit of peace, he is bound to encounter adversaries. Thus, one must wield a formidable hand against foes. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 131. Grandmali knocks on the door, open. In seeking peace, one cannot avoid enemies. To them, we must respond with overwhelming force, Obito declared. Obito, you are too extreme. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, reflected, sensing a resemblance between Obito's words and Yahiko's ideals. Though Yahiko's approach was far more gentle. Obito, would you consider returning with me? Yahiko and Nagato have dispatched members of the Akatsuki to search for you. How about it? Obito nearly acquiesced, but the thought of Madara's method sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily decline Tsukumo's invitation. All right, Uncle Tsukumo, you should head back. I will ensure Kakashi's safety. I shall not return to the Akatsuki village, because, just as Tsukumo was about to persuade him further, he noticed Obito suddenly convulsing mid-sentence. With the hidden mist village closed off and no means to contact Yahiko for guidance, it was truly a vexing situation. After a brief spasm, Obito returned to normal, leading Tsukumo to suspect that the boy might be resisting the idea of returning to the Akatsuki. I entrust Kakashi to you. Obito. Tsukumo marveled at Obito's power, realizing how times had changed. The outer path golem and this would-release technique were manifestations of a new era. While the traditional ninjas seemed to be diminishing in strength, Tsukumo lifted Kakashi from the ground and placed him into Obito's arms. Kakashi, be sure to get along well with Obito. A wave of reluctance washed over Tsukumo as he watched his son being taken by Obito. Kakashi had once been so small, and now he had swiftly grown into a leaf jonin. Rest assured, Uncle Tsukumo, I will take good care of Kakashi. Finally, Obito was overwhelmed with emotion as he anticipated returning to the village. With one arm cradling Kakashi and the other embracing Rin, he hurriedly dashed toward the leaf camp, fearful that Tsukumo might change his mind and take them back. Madara, I'm leaving, don't miss me. I will visit the Akatsuki village again sometime to see you and my brother. Thank you for the meals these past few days, Lord Madara. With every leap, Obito bounded out of Flower Fruit Mountain like a monkey, a smile of indescribable satisfaction gracing his face. With Kakashi in his left arm and Rin in his right, he truly felt like a winner in life. Madara, connected to the Akatsuki channel, heard of Obito's departure and remained unfazed. A knowing smile curling upon his lips. Is that so? Perhaps it is too early to thank me. I shall not return until I become Hokage. I would rather die outside than leap from here back. Obito's gaze was resolute, dismissing Madara's philosophies as mere nonsense. The will of fire is what we, the leaf villagers, uphold. Where the leaves flutter, fire shall thrive. The shadows of the fire shall illuminate the village and nurture new growth. The spirit of the leaf, as the Hokage once said, is like a flame, passed down through generations of ninjas. Madara, await the day when Lord Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, and I become the 5th, carving my face into the Hokage rock. You shall return, Obito. Yet, not a single word of Obito's declaration reached Madara's ears. Just as Yahiko had once firmly believed in Danzo, Madara, too, held unwavering faith in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, do not let Obito down. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. Among all in the world, only Yahiko captured his admiration. In the trees, Tsukumo Hatake, hidden in the shadows, had been watching over Kakashi for several days, feeling a sense of guilt as he began to observe his son's daily routine. After training, Kakashi would immerse himself in books for an entire afternoon, spending days on a single volume. Tsukumo felt a sense of pride. Even in his absence, Kakashi had always held himself to high standards. Yet, he wondered what captivating tales held Kakashi's attention so thoroughly. Foolish Kakashi, your eyes will surely go blind. Could the book be that enthralling? Indeed, Kakashi replied, not lifting his gaze from the pages as he listened to Obito's ramblings. When absent, one longs for connection, yet when together, one can be dismissive. He mused on the complexities of human nature. How delightful. There you are. Teacher Minato is organizing a celebration to welcome Obito back. Rin exclaimed with a smile as she found the two. Kakashi, take good care of yourself. With Kakashi having forged his own bonds, Tsukumo decided not to intrude any further, offering a gentle smile before departing from the leaf camp. Has Senior Tsukumo left? Minato Namikaze inquired, following Rin's gaze towards the direction Tsukumo had taken. Just as Tsukumo was on his way back through a dense grove, 8 gates, Grandma Lee knocks on the door. Open, Dad. A man clad in a tight green suit stood before 3 children, a blue steam rising from his body as sweat evaporated. The tight-suited man and the trio of children, armed with ninja tools, seemed oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. The 7 members of the Sword of the Mist bore smirks that hinted at mockery, their eyes filled with disdain as they observed the scene with casual indifference. Kai, the time has come to protect those you cherish. Might Guy turned to the bewildered Might Guy, giving him a thumbs up. Kai, your father is merely a chunin. Hibiki, incredulous, noted how they had been surrounded by the Sword of the Mist, but were now witnessing the sudden arrival of Kai's father. Yet, Dai insisted that the 3 chunin should flee while he, a mere genin, would hold off the Sword of the Mist. Dad. Kai wiped his tears with the sleeve of his suit. We must go. We cannot let our father's efforts be in vain, he declared, gritting his teeth. Hibiki and Shirenui Genma felt their perspective shaken. A genin was to cover their retreat? Trust him. Kai flashed a tearful smile, revealing his bright teeth to the duo. Without waiting for their responses, he pulled them towards the leaf camp, seemingly intent on seeking reinforcements. Not far off, Tsukumo perched in a tree, taking in the entire scene. Is Dai about to employ that technique? He truly is a commendable father. If Yahiko were here, he would surely intervene. But they must not be allowed to escape. The Sword of the Mist's target was the 3 children, and they could not let them flee. Suigetsu, brandishing his sword, grinned wickedly, opening the 8 gates. Dai can't possibly survive this, can he? With the 2 of us together, they should not be too difficult to handle. Tsukumo approached Might Dai. Who are you? Dai exclaimed in surprise as he gazed at Tsukumo. Tsukumo nodded, recalling their meeting when he had accompanied Kakashi to the Ninja Academy. After we finish this battle, we shall introduce ourselves, Tsukumo remarked with a slight smirk. Yes. With the 8 gates wide open, Dai's body was beginning to feel the strain, and he nodded in acknowledgement as the 2 stood side by side, ready to face the 7 adversaries. Youth. As the Sword of the Mist brandished their weapons, Tsukumo, gripping his white fang blade, dashed like lightning, while Might Dai unleashed a flurry of fiery strikes. After an intense battle, 5 lifeless forms lay upon the ground, while the surrounding area bore the blood-stained blades of the fallen. The 2 survivors, the wielder of the decapitating sword, Chojuro, clutched his broken weapon, a spurt of blood escaping his lips as he staggered away, clutching his ribs. The owner of the Samahata, Suigetsu, shamelessly knelt in surrender. Might Guy, utterly drained, collapsed against the chest of Kakashi Hatake after releasing the 8 gates, leaving Kakashi no choice but to support him. Observing this, the pufferfish demon of Suigetsu swiftly took flight. Kakashi, committed to caring for Might Guy, refrained from pursuit. In a moment of youthful exuberance, Might Guy's head lolled in Kakashi's embrace as he lost consciousness, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a severe consequence of the 8 gates technique. If not treated promptly, it would undoubtedly leave lasting repercussions. Kakashi gently laid Might Guy on the ground, contemplating his next move, before retrieving the large blade bestowed upon him by Yahiko, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, and began to channel chakra into it. Yahiko, behold the new tomato red nail polish I have prepared. Are you opening the window for ventilation? Conan pushed open the door to the office building, prompting Yahiko to rub his forehead in exasperation. You're slowing down. Yahiko, burdened by a sense of futility, closed the window and drew the curtains. Someone is summoning me. Just as Conan set down the nail polish on the table, she had also brought a collection of skincare products to help Yahiko maintain his complexion. However, Yahiko, averse to hassle, deemed a single cleanser sufficient for all his needs. Trouble has befallen Kakashi, Yahiko proclaimed with utmost gravity. In the next instant, he dashed away, puffing with indignation. Conan perched herself on Yahiko's desk to see what he had been preoccupied with. Opening the drawer, she fortuitously discovered a village planning document. She extracted it and flipped it open, revealing Yahiko's flourishing script on the first page. The shopping center should encompass clothing, accessories, cosmetics, and household items. The establishments listed were all her favorites from shopping excursions, and it further mentioned the necessity of installing additional air conditioning units. Yahiko had refrained from informing her, presumably to surprise her. What should I do? I'm somewhat moved, she mused. Despite the delay, Yahiko's teleportation was successful. After a jarring leap, he felt slightly dizzy, his stomach in turmoil. He vowed to never leap such a distance again. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a man clad in a green jumpsuit lying on the ground, his thick eyebrows unmistakable. This was Might Guy? Kakashi briefly explained the situation. When witnessing injustice, one must draw their blade to assist, Yahiko remarked, raising an eyebrow. Can we take him back to the village? Indeed, that is my intention, Kakashi replied with a smirk. Laughter erupted between them, their mirth unrestrained. Soon, Yahiko placed a hand on Might Guy and another on Kakashi, and together they soared back to Akatsuki. The three experienced the sensation of long-distance spatial traversal. Yahiko, having undergone it for the first time, fared slightly better than Kakashi, who felt a profound weakness in his muscles and a fleeting dizziness. On the streets of Akatsuki, Might Guy jolted awake, only to succumb to nausea, vomiting before collapsing once more. A fine of 200 ryo for public vomiting, stated a member of the Cosmic Patrol, approaching to issue the penalty. Upon recognizing Yahiko, he sighed. Nonetheless, a fine must be enforced. Yahiko reluctantly rummaged through Might Guy's pockets, producing the required amount to pay the fine. At the clinic, where strong individuals never complain about their surroundings, although Akatsuki's medical facilities were rudimentary, the dedicated doctors promptly examined Might Guy. Severe muscle strain, they concluded. Fortunately, the patient's robust constitution means there are no ruptured muscles. After applying ice and a herbal ointment to promote blood circulation, the doctors recommended a visit to a massage parlor for proper treatment. The establishment, named Outer Path Massage, was undoubtedly owned by Conan, who had discreetly exercised some influence. Located in the bathing district, it was the largest and most opulent of its kind. Free. It must be free, Kakashi insisted, as he delivered the 5 ninja tools to Uzumaki Naruto, requesting the removal of the sealing technique inscribed upon them. The three entered the parlor, relishing a thorough massage from shoulders to legs. No, you cannot tarnish my youth, protested Might Guy, as 2 elderly men wearing sunglasses, working part-time, massaged his inner thighs. Confused and overwhelmed, Might Guy began to weep. Why the long face, little acorn? Teased one of the elderly men. Yahiko and Kakashi exchanged glances. Hearing the sound of a heart breaking, Might Guy turned over, his face obscured by shadows, tracing circles on the headboard with his index finger. You say you encountered a Beto? Now, all 3 were in the bathhouse, Might Guy hesitating to speak, feeling somewhat inferior and merely observing Yahiko and Kakashi conversing by the poolside. Yes, he is currently on the front lines in Akarigakure with Kakashi and Rin, Kakashi remarked, his face pressed against a towel, tilting his head back. Is Obito no longer inclined toward deceitful schemes, now opting for honest strategies? Yahiko mused, suspecting a possibility. The connection between Kakashi and Rin echoed the plot of the original story, which involved Uchiha Obito's machinations. However, this Obito may have altered plans due to the butterfly effect of his time travel. The Three Tails had returned to Konoha with Rin, and the implications were all too clear. Obito's return would surely reveal the darkest moments of the shinobi world. Yahiko held a belief in his mentor, much like he once did in Danzo. With greater hope comes greater disappointment, he thought, preparing to welcome Obito back. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unaware that two individuals held such unwavering faith in him. The war between Konoha and Akarigakure commenced. Under Minato's leadership, Akarigakure faced relentless setbacks, yet under the command of Yagura, Konoha suffered considerable losses. Sarutobi aimed to swiftly bring the conflict to a halt. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu suddenly reported, "Lord Hokage, Minato's team has returned. Quick! Escort them to the Uzumaki residence." Sarutobi exclaimed with unrestrained joy, still baffled by the audacity of the third Mizukage, who dared bind the Three Tails to their Konoha ninja in a bid to destroy the village. Moreover, the fact that Rin had returned safely to Konoha was beyond comprehension. A conspiracy? Do they truly disregard me, a ninjutsu professor and the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts expert? Sarutobi thought, shortly thereafter arriving at the Uzumaki home. Minato's team had gathered, including the long-missing Obito. "You're back? My little hero of Konoha." Sarutobi affectionately ruffled Obito's hair. Obito chuckled sheepishly, delighted to receive such warm affection from the Hokage. Contrasting sharply with Obito's previous experiences with Madara, who constantly berated him, insisting he was foolish and forcing him to train. Chapter 133, The Inherently Evil Thought. "I shall expel you from my mind." Obito felt a twinge of disappointment, as Sarutobi and Kushina could not discern the cursed seal residing on his tongue. He employed the ninjutsu created by Jiraiya, the lion's main technique, stimulating his scalp with chakra to rapidly grow hair, ultimately styling it into a wild mane. He pointed proudly at his new hairdo. The others in the room exchanged glances of exasperation. "Fool, stop playing around and reinforce Rin-'s seal first," Kushina chastised, delivering a light smack to his head. "Oh right," Obito exclaimed. The seal on Rin's abdomen was rudimentary. The three adults scrutinizing it felt as if they were university students examining a child's simple arithmetic. Kushina replaced the seal with the four-symbol seal, and Minato subsequently layered it with an additional four-symbol seal, transforming it into the 8-trigram seal. This new seal would contain the chakra that the Three Tails would otherwise leak, allowing Rin to access it when necessary. Sarutobi beamed with delight, chuckling as if he were bursting with joy. Now Konoha possesses two-tailed beasts. "Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, what are your dreams?" Sarutobi inquired, clearly hoping to pair Kakashi and Rin together, smiling kindly at them. Rin cast a subtle glance at Kakashi, her cheeks flushing. Obito, oblivious to Sarutobi's intentions, continued to grin foolishly. "My dream? It's to have my face carved into a rock." "All right, stop trying to matchmake the young ones. They have their own aspirations." Kushina interjected, shielding Rin behind her and winking at Obito, who failed to grasp her meaning. In the end, Minato and Kushina invited everyone to stay for a meal. During a mealtime, Kushina brought out Itachi. "Ah, Sister Kushina, you have a child? This is Mikoto's child." Pong. Kushina landed a punch on his head. While dining, Obito expressed his disdain for the food, claiming it was inferior to that from Matsuke's, and naturally received another beating. Despite the blows, he smiled. It felt wonderfully good. Rin had become the Three Tails Jinchuriki, and the balance of power once again tilted in favor of Minato Namikaze over the fourth Hokage. He looked at Minato, and the more he gazed, the more he admired him. Over in the Akatsuki hidden village, it was common knowledge that Yahiko, while plotting, often stood by the window of the village chief's office with a short pipe devoid of tobacco, gazing out. Today, he had set his sights on Might Guy. This fiery man had lost his way home and had to temporarily reside in the Akatsuki hidden village. "All right, today, I'll set a goal for myself. Run 3 laps around this village in the morning, and if I don't finish, I'll add 3 more. At that moment, Might Guy was walking on his hands down the street. The onlookers exclaimed in awe, though his taste in clothing was somewhat lacking. Such a display of hand-walking could only be accomplished with at least 20 years of dedication. Faced with the enthusiastic stares of passers-by, even Might Guy felt a bit bashful. It was his first experience of walking on his hands without receiving disdainful comments, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. He continued his journey. 2 sneaky, ordinary villagers casually passed by Might Guy. Our children in the Akatsuki hidden village are not as youthful as they ought to be at such a vibrant age. Indeed, they seem so lifeless at such a tender age, when youth should be so beautiful. The 2 inadvertently let Guy overhear their conversation. He nodded in empathy, exclaiming, "Well said. Youth is indeed splendid. Children should be brimming with passion. If only they could wear tight clothes and run alongside me. That would be so cool. Lost in thought, Guy huffed and puffed, yet he felt powerless to make the children exert themselves and heed his call. Have you heard? The elementary school is currently hiring a physical education teacher. A PE teacher? Mike Guy's ears perked up, with a monthly salary of $7,000. When the children are on break, the PE teacher can also take a break, and more importantly, if fortune smiles, one can even take paid sick leave every day. As they spoke, the two glanced at Mike Guy, wondering why he wasn't intrigued. One of them recalled the words from their superior and said somewhat deliberately, recently, the Akatsuki Hidden Village plans to prepare sportswear for the children, and the PE teacher can participate in the design. What style of sportswear? Surely the PE teacher should have the final say, as they know best how to ensure comfort, while outsiders may not understand. After finishing their conversation, they departed, leaving behind a small card. You dropped something. Mike Guy rolled over, stood up, and rushed to pick up the card, calling out to the retreating figures. But they dashed away too quickly to hear. He looked down. A temporary ID from the Akatsuki Hidden Village? He tucked it into his tight clothing, planning to return it when they realized it was missing. A PE teacher can design sportswear. Youth. First door. Open. Open. Mike Guy shouted enthusiastically as he raced towards the school, following the signs indicating directions without error. Teacher interview area is 100 meters in this direction. Upon entering, he turned left and walked 100 meters to the teacher's building. Classroom interview area is in the first office on the second floor. Oh, all right. Mike Guy nearly flew into the office. Conan watched as the exuberant Mike Guy burst through the door. Jiraiya-sensei shouldn't he boast about his intelligence? It's really Yahiko who asked the clever one. Are you here to apply? Conan asked in a businesslike manner, pulling out Mike Guy's file from the desk. It was still the one stolen by Obito from the Konoha archives. It merely detailed Mike Guy's tasks of searching for lost pets. However, had it not been for Kakashi's chance encounter with Mike Guy in the Mist Village, who would have known how powerful he was with the 8 gates? It was said that there was a gate beyond the 8, but no one knew how potent it would be once opened. I'm here to apply. Is it true that a PE teacher can design sportswear? Mike Guy asked, pushing the door back into place. Conan assessed his attire. It may be a bit unfashionable for adults, but it fits children perfectly. It's the awkward age of adolescence, and being a little awkward is good. Just at the age of 8, Yahiko invented basketball and played with Nagato in the Rain Village. She had fallen deeply in love with him when she saw him leap for a slam dunk. If only Yahiko wore a green jumpsuit while playing basketball. A sinister thought crossed her mind, and she quickly dismissed it. Chapter 134, Sending Rin away to cease hostilities. Mike Guy successfully applied for the PE teacher position and was actively involved in the design of sportswear for the Akatsuki Hidden Village. Yahiko, do you think Obito will really come? Nagato inquired, bringing intelligence from the Mist Village to Yahiko. According to the information, Minato's class was the star class of Konoha, having been featured in newspapers multiple times by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Obito was practically being hailed as a hero, and it seemed unlikely he would show up. Nagato, have some confidence, Yahiko remarked, sipping his tea, devoid of any worry. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, several letters and a slight movement from the Three Tails had completely awakened the third Mizukage. I've been fooled. I've been deceived. The third Mizukage exclaimed, realizing he had lost the Three Tails. In a fit of rage, he spat blood and fainted. By evening, he opened his eyes to find the original master standing by his bedside, one of the founders of the Mist Village. I've been tricked. The one who advised me to seal the Three Tails within Konoha's ninja has fled. The third Mizukage cried out, his eyes reddening. Furthermore, the 7 ninja swordsmen have lost 6 members, and only one, the Suigetsu, has returned. He is the sinner of the Mist Village. Now is not the time for your tears. Mizukage, the Mist Village has accumulated significant strength over the years of seclusion. To mourn over 6 swordsmen and a tailed beast is unbecoming. Just look at yourself, the original master said, disappointment etched on his face. Yes, you're right. Gather all our forces and reclaim the Three Tails. We cannot leave this issue for future generations. The third Mizukage shouted. The Mist Village bolstered its forces, determined to reclaim the Three Tails from Konoha. Konoha's fate as a fallen village loomed. As the Mist Village increased its military might, other villages followed suit. The Akatsuki Hidden Village, the Grass Hidden Village, and the Rain Hidden Village occasionally chimed in, creating a cacophony of support. The various fronts of Konoha began to crumble. The only commander on the front lines who remained unscathed was Orochimaru. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was on the brink of being overwhelmed, a ceasefire agreement from the third Mizukage landed on his desk in the Hokage's office. In exchange for the return of the Three Tails, the Mist Village was willing to sign a ceasefire agreement. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt tempted. but suddenly recalled that removing a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki would result in the latter's death. I refuse. His immediate reaction was one of denial. He felt he would be betraying the first Hokage. Hokage-sama. The Mist Village has deployed the Six Tails to the battlefield. A call came in, reporting a critical situation at the front lines. Hokage-sama, the Takigakure, at Inoki's invitation, has sent their Seven Tails Jinchuriki out of the waterfall. As calls flooded in, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt overwhelmed. He locked the door to the Hokage's office, isolating himself for a long time. The Umbu guards outside could only hear Hiruzen's frustrated shouts. Though the situation was dire, at that moment, Minato and Orochimaru were present, and they still had the strength to fight. The Mist Village, witnessing Hiruzen's staunch refusal, couldn't help but admire him, a true ninja of the ninja world. Meanwhile, within the village, the Kagaya clan and other ninja clans, upon realizing the loss of the tailed beast, chose to unite against a common enemy, vowing to retrieve the tailed beast first before addressing any other concerns. Bone spurs, wielded as weapons, have indeed caused considerable distress for the shinobi of Konoha. In the ninja world, aside from the troublesome One Tail and Nine Tails, other tailed beasts coexist harmoniously with their respective Jinchuriki. Even the One Tail can engage in a calm conversation with its host. However, the Nine Tails of Konoha is fiercely unruly. Having never been tamed even by the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito, Lin has yet to master the Three Tails. Noira Rin has been residing at Kushina's home these past few days, attempting to communicate with the tailed beasts in a bid to aid Konoha's victory. The terms for peace between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village indeed stipulate Rin's departure, a fact Kushina is well aware of, hence her efforts to converse with the Nine Tails. Kushina-san, the Three Tails refuses to acknowledge me. Noira Rin, unaware of the conditions, strives to connect with the beast within her. Sharingan. Obito burst through the door, his three-tomo Sharingan glaring. Rin, Kushina-san, if you ask me. Controlling these two beasts with the Sharingan to assist Konoha would be ideal. The path to peace is often fraught with cunning, he quipped, his words echoing with a certain sarcasm. The tailed beasts within the two women emitted disdainful snorts, for they harbored a deep-seated aversion to the Uchiha clan. Should I call Tsunade to take a look at you? Kushina remarked, observing Obito's twitching form with amusement. No, hand Rin over. Obito retorted, just as shouts erupted from outside the door. Turning to the commotion, he saw a throng of Konoha villagers gathered outside, murmuring indistinctly. Hand over little Rin. Obito thought he heard someone exclaim. Kushina's heart sank. Could the secret truly not be kept? The matter concerning the Three Tails and the peace negotiations with the Mist Village had certainly reached the ears of Konoha's upper echelons, especially given the increasing casualties at the front lines. It was unclear which clan had discreetly divulged such intelligence. Logically, this sort of betrayal couldn't be attributed to Danzo, for despite his moral decay, he would never relinquish a morsel once it was in his grasp. This was the first time Kushina considered Danzo to be innocent in the plotting. Konoha cannot afford further losses. My husband perished on the way to aid the Mist Village. Outside, the villagers had begun to weep, their voices filled with despair. Through their lamentations, Rin began to grasp the gravity of the situation. She was the condition for peace between Konoha and the Mist Village. Her delicate face paled instantly. Sacrificing herself could restore peace for Konoha and the Mist Village? Don't entertain such thoughts. Minato is not dead. He would never allow you to sacrifice yourself. Kushina comforted Rin, holding her tightly, her gaze filled with fury directed outside. Obito. Yes. Unlike Kakashi, who bore the brunt of criticism without retaliation, these two would take action if anyone dared to threaten their loved ones. Obito's Sharingan remained activated, casting Jinjutsu upon every villager under 60 years old, causing them to collapse in fear. The elderly witnesses looked at Obito with a mixture of emotions. Obito, my grandmother knows little Rin is your girlfriend. But Konoha is on the brink of annihilation, one elderly woman pleaded. As her words echoed, the other elderly women joined in, pleading with Obito. Some even prepared to kneel before him, a sight that struck a profound chord within him. Logically, he should feel elated at the acknowledgement of Rin as his girlfriend. Yet all he could feel was sorrow. The will of fire I have learned since childhood forbids me from abandoning any comrade. I must speak with Hokage-sama. Obito cast a reassuring glance at Rin before dashing toward the Hokage's office, determined to plead for battle. Although he was instructed by Minato-sensei to remain hidden, he could no longer stand by. It was time to reveal his intentions. At the Hokage's office, the F4 comprised 4 members. One was in Akatsuki, another in Sunagakure overseeing operations, leaving only 2. Sarutobi, Konoha has suffered immensely. The consequences of prolonging this conflict are dire. This whispering voice belonged to Tsunade. Chapter 135. Please translate. What does it mean that Rin should possess the spirit to sacrifice for Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself wavering between the choice of sacrificing Rin or sparing her life. Sacrificing Noera Rin could ensure the future of countless families in Konoha. Even if she could control the three tails, the beast within her was akin to mere decoration. However, Tsunade's persistent whispers in his ear swayed him. Or perhaps, when he hesitated, he already had made his choice. Let that child decide for herself. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat, his gaze shifting uncertainly, weighing the pros and cons, yet unable to reach a definitive conclusion. After a long while, he finally exhaled deeply and resolved that Rin should make her own choice. The people of Konoha should embody the spirit of sacrifice for Konoha, Tsunade retorted. Outside, Obito was being escorted by two Umbu. The keen ears of the shinobi caught wind of the conversation within the room. He forcefully pushed past the Umbu, kicking the door open with a resounding thud. Danzo. The two individuals inside instinctively turned, only to find it was not Danzo, but Uchiha Obito. Old woman, what did you say? Repeat that. Who are you asking to sacrifice? Please translate. What does it mean that Rin should possess the spirit to sacrifice for Konoha? Tsunade was caught off guard by Obito's sudden outburst, feeling both humiliated and angered, particularly since he was an Uchiha. Tsunade. Observing the furious Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, signaling her to show some understanding towards the young man. Seeing this, Tsunade reined in her temper, attempting to speak calmly. Obito, Konoha stands on the precipice of survival. One person's sacrifice could save many lives. I believe she would consent. Translate. What does it mean that Rin should possess the spirit to sacrifice for Konoha? Obito, Noera Rin would never stand idly by while so many Konoha shinobi perish, would she? Tsunade continued, suppressing her anger. Translate. What does it mean that Rin should possess the spirit to sacrifice for Konoha? Is this fool truly so dense? Tsunade's chest heaved slightly as she pressed on. Obito, a shinobi's duty is to obey orders, and Sarutobi has stated that it is Noera Rin's choice to make. Translate. Is this child unwell? Obito suddenly activated his Sharingan, his gaze devoid of emotion as he turned to Tsunade, attempting to emulate the commanding presence of Uchiha Madara. Yet falling short. Madara exuded an air of dominance even in the simplest of actions, a quality Obito could never replicate. Minato-sensei and Uncle Fugaku would never agree to this. Obito cast a disdainful glance at Tsunade, ultimately refraining from taking action. As Madara had said, what good could come from the Senju clan? This Tsunade was a fool. And Sarutobi was even more so, contemplating sacrificing Rin for peace. Obito departed, determined that with Minato-sensei and Uncle Fugaku present, they would surely save Rin. During this period, Konoha engaged in battles with several shinobi villages as necessary. The Akatsuki, meanwhile, thrived, even expressing dissatisfaction that profits from selling kolo were insufficient, leading to a joint venture to establish a sprite factory. The five great nations mistakenly believed that the peace treaty was merely a cover for the three villages to collaborate on the sprite factory. With its distinct taste, Sprite quickly captured a significant share of the market among the five great nations. Rumor has it that the Sprite recipe was divided into three parts, with each village safeguarding a portion, leaving the five great nations with no opportunity to steal the formula. By the time Obito arrived at the Hidden Mist village, the Uchiha and other Konoha shinobi had already established a separate camp. Upon entering the Uchiha camp, he was met with the sight of the injured Uchiha Mikoto resting in bed. Medical ninjas had diagnosed that if she were to return to battle without proper recovery, she might face irreversible consequences regarding her fertility. Beside Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, yet he was inwardly anxious. Obito opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. However, thinking of Rin's safety, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Uncle Fugaku. The third Hokage intends to send Rin to the Hidden Mist village for negotiations. Fugaku had already heard Obito's approach. He turned his head, his expression remaining as impassive as a corpse. The third is indeed growing old. A glimmer of determination flashed in Obito's eyes. It was still Fugaku who understood. The Uchiha clan Sharingan could control tailed beasts. If they successfully dominated the Six Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Mist along with Rin, the village would be obliterated, making it impossible for them to continue the war. Fugaku's supplementary words sent a chill down Obito's spine. Was this not merely sacrificing Rin? Fugaku's trump card was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Controlling two-tailed beasts simultaneously to destroy the Hidden Mist village would be a daunting task, with just the three-tomo power. Hence he was prepared to reveal his trump card for a chance to place the Uchiha clan at the forefront. With the current strength of the Uchiha, Fugaku felt emboldened. Manipulating tailed beasts to devastate the hidden mist village was but the first step toward the Uchiha's ascent. Observing the fervent Fugaku, Obito silently withdrew from the camp. He sought out Minato Namikaze, who was in charge of the hidden mist front, and had forged a strong friendship with Fugaku. Minato did not disappoint him. He would never agree to sacrifice a child for the peace of Konoha. Kakashi, who had been by Minato's side, nodded in quiet agreement. Obito returned to the village filled with hope. Yet, the only sources of solace were Minato and his wife, along with Kakashi. Obito bore witness to the darkest chapter in Konoha's history. During his absence, Rin had experienced a treatment akin to that of the late Tsukumo Hatake. In fact, it was even worse, as she was subjected to mud and stones being thrown at her doorstep. In a single night, Rin found herself blacklisted by every merchant in Konoha. Were it not for the Akatsuki shop in the village, she might have had to resort to a primitive existence of hunting. The next time Obito saw Rin was at the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent while Tsunade Haruno applied pressure. Rin had always been willing to sacrifice herself. Yet she could not comprehend why Konoha had treated her so poorly in recent days. It felt like hell. Outside the Hokage's office, a multitude of villagers surrounded the vicinity, seething with indignation, all clamoring for Rin's sacrifice. Obito squeezed through the crowd, witnessing the vitriol directed at Rin, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He had contributed little to Konoha, yet Rin had saved numerous shinobi on the front lines with her medical ninjutsu. More infuriating still, Sarutobi had dispatched Minato to escort Rin to the hidden mist, calling him back from the front lines. Minato himself was perplexed by the summons, unaware of the intention behind it, while several jubilant jonin from the hidden mist stood beside him. Did the hidden mist wish to negotiate peace with Konoha? He surmised, allowing a faint smile to grace his face. If peace could be achieved, that would be splendid. Obito watched as Minato and the hidden mist jonin entered the Hokage's office. He yearned to escape Konoha with Rin, to flee from this place, and if possible, to escape the entire shinobi world, leading Rin to a realm brimming with truth, goodness, and beauty. Suddenly, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan manifested in his eyes. Chapter 136, Minato-sensei, you have truly disappointed me. Obito, come back with me. Wasn't it your dream to become Hokage? Minato-sensei, no, Minato, you are nothing but a coward. In the forest ahead was Obito fleeing with Rin in his arms, pursued by Minato, Kakashi, and several Umbu. Attacking the elders of Konoha, Minato-sensei, do you comprehend the consequences? What punishment should Obito expect upon his return? Minato relentlessly pursued him, while an Umbu subtly cautioned him from behind. Just moments ago, Obito had entered the Kamui space, eavesdropping on the discussions within the Hokage's office. The contempt displayed by Tsunade toward Rin filled him with disgust. How dare this old wretch pressure Rin? She had even reduced Rin to tears and intended to use Jinjutsu on her, compelling Rin to deliver an inspiring speech to the shinobi of Konoha before her sacrifice. Obito was consumed with rage. Thus, he used Kamui to sever her arm. The Sharingan was a reflection of the soul, and Obito, longing to escape Konoha with Rin, ultimately awakened his Mangekyo eyes. Tsunade should not have only lost one arm. It was only due to Minato interrupting him at the moment of using his ocular technique that she suffered merely a severed limb. Otherwise, Obito had intended to behead her. Minato's first instinct was to halt his actions. Initially unaware of the reason for his summons, Minato later learned the truth, yet chose to prevent Obito from acting. Obito clashed with Minato, and upon hearing Obito calm down, he was pinned to the ground by a Rasengan. To save Rin, he fought everyone in the office. At that moment, he was coughing up blood. In comparison to the formidable Madara and the gentle Yahiko, Obito found Minato to be as weak as a mere pawn in a game of power. Obito, come back with me. The teacher will not allow you to be punished. Nor will he permit Rin to be a sacrifice for the peace between Konoha and the hidden mist. Minato turned to the Umbu who spoke, his gaze softening, warning him not to overstep, and then he pursued Obito, striving to maintain a calm tone, tinged with a hint of pleading. Minato-sensei, you are too naive. You should not be a shinobi. Listening to Obito's lamentations as he ran, Kakashi suddenly interjected, Obito, we need to talk first. Kakashi, don't tell me you are also here to bring me back. You just witnessed everything. Obito roared, spewing blood once more before continuing his escape. He had barely managed to return to Konoha from Madara's clutches. He had hoped to utilize the wood release bestowed by Madara to change the tide of battle in Konoha. And how had they treated him? He had abandoned the opportunity to connect with Yahiko and become the second leader of the Akatsuki. His body was in Madara's camp. Yet his heart belonged to Konoha, and this was how Konoha treated him. They intended to send Rin to the hidden mist for negotiations. Minato and Kakashi fell silent. Indeed, they were dispatched by Sarutobi in a fit of anger to apprehend Obito, but they would surely protect him. Rin, in Obito's arms, cried uncontrollably, reaching out to touch the blood at the corner of his mouth. Obito, please put me down, apologize to Minato-sensei and everyone. The third Hokage will surely not punish you. You have done so much for me. You cannot run any longer. I've long grown weary of Konoha. My grandmother has long since passed away. I believe we should find a new place, a change of scenery. I do not wish to see those old geezers anymore. However, once Kushina and Minato are married, we must return for a visit, or else Kushina will surely give me a good thrashing. Obito swallowed the blood that threatened to spill again, then feigned anger as he retorted to Rin. Obito. At that moment, Rin found herself at a loss for words. In this lifetime, had anyone fought for her? All right, Rin. I am perfectly fine. It seems Minato and Kakashi are reluctant to let us leave. Obito forced a smile for Rin, his mouth wide open, revealing no trace of blood. It was evident he had licked the blood off his teeth with his tongue to prevent her from worrying. But your lifelong dream, Hokage. Hokage. I, Uchiha Obito, am destined to become the second leader of the Akatsuki. With that, Obito cradled Rin with one arm, while using the other to draw a line across his forehead protector with a kunai. Witnessing this scene, both Minato and Kakashi felt a tremor in their hearts. All right, Rin, do not speak. I am a bit tired. We must hurry before I fall asleep. Tears glistened in Lin's eyes as she gazed deeply at Obito, then nestled her face against his chest, gently nodding while emitting a faint sound. Obito. X2. Silence. For her, I would wage war across the world. Obito embraced Lin and fled, dodging the erratic kunai thrown by Minato, which lacked the precision of even a genin's throw. The two of them eventually reached the borders of the Land of Fire, disappearing completely upon entering the city of Enkaku. Let us go, Minato said, feeling a complex mix of emotions, but also relief as he saw Obito enter the territory of the Akatsuki. Kakashi discreetly took out his phone and sent a message to his father, urging him to look after Obito. Into the city. Minato, as a jonin. Our mission is to retrieve Obito. He has attacked Elder Koharu, and his crimes are unforgivable. Several Umbu chattered incessantly, even requesting Minato to accompany them into the city to apprehend him. These Umbu seemed blissfully unaware of the incident where the Akatsuki had wiped out 200 of Konoha's ninjas and captured an elder within half an hour. Such a disgraceful event was not something Hiruzen Sarutobi would publicize. The third Hokage has granted me the authority to abandon this mission. Entering the Akatsuki village to capture him could jeopardize the peace between our villages. Kakashi, we leave, Minato declared coldly, turning on his heel and departing with Kakashi. Obito, take care of yourself. If I become Hokage, I will definitely bring you back. The Umbu, furious at Minato and Kakashi's departure, chose not to consult Hiruzen and instead decided to enter the city to search for Obito. They arrived at the recently repaired Enkaku city. Two Chunin from the Akatsuki were stationed there, conducting routine checks on passing merchant caravans. Upon seeing the Leafs Umbu clad in masks, the two Chunin stopped them. What brings Konoha's Umbu here? We have lost 2 of our ninjas in your Akatsuki village and need to search the area, the Umbu replied, attempting to present a plausible reason with an acceptable demeanor. As one of the Chunin made a call for confirmation, Yahiko, who had been waiting in Enkaku City for several days with Nagato and a group of ninjas, arrived via the Flying Thunder God technique. What did you say? Yahiko's heart burned with anger. I said that 2 of our ninjas from Konoha have gone missing in your Akatsuki village, and we need to conduct a search. The Umbu recognized Yahiko, surprised that the man whom Hiruzen privately feared would personally come forth, yet they still mustered the courage to respond. Search my ass. Get lost. They could never have anticipated Yahiko's sudden attack, turning them into Swiss cheese with gunfire. In their final moments, they wondered why they were being shot at when their reasoning seemed solid enough. They had indeed shown the Akatsuki considerable respect. The hail of bullets rained upon them, resulting in a rather gruesome demise. News of the Umbu's deaths quickly reached Konoha. Enraged, Hiruzen could only fume momentarily. During the days of conflict with Akatsuki, Yahiko had absorbed 200 to 300 rogue ninjas, assimilating them into his ranks, now gathered in Enkaku City. As fate would have it, Hanzo personally arrived in Enkaku City to deliver Sprite. While Luffy and Yahiko were sworn enemies, Hanzo referred to Yahiko as his nephew. However, Narashikaku, who had recently been serving as an advisor in the Hokage's office, decisively suggested employing a strategy to divert trouble. Inform Akarigakure that the 3 Tails is in the hands of the Akatsuki. They can come and retrieve it. Upon verifying the information, Akarigakure agreed to a truce with Konoha and shifted their focus onto the Akatsuki. Hiruzen chuckled, mirroring the delight of a child weighing over 100 pounds. As the heavy clouds that loomed over him began to dissipate. In the Akatsuki village, within the clinic, all the medical ninjas were observing Lin as she treated Obito. Truly, as a ninja from a great village, her medical ninjutsu was remarkably impressive. Tsunade had previously taught the medical techniques in a manner that encouraged self-discovery. Miss Lin, I would like to formally invite you to join our clinic, the clinic director said earnestly. Can we wait until Obito awakens? Lin replied, having sustained her resolve. Bolstered by Obito's inner strength during their encounter with Hiruzen and Minato, upon seeing Yahiko, Obito felt he had found a pillar of support, and he broke down in tears, collapsing under the weight of his emotions. Lin thought that wherever Obito chose to go, she would follow. Shortly thereafter, Yahiko entered, holding an enrollment notification. Observing his younger brother lying on the bed alongside the concerned Lin, Yahiko mused that his younger brother's method of pursuing girls was not advisable, given its high difficulty. Even he would not dare to confront Hiruzen and Minato and escape unscathed. Of course, if Konan were injured, he might unleash a fury upon Hiruzen that could prove fatal. Lin timidly regarded Yahiko, unsure of how to address the man who had brought them back from Akatsuki City. Miss Lin, you wouldn't want Obito to. Cough cough, people shouldn't, at least not like that. Obito calls me big brother, so you may as well do the same. No need to worry about Konoha. It's just a little brat, a monkey at best. Yahiko waved his hand dismissively, sitting beside Obito's bed, gently checking his forehead, which was not feverish, signaling that he should be fine. Thank you, Lin said, bowing deeply in gratitude. Lin. At that moment, Obito suddenly grasped Yahiko's hand, feeling its roughness. He opened his eyes and hastily released his grip, feigning a gravely ill appearance. Lin, it hurts. Obito, I'm here, Yahiko reassured him, whether he noticed or not. Lin stepped forward and firmly held Obito's hand. Obito's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Ah, is this paradise? Seeing Obito's blissful expression, Yahiko tucked away the enrollment notification he had brought for Obito's successful admission to elementary school. Let this kid enjoy his afternoon. Big brother, what are you doing here? Obito realized he could refer to Yahiko as big brother now, though he still couldn't mention Madara. Hey, should I not be here given your tone? Yahiko replied with a knowing glance. Obito scratched his head, while Lin blushed. Remember to attend your classes at elementary school tomorrow. Despite his merciless demeanor, he still placed the enrollment notification on Obito's lap. Elementary school enrollment notification. Although half the year had passed, the primary goal of the first half of first grade was to learn to read, with the second half focusing on respecting teachers and values. Obito could not afford to miss a single class. Is little Lin also going to school? Yahiko's tone softened when addressing Lin compared to Obito. Could Obito refuse? He was fully aware that this notification had been arranged by Madara through Akatsuki. Speaking of which, Black Zetsu was also supposed to attend school. Yahiko found the unfolding narrative increasingly bizarre. What would Black Zetsu learn at school? Would he study physics and chemistry to concoct a rocket to blast open Kagaya's seal to rescue his mother? The feasibility of using an atomic bomb to break Kagaya's seal remained debatable. Do I still need to attend school now that I'm a chunin? Seeing that Obito not only decided to stay, but also chose to enroll in school, Lin agreed as well. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Hee Obito. Have you ever tasted the meals cooked by your sister-in-law? Yahiko invited them with a cheerful demeanor. Upon reflection, 3 individuals had willingly joined the Akatsuki from Konoha, Hitaki Sakumo, Obito, and Lin. As long as Danzo remained alive, Konoha still had many geniuses to recruit. One could confidently say that Konoha was a treasure trove of talent. For instance, Shursui. One could only wonder when he passed away, but during those years, if the Umbu were to test their luck beneath that cliff, they might just find him. As Obito inscribed his name on the enrollment notification, Yahiko felt a warmth in his eyes, a surge of chakra gathering around his eyes. And he discovered he could immediately activate his Sharingan. It was precisely the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's bearer who joined the village, a system that reciprocated to Yahiko. And with his flying thunder god technique, he was entirely confident in bringing Sarutobi Hisashi to his knees. Back in the day, Izuna had boasted to his ancestor, lamenting the sorrow of not possessing the Sharingan. Well, now he had it, augmented by the flying thunder god. Yahiko, rather inconsiderately, sat down to chat with Obito. Faced with Obito's hungry gaze, he pretended not to notice, intermittently inquiring about his health and studies, essentially refusing to leave. This infuriated Obito, who was eager to cultivate his relationship with Rin. Brother, don't make me kneel and beg you. I'm leaving. Remember to come for dinner tonight. Seeing Obito nearly shatter, Yahiko finally rose to depart. Rin. Obito. Just as the atmosphere had become somewhat intimate, Yahiko abruptly returned. Obito, do you have any dietary restrictions? Damn it. No. Oh, I see. Once Yahiko left, Obito finally felt free to express all he wished to say to Rin. Oh right, what about little Rin? Does she have any dietary restrictions? Chapter 138. We are going to kill Uchiha Madara. During dinner, Obito found himself unable to contain his tears. The will of fire has vanished. It no longer exists. Without Yahiko's comfort, there was only the sound of Yahiko silently eating. Cry any more. And you won't have any food left? Obito, Conan gently reminded him. Why has this child become so reticent? Obito ate at a pace akin to a pig, and Yahiko was truly unable to keep up. What an appetite! The sauce from a bowl of sweet and sour ribs could soak a whole basin of rice. This was indeed the appetite of an 11-year-old boy. After dinner, Rin accompanied Conan to wash the dishes, and the two were chatting and laughing in the kitchen. Obito, tell me about your plans for the future, Yahiko asked, sitting on the couch and inquiring about Obito's dreams. Why do men pursue power? Everything Yahiko said and did was scrutinized by those below him, as soon as he publicly declared Obito as his subordinate. Obito's future in Akatsuki would immediately become a broad avenue. Properties within the circle would likely be delivered to Obito's hands the very next day. At school, if Obito mentioned that physical education was too exhausting, the following day someone would suggest that Might Guy was ill. Sigh. Yahiko realized he hadn't yet unified the 5 great nations, nor was he even 30, and he found himself lost in the maze of life, causing him to become less of a jokester this year and begin to doubt his existence. What should he do when those who have contributed to the village are held in higher regard than the villagers themselves? This was his confusion. Obito, sitting opposite him, stole a glance at Rin in the kitchen, and his foolish grin betrayed his thoughts. Another child caught in the dynamics of a big-headed son and a small-headed father. By the way, you were taken by Madara during your disappearance, right? Speaking of Rin, how is it that she didn't die? How did you turn dark? How did Madara fulfill his plans? Yahiko inquired curiously. Obito nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, unable to speak. Yahiko suspected that Madara had placed a curse mark on him. Why didn't you come to find your brother? If you had come to your brother, he would have certainly killed Madara and rescued you. This remark caused Obito to start crying again. I was standing right in front of you at that time. When I returned, Madara gave me a severe beating. Wait, Madara? P.S. Underground in Akatsuki. I must inform my brother about this. Suddenly, Obito's demeanor shifted dramatically as he crossed his arms and cast a disdainful glance at Yahiko. Are you cosplaying as Madara? But you little brat. How dare you look down on me? That really ticks me off. Yahiko flicked his forehead. Then, he formed hand seals, and an invisible barrier appeared around the two, capable of isolating the sounds within from escaping. Yahiko's lips moved, and Obito, tears brimming, stood up, ready to lead the way. In the kitchen, Conan noticed this and taught Rin a trick, saying that men are inherently mysterious, so she must remain vigilant. Soon, Conan would send her an unreleased version of the village's 2nd generation, and she should occasionally video call Obito to check what he was up to. I, Conan, am experienced. And you should listen to me. Yahiko secretly spent a total of 8 million explosive tags. 8 million. Even Yahiko has been sneaking around behind my back. This child, Obito, who has never been exposed to the splendor of a big city, is bound to be dazzled by its glitz and glamour. Conan, usually not very talkative, couldn't he help but say a few more words, seeing that Rin had such an innocently vulnerable face. Don't be deceived by a man's appearance. Before whispering, Conan naturally set up a layer of barrier in the kitchen. She had always known the future plans for Akatsuki. They were truly ambitious, capable of igniting a monumental upheaval in the ninja world. Everything in Akatsuki was progressing in accordance with Yahiko's vision. So, she said, 10 years from now, if anyone can still maintain their original intentions in Akatsuki, she would never again hoard explosive tags. Right now, I only have Obito. Rin's eyes were as red as a little rabbit's, and some secrets could only be shared with fellow women, like her sister Conan. These past few days in Konoha, she had experienced the chill of betrayal. She knew that the entire world could turn against her, but only Obito would not. She always felt that Obito would go so far as to overturn the ninja world for her. So Rin, do you wish for Obito to be taken away by another woman, to protect another woman? But Obito and I aren't. The more she spoke, the redder her face became. Conan noticed Yahiko's sidelong glances directed at them, and she pulled Rin to turn away, as the two were unaware of what they were discussing. Obito, you're in trouble. Ninjas can read lips. How could Conan's barrier prevent Yahiko from seeing? After quietly observing, she noted that Rin was a good child, wondering how he could teach her such things. Obito, still oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, borrowed the phone in the living room from Yahiko to reach out to his contacts in Akatsuki, Shokyu, and Taki. These three often accompanied him to the arcade, and he had their home landline numbers. It was a bit of a pity. The three were eating and couldn't step out. Otherwise, Obito would have wanted to take them to defeat bosses and level up. Yahiko made a call to summon all the combat power within the village: Nagato, Kakashi, Kaku, Naruto, Might Guy, Shino, and Obito, along with himself. Together, the 9 of them possessed the strength to topple a nation. Defeating an old Madara would be an absolute cinch. Follow me. Obito stealthily led the way, and Yahiko followed without uttering a word. While the others understood from Yahiko's demeanor that they were about to engage in a tough battle, hence the need to summon so many people. Naruto had just been bathing and was hastily thrown into a yukata before being summoned. "Sho, are we going for a night run?" "Ah, no wonder this village loves youth. I adore this land." The old man of Akatsuki rose early for exercise, and recently, Might Guy had also formed a group of running buddies. Although they were reluctant to wear tight clothing, they were willing to train together and embrace the sunshine. Here, Might Guy nearly forgot that he had a son and that he had once been a chunin from Konoha. However, a question had been troubling him for quite some time. Should he pair his green tights with a yellow scarf like the one around his neck? If so, the cost would significantly increase. Look at that. Might Guy was already beginning to consider the village's needs. This was the spirit of Akatsuki. A group marched toward the school as if preparing for a brawl, with some even calling the police for not being able to see clearly in the dark. Even if you are the upper echelons of Akatsuki, our Universal Guard must conduct routine inquiries. The leading officer was quite brave, directly stopping the 9 individuals. Excellent. Yahiko clapped his hands, praising their actions. If anyone were to tarnish their reputation through imitation, they must be promptly interrogated, and upon discovering any discrepancies, apprehended immediately. It was this young man whom Yahiko suspected might be an undercover agent sent by White Zetsu. He inquired about their destination and purpose, demanding they produce identification. Uzumaki Jinchuriki was still clad in a yukata. Where could he possibly retrieve an ID? The Cosmic Patrol, akin to obstinate ruffians, insisted on identification. How could one prove their identity without it? To expedite the process, Uzumaki Jinchuriki casually shed a hair, transforming it into an ID and presenting it. Astonishingly, the Cosmic Patrol saw through this deception. "Ah, splendid." Yahiko erupted in laughter. "My Cosmic Patrol is even more formidable than the one from the M78 Nebula." After a painstaking 10 minutes, they finally confirmed that Uzumaki Jinchuriki was indeed who he claimed to be. It was yet another day of lawful enforcement. The members of the Cosmic Patrol saluted in satisfaction before departing. "Let him take it easy. Assign him a lighter task," Yahiko mused, appreciating the dedication of the member despite the cumbersome nature of the task. "Understood," replied Yukien. The following day, this member was reassigned by Yuki to guard the reservoir outside the village. "Our village reservoir is in dire need of talents like you." The 9 of them hastened their pace to make up for the 10 minutes lost. Obito led them to the school's exterior and pointed to the ground. "Madara has been hiding beneath my school all this time." Yahiko was suddenly unsettled. A boss of such magnitude has been concealed beneath the Hidden Dawn village? I was just 10 years old when I was in such close proximity to Madara. According to the intel Obito revealed, not only had he been in close quarters, but the Hidden Dawn village boasted 4 signal towers, 2 in the first ring and 2 in the second, ensuring minimal latency for gaming. He and Madara were even connected to the same signal tower. This is absurd. My fault, an egregious oversight. The revelation that Madara still lived sent waves of terror across Uzumaki Jinchuriki's face. What have I done? He's been bragging at the old folks' home about his battles with Madara during the Warring States period. Does this mean Madara is aware of it all? Hashirama. Indeed. I should have opposed my cousin's marriage to you. Did I not know whether Madara lived or died after the Valley of the End? Wait. I must question whether you discovered this, but chose to remain silent. Others pondered, realizing they had not wronged Madara in any way. Yahiko too recognized that he had not committed any offense against Lord Madara. With a heart full of gratitude, he recalled how Madara had discreetly assisted in the founding of Hidden Dawn Village, a memory he cherished deeply. In fact, when the 6th grade history curriculum was added in the future, Yahiko had increased Madara's section while slightly reducing Hashirama's. Everyone turned their gaze toward Uzumaki Jinchuriki, declaring, "You have chosen your own demise." Yet, if one were to ask whom Madara despised most, it would undoubtedly be Yahiko. The calisthenics broadcast, the water-style jutsu, the flying thunder god that killed Izuna. This white-haired apprentice had accumulated an abundance of negative buffs. Madara likely spent considerable time rationalizing his view of Yahiko's accomplishments. After such contemplation, he could not help but admire Yahiko. Many policies were pioneering, capable of enduring through the ages. Very well, today I shall have a candid discussion with Madara. Having arrived, Yahiko would not shy away. It would be either 9 of us against 1 Madara, or vice versa. He urged Obito to continue leading the way. As Obito guided the remaining 8 through the secret passage, they discovered the place where Uchiha Madara once resided was now empty, leaving only the outer path golem behind. With all white Zetsu having vanished. On the desk, several neatly arranged books lay, homework left by Obito and little Sasuke. Fast food containers littered the floor, untouched by anyone. Obito rummaged through the area, eventually locating his phone near the stone slab where Madara typically slept. His heart soared as he opened it, revealing the sentimental messages Kakashi had sent during his absence. Lonely Scarecrow, Obito, where are you? Please respond. Lonely Scarecrow, Obito, I will find you, no matter the distance. Oh, too bad I retrieved the phone too late. Obito lamented slightly, but continued scrolling through Kakashi's chat history. Don't touch anything. Yahiko interjected as Sakomo reached for a book on the table, and Kankuro sought something valuable to sell. He promptly halted them. Curiosity about Madara's daily life filled the air, and they looked at Yahiko, puzzled as to why he was preventing them from exploring. This place must be preserved. It could serve as a future tourist attraction, Yahiko explained. Kankuro's eyes widened. Indeed, Yahiko knew how to profit. Exactly. This location was famously inhabited by Uchiha Madara in his twilight years. If we were to charge admission for tours, the ticket sales would be astronomical. If only the Valley of the End were in Hidden Dawn Village, Yahiko mused. It would have been a 5-star tourist destination instead of the desolate wasteland it has become under Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance. With Madara absent, they had no choice but to retreat. To prevent public panic, they could not disclose that Uchiha Madara had once dwelled beneath Hidden Dawn Village. It was well known that due to a certain second Hokage, Madara had garnered a notorious reputation in the shinobi world, a reputation that could silence even the loudest child with a whisper that Madara favored weeping children. After a brief observation, the group nodded in agreement and followed Yahiko away. This matter was classified as an S-rank secret within Hidden Dawn Village, strictly forbidden from being mentioned. However, unexpectedly, the following day, Madara was once again brought back by White Zetsu, cradling a small box in his arms. Has someone been here? He queried. Surveying the surroundings and noticing some arrangements in the underground chamber, seemed disturbed. Lord Madara, it could be Obito who returned, one of the White Zetsu, Akatsuki, suggested. Madara glanced at the phone beneath the stone slab. It was gone. Thus, Obito must have been the one to return. He firmly believed Sarutobi Hiruzen had not dispatched White Zetsu to continue monitoring during his absence. Not overly concerned, he thought to himself, I have treated Obito well. Providing him with nourishment and training, he would not betray me. His attention turned to the small box in his hands, eyes glimmering with anticipation. This box, known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss, was said to be a treasure passed down from the Sage of Six Paths era, capable of granting a single wish upon being opened. He yearned to resurrect Izuna. Izuna, if only you could open your eyes and witness the thoughts of your elder brother. You would surely embrace my vision of unifying the shinobi world in peace, wouldn't you? Had it not been for Yahiko's close ties with the Hidden Grass Village, Madara would not have dispatched White Zetsu to meticulously monitor the village's every move. He could have easily overlooked this treasure, capable of fulfilling wishes. Lying within the Hidden Grass Village's Mizukage City, it was rumored during the Sage of Six Paths time. Someone from the Land of Grass nearly unified the shinobi world using this very box. Had it not been for this, he would not have gone through such trouble recently to personally visit the Mizukage City and have Akatsuki and White Zetsu beat the Mayor Yunin to seize the box. Lord Madara, hurry and open the box, Black Zetsu urged, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, his eyes narrowing with glee. He was all too familiar with the contents of the box, which housed a demon that absorbed chakra. Once Madara perishes, I shall brainwash Obito and create a Tsukuyami world where Rin loves him wholeheartedly. School? What nonsense. Black Zetsu's eyes flared open. Ah, why must you sacrifice yourself to the demon? Resurrect. My Izuna. As the illustrious Uchiha Madara infused a modicum of chakra into the box, it spontaneously sprang open, and a shadowy head emerged, greed glimmering in its eyes as it gazed hungrily at Madara. Oh, a descendant of Indra, is it? Impressive. Your chakra is abundant enough to sustain my existence. It cackled ominously. Chapter 140, Kurizetsu, Obito's Enrollment. Would release. The realm of tiny trees descends. Madara furrowed his brow, instantly realizing he had been deceived by false narratives. As the demon within the box extended its dark hands toward him, Madara retaliated with a wood-release technique. Channeling the life force and chakra from the demon into himself, he felt akin to a parched sponge meeting water, greedily absorbing the essence. "Ah, what is happening? You scoundrel! Release your grip. Are you not a descendant of Indra? How can you siphon my life force and chakra?" Madara remained silent, merely continuing the absorption, watching as the demon's visage visibly withered before his eyes. "My lord, I was mistaken. Please, my lord." The demon's face shrank, its eye sockets hollowing out. Deep lines etched into its skin as it ultimately succumbed, losing all vestiges of resistance to Madara's relentless extraction. Meanwhile, Madara's previously sunken cheeks began to fill out, wrinkles fading, as vitality surged through him, rejuvenating him by years. His once gray hair transformed, now interspersed with strands of black, a sign of revitalization. Madara felt as if he had returned to the prime of his 60s. He casually discarded the now useless box of bliss, cracking his knuckles as his shoulder muscles tensed, unleashing a flurry of punches that sliced through the air with explosive sound. Although it was far from the full extent of his former prowess, he relished the long-lost ease of movement. Rising to his feet, Madara flexed his fists and limbs. Beside him, Kurizetsu stood in a state of shock, realizing that not only had resurrecting his mother been a formidable task, but now Madara had discovered the ability to extend life by absorbing beings rich in vitality. "Kurizetsu, tomorrow you shall commence your education." Madara's thoughts, steeped in the Uchiha legacy, lingered in a realm of impractical dreams. "However, I am inclined to grant you an opportunity to amend your ways." He contemplated reclaiming his Rinnegan to forge a new yin-yang body, casting an irritable glance at Kurizetsu. "My lord," Kurizetsu hesitated, sensing that defiance would likely result in his immediate demise at Madara's hands. "Mother, it is truly burdensome for me. You have bestowed your might upon those two ungrateful wretches, leaving me with nothing but a keen intellect and a visage reminiscent of yours." At that moment, Madara forbade any mention of the infinite Tsukuyomi. "As I speak, the sage of six paths appears foolish. If Yahiko's words hold any truth." The conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans stemmed from him, marking him as the true instigator of discord in the ninja world for centuries. "I, Uchiha Madara, hold him in contempt. In my folly, I once believed the records inscribed by that fool." As he critiqued the sage, Madara recognized that the tales spun in the chronicles of the Five Nations were mere fabrications, while the amusing anecdotes shared in the hidden village's daily briefings bore a greater likelihood of truth. Kurizetsu, take note. Kurizetsu, resigned, retrieved paper and pen, aware that Madara had once again conceived a novel idea. The ninja world was evolving, yet plans perpetually lagged behind the tides of change. Kurizetsu diligently recorded, adopting a demeanor of an obedient student, eager to absorb the wisdom imparted. A century ago, Uchiha clansmen were compelled to witness the corpses of their fallen parents, yet now, a mere film sufficed, indicating that not every strategy was suitable for future generations. How has Madara suddenly become so astute? Kurizetsu pondered. For a millennium, Indra exhibited no wisdom, and all reincarnations of Indra over the past 1,000 years have shown the same lack of insight. Yet, here is one who has. Wait, where has the chakra of Indra within Madara gone? Kurizetsu sensed the absence, realizing that it had dissipated when Madara absorbed the demon's essence. In ridding himself of the demon's malevolent chakra and life force, he had inadvertently expelled an unknown third chakra that he had no desire to retain. Kurizetsu, grappling with the enormity of these changes in the ninja world, felt overwhelmed. In times of great conflict, the strong flourish while the weak perish. You must adapt. The following day, Kurizetsu found himself forcibly attired in the Akatsuki village's elementary school uniform and sent off to school alongside Obito, in Class 2 of the first grade. It was the commencement of the new semester. Clad in a deep green cap adorned with the red Akatsuki cloud insignia and a white shirt with blue stripes, complemented by light blue trousers and a satchel, Kurizetsu encountered Obito at the school gate. Behind them, Noara Rin trailed with a smile, unknowingly joining Obito in this educational endeavor for 9 long years. How absurd. The prodigious Uchiha, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, now found himself attending school with a group of 7-year-olds. Scorpion Senpai. A throng of adoring 4th-grade girls, fans of Scorpion, jostled past a beleaguered Kurizetsu and Obito, intent on delivering a warm breakfast to their idol. From a distance, Obito watched the commotion, envious of Scorpion's popularity. Why does he garner such admiration? At the school gate, Scorpion received an abundance of breakfasts, far more than he could consume. Noticing Obito's envious gaze, he decided to share. tossing a portion to each of them. "Here, eat up," he said with a faint smile. "Ah, Scorpion Senpai is so kind. How infuriating. How can his popularity surpass even Kakashi's at the Ninja Academy?" Chapter 141. I too have affections for Kaguya. Though the situation was maddening, schooling remained imperative. The entrance to the school was adorned with the 4 characters. "The sea of learning is boundless," penned by Yahiko. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small playground, flanked by walls inscribed with the village's rules and mottos. To the left, the wall proclaimed perseverance and self-reliance, while the right proclaimed patriotism, progress, democracy, and science. Additionally, photographs of exemplary teachers and outstanding students adorned the walls for the students to admire. Year after year, the school underwent continuous improvements. Yahiko envisioned that once this cohort of children graduated from elementary school and transitioned to junior high, he would have sufficient funds to replace the desks and chairs with ergonomically designed ones. On the small playground, many students arrived yawning for school, and Rin, her eyes wide with curiosity, wondered if all attendees donned uniforms. In contrast, most students in Konoha wore clothing emblazoned with their clan symbols. Yahiko had not disclosed that Obito was his subordinate, thus Obito and Rin attended school like any other child, receiving no special treatment. Even individuals like Juzo and Daibutsu, who were also his subordinates, had now reached 17 and were dutifully enrolled in the 5th grade. However, Kurizetsu made an odd observation. How did all the elementary students seem to know his mother? Was the Chronicles of the 5 Nations that popular? Indeed, it had transcended boundaries. During the Great Ninja War, 2 rival feudal lords of small nations discovered they shared a fondness for the same character from the story, leading them to joyfully forge a brotherhood treaty of non-aggression. Kaguya was about to release a new volume. The illustrator hinted that the other main character was the Raikage from the Cloud Village. Back in 2nd grade, I liked Izuna. In 3rd grade, I liked Tobarama. In 4th grade, I still liked Izuna. And now in 5th grade, it's time to appreciate Kaguya, 2 5th grade students nearby remarked. I too have affections for Kaguya. Hikazetsu approached to join the conversation between the two. Madara wants me to learn? Huh, what nonsense. I intend to spread my mother's legacy throughout the ninja world. The power of the people is formidable. Perhaps a kind-hearted individual will assist me in breaking my mother's seal. After hearing Madara's incessant ramblings, even Kurizetsu unconsciously picked up a few phrases of the ideology. Rushing forward with fervor, the children of the ninja world mature quite early. Yahiko strictly scrutinizes everything. Yet he understands that such investigations are futile. No man possesses a spotless browsing history. To my astonishment, the illicit materials have even reached my Akatsuki village. Yahiko sat at his desk, sifting through documents. The Phoenix bookstore of Akatsuki village, renowned for its quality content, had driven the bookstores of the 5 great nations into bankruptcy. After 2.5 years, the 5 great nations, having undergone training, returned to reclaim their territory. It is well known that anyone who has practiced for 2.5 years is no ordinary practitioner. After the bookstores of the 5 nations pivoted to selling adult comics, they managed to snatch back a portion of the market share from Akatsuki village. Inside a shipping container, which served as Kakuzu's home, he lived there to save money, avoiding rent and utilities. Akatsuki village also has factions. It is not uncommon to seek a protective umbrella leader in various villages for progress. Their Kakuzu faction exists solely to generate revenue for the village. It is not an evil organization, so Yahiko turns a blind eye. Amidst a second-hand round table, Kakuzu and his second-in-command, Kankaro's father, convened an emergency meeting. Isn't it just about drawing comics? We can also hire someone to illustrate them, right? Kakuzu kicked over a plastic stool beside him and waved his hand, instructing Kankaro's father to find photos of beautiful women outside Akatsuki village. Lord Kakuzu, I don't think we need to search. It's just that I wonder if you dare, Kankaro's father said timidly. Who? Asked Lady Tsunade in the meeting room of the 5 Nations Alliance. Although Kakuzu lacks understanding of love, he possesses a sense of aesthetics, and she would suffice. No one knows the plump lamb Tsunade better than he does. With Tsunade as his weapon of revenge, he finally had a plan for counteraction, and he would no longer have to resort to the shadows. Kakuzu continued, the 2nd generation of the village will be released soon. Priced the same as the 1st generation at $16,999, while the 1st generation will begin promoting in the ninja world at $19,999. Moreover, the Akatsuki Hollywood New Director Initiative is underway, and the Internet Cafe will be opening soon. Kakuzu spoke of the significant events occurring in the village recently. Yahiko had meticulously defined the positioning cards for various products, squeezing out every bit of performance. The mobile phone could only communicate and play simple games, while the computer could only handle slightly more complex games. Each generation is about 10 stronger than the last, a process colloquially referred to as squeezing toothpaste. To expect to watch videos and television on mobile phones and computers was futile. How would they sell such products until televisions were invented? It would take at least another decade before televisions became commonplace, allowing phones and computers to develop as they had in the past. It is no wonder that Kakuzu has become infatuated with Yahiko. Even if he were to drive him away, he would not leave. Aside from the Mist Village, which has yet to experience mobile phones, and the Sand Village and Rock Village, which lack funding for research. Recent advancements in the Great Brick have emerged from the Rock Village, coinciding with the announcement of good news that excited everyone. Just yesterday, Orochimaru, upon hearing this, spent an entire day at the front lines of the Cloud Village casually researching the Great Brick. A spy reported back to Akatsuki Village, which is also why Yahiko decided to launch the first generation of the village ahead of schedule. They aspire to enter the mobile phone business. Such delusions. Kakuzu promptly established an adjustment to Akatsuki Village's commercial strategy. A few individuals were assigned to small nations and villages, while others were tasked with the 5 great nations and the 3 remaining villages, excluding Mist and Sand. With Kakuzu's adjustments, the previously tense situation in the ninja world suddenly came to a halt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Inoki, and A understood that the competition in the marketplace would determine the victor. Akatsuki Village's first generation was well concealed, leaving them with no impression. Thus, the 4 villages engaged in a trade war. Only the Sand Village and the Mist Village, both bewildered, continued their barbaric confrontations. The Mist Village was curious about why Konoha was so trustworthy this time, ceasing hostilities without any follow-up. Their eyes set firmly on Akatsuki Village, intent on reclaiming the 3 tails. The Sand Village was still entangled in a skirmish with Danzo, leaving Danzo utterly humiliated. Good. Now Danzo not only betrays geniuses, but has started to deceive the vast majority of Konoha's ninjas, losing several cities to the Sand Village, becoming a laughingstock in the ninja world. Laugh. Laugh all you want. The day the Walking Witch steals your Sand Village's defense plans will be the day I, Danzo, can finally hold my head high, Danzo said with a confident grin. On the day of the release of the second generation of the village, Yahiko remained in the Mist Department, monitoring the latest intelligence in the ninja world. The listening computers had also been moved to the Mist Department. Although several Kages had long suspected that Akatsuki Village might be eavesdropping on their calls, such as Inoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen probing for weaknesses in their 2 villages, they received no response from Yahiko at all. Perhaps Akatsuki Village cannot hear. However, today they were set to launch their very own village's mobile phone. The server signal towers were still utilizing the infrastructure of Akatsuki Village. There was no choice. The signal towers of Akatsuki Village were expanding every year, and even the smallest rural villages had access to Akatsuki Village's 2G signal. With continuous efforts to promote in the countryside, they could only take their time, gradually constructing their own signal towers over the years before breaking free from Akatsuki Village's constraints. The Rock Village, Cloud Village, and Konoha Village also took a page from Yahiko's book and organized a press conference. They invited the feudal lords of the Earth Country, Lightning Country, and Fire Country as special guests. However, Yahiko's second-generation village press conference had already commenced under Conan's supervision, even swapping out the large bricks in various mobile phone stores for the first generation, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and others held their own press conference. Chapter 142, Speedboats vs. Mist Village. In this clash, the 3 villages had no chance of victory. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded the press conference, and with the recent ceasefire in the Mist Village, the pressure had lessened significantly, allowing the large brick launch event to proceed smoothly. The feudal lords marveled, declaring that Konoha's large bricks were of even better craftsmanship than those of Akatsuki Village. Returning to the Hokage office, he was eager to indulge in a moment of relaxation. Tsunade, who had lost an arm, entered with the first generation of the village, her expression grim. Akatsuki Village. Once again, it's Akatsuki Village. They rescued Konoha's greatest traitor, Uchiha Obito, and now they're sabotaging Konoha's business. They have also confined the Flame Pass in advancing the city, and it has yet to be released. If it weren't for the Sand Village, Cloud Village, and Rock Village, Konoha would have long since eliminated Akatsuki Village from the map. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, his hand poised to light a cigarette. After receiving the package, he opened it and began to familiarize himself with the instructions, playing for half an hour. Upon exiting the gaming interface, he saw a list of ninjas on the Konoha leaderboard, with the top rank held by Namikaze Minato, whose reflexes surpassed even those of a 3-Tomo Sharingan user. Playing such simple games was a piece of cake for him. Lost again? Not necessarily. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was feeling frustrated, An idea struck him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Go. Let Minato be the spokesperson for Konoha's mobile phone. Claiming that he invented it, Minato holds significant prestige among the younger generation in the Fire Country. Having him endorse it could secure a considerable market share. This inspiration struck him after witnessing Jiraiya's success in securing endorsements everywhere after his show. Isn't that a bit much, Hiruzen? Orochimaru, even Tsunade, who had a thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Hiruzen's actions. Orochimaru will understand my intentions as a teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied confidently. But Tsunade hesitated. Well, Minato is also his nephew. What's wrong with giving him that title? The mere mention of Minato brought an unexplainable satisfaction to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and he waved his hand, signaling Tsunade to follow his instructions. Reluctantly, Tsunade complied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's wishes. With Akatsuki village's business being hijacked, it was also feeling the pressure. After being thwarted by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly promoted the true inventor of Konoha's great brick as Minato Namikaze. Haha. In the camp, Orochimaru truly wept, clapping his hands and wiping away a tear from the corner of his right eye with his thumb. 2 of Minato's students had defected. Was this a ploy to divert attention from Minato's reputation? Teacher, on what grounds do you believe I won't leave? Orochimaru felt utterly disillusioned with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turned out that people could indeed change. The teacher he once knew, who would gently speak and personally grill fish by the lake, was no longer the same. If Shinjiro were still alive, would he too come to admire Minato Namikaze and abandon me, his teacher? Indeed, he was solitary. He should devote all his time to the pursuit of immortality and not engage in the trivial affairs of the mundane world. He had failed. In matters of love, he had met with utter defeat. In that moment, Orochimaru cast aside every shred of emotion, vowing from henceforth to embrace the persona of a cold sovereign. Upon learning of this incident, Minato Namikaze promptly called to apologize. Minato, are you here to mock me? Orochimaru felt a fleeting surge of anger, fueled by childhood sentiments. Despite his disappointment in Sarutobi Hiruzen, your methods are impressive. You stole Jiraiya from me, took my teacher, and now you come to flaunt your success? I didn't Orochimaru-senpai. Please let me explain. Enough. Orochimaru, this was my idea, and it has nothing to do with Minato. You should not take out your frustration on him. Apologize to Minato. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen could be heard admonishing from the other end of the line, clearly in the same location. With a cold chuckle, Orochimaru hung up the phone. After relinquishing his emotions, he found that Hiruzen's actions stirred no turmoil within him. In fact, he felt a hint of amusement. Why had he wasted time trying to placate Sarutobi Hiruzen? Would it not be more beneficial to devote that time to researching ninjutsu for eternal life? He decided to withdraw from the battlefield in Kumogakure, citing illness as his reason. Unfortunately, Yahiko's toads could not remain on the front lines, and thus he was unable to receive word of Orochimaru's situation in a timely manner. Yes, Yahiko had numerous toads stationed as spies in Konoha. The people of Konoha were aware of Jiraiya and Minato's summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, yet they often unconsciously overlooked Yahiko's own contractual ties with the place. Aside from the incident with the Biju, Yahiko had never summoned those rogue toads in the ninja world to expose himself. At that moment, the war horns of Akarigakure sounded upon Amigakure. Yahiko was well prepared for this. He directed Rado to build several speedboats and commanded Kakashi to lead the ninjas from Amigakure and Kusagakure into battle. Yahiko entrusted the task of counterattack to Kakashi. He and Nagato planned to venture to a nation called Lulan in Sunagakure, where ninjas recently tasked in the area had mysteriously vanished, along with the ones sent to locate them. Thus, Yahiko intended to investigate alongside Nagato. As for how to straightforwardly lead Kusagakure in a confrontation against Akarigakure the following day, an audacious thief from Akarigakure robbed a caravan sent by Kusagakure to conduct sprite business in Akarigakure. Kusagakure was infuriated and demanded retribution from Akarigakure. Yahiko had already devised a tactical plan for this counterattack. We possess speedboats. Let us engage in naval warfare without ever setting foot on land. Each speedboat would be manned by a member of the Uzumaki clan to supply chakra, fully stocked with provisions, thus negating the need for resupply on land. Moreover, the land of whirlpools had previously thrived in the waters of Akarigakure. Now, we were familiar with the terrain and possessed speedboats. The advantage was ours. The land of fire would never grant passage to the land of water, meaning Akarigakure would have to traverse from the sea to the river country before reaching Amigakure. Bring it on. I refuse to believe any Akarigakure ninja could navigate a tranquil lake, let alone maneuver through the complexities of the sea. Yahiko demanded that Akarigakure sign a treaty relinquishing the Three Tails. The primary culprit behind the downfall of the land of whirlpools was indeed Akarigakure, and Yahiko also marched forth under the banner of avenging his brothers and the land of whirlpools. Now, we were not barbaric warmongers fighting over a tailed beast. Before the battle commenced, moral grounds must be firmly established. The hatred of a nation's destruction was a sentiment shared by the aging Uzumaki. Yahiko, count me in for avenging the land of whirlpools. At that moment, Tsunade burst through the office door, eager to seek retribution for the land of whirlpools. Chapter 143, Tsunade's Hemophobia. Tsunade, it's not that we don't want you to go, but you have hemophobia. Just tell me whether I can go or not. You cannot. Yahiko, you will regret this. I am the village leader. This bizarre scene unfolded in the office of Akatsuki. Yahiko paid her no heed, instructing Kakashi not to skimp on resources and to thoroughly thrash Akarigakure. Meanwhile, Tsunade stormed through the streets, fuming. Damn it, hemophobia. I can't even take revenge for my grandmother's hometown. Hey look, I got it. Lady Tsunade and the Raikage. Let me see, let me see. Just then, a young man, boasting to his friend, held up a notebook. On the cover was the smiling face of the fourth Raikage, and flipping it open revealed content that was quite unsightly. Tsunade overheard their animated discussion and stealthily approached. What connection did she have with the Raikage? Upon glancing at the notebook, her chest heaved violently with rage. Beneath her meticulously crafted visage lay a tempest of fury. She snatched the notebook from their hands, tearing it to shreds, and sending both boys flying with a punch. Who drew this? Deidara. The two boys cried out in dismay. With a loud crash, the office door was once again kicked open by high heels. Deidara, get out here. Tsunade aimed directly for Deidara, seizing the coffee table from Yahiko's desk and hurling it at him with ferocity. Everyone in the office frowned. This was disrupting our space. Deidara had already anticipated this and deftly sidestepped, observing the glass shards exploding against the wall. Calmly, he produced a blood pack he had prepared earlier, slapping it against his forehead, causing blood to flow over him, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Seeing Deidara's antics, Yahiko and the others understood he had committed an unscrupulous act. Though Tsunade had a volatile temper, she never flew into a rage without cause. Go investigate. Yahiko ordered Nagato. You. Tsunade curled up in the corner, suddenly recalling her brother and the two who perished on that stormy night. Fear surged over her like a tidal wave, and she emitted a broken whimper from her throat. This Deidara, you've gone too far. In an instant, Nagato discovered that Deidara had been selling his drawings for profit, even attempting to evade taxes unbeknownst to them. Alas, this dilemma has set Yahiko in a quandary. Deidara has done wrong, yet if this continues, it could indeed generate revenue for the village. Should he be punished, or what should be done? This troublesome Deidara keeps causing me trouble. If only Hashirama were to be reincarnated, he would surely hang you out to dry for 7 days and nights. Could it be that such publications were to appear in the ninja world? I must protect Conan. Such matters would undoubtedly be strictly prohibited by Yahiko. At that moment, Tsunade could no longer evade reality. She bit down hard on her tongue, the metallic taste of blood exploding in her mouth. She had failed to save her grandmother's hometown, had failed to save her brother, had failed to save Dan. She had protected nothing. Now, she couldn't even take revenge for her grandmother's hometown, and was being bullied by Deidara, who exploited her weaknesses. Deidara, Deidara, Deidara. Her gaze suddenly sharpened like an eagle, chakras surging around her. The former Tsunade had returned. Let us go. Yahiko, sensing the shift in atmosphere, placed a hand on Nagato's shoulder, and everyone in the office laid their hands on Yahiko's shoulders as they vanished in a flash of teleportation, leaving Deidara behind. Next time, remember what can and cannot be done, Kakazu. Damn it. The office has been reduced to ruins, and when Yahiko re-enters, he finds a tangled mass lying on the floor. The mass emits whimpering sounds, for all of its belongings have been seized by Tsunade, reportedly to be used for drawing cards. So be it. Yahiko glances at the office that has accompanied him for several years, contemplating a renovation. Stimulated by Kakuzu's antics, Tsunade's fear of blood has miraculously dissipated. Though her fear of snow remains, at least she is now able to step onto the battlefield. Absurd. The illustrious Sannin of Konoha now finds themselves aboard a speedboat from the Akatsuki, clamoring to attack the hidden mist village. One can understand Tsunade's desire for vengeance against the mist, not only to avenge the land of whirlpools, but also due to Konoha's interests, especially since the village nearly faced annihilation due to the mist's recent provocations. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having compromised with the mist, has been mockingly dubbed the ninja bear by the shinobi world, a bear of exceptional endurance. Off they go, off they go. They even haul the speedboat from the lake outside the Akatsuki village, totaling 13 boats, each capable of accommodating 12 individuals. Only those who have mastered the body flicker technique are permitted to board. Thus, even if the enemy capsizes their boat, the fleeing speed of the ninja aboard would surpass that of even the Jonin. Yahiko discreetly informs Konoha that Tsunade is aiding the Akatsuki in their assault on the Mist Village. Whether she assists or not, that is up to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I cannot intervene. Just be wary, or I might bring my people to undermine your efforts. In the classroom, Obito and Rin sit in the last row by the window. Obito yawning in boredom. Kamimura Ritsuki? This doesn't sound like something my brother would do. The story of Kamimura Ritsuki has been revised, transforming the experiences of Yahiko and the others in the land of rain into an adventure in the land of snow. Noera Rin is intently listening, praising her brother Yahiko for being such a devoted disciple. Obito gazes blankly out the window at two chattering sparrows perched on a telephone pole. They remind him of himself and Rin. Suddenly, the faces of Yahiko and Nagato appear outside the window, startling Obito into a jump. What the? He exclaims, standing up in shock. The teacher is equally startled, wondering if the village chief has come to see Obito. Does he have this kind of background? If he doesn't do his homework in the future, should I pretend I didn't see it? Yahiko declares, from this moment onward, let us dispense with pleasantries and activate the Kamui space to take us to the hidden sand village. Obito replies, huh? Skipping class isn't good, is it? Big brother Yahiko, big brother Nagato? Obito scratches the back of his head, clearly eager to go but mindful of Rin's presence. He diverts the conversation. Are you going or not? Yahiko adopts an expression that suggests he will leave with Nagato if Obito declines. Wait, I'll go? Seeing this, Obito panics. All right, I'll request your leave. Yahiko calls Konan, who in turn contacts Obito's teacher. The teacher laments, woe is me, I cannot coexist with evil. Chapter 144, Don't eat snacks in my Kamui space. At the village gate, Obito stands with a pained expression, watching Yahiko and Nagato, one of whom is clutching a pillow. Let us go. I've sent the location to your phone. Yahiko waves his phone at Obito. With a resigned look, Obito pulls the two into his Kamui space. The trio vanishes from the village gate. Nagato, eat. Yahiko, you too. Crack, crunch. As Obito maneuvers the Kamui space towards the hidden sand village in the direction of Lulan. The sounds of Yahiko and Nagato opening plastic bags and munching on chips fill the air. Ugh. After finishing the chips, the two find their mouths a bit dry and crack open a soda. Obito thinks to himself, how many times have I felt this exasperation? Yahiko and Nagato are carelessly tossing their trash around in my Kamui space, making it quite a hassle to clean up. Do they not realize that eating in someone else's Kamui space is an extremely rude act? Hey, little Obito, you should eat too. Yahiko feeds him a chip. Delicious. Big brother, what are we going to do in the hidden sand village with Kamui? After a while, Obito, mouth full of chips, mumbles indistinctly. Big brother? Glancing back, he sees the two of them peacefully asleep side by side. How can they not understand the plight of those of us on a long journey? It's hard for us too. Obito knows that traveling through the Kamui space is undoubtedly faster than a ninja's body flicker technique. Departing at 9 in the morning, they cross the desert and reach Lulan in just 2 hours. Yahiko and Nagato enjoy a refreshing sleep, only to be roused by the still frustrated Obito upon arrival. In Lulan, Yahiko recalls that beneath the surface lies a dragon vein capable of traversing time and space. A puppet master named Baizu once traveled through this vein from the future, renaming himself and Lushan to seize the throne of Lulan. He was eventually defeated by Naruto and his brother Minato. Before in Lushan's defeat, he had conscripted a large number of laborers to excavate the energy of the dragon vein. I wonder if the ninjas from the Akatsuki have been mistaken for laborers in this endeavor. That is the primary objective. The secondary aim is that Yahiko is coveting the puppet masters here, wishing to bring them back for the study of steel mecha. Upon exiting the Kamui space, they are greeted by the towering buildings of Lulan, infused with its unique charm. I believe we should disguise ourselves, Yahiko suggests, stroking his chin. I think it's unnecessary. The three of us together could flatten this small nation, Obito retorts, also stroking his chin. Fool, if we see something and, in a fit of rage, kill someone, are we to bear the consequences with our true faces? We came here stealthily, Yahiko gently reprimands him. It's ironic that in the original narrative, Obito constantly had Madara take the blame for various calamities, the Ninetales incident, the destruction of the Uchiha clan, and the manipulation of the fourth Mizukage to unleash the blood mist. Why is Obito speaking such nonsense today? As Obito comes to this realization, Nagato has already utilized the transformation technique. Gold Gate. With a puff, the figure of the much-despised Kaze no Kage reappears. Fire Gate. With another puff, Yahiko also adopts an old alias. Obito opens his mouth, but fails to utter a word. Oh, he recalls how back when the third Raikage was still alive, he led a group of Umbu to besiege Minato's team. That makes sense. As the smoke dissipates. Earthgate. One must admit, Obito is quite adept at his craft, mimicking perfectly. The members of the Namikaze clan are truly accomplished. We must not reveal our identities as ninjas from the Akatsuki. We should first locate the Akatsuki ninjas to prevent the enemy from resorting to desperate measures and perishing alongside them. In this remote nation, the title of Konoha ninja is ultimately more advantageous than that of the Akatsuki. Yahiko's words earn the agreement of both companions. As the trio, adorned with Konoha headbands, steps out from the alley, they unexpectedly collide with a blonde figure who is cluelessly scanning the surroundings. Coincidentally, this blonde fellow is also wearing a Konoha ninja headband. With 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, he appears to be around 16 years old. He looks rather foolish, scratching his head as he is about to ask for directions when he notices the headbands on the trio. Ah, you 3 are also Konoha ninjas? Did Granny Tsunade send you to provide support? That is wonderful. Sakura is missing, along with Sai and Captain Yamato. The foolish boy seems to see long-lost relatives, flailing his arms and chattering incessantly. Should we form a team? Obito squints, recognizing the boy's face, though he seems older than him. Wait. Yahiko interjects, isn't this Uzumaki Naruto? Wow, Konoha hasn't fallen apart even after 20 years? But then again, it's also possible that the Akatsuki has taken over this place, Konoha's province. Hold on. Nagato said coldly, logically speaking, if the assailants hadn't instigated the Nine-Tails incident, Minato wouldn't have perished. Our Naruto from this timeline should recognize his father. If it were our Naruto, he would have called out for doubt at first. He paused, contemplating. Let's test the waters. What do you think? Act first, Yahiko replied with a stern expression. Are you also a ninja from Konoha? Please present your ninja identification. Oh, Naruto responded, a bit perplexed. After presenting his identification that confirmed his status as a Konoha ninja, he voiced his confusion. Don't you recognize me? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato examined the identification, noting the ninja number 012607 and the name Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan has a blonde member? Sensing the chakra emanating from this individual, it didn't seem like a mere impersonation. Obito raised an eyebrow, his frown deepening. Ninja number 012607? His number in Konoha is 010886. They say he is foolish, but he is not at all. This number indicates that since his graduation from the Ninja Academy, Konoha has added over 1,700 ninjas. This identification had reached a level where it could easily deceive anyone. You are not a Konoha ninja. Who exactly are you? Obito pressed, unable to contain his skepticism. Naruto scratched his head anxiously, pondering how to prove his affiliation with Konoha. If only I had learned some Konoha codes from Kakashi-sensei before coming here. I truly am a Konoha ninja. Really? Look, this forehead protector was given to me by Irika-sensei. Naruto adjusted his Konoha forehead protector, which had been polished to a shine, demonstrating his regard for his identity as a Konoha ninja. Chapter 145. The Encounter of the Wave Wind Minato and Watergate. Who do you speak of? Irika. Nagato sighed. Is it the Irika I'm thinking of? Neither Nagato nor Obito believed it, nor did Yahiko. Young man, if you admire Konoha, you can apply to join. You need not impersonate our Konoha ninja. Kamen, Tumon, we're leaving. Yahiko, seemingly amused, led Nagato and Obito away. Listen to me, I truly am a Konoha ninja. Naruto pleaded desperately, hurrying to keep pace with the trio, exerting all efforts to validate his identity. He rambled on about how delicious the ramen at Ichiraku was, and how this mission to investigate the Lulan Kingdom was assigned by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions dismissive, as if to say, even if you are, it doesn't matter. But Ichiraku ramen is really good. Naruto insisted. It's from Konoha. Ichiraku ramen is clearly from Akatsuki village. What Konoha has anything to do with it? Yahiko retorted. And Tsunade? She is so lazy she hardly wants to attend the Hokage meetings. Do you think she would actually take on the Hokage role? Nagato and Obito were unconvinced. How can I prove to you that I am a Konoha ninja? Naruto lamented, clutching his head in despair. We already said we believe you are a Konoha ninja. Yahiko assured him. Indeed, you need not prove anything, Nagato added. Although I have not seen you in Konoha, if you say you are, then you are, Obito concluded. I truly am a Konoha ninja. Naruto implored again. Yes. Yahiko seemed to sense a familiar chakra emanating from underground, deciding to lead Nagato and Obito to rescue. I am indeed a Konoha ninja. Suddenly, Naruto grasped Yahiko's sleeve, looking pitiful. The trio of imposters seemed to be triggering tears from the child. Naruto edged closer to the three, observing them carefully, a faint recognition dawning upon him. Are you three brothers? Do you have an older brother? Naruto recalled. They looked somewhat like the Hokage rock uncles. Do you watch Intimate Heaven? He chuckled. He attempted to steer the conversation, but suddenly his demeanor shifted, and he lowered his head in sorrow. After a lively chatter, Naruto fell silent, prompting Yahiko to sigh. Indeed, he is the Naruto from the original timeline. Naruto, you shouldn't seek our approval. You should have your own dignity, Yahiko advised solemnly. Nagato and Obito exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Yahiko had suddenly become so serious. Lecturing a ninja imitating Konoha. Suddenly, both erupted in laughter. Yahiko, why do you seem like a father today? Yahiko sighed, recognizing that the realm of the strong is incomprehensible to mere mortals. Naruto continued to follow Yahiko and the others, and Yahiko, gazing into his bright blue, innocent eyes, felt as though he were looking at his younger self. Alas, everything cannot be returned, he lamented. As laughter echoed, Nagato and Obito observed Yahiko's nostalgic demeanor, finding it hard to contain themselves. Yahiko? Naruto shook his head. He didn't recognize him. Yet Naruto was seamlessly integrated into their conversation, enjoying their camaraderie, appearing to onlookers as if three fathers were out with their son. How curious it was that one person could have three fathers. Naruto had become the new little brother recognized by Yahiko. Obito finally had a little brother, albeit one older than him. You don't know, Sakura is really fierce, Naruto proclaimed. Just give her a beating. Why the hesitation? Let me help you with that, Nagato quipped. Simpering fool, Obito added. Actually, if you look back, you might find someone more suitable than Sakura for you, like Sasuke, Yahiko suggested. As they journeyed towards rescuing the Akatsuki ninjas, sharing laughter, they rounded a corner only to find a blonde ninja wearing a mask alongside a white-haired ninja blocking their path. Behind them trailed members of the Akimichi clan and the Yamanaka clan, both also masked to conceal their identities. Yahiko and the others blinked in confusion, momentarily taken aback. When the blonde ninja removed his mask, revealing a face identical to theirs adorned with a mask popular during the Warring States period, marked with the Konoha insignia. Naruto gasped in shock, speechless, pointing between the blonde ninja and Yahiko's trio. Konoha? Yahiko ventured cautiously. Could they be imitators like us? Someone is mimicking my face. Someone is imitating my face. What a throwback. No, it's Minato, the blonde ninja. Wave Wind Minato spoke calmly. Yahiko, Nagato, and Obito were left speechless. Wait. Konoha is surrounded by enemies. Why are you out here on a mission? We have no choice. Konoha's mobile line selling phones has incurred significant losses. After all this time, the village is in dire need of funds, and now it's just adding insult to injury. After resolving the Mist Village crisis, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched capable ninjas to undertake S-rank missions to earn money, while others went to support various battlefields. 6 years ago, a man named Akazuki recommended himself to the Queen of Lulan, subsequently utilizing the power of the Dragon Vein to create an army of puppets. To prevent this power from aiding Sunagakure in attacking Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Minato to address the situation. Coincidentally, it was also a profitable endeavor, a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Minato's team was covertly investigating. Obito, is that you? Kakashi removed his mask, revealing a new eye, sniffing around Minato. He detected a familiar scent, the unmistakable aroma of Obito. Unchanged over time. Wait, how did you recognize me? Obito was taken aback. Was his disguise that ineffective? You. Naruto was astounded, realizing the white-haired figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakashi-sensei. Could this be Kakashi-sensei's illegitimate child? You too, Yahiko, Nagato, Minato remarked, exasperated. God knows how many misdeeds these two have committed behind my back. They've sullied my reputation. Despite the chaos caused by Obito and Yahiko, nearly getting him killed by the third Raikage, Minato couldn't bring himself to be angry with them. He was truly at his wit's end. Yahiko and Nagato harbor a deep resentment for not being female. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly seize brother Minato from Kushina's grasp. In truth, Nagato also possesses red hair and an appealing visage, rivaling Kushina's beauty. Yahiko, adorned with a protagonist's face, is even more striking. Furthermore, they are a duo, while Kushina is but a solitary figure. Pray tell, what mischief have you conspired behind my back? From Minato's expression, Yahiko and Nagato discerned an air of helplessness and indulgence. Does this imply he is not inclined to hold their transgressions against them? No, absolutely not. The duo proclaimed earnestly in unison. They had never contemplated such antics as intoxicating him to deceive him into revealing the Flying Thunder God technique or waiting until he ascends to Hokage to extract vital information regarding Konoha. Chapter 146. The Man Who Killed Master Jiraiya. Kakashi turned away, tears brimming in his eyes. Obito felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Should he comfort him? Damn it. Why should he care about Kakashi's well-being? After a moment's reflection, a warm hand gently rested on Kakashi's shoulder. The three of them bore Minato's countenance, prompting a bemused smile from him. Don't touch me, Kakashi retorted, feeling nauseated. We are all men here. Kakashi, I saw the little green bubbles you sent me. Obito teased. Kakashi longed to escape this wretched ninja world. Then he is Conan? Kakazu? Over here, upon seeing Naruto's visage, Minato, taken aback for a moment, then inquired with a smile, Kakazu? Naruto had indeed faced Kakazu, who had perished at the hands of him and Kakashi-sensei. And Haiden, Asuma-sensei. Sigh. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sulked, lowering his head, which inexplicably saddened Minato. Uzumaki Naruto? Is he a ninja from the Akatsuki village? The Uzumaki clan of the Akatsuki village had grown numerous, yet he only recognized Kushina and a few others. He refrained from probing further. Pondering the purpose of Yahiko and his companion's visit, have you come here due to some trouble? Our Akatsuki village lost a contingent of ninjas here and came to search for them, Yahiko replied, momentarily dazed. But our Akatsuki village truly lost face here. I see. Minato noted, vowing to remain vigilant. Look, during the Kyuubi incident, Obito stood before you, and you failed to recognize him. Today, your son stands before you, and you again failed to recognize him. This son, you do not want, he is mine. Be my son, which path shall you take? Watching Minato depart with Oil Girl Shiho and Akimichi Choza, Yahiko felt a strong urge to pilfer his home. Kakashi had yet to leave. He must have been intentionally left behind by Minato to meet with Obito. Are you of the Hitaki clan? Before Yahiko could speak, Naruto approached Kakashi first. Kakashi nodded. Indeed. You are truly Kakashi-sensei's child. Kakashi frowned, perplexed by the assertion, casting a look at Naruto that suggested he was foolish. You enjoy miso soup and sanma, relish fishing by the river, and like lounging in the park. You. Kakashi's face, masked, flushed crimson, hastily covering Naruto's mouth. You still claim you are not Kakashi-sensei's child. Naruto smirked mischievously. Obito thought, how could this boy know Kakashi better than he does? Could he truly be a Konoha ninja? It was time to reveal that Naruto hailed from the future, the child of brother Minato. Yahiko was no longer inclined to tease Naruto. He needed to experience what paternal love entailed, alongside the affection from his Eurasian uncles and elders. In the original narrative, on Naruto's birthday, Obito summoned all the notable figures in the ninja world to celebrate. Today is October 8th, and Yahiko recalled that Naruto's birthday is in 2 days, on October 10th. If he could not gather every prominent figure from the ninja world, he would invite the notable individuals from the Akatsuki village to Matsuke's pavilion for a celebration, compensating for past regrets. Just as Yahiko was about to speak, gunfire echoed from afar. Yahiko and Nagato perked up. Was that the sound of the Akatsuki's Type 38 rifle? How could anyone be firing guns here? Obito. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, calling upon Obito to address the pressing matter. Naruto, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from inquiring further about whether Kakashi was indeed Kakashi-sensei's child. The five of them hastily sped toward the direction of the gunfire. Brothers, we shall not beg for freedom, nor shall we wait idly for others to bestow it upon us. We shall seize our freedom. No one shall oppress us. Charge, brothers. Within a certain underground palace, the traitor and Lushan utilized the dragon vein to manufacture autonomous combat puppets. Had Yahiko been present, he would have recognized the leaders of the shouting voices as the ninjas from his Akatsuki village who had been missing for days. During this time, they had been captured by Lushan's subordinates and forced into labor. This underground palace not only housed them, but also oppressed citizens from Lulan, who had become slaves to Lushan, toiling day and night to produce puppets through the turning of gears. After 15 years of the Akatsuki village's existence, slavery still persisted. According to these individuals, Lushan appeared to be a loyal minister on the surface but was, in reality, a cunning hypocrite who secretly captured them to make them slaves. Their disappearance, under Lushan's fabrication, was disguised as being lost in the desert while traveling abroad, with no corpses to be found, thus deceiving the populace of Lulan. How could the mistaken captives from the Akatsuki village not feel anguish? Even if they perish, they must use their blood to inform the citizens of Lulan that Lushan is no good, and that they must unite and break free to seek aid from larger villages. Initially, Lushan's puppets and soldiers dismissed the commotion. They were astonished that the uproar could be so significant. And Lushan is no good. There are conspiracies here. At this moment, spurred by the cries of the Akatsuki village ninjas, within the puppet factory of the underground palace, whether strong or weak, they all roared in unison, confirming for Yahiko and Nagato the precise location of the facility. Silence. And Lushan, accompanied by his subordinates, hurried to the scene. He was so close. He only needed to create a few more puppets to completely dominate Lulan and then transform himself into a puppet, ruling Lulan for generations based on his prophetic insights into the future of the ninja world. Kakashi-sensei. Yahiko and his companions had arrived outside the puppet factory, and Naruto, observing little Kakashi's back, pondered whether anyone could share the same peculiar habits as Kakashi-sensei. Furthermore, this Lulan was not the desolate wasteland his Team 7 had traversed. Thus, it was highly probable that, listening to the commotion within, Yahiko and Nagato surmised the situation. Patting Obito, he signaled him to dispel his transformation technique. All right, the three of us will dispel it together. Burning and pillaging in Konoha, healing and rescuing in Akatsuki. Remember, it is the Akatsuki village that liberates you. Clearing his throat, let us go, Obito. To be on the safe side, Yahiko left a flying thunder god mark outside, and with Nagato and Obito, they rushed inside. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed at Yahiko's face, entranced. He resembled the man who had been described by Sage Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku as the one who killed Master Jiraiya. He yearned to inquire, but the trio had already dispatched the guards and charged inside, while Kakashi fired a signal cannon to alert Minato and the others before plunging into the fray. Chapter 147, Sealing in Lushan. Yahiko made his move with a powerful technique, unleashing a torrent of water that swiftly inundated the underground chamber. And Lushan's puppet army, controlled by chakra threads, became instantly immobilized upon contact with the water. Obito utilized his Kamui to transport the underground resistance fighters away. Once the ocean surged into the sewers, Nagato targeted the puppets. These puppets exhibited remarkable technology. Despite their diminutive size, they could merge under Lushan's command to form entirely new configurations. Yahiko and Nagato felt a twinge of excitement, realizing that swapping wood for iron and glue for welding was akin to crafting steel armor. Iron Man, Armor Warrior, B-Robot. Ah, the romance of man. This technology must be introduced. This journey was not in vain. At this moment, Kakashi emerged unexpectedly, gripping his katana and striking at Lushan. Strangely, after the blade sliced through Lushan's garments, it could advance no further. Much like the scorpion of the future, Lushan had transformed himself into a puppet. Yet he retained his emotions. Kakashi, taken aback, was seized by the collar and lifted by Lushan. Impressive, exclaimed Yahiko, marveling at the iron-like physique. How was this possible? Release Kakashi-sensei. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi turned towards the voice, seeing countless Narutos forming Rasengan in their hands, rushing forward. Although he was ostensibly there to save him, Kakashi felt an inexplicable discomfort. Lushan flung him aside, and once Kakashi regained his balance, he began to search for an opportune moment. Lushan evaded several of Naruto's shadow clones, yet he was ultimately overwhelmed as multiple Narutos pressed their Rasengan against him, inflicting wounds that seemed to repair instantaneously. Having absorbed the power of the dragon vein, Lushan possessed an infinite supply of chakra, meaning that despite Naruto's attempts to destroy his puppet body, he could restore it each time. Seeing this, Lushan decided to unveil his trump card, transforming into a colossal spider puppet. His iron claws grazed past Naruto's clothing, carving deep furrows into the ground. What an eyesore! Yahiko declared, adamantly opposing the notion of allowing such a grotesque creature into the Akatsuki village. He hurled several ordinary kunai marked with the flying thunder god technique. His modest salary forced him to make do with what he had, earning only 8,000 a month. Excluding miscellaneous income, useless attacks, the kunai struck Lushan, leaving no marks upon him. Feeling inflated with pride, Lushan scoffed at the meager abilities of the Akatsuki village. Unbeknownst to him, this small village might meet its demise in the Third Shinobi World War. He resolved to eliminate the village leader first. However, in the next moment, Yahiko appeared before Lushan, brandishing a wind-style spiraling shuriken that emitted a sharp hum as it flew towards Lushan's face. This technique, if Yahiko was not mistaken, should be a ranged skill, yet he dared to use it in close combat? The rapidly spinning shuriken collided with Lushan's puppet head, producing a deafening roar and the sound of shattering. Cracks began to form in the puppet's head as Yahiko pressed the shuriken forward, catching a glimpse of Lushan's frown hidden within the puppet, only to see him relax the next moment. with the spiraling shuriken in his right hand. Yahiko readied 5 elemental seals, wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, on each of his fingertips to press against Lushan's face. The 5-element seal, a technique once employed by Orochimaru in the Forest of Death to prevent Naruto from transforming into the Nine Tails, was now a skill Yahiko had learned from the Uzumaki clan for emergencies. As Yahiko's fingertips made contact with Lushan's visage, the latter's demeanor shifted to one of panic. His gaze revealed a growing fear as he realized he was losing connection with the dragon vein. His immortality and boundless chakra depended entirely on it. Before Lushan could utter a word, Yahiko sealed his senses. He had anticipated Nagato's imminent activation of the heavenly deconstruction technique. It appeared that Lushan's control over the dragon vein was not as steadfast as he had imagined. Yahiko clapped his hands, signaling the end of the skirmish. With only the right sleeve of his robe, once holding the spiraling shuriken, now marred by battle damage. Fortunately, his right arm remained unscathed. A lesson learned, he mused. Nagato, having dealt with the puppet, could now pass it to Scorpion for further study. Finally, Lushan was merely a time traveler from the future, armed with some knowledge, who had managed to outwit the queens of Lulan. Why isn't your arm injured? Naruto inquired, recalling how he had nearly broken his own arm while using the spiraling shuriken against Kaku. Could you not shield yourself with a layer of earth or chakra while launching it? Is that really possible? Naruto found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Kakashi, are you alright? I told you not to push yourself. This isn't a battle you should be involved in. Obito had returned after escorting the Akatsuki ninja and the local populace to safety. Gazing at Obito's Sharingan, Kakashi felt a pang of unease. Is it true that one cannot become a formidable ninja without the right lineage? Hey, Obito, noticing Kakashi's forlorn expression, smiled mischievously and revealed his Susanoo. A cerulean skeletal form enveloped him. Handing Kakashi a kunai, Obito instructed him to poke it at himself. Kakashi was at a loss for words, his middle finger tapping Obito's skeletal frame before he departed, his expression darkening. Is your name also Kakashi? Naruto overheard Obito's reference to Kakashi. Nagato, too, had just been swept by the wind, revealing the Rinnegan hidden beneath his red hair. Indeed, it was the eyes entrusted to him by Jiraiya-sensei through the two toads. Apologies for my tardiness. Minato arrived late once more, accompanied by the current queen of Lulan, Sarah, along with oil girl Shirwei and Akimichi Dingswa. This Sarah is rather lovely, Yahiko thought, donning a pair of sunglasses, concealing the direction of his gaze. Another latecomer arrived, Yamato, who, during the dragon vein's eruption in the future, had only been affected alongside Team 7. Hearing the commotion, he rushed over. Captain Yamato. Naruto finally spotted a familiar face. Chapter 148. Brother, why do you seem so naive about the future? Yandai's sister? Yamato surveyed the crowd, recognizing several familiar faces, including Akimichi Dingswa, oil girl Shirwei, and a diminished Kakashi-senpai. However, he did not recognize Yahiko, Nagato, or Obito. Among them, Obito was still clad in the Akatsuki village uniform, prompting Yamato to notice the insignia indicating Akatsuki Elementary. Kakashi had long forgotten to inquire why Obito was back in school. Yandai's sister? Minato noted that Yamato's gaze had shifted towards him when mentioning the fourth Hokage, particularly since Yamato's mask bore the symbol of Konoha. Surely, the Akatsuki village isn't solely targeting Konoha? He sensed something amiss. The Konoha ninjas present were filled with questions, their curiosity piqued. At this moment, the dragon vein remained unusually calm, and Yahiko estimated that Naruto could afford to stay a bit longer. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Obito drive. Obito looked skyward, pondering if this was his fate, as he activated Kimui, drawing everyone into his space. Oil girl Shirwei sighed, noticing the absence of one person. Along the way, Obito discovered Sarah and promptly kicked her from the vehicle. My Kamui space cannot harbor the scent of any other women. Sarah. The Akatsuki ninja had already stormed the palace alongside the resistance, determined to eradicate such filth, regardless of the king's status. Lulan may be small, but it was not under the jurisdiction of the 5 great nations. Here lies the signal tower of the Akatsuki village. I can contact Director Conan to send someone for assistance. The leader of the Akatsuki ninja, known as Luchuan Foam, was a steadfast warrior devoted to the Akatsuki cause. The queen of this nation, Sarah, is exceedingly foolish, having been deceived by a mere few words from Lushan. It is high time to liberate this country. Upon her furious return to the palace, Sarah discovered her home had vanished. An emblem of the Xiaoyun banner now fluttered atop the palace, visible to all citizens of the Lulan kingdom passing by. The rebels, now aptly referred to as the Xiaoyun Village Auxiliary Army, influenced by the persuasive rhetoric of the Shaolin ninjas, were fervently rallying their friends and family. Friends, and Lushan is not a man of virtue. He has deceived us all, imprisoning us in puppet factories to serve his ambitions. It is the Shaolin ninjas who have saved us. Aunt, yes, I am alive. Please listen. What I have to say is of utmost importance. With Shaolin village, we, the people of Lulan, need not kneel before the queen anymore. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sarah felt tears welling up. For years she had been in Lushan's puppet, accomplishing nothing, and now, after being inspired by these words, the citizens of Lulan harbored resentment towards her, wishing to oust their queen from the kingdom. Oh no, now, merely due to the words of a few Shaolin ninjas, Lulan had been renamed Lulan City. The Shaolin ninjas, having trained at the military academy, exhibited unparalleled execution. The word spread that Feng was both a scholar and a warrior, initially gaining control over the narrative in Lulan City. They awaited Mihiko's conclusion of his tasks, after which Shaonin would dispatch enough personnel to don black attire, confront the tyrants, and assist the common folk. This entire process had been observed thoroughly during Mihiko's campaign in the Wind Country. On the journey, Mihiko removed his sunglasses and briefly remarked that Naruto must hail from the future of Konoha. With unwavering conviction, Minato was in turmoil. If Mihiko's words were true, he alone was the only blonde in all of Konoha, sharing the Uzumaki name and chakra, almost making it evident that Naruto was his son. I just want some peace, he thought, grappling with the shock of suddenly having such a significant son at just 19. Naruto retrieved his identification, fearing that only those from Konoha would be able to comprehend it. Obito, the academic underachiever, was oblivious, yet Minato's eyes widened in recognition. You are Pain, aren't you? In a small tea house in Lulan, after everyone settled, Naruto suddenly directed a question at Mihiko. Did you recognize me? Mihiko sipped his tea with an air of nonchalance, exuding a subtle but commanding presence. He had presumed that only Hiroshi from the ninja world would discern his identity, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the presence of other insightful individuals. Upon Mihiko's acknowledgement, Akimichi Choza abruptly turned to him, while Kakashi stood frozen in astonishment. Obito, Nagato, and Minato displayed far less reaction than the former two, having never read Super Brothers literature. Furthermore, Nagato was already aware that Mihiko was Pain. Yamato, taken aback, inquired, You are Pain? Did you also establish the Akatsuki? Indeed, it is I, Mihiko replied. Nagato, intrigued, questioned, Is the Akatsuki widely known in the future? Then why did you kill Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya-sensei, the sage of Mount Mayaboku and the sage of Shima, said you were also his student. Why? Suddenly, Naruto stood, tears streaming down his face, his throat constricted, unable to swallow or spit. Yamato silently nodded, affirming Naruto's sentiments. Mihiko. Minato's expression turned unusually serious. Mihiko, look at the deeds you've committed. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father, yet you have slain your master. Are you even human? Nagato roared in anguish, while Obito gazed at Mihiko with a complex expression. Brother, your future seems rather grim. How could you commit such an act against your mentor? How could you do this? The typically noble Mihiko had killed Jiraiya. If this news reached the headlines of Shaolin Village, countless fans of Mihiko's life would be devastated. Ordinarily, only two individuals were educated by Mihiko. This was the first time they were able to impart lessons to him. It felt rather gratifying. But had Mihiko truly killed Jiraiya? Why? Despite everything, it was indeed a grave matter. Coughing, Mihiko choked on his tea. Damn it. Do you two have the right to speak on such matters? He slammed the table, glaring at the two who seemed poised to lecture him further. Who killed Jiraiya in the original timeline? Don't some of you have any awareness of this? And Obito, the Nine Tails incident. The Nine Tails incident. Mihiko felt a deep sense of betrayal. Naruto, have you forgotten something? Look at Mihiko's earnest face. Yamato sincerely did not believe Mihiko could commit such acts. Just like Guy? Can you imagine Guy betraying the village? Or being the mastermind behind the chaos in the ninja world? Yamato had considered that Naruto might darken in character due to his childhood experiences, but he had never imagined Guy could be a villain. The intelligence Jiraiya left behind was translated. There was no original body among the 6 pains. According to the 2 sages of Mount Mayaboku, all 6 pains possessed the Rinnegan, allowing for visual sharing. They had also retrieved a corpse, which the Konoha Intelligence Department deciphered, indicating it was being controlled through a black rod inserted into the body. Fortunately, Yamato was present. Otherwise, Naruto would have been unable to recall the intelligence brought back by Jiraiya. Chapter 149. What the hell? Are you an undercover agent? Who exactly can summon the black rods? Who possesses the Rinnegan? It's truly difficult to deduce. The pressure mounted on Nagato. Since there was no original body among the pains, it meant that only the one possessing the Rinnegan, Nagato, could control them. Moreover, this individual bore a rather extreme visage. While one should not judge by appearances, there is truth in the adage that one's demeanor reflects one's heart. Everyone turned their gazes toward Nagato. Naruto appeared perplexed. If it wasn't Mihiko, then who could it be? Nagato, you have deeply disappointed me. Mihiko gazed at Nagato with profound disappointment. Just then, Mihiko's phone buzzed. It was a message from Xiaonan inquiring about how Lulan had come under Xiaoyan village's domain. Ah well. Mihiko, the village chief, found himself at a loss. He was currently engaged in idle chatter. I must cut this short. I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us discuss this later. Minato-sensei, please have a good conversation with your son. Mihiko hastily departed to address pressing issues. Obito was eager for gossip. Nagato and Minato prevented him from leaving. After Mihiko's departure, Naruto, forgetting all about pain, was preoccupied with Mihiko's remark about Minato having a good talk with his son. Meanwhile, Minato regarded Naruto with a loving gaze. Naruto, is that not the protagonist from the first book that Jiraiya-sensei wrote before his demise? Naruto is indeed my and Kushina's child. Beans. This was the first time Naruto had faced his biological father directly. How to put it, Minato felt a bit flustered. Suddenly having such a large son would unsettle anyone. Should he send a message to Kushina to inform her? The village had only just updated to video call functionality in the second generation. It had not existed in the first, and the connection was notoriously poor. He considered asking Obito to use Kamui to bring Naruto back to Konoha. However, Obito was wanted in Konoha as a rogue ninja and could not return before Minato became Hokage. In an instant, Minato's mind raced with thoughts. Yet he suddenly recalled that Naruto seemed not to recognize him. Could it be? However, a single choice today could alter the future. This was a phrase he had heard while visiting Xiaoyan village. Could he attempt to change the future? Minato adjusted his mood and prepared to face Naruto anew. To his surprise, Naruto approached and delivered a punch that had Minato recoiling in shock. Rebellious son, rebellious son. Apart from the astonished Minato and the well-acquainted Yamato, everyone internally lamented the misfortunes of the family. It was not until Naruto lifted his shirt, revealing the 8 trigram seal on his abdomen, that the gravity of the situation became apparent. The Jinchuriki? In the future, it appeared not only had he perished, but so had Kushina. Minato's thoughts became a whirlwind. What had transpired in the future? Naruto's recent actions are now comprehensible. He bears a profound sense of grievance he longs to articulate. Yet, he ponders the possibility that had he been able to foretell the future, perhaps he would not have had to endure such trials in his youth. At the moment he witnessed the 9 tails sealed within Naruto, Obito was inexplicably filled with rage. Who is responsible? Who caused Kushina's demise? How detestable! I shall not let him go unpunished. Minato, the 4th Hokage, was at a loss for words. Yamato nodded in affirmation, recalling how the 4th Hokage and his wife sacrificed themselves during the chaos of the 9 tails attack to protect the village. He further inquired, who is the true culprit? Have they been apprehended? Yamato and Naruto shook their heads in unison. It seems the enemy possesses a formidable ability to escape, and their strength is not particularly great. Otherwise, the 9 tails would not have been lost, Obito deduced. Minato concurred and pressed on. How was Kushina's seal broken during the 9 tails attack? What transpired? Yamato, Naruto, do you have any insights? Both shook their heads again. This knowledge was likely known only to the higher echelons during Sarutobi's tenure, and perhaps some versed in Konoha's history might be aware. But the two of them, one raised in Root and the other having spent his time in the Umbu under Kakashi, could not possibly know the details. Subsequently, Minato posed several questions regarding himself and Kushina, to which both were oblivious. Minato realized he might have inadvertently burdened them. According to Yamato, he had perished a mere year after assuming the Hokage position. Could it be that his demise was a result of vengeance from his enemies during the Third Great Ninja War, who ultimately triumphed in that conflict between Konoha and the other villages? Yamato and Naruto pondered deeply, but ultimately shook their heads. Perhaps no one emerged victorious? Minato continued. Which village suffered the most devastating defeat in the battle against Konoha? Once more, both remained silent, eliciting exasperation from the onlookers. Are you illiterate? Haven't you studied history at all? Minato thought to himself, reluctant to inquire further about which village bore animosity towards him. The two remained frustratingly uninformed. What transpired with the Akatsuki's assassination of Jiraiya-sensei? It was now Nagato's turn to inquire. Yahiko had become the vessel he had utilized to create pain. This implied that in the future, Yahiko meets his demise. No. A wave of sorrow enveloped the small tea house. The perpetrators of Jiraiya's death were once his 3 students. As Naruto spoke, tears welled in his eyes. If Yahiko was not the killer, then who could it be? Was it I who committed the act? It must be him. Conan could never contend with Jiraiya-sensei. What truly occurred in the future? Did Yahiko's childhood tales of extraterrestrial invaders come to fruition? Or was it that the Akatsuki village was obliterated by the combined forces of the 5 great nations? Regarding the Akatsuki village, Nagato continued. I have only heard of the organization itself, which includes members like Haiden and Kakazu, who killed Konoha's Jonin. Asuma Suritobi, Yamato slowly articulated. Laughter erupted from Nagato, who seemed to have lost his sanity. The Akatsuki village is no more, leaving only the Akatsuki organization, which speaks volumes. If it were merely the 4 great nations besieging the Akatsuki village, success would have been improbable. The combined forces of the Akatsuki village, the Rain village, and the Grass village would have been sufficient for defense. However, with Minato's demise, the subsequent Hokage would have no ties to the Akatsuki village. In retrospect, the trajectory of the future appears rather plausible. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Minato ascended to the Hokage position, yet one fateful day. Konoha was beset by the Ninetales incident, resulting in Minato's death. The new Hokage would then ally with other villages to eradicate the Akatsuki village. Yahiko likely sacrificed himself in defense of the village. Consequently, it is reasonable that Haiden and Kakazu were sent to eliminate Asuma Saratobi. Jiraiya, perhaps, came to broker peace, urging the remaining Akatsuki members to relinquish their hatred, only to be slain by Nagato in a fit of rage. Minato, Nagato, Obito, and Kakashi arrived at similar conclusions. The Akatsuki village was no more. And what of me? Obito, too, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Upon hearing the name Obito, Naruto found himself lost in thought, recalling that he had heard the name somewhere before. Ah, I remember. He too sacrificed himself. He was a hero of Konoha, and Kakashi-sensei often brought flowers to his grave in remembrance. Beyond that, I know little. Suddenly, Naruto slapped his forehead in realization. Wasn't Kakashi-sensei's former teammate named Obito? Nagato momentarily appeared bewildered before erupting in anger. What? Are you an undercover agent? Chapter 150, Extracting Naruto's Memories. Undercover agent? What are you talking about? Obito mirrored Nagato's confusion. Was it true that Obito infiltrated the Akatsuki village? Was Elder Koharu's lost arm merely a ruse? Such sacrifices seem too great. Is this what the older generation of Konoha ninjas endured? Minato, Kakashi, and Yamato regarded Obito with a complex mix of emotions. Obito, coming to his senses, asserted, I am not an undercover agent. Nonsense. I would never betray Konoha. If I were a spy, Rin would abhor me for eternity. You swear such an oath? Nagato, though skeptical, began to entertain the notion that Obito might be telling the truth. Next, Nagato inquired about the members of the Akatsuki organization. Naruto and Yamato listed what they knew: Scorpion, Deidara, Haiden, Kakazu, and Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's elder brother. The Akatsuki's goal was to collect tailed beasts, marking them as a nefarious organization intent on undermining the ninja world. They were unaware of any further details. How frustrating. If only Kakashi-sensei were here. Why does Captain Yamato know nothing? Yamato was well aware that Scorpion had concealed his time at the Akatsuki village's elementary school exceptionally well. Outsiders could not possibly know. Nagato's heart sank. He could not accept a grim future devoid of Yahiko. He was determined to alter fate. If Minato were alive, Yahiko would not face peril. Yahiko could never instigate the Ninetales incident. Thus, the collective believed that the Akatsuki's pursuit of tailed beasts commenced after Yahiko's demise. Itachi Uchiha? Minato is truly naive. Itachi resides in his household, and he even fed him milk as a child. Minato's confusion deepened. How could Itachi possibly join the Akatsuki village in the future? Amidst their speculation, Yamato gravely interjected. One fateful day, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, leaving only one survivor, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto nodded vigorously, his spirits sinking further as he reflected. Indeed, Sasuke's parents perished at his brother's hands. In his quest for vengeance against Itachi, Sasuke defected, consumed by a thirst for power, yet I will awaken him. So, the Uchiha clan was exterminated in the future? Was Itachi the culprit? A gasp escaped Obito's lips. Itachi's actions were exceedingly ruthless. The Uchiha clan shared a lineage that spanned generations. How could he obliterate his own kin? Why? Surely, there must be a reason. All present yearned to uncover the truth. Captain Yamato, do you know? Naruto implored. Yamato awkwardly shook his head. Captain Yamato, how can you be so uninformed? Naruto lamented, exasperatedly rubbing his temples. His curiosity mirrored that of the others. Yet Naruto had heard snippets from Sasuke that Itachi aimed to test his own mettle. What? Are you jesting? To test one's strength by slaughtering an entire clan? What manner of monster is this? Cold sweat broke out on the brows of all present. The future was veering towards an unforeseen and dreadful trajectory. Please do not disclose this to Yahiko. If possible, I would rather be the one to sacrifice myself, Nagato mused. Enveloped in despair, unaware of why Yahiko had to perish. Itachi. Minato was engulfed in torment, grappling with his next course of action. Fugaka shared a cordial relationship with him, while Kushina also maintained a close bond with Mikoto. Was it truly the case that, despite Uchiha's significant contributions to Konoha during the Third Shinobi World War, he would be annihilated by Itachi, leaving the village bereft of its honored hero? To slaughter his entire clan for the sake of ambition, this was the mark of a malignant spirit, one that could not be steered towards righteousness through guidance. What should be done? What course of action should I take? Nagato exchanged glances with Minato and spoke. Brother Minato, I believe we can collaborate. As long as Minato remained alive, a harmonious relationship would persist between Konoha and the Akatsuki, preventing any military aggression against the Akatsuki village. Conversely, as long as Yahiko was alive, the Akatsuki would remain a peaceful entity. Both parties acknowledged this perspective. For the sake of the future, they could indeed work together. The first step was to identify the root cause of all this chaos. Damn it. Even if we collaborate, we have no leads. Think harder. Perhaps you can come up with something more? Obito urged impatiently. If only Hachi were here, the Yamanaka clan can delve into the depths of a person's memories. While it may inflict mental harm and risk rendering a person foolish, such caution is unnecessary when dealing with foes. And with proper care, it should be manageable. Dingzu casually suggested. Wait. Nagato's eyes suddenly brightened. My Rinnegan can extract memories through physical contact. Naruto's memories from infancy should still linger deep within his mind, he proposed. Will this cause harm to Naruto? Minato inquired with concern. If I am careful, it should be fine, Nagato replied, albeit uncertainly. However, for Yahiko's sake, he would compel Minato to allow him to probe Naruto's mind today. Duchan. Naruto's expression was earnest, suggesting that he was prepared for sacrifice. Yahiko, please return. We cannot let Naruto be harmed. Naruto, may I ask you, in the future, did Kakashi ever pay tribute to a girl named Rin? Obito suddenly queried. After pondering, Naruto nodded. Today, Obito is determined to confront Minato. He will compel Nagato to search Naruto's mind. Both individuals seem to have lost their senses, their priorities inverted. Minato, do you wish to witness Aunt Kushina's demise? Obito launched a verbal assault, striking at Minato's heart. Compared to his son, Minato realized that he would undoubtedly fail as a father in the future. After a heated discussion, they ultimately decided to let Nagato proceed with the search. Pressing his forehead against Naruto's, Nagato entered his mind. Nagato, please be cautious, Minato urged nervously. Understood. Nagato infiltrated Naruto's consciousness. Yet before delving deeper, he encountered a tailed beast. The Nine Tails, munching on a melon in a sewer. Perhaps it is unnecessary to explore Naruto's memories? The Nine Tails, enjoying its snack, suddenly noticed Nagato's presence. Oh. Nagato smiled at it. Moments later, he gleaned everything from the Nine Tails, now pinned to the ground by several black rods. He witnessed Naruto entering puberty, observed the third Hokage's funeral, and glimpsed Naruto's childhood. However, why did the films Naruto had watched seem to regress? The quality, the plot. How could such trifles gain popularity? He quickly bypassed those thoughts and focused on the night of the Nine Tails rampage. A mysterious figure donned in a tiger-striped mask and chains emerged. Obito? This mask was indeed favored by Obito. This was the perpetrator who unleashed the Nine Tails, inciting the chaos. Did the masked man possess a Sharingan? It likely was just a coincidence in mask design. Minato, engaged in battle with the masked man, was unaware of the Nine Tails' actions, thus Nagato couldn't discern the masked man's particulars. Only knowing he had released the beast and used his Sharingan to command it to devastate Konoha. Was this what a future without Yahiko entailed? The Hayama couple? Why are they clad in Konoha ninja attire, resisting the Nine Tails? Through the Nine Tails' perspective, Nagato experienced the thrill of destruction. Were they infiltrators? Had the Akatsuki village been infiltrated? As the leader of the Akatsuki, he felt a profound sense of failure. Chapter 151, The Super Obito. Nagato emerged from Naruto's body. Minato and the others had just learned from Naruto that Nagato had searched the Nine Tails' memories. Sharing his findings, he stated, the Uchiha clan has internal issues. Is it Itachi? Minato asked coldly. Everyone rolled their eyes. When Naruto was born, both he and Kushina had perished. How old could Itachi have been? This implied that two newborns had emerged from the Uchiha clan. One to be wary of was Itachi, but who was the other? Obito mused. Now that we know that Uchiha is responsible for the harm inflicted upon Minato and Kushina, it becomes easier to prepare for it, Nagato asserted. Kakashi realized that he was merely a passive listener among these bloodline limit wielders, thinking, damn this cursed shinobi world. Will we ever find a way to survive? Controlling the Nine Tails? That's beyond imagination. Could it be Fugaku? Minato contemplated. Fugaku had once expressed his desire to lead the Uchiha to become the fourth Hokage while facing mist ninjas in the Land of Water, and it seemed that the future Hokage was indeed him. Thus, Minato refrained from openly discussing it. Instead, he used his newly acquired phone to connect with Nagato through a messaging app, allowing them to privately share intelligence in the future. The group remained anxious in their discussions until dusk. Yahiko finally managed to address the internal governance of Lulan City. With commendable skills, he appointed someone with strength between a Chunin and a Jonin as the first mayor. Given his achievements, he could be honored with a minor general rank in the future. Eat. Why are you staring at me? Is there food on my face? In the evening, Minato accompanied Naruto to the streets to make up for lost time. While the others casually found a restaurant, Yahiko noticed that Nagato had been staring at him, alternating between laughter and tears. Had Nagato gone mad? What did you discuss with Naruto this afternoon? Nothing much. Naruto mentioned that the future shinobi world is exceptionally peaceful, where everyone is equal, and our aspirations have been realized. Nagato replied, stifling his sadness with a smile. Yamato remarked, so this meal is being eaten with tears? I had thought the Akatsuki's former self was so benevolent. I assumed it was inherently evil. Yahiko responded, huh? Why can't I comprehend what you're saying? Is the Naruto series peaceful? Brother, do you know how Rin can control the Three Tails? Obito mumbled, sulking as he picked at his meal. Control? If you aim for that, Rin will never become the perfect Jinchuriki, Yahiko analyzed. Referring to them as mere beasts and insisting on control won't do. We should regard the tailed beasts as individuals deserving of equality. Indeed, without Yahiko, this family would disintegrate. Earlier, Nagato had used black rods to pin down the Nine Tails forcibly, and he had even instructed Obito to use his Sharingan to forcibly control the Three Tails. As Minato entered with Naruto, he overheard Yahiko's declaration. Naruto, with black rods still embedded within him, tilted his head away, snorting lightly, while the table bore witness to how this orange-haired boy appeared almost human. During the meal, Minato showed exceptional care towards Naruto, wishing to compensate for 2 decades of love. Little did he know, in the future, he would choose to sacrifice himself, leaving Naruto to endure such a life. Ah, Duchan, you could have lived, couldn't you? Naruto said, his head bowed. I'm sorry. As Naruto was still growing, Minato insisted he must be in bed before 9, quietly sitting by his bedside. For the first time in 16 years, Naruto slept so soundly. Is Naruto asleep? In the cold desert night, Obito was also concerned for Aunt Kushina's son, having brought a few warm packs to provide warmth for Naruto. Thank you, Obito, Minato smiled. Humph. What I provided was for Aunt Kushina's child, not for you, Obito retorted dismissively, crossing his arms with a cold smirk. Minato paused, helplessly raking his fingers through his hair. Was he still angry? Come, let's apply it together. Isn't this your child? Oh, Obito, accompanied by Minato, placed a warm pack under Naruto's blanket. As they watched Naruto, blissfully lost in dreams, Obito pondered the ruthless heart that had sparked the Nine Tails chaos, questioning why one would seek to shatter this child's happiness. I am truly sorry, Obito, Minato expressed once more. You need not apologize to me. Your apologies should be directed towards Rin. She trusted you so completely, and look at what you've done. Had I not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, wouldn't Rin have been sent to the Mist Village? Obito exclaimed. Minato, Sensei would never sacrifice Rin. Enough, Obito retorted. You, Minato Namikaze, are a coward. Step outside and face me. The conversation between them grew increasingly tense, with Obito's furious shouts even rousing Naruto from his slumber. What's going on? Why are you and Obito arguing? Naruto rubbed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the blankets. He was unsure how to address Obito, who now seemed younger than him. Naruto, why are you awake? This is your father, who is willing to sacrifice his own student to negotiate peace with the Mist Village. I am not, Minato protested, feeling angered by the accusation in front of his son. Is awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan so blinding that you cannot discern right from wrong? Sensei needs to teach you that in the real world, if it's a dragon, you must coil it. If it's a tiger, you must lie low. Just because you managed to escape Sensei's grasp does not mean you are particularly skilled. He merely let you win that day. In the dead of night, Minato and Obito stepped outside for a duel, inadvertently waking Kakashi to serve as their referee. In the wilderness, Obito initiated the encounter, leaping forward to engage Minato in a contest of taijutsu. Minato unleashed his full strength, expecting a genuine battle, but to his surprise, when he launched a kunai imbued with flying thunder god technique at Obito, it passed straight through him. Kakashi, realizing this was Obito's idea to summon him, sighed. Huh, Minato. Kakashi, I am now the true Obito Uchiha. I can fight you without even opening both eyes. This is our clan's bloodline limit, the Mangekyo Sharingan. After a maniacal laugh, Obito closed his left eye and, seizing Minato's arm, Minato instinctively thrust his kunai again. Obito sidestepped and activated Kamui, creating a vortex around Minato, seemingly intending to prevent him from using the flying thunder god technique. In that critical moment, Minato vanished from before Obito, reappearing at the kunai he had previously placed on the left side of the field. The unique ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan is to phase out. Does it materialize when attacking? In a single exchange, Minato discerned Obito's true nature. After a few more minutes of combat, the anticipated outcome unfolded once again, with Minato pinning Obito to the ground using the second stage of his Flying Thunder God, followed by a Rasengan. With the late-night encounter, and thanks to Madara's transplantation of Hashirama cells into Obito, Minato noted that Obito had grown unusually strong. As they sparred, Kakashi cleverly analyzed from the sidelines, mindful that if Obito sought him out for a rematch, he would be at a disadvantage. Such a troublesome ability, he remarked. Naruto, listening to Kakashi's analysis, mentally noted key points. Attacking in a phasing state reveals one's true form. In a singleized state, the phasing mode of the Sharingan lasts a maximum of 5 minutes. Would Kakashi, upon learning this intel, be able to best a younger Obito? It seems Kakashi-sensei also possesses a Kamui Sharingan. Is that true? Naruto hesitated, recalling that Kakashi once mentioned his Sharingan was gifted by someone significant to him. Yet, observing Kakashi's wariness towards Obito, he speculated their relationship was strained. The following morning, Minato prepared a meal for Naruto, who, while eating, found himself shedding tears, stirring feelings of sympathy in those who witnessed it. Determined, Minato vowed to protect the future. He spent the day accompanying Naruto around the village, where his shadow clones operated various stalls, balloon games, doll booths, and snack counters. The street, adorned with festive decorations, was exclusively filled with Minato's shadow clones. As they wandered, Naruto occasionally won prizes, and soon, he won a childhood toy from the Akatsuki village. Dude, you don't need to go to such lengths. The entire street is just your shadow clones, and I can tell, Naruto said, lowering his head, tears brimming in his eyes. Minato realized this oversight, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, he knew Naruto could see the love he bore for him. On the next day, Naruto awoke with eager anticipation. Though he had already celebrated his 16th birthday in another world, today in this realm was October 10th, his birthday. He wondered if Yahiko and his father would celebrate with him. To Naruto's dismay, Yahiko was busy teaching the management of the village, Nagato was off dealing with the powerful, and Minato was accompanying the ninjas back to Konoha to hand over tasks to Hiruzen. Today, on his birthday, only Obito remained by his side. Hey Naruto, I've decided that once you are born in this world, I will take you under my wing. Don't worry, Big Brother will take good care of you. The warm pack you had last night, that was also from Big Brother, who placed it on you 2 nights in a row. Wasn't he at warm? Obito cheerfully strolled with Naruto, both men indulging in food and fun until evening. Oh, it was really hot last night. It was you who placed it, Obito, Naruto complained, then reconsidered, pondering that he seemed to be the elder now and should be addressed as Big Brother Naruto. What kind of talk is that? If I had not died in your world, I would be 31 by now. Shouldn't you call me Big Brother? Obito countered, then suddenly clasped his stomach. I need to use the restroom. Wait here for me. This cursed place's toilet is impossible to use. I can't hold it any longer, Naruto exclaimed, realizing Obito was leading him into the Kamui space. Obito squatted in agony, seemingly on the verge of internal injury. Naruto raised an eyebrow, having seen people struggle with unfamiliar beds, but this was the first time witnessing someone struggle with a toilet. After what felt like an eternity, nearly 2 hours, Naruto grew concerned that Obito might truly injure himself. Finally, Obito found his way to the Akatsuki village, searching for a restroom. Are we there yet? In a dark room where visibility was non-existent, 2 adept practitioners of space-time ninjutsu sensed a spatial disturbance outside the Akatsuki village. Minato, Yahiko. Does the teacher not realize how busy he is on the front lines of the rock village? What kind of person is worth making Gamamaru wait so long? Yahiko, didn't T.U. explain anything to Jiraiya-sensei when you brought him? I forgot. What should I do about Minato? What should I do? Is he coming? What should I say when I first see him? I'm feeling quite nervous. But you see, if I sneak out of Konoha, will that old man The third Hokage get angry? Humph. Even if he does, he'll have to keep it to himself. That old coot. Next time I see him, I'll definitely pluck all his whiskers. Cough cough Kushina. I'm actually here too. It's just that Minato mysteriously brought you first. After a brief rest, he'll bring me. Minato has explained to me that the feelings that child has for me may not be any less than yours. Damn it. Third Hokage. How dare you show your face in front of me? See, I'm getting anxious again. Kushina, stop messing around. They're coming soon. Damn it. Minato. You're holding me. What is going on? Do you want to repeat what happened last time? Cough cough Nagato. At that moment, a whirlpool appeared, and two figures manifested in the room. Obito, why is it so dark here? Chapter 153. This dish is called Monkey's Bang. Clunk. Someone accidentally activated the chandelier in the center of the hall, and the warm yellow light instantly illuminated the entire tomato hall. It's unclear whether it was turned on too early or too late. Surprisingly, the first to express astonishment was not Naruto, but Sarutobi Hiruzen. He realized that several individuals armed with kunai were alarmingly close to him, just a step away, and the leading orange-haired boy had already extended his hand, nearly capturing him. Holding a cake in one hand and a birthday hat in the other, Minato and Kushina, alongside Jiraiya, who was waiting for the meal, stared in bewilderment at the sudden scene unfolding before them. Wasn't this a celebration for Naruto? What is going on? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something gripping his leg. Upon looking down, he saw 5-year-old Umino Irika exerting control over one of his legs. You guys? Sarutobi Hiruzen broke out in a cold sweat, entirely forgetting that this was the Akatsuki's territory while thinking of celebrating Naruto's birthday. For some reason, when it comes to Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an inexplicable fondness, a level of adoration surpassing even that for Minato, as if even if Naruto were to smash the Hokage rock, he would merely smile helplessly and choose to be gentle. The Akatsuki's territory is no ordinary place. At this moment, everyone in the tomato hall, except for Naruto, appeared solemn. Konoha had Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and even Kakashi, while Yamato could be reluctantly included. On the Akatsuki's side, there were Yahiko, Nagato, Kakaru, Konan, Obito, and others. If a real fight broke out, Minato could only choose to take one person back home. But the consequences of a real battle would inevitably impact the economy of the Akatsuki. The destructive power of a clash between shadow-level ninja is unimaginable. Ha ha ha, 123 wooden man, 123 wooden man. Vortex Yahiko, undeterred by the awkwardness, put down his hands, which were forming a sealing technique, and declared, let us just pretend we were playing a game. Right, wooden man. Kakuzu felt a pang of regret. Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was worth a fortune in the black market. Let us stop playing and celebrate Naruto's birthday. Yahiko said this, yet his heart remained unyielding. If Sarutobi Hiruzen fell, the fourth Hokage would be Danzo, and he feared he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Today, they had to ensure everyone could enjoy the old third Hokage's cage of fire. Umino Irika relaxed his grip only after hearing Yahiko's words. The others also sheathed their weapons, while Kakashi couldn't help but reflect on how his father had also forsaken martial ethics. Happy birthday, Naruto. At this moment, Minato and Kushina's eyes were solely focused on Naruto, and Naruto was already in tears. Is that the pervy sage? The pervy sage is alive? The pervy sage really is alive here. And the Hokage grandpa. Wonderful, everyone is here. Will I die in the future? After all, people do not live forever. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially felt melancholic, but quickly found solace. Minato was aware of Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, having witnessed it with the Nine Tails, along with the Uchiha clan's massacre by Itachi, yet he had never mentioned this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. To speak ill of Orochimaru and the Uchiha at this moment felt rather intriguing. Jiraiya, bewildered, pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? Naruto's next actions made Jiraiya realize that this pervy sage was indeed referring to him, as Naruto had already rushed over, embracing him tightly while crying. Oh, we're both men. This doesn't seem appropriate, right? Hey, no one explained the situation to him. Yahiko had simply invited him for a meal. Jiraiya looked at this boy named Naruto with a twinge of sympathy, yet he also felt a sense of resistance. Transformation technique. With a palm, Jiraiya found himself holding a completely unclothed Naruto. Nice. Sigh, how much has this child endured? Well, I can't pretend I didn't see this. Let me offer some guidance. Naruto still wanted to hug the long-awaited third Hokage, but Jiraiya wouldn't allow it. There are too many people. Let us split into 2 tables for the meal. After calming Naruto down, they were all happily seated at one table. This was undoubtedly the happiest day of Naruto's 16 years. Are you my mom? If only I had beautiful red hair like yours. Hee, Naruto is so sweet. I bet he already has a girlfriend by now. There's a girl named Sakura who has been chasing me, huh? Minato couldn't help but chuckle. While Nagato had already informed him of everything, including Naruto's emotional ties. Sigh, why is my son such a flirt? Well, Naruto, Jiraiya said with a lecherous smile. If it were in the past, Naruto would have surely rejected such a request, but seeing the living Jiraiya again, he would agree to anything. After that, Jiraiya happily downed 3 cups. Konan and Noira Rin, upon hearing of Naruto's childhood experiences, felt quite concerned for their younger companion. Iruka and Kakashi buried themselves in their meals, while Naruto curiously observed them. Why is Iruka-sensei here? Change me back, would you? Kushina was genuinely angry. Seeing Naruto looking around, she delivered a punch to his head. Naruto, don't make your mother angry. This ninja technique, Your father is going to write it in the Forbidden Techniques book. Understood. Although he was being hit, why did Naruto feel like laughing? Throughout the remainder of the meal, Naruto continued to cause trouble and consequently received more hits. At one table, everyone was enjoying a harmonious meal, while at another, Sarutobi Hiruzen was choking on his food. This dish is called Monkey's Bane. Yahiko, sitting at the head of the table, pointed at a dish before him, which was arranged to resemble a monkey's face with preserved plums. This dish was steamed monkey brain, with tofu shaped to mimic the size of a monkey's brain. This dish was called monkey thigh chicken. The chicken that was braised once lived as monkey thigh. One must not be too hasty in life, Hiroshi. Yahiko admonished with a serious expression. Honestly, being called Hiroshi made Sarutobi Hiruzen prefer if Yahiko called him monkey. Hearing the familiar tone from his teacher made him nostalgic. Yet he remained unaware of the significance behind the nickname Yahiko had given him. Then, a chef from Songha Tower approached with a chicken, and in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He swiftly slashed the chicken's throat, causing blood to spatter everywhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled as he held his cup. Then he took a sip and remarked, "Old wine is still more mellow. The young wine is lacking, just lacking a bit." Oh, Yahiko leaned in to listen. The atmosphere at this table was still quite good. As they ate and drank to their heart's content, Yahiko felt inspired. Such a splendid banquet would be a shame without a sword dance. "Big brother, let me do it. I can perform Uchiha-style swordsmanship," Obito volunteered. Yahiko shot him a glance, hesitated, then finally parted his lips to utter a faint go-ahead. "Shikumo, you come and show Konoha the authentic Hitaki swordsmanship." Chapter 154, Shikumo's Sword Dance. Hitaki Shikumo spun into action, wielding his white fangs to create dazzling sword flowers. Every movement exuding immense power. This series of actions resembled a dragon soaring through the river, enveloped in a sense of murderous intent and pride. As he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with his footwork, Kakashi. Minato also took note of Kakashi, who was skillfully wielding his sword. It reminded him of the secret birthday celebration for Naruto, which also served as a meeting between the leaders of 2 villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just experienced a fleeting surge of murderous intent towards Obito, which did not go unnoticed. Kakashi set aside his bowl and chopsticks, grasping the meaning behind Minato's intent, and picked up his own blade to support Kakashi. Several attempts by Kakashi to strike Sarutobi were thwarted by Kakashi, as they employed similar techniques from the Hitaki lineage. If Kakashi did not unleash his full power, he would not be able to break through. This silver-haired elder bore a striking resemblance to his mentor, Kakashi. Naruto watched in wide-eyed amazement, applauding the beautiful sword dance. Yamato, devouring his meal, couldn't help but compare the 2 men's swordsmanship, which was indeed extraordinary. After the meal, Sarutobi, having survived, was met by reporters from Konoha and other members of the Akatsuki. Seemingly eager to present headlines for Naruto's birthday, Naruto stood at the center, with Kushina on his left, beaming with joy, while Minato wore a wry smile on his right. The photos captured Sarutobi and Yahiko, their expressions betraying a forced smile. Following the feast, Sarutobi departed hastily, vowing that next time he visited Akatsuki, he would personally lead an attack. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Minato, and Kushina listened intently as Naruto excitedly recounted his joys. Perverted sage, Dad, Mom, I don't want you to die. Having spent time in prison for training, Jiraiya firmly believed that a small decision could alter the course of a person's life. If he took action, could Akatsuki and Konoha coexist peacefully in the future? Through Naruto's elaboration, Jiraiya astutely realized that it would be Nagato who would ultimately bring about his demise. Upon their first encounter, Nagato had exhibited such extreme tendencies. He shared several pieces of information regarding Nagato. warning that if Naruto returned and Nagato continued his quest for the nine tails within him, it could yield dire consequences. The group conversed throughout the night, and after a brief slumber the next day, they all ventured out for a day of shopping. "Ah, Uncle Ichiraku, what are you doing here?" Naruto exclaimed, astonished to see the Ichiraku ramen shop, which had transitioned from a food cart to a cozy establishment, a cherished memory from the childhood of many students. The world seemed oddly peculiar. Ichiraku ramen and Irika-sensei were both in Akatsuki. If this world continued to unfold as his own had, what would become of him? "Ah, Naruto, would you like a bowl of ramen?" Without realizing it, Naruto stepped into the shop and savored a bowl prepared by Uncle Ichiraku. Although the taste differed from his memories, it was still delightful. He forgot to inquire how Ichiraku had come to know him in this world. Luck was on Naruto's side that day, as he seemingly won every prize. In the photo studio, he marveled at how this non-existent village in the ninja world was so generous. While enjoying a bowl of his signature ramen, he won a family portrait for a newborn, a complimentary photo session for a family with an infant. Later, at the Shinso Bun shop, he won a family portrait for a 3-year-old, and while receiving a massage at the outer path, he won a family portrait for a 7-year-old. From infancy to 18 years, he had seemingly won them all. There was no choice, as his father had advised against wasting such luck, and he was currently fulfilling that promise. Without any baby photos, he could only resort to using a transformation jutsu. Kushina held Naruto, while Minato smiled from the side, and Jiraiya stood behind them, resting a hand on Minato's shoulder. They spent the entire afternoon taking photos, and Naruto stuffed a stack of pictures into his ninja pouch. That evening, the family went boating under the stars, noticing that every boat near the Akatsuki dock seemed to steer clear of them. After their boating escapade, a shadow clone left by Sarutobi accompanied Naruto as they grilled fish. Throughout the day, all the residents of Akatsuki had graciously made way for Naruto, allowing him to indulge in the village's culinary delights and partake in its various amusements without queuing. During the day, Yamato was dragged by Yahiko to assist in landscaping. "Oh dear, look at the vacant houses in the third ring. We ought to expand the fourth ring," Yamato lamented, incredulous at Yahiko's relentless enthusiasm. In the dead of night, Yamato found himself exhausted, feeling thoroughly drained by the incessant demands of the energetic Yahiko, who refused to let him rest. The next day, Naruto prepared to leave, and Obito and Kakashi accompanied him. If he were to be forcibly detained, the dragon vein would close entirely, dooming him to remain in this time and space forever. Yet Naruto had his own aspirations in that realm, and Sasuke had yet to be reclaimed. Obito first escorted Kakashi and Sarutobi back to the front lines of Akarigakure before returning to see Naruto off. In the Akatsuki office, Yahiko observed the pale complexion of Minato and the equally unwell appearance of Kushina. Alas, the hearts of parents are truly pitiful. In an effort to maximize their time and provide Naruto with a delightful experience, Minato and Kushina had exhausted their savings to rent out Akatsuki for the entire day, with every shopkeeper and nearly 10,000 residents of the village disguised as shadow clones. As these clones dissipated, a flood of memories surged into their minds, nearly overwhelming them. "Are you not going to see him off?" Yahiko inquired, stretching after finishing the last document. Minato shook his head, but ultimately, the figures of several individuals appeared in the land of Lulan. Upon returning, Minato knew it would take him many days to recover. "Obito, when I return, I will accompany Kakashi-sensei to visit your grave," Naruto declared, standing at the edge of the dragon vein, looking boldly at Obito. "Be sure to say hello to Kakashi from my world, and remind him to take it easy, huh?" Obito laughed heartily, amused at the thought of Kakashi still being a drifter at 31. "By the way, this is a message from Aunt Kushina, a bit lengthy, so I won't read it aloud. You can take your time with it." He also produced a package Yahiko had left for him, instructing him to present it to anyone who resembled him should they invade Konoha. Obito handed Naruto a scroll thicker than ordinary paper and a device capable of recording video. It contained several gigabytes of footage recorded by Yahiko. What was in it remained a secret. Parting was always bittersweet, and Naruto hugged Obito tightly. Obito, at a loss for words, felt compelled to leave something behind for Naruto. Kamui. Since Naruto's rival, Uchiha Sasuke, was also an Uchiha, if he awakened his eyes, he could become quite formidable. Thus, Obito decided to impart a defensive skill to Naruto. He activated his Sharingan and locked eyes with Naruto. The transcription seal, a technique only those with the Manjikyu Sharingan could master, allowed the user to seal their technique within the target's eye upon making eye contact, setting conditions for release that would automatically activate when fulfilled. However, this was his first time employing it, and he found it somewhat unrefined. He intended for it to trigger upon sighting any Uchiha Sharingan, but now it would only activate upon encountering someone with an identical Manjikyu Sharingan. Embarrassing. Perhaps it was best not to mention it to Naruto. In an instant, Naruto only caught a fleeting glimpse of Obito's eyes turning crimson before returning to normal, unaware that Obito had left behind the Kimui technique within his gaze. Chapter 155. Black Setsu's teacher is coming for a home visit. Does Dad have nothing to say to me? Naruto mused, not spotting Minato, only seeing in Lushan lying on the ground, along with Obito and Kakashi seeing him off. As Obito delivered a kunai to pierce through in Lushan, the seals on him dissipated, causing the energy linked to the dragon vein to erupt in a dazzling display of light. It was time to return. I can't hold back without throwing a punch. Bang! The pale Yamato recalled how he had been bullied by the future Kakashi, clenching his fists and delivering a blow to his own head. Ah, that felt good. Really refreshing. You will surely regret this. Kakashi pressed his hand against his forehead, gazing intently at Yamato's countenance. Ha ha ha, Kakashi-senpai, Ganbat. Yamato departed with Naruto. Naruto. What my father wishes to convey is akin to what your mother would say. In the distance, Minato accompanied Kushina, while Yahiko witnessed Naruto's departure, fearful that he might inadvertently compel Naruto to remain. Is this the essence of Naruto's chakra? At this moment, Yahiko brimmed with energy prior to Naruto's departure. He had secured a summer job contract with him. Hey, he certainly has chakra. Yet, why did Nagato's Rinnegan not provide him any feedback? Yahiko found it necessary to ponder whether only that which belonged to him could yield such responses. He wondered if Madara could potentially sign a contract with him or perhaps join their village. Speaking of which, Madara had shown considerable care towards their Akatsuki village. If one were to disregard intentions and focus solely on actions, Madara could be deemed his deity. Upon returning to his own timeline, Naruto found himself momentarily entranced by the desolate ruins of Lulan. Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Sai had awaited him for quite some time. Is Dad still alive? And what of Mom, the pervy sage, and Brother Obito? Contemplating the Akatsuki village, Naruto placed his hands on Sakura's shoulders, his face alight with fervor. Huh, Naruto you. Sakura instinctively began, yet ultimately opted for restraint, gently advising, Naruto, please remain calm. You have us now. Moreover, regarding Obito, he seems to have been a former comrade of Kakashi-sensei, right? The Akatsuki village, the Akatsuki organization, has the future truly remained unchanged? Releasing his grip, Naruto's emotions fragmented as tears fell. Nearby, Yamato had already succumbed, having been exhausted from the previous night. Even a jonin could reach their limit. Naruto, pull yourself together, Sakura urged, shaking him. Ultimately, both Naruto and Yamato were transported back by Sai's super beast imitation technique. Hey Naruto. At the village corner, Team 7 unexpectedly encountered Kakashi, who observed Naruto lying atop a Kirin. Kakashi-sensei. A glimmer of light returned to Naruto's dim eyes. Could you take me to see Obito's grave? Kakashi sensed something peculiar about Naruto's demeanor upon his return. What could he possibly want with Obito? After completing the task with Tsunade, Kakashi nevertheless took Naruto to the grave of Obito, the hero of the Battle of Kamizukabashi. The site was meticulously maintained, adorned with Obito's favorite offerings. Kneeling on one knee, Naruto placed a photograph against Obito's tombstone, an image capturing a joyous moment from his birthday. In the lower left corner, Obito was seen holding Rin's hand, beaming at the camera. Where did you get this photo, Naruto? Kakashi's gaze fixated on it, unable to look away. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei, Kushina, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and even several members of the Akatsuki organization were present. Most astonishingly, he spotted his own father as well. Dad gave it to me. Oh, I see. The fourth Hokage is my father. Naruto felt a swell of pride. His father had sacrificed himself to protect the village, making him the son of a hero. Not merely the Nine Tails. He cherished his father immensely. With Kan as an example, he adored him even more. Let us go, sensei. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Kakashi was curious about what had transpired with Naruto in recent days. Today it's still on you, Kakashi-sensei. Will Captain Yamato foot the bill? Naruto had a plethora of thoughts to share with Kakashi, ultimately placing a warm pad on Obito's grave in hopes that he would remain warm in the Pure Land. Hehe. Kakashi-sensei, you are bullying Captain Yamato again. The two departed. Shortly thereafter, a vortex appeared at the cemetery, and a man wearing a tiger-striped mask stood before Obito's grave, gazing silently at the photograph for an extended period. He picked it up, contemplating tearing it apart, yet hesitated, ultimately resorting to ripping the warm pad to vent his frustrations. Yahiko, Nagato, it seems Naruto traversed to an extraordinary world through the dragon vein. Has that fellow left? Below ground, Madara had been monitoring Naruto through Black Zetsu. He was aware of their conversations. Madara could not concur with Naruto's envisioned future. He would not simply watch Yahiko perish. Having resided beneath the village for so long, he harbored ambiguous sentiments and wished to observe the forthcoming developments of the Akatsuki village. Thus, Madara remained vigilant over Yahiko, reflecting daily and making progress. Overall, his admiration for Yahiko outweighed his disdain. Unless he too met his demise, he would not bear witness to Yahiko's death. But was that even a possibility? What if Yahiko were to corrupt in the future? Would I, out of disappointment, personally end his life in a fit of rage? Madara-sama, what are you pondering? Black Zetsu, who had been dutifully working on his assignments, paused to inquire. It is of no concern to you. Focus on your own studies, Madara replied impatiently. I have failed all my subjects. As your will, I am merely in the first grade. The teacher had contacted him several times, warning that if Black Zetsu continued on this trajectory, he might be held back. This is intolerable. The will of the Uchiha is fated to be retained in the first grade? But Madara-sama, Obito hasn't completed his assignments either. Black Zetsu felt somewhat disgruntled. He had been embroiled in brawls with 4th and 5th graders daily, lacking the time to study, as they were infatuated with his mother. Damn it, he had already surreptitiously taken Black and White Zetsu to shut down the stores selling his mother's doujinshi. He wished for his mother to be revered as a goddess, not. How could he reverse her reputation? Madara shot him a glare. Once Obito returned, he too would have to catch up on his studies. Madara-sama. The teacher mentioned there will be a parent-teacher conference the day after tomorrow. Also, I've had a few altercations with older students. The teacher insists you come tomorrow, or he'll conduct a home visit. It's truly bothersome. Shouldn't we just blow up the school instead? Chapter 156. The New Peculiar Weapon of Akatsuki Village. Madara silently observed Black Zetsu, at that moment unable to articulate the discomfort swelling within him. Black Zetsu did not desire Madara to attend the conference as his guardian. After all, he was the son of Kaguya. How could he allow Indra's descendant to attend a parent-teacher conference? That would be utterly absurd. Perhaps we could send White Zetsu instead? No, I shall go personally. Madara could not accept the notion of his will being retained in the first grade. He intended to remind the teacher that as long as Black Zetsu did not fail, he should study relentlessly. Madara-sama, trouble is brewing. In Akatsuki village, someone has come to raid the prison again. A White Zetsu suddenly appeared, delivering this alarming news. What a tumultuous prison. Ever since attending Naruto's birthday, Shoden and Juzo had been dispatched by Obito to the front lines of the Mist Village. The speedboats of Akatsuki Village had been ruthlessly toying with the Mist Village ninjas on the water's surface. Recently, the laboratory had been experimenting with new weaponry, phasing out the Type 38 rifle. Thus, bullets were raining down upon the Mist Village ninjas like confetti. Their primitive vessels were no match for the speedboats of Akatsuki Village. From a distance, kunai fired from the Mist Village had little effect against the bulletproof vests of Akatsuki. Up close, they were simply targets. The third Mizukage sought to send the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails to restore their dignity at sea, but Kurigane hurriedly advised against it, cautioning that the opposing side comprised the Uzumaki clan. Sending the Six Tails to battle would only bolster their enemies. They harbored deep resentment, recalling how several villages had united to annihilate the Uzumaki clan in mere days to prevent Jinchuriki from falling into the hands of those red-haired individuals. Little did they anticipate that Akatsuki village would possess a faction of the Uzumaki clan, wielding golden chains like societal overlords, instilling fear in the Jinchuriki, who dared not approach. However, Kurigane proposed a scheme to lead a covert operation to Akatsuki village, liberating all prisoners from the prison and inciting a rebellion with their assistance. The initial expectation was for Yahiko to quell the insurrection while he would head directly to Rin. Coincidentally, at that moment, Akatsuki village was remarkably vacant. Kakuzu had gone out for business, and Yahiko, Nagato, and Obito had yet to return from Lulan. Even Tsunade, who is often found playing the Five Nations game outside the village, is absent, currently navigating a speedboat along the coast of the hidden Mist village while donning sunglasses. Only Konan and Obito remain. At this moment, he has successfully led his companions through the land of rivers and around the land of rain. Lord Madara, along with Koki and the others, is nearing the advance to the city, but today, Xiao Xiong and his friends are camping at the small bridge in the Hidden Dawn village. Thus, this White Zetsu, after reporting the situation, also mentioned that he had overheard from White Zetsu Ding Dong that Koki must first meet with Xiao Xiong and his companions, correct? White Zetsu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is the case. Let us go and have a look at the place where the small bridge pact was signed back in the day. The martial arts hall is deserted today. Due to the crowd, they cannot circumvent the land of rain. The leading figure, Koki, wielding a staff resembling a cane, has brought only 50 elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, and they are observing the 4 individuals who have emerged for a picnic. The 4 have also noticed them. Ding Dong, Xiao Xiong, Kafu, and Jian have stayed behind, while Yijing has returned to deliver the news. How infuriating! Who decreed that children cannot use smartphones? If they had phones now, a simple call would summon help from the village. Ding Dong, the white Zetsu, carries a sealed scroll around his neck, which contains a semi-finished product recently acquired from the newly constructed laboratory in Hidden Dawn Village by Kafu's father. It is a scientific ninja tool invented by Toyano Kazusuke. Shaped like a cylinder, it is hollow inside, with a simplistic overall design, perfectly sized to fit on a hand. Once worn, if a certain amount of chakra is infused into the hollow tube, it will instantaneously unleash an equal amount of wind release. It is labeled a semi-finished product because the damage it can inflict is currently uncontrollable. To launch it, one must fill the chakra to its maximum limit. For example, a lower-ranked ninja may only use it once. Some attacks are feints, yet require the chakra to be fully charged, hence the term semi-finished product. The children of Hidden Dawn Village have been extracting chakra since the 2nd grade. Jian can manage 3 shots, while the other 2 can only manage 1 each. If it weren't for Ding Dong's daily encouragement for Xiao Xiong to train, he wouldn't be able to fire even a single shot. Do not advance any further. Xiao Xiong bellowed at them. Beside him, Kafu was on the verge of tears. How could they possibly compete with adults in ninjutsu, hand seals, or physical techniques? After all, they were merely handsome, wealthy children. Did the village chief not say that children need not go to the battlefield? However, not fleeing from battle shows that the compulsory education in Hidden Dawn Village was not in vain. Stop crying, Kafu. Jian delivered a punch, asserting that if he were to perish, the family tree of the Kogen clan would have to begin anew with him. Koki and the Hidden Mist ninjas watched as 3 children, who presumably were still students and lacked even ninja headbands, dared to block the road. The corner of Koki's mouth curled upwards, and he let out a light hum, revealing a trace of mockery. Do not step forward. Otherwise, we will open fire. They warned in unison. The 3 of them felt their hearts pounding, trembling as they raised their hollow tubes to aim at the Hidden Mist ninjas. Open fire? Our inner chain armor has been specifically reinforced to withstand even the smallest bullets. The Hidden Mist Village was not intimidated by them. We are indeed firing. They laughed. Ha ha ha. Ah, bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots rang out, somewhat disorganized, with the closest Hidden Mist ninja to Koki being knocked backward by the sudden shockwave, crashing into a comrade behind him. Xiao Xiong's shot successfully hit its target, while the other 2 missed slightly. The compressed wind released from the hollow tube proved effective against any chain armor. The Hidden Mist ninja who was hit struggled to rise with the aid of his companions, his mind clouded and his insides in excruciating pain. What kind of bizarre weapon is this? Koki realized he could not underestimate anyone in the ninja world, not even the likes of Shursui from the Leaf Village. Bang! Xiao Xiong and Kafu had run out of chakra, and Jian fired another shot, hoping to deter the Hidden Mist ninjas. Then they would sign the small bridge pact with the Hidden Mist Village. How could they not boast about this to their classmates tomorrow? The aim was slightly off, and he failed to hit a Hidden Mist ninja, the shot merely grazing one. Can we shoot again? Is there no limit like with the old rifles? Go ahead. Strike swiftly and decisively. Do not allow them to damage our weapons. Koki commanded. What should we do? What should we do? Ding Dong. Do you have any ideas? Unfortunately, this white Zetsu was not adept at combat, and had no solutions to offer amidst Xiao Xiong's anxiety. Bang! Jian expelled the last remnants of his chakra. Yet it was still easy to dodge unless the attack was overwhelming. The targeted Hidden Mist ninja effortlessly predicted and evaded the attack. Chapter 157, Great Fire Extinguishing. Open. Reaching the limit of his capabilities, Xiao Xiong declared, I can only manage this much. Beyond that, I cannot. Jian, Kafu, we must retreat. Xiao Xiong pulled one along, while the spot on his shoulder designated for the toad had already become Ding Dong's. They were running swiftly, faster than an average chunin. But how could they possibly match the speed of the upper ninjas from the Hidden Mist? In mere moments, Xiao Xiong and his companions were caught up and encircled. Koki, at the forefront, observed with amusement. Though they could not catch up to the speedboat from Hidden Dawn Village, they were being humiliated by the ninjas from Hidden Dawn Village. If you manage to catch me, then I shall let you. Ha. I apologize, but I have no smaller blade than this, said Tsukumo Hataki. You bastard. Koki did not attack, but merely observed the 3 trembling individuals with a calm demeanor, as if their shivering was a release of the grievances they had endured in Hidden Dawn Village. Xiao Xiong, Kafu, does anyone still have chakra? Jian's legs trembled, yet his upper body remained resolute. I have a little left. The young master misses his mother, but his idol is Kakazu. He strives to emulate him, daring to strike against those with high bounties. Water release, water bullet technique. This D-rank water ninjutsu, invented by Yahiko, who referred to himself as Little Hashirama, sent forth an unremarkable water bullet towards Koki. This was all the chakra he had left. Water mirror technique. Koki summoned a mirror with his staff, perfectly replicating Kafu's water bullet in response. The mirror's water projectile struck Kafu squarely in the face, knocking him down like a drenched chicken. "Mommy!" Kafu cried out. Haha, how utterly grotesque. Although they were bullying children, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village found it quite amusing. "You bastard!" Jian, if not for Xiao Xiong holding him back, would have charged forward to strike Koki with fists and feet. "Lord Koki, a little girl just went to deliver a message." "Well, let us not waste time." Koki nodded and prepared to use ninjutsu to send Xiao Xiong, the three of them, and a white zetsu on their way. Just as he formed the seals and released 4 compressed water bullets aimed at Xiao Xiong and the white zetsu, a gloved hand suddenly appeared, wielding a folding fan, which transformed the water release into chakra that was entirely absorbed. Instantly, this chakra was converted into wind within the fan. The man with the spiky hair, gripping the fan, smirked disdainfully, and with a swift horizontal sweep, the wind imbued with wind release surged forth in retaliation. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist narrowed their eyes, only to be swept away by the hurricane, like kites severed from their strings. The new generation of ninjas truly has become something else. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, expressing disbelief. How could he be the one speaking? Madara had used him as a stepping stone, one foot planted firmly on his head, the fan resting behind his back, as he cast a haughty glance at the Hidden Mist ninjas who were hastily scrambling to their feet. "Who are you?" Koki asked gravely, after rising from the ground, as he scrutinized the spiky-haired man before him. "In the house. Am I mistaken for someone else?" Koyo Yatsukasa's expression was as dark as a stormy sky, capable of dripping water. Behind him, the ninjas of the Mist village trembled more than Kanfu had moments ago, while others wore expressions of sheer bewilderment. Who was Uchiha Madara? Madara, the Grand Elder? What brought him here? Xiao Xiong was taken aback, having assumed Madara was merely an unremarkable retired ninja, living beneath the school to protect them. Yet, Madara was so formidable. He had effortlessly sent so many ninjas flying without even raising his head. "Xiao Xiong, do you know this old gentleman? That last attack must have been his full strength, right? What should we do next?" At this moment, Kanfu surprisingly didn't think of fleeing. Considering that this elder appeared to be around 60, likely with poor mobility, and seemed to be stepping on a first-year student trying to show off. Tian shielded Xiao Xiong and Kanfu, exclaiming, "Grandfather, times have changed. How could they possibly be intimidated by you?" The trio of underachievers had not paid attention in history class, where Shaonan had mentioned Uchiha Madara and Hashirama ending the Warring States period on more than one occasion. There are only 2 types of people in this world, me and those who are beneath me. This old man was quite the pretender. Unlike the trio, the Mist Village ninjas felt their hearts racing, fully aware that this man seemed even stronger than their third Mizukage. No, even more formidable than the deceased second Mizukage. Madara flashed a charming smile, eager to show the 3 youngsters what true legacy ninjas could do. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Uchiha Madara's fingers came together like deadly claws. A low growl escaping his throat as hot chakra surged within him, transforming into a torrent of crimson flames, 10 spans wide, erupting from his mouth. "Here it comes." Seal the technique. Quickly, the flames distorted the air, creating charred fissures in the ground, as waves of heat stained the sky a dark red. Koyo Yatsukasa roared hoarsely as he formed seals to unleash his own jutsu, while the Mist ninjas proficient in water release hurriedly arranged themselves, slamming their palms to the ground to release their own water techniques in defense. Nearby, a lake provided an opportunity for the Mist ninjas, as they exerted their combined effort. A massive azure water wall surged upward to confront the flames. Water collided with fire, creating a billowing mist. Despite the Mist ninjas' utmost efforts, Madara's fire still surged fiercely, and seeing that they still had the strength to resist, he intensified the flames even further. Is this a joke? Physics and chemistry have ceased to exist. These 2 subjects were only introduced in the 6th grade, and Kanfu, coming from a wealthy family, had attended laboratory tutoring classes, where the trio had occasionally mentioned scientific principles. The principles of physics: cooling extinguishes fire. The principles of chemistry: isolating oxygen. From any perspective, water should extinguish fire. Yet today, Madara's display overshadowed the water release of dozens of Mist ninjas. At this moment, the chakra of the Mist ninjas was completely depleted, while Madara appeared inexhaustible. Ultimately, only Koyo Yatsukasa remained standing. The others had collapsed from sheer chakra exhaustion. Noticing this, Madara ceased his flames. Surely, he must be feeling the strain as well. Having expended so much chakra against them, Yatsukasa thought. Oh, one still stands. Madara clapped appreciatively, a gesture of praise toward Koyo Yatsukasa. So, do you wish to dance as well? For scatter. Chapter 158. The Akatsuki village's treatment of captives. This is your policy. Koyo Yatsukasa had also collapsed, now barely clinging to life in the river. Even if Madara's Sharingan were not his original, and he could not activate the highest form of Susanoo, Koyo Yatsukasa was not capable of withstanding it. Xiao Xiong and his companions knelt throughout the ordeal, witnessing Uchiha Madara's unilateral dominance over the mist ninjas. Unfortunately, with their lack of education, they could only utter, "Wow, wow, is this truly the extent of human power?" The trio was left dumbfounded. This deep blue giant had effortlessly sent Koyo Yatsukasa flying into the river, retrieved the person, advanced to the city. Madara felt as if he had barely begun before it was over. He and T had his fill. Perhaps he could disguise himself as Sarutobi Hiruzen and wreak havoc in the village when Yahiko and Nagato returned. After Xiao Xiong and the others fished Koyo Yatsukasa out, Madara paid them no mind, directly erasing their memories of him. It was not yet time for him to be exposed. If Yahiko were to discover his existence, he might grow complacent and stop striving. Madara pondered that even if Obito broke free from the curse mark and told Yahiko he was still alive, Yahiko would not believe it. After all, who would trust that a legendary old man, thought to have died decades ago, was not only alive but growing younger? Even Tobirama had not seen through his faked death back then. After erasing the memories of the mist ninjas, Madara thought that this cane was quite handy. Should Obito and Xiao Xiong become lazy in the future, he could use it to keep them in line. Madara looked at the three of them and asked, "Do you know what you should do?" The trio nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at rice, and then knelt before him. They wished to become his disciples. How tiresome. I'm always busy reading the news and playing on my phone. When would I have time to take on disciples? Huh. You say you are fans of Izuna Uchiha. And even if he falters, you still adore him like diehard fans. Kanfu chimed in. My father mentioned that the Akatsuki village is researching televisions. On these televisions, much like movies, there will be shows called dramas, and the village plans to produce its first drama titled The Chronicles of the Five Nations. And then? Madara queried. My father has a good relationship with Lord Kakuzu. If I mention it, I could give Izuna Uchiha a role. Although I cannot change the outcome of his demise by the lake, perhaps we could adjust the plot slightly to suggest that it wasn't Izuna who couldn't defeat Tobirama, but rather that he simply chose not to play. Madara asked, what is your name? Kanfu. Kanfu, you are quite impressive. Is this the power of wealth? Xiao Xiong was already a student of Madara, but Tien was not. After a moment of contemplation, he performed a proper Dajiza, saying, I can carry a sword for Izuna. Please, you must accept me, I beg of you. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, considering that if his brother were to be revived in the future, he would indeed need someone to carry his sword. This man named Tien was as strong as a tiger. Training him to serve his brother would be quite beneficial. And you? Madara turned to Xiao Xiong. Ah, well, Grandfather Madara, Haven T, I already pledged my allegiance to you? Madara fixed him with a piercing gaze. I could have my father build Izuna a villa, no? A golden house. I will have my father construct a house of gold for Izuna to live in. Madara burst into laughter, finding the three children rather filial. Very well. I, Madara, acknowledge you. By the time Xiao Nan arrived with Baruhua and the Cosmic Guard, Madara and the others had already departed, leaving behind a multitude of unconscious mist ninjas, with Koyo Yatsukasa at the forefront as the commander. Xiao Nan promptly had them imprisoned in the city and quickly dispatched the Cosmic Guard to locate Xiao Xiong and his companions. That evening, deep within the city, Baruhua's laboratory had been relocated to the first ring, where a single prisoner, Mito Mingetsu, was held. He was treated much like Danzo had been, shackled by heavy iron chains. This poor soul was in a worse state than Danzo. He could not speak, his mouth sealed, leaving him only with the senses of hearing and sight. Why seal his mouth? This troublesome individual had come to the Akatsuki village city without learning Yahiko's philosophy, boldly proclaiming the will of fire from the Hidden Leaf village while standing on a table in the cafeteria, creating reverse output. Yahiko had tolerated it once. But when he dared to repeat it, Yahiko was furious, limiting his meals to one per day while ensuring he fulfilled all his duties. Clang, clang. Mito Mingetsu awoke from his slumber at the sound of chains, feeling desperately hungry. He was truly famished. As he opened his eyes and turned towards the sound, he beheld two members of the Universe Patrol escorting a young man with a doll-like face, bound in chains, past his cell. Karasuma Uchiha? The supreme commander at the front lines of the Mist Village? How could he have been captured? Was he ensnared by that creature known as the Outer Path Golem? Karasuma Uchiha. In light of the devastation you inflicted upon the village of Akatsuki, you are hereby classified as a Class C war criminal and sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. With release upon completion of your term, one of the Universe Patrol members proclaimed, "You should be grateful that you did not inflict any significant damage on Akatsuki Village," remarked another. The remaining ninjas from the Mist Village were held outside, with their sentences set for release in 10 years. Such was the wisdom of Yahiko. For the ninjas from other villages, should they choose to surrender within 10 or 20 years, they might even earn a good behavior release. However, if after 10 or 20 years they still clung to thoughts of their own village, Yahiko would have no choice but to declare them enemies upon their next encounter. Confused and disoriented, Karasuma Uchiha pondered his predicament. How had he ended up here? His memories only extended to their landing in the Land of Rivers. The rest was a void. Wasn't he supposed to have led an ambush to seize Lin Noira? How had he found himself in the city of Tsukinokuni, burdened with questions? The following evening, after attending lessons, completing his tasks, and dining, he was once more shackled and returned to his cell. As the guard departed, a diminutive man wearing a tiger mask appeared, deliberately lowering his voice. "Do you wish to capture Lin?" Upon gazing into the red eyes behind the mask, Karasuma Uchiha furrowed his brow. Suddenly, the small man's eyes widened, and he ensnared Karasuma in a jinjutsu, subjecting him to excruciating torment. Once he emerged from the illusion, Karasuma Uchiha gasped for breath as if he had been struck by a revelation. The Akatsuki village treats its captives well. That is your policy. Yet, he still had the strength to speak. Hearing this, the man in the tiger mask abandoned his intention to unleash another jinjutsu upon Karasuma. "Once you are no longer a captive, I shall not spare you," he declared before departing. Karasuma Uchiha felt tears welling up. Who was this person? Why wouldn't they let him be? Who would he ask to attend the parent-teacher meeting for him and Len? Returning to his rented apartment, Obito removed the tiger mask from his face, his expression contemplative. Lin's apartment was directly above his own. He thought about who Lin would wish to have attend the meeting on her behalf. He would bring them to her. Chapter 159. Sister Kushina, I implore you. Sister Kushina, please, I beg you, just agree. Let me think it over. In a living room, Obito sat on the sofa, hands clasped in supplication towards Kushina. He was the only one in the ninja world daring to return intermittently after defecting from his village. After half an hour of pleading, Kushina continued to request more time to consider, seemingly relishing his discomfort. Nearby, in a crib, Itachi observed his antics with keen interest. In the evening, Minato returned. Knowing he could not rest the following day as he would need to head to the front lines of the Cloud Village to take over the situation. He had no idea where Orochimaru had gone. Obito. Itachi shook the bars of his crib, seemingly hoping Minato would take him into his arms. Has Obito returned? Yes. He said he hopes I will attend the parent-teacher meeting for him and Len. A parent-teacher meeting? Minato lifted Itachi, pinching his cheek. He still struggled to connect the child before him with the man who had annihilated their clan. The Uchiha clan had dwindled down to just Sasuke. Sighing, he withheld this information from Kushina, reasoning that a man's troubles should not burden a woman. Fugaku aspired to be Hokage. Orochimaru sought the position of Hokage as well. It was rumored that Danzo also harbored such ambitions. But there could be only one Hokage. Minato had spoken with Hiruzen Sarutobi earlier. The latter had hinted at leaving the position of fourth Hokage to him. Initially, he felt excited, but upon realizing that the role would transform Konoha beyond recognition, his enthusiasm waned. Today, Minato aimed to clarify his stance with the third Hokage, expressing his disinterest in becoming Hokage, yet Hiruzen, with heartfelt sincerity, had declined. While the Ino-Shikicho trio and the Hyuga brothers had seemingly taken a liking to Minato, the Minato faction had become a significant influence, with its foremost supporters being Hiruzen and Tsunade. Although Obito's defection had somewhat affected Minato, both still hoped for Minato to ascend as the fourth Hokage. The Uchiha clan sensed the higher-ups' intentions in Konoha and exerted themselves on the battlefield to earn merits, aiming to exchange their achievements for the Hokage title. Currently, the Uchiha were at the front lines of the Rock Village, and with their adeptness in Jinjutsu, the likes of Aji and Han dared not show themselves. The Rock Village had been completely expelled from the Grass Village, with no chance of re-entry. If you won't become Hokage, then I shall. Speaking of which, Kushina's dream was also to become Hokage. Hokage is a shackle, Minato replied with a bitter smile. Konoha was on the brink of division over who could become Hokage. Was history about to repeat itself? Decades ago, Madara and Hashirama had vied for the position, only for Tobirama to ostracize Uchiha Madara, leading to his defection. Was this now to be replayed? The following day at the Akatsuki village parent-teacher meeting. Class 1 to 2. Unlike a few years prior, when most first graders were teenagers, the majority of the new students were around 7 years old, with a few older children transferring from the rain and grass villages. The homeroom teacher, exasperated, noted the name of Kurizetsu. Uchiha Madara, there to attend the meeting for Kurizetsu, wore a perpetual scowl. He, Uchiha Madara, would never change his name or lineage, using his own face throughout. Skipping classes, fighting, collecting protection fees, forming cliques. Did Kurizetsu's mother wish for him to ascend to heaven? Kurizetsu's parents, you must manage him properly. Forming cliques is forbidden in school. Just look at what Kurizetsu has been up to lately, the homeroom teacher lamented, at a loss for words. Nearby, Kushina and other parents stifled their laughter. During Obito's absence, Kurizetsu had established the Kagaya gang. Officially, he was a die-hard fan of Kagaya from the Chronicles of the Five Nations, and he had gathered quite a few little followers in first grade. The first thing one had to do to join the Kagaya gang was to pay homage to Kagaya, face the moon, and vow never to betray her. Should anyone violate this oath, they would be subject to the gang's rules. The Kagaya gang now comprised over 10 members, and under Kurizetsu's leadership, they frequently skipped classes, lingered after school, and extorted protection fees from the children at the neighboring kindergarten. As for their gang's objective, to reach the moon and save Kagaya. Currently, their immediate goal was survival and the continuation of the gang. Kurizetsu, having survived a millennium in the ninja world, never imagined he would one day openly chant slogans to save his mother. Madara's face grew increasingly dark as the homeroom teacher spoke. What a delightful notion of reaching the moon to save mother. This Kurizetsu is simply too adorable, Kushina exclaimed, slapping the table and laughing uncontrollably. Other parents covered their mouths, chuckling, until the homeroom teacher announced the list of exemplary students, at which point many of them ceased to smile. Next, the teacher distributed awards for outstanding students, among which was Lin Noera. Lin was a diligent child, earnest in her studies, aspiring to continue her path as a medical ninja in Akatsuki village. Furthermore, in the recent village-wide student essay competition, her essay had secured second place, titled The Day of Moving, wherein she poignantly expressed, "Growing up is continually bidding farewell to the past," leaving several evaluators quite moved. Kushina raised the awards for Outstanding Student and second place in the essay competition, raising an eyebrow at Uchiha Madara. Madara, suppressing the urge to strike Kurizetsu, continued listening. And Obito? How is he doing? After all, he is one of my pupils. Obito is here, the teacher stated, and even if Obito had Yahiko's support, as the homeroom teacher, he had to point out his mistakes, not doing homework, enticing Lin into early romance, being late and leaving early, and then making excuses about helping an old lady cross the street. The reason has always been the same, and he has grown weary of hearing it. Were it not for this fellow's connection to the village chief, he would be utterly embarrassed. Wait, who said I was here to attend a parent-teacher meeting for Obito? I am clearly here for Rin's meeting. Madara even stormed out in a fit of rage. And the others could understand. Who wouldn't he be troubled if their child had Kagaya as a classmate? What did he just see? The homeroom teacher continued to distribute awards, and after recognizing the exemplary students, he was astonished to find Obito's name on the list of outstanding pupils. The teacher remarked, "After all, many in the village refer to the Little South as director, but only one calls her big sister." Since Obito was recognized as an outstanding student, he too hoped that Obito would maintain this momentum in the future. Where are Obito's parents? The teacher inquired. Kushina lowered her head, wishing to remain unseen. She had to step up to collect Obito's award for being an outstanding student. The applause was incessant. Although Obito was a bit mischievous, being awarded as an outstanding student was remarkable. When they returned home, their child ought to aspire to be like him. Moreover, his essay, which won first prize, was titled My Village Chief Brother. One particular passage moved even the reviewing teacher to tears. At 2 a.m, our beloved village chief Yahiko was still hard at work, dealing with unfinished tasks. The most touching words often stem from such genuine sentiments. I'm here. I'm Obito's sister," Kushina exclaimed, beaming with joy at the 2 awards. The teacher was left wondering about the nature of Obito and Rin's parents. The other parents stood in solemn respect. Chapter 160, Kagaya's Gang. In the village chief's office, repairs had been completed. Upon Yahiko's return, he learned that the Hidden Mist village had launched a surprise attack on their village, almost succeeding. It was thanks to Kankuro, Katsuya, and Anko that they achieved such a feat. They truly lived up to their names. However, the area around the bridge had turned into ruins, and the residual chakra on the ground was evident. It was clear that such destruction could not have been wrought by ordinary individuals. It must have been the work of Madara, who, startled, hastily relocated from beneath the school. Ha ha ha, is Madara trying to show me goodwill? No need for that. If he wishes to come, Yahiko would gladly provide for him in his old age. It was reminiscent of the past, when tears were not yet dried, and Madara played an invaluable role in the founding of the Hidden Rain Village. But how was Madara's health now? How many years did he have left? Should Yahiko mourn on the day Madara passes? Recently, someone had encroached upon the village's business, and Yahiko could only begrudgingly trouble Madara once more. He called Kakuzu to employ workers near the Hidden Rain Village to excavate hot springs. The 5 great nations had encroached upon their bookstore's business, and they naturally intended to reclaim it. Yahiko drafted a storyline for a new project, with Kakuzu tasked to illustrate the narrative. The overbearing CEO falls for the sweet simpleton. The protagonist would bear a resemblance to both Hashirama and Madara, albeit with a feminine twist. The overbearing CEO Hashirama and the sweet simpleton Madara, just as in the script. Yahiko insisted that Kakuzu incorporate some provocative imagery. It was imperative to capture both male and female characters. If he were still alive a month later, it would prove that Madara was indeed in decline. Perhaps Madara had been subtly influenced by him. Faye, ever the collector of trending topics for the village, was now even sending Black Zetsu to elementary school. Perhaps Madara was still unaware of Black Zetsu's secrets. Speaking of which, Kagaya's gang. Yahiko found the plot increasingly incomprehensible. How could Black Zetsu brazenly declare an intent to ascend to the moon and rescue Kagaya without fearing Madara's skepticism? The piles of documents remaining on the table would have to be entrusted to Conan. Yahiko had no desire to dwell on it, but he was wary of any potential schemes from Black Zetsu. All of this was for the sake of the shinobi world. Yahiko first visited the newly renovated laboratory, where 2 members of the Cosmic Guard were stationed outside. The last individual who attempted to impede Yahiko was still guarding the village's reservoir. They dared not obstruct him. Yahiko changed into a protective suit and sterile cap before heading to Bairu's exclusive laboratory. Each of the 3 possessed their own laboratory. Bairu dabbled in various fields, while Toya focused on military weaponry. Raymond was dedicated to everyday utilities. Yahiko stood outside the glass window, observing Bairu intensely engaged in his research. What was his obsession with flattening Konoha? Did he harbor a grudge against them? It seemed so, as Konoha had a long-standing tradition of bullying the underperformers. Unlike Jiraiya, who was carefree and did not dwell on such matters, Bairu, with his darker disposition, was preparing to retaliate against Konoha and all its geniuses. Yahiko had promised to help Bairu capture the 7 tails, but time had slipped away. Perhaps next time, he could have Kakuzu lead the way into the Hidden Rain Village. Rumor had it that the Hidden Waterfall Village was concealed within a waterfall, and even the 5 great nations were unaware of its exact location. However, Kakuzu had once been from their village and likely knew every escape route. After observing for a while, Yahiko reminded Bairu not to forget the television before heading to Toya's laboratory, where he was about to finalize the first generation of scientific ninja tools for the Hidden Rain Village, aptly named the air cannon. However, Yahiko felt that the air cannon might not be friendly to those with low chakra levels. It would be best to focus on researching thermal weapons. If the Barrett, with an effective range of 1,800 meters, were to be invented, it would be quite terrifying. A long-range Barrett and a close-combat Gatling gun. If the Hidden Rain Village could not compete in high-stakes warfare, one could only imagine the despair of the 5 great nations in low-stakes combat. Finally, he inquired about the Raymond electrode. It was thrilling to think that the steam train from the Hidden Rain Village would soon be operational. With the train, the connections between the Hidden Rain Village and the Hidden Rain and Grass villages would deepen, effectively transforming them into provinces of the Hidden Rain Village, allowing its citizens to travel freely. At the Hidden Rain Village kindergarten, Yahiko discovered that Black Zetsu and Kagaya's gang were lurking nearby. After changing his clothes, he hurried over. Jinshin, today someone plans to ambush me after school. They said they would corner me on the way home. Irika, with tears in his eyes, clung to a little boy wearing a red hat, fearing to return home after his parents mentioned the parent-teacher meeting. What can I do? If I were 6, I could help you, but now I'm 7 and already in elementary school. Jinshin sighed in resignation. They say they will ambush you 10 minutes from now, right at the kindergarten gate. Don't let them bring adults. I'll go buy some bubblegum and be right back. Jinshin went to a nearby store to buy bubblegum, while Irika and several kindergarten children stood their ground, readying for a confrontation. Yahiko perched on the kindergarten roof, listening intently to Irika and Jinshin's conversation. Look at these little rascals, he thought. Jinshin was a child of the Uzumaki clan and was somewhat related to Nagato. He had a fondness for small animals and was quite the mischievous child. Time was ticking, and the parent-teacher meeting at Conan S was nearing its end. Yahiko, hiding atop the kindergarten, resolved not to reveal himself today. Good news. It was also the grand opening of the Hidden Rain Village's department store. Bad news. The size of the department store was rather absurd. Yahiko wandered for over 10 minutes and still hadn't fully explored the first floor. The building had 6 levels. Villagers from the Hidden Rain Village had already set up shop, and in response to Yahiko's previous meeting, they had awakened to the opportunity to sell a variety of goods. During this time of war, many visitors were citizens from Akatsuki City coming to the capital. Additionally, those captured from the Wind Country had been distributing flyers outside, and Yahiko had been paying them quite well. Yahiko crouched low, waiting for Irika's assailants to arrive. The leader was a dark-skinned individual. After the demise of White Zetsu II, Black Zetsu had returned to his original form. After all, with such an unsightly appearance, White Zetsu is still a weapon created by Mother in her prime. How could he dare to tarnish the esteemed name of Akatsuki Kagaya? In the ninja world, there exists a plethora of peculiar beings. Just next door in the Mist Village, there's a rather oily character named Kisame, who makes one want to punch him right in the face. Compared to Kisame, Black Zetsu could almost be described as handsome, possessing both an alluring outer appearance and a captivating demeanor. Irika, where are your companions? You've brought along just one student from the neighboring class, and we've been delayed long enough. The protection fee is due, isn't it? Black Zetsu, flanked by his subordinates, encircled Irika and the bubblegum-chewing Shin, speaking impatiently. Chapter 161. The Department Store of Akatsuki Hidden Village. If you continue this way, I shall inform village leader Yahiko, Irika retorted loudly. Ha ha ha, Yahiko. Ha ha. Do you know who I am? Black Zetsu remarked, as one of his minions hurriedly brought him a chair, upon which Black Zetsu perched, crossing his legs. His nonchalant exterior was merely a facade. Within, he exuded an air of cold aloofness. Were it not for his desire to resurrect his mother, who resides on the moon, he would not have become what he is today. As the third son of Kagaya, Akatsuki Black Zetsu was not one to fear Yahiko. The greater the Kagaya clan grows, the more individuals worship Mother. Sooner or later, the ninja world will be filled with members of their clan, and that day will herald the unsealing of Mother's power. Aren't you merely a little black egg? Kagaya, on the other hand, possesses skin as smooth as cream. You? Humph, Irika scoffed. Silence. Black Zetsu retorted, visibly perturbed. I am the one who resembles Mother the most. At that moment, Irika's allies had also arrived, led by Scorpion from the 4th grade. They were accompanied by students from the 3rd, 2nd, and even a few from the 5th grade, all taught by the couple, Ichiraku and Hiraku. Meanwhile, Yahiko, perched on the rooftop and enjoying the scene, could not help but hear music echo within his mind. With the power to conquer the world, I stride forward, drawing the admiration of the masses. Standing there, he overshadowed the Kagaya clan with his presence. Scorpion, make a move. What? A redhead? Brother, there are 5th graders and 4th graders among them. Look at that red-haired one. His name is Scorpion, a man of few words but fierce disposition. We must avoid his wrath. I will avoid his wrath. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, realizing his subordinates were unaware of his true strength. 10,000 White Zetsu. Heed my command. 2 White Zetsu emerged from the ground, fearing Madara's discovery. Using just 2 was the limit. Brother, you actually know the Lord. Humph. White Zetsu stood taller than everyone present, even slightly above the 15-year-old Scorpion. Is that so? Scorpion noted that Black Zetsu even summoned an adult, altering the significance of this battle, and he would not hold back. Puppet armor. Combine. As Scorpion produced a sealing scroll, earthy armor seemingly came to life, climbing up his legs and enveloping his entire body at a visible speed. This armor bore resemblance to that from Iron Man, albeit with a different material. All eyes widened. This armor had once been praised by the village leader during a commendation ceremony, stating that an ordinary person adorned in it could shine brightly in the ninja world. It far surpassed the puppet armor invented by Chiyo, having undergone simple modifications with the help of Toya. His left arm bore a semi-finished air cannon, while his right could fire bullets, possessing slightly greater power than a standard rifle. Joint protectors were crafted to allow for movement without hindering mobility, significantly reducing the risk of joint damage. Brother, it's puppet armor. We truly cannot provoke them. Watching Black Zetsu's obstinate demeanor, his subordinate grew anxious. Had Black Zetsu never seen a movie? The Iron Man therein could fly and accomplish anything. Let us go. We've lost this battle. Forgive me, brother. The Kagaya clan had no choice but to forcibly retreat with Black Zetsu, astonished by Irika's formidable connections that could summon the infamous redhead. Cursed be it. I shall report to Mother. I will tell her. Black Zetsu could only seethe in impotent rage as he was taken away. Let us depart. Scorpion reverted from his armored form, casting a fleeting glance at the resentful Black Zetsu as he left. How infuriating. I wish to join them. In the kindergarten, Yahiko was filled with envy and jealousy. Scorpion had evidently become a beloved older brother figure in the eyes of these children. But why at just 15? Could he not be involved in their affairs? After all, who isn't still a child at heart? His phone buzzed in his pocket. Yahiko recognized it was Conan, who had just finished a parent-teacher meeting. What a bother. Inside the department store, two men were in a state of despair as Yahiko and Nagato trailed behind Conan, Kushina, Kunai, and Lin, having forgotten how long they had been shopping. Obito, ever eager, was merrily carrying bags for the ladies. In the blink of an eye, Kushina had grown so much, unaware that she should visit her cousin in Konoha. I want to wait until Nagato has some free time to go with him. He mentioned clearing Konoha for me. I could play however I wish over there. There's a store selling explosive tag keychains ahead. Sister Conan, you truly adore explosive tags. Does the sister-in-law like them? I bought some. Kunai, do you want one? They chatted as they exited a clothing store, entering without buying anything, merely browsing before moving on to the next one. Yahiko, despite his social prowess, lacked the courage to act similarly. Watching Conan and the others try on clothes without making a purchase, he utilized his savings, cobbled together from various sources. It likely amounted to several billion. Today, let us show Conan what it means to be a boss. Bring me the most expensive clothes in your store. In a high-end brand store, upon merely glancing inside, Yahiko waved his hand to have everything wrapped up. The clerks exchanged bewildered glances. Well, if the village chief has spoken, we will comply. They hurriedly ran to borrow a clothing rack from a neighboring store. Several clerks hastily hung garments on the wall, while others prepared to pack them for Conan and the others. Buying everything left Yahiko feeling that the joy of shopping had diminished. After the clothes were purchased, Conan suddenly sighed, so bland. From now on, she would ensure Yahiko had no say in their shopping. This store, Conan. Do you remember the Frog Squad models sold here when you and Yahiko were little? Snow King milk tea? What is that? Kaifeng cuisine? Kushina, like a child in a grand garden, was filled with curiosity about everything. We're not going home today. Where are the chairs in the rest area? The best moments were when they passed the rest area, but Yahiko and Nagato discovered that there were no chairs available. Clearly, this was the work of Kakuzu. The department store, abundant in offerings, encapsulated a microcosm of all the unique shops within the ninja world. Clothing, shoes, hats, daily necessities, children's products, jewelry, electronics, food. Many items were exclusive to Akatsuki Hidden Village, leaving quite a few wandering ninja villagers in awe. The air conditioning maintained a comfortable temperature, making them wish to stay forever. It's time to do some advertising. Yahiko squatted on the floor of the rest area with Nagato, watching the flowing water, though they could predict the number without looking. Chapter 162, The Search for Orochimaru. To provide better service for customers, Yahiko, along with Nagato, conducted a survey to identify areas for improvement in the department store. The feedback received predominantly highlighted the vast variety of items, which they appreciated, yet lamented the steep prices. This isn't an issue exclusive to Akatsuki Hidden Village. For nearly 10 days, Kushina had been shopping with Conan and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon realizing Kushina had gone missing, was in a frantic state alongside the higher-ups of Konoha. It wasn't until Minato returned and brought Kushina back that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hiko, upon learning that Kushina wished to prolong her stay in the hidden village of Akatsuki, found himself contemplating the matter. He pondered whether he could employ certain means to retain Kushina within the village. It seemed a formidable challenge, yet worth exploring. If he could forge a contract with the Nine Tails residing within Kushina, Hayako felt that he would possess the strength to rival both Hashirama and Madara. It is often said that wood release is formidable, and indeed it is. However, the true legend of wood release does not stem from the technique itself, but from Hashirama. It was Hashirama who elevated wood release to an unparalleled pinnacle. All of this originated from the immense chakra that resided within him. Since his last encounter with Lushan, Hayako had relocated a group of puppet engineers from Lulan City, who possessed exceptional skills in puppet crafting, rivaling even those from the Sand Village. Following their arrival, it was only natural that funding for their experiments would need to be allocated. While Kakuzu was swiftly earning outside, expenses for the hidden village of Akatsuki were accumulating just as rapidly. During a high-level meeting, it was revealed that the laboratory required funding. The advancement of the city demanded financial support, The martial arts hall necessitated resources, and the education department also sought funds. In the coming years, the children of Shaoxiong would be entering junior high, thus necessitating the establishment of a junior high school and the recruitment of teachers. Finding teachers was not particularly arduous. He could simply enlist Sun Lu and Bai Luhu to conduct a few classes. However, the establishment of a university posed a more significant challenge, as qualified professors were not easily found. Where, Yahiko wondered, had Orochimaru been thriving lately? When he inquired with Nagato, the latter, of course, had no knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Ever since Orochimaru had withdrawn from the Cloud Village, he had seemingly vanished. Surely he and T met his demise at the hands of Hiroshi? That seemed unlikely, as Orochimaru was thriving in the Shippuden timeline. Yahiko instructed Nagato to discreetly investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts, a search that would extend well into the new year without yielding any results. Although Orochimaru remained elusive, he did manage to return to Yahiko's little green bubble. On that occasion, it seemed Orochimaru had indulged a bit too much in libations. As he expressed, he had a friend whose feelings toward his teacher were quite complex. This friend had accompanied his teacher from obscurity to glory, only to be abandoned in the end. This friend must surely be referring to himself. Even through the screen, Yahiko could perceive Orochimaru's ambivalence and melancholy. In life, he donned a mask. It was only on the internet that he revealed his true self. Who could claim that Orochimaru was entirely indifferent to emotions? If he had not been deeply wounded, how could one truly dismiss the significance of feelings? In a previous life, Yahiko had encountered a saying on TikTok: when a man's heart is shattered by someone he trusted most, he would utterly give up. He would retreat into silence, growing cold and distant, no longer allowing anyone to penetrate his inner sanctum. A man's capacity for romantic affection is often singular. Yahiko refrained from confronting Orochimaru directly and instead offered guidance. If he truly wished to ascertain whether that person still cared for him, he should undertake one final test. The gates of the hidden village of Akatsuki would ever remain open for him. Orochimaru's response was simply, "All right." It was evident that he was harboring something significant. As the new year approached, the hidden village of Akatsuki donned fresh attire, with news from the front lines indicating that the Mist Village desired a ceasefire. Ever since the successful development of the air cannon, which had been transported to the front via Obito's Kimui, the Mist Village had been unable to lay eyes on a single intact vessel, all having been obliterated by the air cannons. Speedboats soared across the sea, some having already been rendered inoperable, while the hidden village of Akatsuki emerged victorious with minimal losses, albeit with considerable expenditures. Yahiko had but one demand. The Mist Village must compensate for threefold the losses incurred and willingly cede the three tails to the hidden village of Akatsuki. The capable aide and strategist, Hirigane Yagura, was closely monitoring the advancement of the city. Ever since Yagura's capture, the Mist Village resembled a formidable body devoid of a brain, failing to gain any advantage over the hidden village of Akatsuki. At this moment, the third Mizukage found himself in a state of confusion. Following their isolationist policy, their first encounter with Konoha had ended in neither victory nor defeat, even resulting in the loss of the Three Tails. Now, they had once again been bested by this suddenly emerging hidden village of Akatsuki. While they could not be said to have truly lost, their ongoing conflict with the hidden village of Akatsuki had compelled them to solicit substantial military funding from the daimyo of the Land of Water, who was indeed wary of the ruthless figures embroiled in the blood mist. The daimyo was too apprehensive to withhold funds. However, continuing to engage in this drawn-out conflict with the hidden village of Akatsuki would undoubtedly yield greater detriment than benefit, as discontent was brewing within the village. On the surface of the sea, aboard a speedboat larger than the others, Tsunade cowered within a tent, reluctant to venture outside due to the falling snow. Ever since she witnessed Hayiko's portrayal of a character plunging into icy waters, she had developed an aversion to snow. The reason for the larger vessel was that only this boat boasted a private restroom. The others were forced to resolve matters in situ. Lady Tsunade, the snow has ceased outside. The ninjas of the hidden village of Akatsuki aboard the boat betrayed their beliefs, displaying obsequiousness toward outsiders. The allure of the slug was simply too great, having saved their lives on numerous occasions. At this moment, Tsunade was nestled within her tent, engrossed in a comic book titled The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me, Betrayed by My Clan. This was already the second volume. The previous one had been The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me, Sunbathing by the Lake. The protagonist bore a striking resemblance to her grandfather and Madara, almost as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. The character, Xiao Shi, was captivating. Even as a strong woman, Tsunade found herself fantasizing about a domineering CEO boyfriend. The male lead, Muri, was exceedingly doting toward the female protagonist, Wang Wenwang, who was betrayed by her entire clan and targeted by the entire ninja world. Wang Wenwang has 7 children in one pregnancy. How delightful. What of the Mist Village? Would they indeed pursue a ceasefire? After drifting at sea for several months, Tsunade felt a yearning for the 5-nation strategic council. After a while, she noticed that the hidden village of Akatsuki's ninjas had not responded. What is happening? Tsunade set down her book, her expression darkening as she realized that the chakra of the hidden village of Akatsuki's ninjas had suddenly vanished, as if ensnared in a jinjutsu. Sarutobi-sensei must be quite disappointed in you, Tsunade. The pale Orochimaru lifted the curtain and approached, licking his lips as he gazed at the now unguarded Tsunade. What brings you here? Surely it isn't just for a nostalgic chat? Tsunade inquired. Orochimaru then revealed the true purpose of his visit. He sought a special drug from Tsunade, one that was colorless and tasteless, capable of being mixed into food to render the target unable to utilize chakra for a certain period. His request for such a narcotic naturally indicated he had his own designs. Tsunade studied Orochimaru intently before acquiescing, for after all, he had not betrayed the village, and their years of camaraderie warranted consideration. Tsunade surmised that perhaps the village found itself in dire straits, forcing him to resort to such measures, which aligned well with Orochimaru's character of resorting to any means necessary. After Orochimaru departed, Tsunade roused the ninjas aboard the speedboat and returned to her tent to continue her reading. The fate of whether the Mist Village would surrender lay squarely in the hands of the formidable ninjas of the alliance between the hidden village of Akatsuki and the Grass Village. Charge! Aboard this speedboat, the captain was sandwiched, with the main forces being Luffy and Rizoro, along with a rogue ninja from the Mist Village wielding a large blade. These two had not tasted defeat in their months of warfare at sea, and had even managed to capture a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. The individual known as Loquat Shirzong is rumored to have once been a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. After betraying his village, he aimlessly wandered through the land of water until, following the conflict between the Grass Village and the Mist Village, he sought refuge in the former. This man has since become one of the mainstays of the Grass Village. Upon encountering Loquat Shirzong, Luffy perceived him as a decent person and began contemplating whether to recruit him into the Akatsuki organization. Little do you know, the 7 ninja swordsmen once consisted of 7 members. Now, alas, they have lost 5 during a battle due to a misjudgment by Koki Shizuka, who attempted to eliminate the Leaf Village's prodigies, only to encounter that green-skinned man and the blood-red-eyed Kakashi Hitaki. The Mist Village's ninja swordsmen have since been diminished, with their whereabouts remaining a mystery. The 3rd Mizukage has attempted to summon the ninja swordsmen through summoning techniques, yet to no avail. It is suspected they were lost during the conflict with the Leaf Village, though the Leaf Village's subsequent stance suggests they did not acquire them. So, where have the ninja swordsmen truly vanished? Loquat Shirzong engaged in idle chatter with the ninjas of the Grass Village, discovering that they possessed a remarkable depth of knowledge. Now, he has found a faith to call his own. If Koki were present, he would surely gain insight as well. During this festive season, the weather in the prison was exceptionally frigid. Mayahiko distributed deep green military overcoats and ceramic mugs for hot water to each prisoner within the fortress. These deep green coats have become an essential garment for the villagers of Akatsuki, providing warmth and protection against the cold, while also being durable and easy to clean, aligning perfectly with Akatsuki's pragmatic approach to attire. On the 3rd day of the new year, classes were set to commence, making the ninja world feel excessively competitive. Mayahiko, having delivered warm milk tea to Konan, a student struggling with her grades, made his way to the fortress. Koki Shizuka had been incarcerated for several months, and Mayahiko was there to persuade him to surrender. Observing Koki's actions, Mayahiko noted that he was indeed a talented individual, possessing strategic acumen despite a lack of physical prowess. However, the true measure of his character remained uncertain, as the original text offered scant insight into him, necessitating Mayahiko's close interaction for a clearer understanding. Upon his arrival at the fortress, he found Koki and the other prisoners lining up at the window to receive their meals. The Mist Village ninjas, clad in military overcoats, began to exude the essence of Akatsuki, their gazes distant as they appeared lost in contemplation. Such introspection is indeed a positive sign. Mayahiko observed that, for the most part, the ninjas of the ninja world possessed commendable character. They had merely been molded into instruments for the protection of the daimyos by the 5 great military bases, though perhaps they should not be referred to as villages. Interestingly, Akatsuki Village does not have a daimyo, and following the Second Ninja World War, neither does the Rain Village. The Grass Village, post-fracture, similarly lacks a daimyo. These 3 villages are devoid of aristocrats. However, the rain and grass villages still possess a few, yet Yahiko recalled that not long ago, they had clamored for land redistribution from the wealthy, which has now disappeared entirely. The actions of the rain and grass villages have instilled fear among the nobles of the 5 great nations. Consequently, the fire, wind, and earth nations hastily sought to reclaim debts from the 2 villages, relinquishing interest in the hopes of recovering the principal. Hanzo found himself in a predicament, alas. The laws of my rain village explicitly prohibit usury. The interest rates cannot contravene village regulations. In summary, lending at exorbitant rates is illegal, and those who borrow such funds may refuse repayment. The leader of the grass village has conveniently absented himself, currently ambushing the mist village at sea. With Jiraiya stationed to combat the grass and rock villages, Luffy felt a profound sense of reassurance. On the 4th day of the new year, Koki Shizuka discovered through a newspaper that Yahiko had indeed put into action the suggestions he had proposed. His recommendations included having skilled forging ninjas produce kunai and shuriken for external sale, and establishing a civil affairs department to address the grievances of non-ninja citizens, thereby reducing the sense of entitlement felt by ninjas. This initiative would allow the populace to oversee the actions of the ninjas. A warm feeling enveloped him. In the midst of his time in the Mist Village, action was only taken when the truth was laid bare before the 3rd Mizukage. As exemplified during the Blood Mist incident, it was through a collaboration with the then most formidable genius, Zabuza Momochi, that Koki was compelled to eliminate all students from their class, exposing the flaws of this policy, ultimately prompting the 3rd Mizukage to abandon it. How infuriating! He had allowed himself to be swayed by the enemy. Koki Shizuka, you are a ninja of the Mist Village, adorned with its forehead protector. You must uphold the trust of the 3rd Mizukage. On the 5th and 6th days of the new year, televisions went on sale. Reports indicated that one could watch cinematic films from the comfort of their home, leading to a swift sellout at department stores. The only place with sufficient stock was a first-tier television shop, yet outsiders were barred from entry. How he longed to be a citizen of Akatsuki. Those ruffians from the Wind Country were indeed fortunate, obtaining residency in Akatsuki merely by distributing flyers. In the first-tier shop, if others possess it, so too must Madara. Alas, Madara had already exhausted his life savings, and much of his current expenditure was borrowed from Afu, who had secured an advance on 60 years' worth of future salary. Kakuzu likely wouldn't outlive their white Zetsu. Afu could only stand outside the television counter, drooling, as his pockets were empty. Afu, what are you doing here? Obito, whose academic performance oscillated between satisfactory and mediocre, occasionally achieving 2nd place, was exempt from remedial classes, having reached the age of 12 after the new year. Well past the point of failing 1st grade. To save money and minimize Akatsuki's land use, he had taken to living with Rin Noera, mirroring the arrangements of Yahiko and Konan. Haha. Obito now walked with a certain flair. I came to buy a television series, but I have no money. Afu looked at Obito. In the past, Lord Madara had instructed him to borrow a substantial sum of money from Kakuzu and Kankuro under the name of Obito. Now that the time has come to repay, perhaps the delay is causing the interest to accumulate? Of course, there are no usurious loans involved. Kakuzu and the others are indeed law-abiding villagers. Does he wish to watch television? Obito realized he still could not utter Madara's name, opting instead to refer to him indirectly. Akatsuki nodded in response. Is he still present? Another nod from Akatsuki. Let us go. The last time Obito laid eyes on Madara, the latter had aged significantly, his teeth all but gone, leaving him vulnerable to Obito's whims. He yearned to single-handedly defeat Uchiha Madara. Haha, with such an accomplishment, he would undoubtedly become the future clan leader of the Uchiha. As the future 2nd Hokage of Akatsuki, he felt compelled to contribute to his village, and to forge a promising future for himself and Rin. Obito dragged Akatsuki to the underground school, where they soon encountered Uchiha Madara, diligently exercising with dumbbells. The forceful movement of his wrists emanated a palpable power, his inverted triangle back muscles sharply defined, and his 6-pack abs were impressively chiseled, resembling a work of art. Despite the cold, the underground space lacking heating, sweat cascaded down the grooves of his abdomen, radiating an awe-inspiring beauty of strength. Damn it! Obito's lips twitched in surprise. Apologies for the intrusion. Halt. Just that one word stripped Obito of all courage to resist. How infuriating. I am Uchiha Obito, wielder of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to engage Madara in combat. The outcome, predictably, saw Madara effortlessly disorienting Obito with his 3-tomo Sharingan, followed by a swift kick that sent Obito flying. Victory and defeat were decided in a mere instant. I was momentarily entranced by the three-tomo Sharingan. Obito felt a wave of defeat wash over him. Your greatness shall forever remain unmatched. I am not yet at my peak. Once I am, there shall be transformation. After being bested, Madara inquired whether he would leave Obito with an arm or something else. Ultimately, in a moment of humiliation, Obito used his hard-earned savings to purchase a television for Madara, connecting it to the satellite dish for the Akatsuki village channel. Unable to defeat Madara, he resolved to appease him instead. Yet, Obito discovered that his time training under Madara had been the most rapid period of growth in his abilities over the past 12 years. Madara possessed a wealth of knowledge. Upon bringing the television back, Obito inquired about controlling the three tails. He was skeptical of his brother's approach of using love to tame the beast. As he was an advocate of the Sage of Six Paths and did not believe in the notion that Kagaya's followers espoused, that love could conquer all, Madara's suggestion was to use the Sharingan to subdue the creature. This time, Obito sided with Madara. After watching the television for a while, he noticed that there were no programs currently airing on the Akatsuki village channel. A live broadcast featured Yahiko, who was recruiting actors for the filming of Akatsuki village's first drama, The Chronicles of the Five Nations. Black Zetsu, having returned from his studies, was eager to participate. I want to play Kagaya. I want to play Kagaya. I want to play Kagaya. Other children often threw tantrums to persuade their parents, and today, Black Zetsu followed suit, rolling on the ground in hopes that Madara would intervene and allow him to portray his mother. Madara exchanged a glance with Obito, his lips twitching. You wish to play whom? Kagaya. Are you jesting? Both Madara and Obito remarked. You look nothing like Kagaya with that sharp-faced appearance. Given that they were classmates, Obito kindly suggested, Kagaya may not suit you. Perhaps you could portray someone else, like Senju Tobarama. Madara interjected before Obito could finish. Obito, pained, gazed at Madara, imagining Black Zetsu portraying Senju Tobarama. Surely, if Tobarama learned of this, he would rise from the Pure Land. No, I don't want that. I want to play Kagaya. I want to play Kagaya. Black Zetsu pouted and threw a fit, truly disgusted both Obito and Madara. You insolent creature. As the will of the old man, you dare to meddle with Kagaya, when I have yet to settle accounts with you. Have you lost your mind? Madara exclaimed. 10 minutes later, a defeated Black Zetsu lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I will tell my mother. I will tell my mother. Ignoring Black Zetsu's cries, Madara focused on repaying the debts he owed. I see that the extra's pay is quite generous. Let us have White Zetsu join the cast as an extra. Madara roused several thousand of the White Zetsus, instructing them to awaken and sign up for the production. In less than a day, the cast for the Chronicles of the Five Nations was filled to capacity, a feat that even excited Yahiko. We, Akatsuki Village, are united. United. Chapter 165. The Reversal of Uchiha Reputation. Ever since reconciling with Madara, Obito had settled into a routine life, alternating between classes during the day, training underground in the afternoon, and returning to the warm little home he shared with Rin in the evening, enjoying a delicious meal. In this blissful state, he felt no longing for Konoha. Upon unlocking the door to his apartment, he stepped into the entryway and removed his shoes. The lights illuminated the room, and Rin had prepared dinner, beckoning him to eat, creating the sensation that he was a husband returning home after a long day's work, with Rin waiting as a devoted wife. This truly felt like paradise. After changing into his slippers and moving to the dining table, he was surprised to find his older brother and sister-in-law present. What brings you here? Obito inquired, taking a seat at the head of the table. I'm here to inform Rin that, due to her excellent academic performance, she will be promoted to the 5th grade after the school year begins, Yahiko announced, slapping down a notification on the table. What? Obito exclaimed in disbelief as he picked up the notification to read. Rin had excelled academically, having self-studied the subjects of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades at the library. In terms of ninjutsu, Rin was already a chunin, far surpassing the average strength of 5th grade students. Obito felt a wave of frustration. If his brother hadn't constantly dragged him away on excursions, he too could have self-studied. The meal became tasteless for Obito, as he could no longer sneakily hold Rin's hand during class or marvel at her rosy cheeks. In his sorrow, Obito turned on the television to watch the premiere of the Chronicles of the Five Nations. The drama had been highly anticipated by thousands. In Konoha, homes with televisions were filled with villagers gathered around. Akatsuki Village could truly be called a construction powerhouse. Despite being in the midst of the Third Great Ninja War, anyone who purchased a television and a satellite dish to connect to the Akatsuki Village signal tower, provided they were not too far from the reception, could watch television, even from the battlefield. The premiere of the Chronicles of the Five Nations saw an unusual lack of conflict among the four villages, as the ninjas stationed at the front lines surrounded their televisions to watch. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure were relatively affluent, with 7 ninja teams, totaling 28 members, able to share a television priced at 66,000. In Kusagakure, Jiraiya had practically become the village leader, handling all sorts of criminal matters. And the village leader trusted him immensely. He realized that while the apparent leader was Luffy, the true mastermind was, in fact, Yahiko. That little brat. Jiraiya couldn't help but recall Yahiko's childhood proposal for a plan, surrounding the cities from the countryside. During a meal, he had asked Yahiko how he would bring peace to the ninja world without strength. Yahiko had replied that he would rally all the small villages to wage a protracted war against the 5 great nations. At the time, Jiraiya had teased, "Small villages and great nations are like children and grown men. Neither looks nor functions well." However, he now recognized Yahiko's intelligence, as he had already gained control over Kusagakure and Lulan City, and he even suspected that Amigakure had ties to Yahiko. In retrospect, that little brat had indeed accomplished his goals. Lord Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, and other high-ranking officials from Konoha gathered at Jiraiya's temporary command center, all awaiting the broadcast of the drama. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Chronicles of the Five Nations premiered with remarkable punctuality, transitioning from an advertisement for an Akatsuki village product to a stirring theme song. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, Sunagakure was finally prosperous enough to purchase televisions, many televisions. The third Kazekage was nearly equipping each of his squads with a television. Indeed, ever since the cessation of hostilities between Sunagakure and Amigakure, they have astonishingly advanced into the Land of Fire, utilizing puppet armor to unleash poison from one hand while launching shurikens from the other. The daimyo of the Wind Country is overjoyed, generously funneling funds to Sunagakure. The third Kazekage has also seized a considerable amount of spoils within the Land of Fire. Their next strategy is to assault the heart of the Land of Fire, the Kikyo Mountain. Should the towns surrounding Kikyo Mountain fall to Sunagakure, they would be but a step away from Akarigakure and the royal capital of the Land of Fire. Under the leadership of the esteemed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is utterly humiliating to be on the brink of invasion by the enemy village, particularly by the weakest of the 5 great villages, Sunagakure. This has incited a fervent desire within the ranks of the Land of Fire to see Sarutobi Hiruzen ousted from his position. Within the command tent, the third Kazekage was inclined to set up a television for high-ranking officials. However, after being scolded by Granny Chio, he refrained from doing so. The third Kazekage felt quite dissatisfied, pondering the purpose of hoarding wealth if not to spend it. Sunagakure was indeed affluent, overflowing with wealth. The high-ranking officials gathered to watch television, with the third Kazekage maintaining a constant smile as the epic Chronicles of the Five Nations commenced. He held no interest in the affairs of Amigakure. Yakura, feeling rather disheartened, exited the tent. Her disdain for Yahiko had reached unparalleled heights. The marks left on her beautiful back, along with the memories of their battles against Amigakure and the desire for revenge against Yahiko, had become an obsession over the years. Yet, it seemed she was increasingly outmatched by him, now only able to gaze up at his back. Yahiko, why is he everywhere? Currently, everything in Sunagakure, from the televisions and smartphones to the books, morning newspapers, children's toys, and the snacks beloved by the youth, was procured from Amigakure. This filled her with deep concern. Would you like some water? Upon seeing Yakura irritably retreat from the tent, a man with dark golden hair followed her, holding a bottle of mineral water. Yakura recognized him as Yashimaru, the younger brother of Raza. The troubling part was that he was holding Amigakure's mineral water. Get lost. As Chronicles of the Five Nations aired, several villages were compelled to halt their conflicts. By day, they fought fiercely, yet, at 7 in the evening, the village leaders unanimously agreed to cease fighting to watch television. Recently, greetings among the villagers had transformed from "Good morning, how are you, and have you eaten?" to 800 people. 800 people, we shall strike first within the borders of the Land of Fire. Prepare for engagement. The Akatsuki clan, due to the enmity between Indra and Ashura, had also seen their reputation polarized significantly. The Senju clan, having dwindled in numbers, could hardly find enough members. Otherwise, someone might have actually opened a bank account for them. Ashura, a fratricidal tyrant with no remarkable achievements to his name, was not someone whose descendants could be expected to produce anything commendable. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's reputation had soared, benefiting from their ancestor Indra's invention of the hand seal techniques that enriched the ninja world, garnering widespread acclaim. This is the profound influence of a blockbuster television series. I proposed that Uchiha Fugaku should ascend to the position of fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze, a Jonin of the Leaf, has also proven to be an exceptional ninja. Having achieved notable accomplishments on the front lines of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and even the Land of Water, he is undoubtedly deserving of the title. Lady Tsunade is also commendable. Look, she is currently in the Land of Water. Within the Leaf Village, 3 distinct voices emerged. One suggested the illustrious Uchiha for Hokage. Another proposed Minato Namikaze, while the last voice, somewhat feeble, suggested to let it be. Chapter 166. The Electric Mouse of the Tokiwa Dense Forest. Orochimaru, however, was not even mentioned. During the New Year festivities, many visitors came to Akatsuki, and the 5 great villages reduced their combat engagements. Recently, one could frequently see 3 spirited young men jogging around Akatsuki. Observing these vibrant youths, Might Guy joined them in circling Akatsuki time and again. Why must we wear these peculiar outfits during our break? The trio of Kosuke, Kanji, and Takanabu donned their tight green uniforms. They could tolerate wearing them during physical education in school, but why must they wear them during winter training? However, this was an order from Madara. Notably, Madara had even custom-made 3 200-pound turtle shells for them to carry while running, effectively turning them into green turtles. Perched on Kosuke's shoulder, a small creature lazily remarked, "I heard that Uemura is already approaching the strength of a special jonin from Akarigakure. How outrageous. These are the children of others. They excel in academics. They excel in combat. And among the 3, only Takanabu could hope to match Uemura in physical prowess. In terms of cunning, Takanabu would never stand a chance against Uemura. Run. We must not be outdone by Uemura." The fiery enthusiasm of the 3 children moved Might Guy to tears. All right, today, let us embrace the evening glow and run another 10 laps around Akatsuki. The children of Akatsuki had drawn Yahiko's attention, proving to be stronger than those in the ninja academies of the 5 great nations. To avoid stunting their growth, Yahiko decided to reserve the more challenging aspects of chakra nature transformation for the middle school curriculum. Only the higher-ups in the village were privy to this arrangement. Haha. The children still believed that graduating from elementary school would qualify them for the rank of a chunin. Yahiko had also been observing a child named Shinshin, whose father had perished in battle against Sunagakure, leaving only his mother to care for him at home. Yahiko took a particular interest in him, even orchestrating a chance meeting to teach him the method of chakra extraction in advance. Yahiko was astonished by this boy's physical abilities. Whether it was scaling trees to rescue ant nests or shattering the newly introduced strength testing machine in Akatsuki's arcade with a single punch, Yahiko couldn't help but wonder if Shinshin was indeed a descendant of the Senju clan. Not interested in becoming a ninja? You prefer raising small animals? Perhaps even watching them fight? Who knows? Akatsuki might one day produce a Beastmaster squad. Akatsuki. Yahiko rarely visited, and the 2 sages, Daisuke and Jima, ought to reconsider their peculiar penchant for inviting contract signers to feast on insects. By utilizing reverse summoning techniques, he arrived at this fragrant sanctuary. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a multitude of large and small frogs gathered around a television, snacking on Akatsuki delicacies such as rabbit milk candies and cola. Yahiko scanned the surroundings and was surprised to see a signal tower, with a small frog channeling chakra into it before heading to the television to catch a rerun of the Chronicles of the 5 Nations. Was this a venture initiated by Kakuzu during his performances with Jiraiya? Excellent. Even Akatsuki's signal tower has reached the 3 great sanctuaries. Ah, it's little Yahiko. Yahiko found Sage Jima engrossed in watching television, munching on snacks. I didn't prepare dinner for tonight. That's fine. Yahiko expressed the purpose of his visit, intending to establish a new summoning contract. Writing his name on it would formalize the contract with Akatsuki. Over the years since his arrival, Yahiko had discerned that the Akatsuki sanctuary was devoid of any conspiracies. That prophecy, which instructed Jiraiya to seek the Child of Prophecy, suggested that if Yahiko had not arrived, Naruto's conclusion of the 4th Great Ninja War and ascent to the 7th Hokage might have been the best resolution for the ninja world. They were, after all, the indigenous people of the ninja world, deeply cherishing this land. Forming a contract with the summoners was not an act of altruism. If they became tempted, the summoners must cater to their cravings. The little wallet might not fare well. It is no wonder that the only summoned beast encountered in Sunagakure was a diminutive Kamaitachi, which could hardly consume much. Yahiko politely declined Jima's invitation to stay for dinner, returning to Akatsuki with the summoning scroll to find Shinshin. Village chief, what brings you to my home? Shinshin returned home, puzzled as he saw Yahiko laughing and enjoying tea with his mother on the sofa. I've brought you the summoning scroll. I know you adore small animals, so I thought you might like to form a contract with Akatsuki for one. Red Bean. Indeed, once you summon, you must wholeheartedly devote yourself to nurturing the frogs of Akatsuki. Thank you, village chief. Shinshin was genuinely moved. The village chief had shown immense care for his family. Come, let me teach you how to summon. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and goat. Yahiko swiftly executed several movements, elucidating that this is the sequence of hand seals for the summoning technique. Shinsuke's mother stifled a chuckle, remarking, "Ah, Shinsuke's father. It appears you have not pledged your loyalty to the wrong person. You silly thing. Wait, I haven't given you the summoning scroll yet." Just as he was about to present the summoning scroll to Shinsuke, he observed that Shinsuke had already imitated him, concentrating intently as he rapidly formed the seals, slapping his hands onto the ground in an attempt to summon his own toad from Mount Myaboku. With a loud pong, smoke billowed, and Shinsuke vanished from his spot. What will happen without the summoning scroll? Shinsuke's mother exclaimed, bewildered. To recklessly employ the summoning technique without having contracted with a summoning beast. The implications of Yahiko's subsequent words were not lost on Shinsuke's mother. She understood the dire consequences. It could lead to death. In a panic, Shinsuke's mother fainted. Yahiko hastily called the clinic, urging them to send someone to take care of a lady in distress. For 2 consecutive days, Yahiko scoured the world, enlisting the miasma department to search for Shinsuke, and repeatedly expressed his apologies to Shinsuke's mother. Village chief, this is not your fault. Perhaps it is simply the fate of this child. On the 3rd day, to everyone's astonishment, the foolish child returned on his own, carrying a yellow mouse on his shoulder. According to Shinsuke's description, after utilizing the summoning technique, he had inexplicably arrived at a place rivaling the 3 great sanctuaries. A secluded gathering ground for summoning beasts in a corner of the ninja world, known as the Tokuwamitsu Forest. There, the yellow mouse on his shoulder was more numerous than wild dogs. They were adept in lightning release techniques, capable of unleashing skills of no less than C rank. And due to their preference for fruits, they had never set foot in the human world. Shinsuke was the first human to enter their Tokuwamitsu forest. Initially, Shinsuke sought to contract with the Yellow Mouse clan, but they vehemently resisted. Chapter 167. Today, only one of Orochimaru or Minato can survive. Choose wisely. So how did you manage to sign a contract with them? In the Akatsuki village office, the news of Shinsuke's disappearance had caused quite a stir, and many had gathered under the guise of reporting tasks to catch up on the gossip. Obito remarked enviously, "That yellow mouse is adorable. I wish I could get one for Rin too." Shinsuke, wiping his nose with a tissue, replied with a proud smile. There was a clan of giant birds that were eternal foes of the electric mice. During an invasion by the giant birds into the electric mice's territory, I stepped up to lead the electric mice to victory against the enemy. So this clan is called the electric mice? They had indeed never heard of it. As if to confirm Shinsuke's achievement, the electric mouse on his shoulder gave a thumbs up to the assembly. Now, the electric mice clan had entered into a summoning contract with Shinsuke. The contract was rather rudimentary, allowing a maximum of 6 summons at a time. Yahiko, eager to test their power, instructed the electric mice to unleash a technique. With a crack, a bolt of lightning shot towards Yahiko. The yellow mouse, being of lower rank, merely stunned Yahiko momentarily. However, with proper training, Yahiko believed this clan possessed significant potential. "All right, let us hurry home. Your mother misses you dearly." "All right, Mom." Watching Shinsuke hastily depart, Yahiko smiled, pondering what transformation Akatsuki village would undergo under the stewardship of these children. After visiting his mother, Shinsuke also found his good friend, Sai. At the recycling station, Sai was envious of Shinsuke's summoning beast. Being close friends, Shinsuke persuaded the Electric Mice clan to allow Sai to sign a contract with the Tokuwamitsu forest. By coincidence, as his brother, Sai recklessly formed the seals and vanished from outside the recycling station. Spring arrived, and the Battle of Kikyo Mountain erupted, with Konoha facing pressure from 4 villages, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Akatsuki village, all seeking to carve a piece from Konoha. It was a troublesome time for Konoha. Of course, Akatsuki village merely shouted slogans without taking action, as they were currently planning to agree to a peace negotiation with Akarigakure. Yahiko had not ceased his search for Orochimaru, and finally, he discovered Orochimaru's whereabouts in the Land of Rice, located in the northern part of the Land of Fire, west of the Land of Lightning. That night, at the front line of Kumogakure, Minato looked quizzically at Orochimaru, who leaned against a tree. Due to some unfavorable rumors, Orochimaru had not been seen for a long time. His sudden appearance left Minato perplexed regarding his intentions. "I heard the teacher is coming to the Kumogakure front line to assist you. The moonlight bathed Orochimaru's face, revealing no expression, leaving Minato unable to discern his emotions. Minato scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The third Hokage wished to swiftly resolve the conflicts here and then mobilize all ninja from Kumogakure to support the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. I feel so useless, unable to alleviate any pressure from Konoha. Upon hearing this from Minato, Orochimaru surmised his teacher's intentions. Assisting Minato in defeating Kumogakure would elevate his prestige, and subsequently leading Minato to resolve the Kikyo Mountain dilemma would elevate that prestige to its zenith. In doing so, the recently prominent Uchiha would have no opportunity to rival Minato for the position of Hokage. After all, it was Minato's teacher, Jiraiya, commanding the Uchiha. As for Danzo, there was no need to mention him. A man who led ninjas into battle and was beaten to the doorstep by Tsunagakure could still fantasize about becoming Hokage. It was clear how much his unloving teacher had considered him over the years. You should never pursue someone who does not love you, Yahiko had once told him. Minato, would you like to have a drink? Orochimaru asked, still leaning against the tree. Minato initially intended to refuse. The memories of being force-fed dog food by Yahiko and Nagato while intoxicated were still vivid. Moreover, it was a grave taboo for a commander on the battlefield to drink. However, he hoped to clarify the misunderstandings between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Fine, I'll drink. Looking at the time, it was now 6:30. Kumogakure's ninjas were about to tune in to Five Nations Chronicles. At this hour, the entire ninja world was tranquil. To generate buzz, Yahiko had even assigned special identities to the leaders of the 5 great villages. For instance, the Night Moon clan of Kumogakure claimed their ancestors raised horses for the Sage of Six Paths, eventually being granted land in the Land of Lightning, chronicling their journey from slavery to the status of a nation. The ninjas of Kumogakure adored the drama, eager to learn about the history of Raikage's family, finding it tedious to watch battles without such narratives. In the camp, Minato sipped the fine wine poured by Orochimaru. He was not particularly skilled at drinking and could not discern good wine from bad. Yet, he thought it was akin to someone familiar with drinking cola, distinguishing between the colas of Akatsuki village and Kusagakure. If that were the case, he could manage it. Minato and Orochimaru exchanged casual banter. Orochimaru appeared to be reconciling with the third Hokage, and Minato felt a sense of relief. What barriers could exist between master and disciple? He continued to drink with Orochimaru. Halfway through, feeling slightly tipsy but not drunk, Minato noticed that inexplicably, the ninjas of Kumogakure had not turned up to watch television. And suddenly, they launched an attack, storming into Minato's command post. The leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were valiantly battling outside. Just as Minato was preparing to lead a counterattack, he discovered that his chakra seemed to be sealed and was utterly unusable. Orochimaru-senpai, I can't use my chakra. I beg of you. The young man had yet to grasp the situation and hastily handed command of the front line over to Orochimaru. I can't use mine either. Orochimaru replied. At that moment, several Umbu from Kumogakure burst through the door. Around 7 o'clock, just as the ninjas of Kumogakure were retreating, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the front line of Kumogakure, only to hear that Orochimaru and Minato had been captured. What kind of joke is this? How could they have been captured so easily? Yet, it is indeed the case. Sarutobi Hiruzen was incensed and hastily led his men to pursue. They fought fiercely throughout the night, eventually cornering the ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds at the edge of a precipice. At this moment, Orochimaru and Minato were suspended perilously from a cliff face by the Cloud Ninjas. One of the exhausted Cloud Ninjas remarked to his companion, I've already contacted Lord Raikage for assistance. We just need him to arrive in time. Their scheme was to use the lives of Orochimaru and Minato to stall Sarutobi Hiruzen's advance. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seething with rage, his temples throbbing as he declared, Release Minato and Orochimaru, and I shall spare your lives. Huh? Do you think we would believe your empty words, Hokage? The response was cold. Today, only one of them shall live. Choose. Chapter 168. I never imagined I would be compelled to make such a choice, nor have I ever loved. Thus I have loved wrongly. This dilemma captivated the entire ninja world, and a few from the village hidden in the clouds followed suit. Orochimaru and Minato dangled from the cliff, bound by thick ropes, while 2 Cloud Ninjas held kunai poised against the cords, ready to sever the one not chosen if Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision. Minato's mouth was taped shut, rendering him unable to utter a word. Orochimaru's expression remained stoic, yet a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. If his teacher chose him today, he would forgive all past transgressions. The Cloud Ninjas awaited Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. I want both. I will save Minato and Orochimaru. Release them, or you shall all perish today. The Konoha ninja forces had already sealed off all escape routes from the cliff, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, suppressing his fury, spoke coldly without hesitation. No, 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 Hokage. You can only choose one. The Cloud Ninjas were aware that their time was limited. Lord Raikage would not arrive in time. Their utmost effort was to instigate discord within Konoha before their demise. To force Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, two Cloud Ninjas lightly sliced at the ropes supporting Minato and Orochimaru, the coarse fibers snapping with a sound that mingled with their labored breathing. The two hung precariously, swaying in the air, and if Sarutobi Hiruzen did not decide soon, they both risked plummeting from the cliff. Enough. I said release Orochimaru and Minato, and I will allow you to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, his veins protruding as he clenched his fists tightly. The Konoha ninjas behind him were equally tense. How could Orochimaru and Minato have been captured by mere unknowns? The Cloud Ninjas remained resolute, intent on forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to choose between Orochimaru and Minato. Hokage, 1 minute. We will wait just 1 minute. If we receive no answer, we will have no choice but to send both Minato and Orochimaru down together, one Cloud Ninja declared. Wait, just wait. Let me think. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the suspended Minato and Orochimaru. His first instinct was to choose Minato, whom he held in high regard for his strength and character. Yet, at that moment, Orochimaru's figure appeared before him, reminiscent of the young student who had eagerly sought his guidance. Was he to choose Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened, torn by anguish. In that moment, he realized that he harbored deep feelings for Orochimaru. What a difficult choice. Why must both Minato and Orochimaru have been captured? Who devised this cruel dilemma of saving only one from drowning? The obedient, understanding Orochimaru from his youth was pleading for his help. Why can't I become your hostage instead? Hokage, please make your choice, the lead Cloud Ninja pressed, intensifying the pressure on the ropes. I choose Orochimaru. After a fierce internal struggle, Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision was made. He could not bear to watch Orochimaru, who bore the visage of his younger self, tremble in anticipation of rescue. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with joy. Was he still the teacher's beloved student? Minato, facing death, smiled, thinking that if Orochimaru became Hokage, he would undoubtedly surpass him. He moved towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, hesitating to speak. But Nara Shikaku cast him a forbidding glance, signaling him to remain silent. Have you made a decision? A Cloud Ninja beside Minato prepared to strike with his kunai. Hold on. Give me 2 more minutes. Hokage, I sense something amiss. Nara Shikaku, a staunch supporter of Minato, could not bear to see him perish. He roared, then leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen, whispering something. The Cloud Ninjas hesitated, sensing a shift in the situation. After a moment of deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression revealed a mix of complex emotions. Indeed, how could Orochimaru and Minato have been captured? Surely these Cloud Ninjas were mere pawns summoned by Orochimaru to test who was more important to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What utter nonsense! Orochimaru, cease this farce at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shouted. Indeed, it must be folly. Or perhaps it is I who am being foolish. After all, it is merely the last vestiges of discontent from one who has accompanied the Hokage for many years, yet remains ungranted the title. Orochimaru's eyes reflected a sense of release. He had pondered this 100 times, unable to fathom why his teacher favored him so. Unmask your pretenses, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted, as if he could see through everything. The Cloud Ninjas were bewildered. What pretense must we unmask? One cautiously inquired. Hokage, whom do you truly choose, Orochimaru or Minato? Orochimaru, cease your antics. You know the teacher has always held you in his heart. There is no need for such trials, Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. And your choice? The Cloud Ninja pressed. Minato. The Hokage must save Minato. Nara Shikaku urged urgently. Very well, save Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Orochimaru's antics had gone too far. Upon their return, he would need to speak with him about this. Why harbor jealousy toward Minato, who was your own nephew? Before the Cloud Ninjas could sever the ropes, Orochimaru suddenly erupted into silent laughter, shaking violently, and after a final cut, the strained ropes could no longer sustain the turmoil and snapped. In the next moment, Orochimaru plummeted straight down. As he fell, a swirling vortex appeared at the cliff's edge, followed by 2 figures. Orochimaru, Yami. Yahiko had received word early on and had asked Obito to take a leave of absence, driving to rescue Orochimaru, yet arriving just a moment too late. Cousin, look at what you've done. Why didn't you let the Konoha ninjas assist at the cliff's base? Orochimaru has been with you the longest. Yahiko's voice boomed, reaching even Orochimaru as he descended. Unfazed by the reprimand, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, he won't die. You scoundrel. No one anticipated that Yahiko would suddenly punch Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing him to drool and fly backward, his features contorted. Next, he marked the ground with a flying thunder god seal and leaped over the cliff without hesitation, determined to save Orochimaru. His clothes billowed in the wind, hair whipping across his face as he extended his hand to grasp Orochimaru, who was descending not far from him. Chapter 169. Please take care of me, Yahiko. Minato, are you alright? At the edge of the cliff, the ninjas from the cloud-hidden village fulfilled their promise and brought Minato up, while Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, concern etched upon his face. As he examined Minato, he noted the chaotic state of chakra within him. Just as Kakashi had indicated, it was indeed Orochimaru's doing. He sought to test the hierarchy of loyalty between himself and Minato in the eyes of the Hokage. Were these individuals merely Orochimaru's subordinates in disguise? It seemed that Orochimaru was, after all, unharmed. The thought of Orochimaru's safety eased the burden in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Everyone was preoccupied with Minato's well-being, allowing the ninjas from the cloud-hidden village to slip away unnoticed. Isn't anyone concerned about Orochimaru? Obito gazed at the gathering, all focused on Minato, none offering a shred of compassion for Orochimaru, which stirred a sense of sympathy within him. There is one, a small girl, seemingly around 10, leaned over the edge and wept, "Teacher Orochimaru." After a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a glance at Obito, thinking, Orochimaru won't die. This is a matter for Konoha, not for a rogue ninja like you. I shan't concern myself with you. Just as Obito turned away, crossing his arms and resolving to mind his own business, a flash of orange light appeared before them. Yahiko emerged, cradling a lifeless body at the flying thunder god mark. Orochimaru was dead. Grief was etched across his face, and it was evident the body he held was unrecognizable, face down. So mutilated that even a mother could not identify her own child. Teacher Orochimaru? Is this really Teacher Orochimaru? Tsunade would not mistake it. Her beloved teacher was gone. Orochimaru was dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unexpected pang of pain in his heart, a dull ache that rendered him breathless. Impossible. This farce was orchestrated by Orochimaru. How could he possibly be dead? Minato, let us go. Ignoring the chaos, Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped Minato and attempted to leave. After Minato was rescued, everyone informed him that the ninjas from the cloud-hidden village had been sent by Orochimaru in disguise. Enough, Minato. Orochimaru is your political rival. Your compassion for your comrades is too soft-hearted, Nara Shikaku advised, observing Minato's hesitance. Indeed, even if Orochimaru truly has perished, the fault lies not with you, Hinata Hizashi added, patting Minato's shoulder with a smile. Minato responded hesitantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen led him away, but after only a few steps, he halted. A sudden, sharper pain gripped his heart, as though he had lost something of great significance. Impossible. How could Orochimaru be in peril? We should leave. The people of Konoha departed. And even Tsunade, weeping uncontrollably, was escorted away by a jonin from Konoha. Orochimaru's former subordinates rallied to heed the Hokage's call, joining Minato's faction. At this moment, only Yahiko, Obito, and the lifeless body of Orochimaru remained on the cliff's edge. Ah, brother, it seems we've arrived too late, Obito lamented, regretting the loss of someone who was quite formidable, a legendary Sannin of Konoha, who could have been a valuable ally. However, Orochimaru was dead. In the next moment, Orochimaru's mouth gaped wide open, startling Obito. Ah, brother, it seems Orochimaru has risen from the dead. A mass of flesh, writhing like a worm, erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, swiftly dividing into a new body, identical to his own. This is my shedding technique. The newly formed body stood unsteadily, its skin glistening with a damp sheen, a smile gracing its lips reminiscent of the elegant smile of Snake Lady from the future. Oh, hello, I am Obito, the future second leader of the Akatsuki, husband to Rin. Obito scratched his head, grinning as he introduced himself. Haha. Orochimaru glanced at Obito before extending his hand towards Yahiko. I look forward to working with you, Yahiko. It seems that, after all this time, it was still you, Yahiko. The Akatsuki welcomes the addition of comrade Orochimaru. Yahiko shook his hand vigorously. Who would have thought that Snake Uncle has now become Snake Aunt in the later timeline? Clearly, his conversations with Orochimaru in the small green bubble were not in vain. Orochimaru had always been lost. Witnessing his parents' demise in childhood made him acutely aware of life's fragility. His dream was to pursue immortality and master all ninjutsu, thereby uncovering the truths of the world. Konoha's teachings focused solely on protecting comrades and the village, neglecting to impart that each person has their own path. Previously, Orochimaru had aimed to become Hokage, striving in pursuit of truth. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of bequeathing the position of fourth Hokage to Orochimaru, leaving him even more adrift. What should he do if not become Hokage? This longing for immortality intensified, prompting him to explore the meaning of human existence through various human experiments. Until he saw his potential failure reflected in Kabuto, he recognized his own limitations. Having learned sage techniques and nearly mastered all ninjutsu, Kabuto still faltered. What, then, could he achieve? He observed Sasuke, whose philosophy diverged completely from his own, and found himself moved by Sasuke's resilience in the face of adversity, never conceding defeat. He contemplated the notion that perhaps the essence of human existence lay in transformation and inheritance. From ancient tribes hurling stones at each other to the present wielding shuriken and kunai, humanity grows stronger with each generation. He wondered, had Sasuke possessed the wisdom of his predecessors, how far might he have progressed? Thus, he performed Edo Tensei to summon those who knew everything. The Fourth Great Ninja War confirmed his thoughts. Under the guidance of his brother and Hashirama, Sasuke matured overnight, evolving from a naive youth into a formidable man. This was the essence of human existence, passing on knowledge. Yahiko, in the small green bubble, presented him with an alternative path: to struggle against the heavens, bringing boundless joy; to strive against the earth, bringing boundless joy; to contend with humanity, bringing boundless joy; to leverage the Akatsuki to unify the ninja world. Embarking on a route untraveled by predecessors, Orochimaru realized that the meaning of human existence lay in challenging the unknown and exploring realms previously undiscovered. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Obito interjected, attempting to join Yahiko and Orochimaru's discourse but finding no entry. In the Kamui space, Yahiko and Orochimaru shared numerous topics of conversation. Regardless of the depth, Yahiko could always contribute. Orochimaru felt he had found a kindred spirit. He asked Yahiko, why do people die? Yahiko replied, human cells continuously divide and renew, yet there is a limit to cell division. As one ages, senescent cells accumulate, and the functionality of tissues and organs declines. Orochimaru probed further, why does the ninja world exist? Why does the earth exist? Yahiko responded, it stems from a cosmic Big Bang. Could there be a creator? Orochimaru had countless questions. Yahiko, gravitational potential energy converts to kinetic energy. An egg dropped from a height of over 30 meters can injure an ordinary villager without chakra. Do you think a drop of water from 200 meters would be lethal? Speed determines destructive power. Orochimaru and Yahiko conversed at length. Obito attempted to interject. Haven't you ever been caught in the rain? Yahiko and Orochimaru replied in unison, drive your car. Yahiko playfully kicked Obito's backside. Chapter 170, Yahiko's Oral Liquid. Upon arriving at the Akatsuki village, Orochimaru noted Yahiko's regard for him even before entering. The village was sealed today for the safety of comrade Orochimaru. Outsiders were barred from entry. It was evident that sealing the village for an afternoon would incur significant losses, and Orochimaru, recognizing the importance of details in determining success or failure, noted this. Though, in truth, only a handful of individuals in the ninja world could threaten his life. However, Yahiko's concern stirred ripples in his heart. In the absence of comparison, there is no suffering. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was best left unmentioned. Today, the elementary school was closed for the afternoon in honor of Orochimaru, with all faculty and students gathered at the entrance to welcome him. In the village of Shaoin, a banner was hung to welcome Orochimaru into their midst. Welcome, Uncle Orochimaru. The students of the academy shouted in unison as he emerged from Tobi's vehicle, which had parked at the entrance of the village. There were also representatives, Ijin and Chumishin, presenting him with floral garlands. Nagato descended the steps, and the ninjas bowed their heads in deference. The majority of the ninjas in Shaoin village, who had no duties today, gathered at the village gate to show their respect. Nagato, as the second in command of Shaoin village, had been waiting there as well. Wherever Orochimaru went, he was worth the strength of 5 battalions of ninjas. This was the exact phrase spoken by Yahiko in recent days. According to the military system of Shaoin village, which had been restructured a few days prior, a regiment now comprised 100 individuals, and a battalion consisted of 6 regiments. It is worth noting that the current ninja strength of Shaoin village was only about 1 battalion, yet Yahiko claimed that Orochimaru could rival 3,000 ninjas across 5 battalions. Uncle Orochimaru, he pondered, how would the children of Konoha address him? Upon reflection, he realized that apart from Jiraiya and Tsunade, he had no true confidence in Konoha. When he died, only Anko would mourn for him. Nagato scrutinized Orochimaru carefully. Orochimaru, in turn, gazed back at Nagato for a moment. Their eyes met, and he felt a jolt of recognition. He had never realized before just how striking Nagato's eyes were. The wind howled outside, prompting them to enter the village. Yahiko guided Orochimaru to experience the local customs and culture of Shaolin Village. To his surprise, Might Guy was also present. The Blood Dragon Eye? What an intriguing bloodline limit. Currently, the scale of Orochimaru's laboratory was comparable to that of the trio from the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Kabuto regarded him warily. Although he despised the talents of Konoha, he acknowledged that Orochimaru surpassed him in both strength and knowledge. If he were to join Shaolin Village, it was clear who Yahiko would prioritize. How unbearable it was. The thought of Yahiko devoting his entire heart to Orochimaru made Kabuto feel uneasy. He had accompanied Yahiko from the humble beginnings of Shaolin Village to their current standing in the ninja world, achieving the capability to contend with the 5 great ninja villages under exceptional circumstances. I was here first. Aware of Kabuto's sensitive nature, Yahiko took time to reassure him, repeatedly affirming that he would not show favoritism toward Orochimaru, stating, "You are the most important person to me." Only then did Kabuto relent and cease his concerns. He would make sure Yahiko understood that he was the chief scientist of Shaolin Village. Men, it seemed, often had one persona in the bedroom and another outside of it. In Orochimaru's laboratory, he inspected the experimental resources Yahiko had sent him: a vial of Yahiko's blood, a vial of Nagato's blood, and a vial of Tobi's blood. With rumors of Hanzo's blood on the way, there was also a blood dragon eye and a sliver of dragon vein energy sealed within a scroll. Lying on the ground was a despondent wild white Zetsu, encountered by Yahiko during a visit to a film crew in the 5 nations. Orochimaru licked his lips. It was truly a treasure trove for research. Not long after he commenced his studies, 2 black miners from Kumogakure, accompanied by Hanzo's blood, were delivered to him. A budget of 1 billion was allocated for Orochimaru's laboratory, and he needed only to request materials from the specially assigned team led by the city's advancement team. Yahiko was exceedingly accommodating to Orochimaru. This naturally instilled a sense of urgency in Kabuto, who, under the pressure of Orochimaru, collaborated with Raikage's team to invent the train within half a month. Utilizing coal as a power source, the first steam train in the ninja world was born. Yahiko began instructing his team to lay tracks towards both Amigakure and Kusagakure. The distance between Shaolin Village and these 2 villages was approximately 60 kilometers. A typical person would take around 14 hours to walk there. However, with the train, it would only take about half an hour. Kabuto understood the high pollution and low efficiency associated with steam trains, knowing Yahiko would disapprove, so he hurriedly shifted focus to research electric trains and chakra-powered trains. Yahiko, touched by this effort, devoted 2 full days and nights to accompany Kabuto. As the 3rd Great Ninja War reached its climax, the developments in Shaolin Village went unnoticed. The laying of tracks and construction required significant manpower and resources. Kisame, there's trouble. Kisame returned from a trip to Yuan Village, carrying a 3-year-old child in his arms, his head tingling with anxiety. The sky has fallen. My money. Yahiko, what have you done while I was away? Hey, old man, are you crying? The child he held had a slick gray hairstyle, a remnant from when Kisame discovered him during his business in Yuan Village. Initially, the village viewed the boy as a bad omen due to his unique constitution. Despite all attempts to harm him, he could not be killed. As a result, the village leader planned to chain him outside and let him starve. Kisame, upon discovering the boy at the village gate, had no intention of intervening. However, after negotiating a hot spring project, he found that the boy had miraculously survived 5 days without food, thriving in fact. Thus, Kisame decided to adopt him. Where's the money? Where did it go? Kisame's eyes glazed over as he heard the grim news from Kankuro. The newly arrived Orochimaru was spending 1 billion in research every week. During this time, he had developed Yahiko's oral solution, which, when consumed from a young age, would predictably increase one's chakra by 812 units compared to those who did not partake. Yahiko intended to provide this solution as a complimentary beverage for the children of Shaolin Village. Damn it, my money. Chapter 171, The Green Train of Shaolin Village. The train tracks. In Orochimaru's laboratory. You want to open an animal shelter? Look at what you've done while I was away. I can't live like this anymore. I'm getting a divorce. Ugh. In any case, I can't go on like this. It's unbearable. In the office, Kisame, holding the child, sounded hoarse, akin to a woman abandoned by her husband. His chest ached. All 5 of them hurt. Meanwhile, 2 children awaited by Yahiko's desk. One was perched on his shoulder, an electric mouse resembling Pikachu, and the other was his good friend, a 1st-grade student from Shaolin Village named Shaosai. who had a peculiar orange summoning beast resembling a rabbit named Xiaomi on his head. This summoning beast belonged to a family with a bloodline limit, possessing the ability of light release, serving as a supportive creature with a gentle disposition that shunned conflict. However, when Yahiko tested the light release, he found that even standing next to Obito with eyes open would cause discomfort. Yahiko envisioned establishing an animal shelter where local elders could act as caretakers for willing summoning beasts, fostering a bond that would lead these creatures to fight for Shaolin Village in the future. The current candidates included the Electric Mouse Clan, the Light Rabbit Clan, the Frogs of Myoboka Mountain, serpents from the Dragon Cave, the Salamander, the Tortoise Clan, and a panda that Nagato had mysteriously acquired. This panda was extraordinarily large, nearing 4 meters in length, even bigger than the one from the original story featuring the lowly Aoi. Yahiko imagined riding this panda into battle. Just think, he would be invulnerable during combat. Rest assured, the animal shelter would indeed be established. Yahiko offered a reassuring glance to the frightened children, for Conan adored small animals. You may leave now, the adults have matters to discuss. Yahiko gestured for them to exit, turning his attention back to Kisame. You come back, and even bring home a child. After the 2 children left, Kisame set down Haiden. Haiden, hey kid, how do you know my name? Upon hearing Yahiko call out his name, Haiden was curious. You Yahiko, let's not change the subject. Kisame slammed his hand on the table, interrupting whatever Yahiko was about to say. This child, according to the leader of Yuan Village, was said to have been transformed by an evil organization, causing the villagers to fear his unique constitution, which led the leader to resort to starving him to placate public outcry. Kakuzu casually explained, before continuing with the matter at hand. Has Lord Kakuzu developed a sense of compassion? Yahi exclaimed with a teasing grin. Do not start with me, Kakuzu retorted, his face flushing beneath his mask, swiftly followed by an irate response. The Kakuzu of today is no longer the same as in bygone days. Once, he resembled a stone in a cesspit, odorous and unyielding. Now, he can even blush at a bit of banter. Yahi had long been prepared to deal with Kakuzu's temperament. Look, when I transformed the animal shelter into a zoo, charging admission for visitors to feed the summoning beasts, it saved quite a bit of expenses, he proposed. Instantly, Kakuzu beamed, exclaiming good, 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 repeating the word thrice, momentarily forgetting about Orochimaru's research facility. The current Kakuzu is surprisingly easy to please. Watching Kakuzu depart with Haiden, Yahi felt a pang of nostalgia for the Kakuzu who could spar with him all day long. Constructing the railway tracks naturally requires a substantial workforce. The Akatsuki village was in financial straits, and Kakuzu took action, drastically slashing the workers' wages to a mere 2,000 ryo per month. Strikingly, Yahi did not intervene to halt this decision. The villagers were somewhat perplexed. Their leader had always prioritized the welfare of the laborers, yet for the sake of the village, they were willing to endure a little sacrifice. However, the job postings were aimed at outsiders. Would they truly care about 2,000 ryo? Astonishingly, despite the meager salary, there were still individuals eager to take up the work. Was life outside so dire that they would rush to earn such little pay? A mysterious group emerged, signing up without hesitation. These workers, if not resting, required only an hour of sunlight to recharge. Observing the workers' toil, the villagers noted that these newcomers embodied the spirit of Akatsuki. They were solely focused on their tasks, exhibiting greater strength and efficiency than the average laborer, working diligently wherever directed. In summer, the railway station was established in the outskirts of Akatsuki village, serving as a transit point between Rain Village and Grass Village, completed in just 2 months. According to the foreman Kakuzu, it could have been done even faster, but the workers had slacked off to secure an extra month's pay. On the day of completion, Hanzo of the Salamander utilized Akatsuki Village's newspaper to promote the upcoming Crawfish Festival in Rain Village, inviting the shinobi community to partake in the festivities. An abundance of crayfish awaited attendees. The annual Rain Village Crawfish Festival was set for June 12th. Today marked the inaugural festival, and Yahi was invited to accompany the villagers of Akatsuki Village. At the Akatsuki Village platform, a large crowd of villagers awaited the train, eagerly anticipating its arrival. In support of the development of Rain Province, Yahi declared a holiday for his students. Young Q and others, guided by their parents, were also present, excitedly awaiting the festival. Crawfish, I wonder how they taste, thought Yahi. Obito, holding Rin's hand, was also responding to Yahi's call to contribute to the economy of Rain Province. According to my brother, crayfish are exceptionally delicious, he exclaimed, chuckling at the thought. Even amidst the ongoing discussions of peace between Cloud Village and Konoha, Kakashi was tirelessly accompanying Minato to break the siege on Kikyo Mountain, while he merrily attended the crawfish festival with Rin. Kakashi, what a laborious fate, he mused. As he posted a picture of the railway tracks in his social circle, he captioned it, "In this lifetime, I must venture far and witness the distant scenery," setting the visibility to only Kakashi. Haha, this photo seems insufficiently poignant. I ought to take a few more. Just then, the tracks trembled, and the resonant clattering of the wheels against the rails drew nearer as a deep green train approached the Akatsuki village platform with a series of loud clanks. The carriage doors opened, and a group of villagers from Grass Village emerged, their expressions filled with delight, likely their first visit to Akatsuki village. The other passengers peered out, curiously surveying the platform. This marked the first large-scale meeting between the villagers of Akatsuki and Grass. Both villages had undergone strict measures in the past, ensuring peace was maintained on board the train. As for the prior conflict between Grass and Akatsuki, while some sensed an oddity, they could not quite place it. The dissonance stemmed from the fact that, after so many days of battle, none of their acquaintances had received any compensation, and some even received letters from the deceased. The letters indicated that the village had entrusted them with a significant mission, assuring them of their safety and advising against revealing their existence. This left the villagers from both sides perplexed. Were these letters fabricated by the village chief to spare them heartache, or was there another reason? Suppressing their doubts, the villagers boarded the train, exchanging pleasantries. As everyone settled into the green train, the announcement echoed, "Next stop, Rain Village." The green train sped forward under the driver's command. The Third Shinobi World War was nearing its conclusion. Remarkably, Mist Village had agreed to our demands, possibly focusing their attention on the increasingly prominent Sand Village. As the train chugged along, Yahi sat within a carriage, gazing out at the scenery. His companion, Conan, occasionally glanced over at him. They had unknowingly reached the age of 16 in a few years, yet Yahi seemed oblivious to such matters, opening his eyes to the village and closing them to the world beyond. She had tentatively inquired before, for which girl would not wish to don a wedding gown and marry her beloved? But Yahi had replied, "As long as Konoha stands. What need is there for a home?" One after another, Nagato bore a deep grudge against Konoha for the loss of his parents, yet you did not. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen had treated you like a true disciple from the very beginning. Chapter 172. Do you wish to win me over? In a small group, should anything happen to its members, tranquility would be forever lost in the shinobi world. Conan, Rin, Kushina, Kyubi, and Mikoto, though only 5, messages flew in the group like sparks. Love like fire. Sisters, I desperately want to be intimate with him, but he never takes the initiative. What should I do? Three Tails is cuter than Obito. Sister Kushina. You. Love like fire. I merely wish to watch television with Minato. What are you thinking? It's really those leaders who instigated wars that have caused Minato to be absent so often. Why must the shinobi world always be embroiled in conflict? The birth rate in Konoha has plummeted recently. The small Bowsy shop owner. Indeed, the constant fighting has led to Nagato leaving abruptly every time, leaving everything unfinished. I long to be with Nagato for the long haul, yet he never stays. Itachi's mother, huh? Isn't Nagato only 16? The small Bowsy shop owner. In gaming, Nagato is too inexperienced, easily overwhelmed, and once he loses focus, he finds excuses to leave, claiming there are urgent matters in the Akatsuki. If it weren't for the ongoing war, he wouldn't have such convenient excuses. Conan opened her phone, observing the lively conversation in the group chat, and glanced at Nagato and Yahi, who were engrossed in their own discussion across the aisle. It seems everyone has their flaws. Mine is too straightforward. Love like fire. Elaborate on Yahi's shortcomings and this straightforwardness. Conan took a moment to process before realizing what Kushina had asked. Her ears flushed crimson. Itachi's mother. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan has some chakra-enhancing dietary methods that are quite effective, passed down for centuries. I heard that Madara Uchiha himself used to partake in them. I'll find them for you someday. Love like fire. Okay. The small Bowsy shop owner. Okay. After some contemplation, Conan also agreed. Okay. Next stop, Rain Village. Although Yahi had signed numerous agreements with the 5 great nations in his youth that merely benefited them without reciprocation, the attention of the 5 great shinobi villages had not been directed at Akatsuki village recently, allowing the train to travel in peace. Three Tails is cuter than Obito. So fast. Love like fire. Hee. As they chatted, the train arrived at the station. Everyone disembarked from the green train, taking in the foggy weather at the Rain Village platform. The overcast sky would typically dampen spirits, but at that moment, the platform resonated with Yahi's song. The sky, tinged with a melancholic gray, seemed to weep as I departed from you, and in truth, my freedom did not blossom anew. A song titled Retreat echoed through the loudspeakers at the platform, harmonizing with the unique weather of rain-hidden village, evoking a poignant sentiment. Many paused to listen, reminiscing about the last time a new song had graced the airwaves since Yahiko's modest release years ago. They yearned for the village chief to orchestrate another concert. Yahiko had contemplated the possibility of staging 2 more performances, yet amidst the ongoing shinobi world war, he feared that the seats would be sparsely filled, tarnishing his reputation. Retreat transitioned into a rock anthem. Last night, I dreamt of wandering into the desert of the land of wind. The rain cascaded down, the clouds wept, and the drops seeped into my heart, seeking refuge. The song, aptly named Finding Oneself, was swiftly becoming the unofficial anthem of rain-hidden village. The 2 songs played on a loop at the platform, while Obito captured the scene of hundreds listening intently to the music, sharing it on social media, albeit only visible to Kakashi. Kushina, glancing at the messages in the group, longed to attend the lobster festival, but was currently confined within a barrier. Under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, with stricter surveillance unless Minato ascended to the role of Hokage. At the entrance of rain-hidden village stood a grand sculpture of a massive, crimson-hued lobster. The festival drew not only the inhabitants of Akatsuki and grass-hidden village, but also curious villagers from neighboring communities, intrigued by the sudden festivities. As Yahiko strolled towards the village entrance alongside members of Akatsuki, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Clad in combat attire, with one eye wrapped in bandages, he bore an imposing demeanor. Danzo. Wasn't he commanding the Leaf Shinobi in battle against the Sand Village? Danzo, accompanied by root members for the Lobster Festival, soon recognized Yahiko, who was accompanied by his family. Is that you? So many from Akatsuki have come? Fleeing, I presume? The 2 encountered each other at the village gate. Years ago, Yahiko and Nagato had driven Danzo away in disgrace, and the fate of Mito was still a sore spot for him, instilling a deep-seated wariness towards the duo. Then there was Obito, who was photographing the scene, revealing his uncanny space-time techniques during a fleeting appearance at the Hokage's office. Yet, Danzo mused. His teacher was watching from above. What could Yahiko dare do against him? After all, he was the teacher's most esteemed pupil. Danzo, have you concluded your war with the Sand Village? Do you require assistance from Akatsuki? You are my Danzo uncle after all. I fully support you as the 4th Hokage. Yahiko boldly approached, his expression sincere, as though he genuinely hoped for Danzo's ascension to the position. Nagato remained silent, convinced that the 4th Hokage should be Minato, and he firmly wished to avert that grim future. The potential annihilation of Akatsuki at the hands of Danzo loomed large in his mind. He even suspected that Danzo had orchestrated the Nine-Tails incident. Considering who stood to gain the most from Minato's demise, it must surely be the failed candidate, Danzo. In Naruto's timeline, had Minato perished, without Hiruzen Sarutobi's resurgence, Danzo would undoubtedly have been the 5th Hokage. Observing Danzo's bandaged eye, Nagato speculated that it concealed unspeakable secrets. How could a Leaf Elder, possessing such power, not afford a new eye? If Danzo had instigated the Nine-Tails incident with his Sharingan, everything would make sense. Was it a facade of sweetness hiding treachery? Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Yahiko was adept at this game, having deceived Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and the entirety of Akarigakure. Did he harbor ulterior motives against the old man? After a moment of scrutiny, Danzo remarked, I appreciate your intentions, but some matters are best handled independently. Oh, come now. Danzo uncle, how can you consider me an outsider? Yahiko playfully tugged at Danzo, embodying a sense of camaraderie. The root members were taken aback. Should Yahiko suddenly strike, the Leaf would suffer immensely. They surmised that Yahiko might be attempting to win Danzo over to Akatsuki, which was utterly unacceptable. Yet, they were bound to heed Danzo's commands. What to do? They were in a state of panic. Nagato and the others exchanged disdainful glances. Did Yahiko wish to absorb Danzo into Akatsuki? What havoc could such a figure wreak within their ranks? Not wanting to disrupt the men's discussions, Konan took Rin and Kushina to explore the village first. Danzo shared similar thoughts. While he feigned a desire for Yahiko's assistance in becoming Hokage, it was apparent that Yahiko sought to draw him in. Enough. All of you. Step back. Danzo commanded the anxious root members, his resolve unwavering. He was no mere puppet like Sakumo, easily swayed by Yahiko's words, nor was he Hiruzen, who had been easily defeated. I am the root of Konoha, the darkness of Konoha. You are deluded if you think I would join Akatsuki. Chapter 173. Do you dare to court the rain-hidden villagers in front of Hanzo? All right, enough of that. My heart belongs solely to Konoha. Danzo, like a virtuous maiden, dismissed all of Yahiko's words. The expression on Yahiko's face darkened. He offered to help Danzo become Hokage, yet it seemed to be a fault on his part. Yahiko pondered what the world would look like with Minato as the fourth Hokage. In the short term, a reconciliation between Konoha and Akatsuki appeared likely. But what of the long term? With the Uchiha, the Hyuga, and the Might Guy clans flourishing, Akatsuki would face significant challenges in consuming Konoha. As the Leaf prioritized their own interests, even if Minato sought unification, they would resist for the sake of their power. Thus, Danzo must be the one to contend with them. If he could eliminate the Uchiha, vanquish Shursui, and force Itachi to defect, the path for Akatsuki would be much smoother. As for the inevitable internal conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, it was certain to arise. The current Uchiha were far more ambitious than their counterparts in the original storyline. With greater achievements and the added influence of media, had Minato been the fourth Hokage, such turmoil might not have occurred. However, with Danzo in power, he would dictate the course. The forebears had warned to be wary of the inherently malevolent Uchiha. Danzo, fixating on Yahiko, realized they shared a common disdain for the Uchiha, wishing for their total annihilation. They believed the Uchiha should never have existed, that they ought to have been discarded at birth. The Uchiha should toil in the cotton fields. Danzo mused, and perhaps even cultivate watermelons. He chuckled. Yahiko would interject, and Danzo would respond, feeling an unexpected camaraderie with Yahiko. Alas, they were ultimately from different villages, each driven by their own agendas. As the group walked through the streets, the people of Rain Hidden Village regarded Yahiko with respect, as many had left their homes to work in Akatsuki, with conditions improving day by day. Yet, Danzo failed to notice the admiration in their gazes. He remained shrouded in doubt. You once told me that your teacher visited you in a dream. Indeed, my ancestor has been in frequent contact with me lately. In the afterlife, he and Izuna have been embroiled in fierce battles over territory, and the recent influx of deceased Uchiha has joined Izuna's ranks, leaving my ancestor quite beleaguered. Then why do you seek to amplify the influence of the Uchiha through the Five Nations epic? Danzo inquired. My ancestor said that before one can destroy another, they must first be allowed to swell with pride. Such sagacious words resonated deeply. Danzo pondered this statement, unknowingly leading the root members to the office building where Hanzo resided. Meanwhile, Yahiko and his companions had ventured elsewhere. What about Yahiko and the others? They went to buy lobsters while you were lost in thought. Danzo replied nonchalantly, before finally meeting with Hanzo, guided by the Rain Ninja. Yahiko, you possess remarkable insight. While my teacher has trained many members of the Hokage Guard, it is only you and I who have discerned the truth about the Uchiha, exemplifying that your strength and intellect are indeed on par with mine. If you were born in Konoha, I would regard you as my successor, and we would confront the Uchiha together. But you are not. You belong to the Akatsuki village. We are destined to be adversaries. Danzo's purpose for coming here is to ally with Hanzo, persuading him to plunder the sand-hidden village in order to relieve the siege at Kikyo Mountain. However, there is an additional objective. He seeks to sow discord between Hanzo and Yahiko, aiming to eliminate Yahiko. If successful, Konoha would have one less formidable foe. Should my teacher express discontent, he would personally seek forgiveness. The Lobster Festival has commenced. Hanzo, seeing potential, as yet to confirm, preparing to consult Yahiko's opinion first. He arrives at the center of Rain Hidden Village, designed similarly to Akatsuki Village. Here, tall glass shelters protect against the rain, continuously expanding outward. Large pots are sizzling with various flavors of seasoned crayfish, including 13 spices, garlic, and spicy. After a year of cultivation, the time has come for the Rain Hidden Village to harvest its crayfish. At Yahiko's suggestion, they have initiated this Rain Hidden Village Lobster Festival to attract visitors from afar. It appears to be yielding results. The aroma from this pot of spices is enticing enough to cook shoes, let alone the succulent crayfish. The crayfish raised in Rain Hidden Village are notably plump, with plenty of meat in their claws. Some discerning individuals are already contemplating wholesale sales of these crayfish to distant markets, but the true quality can only be determined by tasting. Those without invitations must purchase tickets for entry. Once inside, they can feast freely on crayfish and beer. Hanzo underestimated the influence of the Akatsuki village newspaper. The square is bustling with attendees for the lobster festival, and there are not enough tables. Hanzo hastily instructs the Rain Village to borrow from local families. Hanzo, Yahiko, Danzo, Nagato, Conan, and others sit at a round table. Soon, waiters arrive with several bowls of crayfish. Given the yield of Rain Hidden Village's crayfish, consuming from the bowls is hardly a challenge. It is said that Hanzo has prepared a staggering 40 tons of crayfish for today's festival. Come, everyone, taste the crayfish from my province, Hanzo calls out without reservation. Danzo, puzzled by the term province, glances at the two plastic gloves before him, wondering if it is appropriate to use them. Meanwhile, Yahiko has already summoned shadow clones to begin peeling crayfish. Each clone distributes peeled crayfish into small bowls for everyone at the table. Not only at this table, but Yahiko also ensures that many festival attendees receive peeled crayfish. Oh my! The village chief is personally peeling crayfish for them. For the price of a ticket, the village chief of Akatsuki village, a top figure in the ninja world, is personally peeling crayfish for me. Do the people of Akatsuki village eat this well on ordinary days? Hanzo observes Yahiko's efforts to win over the crowd with a smile, feeling no discontent. Yahiko is his chosen successor. With just a word from Yahiko, he could easily hand over Rain Hidden Village to him, making Yahiko its leader. However, Yahiko suggests maintaining a low profile for a while, not revealing their connection. So Hanzo temporarily takes on the role of governor of Rain Province. Yahiko, donned in the battle attire of Rain Hidden Village, appears striking. Danzo observes Yahiko's actions and Hanzo's seemingly amused demeanor, noting that Yahiko is still too youthful. Chapter 174. The Initial Acknowledgement of Aisabu by Rin. Hanzo occasionally glances at Yahiko, which Danzo interprets as Hanzo's discontent with Yahiko's behavior. Yahiko calls Hanzo uncle repeatedly, which in Danzo's eyes does not signify a close bond. It is merely Yahiko's sweet talk. Years ago, Yahiko treated Sarutobi Hiruzen in a similar manner, as a silent, yet cunning adversary. Just like how the teacher dealt with the Uchiha, smiling while confining the Uchiha police force within the village. A plan forms in Danzo's mind. Perhaps he could incite conflict between Rain Hidden Village and Akatsuki Village? Aside from Danzo and his rude organization, the faces of those attending the lobster festival are filled with joy. Hey, old man, slow down, I'm going to choke. Haiden is overwhelmed with crayfish. If Haiden goes too long without food, he could perish, which Kakuzu does not want. Eating more crayfish means they can go days without food afterward. Yes, the crayfish in the bowl are meat, and the cucumbers served with them are vegetables. Eating them with the shell can also provide calcium. A balanced diet. Don't say I'm neglecting you. Obito helps Rin peel crayfish, while Rin peels for Aisabu. After Yahiko's persuasion, Rin attempts to befriend Aisabu rather than merely seek to utilize his power, and Aisabu is now willing to communicate with her. In fact, during this lobster festival, after conversing with Rin, Aisabu wishes to share a portion of his chakra to enjoy some crayfish. Turtles can never resist such food. I want shrimp, preferably with garlic. The chakra body Aisabu shares is reminiscent of his younger self, resembling a gray fluff ball. With his right eye tightly shut and swirling patterns on the right side of his face, akin to a cosplay of Obito, in the sealed space within Rin. The large Aisabu, with a spiky shell, gradually lowers himself, channeling his will into the split chakra body. Hey, can't you eat a little slower? Peeling crayfish is hard work for Rin. Obito taps on his shell with a bent finger. Aisabu remains unfazed. He is aware that someone here is unable to enjoy crayfish, but he keeps that to himself. Obito watches as Rin peels crayfish for Aisabu and pours him cola. Aisabu is thoroughly enjoying both the food and drink. After gorging himself, he even wants to play with the phone. Don't push your luck. Obito glares with his Sharingan, slamming the table, startling the other diners. All eyes in the square turn to the furious Obito. Obito, he is still a child. Rin gently tugs at Obito's sleeve, her face flushed as everyone casts curious glances. It is all quite awkward. Uchiha, don't look at me with your Sharingan. Aisabu, frightened by Obito's glare, stumbles backward and falls onto Rin's lap. Rin cradles Aisabu, her motherly instincts overflowing. Damn it, a doting mother only spoils her child. Reluctantly, Obito concedes, handing down a discarded village token to Aisabu. Thank you. Aisabu replies to Obito. Obito's face is filled with helplessness. Raising Aisabu feels akin to raising a child. Will his future offspring with Rin be like this as well? Aisabu, are you still eating crayfish? No more, Rin. You don't have to call me Aisabu anymore. We-tailed beasts have names too. I am called Aisabu. The three-tailed Aisabu has initially acknowledged Rin Noera, as he registers on a social app while holding his phone. He has had his fill. What should he do now? Shikaku, Matatabi, Son Goku, Kokuo, Gyuki, Chome, and Kurama gather for a meeting. This time, we won't discuss it in the tailed beast space. Let us create a group chat. What? You don't have phones? Sai, who is still without a phone in the year 16. So your name is Aisabu? I think it sounds quite nice, Rin remarks. Obito believes Aisabu should have a surname, suggesting, from now on, you can take my last name, or Rin S. However, you must call Rin Little Rin and me Dad. Obito. Rin feels quite embarrassed by Obito's words. Beneath Akatsuki village, Madara, without a ticket or invitation, is spending the lobster festival today with Zetsu. The White Zetsu have given all their earnings to Madara. Madara is wealthy once again. all thanks to the white Zetsu's tireless efforts in the shadows. Gradually earning this money. Cough, cough. This lobster is a bit spicy. The inaugural lobster festival has successfully paved the way for the future development of Rain Hidden Village. The 40 tons of crayfish prepared for the festival are completely devoured in a single day. In the minds of the villagers of Rain Hidden Village, the association between lobsters and their quaint hamlet is nearly inseparable. When asked what they cherish about Rain Hidden Village, their immediate response often revolves around the delectable taste of the lobster meat. Yet, it is a well-known secret that the lobsters of Rain Hidden Village are not easily prepared to perfection by just anyone. Only the local chefs possess the arcane knowledge of the special spices that elevate the dish. Amidst hushed discussions, Yahiko and Hanzo resolve to transport the lobsters beyond the village borders, eager for the people of the ninja world to savor their exquisite flavor. Thus, a collaborative barbecue establishment was opened, representing the unique offerings of the three villages: the lamb from Grass Hidden Village, the beef from Sound Hidden Village, and the lobsters from Rain Hidden Village. The moment these treasures ventured beyond their confines, the first to feel the repercussions was the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan in Konoha. During the summer, the idea of grilled lobster paired with beer truly tantalizes the senses. However, while the Akimichi clan was embroiled in battle, they received disheartening news that their family enterprise was on the brink of collapse. With no time to return and manage the crisis, they resorted to penning a letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen, inquiring whether the grilled lobsters were indeed superior to their own barbecued meats. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was preoccupied with matters far beyond his usual concerns. Following his deployment to the front lines at Cloud Hidden Village, morale surged, and it wasn't long before the Konoha-Cloud Peace Treaty was signed. Yet, from that day forth, Orochimaru appeared to have vanished completely. Hiruzen dispatched numerous individuals in search of Orochimaru, but to no avail. The entirety of the ninja world seemed devoid of any trace of him. Sound Hidden Village had skillfully concealed Orochimaru. Those who had encountered him were required to sign confidentiality agreements, with betrayal resulting in charges of treason. The surface was protected by the barriers of the Uzumaki clan, while underground, there was Madara. As long as Orochimaru remained within the second ring, no one could ascertain his whereabouts. Orochimaru is dead. Yahiko's words echoed incessantly in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Orochimaru be dead? Hiruzen stared blankly at the small green bubble interface of Orochimaru on his phone, mechanically scrolling through it, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused, as if conversing with the void. Yet within him, a faint voice emerged. You have indeed lost Orochimaru, the student who had been by your side for the longest time. It is often said that people are foolish enough to recognize value only after experiencing loss. All four ninja villages were advancing their information technology, yet Konoha, since Orochimaru's departure, had stagnated. Yahiko's words about the cost per minute of communication resonated deeply. Now Hiruzen comprehended the enormity of what he had lost. He had lost the most loyal and formidable shadow, a being capable of rendering immense contributions to Konoha. Without Orochimaru's assistance, his decrees in Konoha were no longer met with the same ease and efficiency. The situation had devolved into chaos. It became apparent that his former prowess was largely due to Orochimaru's behind-the-scenes support. Yet had he chosen Orochimaru that day, it was likely that the Cloud Ninja disguised as Orochimaru would have ruthlessly cast Minato off a cliff. He had chosen Minato. He had made no error. Striking a balance is no simple feat, and truly, no one can achieve it. Where has Orochimaru truly gone? In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of regret. Why had he not taken the time to properly instill moral education in Orochimaru? Chapter 175. Yahiko, I'll fetch you a Mangekyo Sharingan. In Sound Hidden Village. Since the Lobster Festival, Yahiko found himself increasingly drawn to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru was akin to another golden key for him. The efficiency of his experiments soared, and it became apparent just how extraordinary Orochimaru was. With just a vial of his blood and a blend of unique herbs from the ninja world, Yahiko could produce thousands of doses of oral solution in a single day. Hey, stop eating lobsters in my lab, Beiliohu chided, watching Yahiko devour the small lobsters, leaving a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Shall I take my leave then? Go on, go on. Beiliohu surprisingly escorted Yahiko out, securing the laboratory door tightly behind him. Before the results of this experiment were revealed, he could not allow Yahiko to return. At this moment, having washed his hands, Yahiko gazed at the small, fleshy tissue expanding in the culture medium before Orochimaru. The tissue wriggled with visible vitality, radiating an overwhelming essence of life. This small fragment was none other than the cells of Hashirama. Through the dissection of white zetsu and the analysis of Obito's blood, Orochimaru had successfully mastered the application of Hashirama's cells. When Konoha previously conducted experiments on wood release, they had erred in their approach, resulting in the demise of many members of the Senju clan during the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. After Sarutobi Hiruzen halted the experiments, Orochimaru had also collaborated with Danzo on experiments involving Hashirama's cells. The only success had been a child named Tenzo, currently nurtured in Danzo's root base. Based on Orochimaru's relentless research over recent days, he discovered that the Senju clan excelled in yang release, while the Uchiha clan mastered yin release. Everything in existence seeks balance. Every individual possesses both yang and yin releases. If yang release is likened to fire and yin release to water, the human body can be envisioned as a large pot, continuously simmering with water at a steady 37 degrees Celsius. The water represents yin release, while the fire beneath signifies yang release. If the fire at the bottom of the pot burns too fiercely, it will evaporate the water within. Injecting Hashirama's cells into the Senju clan is akin to tossing dry wood onto an already roaring fire. Only those with ample water, or those whose fire is naturally strong, can withstand such heat. Regardless of the quantity of water or intensity of the fire, the temperature must be maintained at 37 degrees. While it is possible for individuals to undergo Hashirama's cell transplantation through various means, the risks are undeniably significant. Currently, Orochimaru was unable to perform such transplants on ordinary individuals without risking their lives. However, through his studies, Orochimaru discovered a specific group of people who could undergo the transplantation with minimal risk: the Uchiha clan members who had awakened the Sharingan. The more Tomo they possessed, the greater the number of Hashirama cells they could transplant. The principle lies in utilizing the yin release of ocular power in conjunction with Hashirama cells to achieve balance and reduce rejection. Yahiko understood. It was analogous to the concept of the kidneys as well, which can be classified as either yin deficiency or yang deficiency. Yang deficiency cannot replenish yin, and yin deficiency cannot replenish yang. Those with yin deficiency should consume Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, while those with yang deficiency ought to take Gui Fu Di Huang Wan. Both genders are susceptible to kidney deficiency, necessitating targeted remedies. Yahiko, how fascinating. I've realized that, just like your character, your blood, and the Uzumaki clan, many from the Blood Pool clan can coexist harmoniously, including myself. Would you consider implanting some Hashirama's cells? Oh, no need, Yahiko replied, deep in thought. As for Hashirama's cells, he truly had no need for transplantation. His physique, pieced together from various origins, was comparable to that of the past Hashirama and Madara, though he was still in the process of development. Those with yin deficiency should consume goji berries and mulberries. Those with yang deficiency should indulge in beef and lamb. Sesame is a wonderful food. Consuming it will never lead to regret. Yahiko-kun, what are you pondering? Could you share it with me? Orochimaru inquired, noticing Yahiko's heavy heart. Assuming he was grappling with a dilemma. Ahem, it's nothing. Recently, Hiroshi has been searching high and low for you. I was worried you might soften and consider whether to inform you. Is that so? The teacher is looking for me. Orochimaru's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling how Sarutobi Hiruzen would only ever say, Orochimaru, resolve this matter for me, or Orochimaru, take care of that issue for me. After his subordinates in Konoha had been dispersed, he had introduced them to Minato. If he had never encountered Yahiko, perhaps he could have endured a few more years. Yet fate had conspired against him. Regardless of what he researched, everything he desired was readily provided by Yahiko. Even the extraordinary white zetsu could be procured by him. Following the Third Great Ninja War, if his teacher had the foresight to retire, he could remain inactive. However, if he lacked such awareness, Orochimaru would be compelled to resort to the forbidden technique devised by the second Hokage. Orochimaru wished for no one to impede Yahiko's future. Yahiko also believed that the fruits of Orochimaru's arduous research should not be squandered. If only Hashirama's cells and Yahiko's oral solution could be safely distributed to every child in Sound Hidden Village. Just imagine, when a child of Sound Hidden Village, towering at 8 feet, removes their shirt, revealing the grand Hashirama-like bloom on their back, who would not be mesmerized, taken aback? I shall go fetch you a Mangekyo Sharingan. Mayahiko opened the laboratory door and suddenly spoke before leaving. Is it Obito's doing? Orochimaru inquired. No, it was Danzo's, came the reply. Does Danzo possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Indeed. At the Rain Village Elementary School, Hanzo found his greatest joy each day in teaching. Witnessing the children of Rain Village flourish reminded him of his own youthful days. The school comprised 2 classes per grade, totaling over 60 students, with the second grade being the largest. Hello, everyone. I am Hyane Ichikaku, the newly assigned teacher. He introduced himself, holding a book as he entered the noisy classroom and inscribing his name on the blackboard. Recently, Rain Village and the Akatsuki had been exchanging teachers for mutual learning. He had been dispatched for this purpose. Currently, Ichikaku's heart belonged to the Akatsuki, and his appetite was dictated by their needs. As for the third Hokage, he was truly unfamiliar with him. After 3 years undercover, both he and Hikari had risen to the positions of vice principal and grade director, questioning why they would ever return. The other undercover agents had either received promotions or taken wives, enjoying medical insurance in their youth and pensions in their old age. Was there any pension plan in Konoha? Perhaps he could linger in Rain Province to enhance his resume, possibly even shedding the vice from his title in the future. At the Rain Village Elementary School, second graders were learning to climb trees using their feet. What were the second graders at Rain Village learning? Assassination techniques. They were even tasked with exiling bandits from the village. I killed 3 yesterday, Ichikaku said. Hanzo observed Ichikaku from outside the window, noting his lack of psychological resilience and teaching quality. He would need to speak with Yahiko about sending a more competent teacher next time. This Ichikaku seemed rather foolish. Hanzo-sama. Danzo from Konoha has arrived again. A rain ninja suddenly appeared before Hanzo, kneeling to report. Hanzo nodded, internally exasperated by the incessant interruptions. Hadn't he already declared he would not intervene in the Sand Village? Yahiko had said it was not worth the trouble to aid Konoha, as it would only provoke Sand Village's hatred and render them a laughingstock in Konoha. The battle at Kikyo Mountain had raged for months. The conflict between Sand Village and Konoha was serious, indifferent to casualties, with many falling while attempting to secure the territory. The puppets of Sand Village had caused considerable hardship for the lower-ranking ninjas of Konoha. The guerrilla tactics that Yahiko had employed against Sand Village were also known to Konoha ninjas, yet they had failed to grasp their essence. The speed at which Yahiko could evacuate civilians was simply unmatched. Did you say Yahiko killed our Rain ninjas? Hanzo inquired as he arrived at the Rain Village office building. Outside, Danzo and Root members stood in the rain, somberly presenting the bodies of several deceased ninjas, their faces draped in white cloth. What happened? Hanzo approached, noticing that the corpses wore the battle attire of Rain Village. Who did this? Who killed my Rain ninjas? Danzo, was it you? Are you avenging the grudge from when I captured you years ago? These were the valiant men of Rain Village, including a notable Jonin. A chilling intensity flickered in Hanzo's eyes as he glared at Danzo. No, their deaths have nothing to do with me. I merely stumbled upon their bodies during a mission. Danzo replied, meeting Hanzo's gaze directly. The two locked eyes, and Hanzo could detect no hint of guilt in Danzo's resolute expression, which somewhat eased his demeanor. Then do you know who is responsible for their demise? Hanzo pressed, kneeling to unveil the white cloth from a Rain ninja's face. The lips were devoid of color, indicating they had been deceased for some time. Hanzo inspected the fatal wounds and noted remnants of water-style ninjutsu. Surely, the one who killed our ninjas must be a master of water jutsu? Hanzo pondered, his expression darkening as he found an orange hair at the collar of one of the victims. Mastery of water jutsu and orange hair? All clues seemed to point toward an old acquaintance. Leader Hanzo, my Root division has some speculative leads on the perpetrator, Danzo said, his expression complex, as if hesitating to disclose information. Speak, Hanzo urged. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Hanzo and several high-ranking officials from Rain Village were regarding him with increasingly suspicious glances. These corpses were discovered by my Root members during an encounter with a Sand Village spy, right outside Rain Village. The assailant left behind this. He produced a few spent bullet casings, known to be exclusive to a particular village. Additionally, he presented a few kunai that bore marks from bullets. These kunai were recovered from your village's ninjas, he stated. Hanzo took one, noting the bullet marks, his expression inscrutable beneath his mask. It seemed incredulous. If memory served, it was currently popular in the Akatsuki to utilize air cannons. Ordinary people wielded guns while ninjas employed cannons. Ever since Yahiko's last effort to assist Rain against Sand, he had gradually restricted ordinary civilians from the battlefield, allowing only adult militias to defend their homes in dire circumstances. Danzo was perhaps unaware that Rain Village also concealed a significant cache of firearms. Why do I feel like laughing? Hanzo mused, his amusement almost bubbling over. One of the Rain ninjas behind him could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, Rain Village, Major, what do you think Major means? I have received professional training. I mustn't laugh, the Rain ninja quickly retorted, glaring at the fallen ninjas. Danzo realized then that he and the deceased ninjas were political adversaries, explaining the laughter. If Sarutobi died, or Minato, or Uchiha, he too would find it amusing. Hanzo shot a sidelong glance at Danzo, who continued to expound with a certain flair, producing another piece of evidence directed at the Akatsuki, a black rod. Goodness, Danzo, do you possess a black rod crafted from Nagato's Rinnegan? Hanzo remarked, recalling that Nagato had only utilized the black rods once in the ninja world, during the summoning of the Outer Path's Geto Mazo in Enkaio Castle. This was all the evidence Danzo possessed regarding the Akatsuki's intelligence. Leader Hanzo, I have some heartfelt words to share with you. May we discuss them inside? Very well, let us proceed inside. Hanzo sensed Danzo's discomfort, suspecting that someone might indeed be foolish enough to fall for his schemes and eliminate Yahiko. I certainly won tea. Hanzo was curious to see what Danzo was plotting. He gestured for a Rain Village ninja to inform Yahiko while he led Danzo into the office building, heading toward the tea room designated for guests. What do we have? We have telephones. Rain Village now boasts a signal tower, allowing communication regardless of distance, just a call away. Yahiko had been preparing to find Danzo when he was surprised to find Danzo arriving first. This Danzo never resorts to righteous means. Why not target Sand Village instead of making trouble with me and the Akatsuki? I am the village head of the Akatsuki and have always supported your ascension to Hokage. Why don't you believe me? Yahiko had entrusted the negotiations for peace between Mist Village and the Akatsuki to Uzumaki, knowing the elder would never be at a disadvantage at the negotiating table. Without Goyu Shikaku, Mist Village would still struggle. If only there were more unity and intelligence among the people. When Obito first seized control of the 4th Mizukage, ambitious individuals would have rallied to instigate a coup against him. Zabuza was indeed unfortunate. Rumor had it he was a direct subordinate of Goyu Shikaku, fiercely loyal to Mist Village and Goyu Shikaku. Yet on the fateful day of the assassination attempt against Goyu Shikaku, none followed him. In the past, in order to lift the blood mist from the hidden Mist Village, he bore the immense burden of slaying all his classmates from the same generation, a weight he could not shed. This serves to illustrate the scarcity of rational minds within the hidden Mist Village. How delightful it would be to exert some further dominance. Yet with the recent peace talks between the Leaf and Cloud villages, the forthcoming adversaries are solely the Rock and Sand villages. This implies that once peace is brokered between the Rock and Sand villages, Hiroshi shall march forth with his army to exact vengeance. Yet fear not. Should it come to a confrontation beyond our capabilities, we could always summon the 1st and 2nd Hokages through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei to engage in battle. Chapter 177. Capturing Yahiko is of utmost importance. The rain drizzled softly against the ornate wooden windows of the Rain Village's administrative building. Serving tea beside them were the Rain Village attendants, pouring cups for Hanzo and Danzo, who sat opposite each other on the tatami. Danzo's fingers grazed the ceramic teapot, producing a delicate rustling sound. Hanzo, the leader, pondered the question, how many heroes exist in this world? The scene felt oddly familiar. Was it not akin to the tale in the Five Nations Chronicles where Inoki invited Yahiko to discuss heroism over wine? Among the 5 Kage, who currently holds the most favorable view of Yahiko? It is undoubtedly Inoki. In his earlier days, absent of Yahiko, even the title of hero would be rendered meaningless. Yet now, Inoki embodies the sentiment, let me bear the world's burdens. Inoki and Yahiko yearn for a fateful meeting. Had it not been for the tender age of his newly born granddaughter, he might have contemplated making Yahiko his grandson-in-law. Hanzo, upon hearing Danzo's musings, realized that Danzo, too, was a fervent admirer of the Five Nations Chronicles. However, Danzo lacked the cultural depth of Yahiko as depicted in the tales. He simplistically concluded that in the realm of shinobi heroes, only he, Hanzo, and Yahiko from the Akatsuki were worthy of note. And then what? Oh, Hanzo, have you considered that Yahiko's village has flourished and now exerts influence over both my Leaf Village and your Rain Village? Indeed, such thoughts have crossed my mind. Alas, our Leaf Village is expansive and prosperous, with the young generation boasting talents like Minato, the Inoshikacho trio, and the Hyuga brothers. Yet what of your Rain Village? Presently, it maintains a facade of harmony with the Akatsuki, akin to a familial bond. But have you pondered what will transpire as you age? Hanzo was prepared to lay his cards on the table. When I grow old, I shall simply pass the mantle to Yahiko. The fruits of our labor shall not nourish outsiders. Yahiko is a child of the Rain Village. Danzo spoke at length, his intention clear, to forge an alliance with the Rain Village, to lure Yahiko there, and together eliminate him. Upon Yahiko's downfall, the spoils would be divided evenly among them. With such a feat, he would be revered as the 4th Hokage and would forge an everlasting bond of brotherhood with the Rain Village. Hanzo intermittently glanced at his phone, weighing the proposal. How do you find it, Hanzo? Our collaborative plan to eradicate Yahiko? Danzo's gaze was piercing as he awaited Hanzo's response. After a moment's hesitation, Hanzo nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the truth in Danzo's words, the future of the Leaf Village is indeed vast, and Yahiko poses a significant challenge that must be addressed. Danzo interpreted this as confirmation that the Leaf Village's future is grand, while the Rain Village cannot contend with Yahiko. His spirit soared. Excellent. The conflict between the Leaf and Sand Villages still requires my involvement. I am rather preoccupied at the moment. However, on the day we eliminate Yahiko, I shall certainly be present. Satisfied, Danzo departed with his root operatives. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from the adjacent tea room, Yahiko and Nagato. What say you? The Rain Village offered fresh tea as Hanzo inquired about Yahiko's thoughts. Ah, Yahiko sighed. My uncle Danzo, had it been anyone else, you would have perished long ago. In recent days, Yahiko had little to occupy himself, remaining within the Rain Village to orchestrate a grand performance specifically for Danzo. Uchiha Madara was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding events. Danzo believed Hanzo was his ally, while in truth, Hanzo had long been in Yahiko's camp, below ground. After supervising the training of young Shin and the others, Madara found himself with idle time. He had been contemplating resurrecting his brother, but alas, avenues for such endeavors were scarce. The Rinnegan could indeed unleash the Rinne Tensei to bring forth the dead. Yet, in my current state of disarray, how could I face Izuna? Madara gazed into a mirror, still embodying that aloof charm, though marred by wrinkles and flecks of white in his hair. He wished to spare his brother from undue distress upon their reunion. Where in the shinobi world lies vitality from which I might draw sustenance? Madara pondered, suspecting that Yahiko might possess the knowledge he sought. Thus, he resolved to send Obito to inquire on his behalf. While Yahiko was engaged in the Rain Village, Madara could only wait. However, to expedite his quest for information, he dispatched Zetsu and the White Zetsu to assist Yahiko in eliminating Danzo's route. The Rain Village was not solely abundant in crayfish. Its aquatic resources were equally plentiful. Yahiko savored an array of fish dishes over several days, each meal distinct. Eagerly anticipating Danzo's return, the siege of the Kikyo Mountain had been lifted. In recent days, Danzo had redeemed himself, with the spy Yakushi Nono providing invaluable intelligence that enabled Minato to successfully dismantle the Sand Village's logistical support. Due to the failure of their supply lines, the Sand Village resorted to seizing grain from the citizens of the Fire Nation, igniting the ire of the populace, who united alongside the Leaf Village to repel the encroaching foe. Following the Akatsuki's fundraising incident, the Sand Village once again witnessed the formidable strength of the shinobi. They could not hope for a peaceful station at any moment. Fearless citizens from the Fire Nation risked their lives to relay intelligence to the Leaf Ninjas regarding the Sand Village's encampments. The Sand Village remained vigilant, sleep eluding them for many nights, and in a comprehensive assault from the Leaf Village, they suffered a crushing defeat, being expelled from the Fire Nation. The architect of this campaign, Minato, emerged as a hero in the Leaf, and under the auspices of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he seemed destined to become the fourth Hokage. The Uchiha clan was not content. Fugaku, who once shared a cordial rapport with Minato, found his demeanor cold and distant concerning the Hokage contest, influenced by the opinions of his subordinates. Such is the nature of the Hokage rivalry. In a bid to surpass Minato's renown, Fugaku even took to the battlefield, cradling his 2-year-old son Itachi, fully aware of the implications. All perceived Fugaku's determination. He was resolute in protecting the village, even as the last of the Uchiha faced annihilation. Following the airing of the Five Nations Chronicles, the once celebrated Uchiha young men became even more revered among the Shinobi Academy. Some elderly citizens, perhaps feeling remorse for having pressured the Hokage into sacrificing Noara Rin, projected their guilt onto the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha thus formed their own faction in pursuit of the Hokage title. At this juncture, the Uchiha and Minato stood in stark opposition. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, initially obscure within the depths of Root, faced humiliation after a defeat to the Sand Village, nearly being driven to the gates of the Leaf. He was in dire need of an event to restore his reputation and redeem himself. Resolutely, he targeted the Akatsuki, the very organization that had triumphed over the Sand Village, now forcing the Mist Village into a corner, compelled to seek peace. From that day forth, Hanzo remained silent, leaving Danzo in a state of anxiety. He continually urged Hanzo through messages, pressuring him to lure Yahiko. You are indeed clever, Yahiko. Initially, I intended to deceive Danzo directly. But you were right. If I were to easily ensnare you, Danzo would surely grow suspicious and hesitant to act. Hanzo shared the chat records with Yahiko. Initially, no rush. Yahiko is not so easily deceived. Later, how goes it, Hanzo? Has Yahiko fallen into your trap? If not, You might seize a few hostages. The urgency in Danzo's messages was palpable. If he delayed any longer, Minato would assume the role of Hokage, and Danzo's efforts would be for naught. Yahiko, having devised a series of plans targeting the Leaf Village, awaited Danzo's hook. With Yahiko's nod of agreement, Hanzo responded, "The fish is on the line." On the other end, Danzo's expression brightened, delighted by Hanzo's efficiency. "I shall come at once." In less than a day, Danzo, accompanied by Root, appeared outside the Rain Village. What was that peculiar segmented iron contraption emitting black smoke? No matter. The priority was to capture Yahiko. Chapter 178. The first captivation of Danzo in the grand play against Akarigakure. The leaden clouds loomed ominously over the village of Akatsuki, suffocating the atmosphere. Danzo commanded his route members to obstruct several potential escape routes from Akatsuki to Akatsuki. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by Yamashiro Kazuki and oil woman Ryoma, made his way to the designated meeting point with Hanzo. Amidst the gray curtain of rain, Danzo discovered Hanzo perched upon a mountain, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. The sheer rock walls rose vertically into the clouds, a testament to the shrewdness of Hanzo's chosen location. The ninjas of Akatsuki strategically positioned themselves to seal all possible retreat paths. Surrounding Hanzo were a cadre of rain ninjas, each brimming with vigor and formidable chakra. Oh, there is no chance for Akatsuki to break free. I dare say Yahiko is utterly trapped. Danzo approached Hanzo, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Hanzo nodded at Danzo, who reciprocated the gesture. If only the monkey possessed Hanzo's decisiveness, there would be no cause for concern regarding the growth of Akarigakure. Yet, Danzo found it curious that Hanzo had not taken a hostage. How then had he coerced Yahiko? A ninja from Akatsuki offered Danzo a cup of water. "If there is any confusion, do not hesitate to inquire," he suggested. Instinctively, Danzo accepted and took a sip, voicing his doubts aloud. "Oh, it was but a single call." "And Yahiko arrived," Hanzo explained with a smile. "Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed, it is as simple as that," Danzo mused, reflecting on Yahiko's innocent nature. Reminiscent of their teacher who had once negotiated directly in enemy territory during the Kumobikure talks. It seemed they had inherited this trait from their mentor. "Look at me. I brought Yamashiro Kazuki and oil woman Ryoma. It was but the three of us." Suddenly, a sense of foreboding crept into Danzo's mind as he narrowed his eyes. A phone call summoned him? Surely, that cannot be right. Unbeknownst to him, Yahiko, along with Nagato, Kukazu, and Suiren, had disguised themselves as rain ninjas and were closing in. In an instant, a shadow darted forth like a specter. Yahiko's speed was astonishing as he delivered a knee strike to Danzo's abdomen. Before Danzo could even let out a cry of agony, Yahiko followed up with a devastating elbow strike, dislodging the bandage from his right eye socket. Stunned, Danzo staggered back, clutching his bleeding eye, his hands trembling as he attempted to form hand seals. Yet, he found his chakra was completely out of sync. The water I drank, was it tainted? Danzo, the Sharingan? What audacity! Yahiko exclaimed, vowing retribution later. He dispelled his transformation technique, now intent on guiding Hanzo to address the situation beyond Akatsuki. Kukazu, alongside a member of the sealing class from the Uzumaki clan, restrained Danzo's limbs. Pinned to the ground, Danzo struggled to lift his gaze towards Yahiko and the departing ninjas. "Teacher, you must save me," he cried out in desperation. "No, the Sharingan of Kagami has nothing to do with me. Who has forced it upon my eyes?" Moments later, Yahiko and Nagato returned, having eliminated the opposition. It appeared that Madara had long harbored resentment towards Danzo. Now, Danzo was left isolated, with only Yamashiro Kazuki and oil woman Ryoma remaining as capable subordinates. A single Mangekyo Sharingan was secured within a specialized container filled with nutrients. If Yahiko's guess was accurate, it belonged to Uchiha Kagami. The first act of capturing Danzo had been a resounding success. Cut. There remained a series of strategic plays against Akarigakure that awaited Danzo's involvement. Upon returning to the village, Yahiko entrusted the container containing the Sharingan to Baru, who treated it like a precious treasure, reluctant to part with it. This Mangekyo Sharingan possessed the ability known as Deikokuten, enabling the silent manipulation of an individual's body at the owner's whim, akin to a mind transfer technique, but without the need for hand seals or the subject's awareness. With Yahiko's consent, Bairuhu attempted to manipulate him. "What should I have you do?" he pondered. Yet, as he moved Yahiko's hand, an overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over him. Why are we born? What is the essence of human existence? How cold and desolate it is. Hastily, Bairuhu removed the Sharingan and returned it to its container. "Bairuhu, what troubles you? What use would a mere clerk have for the Sharingan? It should belong to someone who truly needs it." I can forgo it, but you cannot. Yahiko's response satisfied Bairu, affirming his status as Yahiko's favorite. Regrettably, the Mangekyo Sharingan was too taxing on chakra, beyond Bairu's capabilities. Reluctantly, Bairu returned the container to Yahiko. Very well, I shall find you something more suitable that can enhance your strength next time. Alas, it was originally procured specifically for you. Your intentions are appreciated. After exiting Baruhu's laboratory, Yahiko handed the container to Orochimaru for further study. In the depths of Impel Down, Orochimaru examined the Mangekyo Sharingan within the container, astounded that Danzo had indeed possessed one. Situated adjacent to Baruhu's laboratory, Orochimaru scoffed at the news of Yahiko's gift to him. Once a prodigy of Konoha, now reduced to scavenging my discarded treasures. In the afternoon, as they advanced into the prison, Danzo was brought back, now confined adjacent to Mito Minyan. Danzo, Mito, still shackled, watched in astonishment as Danzo passed by. What has occurred outside? How has Danzo been captured? I must see the newspaper. I need to know what has transpired. Compared to Mito, Danzo retained a modicum of dignity, encumbered only by shackles that sealed his chakra. The Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami? After handing the Mangekyo Sharingan to Orochimaru, Yahiko arrived at Impel Down for a visit, his gaze settling upon Danzo, who appeared lost in thought. Chapter 179, the second act within Impel Down. Did your teacher divulge even this to you? Danzo felt a pang of jealousy. Indeed, during the first Great Ninja War, to shield us, the teacher made the ultimate sacrifice. In a localized conflict, Konoha suffered a defeat, and Kagami fell while protecting the village's ninjas, losing an eye after utilizing Uchiha Izanagi. The very eye you seized from me was the last remnant left to the village by Kagami. The means by which it came into Danzo's possession remained unspoken, though it was surely tainted. Can the teacher truly see the world? A sense of dread washed over Danzo. If his teacher had witnessed his actions, would he not face dire consequences? Despite having confirmed his suspicions through Yahiko, he couldn't shake off his doubts. What if Yahiko was deceiving him? Danzo, I require you to recount precisely how you came into possession of Kagami's eye, or I cannot guarantee your safety, Yahiko declared with a serious demeanor. You see, Danzo, while the teacher may not observe the ninja world now, he likely witnessed your ambush this morning in its entirety. I was wrong. I should not have betrayed you. It was all for the sake of Konoha. Yahiko, as the village leader, you must understand my sentiments at that moment. Regret washed over Danzo as he realized he had been deceived by Hanzo. Konoha's intelligence on these smaller villages was woefully inadequate. Upon my return, I shall dispatch more operatives to gather intelligence. That monkey may be inept at espionage, but I, Danzo, am a master of subterfuge. Tawanzo's demeanor was remarkably sincere, capable of eliciting an apology from the renowned figure of the shinobi underworld, none other than Yahiko. A person's reputation often casts a long shadow. The individual Tawanzo feared most was his mentor, Hashirama Senju. Being born into humble beginnings is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt is the hallmark of a true man. As long as he remained alive, it was not merely asking him to apologize to Yahiko. He would have willingly offered his very life for Yahiko's sake. Enough, Tawanzo declared. Just tell me why the gaze of Kagami appeared in your eyes. Sighing, the elder replied. Since your curiosity is so insatiable, I shall not conceal the truth from you. It is a heart-wrenching tale, a rather cliched one at that, filled with bonds of friendship. Before his sacrifice, Kagami entrusted one of his eyes to Tawanzo, hoping that he would carry on with his vision, to behold the beauty of Konoha once more. As he recounted the story, Tawanzo found himself overwhelmed with emotion and began to weep. Then why did you hide Kagami's eye? Can you not pry any further? Do you have any inkling of how exhausting it is to recount this story? It nearly drained my intellect. You are unaware, are you? Prolonged use of the Mangekyo Sharingan leads to diminished eyesight, and excessive use can even cause blindness. I wished for my dear friend to see Konoha for as long as possible, thus I concealed it beneath gauze, to preserve it and minimize its usage. In a moment of quick wit, Tawanzo concocted an excuse. Very well, I shall let you pass this time. I will explain myself to the elder. But whether he believes my words is beyond my knowledge. Days passed, and Yahiko remained silent, leaving Tawanzo increasingly anxious. Today, Yahiko sent word through an intermediary, delivering a single word, sigh. Tawanzo was left to ponder its meaning. Had his teacher seen through his ruse and intended for Yahiko to put him to death? At that moment, Kagami had merely wished to leave his eye to the monkey. Tawanzo had only intervened discreetly. Would his mentor truly suspect him of being responsible for Kagami's demise? He could hardly have matched Kagami's strength back then. Yet, it was highly plausible that his mentor would deduce he was lying, leading him to believe that Tawanzo had caused Kagami's death. Damn it! Would it not have been simpler to speak the unvarnished truth that day? Why must I complicate matters? In the village headman's office, Yahiko commenced the second act of his grand performance for Toanzo. With so many roots now deceased, it was precisely the moment when more manpower was required. It was time to set into motion the plan of subterfuge for Akatsuki, starting with infiltrating the roots. A series of photographs of men appeared on Yahiko's desk, all steadfast warriors of Akatsuki who had sworn allegiance under its banner. These individuals were strategically placed in the advancing city. Toanzo was being ensnared. Having spent some time in the advancing city, Toanzo and his companions were somewhat familiar with its workings. Their mornings began with teeth brushing and washing, followed by physical training and breakfast before commencing work. Lunchtime arrived, and after completing their tasks in the afternoon, there would still be time for snacks. Evenings allowed for camaraderie among inmates, writing letters to their families. It was quite pleasant indeed. However, once one tasted power, it was hard to stop. Becoming Hokage of Konoha was a dream cherished by every man in the village. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Get lost. You are too late. The cafeteria has run out of food. At the cafeteria window, Jinjiro was inexplicably irritable today. He scraped the bottom of the pot with a serving spoon, glancing impatiently at the trio in front of him serving the meal. The late-arriving Toanzo, along with Yamashiro Kaze and oil woman Ryoma, could only hold their trays as the wind tousled their hair. The guards forgot to bring us out from the workshop, which is why we are late, Toanzo explained, lowering his head. At his age, missing a meal was truly uncomfortable. He felt compelled to justify himself. Oh, but how is it that they forgot you, but not the others? How dare you? Kaze was on the verge of striking him, wanting to ask why he was singled out for punishment. Now there is no food left. You can return tonight. Jinjiro remained impatient. Let us go? Toanzo shook his head at the two, implying they should forego their meal. There would be snacks later, and they could always return in the evening. Understood. Kaze and Ryoma had no choice but to follow Toanzo away. They would also miss out on the snacks in the afternoon, as they ran out just before their turn. By evening, Toanzo was ravenous, while the other two hefty fellows fared somewhat better. They only needed to hold out for another half hour until the guards led them out of the workshop for their meal. Yet, that half hour felt interminable, stretching as if it had already passed 40 or 50 minutes. My apologies, my apologies. I was delayed due to a bout of constipation. A guard approached, thoroughly apologetic, hastily unlocking the door and guiding Toanzo and the others out to the cafeteria. Good news, it was still mealtime. Bad news, the cafeteria food was all gone. What jest is this? I have toiled all day without a meal. Toanzo was at his wit's end. With his chakra sealed, he felt no different than an ordinary person. Low blood sugar was setting in, and he felt faint, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Who told you to arrive late? I cannot help it. Kakuzu has a fixed budget for the meals of Akatsuki and the prison cafeteria. This is all we have. I cannot afford to provide more. Jinjiro's words nearly drove Toanzo to the brink of madness. Kakuzu, very well. Kakuzu, you are quite the character. Chapter 180, what is your name? I shall repay you once I am released from prison. Toanzo, plate in hand, departed the cafeteria window, utterly exhausted, with not a single word more to say. So hungry. I must have something to eat. Who will give me a morsel of food? His face bore the kind of pitiful expression unique to the elderly. Inmates who were dining merely glanced at Toanzo before returning to their meals, paying him no mind. According to physiognomy, Toanzo's countenance bore the marks of a man who had committed many wrongs, and they were unwilling to spare a crumb for a scoundrel. No one offered Toanzo food. He was treated as if he were invisible. He shook his head inwardly, lamenting the day that the proud leader of Konoha's roots found himself without a meal, until he spotted a lone individual occupying an entire table, head bowed over his meal. Mizutome in. Toanzo's spirits lifted. It was a glimmer of hope amidst despair. He decisively approached, placing his plate before Mizutome, silently pleading for a share. Mizutome paused, casting a glance toward Toanzo, however, with his voice sealed. He was unable to communicate the reality that after a day of labor, he too had only this one meal to sustain him. Share with Toanzo? Only those who have truly experienced hunger can understand the plight of going to bed on an empty stomach. He had since cultivated the habit of wasting not a single grain of rice in his bowl. Mizutome cast a fleeting glance at Toanzo before continuing his meal, seemingly unwilling to share even a morsel. You have fallen so low. Are you truly going to watch me starve? Toanzo feigned calmness while internally seething, eyeing the delectable food Mizutome was enjoying. Toanzo resorted to his old tricks, steal. How could one's own possessions not be more appealing than those of another? Was he not constantly devising ways to snatch the talents from Sarutobi? In an unexpected move, he lunged for Mizutome's plate. Mizutome, gripping his dish tightly, glared fiercely at Toanzo, who was increasing his efforts to wrest it away. Both had their chakras sealed, yet Tawanzo possessed greater strength than Mizutome. Just as Tawanzo was on the verge of claiming the plate, Mizutome, in a fit of desperation, stood and raised his hand, prompting several guards to rush over. What is happening? Mizutome pointed at Tawanzo, who was hastily stuffing food into his mouth. Without needing further explanation, the guards quickly deduced the situation. Tawanzo, having attempted to steal another's meal, faced disciplinary action. According to the laws of the prison in the advancing city, instigators would see their workload doubled the following day. Tawanzo felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. That night, Yahiko lay in his bed, gazing at his phone. The first surveillance camera of Akatsuki had been installed in Tawanzo's cell. The screen displayed Tawanzo's current state, restless and starving. As he gulped down cold water in a futile attempt to stave off his hunger, everything unfolded as he had planned. The young lad, Yahiko, found himself restless and unable to sleep in the sweltering heat. He slipped on his slippers and rapped on the door of his neighbor, Conan. She too was wide awake. Instantly, memories of the nightmares he had been plagued with recently flooded his mind, nightmares that often jolted him awake in fright. Featuring Conan clad in a qipao and in a white swimsuit. The most effective way to conquer one's fears is to confront them head-on. Come on, Ori. The following day, Danzo faced punishment. His workload doubled, which resulted in him arriving at the cafeteria later than his peers, only to find that there was no food left. Meanwhile, his two subordinates, Yamankei's and Oil Girl Ryoma, were indulging heartily, seemingly oblivious to the absence of their superior. Observing this, Danzo remained silent outwardly. Yet a chasm of resentment began to form in his heart towards the duo. After satiating their appetites, they made no attempt to save even a morsel for him. Once they had finished their meals, they were promptly whisked away to continue their labor, leaving Danzo no opportunity for a conversation with them. He felt as though he had become a solitary outcast. Alas, despite the summer heat, he was engulfed by the chilling winds of winter. Starving. He felt on the verge of fainting. Another day passed, and he realized he had gone without a single bite to eat. 2 days without sustenance had pushed Danzo to the brink of emotional collapse. Was this the punishment bestowed upon him by Yahiko's teacher? Yet the eyes of the mirror were not something I had obtained through murder and theft. Why did the teacher firmly believe that I was the one who had killed the mirror? In the afternoon, Danzo was escorted by 2 guards to partake in exercises. His lips pale and his body trembling precariously. Did you not have lunch? A robust man with a righteous demeanor from the second group inquired of the ailing Danzo from the first group. Danzo glanced at him, too weak to muster a reply. I may very well perish. The thought of dying of hunger as an elder of Konoha struck him as tragically absurd. Would you like to eat? At that moment, the righteous-looking man offered Danzo a small bread roll. Typically, Danzo wouldn't have given such a coarse grain roll, worth merely a couple of coins, a second glance. Hurry and eat, lest you be discovered, the man urged, tearing the roll in half and shielding Danzo with his broad frame, urging him to eat quickly. Thank you. Danzo cast a deep gaze at him. He would remember that bread for a lifetime. It was delicious. Where did you procure this bread? Danzo inquired after taking a bite, finding it more scrumptious than any delicacy he had ever encountered. Even the sumptuous feast he had attended in the capital of the Fire Nation paled in comparison to the flavor of this bread. Having devoured 2 bites, he still felt a pang of hunger, but the coarse bread had offered some relief to his stomach. Is there more? He whispered. None left, the man replied, glancing back. A flicker of disappointment crossed Danzo's face, yet he finally found the strength to engage in the exercises. As dinner time approached, Danzo felt as though he had been ensnared by fate, arriving to find that the food had been entirely consumed. Watching Yamankei's and Oil Girl Ryoma relish their meals, an ember of resentment ignited within him. Even those outside the confines of his predicament were aware of his hunger and offered him bread. Yet where was their consideration? Just eat. As Danzo contemplated causing a scene to demand food from Yahiko, the righteous man from earlier approached again. His tray held an untouched braised duck leg and a braised egg. Danzo had never known what it felt like to cry, but today he was on the verge of tears. What is your name? I shall repay you for your kindness. Danzo choked back his emotion as he picked up the duck leg, tearing into it with fervor. My name is Aki. You may call me Aki. There is no need for repayment. I simply thought of my father when I saw you. As Aki spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, reminiscent of his father, who resided in a nursing home. Your father. Danzo paused mid-bite, his mouth slick with grease. Silence enveloped them as he realized that Aki's father had likely passed away, and perhaps, in some way, he resembled Aki's father, leading him to project that image onto Danzo. This earnest young man, appearing both straightforward and naive, could he be of use to me in some manner? Having consumed the duck leg and egg, Danzo felt a surge of energy coursing through him. He could walk with renewed vigor, pondering whether Aki would reserve a morsel of food for him the following day.